In a post-apocalyptic world overrun by zombies, where humanity has been extinguished, a rescue train has tragically transformed into a train of death. The male protagonist awakens to a newfound space that can encompass all things. Unbeknownst to him, one conspiracy in this desolate era leads to another. Witness the resolute protagonist as he navigates through these treacherous schemes. Chapter 1. Awakening on the Apocalypse Train. Chow Yong panted heavily, slumped against the grimy floor of the train, his abdominal wound reopening, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. He gingerly touched the area, feeling the sticky fluid seeping from the wound. He knew it was bleeding anew. Indeed, after suffering an injury, who could endure the rigors of strenuous activity the very next day? Surveying his surroundings, he noticed newcomers had boarded, filling the cramped compartment to capacity, with bodies occupying every corner. The train car was specially designed, with all the seats removed. The floor and windows had long been neglected, covered in rust and emitting a foul stench. One window lay shattered, hastily boarded up with wooden planks through which the howling winds of the speeding train whistled ominously. The passengers appeared desensitized, their eyes vacant and lifeless, as if their souls had long since been cast out into the world beyond the train. Suddenly, the train door swung open, and a diminutive man clad in a once colorful but now faded train attendant uniform entered. He surveyed the passengers before retrieving a ticket scanner from his pocket. "Ticket inspection," he announced, beginning with the first passenger. The initial traveler, emaciated and visibly terrified, produced an identification card from his pocket. The attendant scanned the card and frowned. "First time on board?" "Yes." The man replied. "Are you aware of the rules?" The man nodded vigorously. Yes. The attendant lifted a loudspeaker from beside him. "Attention everyone, we have numerous new passengers in this car. Let me reiterate, the train will provide food and water, however, upon stopping at the next station. You must disembark to seek valuable resources for survival. Should you find useful items, it will enhance your quality of life. Conversely, failing to procure anything on 2 occasions will result in expulsion from the train. Is that clear?" With that, the attendant continued the ticket inspection. When he reached Chow Yong, the latter presented his identification card. The attendant scanned it and remarked, "You have been on this train twice, and you retrieved commendable supplies, accumulating a total of 100 points. You may request a rest period, and your injuries confirm they were not inflicted by a monster. You are also eligible for 1 instance of free medical treatment. Which would you like to apply for?" Chow Yong glanced at the blood-soaked bandage around his waist. "I would like to request the free medical treatment." "Very well, follow me shortly. Additionally, you may undergo a facial scan. This will allow for the reissuance of your identification should it be lost." Chow Yong nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." The attendant resumed his inspection, and once the entire compartment had been checked, he positioned himself at the door, ready to address the passengers with a loudspeaker once more. "Very well. I previously stated that those willing to accompany me should rise and depart this place. The food will be distributed shortly. I expect everyone to maintain order during the distribution. Any instances of chaos or individuals taking more than their share will result in execution and being discarded from the train. I trust everyone comprehends this. I shall not repeat myself." Chow Yong stood and endeavored to maneuver through the crowd towards the conductor. Once the conductor reiterated the instructions loudly, he nodded at 2 other young men who had joined Chow Yong. "Let us proceed." The 3 followed the conductor out of the carriage. Due to his pain, Chow Yong did not take note of how many others had returned, however. He was acutely aware that the number of deceased this time was certainly not insignificant. After traversing a dining car, they were led into a medical compartment, which was perhaps the cleanest and most orderly carriage Chow Yong had ever encountered, divided by white curtains into individual cubicles. The diminutive conductor exchanged a few words with another attendant at the door before gesturing for the trio to enter. Inside the medical compartment, the attendant was a young woman, clad in a neat nurse's uniform. However, Chow Yong noted with surprise that beneath her short skirt, she wore black thigh-high stockings. "Do nurses wear stockings novades?" The young woman was quite striking, her features delicate. One of the conductors, adorned with a nurse's cap, appeared somewhat out of place, reminiscent of characters from films prior to the apocalypse. The nurse approached a counter akin to a reception desk at the front of the compartment, perusing a ledger. She pointed to the first individual among the trio. "You will go to room 1. Simultaneously, she retrieved a palm-sized wooden plaque from the counter and handed it to him, then directed her gaze towards Chow Yong. "You will go to room 3. Chow Yong accepted the small plaque, pressing it against his waist as he made his way to the 3rd room. which bore a white curtain. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside. The room was approximately the size of a soft sleeper compartment, but contained only a single bed. Opposite the bed was a treatment table adorned with various medical trays, stocked with cotton balls, gauze, tweezers, scalpels, and other surgical instruments. A young woman with long hair, wearing a doctor's white coat and a mask, was seated on the bed engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Chow Yong enter, she rose and extended her hand. "The plaque, please." Her voice was crisp and melodious, suggesting she was quite youthful. Although the mask concealed her mouth and nose, her large, round eyes sparkled with a clarity akin to a tranquil pool of water. Her long eyebrows seemed to stretch towards her temples. Despite her white coat, Chow Yong could not help but notice her abundant and flourishing figure, which was quite remarkable, especially in these dire times. Chow Yong presented the wooden plaque, which she examined before tossing it into a small iron box on the table by the window with a clink. "What troubles you?" she inquired. Chow Yong released his grip on his waist. "I got scratched by some metal out there." The woman donned a pair of white gloves and commanded, "Get onto the bed, lie down, and remove your shirt." Chow Yong obediently reclined on the bed, shedding his garments and lifting the tank top beneath. The female doctor approached, wielding scissors to unravel the hastily applied bandages on Chow Yang's wound. Dried blood had fused with the fabric, and as she tugged downward, a grimace involuntarily crossed Chow Yang's face due to the pain. She grasped a nearby piece of gauze, uncertain whether it was soaked in alcohol or iodine, and pressed it against Chow Yang's injury. After a moment of dampening, she slowly peeled away the gauze. Chow Yang's wound gaped open like a child's mouth, grotesquely exposed and filled with dread. The woman furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, inquiring, "How many days has it been?" "Over a week," he replied. "Why did you wait so long to come?" Chow Yong winced. "I didn't score high enough last time. This time, I returned with all my might to accumulate enough points." The doctor fell silent, retrieving medication to tend to Chow Yang's injury. After disinfecting the wound, she prepared a needle and thread. "There's no anesthetic available right now. Can you manage, or should I find someone to hold you down?" Chow Yong shook his head and picked up the scraps of gauze that had just been cut, rolling them and biting down on them. As the first needle pierced his skin, a searing pain shot through him. Yet, he understood that hiring someone to restrain him would only diminish his points further the next time he got injured. He might not even have enough points to enter the infirmary. He also recognized that he must not flinch from the agony, as any movement would only exacerbate the suffering. Moreover, if the doctor misapplied the needle, he would endure even more torment. When the final stitch was placed, Chow Yong was drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from the depths of a river. Strangely, throughout his life, despite experiencing immense pain, he had never lost consciousness. How blissful it would have been, he mused, to simply faint away. However, the excruciating pain today conjured a vivid hallucination. He envisioned a tranquil wooden cottage on the eve of apocalypse. The yard before the cabin was immaculate, featuring a deep ancient well, its weathered pulley a testament to the passage of time. On the opposite side of the courtyard stood a persimmon tree laden with bright red fruit. Beneath it, a white marble stone table accompanied by 4 stone stools created an atmosphere filled with serene tranquility. Chapter 2. The Kind-Hearted Doctor. Sowing seeds of kindness after applying a medicinal solution to the wound of Chow Yong, the young female doctor skillfully bandaged it. "There you go. If possible, it would be best to come back next week for a dressing change," she advised. Chow Yong shook his head gently, aware that he could not afford the luxury of such a visit. His limited resources were reserved solely for life-saving necessities. He would never squander them on a mere dressing change. The young doctor hesitated momentarily before reaching for a small vial that resembled iodine, seemingly nearly empty, and handed it to Chow Yong. "Apply a bit of this when you change the bandage. Make sure to boil the gauze in hot water first, as you should know. If hot water is unavailable, at least heat it a little." Chow Yong nodded, carefully accepting the vial and placing it in his pocket while adjusting his clothing. He pondered for a moment, then retrieved a small iron box from his pocket, opened it, and presented a cherry to the young doctor. The doctor was momentarily taken aback. Glancing quickly towards the door, she reached out, took the cherry, and swiftly tucked it into her lab coat pocket. "Thank you, doctor," Chow Yong said as he placed the iron box back into his pocket and turned to leave. "Wait a moment," she called out. Chow Yong turned back as she extended her hand toward him. "Do not cover the wound with your hand, and refrain from touching it too often. It needs to breathe." As she spoke, she discreetly slipped something from her hand into Chow Yang's pocket. Chow Yong expressed his gratitude profusely before exiting the medical room. Outside, a woman who resembled both a train attendant and a nurse sat with her legs crossed, chewing on something. As he walked past, he heard muffled cries of anguish emanating from room 1. It was evident that undergoing surgery without anesthesia would be excruciating. The nurse glanced at Chao Yang. "All done. You can head back now," she instructed. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Although the attendant for his carriage was not outside, Chao Yang successfully navigated through the dining car and returned to his own compartment. Upon reaching the small booth of the attendant at the entrance, the diminutive attendant looked up and spotted Chao Yang's return. He handed him an iron lunchbox. "I saved your meal for you," he said. Chao Yang slightly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you." The attendant, with an expressionless demeanor, watched as Chao Yang walked into the carriage, mumbling softly, "Last time, the plums were quite sweet, but do be more cautious next time." Chao Yang smiled faintly and nodded as he entered the compartment. Every act of kindness bears fruit, even in a post-apocalyptic world. The benevolent deeds he cultivated would yield sweet rewards. As he squeezed into his previous seat, he discovered it was occupied by a burly man sprawled across the space, snoring loudly and taking up 3 seats. It was perplexing how such a robust individual could exist in these dire times. The surrounding passengers were huddled together, casting wary glances at the sleeping giant, none daring to speak up. Chao Yang approached and gave the man a gentle kick. The snoring abruptly ceased, and the man groggily opened his eyes, lifting his head. "You're occupying my seat," Chao Yang asserted. The burly man, now awake, retorted, "Get lost." "Who the hell said it was your seat?" Chao Yang uttered not a single word, directly seizing the hair of the burly man and forcefully flinging him aside. The robust man, caught off guard by Chao Yang's sudden aggression and unaware of the latter's surprising strength, was unexpectedly tossed aside. As he propped himself up with his right hand, preparing to rise, the diminutive conductor's voice blared through the loudspeaker. "Anyone fighting will be thrown off the train to fend for themselves." The burly man shot a glare at Chao Yang, then cast a glance at the conductor at the end of the carriage, spitting in disdain before sitting back down. Chao Yang paid no heed to the grime and foul odors permeating the carriage. He settled down and opened his lunchbox, hastily shoveling the contents into his mouth. The food within was neither rice nor steamed buns, but rather a viscous substance that bore no resemblance to porridge or rice, resembling the consistency of freshly blown mucus, with a faint hint of saltiness. Yet, despite its unappealing nature, Chao Yang displayed no sign of revulsion, shoving it into his mouth with fervor. In moments of hunger, any sustenance becomes a delicacy. Even such unpalatable fare drew the attention of those around him, some unable to suppress the audible gulping of saliva. Clearly, the previous meal had left everyone unsatisfied. The burly man, observing Chao Yang devour the food voraciously, leaned over and said, "You can't possibly eat all that. Save some for me, or I'll toss you off the train." Chao Yang shot him a cold glance without uttering a word, continuing to stuff his mouth. Seeing that Chao Yang ignored him and noting the diminishing quantity of food, the burly man could no longer restrain himself and reached out to snatch the lunchbox from Chao Yang. "Did you not hear me? Hand over the food, or I swear I'll deal with you first, even if it means a fight and being thrown off the train." Chao Yang allowed the burly man to seize the lunchbox without resistance, neither speaking nor attempting to intervene. The burly man felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared that Chao Yang was merely a blusterer, having feigned bravado only to back down at the slightest threat. The burly man hastily stuffed the food from Chao Yang's lunchbox into his mouth. Suddenly, Chao Yang's hand flicked, revealing a sharp dagger, swift as lightning, plunging it directly into the burly man's chest. Amidst the gasps of the surrounding crowd, Chao Yang withdrew the blade, and blood erupted from the burly man's chest like an arrow. The lunchbox he had been holding clattered to the ground as he reached out to grasp Chao Yang, but the latter offered him no chance. With lightning speed, the dagger pierced in and out, again and again. Chapter 3. My sense of smell is remarkably acute. Just now, I seemed to catch a whiff of the sweet fragrance of large persimmons. The robust man perished. Who could survive after having been stabbed over 10 times in vital areas? To seize another's sustenance, one must expect the other party to have the right to retaliate lethally. The diminutive conductor coldly remarked, "Did no one inform you of this? Even if no one had, I had warned you upon boarding." After speaking, the short conductor gestured towards 2 individuals. "Carry him and follow me." Then, pointing at another pair, he commanded, "You 2, clean up this blood." As for what to use or how to clean it, he said nothing. The 2 men lifted the corpse of the robust man and followed the conductor towards the next carriage. Chao Yang leaned against the floor of the carriage. The dagger in his hand was not a true knife but rather a sharpened piece of tin. He tucked the sharp metal close to his chest. Picking up the food box, which had already spilled some contents, he disregarded the bloodstains and continued to stuff his mouth with the food. The people around him recoiled in terror, none daring to approach him. After finishing his meal, Chao Yang walked to the junction of the carriages. Gently rinsing the food box with a scant amount of water, well aware that using too much would incur penalties. He placed the lid on the box and set it beside a container overflowing with iron food boxes, the dining utensils of the passengers in his carriage. In the restroom mirror, Chow Yang's reflection revealed a face beginning to sprout short facial hair, aging him beyond his years. His hair, untrimmed for an extended period, had grown long, and his clothing was tattered and worn. Is this truly himself? The handsome and charming figure that once captivated all? Never mind, no time for vanity. His stomach still ached. Though he had not eaten his fill, it was a far more bearable sensation than the gnawing hunger that burned within him. He understood that during non-task periods, one earned no points. This carriage operated on fairness. Completing tasks yielded points that could elevate one's status, leading to better nourishment and sustenance. Conversely, failure to meet tasks resulted only in starvation and death. After discarding the corpse, the short conductor returned, glanced at Chow Yang, and produced a flat device. Let us conduct facial recognition. Chow Yang leaned closer to the camera, swiftly completing the facial identification. The conductor, while operating the machine, muttered softly, "Do not cause any trouble. If things escalate, I cannot protect you. Also, we are square now." Chow Yang returned to his spot, leaning back, relieved that no one dared to disturb him further. Closing his eyes, he knew that only sleep could help him forget the pain and suffering, while also conserving his energy. He aimed to minimize the expenditure of his scant warmth. Every ounce of heat could be fundamental to his survival in the future. During his last mission, there had been a man much stronger than himself who wept in despair every moment. He refused to eat or drink, without energy replenishment. Hunger and thirst rendered even running a challenge. What a pity for that strong body. In just one round, it became mere waste for the monsters. On this train, there are individuals with specialized skills who need not contend with monsters. However, I, who merely claim to possess knowledge in business management and hold the title of manager or boss, find myself utterly ineffectual in this apocalyptic world. Fortunately, my ascent to this managerial role has been forged through tireless effort from the ground up. In my youth, I was compelled to navigate the whims of higher-ups. Thus I have learned what actions to take and which to avoid. Cultivating relationships and flattering those in power were not lessons learned in vain. In truth, I am but an elevated laborer, aside from the privileged offspring of the wealthy. Who among us has not mastered the art of sycophancy and the survival instinct of reading the room? Though I do not feel fatigued, I strive to allow myself some respite. In a moment of reverie, an illusion resurfaces, born of my excruciating pain, of a quaint and elegant cabin, an ancient well beneath a windlass. A persimmon tree laden with vibrant, luscious fruits, and a smooth table and chairs crafted from exquisite marble. How delightful it would be if such a place truly existed. I long to savor the bountiful persimmons, to recline in that little cabin and indulge in a peaceful slumber. I find myself yearning for the life I once took for granted before the apocalypse, a past now tinged with nostalgia and transformed into an unattainable dream. It is only in loss that one learns to cherish what was once held dear. Hello. Excuse me. Someone nudged my arm, prompting me to open my eyes and regard the individual. It was a boy, perhaps in his early teens, with a diminutive stature and a face marred by dirt, as though he had long neglected to wash. His delicate features were obscured by grime, save for his large, bright eyes, which sparkled with clarity. At such a time, who would concern themselves with personal hygiene or tattered clothing? This boy appeared to be a newcomer, as I had not previously encountered him on the train. Upon noticing my gaze, he spoke in a hushed tone. Could we form a team? His voice was in the throes of change, slightly hoarse with a hint of a croak. I shook my head, replying, I do not team up. With that, I closed my eyes once more. Leaning back against the seat, the boy cast a hopeful glance in my direction, continuing to promote himself. I run very quickly and 1T slow you down. Noticing my lack of response, he persisted. Moreover, I possess a keen sense of danger. The slightest disturbance will alert me. My only shortcoming is my lack of strength. However, my sense of smell is quite acute. I can detect food from a considerable distance. As he spoke, he sniffed the air. I could have sworn I caught a whiff of sweet fruits earlier, reminiscent of the large persimmons from the northern regions. Furrowing my brow, I did not open my eyes. Go away. I have already stated that I do not wish to form a team. At last, the boy walked away, disappointment etched on his features. I resumed my position against the train wall, lost in reverie over the days of yore. This apocalypse arrived suddenly, unlike any other cataclysm before it. It began from the west, not driven by a virus or nuclear warfare, but by something fundamentally essential to humanity, sunlight itself. When the gentle sunlight once again graced the earth, none could have anticipated the silent arrival of calamity. With mere exposure to sunlight, humanity transformed into mindless zombies, stripped of consciousness, driven only by the primal instincts of biting and bloodlust, attacking all living beings within sight. Upon realizing the dire situation, individuals began to shun the sun, scavenging for sustenance solely during the night. While humans succumbed to zombification, the animals commenced their evolution. At first, those who ventured out in the deep of night were devoured by the newly evolved cats and dogs, once mere livestock. Their sense of smell was remarkably acute. Even if one hid underground, they would inevitably be discovered. Should humans gather in numbers, they would form a perimeter, relentlessly pursuing and ultimately consuming the last remnants of humanity. A train, seemingly conjured from thin air, sped along, evading the rays of the sun, perpetually racing through the darkness. It rescued the scattered survivors clinging to life and hiding. Where tracks existed, it functioned as a train. In their absence, it traversed the terrain like a vehicle, capable of crossing vast deserts and grasslands. It operated like a perpetual motion machine, ceaselessly in motion. The foolish animals, however, could not sustain such relentless pursuit. Of course, the train required energy and provisions. Thus, those who boarded became the primary seekers of sustenance. A diminutive conductor approached, standing in the center of the train, proclaiming, "I shall reiterate. All rule breakers will be cast off the train." After a brief pause, he continued, "Prepare your water containers. We shall commence the distribution shortly. For those without containers, you may collect one, and your points will be deducted after the next outing." Xiaoyang opened his eyes, bent his legs, and unclasped the buckle on his trousers to extract the iron water bottle strapped to his leg, which was larger than the others. He understood that during the water distribution, one could fill as much as their container allowed. A smaller vessel would lead to thirst before the next supply. His bottle could hold a significant amount. So he unscrewed the cap, ready to savor the last remaining drop. Simultaneously, he opened his backpack, recalling that he had salvaged a mineral water bottle on a previous outing, and prepared to fill it as well. At that moment, he froze, for atop his backpack lay a brilliant red persimmon, gleaming brightly. Chapter 4. What is most precious in the apocalypse? Xiaoyang swiftly grasped the large persimmon in his hand, oblivious to its origins, yet acutely aware that he must conceal this knowledge from others. In this apocalyptic world, what holds the highest value? Food and water? Yet, both the bases and shelters can sustain themselves through hydroponics, albeit with limited yields, sufficient to satisfy the demands of the elite. Water can be filtered, presenting no issue. Regardless of how hydroponics is employed, the priority remains in cultivating vegetables and food. No one would waste resources on fruits that neither satisfy hunger nor serve culinary purposes. Thus, fruits have become the most coveted items in this desolate era. The fruits Xiaoyang discovered, whether the solitary ripe plum on the tree or the secret stash of cherries he had accumulated, were preserved for future favors. Could it be that the small cabin he glimpsed and the tree laden with large persimmons belonged to him? Could he freely extract items from this space? If only he could return the persimmon, for now was not the time to consume it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the large persimmon abruptly vanished. Xiaoyang stared in astonishment at his empty hand. This was indeed reality. Not far from him, a young boy suddenly lifted his head, sniffing the air and casting a puzzled glance at Xiaoyang. His heart raced. It appeared the boy's sense of smell was as extraordinary as claimed. Maintaining his composure, Xiaoyang lifted the remaining sip of water in his cup and drank it down. The boy approached, peering curiously at the water jug in Xiaoyang's hand. "Where did you get this water? It carries a scent of persimmons." Xiaoyang ignored the boy and reached for the empty mineral water bottle in his bag. Standing to join the queue, he filled both the jug and the bottle to the brim. The water was slightly murky, yet Xiaoyang recognized it as a commendable source. Tightening the cap, he tossed the mineral water bottle into his backpack and tucked the jug into his pant leg. He understood that order was non-existent here. Leaving them exposed would result in swift theft. While losing the water was trivial, misplacing such a pristine jug would be lamentable. Such intact, sizable water jugs had become a rarity. The train continued its rhythmic clattering along the tracks, progressing steadily. The boy occasionally attempted conversation, but upon sensing Xiaoyang's indifference, fell silent. He surveyed the surroundings, seeking companions for potential alliances. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang's mind was anything but tranquil. He realized that if the space he envisioned were genuine, possessing it would signify profound implications for his survival in this world. The scarcity of food had rendered humanity unable to endure the sun's rays, forcing reliance on artificial lighting to absorb essential ultraviolet energy. Yet, these measures were not the foundation for human survival. As sunlight beamed down, animals began to evolve, driven by the hunger that arose from dwindling food supplies, turning to devour anything within their reach. The sun's radiation had wrought widespread devastation upon plant life, yet paradoxically, the animals thrived in a frenzy of growth. As the depletion of plant life reaches its zenith, the delicate balance shifts, leading to the inevitable decline of herbivorous creatures. In the absence of these grazers, can carnivores sustain their existence? Without flora and fauna, what means do humans possess for survival? Are we to rely solely on the meager offerings of soilless cultivation? In a mere span of a few months, the specter of food scarcity has already begun to loom. Xiaoyang shudders to contemplate whether humanity will endure on this planet in the years to come. The diminutive conductor entered the carriage, brandishing a loudspeaker. I shall refrain from reiterating the rules. 1 hour hence, the train will arrive at the station. Should you return empty-handed, kindly remain on the platform. You have been duly informed of the resources to be collected for points. Prepare yourselves. The train will halt for 1 hour. If you feel your task is accomplished, you may return at any time within that hour. After that, if you miss the train, I suggest you find a suitable hiding place. The train will not wait for you. With that, the conductor set down the loudspeaker and turned towards the exit. Xiaoyang rose, shouldering his backpack, and peered through the narrow slits of the iron plates obscuring the windows into the inky darkness outside. With a resounding thud, the train doors flung open. There would be no gentle landing on the platform, nor a ramped easier descent. The train had stopped a short distance from the platform. The ground outside not level with the train doors, but rather 3 steps down. The conductor remained inside, urging, "Hurry, hurry." Passengers tumbled out of the train chaotically, akin to dumplings being dropped. Amidst the conductor's incessant urging, Xiaoyang approached the door, opting to leap directly from the train rather than descend the steps. The impact jolted him momentarily, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Yet, such discomfort was of little consequence to him now. Clutching a fire axe issued from the train, he sprinted into the distance, blending seamlessly into the shadows. In the pitch-black night, faint roars echoed from afar, likely remnants of the undead. Each station had been previously cleared. Thus the zombies were scarce. Xiaoyang hastened towards the station's exit, fully aware that it would have been sanitized, leaving nothing behind. His destination was the nearby small supermarkets. He resolved against venturing into the larger grocery stores, having learned a harsh lesson from a previous encounter where, in an effort to evade a zombie, he had been grievously wounded and nearly lost his life. The smaller supermarkets, having been breached by zombies fleeing from inside, were likely to harbor far fewer threats. Xiaoyang moved swiftly, cognizant of the necessity to distance himself from the inexperienced individuals behind him, as they would not only hinder his pace but could also become a liability. Should he discover supplies, they would undoubtedly swarm him, eager to seize the resources he had procured. Upon bursting into the first small supermarket, he calculated the time meticulously. The doors stood ajar, yet the shelves were bare. Could it be that the previous wave had already cleared this place? The shelves stood desolate, adorned only with a scattering of paper wrappings strewn across the floor. Chapter 5, Collecting Supplies, the Inaccessible Flower Dammit. Xiaoyang muttered under his breath, not lingering any longer as he dashed away. Adjacent to the supermarket was a pharmacy, its door ajar. Xiaoyang swiftly entered, noting that it too had been ransacked, yet it appeared the intruders were searching for specific medications, as the shelves remained largely stocked. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack and began to fill it with various drugs. After securing 4 or 5 types, his backpack was already full. He slung it over his shoulders and sprinted away, heading into the distance. Next to him was a noodle shop. He knew it likely contained little of value, and carrying rice or flour would weigh him down, impeding his speed. After a moment's hesitation, he recalled the high points associated with rice and flour. His own score had plummeted due to medical expenses, so he bolted inside. With a swift swing of his axe, he broke through the kitchen door and discovered several 50-pound bags stacked in the corner, about a dozen bags of flour piled against the wall. It was evident that the looters had focused on areas near the bus station, leaving some supplies untouched further away. However, he realized he couldn't possibly carry all these bags. Seizing a nearby cart, he began loading the bags of flour onto it, managing to fit 5 before testing the cart's weight. Any more would be unmanageable. With around 10 bags left, he lamented the lost opportunity. If he could transport them all back, his score would undoubtedly soar. He reached out to touch the remaining flour, wishing it could be stored in his space. Suddenly, inspiration struck. If persimmons could be stored, surely these bags could be as well. Concentrating on the space within his mind, he envisioned the flour being absorbed, and to his astonishment, it vanished before his eyes. After a brief moment of disbelief, he sensed the space, and indeed, the flour was now neatly stacked beside a stone bench. What am I waiting for? He thought, and with a flick of his fingers, he summoned the kitchenware, pots, pans, utensils, and condiments into his space. Finally, even the cart and the 5 bags of flour were drawn into his storage. What could possibly deter him now? He quickly exited the restaurant's kitchen, sweeping his hand across the front desk, pulling in tables and chairs. He also collected the remaining bottles of liquor and beverages from the shelves at the entrance. Just then, he heard the distant roars growing louder. He had run far enough. Realizing he couldn't return with the few bags he had pushed, the zombies were moving swiftly today. Emerging from the eatery, Xiaoyang prepared to sprint towards the bus station when he suddenly froze. What was most abundant beside the train station? Certainly, it was a number of hotels. This was not a proper train station, but rather a makeshift stop. Amidst the distant sounds of zombies, sporadic gunfire echoed, indicating that those defending against the undead had begun to fire their weapons. Without a moment to lose, Chao Yang dashed into a nearby upscale hotel, approximately 10 stories tall. The front desk was littered with shattered glass. The reception area had been thoroughly demolished. Inside, several bodies lay strewn across the floor, some incomplete human forms, alongside a few zombies. Ignoring the gruesome scene, he sprinted toward a small side door. Having once served as the lobby manager of a hotel, he was well aware of where to find what he sought. With a single swing of an axe, Chao Yang cleaved through the locked door and forcefully kicked it open. Rushing inside, the dimly lit basement was shrouded in darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of them. From his left pocket, Chao Yang retrieved the flashlight he had hesitated to use until now. Illuminating the space, he swiftly descended the stairs. Indeed, he was not mistaken. A faint humming sound emanated from below. It was a small generator. Chao Yang tore away the connected wires and, feeling the generator, effortlessly stored it within his space. He also reached for 2 barrels of diesel positioned nearby and stowed them away. Curiously, this generator had been running for over 2 weeks. How could it still be operational? The hotel had no electricity, suggesting the generator should be out of fuel, yet it continued to emit a soft hum. Turning swiftly, Chao Yang raced back up the stairs. As he approached the door, the increasing roars of zombies echoed in the distance, accompanied by the escalating sound of gunfire. Almost there, he thought. Just a little further to the door. Suddenly, as he neared the entrance, a loud clang resonated. Someone had shut the basement door. Who could have done that? Without the faint moonlight filtering in, the basement plunged into deeper darkness, illuminated only by the waning glow of his flashlight. There was someone here. Chao Yang did not falter. Gripping his axe more tightly, he steeled himself. In a world where the undead were terrifying, humans could be even more dreadful. Although the door was a security measure, it was merely a thin layer of metal over wood, a fact he had discerned when he severed the lock. If his adversary believed a mere door could obstruct him, they were sorely mistaken. But what if they were armed? As Chao Yang reached the threshold, the dim light of the flashlight revealed a figure. Upon hearing his footsteps, the silhouette turned and lunged toward him. The beam of the flashlight trembled, revealing the ghastly visage of an adult zombie, its mouth agape, charging at him. Goodness. You're a zombie. How can you not even make a sound? Chapter 6. The Perilous Return. Chao Yang swiftly evaded the lunging zombie, bringing down his fire axe with a decisive strike. The zombie moved with alarming speed, yet its actions were devoid of cunning, merely charging straight ahead without any attempt to dodge or weave. As he felt the axe meet resistance, the guttural roar of the creature abruptly ceased. Chao Yang delivered a swift kick to the zombie's form, sending it sprawling aside. He then sprinted towards the door, wrenching it open with urgency, only to find the outside devoid of both people and zombies. Who could have closed this door? Was it the mindless zombie that inadvertently stumbled into it? There was no time for contemplation. He dashed out of the building. An hour remained, yet he had ventured far beyond his intended range. Something felt amiss. There surely could not be much left at the station, and yet he had traveled so far with scant supplies. Those novice scavengers would undoubtedly return empty-handed. And without resources, they would miss the train. This carriage would likely be left with only a fraction of its original occupants. As Chao Yang retraced his steps, he veered into a pharmacy. If his space could absorb supplies, he could not allow these medicines to go to waste. His fingers brushed against the items on the shelf, and in an instant, they vanished into his storage. The counter was even simpler. He collected it along with the contents. After all, this wooden counter could serve as firewood in the future. Having grown weary of scarcity, Chao Yang felt a newfound resourcefulness blossoming within him. Alas, had he possessed such ingenuity before the zombie outbreak, he might have long since achieved financial independence. As the pharmacy's contents were absorbed into his space, the sounds of zombies grew increasingly pronounced, while gunfire began to dwindle, retreating further into the distance. It appeared that the defenders were withdrawing, firing their weapons to lure the zombies away. Clearly, this place was on the brink of being overrun by the undead. Chao Yang burst forth from the pharmacy, casting aside all thoughts, and sprinted towards the direction of the train. He pushed himself too hard, feeling a twinge of pain in his lower back. Yet, he dismissed such discomfort. He must reach the train with haste. Before he could approach, the train's loudspeaker blared. All passengers, board quickly. Even if you have not gathered supplies, expedite your boarding. There will be no penalties this time. The announcement repeated incessantly. Chao Yang glanced up to see a throng of people rushing towards the train, illuminated by its faint lights. He retrieved a small cart from his storage, tossed the axe onto it, and pushed the cart laden with 5 bags of flour towards the train. The train was not docked at a platform, so the ground was uneven, hampering his pace. The distant roars of zombies grew increasingly distinct, as if they were already at his heels. Chow Yun understood that it would only be a matter of minutes before they caught up with him. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Abandoning the 5 bags of flour would mean that the medicines in his backpack would fall short of his expectations. Should he suffer another injury, he would likely find his efforts in vain. No wonder it was said that one should avoid injury in the apocalypse. At that moment, a voice rang out beside him. "Big brother, let me help you push." Chow Yun turned his head and noticed the young boy from the train had somehow made his way to his side. They were now in close proximity to the train. And even in the darkness, he could clearly see the diminutive figure of the conductor. However, the path leading to the front of the train was strewn with stones and tracks. Chow Yun nodded. "You pull from the front. I'll share this flour with you when we return." The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such generosity from Chow Yun. He hurried to the front, grasping the other side of the cart, pulling with all his might as he exclaimed, "Brother, you need not give me so much. Just 1 bag will suffice." The short conductor also noticed the flour being pushed by Chow Yun and the slender boy. He quickly jumped off the train to assist them in loading the flour. At that moment, shadows of zombies began to emerge near the station, and the train's engine emitted a low whistle, signaling its imminent departure. The conductor needed to close the doors. With all his strength, Chow Yun lifted the cart. At this point, it had become less useful. Although the boy was slight of build, he exerted himself in lifting the front of the cart, conserving Chow Yun's energy and enabling them to move faster. The conductor's assistance propelled the cart swiftly to the entrance of the carriage. "Make way. Clear the path," he shouted desperately as several passengers scrambled aboard. The boy and the short conductor cooperatively lifted a bag of flour and tossed it onto the train. The conductor nimbly climbed aboard, dragging the bag inside with great effort. Chow Yun rushed to the cart, hoisting a bag of flour and throwing it into the carriage, then picking up a second bag. A sharp pain tore through his waist. It seemed his wound had reopened. Yet, he pressed on second bag, third bag. Together, the boy and Chow Yun heaved the last bag onto the train just as the chilling growls of zombies echoed ominously nearby, as if they were right behind them. All the train doors had already closed. The conductor shouted urgently, "Hurry! The zombies are coming!" The train released a long whistle and began to move slowly. After tossing an axe onto the train, Chow Yun reached for the small boy, lifting him as if he were a sack of flour and flinging him onto the train. The boy scrambled onto the carriage, using all 4s to climb aboard. The train had 3 footrests. Chow Yun pushed the boy's backside with force, propelling him forward while simultaneously grasping the iron railing to hoist himself onto the door. Unbeknownst to him, the conductor had acquired a bamboo pole, warning Chow Yun, "Watch out behind you," as he thrust the pole toward Chow Yun's rear. Chow Yun turned just in time to see a zombie lunging at him, its gaunt, grotesque face mere inches away, its gaping maw revealing a hideous array of sharp teeth and dark claws, as if a specter from the underworld was reaching for his legs. Chow Yun lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the zombie's face. The zombie, already at the doorway, paused momentarily as the bamboo pole jabbed it. And Chow Yun's foot connected with its visage, sending the creature reeling backward with a furious shriek. Subsequently, he was swiftly drawn under the wheels of the rapidly moving train. Crushed to a pulp, Chow Yun hurriedly darted into the carriage, the conductor slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Lying at the threshold, Chow Yun gasped for breath, while a diminutive youth beside him reclined against a sack of flour, panting and gazing at Chow Yun with admiration. The small conductor, observing the dwindling horde of zombies outside the accelerating train, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief and turned to Chow Yun. "Impressive, lad. You've managed to bring back so much flour." The latest notice indicated that the station was looted, leaving us with scant supplies. "Did you not hear the loudspeaker calling for everyone to return?" Chow Yun grinned. "I ventured a bit further, not only flour, but I also brought back some medicine." The small conductor gave Chow Yun a thumbs up. "You've really outdone yourself this time. It seems you have enough points for an upgrade." Chow Yun pointed to the flour. "I promise this kid half of it." The youth shook his head vigorously. "I only said I needed 1 bag." Chow Yun remained resolute, fixing his gaze on the conductor. "We each take 2.5 bags. The conductor nodded. "I'll check your medicine shortly. If all is well, you'll qualify for an upgrade too." The conductor retreated to his quarters, and soon 2 individuals arrived after some communication. They sought out 5 people within the carriage, and 1 individual carried a bag of flour to the front compartment. The small conductor began to unpack the medicine from Chow Yun's backpack, meticulously counting each item. Chow Yun observed the carriage, noting that half the passengers had vanished. The atmosphere was somber, with some unable to suppress faint sobs. After tallying the medicine, the conductor handed a piece of paper and a pen to Chow Yun. "Take a look and see if everything is correct. If so, please sign." Chow Yun picked up the paper, glanced at the last 2 boxes of medicine, disregarding their contents, and crossed out the names with a flourish before signing below. He then tossed the 2 boxes into the conductor's arms. The small conductor cast a grateful glance at Chao Yang, stowing the medicine in his pocket. The youth looked at the conductor, then back at Chao Yang, as if beginning to grasp the situation. The conductor instructed Chao Yang to press his handprint beside his name and the crossed-out medicine names, then place the signed document into a leather pouch. Proceeding to account for the other items brought back, Chao Yang and the diminutive youth returned to their seats, now significantly more spacious, allowing for a comfortable recline. Chao Yang set his backpack on the ground and lay directly on the filthy floor, using the backpack as a pillow. The small youth leaned closer. "You're truly remarkable. My name is Fong Lin. What do I call you?" "Chao Yang," he replied, eyes closed. "Chao Ge, may I follow you from now on?" Chao Yang hesitated momentarily. "Let us see. Even if you accompany me, should any trouble arise, I want to be responsible. Just ensure your legs are swift enough to escape. Rest assured, I will never be a burden," the boy exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Soon, the conductor approached directly to Chao Yang's side, saying, "Chao Yang, you have been upgraded. Please follow me to another carriage." Chapter 7. Upgrading to the sleeper car, Chao Yang awoke and sat up, realizing that he had ascended to a more luxurious compartment. He had finally escaped the squalor of the lowest-class carriage. Reaching for his backpack and slinging it over his shoulder, he suddenly noticed the boy beside him, whose eyes were filled with disappointment. A flicker of emotion stirred within his once ironclad heart. That gaze felt hauntingly familiar, as if he had encountered it long ago. Turning to the diminutive train attendant, he pointed at the boy and inquired, "How much more does he need?" The attendant hesitated before replying. "Even if you were to share your remaining points with him, it would still fall short. However, the new carriage you are heading to requires a cleaner. You won't earn any points there, but you will have plenty to eat." I am willing. As long as I can be with Brother Chao, I will do anything," the boy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he leaped up. The small attendant nodded in agreement. "Very well, then you both follow me." The boy grabbed a backpack nearly as tall as himself from a nearby rack and trailed after Chao Yang and the attendant, drawing envious glances from others on the train as they proceeded forward. They passed through the dining car and entered the medical carriage, where Chao Yang once again spotted the nurse clad in stockings and a nurse's uniform. Noticing the small attendant leading Chao Yang and the boy ahead, the nurse was momentarily puzzled. "Is there an upgrade at this station as well?" she asked. The attendant nodded with a smile. "This one can carry back several bags of flour and a backpack full of medicine. What do you think?" The nurse scrutinized Chao Yang from head to toe. "I wouldn't have guessed. It seems you possess quite a bit of strength." As she playfully pinched his shoulder, she added, "I must test that theory one day." Chao Yang merely smiled politely, choosing not to respond. The attendant chuckled. "You should head toward the front for that. I must take them along now." With that, he guided Chao Yang and the boy forward. As they passed by the third medical room, Chao Yang couldn't help but glance inside, but the half-drawn curtain obscured his view, preventing him from seeing the legs of the tall, big-eyed doctor he had encountered before. Exiting the medical room, Chao Yang addressed the small attendant. "After this upgrade, will my remaining points still allow me to receive medical treatment? It seems my wound has reopened." The attendant turned to look at Chao Yang in the front carriage. "You appear to be entitled to one free treatment each month. If you continue to upgrade, you could receive treatment weekly, and the highest tier has no limit on visits." Pushing open the door connecting to the medical room, Chao Yang was immediately struck by the cleanliness and orderliness of the new carriage. While it could not compare to trains from the pre-apocalyptic era, it was a stark contrast to the filthy compartments he had just vacated. The carriage resembled the hard sleeper cars of the past, albeit without the small tables in the center. Instead, there were rows of hard sleeper berths aligned in one direction, with backs against the wall. This arrangement allowed for a greater number of occupants, while the side aisle retained the foldable stools and small tables reminiscent of earlier designs. In the compartment of the train attendant, a tall attendant stood upon noticing a shorter colleague entering with Chao Yang and Fong Lin. Observing the ragged appearance of Chao Yang, he inquired, "Are you the upgraded Chao Yang?" Chao Yang nodded affirmatively, and the shorter attendant handed over a document. The tall attendant scrutinized it and extended his hand, requesting, "Please show me your identification." Chao Yang retrieved his ID from his pocket and presented it. After scanning it with a device, the tall attendant nodded, saying, "If you are concerned about losing your ID, you may leave it with me or carry it on your person." The shorter attendant interjected, "I have already performed a facial scan for him. Losing it would not pose a problem." Receiving his ID back, Chao Yang smiled gently. "I prefer to keep it with me." The tall attendant did not take offense, nodding in agreement. Indeed, many prefer to carry it themselves. "However, since you have undergone a facial scan, there is no need for worry. I can issue a replacement if necessary." Seeing that his role was complete, the shorter attendant patted Chao Yang on the shoulder, encouraging, "Chao Yang, continue to strive for improvement and aim for further upgrades. I shall take my leave." Just then, Chao Yang called out, "Excuse me, May I ask your name? The shorter attendant paused, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he replied, My name is Yang. The tall attendant guided Chow Yun a few steps into the carriage, pointing to the first bunk adjacent to the restroom. This is yours. We have a total of 4 levels, and you are assigned to the topmost level. Since you are new, I will assist you in relocating to a better bunk should one become available in the future. Chow Yun was unbothered by his placement at the highest level. Instead, he felt a sense of delight. This location offered greater tranquility and privacy, with a backboard ensuring minimal disturbance. I find it quite satisfactory, he remarked. The attendant noticed Chow Yang's backpack and inquired, Is this your only piece of luggage? Yes, Chow Yun confirmed. In the future, you may possess your own belongings, provided they are not overly large or exceed 10 kilograms. You can store them in the storage room, thus allowing for personal space. Thank you, Chow Yun expressed, feeling as though he had arrived in paradise. Previously, he would have dismissed such confined quarters, but after experiencing the cramped conditions of the previous carriage, this felt like the epitome of luxury. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. As the tall attendant observed Chow Yun remove his backpack, he offered, Allow me to assist you in placing it up there. No need, Chow Yun replied, gripping the handrail to ascend. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his side, prompting an involuntary groan. The tall attendant hurriedly asked, Are you injured? It's nothing, merely an old injury, Chow Yun reassured him with a smile. We provide free medical care once a month here. You should visit the medical room shortly. Chow Yun nodded in acknowledgement, and the attendant turned back to the shorter boy, asking, Did you bring me someone for the miscellaneous tasks? The boy eagerly nodded, replying yes. Please hand me your identification. The young boy hastily retrieved his identification card from his pocket and presented it to the tall conductor. The conductor examined the card and scanned it with a device in his hand. Feng Chong, is it? He inquired. You are responsible for the cleanliness of this carriage. Any signs of dirt must be addressed immediately. He furrowed his brow as he regarded the boy's dark visage. In your spare time, you should also attend to your personal hygiene. Wash your face properly. He continued, You do not have a designated sleeping berth, so when the time comes to rest, you may lie on the side bench or even curl up beneath the bed. The boy nodded in agreement. All right. Chow Yun glanced at the boy, puzzled. Hadn't he mentioned that his name was Fong Lin? Why did the identification card state Fong Chong? Chapter 8. The alluring conductor. The tall conductor addressed Chow Yun. If you require anything, feel free to approach me directly. Chow Yun nodded in response. I wish to visit the medical room to tend to my wounds. Certainly. I shall write you a note. You may proceed there shortly, the tall conductor replied, turning to Fong Chong. Go wash your face and request a set of cleaning attire from the dining car. After changing, sweep through the carriage, ensuring to scour any untidy areas until lights out. You may leave your backpack in the cleaning room of the dining car. Fong Lin expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he departed with his large backpack. Chow Yun, clutching his shoulder bag, seated himself on a bench, awaiting his turn. The train was largely still, with most passengers reclining in their berths, each adorned with a fabric curtain. Some had drawn their curtains tightly, seemingly unwilling to engage with the outside world. Before long, the tall conductor emerged from the train compartment, holding a small note which he handed to Chow Yun. You may proceed to the medical room and inquire for the conductor Shaoling. Chow Yun nodded, accepted the note, and with his backpack in hand, opened the door to the medical room. The hard sleeper compartment was merely separated by a door from the medical room. Yet the conductor in the sleeper carriage appeared to be more meticulous, not escorting Chow Yun directly. Upon seeing Chow Yun approach, the nurse conductor Shaoling could not resist casting a flirtatious glance his way. What brings you here? Strong young man, are you eager to experiment with your superpowers? Chow Yun chuckled wryly as he stepped forward, presenting the note. During my last outing, my previous wound reopened, and I would like to consult the same doctor again. Shaoling glanced at the note before placing it in a small box nearby. You wish to see the same doctor? Have you been enchanted by Dr. Zhou's beauty? Chow Yun grinned. Sisterling, don't tease me. With her mask on, I couldn't discern her appearance at all. How would I know if she is beautiful? However, she is likely more familiar with my injury from the last surgery. Shaoling surveyed the third medical room. No need for explanations. An excess of words often conceals the truth. Nevertheless, it is unfortunate that Dr. Zhou is currently occupied with another patient, so you may have to wait a while. Chow Yun nodded. Very well then. He noticed a nearby stool and sat down, closing his eyes, appearing to meditate. He inwardly examined the items he had collected on this journey. Since his return, he had been relentlessly active, having only briefly inspected the old carriage previously. Outside the small wooden cabin within his spatial realm, the courtyard was already overflowing with collected items. Chow Yun felt fortunate. Had he gathered any more, it would surely have overflowed. The medicines collected from the pharmacy lay in chaotic disarray on the ground, while those on the pharmacy counter were somewhat orderly. Tables, chairs, and kitchen utensils were scattered about, and the generator set dominated a significant portion of the small courtyard. Xiaoyang sought to discover any means to foster a connection with Xiaoling. He recalled the snacks she had been chewing on during his previous visit, which seemed to be her favorites. Regrettably, he had yet to locate a confectionery shop, and the supermarket appeared to have been completely ransacked. While he possessed some fresh persimmons, he was decidedly reluctant to present them. What could a noodle shop possibly offer? His collection consisted primarily of flour, pots and pans, cooking oil, salt, vinegar, and various condiments. To his surprise, he found something else within the noodle shop. Ah, it must also be a type of seasoning. Observing Xiaoyang seated with his eyes closed in contemplation, Xiaoling assumed he was disinterested in her company and pouted, remaining silent. Suddenly, Xiaoyang opened his eyes, reached into his backpack, and retrieved a small plastic bag. Extending it towards her. Sister Ling, during my recent supply run, I managed to gather a bit of this. It may not be of the highest quality, but I wonder if you would enjoy it. Upon seeing the dried longan he offered, Xiaoling snatched it from his hands, exclaiming in astonishment, "Where did you procure this? I haven't had it in ages." "Thank you, little brother. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to seek out your sister Ling." She cast a fleeting glance at the curtain-draped medical room and whispered, "Come by after lights out. I'd like to see if you've grown." "Sister Ling, please, no jokes. My development is quite adequate," Xiaoyang replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Xiaoling giggled, "But you must demonstrate." "I'm only teasing. I wouldn't want you to feel that Sister Ling lacks the allure of Dr. Zhou, would I?" "Of course not," Xiaoyang replied with a wry smile. Gesturing to his waist, "Sister Ling, I am currently stricken with limitations. I shall improve in due time." With a flirtatious glance, Xiaoling responded, "What is there to fear about a small wound? I have my own. Given your daily perils, I feel compelled to offer you some comfort. Can you remain still? Let me take the initiative." Just as Xiaoling playfully teased Xiaoyang, he found himself at a loss when the curtain of the third medical room was drawn aside, revealing a middle-aged man stepping out. The man's complexion was pallid, and he coughed lightly as he made his way toward the hard sleeper compartment. Xiaoling handed Xiaoyang the number 3 sign, saying, "I won't keep you. Hurry along." Xiaoyang took the sign and swiftly approached the third medical room. Xiaoling watched his hurried retreat with a barely perceptible sigh. Pulling aside the fabric curtain, Xiaoyang entered. The doctor, with large eyes and long brows, turned to him in surprise. "What brings you here?" Xiaoyang smiled and handed the sign to the doctor. "It seems my wound may have reopened during my outing. Could you please take a look?" The doctor accepted the sign, squeezing it in her hand, but instead of tossing it into the nearby metal box, she placed it on the table. "Please remove your clothing. I need to examine you." This time, Xiaoyang did not lie down on the bed but sat at its edge, unfastening his shirt and pulling up his undershirt. The doctor did not insist he lie down. Instead, she bent forward to inspect the wound on his waist. A fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids and musk wafted into Xiaoyang's nostrils, causing his eyes to widen and his breathing to quicken involuntarily. The arrival of the apocalypse has rendered even the simplest act of drinking water a challenge for some. This female doctor, who cannot indulge in the luxury of daily baths, exudes an unexpected fragrance, clad only in a small garment beneath her white coat. She has loosened her buttons, perhaps due to the heat, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin that catches Xiaoyang's eye. Unaware of Xiaoyang's gaze, she concentrates on examining his wound. The bandage, soaked through with blood, is gently lifted to reveal a deep crimson flow, yet the sutures remain intact. Furrowing her brow, she remarks, "Though the stitches haven't burst, your vigorous movements impede healing." She presses around the wound, inquiring, "Does this hurt?" "No, not at all," Xiaoyang responds, his voice trembling slightly. "I shall administer another stitch to prevent any future complications," she states, raising her gaze only to discover Xiaoyang's flushed face. Following his line of sight, she glances down at herself, hastily covering her chest, her eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she looks at him. Xiaoyang, pretending to be engrossed in the ceiling of the train, feigns ignorance. The doctor turns away to fasten her coat, retrieving her needle and thread, and with a huff, asks, "Do you need to lie down?" Xiaoyang shakes his head. Lying back now would certainly expose him. He silently blames Xiaoling outside, pondering whether this predicament could have been avoided had she not been so provocative. If possible, let us proceed with the stitching as is. As a physician, she quickly discerns his discomfort and strides over in irritation, her needle plunging down without warning. Caught off guard, Xiaoyang lets out a slight yelp before biting his lip and stifling further sound. The single stitch is completed swiftly, the doctor muttering under her breath, "You pretend as if nothing is amiss." Xiaoyang swallows hard and counters softly, "What do you expect me to do? Should I just stare unwaveringly?" She snips the thread, turning her head to regard him. "I am a doctor. Do you doubt my ability to render you unable to rise from your bed tomorrow?" Chao Yang frantically gestures, "Sister. Dear sister, I believe you. Please spare me. If their essays stop tomorrow, I need to disembark and fight." She suddenly falls silent, contemplating for a moment before sighing. "This damned apocalypse." She methodically rewraps Chao Yang's wound and concludes, "All done. Avoid water. The medicine I provided last time. You should apply discreetly tomorrow." Chao Yang gazes at her with gratitude, retrieving a package from his backpack and offering it to her. "I found this during my outing. I believe you will find it useful." The doctor peers down at the item, softly murmuring, "A different sensation. Ultra-thin silicone for oral use." Chapter 9. The enigmatic phone line of boys and girls. Chao Yang fumbled as he hastily tucked the condom back into his bag. No. It's not that. I went to the pharmacy this time." As he spoke, he pulled out another item, glanced at it to ensure it was correct before handing it over. "I raided the pharmacy, got a bit of everything, though I kept a little for myself." He sheepishly offered a sanitary pad to the female doctor, his face flushed. "That's for the train attendant." The female doctor accepted the sanitary pad, casting a quick glance at the condom Chao Yang had shoved back into his bag. "Do you realize the price one pays for purchasing a sanitary pad on the train?" Chao Yang nodded slightly. "I know, these are rare. And I didn't expect to find this at the pharmacy." The female doctor, seemingly unperturbed by the situation, tucked the sanitary pad into her pocket. She glanced at the door, picked up a sign from the table, and handed it to Chao Yang. "Return this to Xiaoling. And just tell her that your condition is not serious and that there is no need for treatment. I only had a quick look. So you won't need to use any points." Chao Yang took the sign, feeling touched. The doctor's livelihood depended solely on treating patients. Each patient saved earned them a sign, which they exchanged for sustenance. In a sense, she had returned her rations to him for his survival. Noticing Chao Yang's heartfelt gaze, the female doctor smiled. "You risk your life for it. We doctors are in a better position. Our basic needs are met." Chao Yang tightly grasped the sign in his hand. "Next time I get off the train, I'll see if there's something nice to bring you. Is there anything you desire?" The female doctor chuckled, her large eyes narrowing with amusement as she pointed to Chao Yang's backpack. "Thank you in advance. As long as it's not what's in that bag, anything will do." Chao Yang offered an awkward smile. "All right, wait for me to bring you something good." With that, he picked up his backpack, clutching the sign, and lifted the curtain to step outside. Upon reaching the petite Xiaoling, the train attendant seated behind the front desk, he handed her the sign. "Sister Ling, the doctor in room 3 said my wound didn't tee open. It just bled a little, and I don't need any medication. She asked me to return this sign to you." Xiaoling looked at the sign Chao Yang handed over, her eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, kid. You managed to win over our pristine Dr. Zhou so quickly?" Chao Yang shook his head vigorously. "Sister Ling, don't tease me. Dr. Zhou just felt pity for me risking my life and determined that I didn't need any medication, so she let me return the sign." Upon hearing his words, Xiaoling felt a twinge of sadness. She placed the sign in a nearby box and sighed. "Indeed, we all have today but no guarantee for tomorrow. Who knows what lies ahead?" She returned the note given by the train attendant to Chao Yang. "So, my young friend, seize the day. Otherwise, if you die, you'll lose everything. What a waste." Chao Yang accepted the note. "Sister Ling is right. I'll take my leave now, but next time I go out, I'll keep an eye out for something nice for you." Xiaoling, the train attendant, seemed yet to emerge from her melancholy as she waved at Chao Yang without uttering a word. Chao Yang pushed open the door to the hard sleeper compartment, returning to his berth and handing the ticket back to the tall attendant. Although the exchange was familiar, the attendant appeared slightly taken aback but refrained from commenting. Pocketing the ticket instead, she addressed Chao Yang, saying, "You still have one more opportunity to seek medical attention this month. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to speak up." Chao Yang nodded appreciatively and made his way back to his bunk. At that moment, he noticed a man lying on the bottom bunk, his complexion pale and slightly coughing. It was the same man who had just exited the medical room. Chao Yang nodded in acknowledgement, but chose not to engage in conversation, opting instead to ascend the ladder beside him. He placed his backpack aside and removed his already soiled shirt. Just then, a short, hurried youth approached from a distance. Stopping beneath Chao Yang's bunk, he looked up and said, "Brother Chao, lend me your shirt. I'll wash it for you." Chao Yang, who had just shed his shirt, glanced down to see a fair-skinned, handsome young man, hesitatingly replying, "Fong Lin?" Fong Lin nodded. "Indeed. My ID states Fong Chong, but as I grew older, I found that name rather ordinary, so I changed it to Fong Lin, though my ID has yet to be updated." Fong Lin's explanation stirred a recollection of Chao Yang's earlier curiosity, yet he chose not to pry further. In these dire times, who among them lacked a secret? Nevertheless, Fong Lin's androgynous appearance was quite pleasing to the eye. Emptying the contents of his pockets onto the bunk, Chao Yang handed his shirt to Fong Lin. "Aren't you tired?" "No, I'll wash it myself later." Fong Lin accepted the shirt, Shaking his head, "It's quite easy here." He extended his hand further. "Give me your pants as well." Chao Yang replied, "I only have this one pair. I lack a spare for changing. If a mission arises and I need to disembark, that would be troublesome. I'll bring back a few garments next time I venture out." "All right." Fong Lin, clad in his cleaning uniform, took Chao Yang's shirt and departed. Finally, Chao Yang had the opportunity to recline on his bunk, which was adorned with a soft mattress that elicited a contented groan from him. He could not recall the last time he had lain on such comfort. Within his internal space, he attempted to rearrange its contents but discovered he could only extract or store items. He was unable to reposition anything within that realm. At that moment, the tall train attendant approached the doorway, announcing, "We are about to enter lights out time. Please prepare yourselves. The lights will be turned off in 1 minute for rest." Despite the persistent darkness outside, it was essential to ensure passengers on the train received adequate sleep, hence the dim lighting would soon be extinguished. As the attendant concluded her announcement, the 2 passengers in the bunk below Chao Yang returned and climbed back into their beds. The dim lights of the train gradually faded, plunging the compartment into darkness, save for the faint glow of the floor lights. Chao Yang heard his bunkmate muttering, "What is that awful smell?" He realized it was the odor emanating from his own clothing. However, he chose to disregard it, instead focusing intently on the realm within his mind, contemplating how to rearrange these items. If only he could enter that space himself. Otherwise, the chaos within was not only occupying precious room but also posed a dilemma for future collections. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chao Yang felt a sudden shift before him, and he found himself standing at the threshold of the quaint wooden cabin. Chapter 10. The enigmatic space. Chao Yang surveyed his surroundings, a space that felt both familiar and alien. The wooden cabin, constructed from raw timber, exuded the distinctive fragrance inherent to wood. He pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. The small cabin comprised a suite. The outer area served as a living room, furnished with an octagonal table accompanied by 4 chairs. The chairs and table were designed with a rustic elegance, lacking ostentatious patterns, adorned only with simple, graceful carvings. Adjacent to the living area stood a bookshelf, conspicuously empty, devoid of any volumes. However, on the wall hung a scroll, remarkably featuring a blank sheet of paper, devoid of both text and illustration. Leaning in closer, Chao Yang confirmed the absence of any markings, a mere sheet of white paper. What could this signify? He then pushed open the door to the bedroom, which was positioned near the window. Inside was a table that held a small incense burner, accompanied by a few sticks of incense, with nothing else in sight. Facing the table was an extraordinarily large bed, one that Chao Yang had never encountered in all his lifetimes. To call it a bed would be an understatement. It resembled a traditional northern Chinese kong, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 people without difficulty. The room also featured another scroll, yet again a blank sheet, untouched by ink. After taking a brief tour, Chao Yang noted the simplicity of the space. Nothing extraneous cluttered the interiors. However, what struck him as most peculiar was the utter absence of dust. The furniture gleamed with an immaculate cleanliness, as if it had just been polished. Chao Yang exited the small cabin and made his way to the yard. The belongings he had stored remained in a chaotic heap. Rather than tidying up immediately, he approached the yard gate, curious about what lay beyond. As he pulled open the gate, he was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm, shrouded in swirling mist. Taking a couple of steps forward, he was astonished to find his vision obscured. The fog was so dense that he could see nothing ahead. Turning to glance back at the cabin, he realized it too had begun to blur into indistinction. Reluctantly, he stepped back, retreating from the enveloping mist. How strange. Although he could traverse the fog, a sense of trepidation coursed through him, akin to walking along the precipice of a cliff, where one misstep could lead to a fatal plunge. Resolute in his decision to explore further at a later time, Chao Yang returned to the courtyard, closed the gate, and commenced organizing the items within the space. He categorized some medicinal supplies and arranged them neatly inside the cabin. The few counters, once emptied of their contents, were stacked together and placed outside, thus freeing up considerable space. The furniture from the restaurant, aside from one table, was similarly stacked outside. As for the pots, bowls, and kitchen utensils, he relocated them into the wooden cabin. Having exerted himself throughout the day without rest, Chao Yang felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Since he could access the space, he decided to take his time. Approaching the well, he utilized the pulley to draw up a bucket of water. Using a bowl salvaged from the restaurant, he poured himself a drink. The well water was crisp and sweet, invigorating him and dispelling his weariness. What splendid water! The exhaustion that had weighed him down dissipated entirely after drinking. Refreshed and revitalized, he resolved to continue his labors. The generator occupies a considerable expanse, prompting Chao Yang to place it along with the diesel drum outside the courtyard. Although the sky above this small yard is shrouded in a gray haze, it is surprisingly bright. indicating that the generator is presently unnecessary. Upon clearing these items away, Chaoyang felt that the yard seemed significantly more spacious, suggesting that he could once again begin to store things inside. After everything was tidied up, he noticed an intriguing detail in the right corner of the yard, an area where the ground was not paved with cement, but instead enclosed with bricks in an elliptical shape. The earth within the ellipse had been tilled into 2 ridges, indicating it could serve as a place for planting. Regrettably, he lacked seeds. Glancing at the seasonings he had brought back, most were already prepared. After sampling the sesame, he discovered a bag that contained raw seeds. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful and scattered them on the ground, covering them with a thin layer of soil, followed by a watering with well water. The longan he had given to Sister Xiaoling earlier had left him with a fair amount, so Chaoyang split one open, consumed the flesh, and buried the pit in the soil. Who could say if it would take root? He was uncertain whether this ground could yield crops, yet he decided to experiment. Having completed his tasks, Chaoyang originally intended to rest in the small cabin for the day. However, recalling the situation outside, he thought it prudent to remain vigilant. Yet, he realized it had been quite some time since he last bathed, so he figured he might as well take a shower while he was there. After removing his clothes, he enjoyed a refreshing wash. Just as he was about to dress, he suddenly sensed some commotion outside the space. Could he truly perceive what was happening beyond? Chaoyang calmed his mind to attune to the sounds and faintly heard someone calling his name. Brother Chaoyang, Brother Chaoyang. It was Fong Lin's voice. Without further ado, he hastily gathered his clothes and swiftly exited the space. Brother Chaoyang. Indeed, it was Fong Lin calling him. Fortunately, after the lights were turned off, the interior of the carriage had plunged into darkness, and he had also adapted to local customs by drawing the curtains. Chaoyang leaned out to inquire, Fong Lin. What is the matter? Chapter 11. The distinction between space and the outside world. Fong Lin murmured. You went to the infirmary earlier and missed your meal. So I brought your food and left it with me. As he spoke, he descended the stairs and extended the lunchbox to Chaoyang. Puzzled, Chaoyang wondered why Fong Lin only thought to bring him food after he had spent several hours working in the space. Accepting the lunchbox, he asked, Why aren't you sleeping? Fong Lin glanced around. The lights just went out. After I deliver this lunchbox, you can eat, and I'll take it back to wash it for you before I head to bed. Chaoyang opened the lunchbox and was about to reach for the food when he suddenly recalled the pile of chopsticks in the space. With a flick of his fingers, a pair of chopsticks appeared in his hand. The meal served in the hard sleeper carriage was indeed different. It consisted of ordinary dishes, albeit meager in meat and vegetables. Yet, upon seeing the food, Chaoyang felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He quickly scooped the food into his mouth, but despite eating, his mind was far from tranquil. Below him, he could hear someone tossing and turning, muttering curses under their breath. In the distance, whispers indicated that not everyone was asleep. If he had spent several hours in the space, everyone should have been asleep by now, and Fong Lin had mentioned that the lights had just gone out. This suggested that his time in the space had not been lengthy. However, given the multitude of tasks he had completed there, how could that be? This only led him to conclude that the passage of time in the space differed from that outside. Thus, he should have been able to accomplish much more there, and the crops in the space must be growing rapidly. Yet, this also posed a potential drawback. Frequent visits to the space could lead to accelerated aging due to the differing flow of time. Chaoyang ate swiftly, and when he finished, he handed the lunchbox and chopsticks back to Fong Lin, simultaneously offering him another pair of chopsticks. When I collected flour this time, I also gathered a few pairs of chopsticks and spoons. If you need them, just come find me. All right, Brother Chao. Fong Lin accepted the lunchbox. You should get some rest soon. With that, he walked away. Chaoyang stroked his chin, contemplating the situation. It seemed prudent to avoid the space until he fully understood its nature. Otherwise, spending just a few days there could lead to him emerging with gray hair and wrinkles. In a few days, I might age a whole year. It would be quite peculiar. Nevertheless, the prospect of rapid harvest was enticing, ensuring that future sustenance would no longer be a concern. With a mind swirling with various thoughts, Chaoyang finally dozed off. Years of vigilance from living in a lowly carriage had conditioned him to wake frequently. Each time he stirred, he reminded himself that he was in a hard sleeper carriage, free from disturbances and theft, and that he had the space to retreat to in case of danger. Despite this, he still awoke numerous times. In the dead of night, he sensed that the train had come to a halt, standing still in the silence. Leaning against the window, he peered through the sealed gaps. And although the outside world was cloaked in darkness, he could discern a glimmer of light in the distance. Chaoyang understood that the vehicle must be parked within the tunnel, awaiting the arrival of sunlight from outside. Under the brilliant rays of the sun, the undead were remarkably lively, a stark contrast to the depictions he had previously encountered in films and novels. Humanity had become a species that shunned sunlight, while the zombies reveled and danced in its glow. Although the undead could also move during the night, their activity seemed considerably diminished, conversely. Their ferocity under sunlight was far greater than in the darkness. Humans, on the other hand, weakened significantly in the presence of sunlight, even if they sealed themselves off. Thus, when daylight emerged, they sought refuge in shadowy corners. The zombies, not only active in the sunlight, would also venture into the dark to hunt for humans. Hiding in the tunnel was perilous. If the zombies discovered them, they would assault the tunnel. In such a case, if both ends of the tunnel were blocked by the undead, there would be no escape for the humans. However, there was little choice. The train's journey aimed to rescue those in need. Chaoyang was aware of this upon boarding. Yet he remained uncertain of the train's destination and where these individuals would be taken. Some claimed they would return to the base, but neither the conductor nor the crew offered a definitive answer. Despite his restless night, his fears did not materialize. The zombies did not converge upon the tunnel to attack. When he awakened once more, the train was already gliding along the tracks, and the lights within the carriage had illuminated, signaling the onset of night and allowing him to evade the dangers of day. The tall conductor exited the cabin, clapping his hands. Everyone awaken. In 2 hours, we will arrive at a station. At that time, we shall welcome a new group of passengers, and everyone must disembark to search for supplies. The supply list has undergone slight modifications. Please approach the doors to seek high-value resources. After delivering this announcement, he returned to the cabin. Chaoyang sat up, realizing he had not changed out of his pants from the previous night, which were now soiled, leaving stains on the sheets. He rolled up the sheets, grabbed his backpack, and descended the adjacent ladder. On the lower level, a robust young man frowned upon seeing Chaoyang. Damn, I thought it smelled awful. Are you a pig? Why didn't you clean up before getting into bed? Chaoyang shot him a cold glare. Watch your mouth. What did you just say? The young man retorted, sitting up abruptly. The bed was low, forcing him to hunch over. Chaoyang leaned forward from the ladder. I said, watch your mouth. In a flash, the young man's right hand shot toward Chaoyang's head. Damn you, little brat. Seeing the swift approach of the hand, Chaoyang chuckled, quickly dodging backward while producing a sharp knife from his left hand. It was a blade crafted from scrap metal, its handle wrapped in tattered cloth, and the edge still bore dark stains. With the speed of lightning on a rainy day, Chaoyang aimed the knife at the young man's throat. Chapter 12. The conflict in the hard sleeper compartment. The robust young man was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chaoyang's swiftness. Hastily, he retreated to evade. What was originally a triple-tiered sleeper car transformed into a quadruple one, with each level becoming increasingly cramped. The man's head struck the upper bunk with a dull thud. Chaoyang's knife glided along the man's throat. Due to his rapid movement, the blade did not sever the entire throat, yet crimson droplets trickled down the blade. They were in close proximity to the conductor's compartment, and the tall conductor emerged directly from the train's cabin. What is going on? Are you not aware that fighting is punishable? Chaoyang coldly regarded the young man, asserting, he struck first, thus I have the right to kill him. The robust young man, his gaze now tinged with fear, replied, he insulted my mother first. Chaoyang gripped the knife tightly, his body taut and coiled like a leopard, poised to pounce upon his prey. The conductor approached, stating, regardless of your reasons, brawling on the train will lead to a demotion. Chaoyang's piercing gaze remained fixed on the young man, reiterating, he struck first, I have the right to kill him. Most passengers remained still, yet a few approached from a distance. Among them was a burly man in a sleeveless shirt, his muscular arms adorned with tattoos and a bushy beard framing his face. With crossed arms, he called out, hey, Xiaohan, why are you so timid this time? In my opinion, you should confront him. We're all in the same compartment. If he insults you, don't let him off easy. Chaoyang slightly tilted his head, casting a cold glance at the burly man, who sneered. What are you looking at? Do you think you're something special? Want to take me on? Go ahead and try. I'll crush you. At that moment, a cool voice interjected, what a joke. You only bully newcomers. Do you dare to face someone formidable? The speaker was a fair-skinned young man lounging with his legs crossed on a nearby bench. The burly man turned his head. You little worm, who are you talking about? The fair-skinned young man retorted, I'll say whatever I want. What is it to you? Are you my father, asking me about everything? Just then, the tall conductor brandished a loudspeaker from his waist, placing it to his lips, and bellowed, everyone, shut up. Have you all eaten well for the past few days? If anyone utters another word, breakfast for the entire train is cancelled, and we all suffer. The burly man shot a vicious glare at Chaoyang, then at the young man with crossed legs. With a huff, he turned and stalked back to his bunk. The fair-skinned young man took a sip from a cup on the table, remaining silent thereafter. The tall conductor frowned at Chaoyang and the robust young man, declaring, you two, come with me. Chaoyang hopped down the ladder, shouldering his backpack and bedding. The robust young man, Xiaohan, muttered under his breath as he descended from the upper bunk. The conductor opened the sleeper compartment door, leading them to the area connecting with the medical car. Now, tell me, How do you intend to resolve this? With a glance at Xiao Yang, he remarked, do not keep bringing up that he struck first. Then, he turned his attention to the robust young man, Xiao Han, and added, do not claim he insulted you first either. I ask you both. How do you intend to resolve this? Xiao Yang was unfamiliar with the customs of the sleeper compartment and remained silent. The vigorous young man, Xiao Han, produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and handed it to the tall train attendant, saying, you decide how to resolve this. Xiao Yang still refrained from speaking, uncertain whether the tall attendant would side with the assertive young man. Although rules were established on the train, the apocalypse had rendered them largely irrelevant. The tall train attendant lit the cigarette with the lighter Xiao Han had ignited, stating, this is Xiao Yang, who arrived yesterday and may not be aware of our customs. While the rules dictate that the one who strikes first may be killed by the other, all individuals in this intermediate compartment are elite personnel. Therefore, irrespective of who is right or wrong, a death sentence will not be imposed here unless one of you is slain. Even if you stand in the right, you risk demotion to a lower compartment. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the tall attendant continued, your grievances can be settled below the train while scavenging for supplies, but within this compartment, I expect peace. Otherwise, you both shall be relegated to the lower compartment for survival. Xiao Yang tightened his grip on the iron dagger he had sharpened, uncertain whether the tall attendant favored the other party. He knew that killing the other would certainly not be condoned by the attendant. Noticing their silence, the tall attendant flicked his cigarette, stating, Xiao Yang is here for his first day. Let today's incident pass as if it never occurred, however. Should there be a next time, you both will be sent to the lower compartment. The young man named Han nodded in agreement, understood. The tall attendant then addressed Xiao Yang, saying, if he has insulted you, feel free to approach me for resolution. Should the offense be severe, I will ensure he is demoted to the lower compartment. Pointing at the bedsheet in Xiao Yang's hand, Han remarked, sir, it's mainly that his odor is quite overpowering. I barely slept last night, mistaking it for the stench from the restroom. The tall attendant nodded. I mentioned earlier that I was preoccupied and neglected to inform Xiao Yang. Today, do seek out a new set of clothing to change into. Upon your return, I will issue you a bathing ticket. You may wash up. This outfit, suited for outdoor endeavors, can be stored in the dining car's locker, and you may wear it again before your next outing. The compartment is sealed, and excessive odors are unpleasant for everyone. The tall attendant scrutinized Xiao Yang's tattered backpack, saying, if you lack a change of clothes, I can provide you with a set shortly. Xiao Yang shook his head. No need. The tall attendant regarded both individuals. Let us consider this matter resolved. Each of you will forfeit 10 points. If you agree, we shall conclude this incident. What do you say? Han nodded affirmatively, agreed. Xiao Yang offered a slight nod in response. Very well, prepare yourselves. We shall be disembarking shortly, the tall attendant declared before turning to return to the hard sleeper compartment. As the train attendant walked away, Han discarded his cigarette onto the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Gazing at Xiao Yang, who remained standing there, I touched my slashed throat and said, Xiao Yang, is it? Just wait. Once I disembark, I shall surely end your life. Chapter 13. Disembarking to collect supplies. Under surveillance, Xiao Yang chose to disregard the young man surnamed Han. Since he could not eliminate him, there was no need for a futile confrontation. He discreetly tucked his dagger into his bosom and observed as the Han youth retreated to the hard sleeper compartment. Casting a glance at the upper window of the train door. Outside, though reinforced with iron plates, there remained a lookout port. The darkness outside was impenetrable, and it was evident that the formidable Han and the burly man were allies. He knew that upon disembarking, they would undoubtedly pursue him. Despite his enhanced physical prowess from countless days of struggle, he harbored no illusions about his ability to triumph against two opponents. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that there were only two adversaries. Yet, he understood that confrontation was imperative today. Concerns over dirty or unpleasant attire were mere excuses. In this apocalyptic world, who had not been exposed to foul odors, if he displayed cowardice today, he would be condemned to an interminable cycle of bullying in the future. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his supplies. Although he had long abstained from smoking, today he felt an urge to indulge. A lovely nurse's head peeked out from the medical car. Strong young man, why are you fighting on your first day? Xiao Yang returned the cigarettes to his pocket and approached with a smile. It's nothing significant. As a newcomer, I naturally attract some bullying. Xiaoling, the nurse, cheerfully extended a piece of candy to Xiao Yang. Every individual here was familiar with the perilous edge of survival, while there were indeed those who preyed on newcomers. They were not in abundance. You've just come from the lower compartments, so you may not be fully aware of the dynamics here. I assumed you'd know. Your scent is rather potent. Receiving the small piece of candy, he reflected on the daily battles against the undead. How could one not carry a scent from such encounters? That's not quite right, Xiaoling replied with a bright smile. This is merely the hard sleeper compartment. If you were to ascend to the soft sleeper, the people there resemble those from before the apocalypse. They want to be as accommodating. They are far more finicky than anyone here. As she spoke, a flicker of pain crossed her gaze. At higher levels, let alone observing those in the lowest compartments, even the occupants of your sleeper compartment are regarded with disdain. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow slightly. In this apocalypse, does class still hold significance? Xiaoling suppressed a laugh. You are rather naive. In the apocalypse, class distinctions are more pronounced than in times of peace. It seems you have yet to grasp the darker facets of human nature. Casting a glance at the hard sleeper compartment, she leaned in and whispered, audible only to him, the hard sleeper is divided into several factions. The Han group comprises 4 or 5 individuals. Be cautious when you disembark. They will certainly devise a means to confront you. Their rival is a fellow named Long Ge. You could choose to remain on the train and cautiously gauge Long Ge's intentions. He commands a larger group, and if you align yourself with him, they will think twice before targeting you. Xiaoyang felt no particular affection for Xiaoling. Despite calling her sister Ling, he held a measure of disdain for her flirtatious demeanor. Yet, unexpectedly, she was the first to extend a helping hand to him after all this time, the very person he had looked down upon. Thank you, Sister Ling. Ling Jie was the recipient of Xiaoyang's heartfelt gesture as he took an unsealed pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placed it gently in her palm, assuring her, I will bring you something good when I return. Ling Jie's fingers lightly grazed his palm as she replied, I am not a little girl. I do not require any extravagant gifts. What I truly desire is to ensure your well-being. Xiaoyang chuckled softly, when the opportunity arises, I shall certainly allow you to examine me. With that, he turned and made his way towards the hard sleeper compartment. Ling Jie settled down, gazing at the pack of cigarettes resting in her hand. She glanced towards the sleeper compartment where Xiaoyang had entered, marveling at his ability to procure such expensive cigarettes. Xiaoyang took a bite of the dark bun in his hand and addressed Fong Lin, do not disembark when we stop. Fong Lin, who had just returned from fetching food, shook his head in response to the news of Xiaoyang's earlier altercation, though I may lack fighting skills. I am not one to flee in the face of danger. However, I must warn you, once we disembark, they will certainly come after me. They are not alone. And if I cannot hold my ground, I may need to escape. Fong Lin ladled some vegetable soup. Brother Chow, everyone in the carriage knows I am with you. Do you truly believe they will let me go unscathed? Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to handle the situation. Indeed, whether he was defeated or fled, Fong Lin would be targeted regardless. A smirk crossed Fong Lin's delicate face. Furthermore, I am not without my own merits. I can detect their presence from afar. We can evade them, and if evasion fails, I am quite swift. To be frank, I was a student at the provincial sports school before the apocalypse. Xiaoyang regarded Fong Lin in silence, who, with a grin, boasted, I truly am quick on my feet. You might not be able to keep up with me. One day, you should test that for yourself. Not only do I run fast, but my reflexes are incredibly sharp. I am quick in all my endeavors. Xiaoyang took another bite of his bun. Are you quick in everything you do? His gaze drifted towards Fong Lin's lower body. At that moment, Fong Lin caught the direction of Xiaoyang's gaze and felt his fair cheeks flush. Brother Chow, are you out of your mind? I am a man. You cannot tease me like that. Xiaoyang paused, realizing that such banter typically occurred between men, yet Fong Lin's tone and bashful demeanor struck him as feminine. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Fong Lin's classically beautiful features, yet the presence of an Adam's apple confirmed his gender. You are not cross-dressing, are you? Of course not. I just happen to be a bit fair-skinned. Fong Lin retorted. Xiaoyang touched his own arm. Then please refrain from these effeminate antics. I have no interest in the same sex. If you were a woman, that would be a different matter. Suddenly, the tall train attendant swung open the door, announcing, there is only 1 hour. Everyone, please disembark quickly. Like a flurry of dumplings, the passengers leaped from the train. Xiaoyang and Fong Lin, positioned near the door, followed closely after the young man surnamed Han. This time, Xiaoyang armed himself with an iron rod, while Fong Lin wielded a spade. The two individuals leapt from the carriage and swiftly turned to dash towards the station's exit. The young man bearing the surname Han did not follow. Instead, he coldly observed the direction in which Xiaoyang was running. A diminutive and slender youth sprang down from the train, and the Han youth gestured towards Xiaoyang's path, urging, do not lose sight of him. The small youth nodded in affirmation, rest assured, and promptly raced towards Xiaoyang. Meanwhile, a previously nonchalant young man with fair skin descended from the train, cast a glance at the Han youth, snorted disdainfully, and, accompanied by several others, made his way towards the distant station exit. Xiaoyang ran swiftly and soon realized that Fong Lin's pace was indeed commendable, exhibiting a harmonious rhythm. As Fong Lin effortlessly kept pace beside Xiaoyang, he remarked, upon our return, I shall impart to you some long-distance running techniques. Your current style is quite taxing on your stamina. Xiaoyang nodded while scanning his surroundings, aware that nothing of worth lay near the station. They needed to venture further afield. The duo exited the station and sprinted towards a supermarket not far away. Fong Lin, now trailing behind Xiaoyang, spoke up. There is someone following us. He appears not to be searching for supplies, but has been tailing us closely, moving at a speed that matches ours. I sense that if he accelerates slightly, he may even surpass you. Is there only one? Xiaoyang inquired. Indeed, Fong Lin replied. Then let us first engage him and sever an arm. Chapter 14. The Revenge of the Young Man with the Han surname. The two hurried into the supermarket, which appeared to be noticeably depleted of stock, though some remnants remained. The most conspicuous absence was food and water. Xiaoyang tossed his backpack to Fong Lin, instructing. Fill them up, but only with lighter items. Fong Lin nodded in understanding and began to gather supplies, while Xiaoyang took position by the entrance, observing the outside. The individual who had followed them was quite astute, merely watching from a distance without approaching. Noticing the man's hesitance to enter, Xiaoyang turned to Fong Lin, who was busy packing, and said, Hand me both bags. You keep an eye on that person. He then took the 2 bags and dashed deeper into the supermarket, his hands sweeping across the shelves as he began to collect a considerable amount of goods, mindful not to attract Fong Lin's attention by taking too much. After acquiring a selection of items, he discovered that the back door of the supermarket was locked. He then called out to Fong Lin. I'll break open the back door. Keep an eye on that man. With that, he swung a metal rod at the lock, which yielded with a mournful creak as the latch shattered. Kicking the door open, he beckoned Fong Lin, who rushed over, exclaiming, He is coming. Xiaoyang swiftly exited through the back door, while the cautious man approached the entrance, peering inside the supermarket. Hiding in the shadows, Xiaoyang and Fong Lin observed as the man hesitated to enter. Leaning closer to Fong Lin, Xiaoyang whispered, You should run out the back door. Return in 5 minutes to see if he goes inside. If he intends to pursue you, he will have to come through the supermarket, as it is the most direct route. Otherwise, he would take a long detour and lose you. Fong Lin nodded, moving toward the back door and intentionally creating a loud commotion before dashing outside. In his haste, he even bumped into the checkout counter, producing a clattering noise. The man, alerted by the sound from the back door, confirmed that Xiaoyang and Fong Lin had exited and hurriedly rushed inside, making his way toward the back. As he passed by the shelves where Xiaoyang was concealed, Xiaoyang sprang into action, striking the man's head from behind with the metal rod. Taken by surprise, the man could only bend forward in a futile attempt to evade the blow. The rod struck his left shoulder with a resounding thud, eliciting a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground. Without allowing the man a moment to scream again, Xiaoyang swung the rod in a wide arc toward the man's head. In a desperate attempt to avoid the blow, the man inadvertently crushed something in his hand, which emitted a shrill alarm. It seemed to be a type of alert device. Xiaoyang, unwilling to wait for the alarm to sound continuously, rushed forward, stepping on the man's wrist while delivering a direct blow to his face with the rod. The man, now with no avenue for escape, felt the rod penetrate through his open mouth, emerging from the back of his head. With a forceful stomp, the alarm fell silent. Xiaoyang withdrew the rod from the man's mouth and glanced outside. In the distance, he could see 4 or 5 individuals rapidly approaching. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, realizing that he could easily escape, yet this group would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the lifeless body on the ground, along with the alarm, and stored them in his dimensional space. He then swiftly ascended the nearby staircase, heading towards the 2nd floor, which housed various electronic products and apparel. Xiaoyang extracted the corpse from his space and cast it into the electronics section, while he concealed himself amidst a pile of clothing not far from the staircase. Through the gap in the staircase, he observed the number of his pursuers, 5 in total, 3 men and 2 women, including the young man with the surname Han and the burly, mustachioed figure from the vehicle. The group rushed into the room, glancing around. A woman clad in leather, with short hair, pointed at the ground and exclaimed, Blood. The others followed her gaze to the crimson droplets, which led them up the staircase to the 2nd floor. The young man Han waved his hand, instructing Xiaoqi, Stay behind. We will proceed. The 4 individuals swiftly climbed the stairs, following the trail of blood towards the electronics area, while the short-haired woman, Xiaoqi, remained on the ground floor. Xiaoqi, with her smoky-eye makeup, gazed up the staircase, waiting for a moment. Once she saw the 4 had ascended, she glanced around, assessing her surroundings, and then retrieved her bag to begin collecting items from the supermarket. Observing that the 4 had charged into the electronics section, she focused on her task of gathering supplies. Xiaoyang stealthily emerged from his hiding place among the garments, resting his hand on the staircase railing before leaping downwards. As he neared the ground, he instantly entered his space and then re-emerged, landing gracefully less than a meter from the floor. He quickly concealed himself behind a supermarket shelf, while the cacophony outside muffled the sound of his landing. Xiaoqi continued to fill her bag with items when suddenly, an instinctive alertness, sharpened by the apocalyptic circumstances, alerted her to a sense of danger. She hastily grasped a nearby machete and spun around, only to find no one behind her. Momentarily stunned, she scanned her surroundings. Realizing she had overreacted, turning back, she set the blade at her feet and reached for a bottle of soy sauce from the shelf. At that moment, caught in the faint reflection of the soy sauce, she glimpsed a face adorned with a short beard, somewhat handsome. As the iron rod in the intruder's hand swung menacingly towards the back of her head. Chapter 15. The hunt in the supermarket. Xiao Yang swiftly stowed Xiaoqi's backpack and knife, along with Xiaoqi's lifeless body, into his spatial storage before hastily departing from the supermarket. He was aware that he could continue to ambush the enemy, but with 5 minutes having elapsed, he feared that Fong Lin might return at any moment. Upon exiting the supermarket, he spotted a parked truck nearby and heaved the 2 bodies onto it. Almost immediately, he noticed Fong Lin waving at him from a distance. Indeed, Fong Lin was astute. He had not entered the supermarket but was instead prowling around the vicinity. Xiao Yang exhaled in relief and jogged over to pat Fong Lin on the head, remarking, "Well done, you had the sense not to enter the supermarket." Fong Lin grinned, replying, "Did I not tell you? My sense of smell is quite acute. I detected that there were not just one but multiple individuals inside, along with the scent of women's cosmetics. Your scent, however, was quite pronounced, suggesting that you had not encountered any major trouble." Frowning slightly, he added, "But I did catch a whiff of blood. Have you taken a life?" Xiao Yang regarded Fong Lin with curiosity. "Do you possess the nose of a dog? How can you discern so much?" Fong Lin nodded earnestly. "My olfactory sense rivals that of a hunting dog." The 2 of them swiftly made their way towards another supermarket in the distance. Xiao Yang instructed Fong Lin, "You stay here as a lookout. If you see them approaching, shout a warning and then find a place to hide." Fong Lin nodded, fully aware of his own capabilities, although he was fast and had a keen sense of smell. He lacked proficiency in combat. In contrast, Xiao Yang was strong enough to engage in a fight. Xiao Yang dashed inside, while Fong Lin called out from behind, "Don't forget to grab plenty of salt. Our primary objective this time is salt." "Understood," Xiao Yang replied as he entered the supermarket, which was devoid of customers due to his rapid movements. It was possible that the team led by someone surnamed Han had cleared the area to deal with Xiao Yang, driving away others in the vicinity. Xiao Yang's fingers brushed over the shelves, making items vanish one by one. He was selective in his collection, mindful of the limitations of his spatial storage. Over-collecting could lead to it becoming full. Remembering the clothing on his body, Xiao Yang quickly ascended to the 2nd floor, where he indeed found an array of garments. Since the onset of the apocalypse, food had been paramount, and few had come to gather clothing. His fingers glided over numerous articles, with an abundance of garments and accessories being absorbed into his storage. Just as he believed that he and Fong Lin would have enough clothing for a year, he was suddenly drawn to a nearby section selling miscellaneous goods, particularly a display of faux antiques. What caught his eye was a prominently placed slingshot. With such a broad leather strap, it could not merely be a toy. And even if intended as such for adults, it posed a considerable risk. Xiao Yang replicated his earlier actions, leaping down from the upper floor and heading straight for the seasoning aisle. The supply of salt was scant, but he knew that a large supermarket would undoubtedly have a warehouse. However, he lacked the time to search for it. He collected all the salt available, and upon inspecting his spatial storage, he found it brimming to capacity. Strangely, despite being full, he was still able to store more without any overflow. Let it be, he thought. As long as there were no warnings, he would continue to gather. As Xiao Yang was hastily clearing the shelves, he heard Fong Lin calling from inside. "Brother Xiao, they are coming." Xiao Yang swiftly made his way to the entrance of the supermarket, where he spotted Fong Lin hiding behind a bloodied bus not far from the entrance. Fong Lin gestured and whispered, "Hide, I will ambush them here." It seemed Fong Lin understood, giving a thumbs up before darting towards the cluster of overturned vehicles, vanishing from sight in a matter of moments. Xiao Yang took refuge beside the supermarket door, peering through the glass to see 4 individuals approaching rapidly. He retrieved his slingshot and an iron pellet. Ever since they entered the train compartment, the firearms from the station's police offices had been confiscated by earlier scavengers, a precaution against potential robberies or dangers posed to the train. Having a firearm would certainly have simplified matters. However, he had heard that the first-class compartments were equipped with crossbows. Acquiring one of those would be quite advantageous. There were no crossbows sold in the city's supermarkets, and he pondered making a couple for himself when time permitted. As he contemplated this, he pulled back the slingshot with determination. Surprisingly, this simple toy had proven to be quite lethal. At close range, it could indeed be deadly. They were getting closer, inching nearer. When he could finally discern their facial expressions, Xiao Yang released the slingshot. The iron pellet whizzed through the air, aimed directly at the burly man with the bushy beard. The four unprepared individuals had never anticipated that Xiao Yang would be the one to ambush them. Unfortunately, lacking training, Xiao Yang missed his target, hitting instead a young man beside the bearded brute. The youth let out a howl, clutching his face as the iron pellet grazed him, leaving a bloody gash. The injured young man, upon spotting Xiao Yang, shouted, "He is over here, don't let him escape." The four of them, including the wounded, yelled as they charged into the supermarket toward Xiao Yang's location. Upon entering, they saw him climbing to the second floor. Consequently, they all rushed up the stairs in pursuit. Once upstairs, however, they found no trace of Xiao Yang. The injured youth waved his hand, instructing, "Everyone, do not split up. Pair up and search." He and a young woman wearing a baseball cap headed left, while the burly man led the injured youth to the right. They had barely walked a short distance when suddenly, the youth beside the burly man collapsed, having been struck by an iron pellet that lodged deeply into the back of his head. The burly man spun around, only to see Xiao Yang not far off. Slingshot in hand, cursing, "Damn it, I missed again." Chapter 16. Who is the hunter? The burly man with a fierce beard bellowed, "Here," as he brandished his fire axe and charged toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang swiftly turned and fled, while the young man with the surname Han, upon hearing the call, responded and hurriedly led the woman in this direction. As they rounded a mannequin stand, the burly man realized Xiao Yang had vanished again. Just as he stood in bewilderment, he sensed movement behind him. Whirling around, he was met with Xiao Yang's iron rod descending upon him. In a flurry, the burly man raised his fire axe to parry the blow, resulting in a thunderous clash as their weapons collided, sending forth a shower of sparks. The second floor was shrouded in darkness, obscured by an external billboard, with only the pale moonlight seeping through the dilapidated windows, rendering the sparks all the more blinding. Xiao Yang felt a tingling numbness in his hands. The burly man indeed possessed considerable strength. Though he had launched a surprise attack, the man had reacted swiftly and still wielded such power. There was no time to ponder further. Xiao Yang turned and sprinted away. He knew he could not match the brute's might in a direct confrontation. The burly man also felt a numbing sensation in his palms. This young man was certainly skilled, though he remained oblivious to the true extent of his own lethal capabilities. Watching Xiao Yang dart away with remarkable agility, he thought, "This slippery fellow is impossible to catch. There's no cover ahead. This time, I shall see where you flee." The burly man bounded forward a couple of steps before suddenly hurling his fire axe at Xiao Yang. With strength as his primary asset, the axe was his weapon of choice. Few would think to toss their weapon during a fight. Many were unprepared for the burly man's unexpected tactic of a thrown axe. This maneuver had helped him eliminate numerous adversaries. With a powerful run-up, the axe sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at Xiao Yang. It spun ominously, emitting a chilling wail, as if the grim reaper had descended, wielding a scythe to harvest the lives of the world. Suddenly, the confident burly man found himself frozen in place. Xiao Yang had inexplicably vanished before his eyes. The axe sailed through the air where Xiao Yang had stood, crashing into the distant stair railing with a resounding clang. The young man with the surname Han and the woman, hearing the sound of the falling axe, raced towards its landing spot. In an instant, Xiao Yang reappeared in the burly man's stunned gaze, turning to charge back, his iron rod poised to strike. The burly man, regaining his senses, quickly dodged to the side. Xiao Yang, relentless, swung his club in a sweeping motion. Knowing he could neither evade nor escape, the burly man crouched down and lunged toward Xiao Yang. The length of the club made it difficult for Xiao Yang to retract it after the swing. The burly man lunged into Xiao Yang's embrace, brandishing a gleaming dagger, and thrust it toward Xiao Yang's throat. Xiao Yang leaned back, reaching for the burly man's wrist. As his fingers brushed against the man's skin, he commanded, "Stop." The burly man was astonished to find Xiao Yang had vanished, and he was now in a brightly lit space, lying amidst a towering heap of assorted goods. The assortment was vast, stacked high, and beneath it, he could even glimpse the roof of a wooden cabin. In a moment of intense anticipation, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself back in his previous position. The burly man, lacking the experience of Xiao Yang, fell directly to the ground, only to be greeted by a sharpened iron knife, its blade slicing effortlessly through the flesh of his throat, severing his windpipe. Simultaneously, he caught sight of Xiao Yang's indifferent gaze. Leaning closer to the burly man's ear, Xiao Yang whispered, "Now, I shall extinguish your life." In this post-apocalyptic world, individuals are acutely aware of the fragility of life and death. The young man, surnamed Han, finally sensed something amiss. Despite the overwhelming number of his comrades, he had dismissed Xiao Yang entirely, which dulled his sensitivity to danger in this harsh reality. As one after another of his subordinates fell, it seemed as though no one was left standing. When he witnessed the axe thrown by the burly man and received no response to his frantic shouts, cold sweat began to trickle down his cheeks. The burly man would not have discarded his axe without reason. Its abandonment without striking anyone could only signify one truth. He had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Without a moment to ponder further, he seized the woman beside him and dashed toward the staircase. The sharp sound of a steel ball erupted beside him, striking the iron railing and igniting a shower of sparks. The young man surnamed Hans screamed, dragging the woman along as they tumbled down the stairs, bursting out of the shopping center and sprinting into the distance. As Chao Yang emerged from the shopping center, he was laden with 2 backpacks on his back and 2 more in his hands. Spotting Fong Lin peering out from a distance, he called out, "Hurry! The train is about to depart." Fong Lin rushed over, accepting one of the backpacks from Chao Yang and slinging it over his shoulder. The two sped towards the train. After nearly an hour of intense conflict, they approached the train station just as the whistle sounded, signaling imminent departure. While sprinting, Chao Yang shouted to Fong Lin, "Hurry! Get on the train first. Don't let them close the door." Though Fong Lin was swift, the weight of the backpack slowed him considerably. Chao Yang noticed the tall conductor stepping into the carriage, preparing to lower the boarding steps and shut the door. He couldn't help but shout, "Wait! Don't close the door just yet." The conductor halted his actions upon seeing Chao Yang and Fong Lin, urging them, "Run a few steps faster." The whistle sounded a second time, and the train began to move slowly. Fong Lin's pace faltered further. He was nearing exhaustion. Chao Yang grasped Fong Lin's backpack, exclaiming, "Get on quickly." Without arguing, Fong Lin, now unburdened, found renewed speed. He sprinted to the train's handrail, leaping up to grasp it and vaulting through the door. Chao Yang tossed his backpack inside and followed closely behind, gripping the handrail beside the train. As the train accelerated rapidly, Chao Yang felt as though half his body might be flung off. Straining his arms, he extended his left hand to grasp the other railing. The wind howled fiercely, and encumbered by the 2 backpacks, he reached out twice yet failed to grasp the rail. The increasing velocity of the wind made it nearly impossible for him to turn around. He understood that if he failed to board the train, he would be cast out by the rapidly departing vehicle. Soon, he would find himself surrounded by the relentless horde of zombies that flooded the station. Under the searing glare of the sun, was he destined to hide in this confined space for eternity? Chapter 17. Glorious Achievements. Ready for advancement. A hand reached out, firmly grasping Chao Yang's left hand and pulling him into the carriage with great strength. Chao Yang looked at the tall train attendant and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." The attendant smiled. "No need for thanks. Anyone would lend a helping hand." With that, he lowered the step and closed the door. Fong Lin lay on the ground, panting heavily. "Brother Chao, every time I'm with you, it's always such a thrill." Chao Yang pointed to the several bags on his body and laughed heartily. "Our harvest is quite commendable." Rather than competing with others, Chao Yang waited until everyone had finished their tally before retrieving the contents from his backpack. The tall train attendant examined the salt Chao Yang produced from his bag. Salt, the most valuable item this time, totaled 53 bags. The attendant gazed in astonishment at the piled salt before him. "How did you manage to carry back so much? This stuff is incredibly heavy." Chao Yang grinned, remaining silent. In the space available, not just 53 bags, but even 530 bags could easily fit. It was merely that he had not found the warehouse, or else there would be an immeasurable quantity of salt. He placed a premium cigarette beneath the service counter of the train compartment. The attendant glanced at it. "As I said, every train attendant would extend a helping hand." Chao Yang nodded. "I understand, but they haven't always been there for me, have they?" The attendant regarded Chao Yang with a meaningful look, beginning to take out each item from the bag one by one. Chao Yang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, tore open the packaging, pulled one out, and offered it to the tall attendant. The attendant accepted it, placing it between his lips and lighting it with the lighter Chao Yang provided. Chao Yang also lit one for himself, taking a deep drag and exhaling slowly. It had been a long time. He had quit smoking ages ago. Without this apocalyptic world, he probably would never pick it up again. As the attendant continued his tally, he remarked, "You should be ready for an upgrade now. I didn't expect you to reach soft sleeper class so soon." Chao Yang shook his head, glancing at the excited Fong Lin. "Let him be upgraded to hard sleeper. It wouldn't be enough for both of us to move up to soft sleeper together. It's better for my brother and me to stay together." Fong Lin tugged at Chao Yang's sleeve, shaking his head. "Chao Yang, you should go to the soft sleeper compartment. It would save you some trouble with your injuries." Chao Yang remained resolute. "As long as we're together, I'll make the call." Fong Lin fell silent, his eyes reddening as he turned to look out the window in an attempt to conceal his emotions. Finally, the tall train attendant completed the tally and placed 2 sheets of paper on the counter. "Please sign here." Chao Yang's list was noticeably shorter than Fong Lin's. Without even glancing at it, he wrote down his name. Fong Lin took the paper, staring blankly at it. The attendant noticed Fong Lin's expression. "Is there a discrepancy with my tally?" "No." Fong Lin shook his head, signing his name absent-mindedly. The attendant collected the 2 lists and addressed Chao Yang. Though you haven't qualified for the soft sleeper class, you have priority for choosing a bunk. Many have not returned, so you may select a sleeping berth. As he spoke, he reached for a piece of paper that displayed the layout of the sleeping berths. The one in the middle looks quite nice. Chao Yang shook his head and pointed at Fong Lin. No, I shall remain in my berth. Let his be a little closer to mine. The tall conductor did not press the matter. Very well, since Xiaolan is not returning this time, let Fong Chang occupy the berth beneath you. Excellent. Fong Lin's eyes, slightly reddened, sparkled with a peculiar light. That's wonderful, Brother Chow. From now on, I can sleep beneath you. The tall conductor produced 2 bath tickets. You two should take a shower and wash away the grime. This time it's on me. By the way, I noticed you brought back a few pieces of clothing. You should also change into something clean. Chaoyang nodded. And the tall conductor handed the bath tickets to the two. The showers are in the dining car. If you'd like to save a bit, you can wash together and save a ticket. Chaoyang grinned. Thank you. I'll see if Dr. Shou can take a look at my injury. I'm uncertain if the wound from my strenuous activity has reopened. The tall conductor nodded. Go ahead and check. If you need a note from here, I will provide one for you. It seems that whether in the apocalypse or before it, one cannot escape the nuances of human relationships. Chaoyang and Fong Lin made their way to the dining car, naturally passing by the medical car. Xiaoling was leaning in her seat, eyes closed. Perhaps due to a poor night's sleep, her complexion slightly sallow. The sound of Chaoyang opening the door prompted her to open her eyes, and upon seeing Chaoyang and the somewhat distracted Fong Lin approach, she smiled. Welcome back, our brave warriors. Chaoyang returned her smile. We've survived another day. Observing the medical car, silhouettes moved behind the curtains of several treatment rooms. It appeared there were numerous injuries. Leaning closer to Xiaoling's ear, he whispered, I'm heading to take a shower. I'll bring you something nice afterward. He smiled and, with Fong Lin, walked towards the front of the train. While the nurse conducted, Xiaoling couldn't help but bite her lip. Are you trying to seduce me? The dining car was sparsely populated, with a plump conductor in uniform dozing in a chair. Upon seeing Chaoyang enter, he remained silent. Chaoyang handed over a bath ticket. We need to take a shower. The plump conductor accepted the ticket, glanced at Fong Lin, who was lingering by the door. 1 ticket for 2. 5 minutes might not suffice. Without revealing his intentions, Chaoyang discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into the conductor's pocket. Yes, we'll wash together. Could you grant us an extra minute or two? The conductor, observing the cigarettes being tucked into his pocket, subtly adjusted them. Do you require a towel and soap? No need. We have our own. Then off you go. The shower room is the one next to the restroom, and I'll prepare some hot water for you. Chaoyang retrieved a towel and soap from his backpack, moved beside Fong Lin at the door, and guided him to the entrance next to the restroom. An inconspicuous sign affixed to the door read shower room. Chaoyang opened the door. Inside was quite cramped, making it somewhat challenging for 2 people to turn around while bathing. However, in this apocalyptic world, bathing has long become a luxury. Can we still afford to be particular about such matters? Come on, step inside. Enveloped in joy, Fong Lin, upon seeing Chaoyang enter, could not help but widen his eyes. Don't we have 2 tickets? Why must we bathe together? Chaoyang turned back. We can save that ticket for our next bath. Fong Lin shook his head vigorously. No, I wish to bathe alone. I'm not accustomed to bathing with others. Chaoyang looked at Fong Lin with curiosity. Even in this end of days, why cling to such trivialities? Fong Lin's face flushed slightly as he shook his head fervently. This space is too cramped. How can 2 people bathe together? Moreover, I simply cannot get used to bathing with others. I must bathe alone. Chaoyang gazed at Fong Lin's delicate skin and graceful features, wondering if he had misjudged him. Yet, that pronounced Adam's apple. Suddenly, Chaoyang reached out, swift as lightning, aiming for the space between Fong Lin's legs. Chapter 18. The struggles of women in a post-apocalyptic world. Chaoyang's hand halted between Fong Lin's legs, causing her face to flush crimson as she grasped his hand, attempting to withdraw it from her midst. I did not intend to conceal this from you, she stammered. Chaoyang frowned. There are many women in this carriage, and there is also a ladies' compartment with equal treatment as the men. I understand your disguise as a man while you were a refugee. However, now that we have settled into this sleeper car, why continue to hide? Fong Lin glanced at the train attendant, who had already diverted his gaze, and whispered, Can we talk about this later? I beg you. After a moment's contemplation, Chaoyang retrieved another towel from his pocket and handed it to Fong Lin. I will wash first. You can do so afterward. Once Chaoyang had bathed and shaved, he emerged to find Fong Lin waiting outside. He was taken aback to see her clad only in her undergarments as she rummaged through her new backpack for her outer clothes. As he donned his trousers, he queried, What are you staring at? Do you not recognize me? Fong Lin's face deepened in hue. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. I have always been a striking figure, charming and debonair, though you simply failed to notice. he retorted, a playful smirk on his lips. Blushing, Fong Lin clutched her garments and declared, I am going to wash now. With that, she hurried into the bathroom. Dressed, Chao Yang approached the portly train attendant, producing a cigarette and offering it to him. May I store these 3 bags here? The attendant scrutinized the bags. Typically, one may only store 1 bag. But yours are small enough. I shall make an exception. He then affixed a tag to each bag, inscribing Chao Yang's name. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this was the first time Chao Yang felt a refreshing sense of cleanliness. After exchanging light banter with the attendant, he learned that the dining car seldom received patrons. Meals for those in the higher-class compartments were delivered directly, while few ventured to dine in the hard sleeper section, as food required points for payment. No one would forego free meals to indulge in expensive orders here. Thus, this area served both as a bathing facility and a storage space. With points accumulating at a rate of 1 per day, Chao Yang realized that he had amassed a considerable amount, a mere drizzle in the grand scheme of things. Finally, Fong Lin emerged from the washroom. Unlike Chao Yang, who had donned only undergarments, she had dressed fully inside. The attendant, unable to contain himself, leered as she stepped out. Didn't he expect my brother to have such tastes? Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of the attendant's words. What could he do? He preferred this sort of company. The women outside were far too chaotic and unkempt. The portly attendant nodded in agreement. You're right. In this damned apocalypse, even if women wish to preserve their meager chastity, they find no means to do so. Expressing his gratitude to the attendant, Chao Yang led Fong Lin back, closing the dining car door. Instead of entering the medical room, he leaned against the connecting doors. Recognizing that Chao Yang had halted, Fong Lin understood it was time for her to speak up. With her head bowed, her freshly washed fair skin bore a slight blush. I assure you, I did not intend to conceal anything from you. My family has perished, and my brother and I are twins. During our escape, he was bitten by a zombie, and I possess his identification card, while my own has regrettably been lost. Not having an ID poses significant challenges, which compelled me to assume my brother's name. Chao Yang inhaled deeply from his cigarette, maintaining a stoic expression as he listened in silence. The smoke that escaped his nostrils rendered his face a mere silhouette within the shadows. I soon realized that surviving in this apocalyptic world is particularly arduous for women, often requiring reliance on men. Consequently, I have not altered my approach. Fong Lin lifted her gaze to meet Chao Yang's. I do not distrust you. Yet I am acutely aware that should you discover my gender, you would surely disdain me. Despite my efforts to avoid being a hindrance, there will inevitably come a day when you will abandon me. Moreover, Chao Yang chuckled softly and shook his head. We have only known each other for 2 days. You have acted wisely, and I harbor no grievances towards you. Fong Lin stared at Chao Yang in astonishment. Are you not angry? Chao Yang smiled and shook his head. What is there to be angry about? If I were in your position, I would act similarly. The apocalypse is unkind to women. It is all too easy for them to become mere playthings for men in privileged positions. It is better for you to present as a man. However, Chao Yang patted Fong Lin on the shoulder. You must adjust your appearance. It is too feminine. Previously, my face was covered in mud. Yet the train attendant insisted I wash it off. Chao Yang stroked his chin. Is there a method to render your face less feminine? I can disguise myself, but I lack the necessary tools and materials. What do you require? Please inform me next time, and we shall seek it together. Fong Lin gazed at Chao Yang with gratitude, nodding vigorously. Chao Yang reached out and pinched the area of her throat where her Adam's apple would be. How did you manage this? This is a false Adam's apple my mother crafted for me during our flight, made of silicone. Quite convincing, is it not? Fong Lin tilted her neck back, allowing Chao Yang to observe the faint line at her jawline. I usually keep my head lowered, and my hair is not short, merely unkempt, allowing it to partially obscure my features. If you were to create a false mask, would silicone be essential? Indeed, it requires heating, molds, and numerous procedures. However, if you wish to appear less vibrant, that is feasible too, provided you maintain daily cleansing. For instance, using ginger daily could yield a yellowish hue. Yet, given the duration of this apocalypse, where might one find ginger? Chao Yang paused, suddenly recalling that during his foraging in the market, he had collected sprouted scallions, ginger, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. At the time, his intention was merely to plant the sprouted potatoes and sweet potatoes in his storage. But it seems he inadvertently acquired some sprouted ginger as well. I shall give it a try. Fong Lin, who had been apprehensive about Chao Yang's lack of anger towards her, now felt a surge of excitement. I hardly know how to express my gratitude, Brother Chao. Chao Yang regarded her with a knowing smile. I am now privy to your secret. Exercise caution, for I am a wolf in disguise. Fong Lin curled his lips in disbelief. I am not convinced. Although I may not be exceptionally intelligent, I can still discern between good and evil individuals. And how do you do that? Do you sniff them out? What nonsense. How could one possibly detect a person's character through scent? Xiao Yang tossed his cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it. By the way, when did your sense of smell become so acute? Fong Lin slightly raised his head. Reminiscing, it seems that during the first month of the apocalypse, I discovered my sense of smell had sharpened remarkably, and it has continued to become more refined. I haven't told anyone except for my family, and, of course, you. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, this matter should remain confidential. Fong Lin, in high spirits, grasped Xiao Yang's hand and inquired, by the way, what were you discussing with the conductor earlier? I noticed you both pointing in my direction. Were you talking about me? Xiao Yang chuckled. We were discussing how you are my esteemed rabbit lord. Chapter 19. I thought you were different. Fong Lin blushed as she playfully tapped Xiao Yang on the shoulder. Xiao Yang grasped Fong Lin's hand and said, Fong Lin, you ought to overcome this habit of blushing. Be mindful of your gestures as well. Try to avoid overly feminine movements. Fong Lin replied softly, actually. My name is Fong Lin, with the character Lin representing a forest beside the character Wang. Fong Lin is just a temporary name I adopted. Otherwise, it sounds too delicate. And anyone would know it at first glance. Xiao Yang opened the door connecting to the infirmary and turned back to say, we are partners who have faced life and death together. Do not develop feelings for me. It could lead to heartache. You understand, in this apocalypse, love is a luxury we cannot afford. Fong Lin nodded. Rest assured, you are like a big brother to me. The two of them returned to the medical compartment and approached the service desk of the attendant. Xiao Yang waved at Fong Lin. You head back first. I need to check on the injury on my waist. Fong Lin obediently nodded. All right. She pushed the door open and walked towards the hard sleeper compartment. While Xiaoling gazed at Xiao Yang with admiration, I never expected you to be so handsome. Xiao Yang smiled as he unzipped his backpack, which was far from the filthy old one he used to have. It was a new backpack he had acquired from a mall. He pulled out a bundle of stockings and handed them to Xiaoling. I noticed your stockings were worn out, so I collected some during my last outing. Xiaoling gasped as she took the stockings. These are from Balenciaga. They are quite expensive. Xiao Yang replied, that was before the apocalypse. Now, you are the only one who appreciates them. Xiaoling quickly tucked the stockings under the counter. Do you know what these stockings are for? What are they for? Xiao Yang feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. Xiaoling leaned closer to his ear and whispered, come by tonight, and I'll tell you what they're for. I'll keep them for you to tear apart. The prolonged abstinence made Xiao Yang's heart race at her words. I think I should first check on my waist. The attendant insisted, go on, go on. As Xiao Yang straightened up, Xiaoling suddenly grabbed his shirt and leaned closer to whisper, let us not use your waist injury as an excuse. You can remain still. Xiao Yang chuckled. Remaining still is not my style. He reached out to pry her fingers from his shirt. Xiaoling glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then, to his surprise, she leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. So strong and handsome, I can hardly resist. Xiao Yang sighed, gently freeing her fingers. Perhaps you should let me see the doctor first. With that, he picked up his backpack and headed towards the third infirmary. As he parted the half-drawn curtain, he saw Dr. Zhou with her large eyes and long eyebrows. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, she looked both astonished and thrilled as she set her book aside. You're back. I didn't expect you to shave. You look quite dashing. Xiao Yang smiled as he stepped into the room. Everyone says I am charming. Doctor. Zhou's large eyes narrowed once more. Are you certain it's charm and grace, not just a cold with a runny nose? Xiao Yang chuckled. Aren't doctors supposed to be serious? You can joke too? What nonsense. Are doctors not human? As Dr. Zhou spoke, she retrieved a tray and placed it beside the bed, addressing Xiao Yang, who was seated. Come, first take off your clothes. Xiao Yang unzipped his new windbreaker and lifted the undershirt underneath. Doctor. Zhou paused as she examined the wound. Have you bathed? How could you be so careless? You've soaked the bandage, which could easily lead to infection. You're not a child. Surely you understand this. Xiao Yang glanced down at the wound at his waist. It's fine. I'm tough. This isn't about being tough. You must trust in science. As she spoke, Dr. Zhou carefully removed the bandage from the wound. Am I not here to see you? I'm no deity. If it gets infected, you'll be the one to suffer. While speaking, Dr. Zhou took antiseptic and began to clean the wound. Xiao Yang noticed Dr. Zhou's head lowered, a strand of her hair playfully falling forward, brushing against her delicate forehead as her body swayed slightly. The same intriguing fragrance he had encountered before wafted into Xiao Yang's nostrils once more. This scent was so unique that he was certain he had never encountered it in any previous life. Inhaling the aroma emanating from Dr. Zhou, the ember ignited by the train attendant Xiaoling intensified within him. Hearing Xiao Yang's increasingly labored breaths, Dr. Zhou raised her head in curiosity. Why is your face so flushed? Have you a fever? No. Xiao Yang looked at Dr. Zhou. Why do you smell so good? Dr. Zhou paused, her previously squinted eyes widening, as she discarded the used cotton swab into a nearby trash bin. She said nothing but took a fresh bandage to place over the wound, securing it with adhesive tape. Chaoyang, unable to contain himself, spoke up. Dr. Zhou, may I see what you look like? We've known each other for so long, yet I still don't know your appearance. Suddenly, Dr. Zhou stood upright, frowning at Chaoyang. I thought you were different, but you're just like the others, merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Now please leave. Chaoyang stared at Dr. Zhou. Dumbfounded, I didn't say anything. I merely wished to see your face. If something were to happen, I should be able to recognize you. Dr. Zhou remained silent. Placing her items down, leave. Chaoyang rose, perplexed by Dr. Zhou's odd demeanor. He retrieved a set of undergarments from his backpack and placed them on the bed. I don't know what you've been through, or perhaps you're truly a fairy. Consider this either as a consultation fee or a gift from a friend. I'm leaving now. Chaoyang had no confidence in deciphering a woman's thoughts. He had merely been stirred by Xiaoling's teasing. Moreover, it had been quite a while since he had indulged in meat. Although she harbored a fondness for Dr. Zhou, having never even glimpsed his visage, how could she possibly experience a love that was deeply etched in her heart? As she gazed intently at Chaoyang as he departed, the fluttering half-draped white curtain swayed gently. Dr. Zhou slowly seated himself upon the stool, confronting the small mirror before him, and gradually removed his mask. What a countenance it was! Exquisite and resplendent, resembling that of a celestial being. Yet, this stunningly beautiful face bore two cruel scars etched across his cheeks. It was as if the most delicate porcelain in the world had been mercilessly shattered. Chapter 20. The eerie mission upon returning to the hard sleeper compartment. Chaoyang distinctly sensed a notable shift in the gazes directed towards him. The eyes now held elements of trepidation and evasion, evidently a consequence of the downfall of the Han clan, which had instilled a certain wariness among the passengers. No one approached him for conversation, nor did anyone dare to provoke him further. The sleeping quarters were rather cramped, leaving most of the passengers seated below when not resting, due to the limited side seating. Some individuals opted to sit on the lower bunk, despite the occasional bump of their heads against the middle bunk. After all, the lower berth was the most spacious option available. The adjacent seat was already occupied, and the sallow-faced man on the lower bunk had somehow returned alive from outside, lying there and coughing intermittently, as if afflicted with tuberculosis. With no available space below, Chaoyang ascended the ladder to the upper bunk, where Fong Lin, now presumably referred to as Fong Ling, had taken residence in his lower bunk. She no longer needed to perform menial tasks, as a robust young man had been dispatched to the lower cabin to tend to the cleanliness of the compartment. Just as Chaoyang settled down, Fong Ling peered up from below. Brother Chao, how is your wound faring according to the doctor? It's nothing serious. Just a bit of water from my shower earlier, he replied. Fong Ling sighed. All our medicine has been surrendered. We only have some anti-inflammatory pills left. You should take some now. Chaoyang turned his attention inward to his spatial dimension. Indeed, he possessed a plethora of medications, but which ones were anti-inflammatory? The space had become inundated with supplies, and with so many people outside, he found himself unable to access it, rendering him incapable of searching through the items. Fong Ling shifted in her lower bunk, in that inferior compartment. We couldn't even move to sit comfortably. Now that I'm lying down, I still feel rather uneasy. Chaoyang remained silent, instead retrieving some medicine from his spatial storage, placing it in the small wooden cabin, with the accumulated items scattered in the courtyard. He cautiously directed his gaze into the wooden cabin. Indeed, aside from the items he had stacked within, nothing from the courtyard had entered. However, being outside his space, he found it impossible to rummage through the medicine boxes. Perhaps he could take a look at them. This one, Yufan Jing, didn't he seem right? This one, Ging Yanin, didn't he seem right either? What about the small square box? Chaoyang examined each medicine, only to return them to their places. Suddenly, a head popped out from beside his bunk. What are you doing? Chaoyang held a small square box in his hand, looking at Fong Ling. I saved a bit of medicine and wanted to see if there's any anti-inflammatory medicine among it. But it's all in a foreign language, which I don't comprehend. Fong Ling snatched the box from him. Let me see. I'm quite proficient in foreign languages. After glancing at the medicine box, her face flushed crimson, and with a disdainful paw, she tossed the box back to Chaoyang. You're getting worse. With that, her head retracted back down. Chaoyang, puzzled, picked up the box. He indeed struggled with foreign languages, having never excelled in his studies. Yet, upon observing the patterns on the box, he realized that while he might not decipher foreign text, he could still interpret images. Why did the pharmacy design their packaging so meticulously? It certainly resembled something medicinal. With a slight shake, it was indeed medicine. Upon opening it and taking a glance, the design sparked my imagination, raising doubts about whether it might be of the post-coital variety. For now, I shall store it in my space. Although Fong Lin, who occupied the lower bunk, appeared somewhat bashful, she nonetheless expressed her concern. Chaoyang, please do not consume it indiscriminately. Some medicines are not meant for everyone, and that one is intended for women. Chow Yong nodded in acknowledgement, just as he was about to retrieve the new medication, when suddenly the train's loudspeaker crackled to life. Since boarding, he had not heard any announcement from the loudspeaker. It had always been the attendants shouting through their handheld megaphones. Hello, hello. The loudspeaker adjusted its volume, and silence enveloped the carriage. It seemed that not only Chow Yong but the majority of passengers had never heard this before. A robust baritone resonated through the speaker. Greetings, passengers of the Doomsday train. I am the conductor of this journey. This afternoon, we will enter an area beyond our comprehension. The resources aboard the train are no longer required, and there is no need to search below. The next task requires everyone's participation. The mission is to eradicate zombies to clear the path for the next train. Chow Yong rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard. Were they truly being instructed to exterminate zombies? Wasn't that the responsibility of the personnel dispatched from above? They were merely civilians without firearms, armed only with rudimentary melee weapons. The zombies were not the sluggish, low-attack foes depicted on television. Those below were far swifter and stronger than ordinary humans. Even someone like Chow Yong, who had trained diligently, could only contend with 1 or 2 zombies at a time. Faced with a horde, he would have no choice but to flee. However, the zombies were faster than him. Soon, the attendants would distribute devices for collecting zombie data, which would record how many zombies each person had eliminated. Naturally, each recording device would meticulously log personal information, ensuring that no one could steal another's kills. Any malicious theft would be met with severe punishment. The loudspeaker continued. Furthermore, the weapons provided will also see some upgrades. Upon the train stop, apart from the attendants, everyone must disembark to eliminate zombies, with a minimum requirement of 1 kill, all while avoiding bites or scratches. For each zombie killed, a reward of 100 points will be granted. The atmosphere in the carriage ignited with excitement, as if everyone were a barrel of ignited oil. It is worth noting that previous resource hunts, such as the highest grade salt, yielded a mere 15 points. Chow Yong, having ascended from the lower carriage, had only amassed 200 points. This meant that passengers from the lower tiers needed to slay just 2 zombies to gain access to the hard sleeper compartment, while 5 were required for the soft sleeper. This was indeed a tantalizing temptation, yet Chow Yong understood that it would not be so simple. Zombies were not easily dispatched, and without protective gear, the risk of being scratched was exceedingly high. Fong Lin clutched the nearby railing and climbed onto Chow Yang's bunk. Chow Yong, what shall we do? Chow Yong gazed at Fong Lin, clad in her pajamas, revealing her graceful form. You are a girl, climbing onto my bed to ask what we should do? I shall accept it, come what may. Whatever you wish, I am willing. Chapter 21, The Surge of Zombies Due to His High Score. Chow Yong was fortunate enough to seize a crossbow, even amidst the crowded hard sleeper carriage, which housed nearly 100 individuals yet only provided 5 crossbows. Although many glared at him with resentment, the recent incident involving the young man named Han still lingered in everyone's minds, preventing them from provoking him. A pale-skinned youth approached him, saying, Chow Yong, right? We have an expert with crossbows in our team. Shall we form a group? Chow Yong glanced at him. Despite the young man having spoken up for him last time, in this apocalypse, trust was a rare commodity, and one could not afford to let their guard down. Perhaps next time, he replied. The young man, undeterred, simply smiled and said, All right, if you ever need assistance with the crossbow, feel free to ask. Chow Yong nodded. Although he was reluctant to team up, he saw no need to respond with hostility to the young man's goodwill. In addition to the crossbow, Chow Yong acquired a formidable axe, longer than a fire axe. In dealing with zombies, it was imperative to avoid close encounters. The axe could chop and smash, proving far more practical than knives or sticks, albeit its weight posed a challenge. Chow Yong realized that wielding it for extended periods would be exhausting. Fong Lin opted for an entrenching tool, as heavy weaponry was ill-suited for her. Even if she managed to lift Chow Yang's axe, she would struggle to wield it effectively. The train began to slow, and everyone stood tensely at the door, awaiting the conductor's signal to disembark. Peering through the narrow gaps of the sealed windows, Chow Yong observed that there were no station outlines, just a few distant silhouettes of buildings, surrounded by vast expanses of land. The good news was that there seemed to be few zombies near the station. The bad news was that without the obstacles provided by the station, zombies could traverse more swiftly, leaving humanity with little refuge. After a labored halt, the conductor swiftly opened the doors, urging, Get off. Hurry. After a few individuals leaped down, Chow Yong followed, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Perhaps due to the overcast sky, the moon appeared particularly dim, and amidst this apocalypse, everyone had honed their night vision. Even with clarity, Chow Yong found it somewhat taxing. As he watched the others disperse, he turned back to wait for Fong Lin to jump down. To his astonishment, he noticed the door of the medical vehicle had also swung open, and several women, evidently medical personnel, began to leap from the vehicle. This was unexpected. These medical staff were invaluable assets, rarely participating in combat, as each one was dedicated to safeguarding others, knowing that injuries could befall anyone, necessitating their care. Why were they descending from the vehicle? Though a few male doctors were present, the majority were female medical staff, clad in protective gear reminiscent of ancient leather armor, armed primarily with lightweight weapons. Finally, Fong Lin jumped down, and Chao Yang grabbed her hand, sprinting towards the medical personnel, with Fong Lin following silently behind him. As Chao Yang gazed at the descending medical personnel, he immediately recognized the one with the large eyes. Though he remained unaware of the reasons compelling these medical staff to join the fray, he vividly recalled the moment when that large-eyed individual returned a card to him. Despite their protective gear, Chao Yang was acutely aware that these medical workers, who seldom engaged in external conflicts, would likely face annihilation should they encounter zombies. Their lack of physical strength and combat experience, even having traversed the apocalypse themselves, rendered them vulnerable. "Dr. Zhou, follow me," Chao Yang instructed the large-eyed physician, turning on his heel to lead the way. "I am saving your life in gratitude for your past care. However, should I encounter a petulant woman who questions, what gives you the right to ask me to follow you? Who are you to me? I would not waste my breath. I would leave her to her own devices. To invite her along is already a gesture of goodwill, something I would never have done before. And even I cannot fathom why I feel compelled to do so now." Dr. Zhou momentarily froze, watching as Chao Yang strode ahead, while Fong Lin kept pace closely behind him. Without uttering a word, she quickened her steps to catch up. Nearby, a small mound of earth caught Chao Yang's eye, and he sprinted towards it. Two individuals were already crouched atop it, but he paid them no mind, climbing up without hesitation. One of the crouching figures turned to glance at him, and Chao Yang recognized the pale young man from the vehicle. With a sigh, the young man remarked, "Chao Yang, I fail to comprehend why this train went through such efforts to rescue us only to lead us to our demise. What is happening?" He extended a handheld device to Chao Yang, revealing a night vision telescope. Leaning closer, Chao Yang peered through the telescope in the direction indicated by the young man, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. It appeared they were near a rural area, devoid of towering skyscrapers, yet in the distance, countless zombies roamed, numbering at least in the thousands. Lowering the telescope, Chao Yang surveyed the individuals within his compartment, even with the addition of others from different cars. Their numbers barely reached 2,000. The majority consisted of the inexperienced newcomers who, despite wielding an assortment of makeshift weapons, cowered in fear, lacking the courage to confront the undead. They likely thought they could simply retreat to the train in the end. Oblivious to the fact that the zombies would not spare them, they would probably falter in their resolve even as the zombies descended upon them. The hard sleeper carriage contained merely around 300 individuals, and Chao Yang strained his eyes toward the soft sleeper compartment, which appeared even less populated. While it seemed better equipped and potentially more capable, such advantages would amount to little against the nearly 10,000 zombies before them. "Why are there so many zombies?" The pale young man sighed. "Not only do we lack sufficient long-range weaponry, but even armed, we may not possess enough strength to thwart the onslaught of this horde." Chao Yang once again lifted his binoculars to observe the scene, noticing that the individuals disembarking from the vehicle had inadvertently stirred some commotion, which had caught the attention of the nearby zombies. Some of these creatures began to meander in this direction. To Chao Yang's astonishment, the train suddenly illuminated its headlights towards the horde of zombies. In an instant, the area was bathed in light as bright as day. The unexpected radiance provoked a frenzy among the zombies, causing them to thrash about violently. Chao Yang witnessed the mass of zombies surging towards him like a relentless tide, their roars resounding deafeningly in the air. Chapter 22. Do you not wish to see my face? Chao Yang returned the binoculars to the fair-skinned youth, resolute in his determination to fight for survival. He produced a slingshot from within his embrace and handed it to the terrified Dr. Zhou behind him. "You've played with a slingshot in your youth? Haven't you?" The steel balls are in Fong Lin's hands. Wait until they draw closer to shoot. Then, Chao Yang retrieved the crossbow at his waist and readied it. "Our range weaponry may suffice for only one round." The fair-skinned youth continued to survey the advancing horde through the binoculars. Their speed is astonishing. However, it appears they have formed a gap. The swift ones are in the front, while the slower ones lag behind. If we can eliminate those at the front quickly, we may gain a brief respite. As the zombies drew nearer, a couple of stray crossbow bolts suddenly shot forth from certain locations. Yet, the zombies remained too distant. The bolts landed awkwardly in the ground. The fair-skinned youth lowered the binoculars in frustration. These fools would do better to shoot high. Even a drop could strike one. Chao Yang, holding the crossbow steady, regarded the approaching zombies with a cold demeanor. "Stay close to me. Do not wander off. If we become separated, regroup near the train. Do not get lost." Fong Lin responded affirmatively, while Dr. Zhou hesitated before echoing her agreement. As the visages of the zombies became discernible, the fair-skinned youth suddenly commanded, "Release." At the foot of the incline, 3 or 4 crossbow bolts were released in an instant. Chaoyang pulled the trigger, feeling the recoil reverberate through his hand. The bolt he loosed found its mark, striking a zombie squarely in the eye, causing it to topple backward. "Well done with the crossbow," the fair-skinned youth exclaimed, lifting a nearby fire axe. Chaoyang discreetly wiped his brow, fully aware that his aim had been directed at the individual beside the zombie. The density of the undead made it almost inevitable to hit something with a stray shot. The 2 women behind him, whether due to insufficient strength or lack of precision, seemed to have only struck a zombie in the chest, which appeared to do little more than tickle it, failing to impede its advance. Before the crossbow was fully spent, the zombies were upon them. Chaoyang tossed aside the crossbow, allowing it to dangle from the rope at his waist, and retrieved the axe from the ground. Rising to his feet, he bellowed and swung the axe, severing the head of the oncoming zombie. A zombie lunged at him from the left, and he swung the axe in that direction, cleaving through its shoulder. Despite the upper body collapsing, the creature continued to claw its way forward, mouth agape. Fong Lin aimed her entrenching tool at a zombie's head, but lacked the strength to penetrate fully, becoming lodged halfway. The zombie, undeterred, reached out towards her with outstretched arms. Chaoyang pivoted the axe, preparing to strike the creature, only to be surprised as Dr. Zhou thrust a fork-like implement into the zombie's neck, pushing forcefully. Although he did not succeed in toppling the zombie, he effectively obstructed its advance. Chaoyang swung his axe, striking down a zombie that had climbed up using the blunt side of the blade. Simultaneously, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to the waist of another zombie, which had been pinned down by Dr. Zhou and Fong Ling, causing it to tumble off the makeshift mound and roll down the slope. A young female zombie, clad in scant attire, lunged ferociously towards Chaoyang. As he had already swung his axe, he had no choice but to bend down to evade her attack. Suddenly, a knife appeared in his left hand, resembling a military dagger, and he swiftly slashed it across the neck of the female zombie, decapitating her in an instant. Chaoyang effortlessly dispatched several more zombies, yet only he was aware of the growing heaviness in his hand as he wielded the axe. Although the act of chopping was exhilarating, the axe was proving to be exceedingly weighty, and the intense exertion was rapidly depleting his stamina. At that moment, he heard the anguished cries of humanity emanating from the lower-tier train. As anticipated, the first to succumb to despair were those in the overcrowded lower carriages. Fong Ling and Dr. Zhou were coordinating well, but were also retreating steadily atop the small mound. After felling 2 more zombies, Chaoyang began to withdraw as well. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, a chaotic mob that could not be thwarted. Their only chance of survival lay in the train's doors opening, allowing everyone to board. Chaoyang swiftly dispatched another nearby zombie and hastened towards Fong Ling and Dr. Zhou. To the train, he shouted fervently, though they wished to follow. They were ensnared by 2 relentless zombies. Chaoyang dashed forward, bringing down one of the zombies with a decisive swing of his axe, while Fong Ling turned her shovel to strike at the other zombie that Dr. Zhou was holding at bay. Once they had dealt with the zombies, they pivoted and sprinted toward the freight car. Chaoyang trailed closely behind, glancing back at the throng of zombies surging towards them. The crowd disembarking from the train was on the verge of collapse, besieged by the ravenous undead. Chaoyang realized that within a minute or 2, these people would face utter annihilation. It seemed he could only take Fong Ling and Dr. Zhou to safety in his space. Though perplexed by the train's intentions, why it had rescued them only to thrust them into such peril, Chaoyang felt an overwhelming fatigue as he reached the passenger's side. Observing the advancing zombies that were now targeting a nearby pale youth, he noticed a temporary lull in threats before him. However, the second wave of sluggish zombies was already crawling up the small hill. Chaoyang extended his hand, saying, "Take my hands. I will lead you to safety." Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Ling placed her hand in his. Dr. Zhou, her expression a mix of bitterness and hope, remarked, "Finally, we can go to a safe place, free from zombies and disasters, where we can see our loved ones." As she too placed her hand in Chaoyang's, he replied with a smile, "You are thinking too fancifully. I am not leading you to your demise." Dr. Zhou likely chuckled, her large eyes narrowing once more. "Indeed, we are not going to die. We are going to be reborn. Do you not wish to see my face? I shall show you." Chapter 23, Truly Thrilling. As the group dispatched the swift-moving zombies, the relentless horde behind them drew ever closer. Though Chaoyang and his companions had reached the doorway of the vehicle, the pursuing zombies swiftly followed, leaving no time for tender exchanges or to gaze into each other's eyes. Grasping the hands of the 2 women, Chaoyang acknowledged the imminent danger, stating, "We must observe. But that can wait. For now, I shall lead you to safety." Just as he was about to draw them into his spatial realm, a piercing sound sliced through the air from afar, soon transforming into a thunderous roar. Out of nowhere, Two aircraft soared overhead, their side-mounted cannons erupting with a cacophony of gunfire, raining bullets upon the zombies below like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the trailing zombies were reduced to mere fragments, their bodies tumbling in disarray. Following this, the sharp crack of gunfire rang out from behind the zombies, a rapid and crisp sound that echoed through the chaos. The zombies before Chaoyang fell like chaff before the scythe, collapsing one after another. Chaoyang chuckled, releasing the hands of the two women. And with a mighty swing of his axe, he severed the head of one zombie, bellowing to the ladies, "Come, let us vanquish these fiends. This is fortune to be seized. No, it is our share." Observing the befuddlement of the zombies, some began to turn and flee towards the source of the gunfire, while others were felled by bullets, still striving to crawl forward despite their grievous injuries. This was a splendid opportunity to amass wealth. Seeing everyone momentarily stunned, Chaoyang boldly advanced, each step resulting in the decapitation of another zombie. Fong Lin followed closely, her speed surpassing his, dispatching the fallen undead with even greater efficiency. Dr. Zhou paused momentarily, brandishing a fork before joining the fray. Chaoyang felt invigorated, his axe swinging with ferocious might. The two women no longer required his protection. The zombies that had turned back were already dispatched, leaving only a scant few standing. The aircraft swooped overhead once more, perhaps noting the diminished number of zombies, refraining from firing and instead soaring into the distance. The gunfire began to dwindle, but regardless of the living or the dead, Chaoyang relentlessly aimed his axe at the heads of the zombies. 80. What a thrilling experience. The green door of the vehicle swung open, and the surviving individuals began to file into the compartment. It appeared that, aside from Dr. Zhou, very few remained alive in the medical bay, only a handful scattered about. Chaoyang glanced at Dr. Zhou, grinning broadly. "Do not forget your promise to me." Dr. Zhou blinked her large eyes at him. "As long as you remain unregretful after witnessing, I am always at your service." With that, she turned and walked towards the medical compartment. Fong Lin, exhilarated, followed closely behind Chaoyang, glancing at her wrist where a device resembling a watch resided. "Why does it not display how many zombies I've dispatched?" Chaoyang chuckled and shook his head. "I am equally in the dark." The two climbed into the compartment, where the tall conductor nodded at Chaoyang without uttering a word, continuing to usher people aboard. Chaoyang stepped into the carriage. Hearing the tall conductor slam the door shut, he glanced around the compartment and noted that the number of passengers seemed to be nearly halved. As everyone boarded, the train began to move slowly. The tall conductor called out to those in the hard sleeper compartment, "Injured individuals, come forward to register now." Two people approached, and the conductor swiftly scribbled on two small pieces of paper, "Visit the infirmary for treatment, free of charge." Chaoyang looked at the conductor with curiosity. "Aren't you afraid that someone might be seriously injured?" The conductor glanced at the watch on Chaoyang's wrist. If there were any, it would set off an alarm. Chaoyang raised his wrist. It appeared to be an ordinary watch, yet it lacked hands and displayed nothing but a dark dial. The conductor clapped his hands, announcing, "If there are no injured personnel, come to me shortly and remove your watches. We need to tally the casualties." Pointing at Chaoyang, he added, "You too. Hand over your watches." Chaoyang removed his watch and handed it to the tall conductor. The conductor placed the watch on a nearby device and scanned it, exclaiming in astonishment, "You've killed so many?" Leaning in, Chaoyang saw the device display. Name, Chaoyang, ethnicity, Han. Below it was a record of his achievements, concluding with, zombies killed, 52, points earned, 5,200. Chaoyang knew all too well that he had truly killed fewer than 10. The rest were merely opportunistic finds. While others were still in shock, he had already taken 2 women to scavenge. Chaoyang smiled. "Can I share some of my points with my companions?" The tall conductor shook his head. "That won't do. This isn't like resources. I can assist you, but," pointing at the small device, "it calculates directly, and I have no control over it. However, you will definitely be able to upgrade to a higher carriage this time." Fong Lin extended her hand. "Come. Let me have yours." She removed her watch and handed it to the tall conductor, who scanned it and couldn't help but chuckle. "You needn't give him yours. Is this sufficient?" Chaoyang leaned forward to see what the device displayed. Name, Fong Chang, ethnicity, Han, age, 18. The main focus was on the number of enemies defeated, zombies killed, 57, points earned, 5,700. Chaoyang's eyes widened as he turned to Fong Lin. "You killed even more than I did?" Fong Lin blinked playfully. "I told you, I'm faster at everything. Whatever I do it quicker than you." Chapter 24. Are we friends? Chaoyang glanced at Fong Lin. "Really?" Fong Lin, observing the ambiguous glint in Chaoyang's eyes, suddenly comprehended the situation. A blush crept onto her face, and seizing the moment while others were distracted, she stealthily extended her foot and stepped forcefully on Chaoyang's. The tall attendant set down 2 watches, stating, "If all goes well, both of you will be upgraded to the higher compartment. Wait a moment while I tally the results. I will escort you there." Chaoyang nodded. "Let us take a shower first." The attendant shook his head. "It's too busy right now. We'll discuss it later." At that moment, a queue had already formed behind Chaoyang and Fong Lin, and he was aware that many others were yet to be accounted for. Walking back to their compartment, they settled into a side seat, with Fong Lin beaming with excitement. "We're about to be upgraded." Chaoyang chuckled, "Indeed. We shall enjoy finer delicacies from now on." Casting a glance towards the medical compartment, he frowned. Fong Lin noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" Chaoyang stroked his chin. "It puzzles me why the doctors are being sent out. Isn't that tantamount to sending them to their doom?" Suddenly, a hand clapped onto Chaoyang's shoulder. Although perplexed, he instinctively evaded. Looking up, he saw a fair-skinned youth with a hand suspended in midair, grinning as he nodded at Chaoyang, quite nimble. "Interested in joining us?" Though Chaoyang felt a certain camaraderie with the youth, he smiled and shook his head. "Thank you. But I'm certain we will have opportunities to collaborate in the future." The youth nodded in agreement and continued to advance in line. Chaoyang remained seated, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He turned to Fong Lin. "During this zombie hunt, everyone ended up drenched in blood. The showers will surely be inundated. Why don't you rest on the upper bunk for a while? I'll check in on the medical room." Fong Lin nodded. "Do you need me to accompany you?" "Not necessary." Chaoyang maneuvered through the crowd and pushed open the door to the sleeper compartment, entering the medical room. Inside, Xiaoling was also busy tallying, though here, the crowd was noticeably thinner. Upon hearing the door, she looked up and smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. "Congratulations." "Congratulations for what?" They exchanged knowing glances. There was no queue here, nor any medical staff present, and only a few watches lay before Xiaoling. "Thank you." Chaoyang retrieved 2 candies from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoling. "I'm heading to room 3 to check on Dr. Zhou." Xiaoling accepted the candies. "Go ahead." Chaoyang lifted the half-drawn curtain of room 3, momentarily taken aback. What did he see? He saw Dr. Zhou clad only in her undergarments, reaching for a white coat hanging on the wall, while her clothes and leather armor from the earlier zombie hunt lay in a heap on the floor. Instead of retreating, Chaoyang stepped directly inside. Dr. Zhou regarded him with a mix of embarrassment and irritation, yet she made no attempt to shoo him away. Instead, she graciously donned the white coat. Chaoyang settled onto the bed. "I did not intend to intrude. If I had exited immediately, others would have known I saw something I shouldn't have, which would be even worse." Dr. Zhou fastened the buttons of his white coat, inquiring, "Do you truly wish to see what I look like?" Chaoyang shook his head, replying, "Whether you possess the beauty of an angel or are exceedingly unappealing is of no concern to me. My desire to behold your visage is not born of mere curiosity. Rather, I wish to remember your appearance, particularly in moments of battle such as today, as I believe I can be of assistance." As he spoke, Chaoyang lowered his backpack from his shoulders, adding, "I am no saint, and I cannot aid everyone. Thus, in times of peril, I shall only assist those I know and feel a connection with." Dr. Zhou approached him, opting not to remove Chaoyang's clothing, but instead reached out to unzip his tactical jacket. Chaoyang's hand froze midair. It was the first time he had permitted someone else to open his zipper, evoking an unusual sensation within him. His body felt momentarily immobilized, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. Unfazed, Dr. Zhou proceeded to lift Chaoyang's shirt, inspecting his wound, which appeared intact and free from blood. Satisfied, he released the fabric. "Are we merely acquaintances, or do you consider us friends?" Dr. Zhou asked, retrieving a box of medication from a nearby table and pouring out a pill. "I am uncertain, which is why I inquire," he continued, grasping a cup of water and turning to offer the pill to Chaoyang. Without questioning the nature of the medication, Chaoyang opened his mouth and swallowed the pill from Dr. Zhou's hand, then accepted the water offered to him, taking a sip. "There is something I do not comprehend and wish to ask you," Chaoyang stated. "Speak." "We are merely refugees who have been rescued. I can understand the need for resource collection, but why are we being sent to combat zombies, armed only with primitive weaponry? Even if you saved us initially, it feels as though we are being dispatched to our doom. And yet, you send planes to rescue us? I find this perplexing." Dr. Zhou remained silent, taking the cup from Chaoyang and placing it on the table. Chaoyang continued, "There is another aspect I do not grasp. Even if we are to face death or engage in training, why must you doctors descend into the fray? You lack combat experience, and should you perish, who will tend to our injuries?" Once again, Dr. Zhou did not respond, prompting Chaoyang to zip up his jacket. "It seems you two are without answers," he remarked. Rising to his feet, Dr. Zhou, with his back to Chaoyang, gazed at the surgical tray before him, then slowly turned his head. "You have yet to answer my question. Do you consider us friends? Have you regarded me as a friend?" Chapter 25. The train grows more mysterious. Chaoyang furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation for a moment. Had this been before the apocalypse, I would have readily declared my willingness to be your friend. Yet now, the circumstances have shifted. Even among my companions, I cannot dare to call anyone my friend. I have no friends. Dr. Zhou sighed. Do not become entangled in such matters. Sometimes, a person's fate lies not in their own hands, but in those of others. Your struggles will merely determine how soon you meet your end. As Xiaoyang prepared to rise, he sat back down. However, I wish to understand my demise more clearly. Furthermore, I may not necessarily perish, correct? Dr. Zhou turned to face him. At times, it is far better to live in a state of delightful ignorance than to possess clarity. Indulge in your ignorance and seek joy while you can. Now, having dispatched many zombies, you should be elevated to the higher carriage. There, violence is absent, yet treachery abounds. Your demeanor may suffice below, but upon arrival, Dr. Zhou paused. Trust no one. Do not accept their favors, nor believe anything they offer or tell you. Xiaoyang gazed intently at Dr. Zhou. Can you not reveal the truth to me? Dr. Zhou shook his head. Even if I knew, I would not speak of it. Rising to his feet, Xiaoyang realized that if the other chose silence, he had no reason to linger. Nevertheless, he sensed the train was rife with intrigue and conspiracies. The room was small, and as Xiaoyang moved to exit, he had to pass by Dr. Zhou. As he did so, she suddenly gestured with her left hand. Her movements were swift, and thanks to years of combat experience, Xiaoyang's gaze was keen. He clearly saw her left hand inscribing with iodine. Toilet. Taken aback, he pondered, could the restroom hold the answers? Why did Dr. Zhou not speak directly? He quickly understood that surveillance was either visual or auditory in nature. Without halting, he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that he comprehended, Dr. Zhou picked up a pair of tweezers and gently tapped 3 times upon his head. Do not allow your mind to wander aimlessly. It hinders your wound's healing. You should rest for a full 12 hours. All right, I shall heed your advice, Dr. Zhou. Xiaoyang lifted the curtain and stepped outside. 3 taps. Those familiar with Journey to the West know that the witching hour spans 11 to 1. Thus, her instruction to rest for 12 hours implied he should return by midnight. Upon stepping outside, he once again encountered the amiable Xiaoling, who was perched behind the service desk, her cheeks aglow. Seeing Xiaoyang approach, she smiled brightly. How are you? Is your wound still troubling you? Xiaoyang returned her smile. No issues, just a bit inflamed, likely due to the vigorous activity of the past few days, perhaps some strain. That is good to hear. Given our current scarcity of medical supplies, it is a blessing that your wound is not worsening. Indeed, Xiaoyang sighed. The main issue is the lack of proper rest, while still having to exert myself. Xiaoling gazed at Xiaoyang, then gracefully lifted one leg. Do you recognize these stockings? Xiaoyang admired her long, slender leg. Indeed, even the finest stockings require a beautiful leg to complement them. Xiaoling's legs in these stockings are truly mesmerizing. With a flirtatious glance, Xiaoling teased Xiaoyang. To mesmerize the masses is unnecessary, I only need to captivate one. She leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, I'll be waiting for you tonight. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling how he ended up in this compartment. Was he merely here for a medical consultation past midnight? What was his purpose if not for that? Was it simply to visit the restroom? Noticing Xiaoyang lost in thought, Xiaoling playfully traced her finger across his face. What are you pondering? Let me assure you. If you dare to stand me up tonight, you can forget about entering this infirmary in the future. Don't think that just because you've ascended to a higher echelon, you have the right to soar above. This territory of the infirmary is under my dominion. Xiaoyang nodded. I understand. He then leaned in to whisper in Xiaoling's ear. Even if my wounds reopen tonight, I shall serve you wholeheartedly. Xiaoling laughed heartily. Now that's the spirited and strong man I adore. I've noticed you've been visiting Dr. Zhou quite often lately. Have you developed feelings for her? Xiaoyang gestured towards his waist. Don't tease me. I'm merely here for treatment. I haven't even seen her face. How could I possibly have feelings? Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. You'd better speak the truth, or you might find yourself in a dire situation without even knowing how it happened. Xiaoyang was baffled. What do you mean? Is Dr. Zhou some sort of monster? Close enough, Xiaoling smiled, casting a furtive glance at the third infirmary. A half-drawn curtain swayed gently, revealing shadows of Dr. Zhou moving behind it. Xiaoling leaned in closer to Xiaoyang, as if to kiss his earlobe, but instead whispered that Dr. Zhou is no ordinary person. She might as well be a monster, a mutated creature. Xiaoyang was increasingly perplexed. What are you saying? After the apocalypse, she is transformed into a monster. Have you ever seen the movie Alien? Or Painted Skin? Chapter 26. I thought you were unambitious. Xiaoyang closed the door to the medical room and stood at the junction of the 2 carriages, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Despite the pervasive sense of unease aboard the train, the conversation between Dr. Zhou and Xiaoling earlier had plunged him into a state of confusion. Brother, this is the apocalypse, not a ghost story or a detective novel. Why must I unravel the layers of mystery? Is Dr. Zhou correct in her assertions, or is Xiaoling telling the truth? Why did I come to seek Dr. Zhou? Convinced that she held the secrets of this train? Why did I not inquire with others instead of approaching her? Moreover, Dr. Zhou's enigmatic request for a midnight rendezvous in the restroom only deepened his suspicions. Could Xiaoling's claims hold validity? Was Dr. Zhou indeed a peculiar being? Yet, what if she were under duress, being watched, while Xiaoling was the very one surveilling her? Naturally, Xiaoling would want to thwart anyone who might jeopardize her schemes. Both sides seemed to present compelling arguments. Xiaoyang took a deep drag from his cigarette and resolved to explore both avenues. After all, we are already in the end times. What do I have to fear? Furthermore, I possess a space of my own. What if Dr. Zhou transformed into some terrifying creature? I can simply retreat into my space. Alas, I have no time to tidy it up. Retrieving a watch from within is quite laborious. Xiaoyang tossed his cigarette to the ground and extinguished it beneath his foot before opening the door to the soft sleeper carriage and stepping inside. Death may claim the living, but the dead endure eternally. My friend, I fear nothing but death itself. The tall train attendant seemed to have completed his calculations and waved at Xiaoyang as he entered. Approaching him, the attendant presented two forms. Your points should qualify you for the highest class carriage, but due to unusually high scores this time, you and your companion Fong Chong can only access the soft sleeper for now. You may transfer to a higher class carriage whenever a spot becomes available. Xiaoyang nodded. The soft sleeper was satisfactory. The attendant placed the forms on the counter. However, you may enjoy the privileges of the higher class carriage. If there are no objections, have your companion come over to sign and leave a fingerprint, and I will escort you both. Xiaoyang glanced at the forms and returned them to the tall attendant. I will come back tomorrow. The attendant looked at him quizzically. Why? It's much more comfortable there. It's quite cramped here. Xiaoyang discreetly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and placed it beneath the attendant's counter. Murmuring, but Xiaoling isn't there. A knowing smile spread across the attendant's face. Impressive, my friend. You've made quite the progress in such a short time. Xiaoyang returned a knowing smile. Tonight, I will visit Xiaoling to check on her health. The attendant's smile broadened. Men understand such things. He waved his hand. Then tomorrow it is. You two can head over then. Xiaoyang nodded. I'll go take a shower first. The tall attendant shook his head. There are quite a few people showering now. You should wait a bit longer. All right, Xiaoyang replied, shouldering his backpack as he ventured further in, spotting Fong Lin peering out from his bunk. As Fong Lin was about to speak, Xiaoyang shook his head and said, wait for my return. He then strode directly into the compartment, leaving Fong Lin bewildered as she turned her head to follow his gaze. Xiaoyang approached the fair-skinned young man and took a seat opposite him. The young man, upon seeing Xiaoyang sit across from him, displayed no surprise. Instead, a smile graced his face. So, have you made up your mind, little brother? Xiaoyang shook his head. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I require your assistance. The fair-skinned young man showed no signs of disappointment. Speak. What do you need? Xiaoyang opened his backpack and produced a brand new outfit, atop which lay 2 boxes of medicine, and offered them to the young man. I wish to borrow the watch on your wrist. The young man glanced at his wrist and then at the items Xiaoyang had extended. It's not that I'm unwilling to assist, but I simply want to part with this watch. Xiaoyang shook his head again. I do not intend to take it away. I merely wish to use it for the night. The young man finally displayed surprise. Are you suggesting that you are offering these items just to borrow my watch for one night? Xiaoyang nodded. You understand correctly. That is precisely my intention. The young man fiddled with the medicine boxes that Xiaoyang had handed him. You must realize that these items could easily exchange for a common watch. This one, however, holds some significance for me, which is why I am reluctant to part with it. Xiaoyang acknowledged. I understand, yet I have never paid attention to collecting watches. Moreover, I cannot ascertain the accuracy of other watches. I know yours is precise. The young man placed the medicine boxes on the clothing. I can forego the items, and I can lend you the watch for a night, but you have piqued my curiosity. May I inquire why? Xiaoyang leaned forward. I fear I might miss my appointment. The young man paused for a moment, then broke into a silent laugh, slapping Xiaoyang's shoulder playfully. I thought you were free of desires. Turns out we are kindred spirits. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to my 2 sisters-in-law. One of them has a sister whose beauty is truly captivating. As the young man removed the watch from his wrist, he raised an eyebrow. I guarantee you an enjoyable and clean experience. Xiaoyang reciprocated with a knowing expression, accepting the watch from the young man. Thank you, my friend. The young man gestured towards the clothes and medicine on the table. Take them. Take them. Xiaoyang waved his hand. That is a separate matter. You must accept these items, and I shall also accept your kindness. Chapter 27. How much is appropriate? After finishing their bath, Xiaoyang and Fong Lin passed by the medical carriage, where Fong Lin opened the door and headed straight for the hard sleeper compartment. Xiao Yang lingered at Xiao Ling's service desk, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "I'll come by at 11. A faint blush crept onto Xiao Ling's face as she shot a glance at Xiao Yang, almost imperceptibly nodding in response. Following closely behind Fong Lin, Xiao Yang exited the medical carriage. After shutting the door behind them, Fong Lin paused at the entrance of the hard sleeper compartment without opening it. She turned to look at Xiao Yang and remarked, "You seem to be riding high these days. Are you getting a bit carried away?" Xiao Yang was taken aback. Fong Lin had always been obedient since she had joined him. Although she occasionally displayed a playful side after her true nature was revealed, she had never spoken to him in such a reproachful manner. Fong Lin continued, furrowing her brow. That female train attendant in the medical carriage looks like a woman of questionable character. Who knows how many men she has been with? Even if you don't mind her dirtiness, aren't you afraid of catching something? This is the apocalypse. Is a fleeting moment of pleasure worth risking your life? Xiao Yang sighed with a bitter smile. You are my partner, and I don't wish to hide anything from you. So it's best if you don't ask too many questions. Just consider it a moment of weakness for your big brother Xiao, all right? Fong Lin lowered her head in silence for a moment before suddenly looking up. Then you better take protective measures. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Yang produced a small box, shaking it slightly. I have them. Fong Lin eyed the box in Xiao Yang's hand and suddenly scoffed. As if there is something unspeakable? It's like you're preparing for something serious. Haven't you got everything ready? Saying this, she turned and opened the door to the hard sleeper compartment, stepping inside. Xiao Yang followed her, admiring the graceful sway of her waist, pondering whether this young girl might have developed feelings for him. They had only known each other for a few days. It was as if they were living in the pre-apocalyptic world, ready for a whirlwind marriage. The hard sleeper compartment was sparsely populated. Half of the occupants were already deceased, and some had likely upgraded to higher classes. He couldn't spot the pale youth, unsure if he was resting on the upper bunk or had moved to a more luxurious carriage. In their section, only Fong Lin and he remained. The yellow-faced man on the bottom bunk was also nowhere to be seen. Xiao Yang watched as Fong Lin climbed onto the bunk, and he followed suit, using the ladder to ascend. Upon reaching Fong Lin's bunk, he saw her lying sideways, her head turning to meet his gaze. Little girl, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm just a bit starved for affection. Haven't I mentioned this before? In this apocalypse, you mustn't develop feelings for me. Fong Lin was startled by his sudden proximity and spat, as if. Then, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she leaned closer to his ear. Actually, I've had a boyfriend before. I have quite a bit of experience from the time before the apocalypse, so I'm not bothered by such things. Xiao Yang nodded. That's good to know. But I have no interest in little bean sprouts. With that, he climbed up onto the bunk. Fong Lin glared at him as he settled above her, gritting her teeth and murmuring something under her breath before burying her face in her pillow. Xiao Yang reclined on the bunk, once again rummaging through his medication, extracting one vial, only to replace it, and repeating the process. In and out, until he finally stumbled upon a bottle. Fortunate that he had not surrendered it last time. He uncorked the vial, revealing it to be brimming with pills, the label indicating 100 capsules within. How many should he consume? Too many might jeopardize his life, while too few might render it ineffective. He had never used such medication before. Leaning over the bunk, he gently pulled aside the curtain concealing Fong Lin below. He noticed her sprawled on the pillow, yet the restless movement of her feet betrayed her wakefulness. He extended a finger and poked her shoulder. I need to ask you something. What is it? Fong Lin replied without lifting her head, her voice muffled by the pillow, sounding somewhat garbled. Lift your head. I have something serious to discuss, concerning your brother Xiao Yang's very survival. Fong Lin, her expression one of displeasure, raised her head to look at Xiao Yang. What matter could possibly determine your fate? Don't treat me like a child to be toyed with. Yet you claim you're not a child. Let me ask you. Xiao Yang glanced around the empty compartment. There were no other passengers in sight, and the tall conductor seemed to have vanished. The current carriage was quite sparse, and he wondered why the lower-class compartments had not sent anyone. Xiao Yang leaned as far as he could towards Fong Lin, his head nearly entering her bunk. How many sleeping pills are considered safe to take? Fong Lin stared at him, bewildered. Why are you asking that? Naturally, I have a purpose for it. Didn't you mention that during your studies, you suffered from nervous exhaustion, struggled with sleeplessness, and had taken sleeping pills? Fong Lin nodded yes. Then, how many did you take back then? I've taken various amounts. Initially, I started with 1, but when that became ineffective, I moved to 2. The doctor advised against it, suggesting I take an extra 1 if necessary, but caution not to exceed 5, as that could be dangerous. Xiao Yang nodded. All right, I understand. Just as he was about to withdraw, Fong Lin seized his hair, pulling him back. Don't rush off just yet. What is it that you need to tell me? Xiao Yang swatted her hand away. If you tug my hair again, I'll be forced to retaliate. I'll let you in on a secret that little kids shouldn't know, if it's convenient for me. I'll take you along wherever I go. With that, he retreated. Chapter 28. Crushed petals. The tall conductor announced the lights out on time. And the hard sleeper compartment remained populated by the same faces. The occupants of the lower-class carriage did not come over, which was perplexing given that they surely must have dealt with the zombies. For reasons unknown, they stayed away. The day's battles had left Xiaoyang somewhat exhausted. Yet he fought to keep himself from succumbing to sleep. He glanced at his watch from time to time and, at last, the hour hand reached 11. Rising carefully, he descended the ladder with measured steps. Just as he had descended a couple of rungs, Fong Lin's curtain was lifted, and her head peeked out. In a hushed tone, she whispered to Xiaoyang, "Don't forget to bring a condom." Xiaoyang playfully swatted the top of Fong Lin's head. "Go to sleep." Descending the ladder, he approached the conductor's service desk. The hard sleeper compartment was to be locked at night, and the tall conductor had long since found a place to rest. In the dim glow of the ground lights, Xiaoyang noticed a key prominently placed on the service desk. He picked it up and made his way to the entrance of the hard sleeper compartment, turning the lock and gently pushing the door open. Despite his carefulness, the door emitted a faint creak. Xiaoyang opened the door halfway before slipping out into the corridor. He closed the door quietly, pocketed the key, and walked to the medical room's entrance. He gently pulled on the door, but it did not budge. He paused, wondering if Xiaoling would leave him hanging. Tapping lightly on the door, he waited a moment, preparing to unlock it himself with the key. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a delicate hand pulled Xiaoyang inside, promptly shutting the medical room door behind him. Xiaoling, who had her own designated room within the medical carriage, led him straight into the chamber. Inside, a small bed awaited, accompanied by a quaint train-themed table at its head. On the table, a water cup and a packet of snacks were neatly arranged, while on the bed lay a pair of stockings that Xiaoyang had gifted Xiaoling, two of which had evidently been opened, leaving the remnants scattered in a corner. Xiaoyang produced a bottle of drink from his pocket, twisting off the cap and presenting it to Xiaoling. "Look what I brought for you." Xiaoling glanced at him gratefully, accepting the drink and taking a sip. "You certainly have a lot of nice things, but..." She smacked her lips and scrutinized the beverage. "Is this drink expired? It tastes a bit bitter." "Bitter? Perhaps I added too many sedatives." Xiaoyang replied. "Try it. It really does have a slight bitterness." He shook his head. "I've had some already, and the bottle I drank wasn't tea bitter at all." Xiaoling capped the drink and set it on the bedside table. "Never mind that. It's good to have something to drink right now. Who cares about the expiration date?" Then, she reached for Xiaoyang's jacket, beginning to unzip it. Xiaoyang felt a pang of dread. He had intended to let her rest quickly, but had inadvertently made the drink bitter. It seemed his plans had taken an unexpected turn. "Wait a moment, Xiaoling. Let us have a chat." "What is there to chat about? Time is tight, and the mission is demanding, don't you know?" "No, Xiaoling, listen to me. You must allow me a bit of romance, or it's simply one T cooperate." Xiaoling tossed her hair playfully. "What do you mean? Are you not interested in me?" "How could that be? If I weren't interested, would I have come here? It has been a considerable time since I last encountered a woman, and I find myself uncertain of her allure. Do not dampen my spirits. In the face of advanced technology, all your lethargy is but a paper tiger." "Xiaoling, let us not rush. We shall take our time." "What do you mean by taking our time? Are you not aware that I prefer swiftness?" Xiaoyang was suddenly toppled onto the small bed by Xiaoling, who then leapt upon him. "Wait, brother, let me put it on." The truck continued to race along the tracks, with no one aware of its destination. The advent of the apocalypse rendered all government institutions incapacitated, while the affluent capitalists seized the opportunity to rise. Initially, their investments yielded a plethora of resources and manpower. Though operating independently, each began to influence the world, shaping the destinies and lives of ordinary individuals around them. A train whizzed by, brushing against a delicate flower beside the tracks. Despite the cataclysm, nature remained largely unaffected. The flower bloomed vibrantly, yet was torn asunder by the train's fierce winds, spinning and drifting before ultimately being crushed beneath the wheels. However, its stem remained unbroken, standing resiliently against the roaring train. Though the splendid blossom was gone, it persisted defiantly, gazing up at the sky. Xiaoyang felt akin to that crushed flower. Reduced to pulp, could he truly not alter his fate? Not only could he not shape his destiny, but he also felt powerless over his own body. The flower may have perished, yet the stem endured. Beside him, Xiaoling had succumbed to slumber. Though skilled in her craft, it seemed that without a robust physique, she faltered. Or perhaps the sleeping pills had taken effect. 5 pills. Without Fong Lin's reminder, Xiaoyang might have recklessly taken 10. Observing the peacefully slumbering Xiaoling, he slowly sat up and began to dress. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 11:50. It appeared this body still functioned well, even without the sedatives. Xiaoling must surely be exhausted by now. As he donned his clothing piece by piece, Xiaoyang cautiously opened the door to Xiaoling's accommodation, slipping out and gently closing the door behind him. He turned the knob of the adjacent restroom and stepped inside, checking his watch to find the hands resting at 12 o'clock. As he regarded the restroom door, he noticed the doorknob slowly turning. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. He had not seen anyone outside just moments ago, nor had he heard any footsteps. Could the clattering of the train wheels on the tracks have drowned out the sound of footsteps? Since the apocalypse, he had become particularly sensitive to such noises. Why had he been able to hear them before? Chapter 29. This is a train of death. Dr. Zhou swiftly entered the restroom, and Xiaoyang was astonished to discover that apart from a mask, the doctor wore nothing but a small pair of undergarments. With wide eyes, he gazed at the breathtaking figure before him. Could this truly be the stoic Dr. Zhou? How audacious! Yet, she did appear quite fit, undeniably alluring. Upon noticing Xiaoyang in the restroom, Dr. Zhou turned and shut the door, whispering urgently, "Do not utter a word. You must remember every single thing I say, and recall it with utmost clarity." Xiaoyang nodded in silence, the glaring overhead light somewhat blinding. "This train is not here to rescue you refugees. I cannot fathom what they intend for you, but I can assure you that everyone in this carriage will perish. Therefore, if you have the opportunity, you must escape this train. It is, in essence, a train of death." Dr. Zhou's words were shocking, and Xiaoyang couldn't help but wonder why they would expend such effort to create a vehicle of demise. "Why save us only to let us die?" he questioned. "If you all perish, the train will not be decommissioned. It will return. I do not know their specific intentions, whether to use you as scouts or for some other purpose, but I do know that all passengers aboard must die." "And how do you know this?" Xiaoyang queried. Dr. Zhou fixed her gaze upon him and slowly removed her mask. As Xiaoyang beheld her face, he involuntarily gasped. What manner of person could commit such heinous acts? The exquisite beauty marred by a grotesque, gaping wound, who could have done this? "I am the sole heir of the Zhou consortium. Since the apocalypse, countless individuals have vanished, and even the government has lost contact. Major conglomerates have risen in power, with my family being the strongest. Yet, just as we began to thrive, my father inexplicably disappeared. Shortly thereafter, the Li consortium assimilated our Zhou consortium. Now, the Li family's debauched heir seeks to marry me, but I know his intentions are merely to stabilize the dead soldiers cultivated by my family." "Doctor." Zhou's hand grazed the jagged wound on her face as she lightly traced it with her fingers. A chill coursed through Xiaoyang's body as she continued speaking. "They placed me on this train, aware that it is a vehicle destined for death. They will never allow me to return, nor permit me to survive. Yet, if they kill me, my followers may rise in rebellion. Thus, I was forced aboard this train. Just before my departure, someone risked their life to relay a message to me. Tomorrow morning, there will be an onslaught of zombies near the city's outskirts. In a complex terrain, your only chance for escape." Dr. Zhou pursed her lips. "Tomorrow, I too will attempt to flee. It is my sole opportunity for survival. I hope you will assist me then." With her arms crossed, she added, "Every item on my person is equipped with a listening device. I am left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. If they monitor the corridor, they may merely assume that you and I are having an affair. Now, I must leave at once." Xiaoyang chuckled as he grasped Dr. Zhou's arm. "Dr. Zhou." Dr. Zhou swiftly shook off his hand, stating, "Do not presume I am one of those frivolous women. My current motive is merely survival. I can accompany you without issue. But any fondness I held for you will dissipate entirely." Xiaoyang laughed in response. "While you are indeed quite beautiful and possess a commendable figure, I assure you, my interests lie elsewhere. I merely wish to convey that my time is not as fleeting as you might believe." "What?" she retorted. "Are you implying that I should be disbelieving?" Dr. Zhou's cheeks flushed. "Then I shall declare that I have changed my mind." With that, she opened the door and exited. Xiaoyang touched his nose, still sensing the lingering fragrance of her skin. How peculiar. Dr. Zhou had not applied any scent, suggesting that this aroma emanated from her very being. It seemed that there truly exist individuals who possess a natural allure. Xiaoling remarked that Dr. Zhou was a peculiar entity. After years of existence, she had never encountered anyone with such a fragrance. Could she genuinely be a monster? Deceiving herself. She could rescue her only to reveal her true form and unleash havoc upon humanity. As Xiaoyang emerged from the restroom, he surveyed the serene infirmary. Perhaps Xiaoling's clandestine affairs had become routine, as no one appeared to visit, nor did any sounds disrupt the silence. He opened the infirmary door, glanced back, and secured it behind him. Upon entering the sleeper car, he returned the key to its rightful place and climbed back into his bunk, stretching languidly. He reclined on his bed, reflecting on the surreal events that had just transpired, as if caught in a dream. The first woman he encountered after his journey through time was one who seemed to belong to all. The enigmatic Dr. Zhou, how much of what she said bore truth? If she were to lead the entire train's passengers to their demise, what of the crew? Were they oblivious to her intentions? If they were aware, their acting prowess could rival that of top-tier celebrities. In this apocalyptic era, What madness was this, engaging in melodramatic familial rivalries? Had they indulged too much in tales of palace intrigue? Contemplating these chaotic thoughts, Chao Yang felt a burgeoning headache. Suddenly, a head emerged from beneath his bunk. "Brother Chao, you deceived me. You evidently carry the sin of two women, one of whom is particularly distinctive, almost reminiscent of that Dr. Zhou's aroma. What a discerning nose." Chapter 30. The transformation of space. In response to Fong Lin's bewilderment regarding the dog's nose, Chao Yang chose to disregard her entirely, lying on his bed with eyes closed. Succumbing to slumber. Regardless of what events may unfold on the morrow, it was imperative to ensure a sufficient amount of rest today. At times, when faced with a critical decision, the distinction between right and wrong can hinge upon a fleeting thought. Before matters become clear, the act of choosing becomes exceedingly significant. Chao Yang found himself uncertain of whom to trust, yet he understood that, regardless of his actions, he would not meet his demise. After all, he could always retreat into his space. Indeed, his space operated at a different temporal pace compared to this realm, allowing him the opportunity to rest and analyze his circumstances more thoroughly. With his mind clouded, what clarity could he hope to achieve? As he opened his eyes, preparing to enter his space, he noticed a head protruding from the lower bunk, its gaze fervently fixed upon him. He extended his hand and playfully tapped Fong Lin on the head, urging her to return to sleep since tomorrow would demand their strength for battle. "If you make even the slightest mistake and a zombie brushes against you, I shall not come to your aid," he admonished. Fong Lin pouted. "Humph. You always change the subject." With that, she withdrew her head. Chao Yang lay there for a moment longer, feeling drowsiness envelop him. The rhythmic sounds of snoring from the other passengers filled the sleeper car. Simultaneously, he sensed the vehicle gradually decelerating. Peering through the gaps in the window, he perceived the outside world growing increasingly bright, heralding the arrival of day. Surely, the vehicle would seek a place to rest, perhaps entering yet another tunnel? Without further contemplation, he decided to enter his space. The initial sensation upon entering was one of confusion. Where was he? How had his space transformed? Was this truly his domain? It felt as if he stood atop a towering mound of assorted items, casting his gaze downward to glimpse the roof of a small wooden cabin. Had he amassed such an abundance of possessions? When he last introspected his space, it hadn't seemed so elevated. Sliding down from the heights, he soon realized that his collected items had filled the yard to the brim, leaving no room to stand. The task of organizing such a plethora of belongings would indeed consume considerable time. If only he could manage to stack them outside the yard, he could take his time with the tidying. Otherwise, sorting through this bounty would occupy him for hours. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was startled to find that the items in the yard had vanished. Panic surged within him. Had he inadvertently expelled everything from his space? Would that not mean his vehicle was now overflowing? However, he quickly dismissed the notion, recalling that his focus had been on the area outside the yard. He hurried to the entrance and flung open the door. To his astonishment, the mountain of items that had once occupied the yard now lay piled outside the gate. What filled him with elation was the sight of the mist retreating, revealing nearly 10 meters of dark, fertile soil. Stepping forward, he calculated that with the yard measuring approximately 20 meters in length, he had effectively expanded his cultivable area by an astonishing 200 meters, an extraordinary boon. This newly acquired land was teeming with the supplies he had retrieved. Could it be that his efforts in collecting resources had led to the expansion of his spatial land? He pondered whether the walls of the yard had also grown, and what lay behind them. If all were to increase, it would not merely be an augmentation of 200 meters, for times 200 meters amounts to a staggering 800 meters. Chao Yang hurriedly dashed along the courtyard wall, veering to the left. Upon completing a lap around the yard and returning to the center, he gazed skyward and burst into hearty laughter. If the acquisition of resources could indeed induce spatial expansion, it would be far too effortless. If one were to continuously gather, the space would perpetually expand, and eventually, one might possess an entire planet. Here, he could rearrange objects at will, thus becoming the deity of this space. Even if he were to incorporate others, he could expel them at his discretion. Who would dare disobey? Was he not the unequivocal master? He envisioned himself as the sovereign of this celestial body. The mere thought of such possibilities stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. Chao Yang, unable to contain his enthusiasm, felt all weariness dissipate. He seated himself on a stone bench, attempting to draw something from outside the courtyard. Let's begin with the suit. Indeed, the suit materialized in his grasp instantaneously. Truly, was it not a revelation? He was undeniably the master of this realm, which meant that if he were within the space, he could manipulate all objects therein as he pleased. His intuition had not led him astray. Turning, he inadvertently noticed the sesame plants he had sown in the corner. Several had sprouted, their tender green leaves quivering in the breeze, a sight to behold. Remarkable. This space accelerated growth, allowing things to mature rapidly. These sesame sprouts had already reached a height of 10 centimeters, producing a total of 10 delicate shoots. They would need to be thinned out, lest they become too densely packed. Suddenly, Xiao Yang paused, glancing outside and then at the tender sesame shoots before him. An increase of 10 meters. And here sprouted 10 tender shoots. Could this truly be mere coincidence? He crouched down and gently excavated the 10 sesame plants from the earth. Since they had been sown haphazardly, they had grown rather closely together. He carefully separated them and replanted them, watering them with well water. If this were not coincidence, discerning the truth would be straightforward. Should more sprouts emerge tomorrow, he could ascertain whether the land had expanded. If it had, then the spatial increase was indeed linked to planting. Contemplating the potatoes, sweet potatoes, scallions, ginger, and garlic he had gathered, he summoned them into the space. Most had already decayed, but he managed to salvage a few that were still intact to plant in the ground. He wondered if the sprouting counted. After washing his hands, his excitement began to wane, and the weariness returned, compelling him to retire indoors for rest. He lay down on his bed, suddenly recalling that the sesame plants required regular watering. The flow of time within differed from the outside, and he could not tend to them. Would they wither by morning? He pondered whether, if the sesame were to perish, the expanded space would retract. Why was there a discrepancy in the flow of space between the outside and within? Xiao Yang rolled over, his mind preoccupied. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, sleep eluded him. Suddenly, he noticed that the pristine white scroll on the wall seemed to have gained additional content. Chapter 31. It seems I need to acquire 2 watches. Xiao Yang sat up and gazed at the once pristine scroll. The light in this space was significantly brighter than that outside, allowing for clearer visibility. He distinctly noticed a new mark on the immaculate scroll, a solitary black dot. It resembled a droplet of ink that had suddenly fallen onto the scroll, as if from a brush dipped in rich ink. Xiao Yang was certain that his eyesight had not yet begun to fail, nor had his memory begun to wane. The last time he examined the scroll, this black that was conspicuously absent. Could there be another presence in this space, or perhaps some entity? He leapt from his resting place and surveyed the wooden cabin for any other changes. After thoroughly searching the bedroom and confirming its unchanged state, he proceeded to the living room. There, he discovered another black dot on the standing scroll, albeit fainter than the first. The furniture remained unchanged. Yet, something caught his eye, the antique shelf. He froze. It now held an additional object. When he had last entered, the shelf had been bare. Now, upon the topmost level of the antique shelf, lay a peculiar item reminiscent of an old-fashioned pocket watch. He reached out and lifted it. Certain that this watch was a recent addition, he had examined the shelf meticulously before and was certain that it was devoid of this particular item. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the watch was not crafted from metal, but rather intricately carved from wood. It appeared to be a toy, and instead of the conventional 12-hour display, it bore a 0 at the top, with the markings on either side ranging from 1 to 9, culminating in another 0 beneath the 9. The left side was black, the right white, and the watch face featured a solitary hand pointing at the white 6. Its surface was devoid of any elaborate designs. Xiao Yang gently moved the hand, which obediently pivoted with his touch, revealing no extraordinary features. After fiddling with it for a considerable time, he could discern no particular purpose for this oddity. Unsure of its utility, he returned it to the antique shelf, yet he failed to notice that the hand had not reverted to the original white 6 position, but had instead settled on the black 5. Having searched the room thoroughly without detecting any other alterations, he decided to retire for the night. However, the changes in the space stirred a sense of unease within him. What if there were unknown entities lurking in this realm, while he remained defenseless in slumber? Perhaps it would be wiser to sleep outside the space. Their temporal flow differed, and surely nothing significant had transpired outside during his absence. Upon exiting the space, Xiao Yang immediately sensed a shift. The train was hurtling swiftly along the tracks. He recalled that it had begun to decelerate just before he entered the space. It was improbable that it could come to a halt and then immediately accelerate again. Even during daylight, the train sped forward, not to evade the sunlight. For the sun posed no threat to the enclosed train, as its rays transformed humans and animals into zombies. The vehicle came to a halt, merely to evade a greater horde of zombies. However, now that it had stopped, how could it possibly resume its journey so swiftly? Moreover, the speed seemed quite remarkable. This time within the spatial realm was undoubtedly shorter than his previous sojourn. Yet, something about the passage of time felt amiss. Suddenly, he recalled and lifted his wrist to glance at the watch, an elegant timepiece bestowed upon him by the fair young man. The hands indicated 1:30. If he had departed at 11 a.m. for his rendezvous with Shaoling and returned at 12:30, then he had indeed lingered in the space for merely an hour and a half. This timeline was accurate, yet the external time was inconsistent. He overheard hushed whispers from the bunk above, while others began to stir from slumber. Some had awoken, noticing movements from Fong Lin in the lower bunk. He remembered she had been sound asleep when he entered the space. Peering down, he observed, "Awake, are we?" Fong Lin stretched languidly, her graceful form on full display. That nap was truly refreshing, primarily due to yesterday's exhausting encounter with the zombies. The tall conductor began to meander through the carriage, prompting Chao Yang to inquire, "What time is it?" The conductor raised his wrist, replying, "It's 5:30. In a moment, you two should tidy up. I will escort you to the premium carriage." "Very well," Chao Yang replied nonchalantly, though internally, he was tumultuous with excitement. The wooden watch within the spatial realm must regulate the time between the space and the outside world. It had to be so. He had carelessly adjusted the hands before returning them to their original position, recalling that the pointer had once pointed to white, while he had directed it towards black. Thus, the white pointer moved swiftly, whereas the black pointer progressed slowly. Perhaps when aligned at 0, it synchronized with the outside world? Chao Yang felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. He had been preoccupied with the fear that the swift passage of time in the space would lead to the demise of those tiny seeds. Unable to be watered in time, it seemed all was falling into place. However, how had that watch and the ink stain come to be? Quietly, Chao Yang adjusted the watch in his hand, realizing he would require 2 timepieces in the future, one for the external world and another for the internal realm. Leaping down from the ladder, he retrieved his backpack and smiled at Fong Lin, who had poked her head out. "Let us go, tidy up. For shortly, we shall venture to the premium carriage." Fong Lin, observing the exuberant Chao Yang, wore a somewhat sullen expression. "This is the apocalypse. Look at you. How can you afford to be so reckless? Just take a glance in the mirror. You have dark circles under your eyes." Chapter 32, Upgrade. To the soft sleeper carriage, Chao Yang could not disclose to Fong Lin that he had not slept a wink since last night. However, it mattered little. If his conjecture held true, they would soon head to the soft sleeper carriage, where he could manipulate time within his space and indulge in a much-needed slumber. Breakfast was abundant, likely a compensation for the previous day's battles. 2 dishes and a soup were served in a lunchbox, brought over by a young attendant. The sparse occupancy of the hard sleeper carriage allowed Chao Yang and Fong Lin to dine without interruption. In the distance, the door connecting to another hard sleeper carriage swung open, and a few individuals hastily entered. Chao Yang surmised that this particular carriage was designated for women. Though he was uncertain how many hard sleeper carriages existed, he only knew that they were divided by gender. Among the newcomers was the fair-skinned young man, who had presumably ascended to the soft sleeper carriage, yet for reasons unknown, had returned to the hard sleeper. Perhaps he was there to retrieve his watch. Chao Yang quickly raised his hand in greeting and removed his watch from his wrist. As the young man approached, he acknowledged Chao Yang with a nod. Chao Yang handed over the watch, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend." The young man accepted the watch with a casual reply, "No trouble at all." Noticing the young man's less than pleasant demeanor, Chao Yang inquired, "What is the matter?" The young man gently shook his head. "It's nothing. You should have upgraded to the soft sleeper by now, right? Why haven't you gone?" Suddenly realizing, Chao Yang exclaimed, "You had matters to attend to last night." He smiled knowingly. "The soft sleeper must be quite pleasant." The young man grinned. "Indeed, you'll see for yourself shortly." He then walked past Chao Yang, accompanied by a few friends, presumably heading to the medical carriage. Chao Yang thought nothing of it. Shortly after finishing breakfast, a tall train attendant approached. "Chao Yang, Fong Chang. Are you ready? If so, I shall escort you to the soft sleeper." Prepared from the outset, Chao Yang slung his backpack over his shoulder. "Let us go." The trio traversed the hard sleeper carriage, passing into yet another hard sleeper carriage filled with a scattering of men. Noticing the sparse crowd, Fong Lin curiously asked the tall attendant, "Why aren't more people from the lower-class carriages coming up?" The attendant grimaced. The lower-class passengers suffered heavy casualties. They were the first to falter. Some simply could not fight the zombies. Upon seeing them approach, they turned and fled, inadvertently dragging along those who could fight and were willing to confront the undead. The upper echelons have been unable to ascertain the numbers. Surely, the first few must have genuinely fought? Fong Lin pressed. The attendant sighed. The top scorer in zombie kills is no less than you two. But there were reports that he was among the first to flee. The zombies he dispatched were merely those left behind in the chaos. We cannot distinguish who truly fought from those who did not. Yet, it seems unfair for none to be promoted at all. Rest assured, the truth will soon be revealed. The tall train attendant declared. In a moment, we shall encounter a horde of zombies. Fortunately, this time they should be few in number. There will be no intervention from above. Only those who truly survive will be elevated to the soft sleeper compartment. Chao Yang felt his heart leap into his throat. Are we still on the planes? He inquired. No, we will be approaching the train station, allowing for swift support in case of any upheaval. Additionally, there are several structures capable of withstanding the onslaught of the undead. Thus, The zombie attacks will be sporadic and should not be overwhelming. May I ask your name? He inquired of the tall attendant. I am Lin Jirue, he replied. As the trio reached the third carriage, Xiao Yang noticed that it was no longer a men's compartment but had transformed into a women's hard sleeper area. Fong Lin whispered in Xiao Yang's ear. Why do you always wait until after leaving before asking the attendant's name? Xiao Yang turned to her and responded, Are you not aware? Here, few divulge their true names. Your name can reveal all your secrets through the instruments. Have you seen me inquire about anyone else's name? I only asked the tall attendant after departing his compartment. Whether true or false, it serves as a memento. The women within the compartment, though diverse in appearance, exuded a certain fierce allure. Upon spotting the tall train attendant leading Xiao Yang and the similarly dressed Fong Lin, they couldn't help but whistle and call out. Two handsome young men, quite the sight. How about it? Interested in a little fun with us? Xiao Yang and Fong Lin remained silent, continuing to follow the tall attendant, unfazed by the bold advances of these audacious women. After passing two ladies' compartments, they arrived at a dining car, though it would be more aptly named a service compartment. This dining car was evidently more luxurious than its predecessors. The walls were adorned with wooden patterned panels, and the floor was laid with a plush red carpet, clean and soft to the touch. Each table was elegantly set with tablecloths, and by the windows, condiments, beer, and other beverages were neatly arranged, accompanied by a vase of unknown small flowers, an extravagant display indeed. Such items, now rare in this post-apocalyptic world, gleamed enticingly. The dining car attendant was not a portly male but a sweet-looking young woman. Beyond the dining car lay the soft sleeper compartments, reminiscent of those from the pre-apocalyptic era. A row of deep-colored compartment doors stood, each impeccably clean, devoid of any grime. The carpets, intricately woven with exquisite patterns, appeared as though they had just been laid down, their cleanliness astonishing given the world they inhabited. All compartment doors were securely closed, with the attendant stationed by the first door near the dining car. The tall train attendant knocked gently, announcing, I bring the upgraded Xiao Yang. From within came a series of light sounds, followed by a sultry female voice. Just a moment. The three waited outside for less than a minute before the door swung open. To Xiao Yang's astonishment, a man clad in a checkered shirt, with two alluring curls of mustache adorning his lips, emerged from within, fastening the buttons of his shirt as he stepped forth. Chapter 33. The luxurious soft sleeper compartment. Could that be the conductor? Judging by the voice, it must be a woman. The man with a small mustache glanced at the tall conductor and Xiao Yang, remaining silent as he turned to enter the compartment. Xiao Yang and Fong Lin stared in astonishment at the departing figure of the man, then turned their heads to behold the interior of the soft sleeper compartment. Inside stood a petite and exquisite woman, her beauty accentuated by a blue flight attendant uniform that exuded simplicity and elegance. Her cheeks were flushed as she adjusted her short skirt, picking up a piece of paper and exhaling upon it. All right, you may come in. I shall assist you with the check-in, she announced. Xiao Yang, the tall conductor, and Fong Lin stepped into the cramped little room. Fong Lin furrowed her brow, raising her head to sniff the air. What is that smell? She inquired. The scent was not only detected by Fong Lin but also by Xiao Yang. He had encountered it the previous night. The petite attendant possessed a striking appearance, perhaps even more refined than that of the nurse in the medical room. Her facial features were pure and innocent, reminiscent of a sheltered university student. She swiftly processed the paperwork for Xiao Yang and Fong Lin, her flushed cheeks gradually regaining their delicate pallor. The tall conductor patted Xiao Yang and Fong Lin on the shoulders. This is merely a soft sleeper compartment. There are even more luxurious accommodations below. I wish you both an early upgrade to those superior quarters. Xiao Yang nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Brother Lin, he replied. Fong Lin also expressed her gratitude with a nod. The tall conductor waved his hand. All right, I shall take my leave. May our paths cross again. With that, he opened the door to the soft sleeper compartment and returned to the hard sleeper section. Xiao Yang observed as Lin Jirue exited the soft sleeper. He reached into his backpack and retrieved a box of stockings, offering them to the petite attendant. We've come out to seek our fortunes together. Could you perhaps arrange for us to share a room? The petite attendant glanced at the stockings. Yesterday, many guests upgraded, so the rooms are fully occupied. There are only 2 berths available. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and retrieved a bottle of perfume from his backpack, handing it over. This item is rather hard to find these days. The petite attendant's eyes brightened at the sight of the perfume. She accepted it, examined it, and opened it to take a whiff. I must say, this perfume is quite delightful. She casually placed the perfume into a nearby backpack. Xiao Yang noticed that not only was there a backpack beside the petite attendant, but there were also 7 or 8 piled on the floor. He recognized the brand. Those used to be luxury goods, valued at several thousand. Yet now, they lay discarded like refuse in the corner. Although only 2 berths remained, they were not in the same room. However, One room was reserved for those in upper tiers or those who had to be urgently accommodated due to unforeseen circumstances. You may stay there for now, she suggested. Chao Yang nodded gratefully. Thank you so much. Next time, I shall bring something of greater value. The petite attendant led them from one end of the soft sleeper compartment to the other. No one moved within the compartment. Yet Chao Yang could hear voices emanating from the closed quarters. It appeared that the occupancy rate in this carriage was indeed high, just as the petite attendant had mentioned. It was likely at full capacity. In the last carriage, the petite train attendant unlocked the door with a room card. This chamber is designated for those transitioning to the premium compartments and is occasionally used to host esteemed leaders, making it the most luxurious room in our soft sleeper carriage. As Chao Yang stepped inside, he was momentarily taken aback by the layout. Unlike the other soft sleeper compartments with 4 beds, this one featured only 2 spacious bunk beds, ample enough for 2 individuals to lie comfortably on each. The interior was adorned entirely with rich wood grain, exuding an air of elegance and simplicity. The floor was carpeted in a vivid crimson, and the beds were not only impeccably made but also thoughtfully provided with quilts and blankets. Beside the beds, a small table draped in a pristine white cloth held a fragrant diffuser, filling the air with a delicate aroma. In a nearby vase, a single resplendent flower bloomed vibrantly. To his surprise, there was a small door opposite, which the petite train attendant opened. Here lies a bathroom, so you need not venture outside, as you can attend to your needs right here. This hardly resembled a soft sleeper compartment. Even before the apocalypse, hotels were hardly this luxurious. The petite train attendant continued her introduction. We have adjustable lighting. The lights will remain on at night, and you can dim or turn them off as you wish. This controls the temperature. If it gets too cold, simply raise it a notch, and if you're feeling warm from exercise, lower it a bit. With a playful smile, the petite attendant asked, So, what do you think? Is your perfume worth it? Chao Yang nodded vigorously. Absolutely. It's worth every penny. I feel as though I owe you. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll procure it for you. The petite train attendant giggled. Covering her mouth, I wouldn't dare ask you for anything. Should you come across something marvelous, I assure you I won't let you go without recompense. She emphasized the word procure with a mischievous intent. Chao Yang nodded in assurance. Rest assured, I will. The petite attendant pointed to the beds. Each morning, someone will come to change the sheets and tidy up the beds. If you prefer not to have your sheets changed, simply hang this do not disturb sign on the door. It will also serve if you wish to be left undisturbed. She glanced at Fong Lin, who had been silently following behind. Don't worry, whatever you're doing, as long as you display the sign, you will certainly not be disturbed. Chao Yang glanced at the do not disturb acrylic sign hanging on the doorknob. This is truly splendid. I apologize for intruding today. The petite train attendant cast a flirtatious glance at Chao Yang. Just remember this, and be sure to make it up to me next time. Before leaving, the attendant added, there is a shop in the carriage ahead. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. If you have items to sell, you can do so there as well. With that, she handed the room card to Chao Yang and swayed her figure as she departed. Once the petite train attendant had left, Fong Lin plopped down onto the bed. Brother Chao, are all female train attendants this flirtatious? Chao Yang placed her backpack beside her on the thick, clean carpet, which seemed far more pristine than the attire she wore. The women around her were also unfortunate. Unlike them, they had the opportunity to gather supplies and even conceal some for themselves. These women were bound to serve them. Yet they possessed little beyond the provision of meals. To acquire anything, one must offer something in return. After speaking, Chao Yang removed her jacket and hung it nearby, then boldly claimed the upper bunk. I shall sleep on the top. Fong Lin pursed her lips. Chao Ge, it's always you on the top. Let me have that honor this time. As Chao Yang was halfway up the ladder, she nearly lost her balance and turned back to Fong Lin. Your words are laden with implications. They leave me quite disconcerted. Chapter 34. Aren't you disinterested in bean sprouts? Fong Lin sensed the ambiguity in her words and couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Brother Chao, you are becoming increasingly mischievous. Chao Yang climbed onto the upper bunk, which was significantly more spacious than the hard sleeper compartments, allowing him to sit upright and even sleep at an angle. Sitting cross-legged on the bunk, he chuckled. Rest assured, Brother Chao is merely jesting. He harbors no inappropriate thoughts about bean sprouts. However, Shaolin, you must be cautious. It is quite normal for men outside to share risky jokes, and not only do they not mind, but they often join in hearty laughter. If you remain perpetually bashful, it won't be long before people see right through you. Fong Lin sat on the bunk, removing her top. I understand, but I still find it a bit uncomfortable. She looked up at Chao Yang. It's mainly because I know you, Brother Chao. You have protected me so well. Chao Yang scratched his ear. Let us not get too sentimental, shall we? If you wish to express your gratitude, just turn off the light. Fong Lin's eyes suddenly widened. You don't like bean sprouts, do you? Xiaoyang jokingly scolded her. What are you thinking? Turning off the light means I want to do that with you? I simply didn't sleep well last night and wished to take a short nap. After pondering, he considered that Fong Lin might find it dull alone. She reached into her backpack, which was actually a space, and pulled out a book without checking what it was. Tossing it to Fong Lin, he said. During the last delivery, I inadvertently received a book. You can turn on your bedside lamp and read for a while. Let your brother Chow get some rest. Fong Lin switched off the light, turned on the bedside lamp, and lay down. However, Xiaoyang was not merely seeking sleep. He was conducting an experiment. Observing Fong Lin obediently turn off the light, he took the pristine white blanket beside him and wrapped himself from head to toe, instantly entering the space. Upon entering the space, the first thing he did was locate the wooden dial and adjust its pointer to the white side. He wanted to see if this aligned with his thoughts. Stepping outside the wooden cabin, he noticed that everything remained unchanged. He drew a bucket of well water and took a couple of sips, feeling his fatigue dissipate. How could he have forgotten this? Next time he felt tired, he should drink some well water. Yet, he still needed to sleep. He wondered if the well water had stimulating effects. While invigorating substances are best, they can also be somewhat harmful to the body. After dawdling in the space for what seemed like quite some time, he figured it had been over 10 minutes. It was time to validate. Xiaoyang emerged from the space, poking his head out. Fong Lin, did I just fall asleep? Fong Lin lay on the bunk, her eyes wide with disbelief. You fell asleep so quickly. Didn't you just lie down? Xiaoyang scratched his head. Could it have been even a minute? Fong Lin shook her head. I don't have a watch, but it shouldn't be that long. Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Fong Lin, you are truly beautiful. With that, he withdrew his head. Fong Lin blinked and touched her face, thinking that Xiaoyang must be a bit eccentric. He had just insisted that she shouldn't develop feelings for him, yet now he was praising her beauty. Casting a fleeting glance at the upper bunk where Xiaoyang resided, I remarked, in this apocalyptic era, do refrain from developing any affections for me. The upper berth remained silent. Perhaps he was genuinely asleep. Yet, how could one be so still in slumber? Having conducted prior experiments, Xiaoyang finally comprehended the utility of that wooden clock. Without further ado, he entered his room and reclined upon his bed. Regardless of the lurking monsters and demons, sleep was imperative. With his keen instincts, he felt capable of managing any threats. Although he remained vigilant while drifting into slumber, he ultimately succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, his first thought was the necessity of acquiring a clock, his own creation, though he pondered where it might be buried beneath the heaps of goods. Lacking a timepiece, he had no notion of how long he had lingered in that space or whether anything outside had changed. Rising to his feet, he exited the small wooden cottage. Observing that the surroundings had not altered, yet he could sense a burgeoning hunger. Surely, among the items he had collected, there must be something edible. Xiaoyang ventured into the yard and began rummaging through the towering piles of miscellaneous goods. Though he longed for a large persimmon, childhood lessons echoed in his mind, warning him against consuming such fruits on an empty stomach, as they could lead to stones. Better to eat something substantial first. In this post-apocalyptic world, one could ill afford to fall ill. With medicine scarce, a surgical procedure could cost one dearly. At last, he unearthed 2 cans of fruit amidst the clutter. Despite having amassed a plethora of items, the supermarket's ready-to-eat provisions had long been plundered. These fruit cans, while not substantial enough to serve as a primary dish, had survived due to their fragile glass containers. Though flour and rice were available, he was reluctant to prepare a meal that required electricity or the arduous task of gathering firewood. Contemplating the myriad tasks that necessitated power, he resolved to install the generator soon, bringing electricity into his abode. While illumination was of little concern, the prospect of cooking rice, charging his phone, and indulging in a solitary game was enticing. With fervor, he opened the cans and consumed their contents in one sitting. Wiping his mouth, he noted that several persimmons had fallen from the tree, truly a waste in this desolate world. He devoured 2 more large persimmons, contemplating how to transport the 5 remaining fruits before realizing he could not consume another bite. Meanwhile, Fong Ling gazed at the bunk above, her emotions swirling for quite some time, before finally exhaling a sound of frustration and returning to her own bed. However, having already slumbered through the night, how could she possibly sleep again? This soft sleeper carriage was a new experience for her, igniting a sense of exhilaration. Although she had intended to rise and observe more, recalling Xiaoyang's evident fatigue from the previous day, she decided to allow him a bit more rest and refrain from disturbing him. Reaching for the book Xiaoyang had tossed her, she brightened the small bedside lamp and resolved to read for a while. The book's cover was white and devoid of any text, leaving her in uncertainty regarding its contents. Upon turning to the first page, her face flushed crimson as she indignantly cast the book aside, exclaiming, "Xiaoyang, was this intentional?" The first page lay open, revealing the inscription, one of the 6 great classical novels of China, Gene XX. Chapter 35. The train shop. Chow Yun contemplated adjusting the wooden pointer to the 0 position, assuming that this spot should be uniform both inside and outside the space. He certainly did not wish to ruin the delicate little sprouts that had just begun to grow. However, with zeros both above and below, he pondered which 0 to select. After some thought, he decided to place it on the upper 0. He moved the pointer to the upper 0 and exited the space. Sitting up from the upper bunk, he leaned out to observe Fong Lin, who was huffing below. Inquisitively, he asked, "What have I done to disturb you again while I was about to take a nap?" Fong Lin pointed at the book, retorting, "How could you not disturb me? What do you mean by showing me this book? Aren't you uninterested in this little sprout of mine?" Chow Yun grasped the railing of the bed, swung one leg over, and jumped down. He picked up the book, flipped through it, and couldn't help but chuckle. "I haven't even read it. I just took it out on a whim. When I acquired this book, I thought it was thick enough to be used as a shield." He tossed it into his backpack. "If you don't like it, then don't read it. I'm not going to sleep anymore. Come on. Didn't the conductor say there's a shop here? Let us go take a look." "Sounds good," Fong Lin exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the prospect of exploring the shop. In this apocalyptic world, moral boundaries had long since eroded. Supermarkets had been looted repeatedly, leaving her curious about what a shop in such dire times would resemble. The duo exited the soft sleeper carriage and proceeded forward. Ahead lay another soft sleeper carriage, seemingly occupied entirely by women. At the entrance stood a woman, elegantly smoking a slim cigarette. She cast a glance at Chow Yun and Fong Lin, her eyes brimming with disdain. As they walked past, Fong Lin furrowed her brow. "Even in the apocalypse, everyone is the same. Why do I feel like they still carry themselves with such superiority?" Chow Yun responded with a smile. "Firstly, she may genuinely possess some capabilities. Secondly, she hasn't yet tasted the hardships of the apocalypse. When she finds herself pinned to the ground by a gang of filthy, odorous men, her lofty demeanor will vanish into thin air." Perhaps stung by the condescension in the woman's gaze, Fong Lin laughed derisively. "Maybe she is still enjoying it." Chow Yun turned around, giving her a thumbs up. "Exactly. I was just worried about you, and now I must commend you. This is how men converse, this way. You won't be detected." Flattered by Chow Yun's praise, Fong Lin couldn't help but lift her chin proudly. "Chow Dagu, you might not realize, but sometimes when women gather, we exchange risky jokes too. I had a classmate in college who was always spouting them, regardless of whether we were bothered. She just wouldn't stop." "Is that so? If humanity still endures, you must introduce her to me." Upon passing the women's sleeper carriage and opening the door, Chow Yun immediately sensed a difference. Standing at the entrance was a strikingly beautiful woman, dressed in an attire reminiscent of a flight attendant, though her skirt was notably shorter. Upon seeing Chow Yun and Fong Lin enter, she lowered her hands in front of her, offering a slight bow. "Hello, welcome to the train shop. Are you looking to buy or sell? Please feel free to approach me." Chow Yun nodded. "I'd like to take a look first." "Certainly. You two are free to explore. I shall not intrude upon your visit." The carriage was adorned on both sides with supermarket shelves, brimming with an array of merchandise, ranging from garments and footwear to sewing needles and threads, creating a veritable cornucopia of goods. Although only a single item of each was displayed, the carriage was nonetheless filled to capacity. As Chow Yun ventured forward, he unexpectedly encountered fresh fruits. Fong Ling pointed at an apple in astonishment, exclaiming, "An apple costs 280 points. That could easily upgrade to a hard sleeper carriage." He recalled that in the lower carriage during their mission, the maximum point count was merely 5. Furrowing his brow, Chow Yun continued onward, and indeed, such fruits were exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Yet, here, one could find virtually anything. After circling the fruit section, Chow Yun secretly delighted in the fact that all the fruits were long-lasting varieties. However, he did not spot any of the large persimmons from his own storage. Even the persimmon cakes demanded 100 points each, a clear indication of a wealthy enclave. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could there still be an atmosphere reminiscent of the opulent and gluttonous? Truly, the baseness of human nature prevails, relentless and unforgiving. A charming saleswoman, dressed in the attire of a flight attendant, followed closely behind him, maintaining a distance that neither obstructed his exploration nor compromised her ability to respond when called upon. Chow Yun pointed at the persimmon cakes and inquired of the saleswoman, "Are there any fresh ones available?" The lovely saleswoman quickly approached his side and replied, "I sincerely apologize, but we currently only have these dried persimmons. Fresh ones are not yet in season. While some regions may have ripe ones, they have not yet arrived in our carriage." "And how much would the fresh ones cost?" he pressed. "I truly apologize. We do not have them at present, and I am unaware of the price. However, if they were available, I suspect they would be at least 500 points. Chow Yun was astounded. A single persimmon could potentially upgrade him to a soft sleeper carriage. He longed to retrieve one of the nearly spoiled persimmons from his own space to barter for something. Yet he understood that producing a persimmon now would undoubtedly draw attention, making him a target. At that moment, the door at the opposite end of the shop swung open, revealing a man with a bushy beard, swaggering in with a bottle of liquor. His attire was evidently custom-made, impeccably tailored and exquisitely crafted. Had this been before the apocalypse? He would undoubtedly have been a confirmed tycoon. He ambled over, placing a hand on the shoulder of the charming saleswoman, and inquired, "Is there any more liquor?" "Bring me another." "Certainly, Spring Brother," she replied, bowing slightly as she walked to the nearby liquor cabinet, retrieving a bottle and handing it to the bearded man. He glanced at Chao Yang and Fong Ling, saying, "New arrivals, fancy a drink?" "It's on me." Chao Yang shook his head politely. "Thank you. But we do not partake in alcohol." The man scrutinized Chao Yang, asking, "You must be from the soft sleeper carriage, right? Would you like to visit our carriage? Not only do we have fine food and drink, but also a plethora of lovely ladies. You can indulge as you please." Chao Yang graciously nodded. "I appreciate the offer. But we just arrived today, perhaps another time." "All right, when you do come by, just mention you are a friend of Spring Brother." As he handed the empty bottle back to the elegant saleswoman, he casually grasped her bosom with a chuckle before turning to leave. The charming attendant, seemingly unfazed, maintained a smile on her face. However, Chao Yang noticed a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth and a subtle furrow in her brow, perhaps indicating that she had been pinched more painfully than she let on. Just as he was about to check his watch, a voice from the overhead speaker suddenly announced, "Passengers in hard sleeper, soft sleeper, and premium compartments, please return to your seats. In half an hour, a battle will commence." Chapter 36. You were once affectionate, yet you cruelly wither flowers. Chao Yang offered an apologetic smile to the elegant saleswoman. "I regret taking up your time. I'll come back another day." The graceful saleswoman placed her hands in front of her and slightly bowed. "You were too kind. We welcome you anytime." Chao Yang hurriedly led Fong Lin towards his soft sleeper compartment. It was his first time disembarking here for a confrontation, and he was uncertain of the local customs. Half an hour was ample time to reach the soft sleeper compartment, yet he pondered what further preparations he might need upon returning. He believed in being proactive and well-prepared for any circumstance. As they passed the women's soft sleeper compartment, despite the horn sounding twice, a woman remained leaning against the connecting area, a cigarette held between her fingers, seemingly indifferent to the calls. Chao Yang paid her no mind and swiftly walked past with Fong Lin. Unexpectedly, Fong Lin brushed against the cigarette in the woman's hand, causing ashes to scatter everywhere. The woman glared at Fong Lin. "You little brat, are you blind?" Chao Yang turned sharply, having not truly examined the woman until now. She appeared to be in her 30s, though she had passed her prime. Her well-maintained visage still bore traces of past beauty. Fong Lin glanced at Chao Yang, not wishing to provoke trouble, and remained silent. However, Chao Yang turned back. "You wretched woman." The woman was taken aback. "What did you say?" "I called you a wretched woman, pretending to be something you're not." Furious, the woman raised her hand to slap Chao Yang, without even looking. He raised his left hand to block her wrist, while a dagger materialized in his right hand, aimed directly at her throat. The woman was startled. Perhaps accustomed to the comforts of the soft sleeper compartment, her sensitivity to external threats had diminished. She had not anticipated Chao Yang's decisive nature. Regardless of whether the opponent was male or female, he would strike mercilessly if provoked. Indeed, it was the skilled who survived in the apocalypse. The woman stepped onto the opposite compartment, propelling herself backward in a forceful leap. The blade effortlessly grazed her throat, leaving a deep crimson line that oozed blood. Chao Yang did not relent. He followed closely, transforming the slicing motion into a thrust aimed straight at her throat. The woman, alarmed, raised her left hand to grasp at Chao Yang's blade, but she overlooked Fong Lin, who swiftly appeared at her side, brandishing a dagger aimed at the woman's temple. The woman exclaimed, "You dare." As she turned her head to evade Fong Lin's strike, Chao Yang's dagger had already plunged into her throat. She emitted a gurgling sound, and Chao Yang commanded in a low voice, "Step back." Fong Lin cleverly evaded the woman, while Chao Yang sidestepped to withdraw his dagger. Blood erupted like a burst pipe, and in a swift motion, the dagger vanished from his hand. Turning to Fong Lin, he urged, "Let us go." Fortunately, the two had managed to evade the chaos without a single trace of blood on them, swiftly returning to their sleeper compartment. Fong Lin cast a worried glance at the petite attendant standing by the entrance of the soft sleeper carriage. The attendant had reached the door, brandishing a megaphone, and announced, "Attention everyone, a battle is imminent. Please prepare yourselves." Raising her hand, she checked her watch. "We will gather outside the sleeper carriage in 10 minutes. Chao Yang and Fong Lin swiped their cards at the door, which opened silently. They hurried inside, but Fong Lin anxiously peered outside. "Brother Chao, that." Chao Yang swiftly closed the door and raised his right index finger to signal her to be quiet, reassuring her, We merely took a glance at the shop. We did nothing. Fong Lin nodded vigorously. In this apocalyptic world, violence was an all too frequent occurrence, yet this carriage still upheld a semblance of order and law. However, Chao Yang discerned that this order and legality were only applicable to ordinary individuals. The soft and luxury compartments surely held their own distinctions. Yet, it was not for him to delve into. It was of no concern to him. Remembering his agreement with Dr. Zhou, he realized he would soon be departing from this carriage. 10 minutes later, Chao Yang heard the sound of a door opening outside the soft sleeper compartment. He and Fong Lin opened their door and stepped out. He found it strange that, despite having taken a life moments ago, no one had come to search for the perpetrator. Shouldn't there have been an uproar? Yet it felt as if the act had gone unnoticed. Each soft sleeper compartment door was ajar, confirming that the petite attendant had spoken truthfully. Nearly everyone had emerged, with 4 individuals stepping out from each room. The pale young man from the hard sleeper carriage also emerged from the front compartment but did not notice Chao Yang. The petite attendant, still holding the megaphone, declared, "Today's mission is to eradicate the zombies, but focus solely on those near the soft and hard sleeper compartments. Do not assist the lower-tier carriages. Any violation will result in the forfeiture of all points and a demotion to the lower-tier carriage." Chao Yang gasped in shock. Given the previous zombie numbers and the absence of aerial support, a lower-tier carriage would surely lead to annihilation. Most importantly, the medical carriage was adjacent to the lower-tier carriage. How would he assist Dr. Zhou in escaping? Chapter 37, the beginning of another round of zombie slaying. The petite train attendant continued. Those who have just ascended to the soft sleeper compartment, remember that weapons must not be lost. If they are misplaced, a penalty of 100 to 500 points will be incurred. Insufficient points will result in a demotion to the hard sleeper compartment. Is that clear to everyone? I shall repeat myself. Chao Yang swiftly glanced at the weapons stacked at the entrance of the soft sleeper compartment. Indeed, they were of far superior quality compared to those in the hard sleeper compartment. The blades gleamed as if freshly forged. He leaned closer to Fong Lin and murmured, "Stay close to me." Fong Lin, as always, trailed closely behind Chao Yang, not fully comprehending his insistence to keep her near. Yet, she merely responded with a soft refraining from further inquiry. After reiterating her instructions twice, the petite train attendant invited everyone to select their weapons while she began her registration. Chao Yang chose a large axe, which appeared quite hefty. However, upon lifting it, he discovered it was not as burdensome as anticipated, its blade shining brilliantly and seemingly razor-sharp. Fong Lin opted for a combat spade, exclaiming softly, "It feels quite light." Chao Yang nodded in agreement. Perhaps it is due to the material used in its casting. If you find it light, feel free to choose another. Both selected a crossbow as well. The petite train attendant noted, "The crossbow costs 500 points. And your axe is 300. As for your combat spade, it is 100. Should it be lost, points will be deducted from your total." Chao Yang acknowledged, "I understand." Once they donned their wristbands, everyone stood quietly at the entrance, forming a line. As Chao Yang was positioned at the back due to his location in the compartment, he noticed a pale young man in the middle of the carriage. Upon seeing Chao Yang, the young man offered a silent nod and a friendly smile, which Chao Yang reciprocated with a nod of his own. The train gradually slowed, the sealed environment rendering the outside invisible. When the train finally came to a halt with a jarring sound, the petite train attendant swiftly opened the door. She did not pursue the passengers. Yet each individual leaped from the train with utmost haste. Unlike the cacophony of the lower compartments and sleeper cars, there was not a sound, no heart-wrenching cries, nor cowardly howls. Once they alighted, each person vanished into the darkness. Chao Yang and Fong Lin jumped down, casting a glance in the direction of the hard sleeper compartment. Through several hard sleeper cars, he caught a distant glimpse of what appeared to be someone leaping from the medical car. However, the pervasive darkness and distance obscured any clear identification. He urged Fong Lin forward, hastening a few steps before pivoting towards the hard sleeper compartment. Although puzzled, Fong Lin did not question him and quickly kept pace with Chao Yang. The hard sleeper compartment was sparsely populated, allowing Chao Yang to swiftly navigate through the men and women. In the dim light, he discerned a familiar figure, that of a graceful silhouette adorned with a mask. She continued to hold a long, fork-shaped rod in her hand, standing alone in a state of bewilderment, though she remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. Yet, being solitary, she was utterly incapable of combating the overwhelming horde of zombies. At that moment, the headlights on one side of the carriage suddenly illuminated with a loud bang, casting light far into the distance, brightening the area as if it were day. Then, the chilling roars of zombies echoed forth. Chao Yang observed as the distant zombies, howling, charged toward them, indeed fewer in number than before. However, even with this reduced horde, the fate of the medical personnel was undoubtedly sealed. Chao Yang still could not fathom why these medical workers had been sent to their doom. Was it merely to ensure that they would be injured, left without aid, and ultimately become cannon fodder? He swiftly approached Dr. Zhou, whispering, "Dr. Zhou, it's me." Dr. Zhou turned abruptly, and upon seeing Chao Yang, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, which quickly dimmed as she shook her head slightly, saying, "You cannot help us. We must become strong on our own." Though there were some obstacles near the station, they would do little to impede the advancing zombies. Without glancing at the undead, Chao Yang commanded, "Follow me." Dr. Zhou remained still, reiterating her stance. Ignoring her, Chao Yang furrowed his brow and insisted, "I said, follow me." With that, he did not retreat but instead strode purposefully toward the advancing zombies. After a moment of hesitation, Dr. Zhou chose to follow him. Fong Lin, though perplexed by Chao Yang's intentions, quickly trailed behind as well. Chao Yang swung his axe, cleaving through two oncoming zombies, and dashed toward a nearby building. The zombies, resembling an initial wave, turned to pursue him. Anticipating this, Chao Yang retrieved an old radio with a battery from his pocket, pressing the button until it emitted a sharp, piercing sound. With force, he hurled the radio toward the train, and the zombies, drawn by the noise, rushed after it, allowing Chao Yang to lead the two women into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 38. The enigmatic and enhanced body. Chao Yang sat on a stone slab with two women, deftly twirling a dagger in his hand as he gazed at Dr. Zhou. To Fong Lin's astonishment, Dr. Zhou began to undress, swiftly removing her clothing until she was clad only in her undergarments. Then, she frantically searched her underwear, as if seeking something of significance. Finally, she discovered a small black object hidden within, placing it into the discarded garments before hurling it forcefully into the distance. After assessing the range, she began to speak. "Chao Yang, you acted prematurely. Although we are currently at a stop, this halt was not planned. It should not have occurred here." Chao Yang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Dr. Zhou. "It seems you possess considerable knowledge about this death train. Now, I wish to know who is here to assist you, and why this train of death is necessary. Do not feign ignorance. Without a satisfactory explanation, my knife will swiftly cut through your throat." A low murmur escaped Dr. Zhou's throat as she met Chao Yang's piercing gaze, fully aware that failure to provide a satisfactory response would result in dire consequences. "My familiarity with this place stems from my father's involvement in the design of this very train. I am aware that the personnel aboard were not intended for the salvation of ordinary people." The dagger in Chao Yang's hand gleamed ominously in the darkness, casting a ghostly light. "The aim is to rescue a renowned scientist, reputed to have the capability to eliminate the sun's poison and save humanity from ruin. However, due to chaos within the base and a lack of personnel, provisions were made to accept refugees en route. Ordinary individuals were to partake in the slaughter of zombies, to hone their skills and extract the essence necessary for the mission to rescue that scientist. Then why were you and the medical staff ordered to disembark? Are you not concerned that the medical personnel might perish, leaving no one to provide aid? As the apocalypse looms, doctors are in short supply. Those of us aboard this death train are all affiliated with the opposing factions within the base. To disembark implies we are nearing our destination, and our value has diminished. They do not wish for any survivors aboard. Why must the people on this train die?" Chao Yang inquired, his brow knitted in concern. If this information were to leak, using refugees as cannon fodder would tarnish their reputation. Hence, no witnesses can be allowed to survive. Chao Yang continued to scrutinize Dr. Zhou. "Why can we not leave now? And where are those coming to assist you? I have already stated that this is a temporary stop. Those sent to assist me are unaware of this halt. They will appear at the next station. If we leave now, we will have no food or means of transportation. Even if we evade the base's pursuers and the zombies, survival will prove exceedingly difficult." Chao Yang's sharp blade lost its edge in the moment. "Are you certain the next station will provide a stop?" "It should, as the train requires energy supplies. Otherwise, it cannot reach its destination." Chao Yang rose decisively. "Let us return." Dr. Zhou paused, a look of disbelief crossing her face. "Is it truly feasible to return just like that?" Without uttering a word, Chao Yang hefted his axe and strode ahead. Dr. Zhou hastily called out, "Wait for me." Subsequently, she tossed herself onto the pile of clothing and rummaged through it, finally locating the small black object. After placing it back in its original spot, she hastily donned her clothes. Chao Yang observed her as she finished dressing, remaining silent, and swiftly headed towards the train, with Fong Lin silently trailing behind him. As the trio approached the vicinity of the train, a fierce battle was unfolding. The occupants of the soft and hard sleeper carriages, who could have easily dealt with the scattered zombies, found themselves overwhelmed by the radio that Chao Yang had thrown, which had attracted a horde of zombies in their direction. This alleviated the pressure on those in the lower carriages, prompting some to attempt to slay the undead. Though the radio had ceased its broadcast, the zombies congregated in the area, refusing to disperse, and began their assault on the passengers of the soft and hard sleeper compartments. Fortunately, the number of zombies in the lower carriages was relatively few, and today, the overall count was significantly less than the last encounter. With his axe spinning like a wheel, Xiao Yang dispatched several zombies with remarkable ease. He found himself momentarily stunned, questioning why the zombies seemed to be moving particularly slowly. No, it couldn't be. Despite the axe being light, he was certain he was not this strong. He had not engaged in any strenuous activity recently. And the only explanation he could conjure was that something was amiss with the water and plants within the space. Fong Lin and Dr. Zhou, behind him, gazed at Xiao Yang in astonishment as he skillfully dispatched the zombies with astonishing speed. Although the zombies were attacking other humans with urgency, they were effectively being ambushed from behind by Xiao Yang and his companions. Yet, some zombies had already turned their attention towards them, and Xiao Yang's prowess was indeed formidable. The number of zombies was not excessive. Had it been like last time, they would have surely perished by now. Finally, as the last of the zombies were slain and the train doors swung open, Xiao Yang ushered Fong Lin aboard without casting a single glance towards Dr. Zhou. Xiao Yang anticipated that once aboard, he would soon be questioned about his transgressions, and he had already rehearsed his excuses. He would assert that he had thrown the radio to attract the zombies in hopes of slaying more, aiming to ascend to a higher carriage, while rescuing Dr. Zhou was merely due to her being his mistress who had once saved his life. However, no one approached him for inquiries, which piqued his curiosity. The petite train attendant was busy tallying numbers when Fong Lin and Xiao Yang removed the wristbands from their arms and handed them to her. The train attendant, glancing at the bands, expressed her surprise. You are eligible for an upgrade to a higher carriage. Xiao Yang glanced at Fong Lin, who wore a face marked with anxiety. The train attendant examined Fong Lin's wristband and shook her head. She is not eligible. Then I shall refrain from upgrading and remain with my companion, Xiao Yang declared. The train attendant regarded him with a knowing glance. Very well, but you possess considerable points. You could exchange them for some valuable items. Thank you. Xiao Yang replied gratefully to the petite attendant before turning to Fong Lin. You should return and rest. I will check on my injuries in the medical room. With that, he made his way towards the infirmary. Fong Lin understood the underlying reason and turned back to her room, muttering under her breath, What injuries? You're merely checking to see if your old flame made it aboard. Chapter 39, The Apocalypse Transforms Humans into Beasts. Xiao Yang approached the medical car, having noted that the women in the hard sleeper compartment had lost their interest in teasing him. The sparse crowd within was likely a consequence of the radio that had silenced many. Some murmured curses at the individual who had discarded the radio. In the darkness, no one could discern who it was. With an expression devoid of emotion, Xiao Yang traversed the hard sleeper car, his demeanor unperturbed. In the struggle for survival in the apocalypse, one must first harden their heart. He swiftly crossed the hard sleeper compartment, greeting the portly attendant in the dining car, before retrieving his belongings. After rummaging through his bag, he secured the items within and slung the backpack over his shoulder, heading towards the medical car. Upon opening the door, he found it peculiar that Xiao Ling, who often sat there posing for attention, was absent. This was unusual, as she managed the medical compartment. Who would attend to the patients in her absence? Xiao Yang proceeded to the compartment where Xiao Ling resided, designated for the medical staff. He grasped the door handle, pressing down, yet it yielded no response. It appeared to be locked from within. He knocked lightly, calling out, Xiao Ling. Receiving no reply, he knocked more forcefully. Suddenly, a man's voice emerged from inside, laced with venom. Get lost. Dare to disturb me, and I'll kill you. Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Although his relationship with Xiao Ling was fleeting and superficial, he was aware of her flirtatious nature and suspected she might be entangled with another man. Reluctant to instigate trouble, he turned to head towards Dr. Zhou's small room. But abruptly, he halted, sensing something was amiss. He pivoted back, delivering a powerful kick to the door. The iron door, reinforced with thick steel, produced a dull thud under the force of his strike. It trembled but did not yield. Summoning all his strength, he kicked once more, and the door finally succumbed with a resounding crash. Xiao Yang dashed into the cramped space, where 2 to 3 individuals could barely fit, turning awkwardly. What he beheld was a sight that ignited his fury. Within the confines, alongside Xiao Ling, were 3 naked men. In an instant, a knife materialized in Xiao Yang's hand as he slashed the throat of the nearest bear man, simultaneously lunging at the one covering Xiao Ling's mouth. The assailant, caught off guard by Xiao Yang's sudden aggression, stood frozen as the blade pierced his throat. In an instant, a long knife appeared in his left hand, and with a swift motion, he severed the man's head. In a single breath, Xiao Yang dispatched 3 men, blood splattering across the room. He stood amidst the chaos, feeling the warm flow of blood upon him, his heart racing with adrenaline. Having long grown accustomed to the baseness of human nature in this desolate world, he still felt a surge of anger, perhaps because Xiao Ling was the first woman he had known in this grim reality. Lying motionless on the bed, Xiao Ling's head tilted at an unnatural angle, her body smeared with blood, unclear whether it was her own or that of the three men. His voice finally roused the attending doctors, several of whom approached, including Dr. Zhou. Xiao Yang gently touched Xiao Ling's nose, sensing her breath had ceased. Turning around, he noticed the doctors. Can you do anything to save her? Dr. Zhou approached, placing his hand on Xiao Ling's wrist, furrowing his brow as he checked her eyelids. Then shook his head. She is beyond help. At that moment, it seemed someone had informed the attendants, and two uniformed officers entered. What is happening here? Doctor Zhou hastily explained. This gentleman came to seek medical attention, noticed the absence of the attending staff, and upon realizing something was amiss, rushed in to find these individuals inflicting violence upon the attendant. One of the officers frowned. Where did these three come from? A female doctor interjected. They are from the lower carriage. They came to see a doctor today. I examined them and found nothing wrong, so I let them go. Lower carriage? No ailments? The officer glanced at the motionless Xiao Ling, then turned to Xiao Yang. How did you discover this? I am from the soft sleeper carriage. I was injured and sought a doctor, but found Xiao Ling absent. I heard a man's voice in her quarters, and knowing it was time for treatment, she couldn't possibly be in there with a man, so I kicked the door open and stumbled upon this tragedy. The officer nodded. In these dire times, tragedies abound. Yet no one is here to investigate. He took out his radio and called out, Lower medical room. A homicide has occurred. Please come and clear the scene. Xiao Yang gradually calmed himself. Though his relationship with Xiao Ling was fleeting, witnessing her tragic state moved him deeply. He reached for her clothing nearby and covered her with it. He paused, perhaps recalling the ephemeral bond he shared with Xiao Ling, feeling a pang of sorrow. Leaning down, he rested his head against her chest, embracing her lifeless body tightly. A compassionate doctor, unable to bear the sight, turned away with a sigh. Damn this wretched world. It has turned people into beasts. Dr. Zhou, also touched, placed a hand on Xiao Yang's shoulder, at a loss for words of comfort. Soon, two workers arrived to collect the bodies, pushing a small cart to begin loading the corpses. As they prepared to move Xiao Ling's body, Xiao Yang shook his head, wrapping her in a sheet and lifting her gently. I will accompany you. Let me see her off. The two workers led the way, with Xiao Yang following closely behind. His fingers caressing Xiao Ling's cheek as he murmured, What a pity, I don't even know your surname. The body cart passed through two lower carriages, and Xiao Qiming watched as the workers opened a weathered door. Inside, there were no seats, only two large iron boxes with open lids, one ablaze with fierce flames, the other emanating a foul odor. One worker tossed a body into the stinking box while the other operated a switch, unleashing a thunderous roar. Inside, it sounded like a meat grinder, beginning to churn, reducing the intact bodies into a gruesome pulp in an instant, their remains flowing into the unknown. After discarding the corpse, the gravedigger turned around and, noticing Xiao Yang standing behind him with empty hands, inquired with curiosity, Where's the body you were carrying? Chapter 40. A haven in the apocalypse. Xiao Yang gestured towards the box engulfed in roaring flames beside him, exclaiming, Let it be cast into the fire. The person is already dead. A cremation seems fitting. Two corpse collectors approached to inspect the flames, and indeed, there appeared to be a human shape within, grotesquely contorted by the heat. They shook their heads in resignation. Very well, it's all the same. A normal death should see the body disposed of here to become fertilizer, though fuel must be replenished as well. With a sigh, Xiao Yang turned and strode outside. Upon reaching the ambulance compartment, he noticed that the curtain to Dr. Zhou's third medical room remained drawn. Perhaps alerted by the sound of Xiao Yang's footsteps, the curtain parted slightly, and Dr. Zhou poked his head out. After a fleeting glance at Xiao Yang, he remarked, Let me take a look at your waist. Xiao Yang shook his head, passing by Dr. Zhou and heading directly to his soft sleeper compartment. As he departed, a flicker of pity glimmered in Dr. Zhou's eyes. Once outside the medical room, Xiao Yang quickened his pace, swiftly traversing the train cars until he returned to his own soft sleeper compartment. The petite train attendant, startled to see him, exclaimed, Back so soon from your examination? Xiao Yang smiled. There was a bit of a situation over there. I will return later. The petite attendant blinked. It's rare to find a man as loyal and selfless as you who would refrain from upgrading to a higher class for a friend. Xiao Yang grinned. I'm off to rest. The attendant nodded. Don't forget to hang the Do Not Disturb sign. Xiao Yang produced an unsealed pair of stockings from his pocket and handed them to the petite attendant, a gift for you. Ignoring her expressions of gratitude, he quickly retreated into his compartment under her delighted gaze. Upon entering, he found Fong Lin hurriedly stuffing something beneath the covers. Why are you back so quickly? She inquired. There was an incident over there, Xiao Yang replied tersely, shedding his blood-stained clothing and tossing it aside into the waiting box, knowing it would be cleaned later. Grasping the railing, he climbed to the upper bunk. You've killed again. Fong Lin sniffled. Xiaoyang remained silent, pulling the covers over himself. "Do not speak to me, and do not disturb me." He then draped the blanket over his head and swiftly entered the space within. Inside, he laid Xiaoling's lifeless body on the floor. Using a small knife, he pried her jaw open and cautiously began pouring the water he had just summoned into her mouth. He was uncertain of the enmity between Dr. Zhou and Xiaoling. The doctor had merely glanced at her before declaring her dead. Yet, as he covered Xiaoling with a blanket, he could have sworn he saw her fingers tremble slightly. If it were merely the nervous system twitching post-mortem, he could still feel her body had not yet grown cold or rigid, which was typically an immediate consequence of death. When he pressed his face against her chest, prior to the arrival of the corpse collectors, he finally detected a faint, imperceptible heartbeat. He was certain Xiaoling was not dead. And he also understood that this was likely part of a sinister plot, desiring to remain uninvolved in any conspiracies. He believed the best course of action was to simply ignore them. However, his lingering humanity reminded him that such detachment was beyond his capability. Thus, he resolved to leave little Ling's fate to the whims of destiny. Presently, he had transported her lifeless body into the space, evading any notice from others. No one suspected that Xiaoyang would conceal such a substantial living being. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to revive her. The only remarkable element within the space was the water, which, after every sip, alleviated his fatigue and invigorated his spirit. The enhancement of his reactions and strength during the recent encounter with zombies was undoubtedly linked to this water, as he had consumed nothing else on the train. With no trustworthy physician at hand, he could only place his hopes in this extraordinary liquid. Little Ling bore no external injuries, and he was oblivious to the cause of her demise, whether it was suffocation or something else entirely. The water trickled from the corner of her mouth, indicating her loss of voluntary swallowing ability. Xiaoyang took a sip himself and pressed his lips against hers, striving to blow air into her, guiding the water down her throat and into her abdomen. Sip after sip, bowl after bowl, though much of the liquid flowed out from the sides of her mouth, he still managed to transfer some into her. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and Xiaoyang felt a mounting urgency. He understood that the window for saving someone was fleeting. Once brain death occurred, no one could be revived. In his attempt to avoid drawing attention, he had already squandered considerable time on his return, uncertain whether the water in this space would still hold any efficacy. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a faint cough broke the silence, and little Ling's chest began to rise and fall with intensity as she slowly opened her eyes. In this apocalyptic world, Xiaoyang was far from a benevolent figure. He was, in fact, ruthless and vengeful, having taken the lives of more than 10 individuals. Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing the revival of little Ling, whom he had saved with his own hands, filled him with an unexpected joy. Unable to contain his excitement, he called out loudly into the wilderness, feeling a rare surge of happiness after enduring the desolation for so long. He carried little Ling into the bedroom of the wooden cabin, hastily laying her on the floor of the living room to expedite her treatment, neglecting even to enter the bedroom. As her eyes gradually began to focus, she opened her mouth, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Where am I? Why can't I feel the train's movement?" Xiaoyang laid her on the bed, placing a pillow under her head and covering her with a blanket. "From now on, you shall belong to me, in the purest sense, for you will no longer witness the horrors of this world nor interact with others." Leaning against little Ling's side, he wrapped his arm around her delicate form. "Allow me to tell you a story." Ignoring the fact that she had just regained consciousness, perhaps not even able to listen, he began to ramble on, the oppressive pain of the apocalypse finding its first outlet. In this space, he realized he was indeed a god. Now that little Ling had entered this realm, he would never let her leave. Because of the secret of her own space, she would never allow anyone to know. It could be said that Xiaoling is currently the only person who poses no threat to him. Leaning against Xiaoling listened as he recounted his journey from the apocalyptic world to the possession of this space. Finally, he spoke of saving Xiaoling and the possibility that she might never leave this space. Xiaoling harbored no reservations, expressing all his innermost thoughts to Xiaoling. Xiaoling smiled softly. "You saved my life. Do you think keeping me in this space will lead to a future filled with loneliness?" She lifted her gaze to meet Xiaoyang's. "Do you know how I survived during the apocalypse? Do you believe I enjoyed the company of those foul-mouthed, short-tempered elites?" Tears streamed slowly down her cheeks. "I was merely striving to survive. Before the apocalypse, I was still a maiden, but after enduring brutal torment for the first time, I resigned myself to my fate. All I wanted was to live. I longed to return to the days before the apocalypse, even if I am destitute, even if I go hungry, even if my wages are meager, even if I toil endlessly for a meager existence." Xiaoling wrapped her frail arms around Xiaoyang's waist. "You can't be a deity, can you?" Xiaoling tightened his embrace around Xiaoling. "I am not a deity, but I am the god of this space." Xiaoling lifted her head. "You must live, forever live. The two nestled closely together, having rediscovered a paradise amidst the demonic world of the apocalypse. They shared their heartfelt confessions joyfully. Suddenly, Xiaoling raised her head. You must be cautious of Dr. Zhou. Chapter 41. Conflict. The vehicle continued to glide smoothly when suddenly, a knock echoed at the door of Chao Yang's room. He sprang from his bed, leaping down to open the door. What is the matter? Outside stood a petite female train attendant, yet behind her loomed 3 burly men. Among them was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit, exuding the air of a successful individual from a bygone era, his wrist adorned with a gold watch. Casting a disdainful glance at Chao Yang, with a quiver in her voice, the small attendant asked, Mr. Chao, before the last stop, did you visit the front carriage? I did. Why? May I inquire about your purpose there? I want to check the shop. Is there an issue? The man, resembling a prosperous figure, tilted his head, speaking down to Chao Yang as if addressing a servant. When did you return? Chao Yang met his gaze but remained silent, fully aware of the underlying reason for their presence. I am asking you a question. And who are you? Why should I answer you? Fuming, the middle-aged man retorted. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Chao Yang chose silence, attempting to close the door. With their imminent departure from the train, he wished to avoid confrontation. Though outnumbered, he was unafraid. Yet, he preferred to evade any altercation at that moment. However, the middle-aged man pressed his hand against the door, declaring, I am asking you. Chao Yang's demeanor began to harden with a frigid intensity. The petite attendant blushed furiously, desperately interjecting, Please, no fighting. Do you not understand that violence in the soft sleeper carriage will result in severe penalties? While Chao Yang had no intention of instigating trouble, the man's aggressive demeanor and condescending attitude ignited a spark of anger within him. Turning to the small attendant, he queried, Can one kill him for cursing? The adult man scoffed in disbelief. Look at this trash who crawled up from the bottom. Now that he's in a soft sleeper, he thinks he's someone of importance. I could squash you like an ant. Chao Yang chuckled, releasing his grip on the door as he replied, The last one who said that has already met his end. The attendant waved her hands vigorously. You cannot. Cursing is not allowed here, and killing will lead to demotion. Chao Yang's smile began to fade as he prepared to depart. Unperturbed by the threat of demotion, a fierce glint emerged in his eyes, and his fingers trembled slightly. The middle-aged man sneered, What a disgrace. Allowing such vermin into the soft sleeper. He stepped back, signaling the burly men behind him, Take care of him. Before the command could fully escape his lips, Chao Yang lunged forward, akin to a leopard pouncing on its prey, his blade glinting as it aimed directly for the man's throat. Instinctively, the middle-aged man recoiled. Meanwhile, one of the burly men rushed forward, throwing a punch towards Chao Yang's face. Yet, Chao Yang paid no heed to the impending blow, his focus unwavering as he pressed the knife toward the man's throat. The middle-aged man had not anticipated Chao Yang's audacity, hastily retreating. Although his speed was somewhat lacking, it was nonetheless swifter than that of those whom Chao Yang had previously dispatched. Chao Yang adeptly evaded the robust man's fist, his blade unwavering as he advanced toward the middle-aged individual. The soft sleeper carriage, while more spacious outside, still felt constricted for a confrontation. The middle-aged man found himself crashing against the wall behind him, realizing there was no escape. Resigned, he raised his right hand to shield against the dagger's impending strike. He preferred to have his arm pierced rather than risk a fatal blow to his throat. He was not foolish. Chao Yang did not aim for the man's arm. Instead, the blade descended, continuing its trajectory toward the location of the middle-aged man's heart. At that moment, the 2 burly men behind him lunged forward, and a small iron ball, propelled by a slingshot, struck the closest robust man squarely in the face, causing him to cry out and stumble backward. The middle-aged man's reflexes were swift as he lowered his arm to protect his heart. In a flash, Chao Yang's dagger rose sharply, poised against the man's throat. While his left hand seized the middle-aged man's hair, the blade had not pierced through but halted at the brink. Chao Yang observed that the other 2 robust men had ceased their advance, drawing firearms from their jackets, aimed squarely at him. The cold steel of the blade had grazed the man's throat, and several drops of blood began to trickle down the edge. Stop. Do not move. The middle-aged man dared not stir. Yet, he was not naive. He quickly commanded his subordinates. One of the burly men pointed his gun at Chao Yang, demanding, Release him, or you shall not live to see another day. Chao Yang regarded him with icy composure, aware that although his physical prowess had been enhanced, his resilience against bullets had yet to be tested. He contemplated the futility of evading gunfire, especially with Fong Lin behind him. If he entered the space, he could not rescue her. The middle-aged man, now stripped of his arrogance, swallowed hard. Friend, should you kill me, you too shall perish. Let us be amicable. Spare me, and I shall not pursue this further. We can settle our old scores once and for all. What do you say? Chao Yang remained unmoved, harboring deep mistrust. He was certain that if he released the man, He would order his subordinates to fire, turning him into a sieve, gripping the man's hair tightly. With the dagger resting against his throat, he began to retreat into the carriage, coldly stating, "You would do well not to fire, at worst. It would be a life for a life. I trust my blade is not significantly slower than your bullets." The commotion outside prompted the doors of the other compartments in the soft sleeper carriage to swing open, and several individuals emerged, including a pale young man who had previously crossed paths with Chao Yang. Upon witnessing Chao Yang pressing the blade against the middle-aged man, while several others aimed their guns at him, he could not help but scoff. "What now? Have we, who clawed our way up from the depths, finally arrived at a semblance of humanity? You, the so-called elite who have never lifted a finger against the zombies, treat us as if we were mere hounds, scolding us at will and taking our lives as if they were trivial. Do you even regard us as human beings?" This statement ignited a fervent sense of unity among many, prompting several to join in the uproar. "Indeed, each one of you, masquerading as humans, what do you expect? Must we resign ourselves to the status of dogs?" A few individuals have already approached this way, and some have even unsheathed short blades from their persons. Chapter 42. I know it's you. As I observed the individuals in the soft sleeper carriage approaching, the two armed men began to display signs of unease. One of them aimed his firearm at the crowd, warning, "Do not come any closer." The man on the ground, struck by a slingshot, was still alive and struggled to rise, his left hand pressed against his bleeding cheek, drawing a gun from his bosom. Suddenly, the door connecting to the front soft sleeper swung open. A burly man with a full beard, clad in exquisite handmade attire and carrying a bottle of liquor, swaggered in. Upon witnessing the scene within the carriage, he shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "What is going on here?" The passengers in the soft sleeper continued to advance. "What? Are you planning to kill us all? Then come on. With your guns and cannons, you think you can do as you please?" The pale young man behind them incited further, fueled by a long-standing resentment from the oppression and humiliation imposed by those in the superior carriage. This pent-up anger ignited within him. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen as genuine fear gripped him. Spotting the bearded man with the liquor bottle entering, he hastily shouted, "Brother Chun! Brother Chun!" The bearded man glanced at the middle-aged man, who was being held by the hair with a dagger pressed against his throat, and grinned widely. "This is what you get for being so arrogant day in and day out, and for stirring up trouble everywhere." He swaggered forward, causing the armed men to part and make way for him. He positioned himself between the passengers of the soft sleeper and the muscular men with guns, gesturing towards the former. "Some of you may not know me, but they certainly do. There's no need for this hostility. There are always a few pests lurking about. If you press forward, they will undoubtedly fire. You are aware of the consequences. In such a confined space, none of you would likely survive. Is it truly worth it?" Brother Chun took a sip from the liquor bottle. "Life is precious. After all, it's hard-earned. To lose it on this train, only to be tossed into a garbage bin and turned into fertilizer or fuel, does that sound worthwhile to you?" The two men at the forefront halted. Brother Chun waved his hand. "My words carry a bit of weight. Should anyone bully you in this carriage again, just tell them you were friends with Brother Chun. You have my permission to retaliate. If they dare to strike back or continue to harass you, come seek me out. I assure you, if I don't beat them to a pulp, I'll jump off this train myself." The passengers of the soft sleeper remained silent, but a few murmured among themselves, including those near the pale young man, who also exchanged whispers. Gradually, the passengers began to retreat, their actions reflecting the weight of Brother Chun's words, despite their silence. Brother Chun lifted the bottle once more, taking another swig, and turned to the middle-aged man. "What trouble have you stirred up with this young friend?" He then glanced at Chao Yang. "Didn't you claim to be Brother Chun's friend?" Chao Yang remained silent, while the middle-aged man forced a bitter smile. "Brother Chun, how was I to know he was your friend? I was merely inquiring. You are aware, my wife has passed away, and I must seek out the one responsible for her demise." Brother Chun raised his head and took a swig of his drink, a man who has long dwelled in a fantasy of a pre-apocalyptic world. Always believing himself to be superior, a domineering figure, what's done is done. What now? Do you wish to accompany her to the grave? If your bond was so profound, you can go alone. Do not involve others. He turned around, addressing the burly men armed with guns. "Put away those damn firearms. Who are you scaring with those pitiful weapons? Do you believe that I will send you all to the front lines to slay zombies tomorrow?" The burly men hastily stowed their guns, bowing their heads like schoolchildren reprimanded by a teacher, submissive and timid. Even the one with blood streaming down his face dared not cover it with his hand. Brother Chun took another sip of his drink and said to Chao Yang, "Little brother, I understand you do not know me." He gestured towards the petite female attendant. "But she knows who I am. I assure you, she will not trouble you further, so put away your knife." After the conflict escalated, the petite attendant had already cowered in a corner like a quail. Upon realizing Brother Chun was pointing at her, she hurriedly stepped forward. "Rest assured, What Brother Chun says here is more reliable than a royal decree. You can trust every word he utters. Chaoyang slowly sheathed his knife. Though he was unafraid of who they were, he was no fool. They were armed, and while he could enter his space, could he ever escape it again? The middle-aged man, feeling the blade leave his throat, quickly covered it with his hand and rushed to hide behind the burly men. Kid. Today you were fortunate to have encountered Brother Chun. Brother Chun raised his glass once more and took another gulp. You should consider yourself lucky. Had you not met me, he would certainly have slain you. Now, be off, and do not embarrass yourself here. The middle-aged man shot a disgruntled glance at Chaoyang before turning away with his companions, heading towards the soft sleeper compartment. As the train doors closed, Brother Chun patted Chaoyang on the shoulder. Would you care for a drink? Chaoyang shook his head. After this troubling affair, I truly lack the spirit. Perhaps another time. Brother Chun did not press the matter, chuckling as he leaned closer to Chaoyang's ear. You are undoubtedly the one who killed him. Startled, Chaoyang opened his mouth to protest, but Brother Chun interrupted with a grin. Do not refute, for I have witnessed it. Chapter 43. Relax. Don't tense up. Spring Gu noticed the taut muscles of Chaoyang and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Don't be tense, don't be tense. That woman is nothing but trouble. She still thinks it's the end of the world, strutting around haughtily every day. To be frank, I've always wanted to kill her. But out of respect, I refrained from taking action. Observing the scattered passengers in the soft sleeper carriage, Spring Gu waved his hand. Everyone, go back. The pale youth glanced at Chaoyang, hesitating to speak, but seeing that everyone had left, he reluctantly returned to his room. Spring Gu took another swig of his drink, leaned closer to Chaoyang, and whispered, Don't think that just because he spoke up for you, he's a good person. Among these people, he might be the worst. With that, he burst into laughter and strode forward with his bottle. Chaoyang watched Spring Gu's retreating figure, pondering if the pale youth was genuinely sincere towards him. If that were the case, it would indeed be a classic case of overt manipulation. Spring Gu was not a simple character. Once Spring Gu had departed, the petite female attendant approached. Chaoyang, those people just now were from the high-class carriage. Be careful. Chaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. The petite attendant flashed a kind smile before turning to leave. Chaoyang understood that the attendant was merely slightly better off than they were. Her status still relegated to the lowest tier. The incident with Xiaoling illustrated all too clearly the issues at play. One attendant's death stirred not the slightest ripple. In truth, during the earlier altercation with the occupants of the high-class carriage, the petite female attendant, though seemingly silent, had offered him invaluable support with every word. As he closed the carriage door, Chaoyang turned to Fong Lin. What I am about to do may be quite perilous. Without allowing him to finish, Fong Lin firmly replied, Rest assured, I will not hold you back. I want tea leave. Chaoyang settled onto the lower bunk of the sleeper. Once we stop, if we go down, it's likely we won tea return. Regardless, we will not ride this death train any longer. Fong Lin nodded. I understand. We are preparing to rescue Dr. Zhou and escape together, right? Chaoyang gave a slight nod. Yes. Do you have any valuables you wish to take with you? I can help carry them. Fong Lin shook her head. There is nothing to take. The only thing I have is this one bag. Are you not taking this as well? Chaoyang lifted the blanket, revealing a thick book that Fong Lin had hastily hidden earlier, its white cover devoid of any title. Fong Lin blushed, flustered. I saw it fall to the ground and picked it up. You mentioned using it as a shield, didn't you? Chaoyang held up the book. Indeed, it would serve well as a shield, so we must keep it with us and not lose it. Seeing Chaoyang's teasing smile, Fong Lin's cheeks reddened further. All right, stop mocking me. I simply wanted to take a glance, but you returned before I could even look. You haven't seen it yet. Chaoyang nodded reassuringly. It's all right. It's all right. I didn't say anything. Fong Lin stamped her foot in frustration. What more do you want to say? Are you implying that? Chaoyang fixed his intense gaze upon Fong Lin, inquiring, What do I mean? Fong Lin turned away, exclaiming, I shall no longer pay you any heed. With a hearty laugh, Chaoyang placed the book upon the table, remarking, As Confucius stated, food and sex are part of human nature. What is there to be ashamed of? He slung his backpack over his shoulder and continued, All right. I shan't tease you any longer. The reason I brought this out is to inform you that you need not be secretive, otherwise, one day I might enter and startle you. I refuse to look. Fong Lin muttered, feeling increasingly flustered, as if her attempts to clarify only deepened the misunderstanding. Chaoyang hoisted his backpack, declaring, When I step out, I will hang the Do Not Disturb sign. Do not open the door for anyone who knocks. Fong Lin gazed at him, feeling a hint of anxiety. I will accompany you. Chaoyang turned his face, smiling at her. There are certain places where it is best for girls to refrain from going. Fong Lin paused, her face flushing crimson, and with a scoff, she turned to sit on her bed, saying, You are about to leave, yet you still have the leisure for such banter. It seems you are permitted to view. While I am not allowed to step outside, I said I did not look. Fong Lin, exasperated, seized her pillow and struck it forcefully against the bed. All right. You did not look. You did not look. Chao Yang chuckled as he opened the door, stepping outside to hang the do not disturb sign, then poked his head back in. Now you may look. I am leaving, and I shall knock when I return. Though she remained unaware of Chao Yang's intentions, Fong Lin, as always, refrained from inquiring further. Exiting, Chao Yang headed toward the upscale car section. Sitting on the bed, Fong Lin felt the flush on her face gradually fade. Her brother rarely jested. Why was he doing so? Was he attempting to alleviate his own worries, fearing that she might be concerned? What did it mean to fear one's own concerns? Was Chao Yang planning for revenge? Despite his impressive prowess in combating zombies, the presence of armed individuals posed a dire threat, especially in the confined space of the train, where his abilities would be severely limited. The elegantly attired saleswoman, resembling a flight attendant, stood nearby. Upon seeing Chao Yang approach, she slightly bowed. Hello, how may I assist you? Chao Yang nodded, stating, follow me. I wish to make a purchase. The refined saleswoman accompanied him, saying, Sir, please inform me of what you wish to buy, and I will guide you to the specific location. Chao Yang strode directly toward the fruits and vegetables section, pointing at the array of produce. Please pack this and this. Suddenly, he spotted a mature ear of wheat. Do we sell this here? The saleswoman inclined her body slightly. Yes, indeed. The ear of wheat carries a positive connotation. From a feng shui perspective, it symbolizes wealth coming from all directions and stability. Furthermore, it is believed to bring good fortune while dispelling misfortune. It appeared that the saleswoman had done her homework. Chao Yang nodded. I will take that as well. The saleswoman began tallying his selected items. Sir, may I see your points balance? Chao Yang was well aware that his extensive list might instill apprehension in her. Fearing he might lack sufficient points, he handed over his ID, stating, I am Chao Yang. You may verify it. Very well, sir. The elegant female sales clerk retrieved a tablet-like device from behind her and began to scan Chao Yang's identification card. Sir, although your points are quite high, the prices here are exorbitant, and your points are still insufficient, she remarked. Don't you accept items as well? Chao Yang inquired. We do, the clerk responded. Chao Yang then extracted a piece of clothing from his backpack and placed it aside. The offered price for the garment was disappointingly low. The graceful sales clerk appeared somewhat disheartened, realizing that she might not finalize this transaction. How much do you think this is worth? Chao Yang queried as he slowly opened his right hand, revealing a vibrant red persimmon. Observing the astonishment on the sales clerk's face, he extended his left hand as well, exclaiming, and here is another. Chapter 44. Purchasing seeds for the space. Though the reason behind Chao Yang's decision to acquire such a plethora of plants, particularly the older varieties, eluded comprehension. After all, how could aged cucumbers possibly rival the delectable taste of their tender counterparts? Moreover, he had no means to concoct a soup. Yet, the graceful saleswoman exhibited remarkable professionalism, refraining from any inquiries. Chao Yang was thoroughly impressed with the poised saleswoman, perceiving her to be akin to Fong Lin, diligently fulfilling her duties, aiding him in his endeavors without ever hindering his escape when necessary, and never prying into his affairs. To his astonishment, he discovered that the establishment also offered live animals. Upon spotting a few chicks nestled in a chicken coop, he could not suppress his excitement. Do you sell these as well? The elegant saleswoman mirrored his enthusiasm, replying, Indeed. These can serve as delightful pets in childhood. As they mature, they provide eggs, and you may also prepare them for soup. Many patrons raise them here. And should you decide not to keep them, we offer complimentary soup-making services. I shall take all of these, he declared. And this duck as well. Sir, that is not a duck, it is a goose. Oh, a goose will suffice. I shall take that too. Sir, would you like this mole? Quite intriguing. Not at all. I have no fondness for rodents. This is a mole. Still a no, it is not palatable. By the way, these aren't mutated animals, are they? Absolutely not. We cannot sell mutated creatures. These are from before the apocalypse. Hence, they remain unaltered. Splendid. But why are there no piglets? Sir, pets cannot include pigs. They grow too large. And there isn't enough food supply on the vehicle to sustain them. True enough. Chao Yang cautiously placed the chicks and goslings into his backpack. Sir, we have specialized cages. This method may suffocate them. Not to worry. I possess a cage at home, he smiled, knowing that the chicks and goslings had already transcended into his space. Although he felt a twinge of regret at not acquiring piglets, he found it incomprehensible that the individuals in the higher compartments could run a shop, yet neglect to sell livestock like chickens, ducks, and geese. Were these people truly so peculiar, treating everything as a pet? Having nearly exhausted his options, he realized that many items could be procured outside, rendering further searches unnecessary. Bidding farewell to the elegant saleswoman, Qiao Yang hurried back, passing the spot where he had slain the middle-aged woman. Darkened stains still marred the ground. Glancing around, he recalled what Chungu had mentioned. Was there surveillance here? Suddenly halting, he resumed his stride. Yet his heart raced with anticipation upon noticing a small red dot flickering in the upper left corner. The lighting in this compartment was remarkably bright. Had it not been for Qiao Yang's seemingly evolved physique, marked by immense strength and keen senses, he might have overlooked it entirely. This Chungu is undoubtedly formidable. He may very well be the esteemed leader of this carriage. His ability to manipulate surveillance at will, while commanding the deference of high-ranking individuals within the compartment, speaks volumes of his status. It is certain that other carriages are similarly equipped with monitoring systems. Reflecting on that night with Dr. Zhou sends a chill down my spine. Chungu has long been aware of my presence, having invited me for drinks on several occasions, seemingly with ulterior motives. Shaking off these thoughts, they are now irrelevant to me, as I am soon to disembark from this train. As I passed by the ladies' carriage, I stole a glance inside. In the corner near the front, I noticed an array of weapons and leather armor. Clearly, we are on the brink of battle, and the supplies have just arrived. I glanced at the nearby surveillance camera, pretending not to notice as I hastened past. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as I walked by, my hand brushed against a piece of leather armor, which inexplicably vanished, while a pile of supplies remained unnoticed. Reaching my door, I knocked lightly and turned the handle to enter. Did I startle you? Fong Lin shot me a glare, remaining silent. I set my backpack down and approached the window. Tossing a book to Fong Lin, "Why don't you read for a while? I'm going to lie down." I grasped the railing of the upper bunk and climbed up. Fong Lin caught the book and threw it back at me. "I don't want to read." "I was just waiting for you. It's boring." I tossed the book onto the train S-table, chuckling. "If I sleep now, you'll find it amusing." Fong Lin blushed and scoffed. "You're lying. You didn't go looking for women." I laughed. "When did I ever claim to seek out women?" I said the place I went to isn't suitable for them. "Where did you go then?" "To find a reading room?" "The book isn't complete. So I thought you might gather the missing pages." Fong Lin lay down in a huff, pulling the blanket over her head. I reclined on my bunk, covering myself as well, but the blanket quickly fell away. In the space around us, I split an eggplant and placed it on the wooden board. "Is this how it's supposed to dry?" Xiaoling nodded. "Yes, in my hometown, they used to say this. Though I've never done it myself." "Didn't you see how they saved seeds?" "You don't know? Nowadays, everyone buys seeds. We don't even have any at home." "Is that so?" I shook my head. "I truly didn't know." "Can't you save your own seeds?" "No. You can't. In the past, it was possible, but now self-saved seeds yield poorly and are prone to pests. Only purchased seeds are viable?" I smiled as I snapped another pepper in half, placing the seeds on the board. "Then the seeds for planting have become transparent." "It's not the seeds for planting that are transparent. It's the seeds being traded that are." "What do you mean?" "The seeds aren't produced domestically. They are imported from abroad." I looked at Xiaoling in astonishment. "Does our country not produce its own seeds?" "Scarce in number. Most are imported." Dr. Zhou's family used to engage in this business, and it is said that their fortune was amassed through it. As Xiaoling spoke, she tossed some food scraps into the feeding bowls of the little chicks and goslings. "It is wonderful that you can keep these animals. You cannot fathom the extraordinary stillness in this space. I do not fear residing here, but the silence is somewhat unnerving." Qiao Yang smiled slightly. "Indeed. Raising a few chicks and goslings can alleviate loneliness, can it not? Loneliness is inconsequential. It is merely the overwhelming quiet. Now, the sounds of their footsteps and pecking at the boxes resonate as heavenly music to my ears." Qiao Yang grinned. "Last time you were not fully recovered. Now, please tell me more about Dr. Zhou." Xiaoling straightened her posture. "The reason I urge you to be cautious of her is due to her ruthless nature. Upon returning from abroad, she began to sell off assets with great vigor and started to win over people's loyalty. Several families suddenly faced difficulties, and she spared no effort in helping them resolve their issues, regardless of the cost. Thus, she has a few loyal subordinates." Qiao Yang paused, gazing at Xiaoling, attempting to glean something from her words. After the apocalypse began, she quickly assembled the most renowned sanctuary with these individuals. They rapidly seized resources and treated refugees, managing everything with remarkable order. Qiao Yang took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. However, her next move was to start assimilating the surrounding sanctuaries. Later, due to internal strife, she was overthrown, though I do not know the specifics. Nevertheless, during her rule over the sanctuary, she established a strict hierarchy, and those who defied her were executed. She was merciless in her actions. I once witnessed her decapitate a man with a knife. I trembled in fear at that moment. "So you must not be deceived by her seemingly frail exterior." Qiao Yang chuckled. "Do I appear to be someone easily swayed by a woman?" Xiaoling replied earnestly. "If so, why would you bother to save someone as foul as me?" Chapter 45 Departure from the Apocalypse. Trained Xiaoyang leaped down from the upper bunk and retrieved a set of leather armor from his backpack, tossing it to Fong Lin, who had just sat up. Fong Lin gazed at the leather armor with curiosity. Where did you get this? Stole it. Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly. Fong Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. You went out to steal armor? That's incredibly dangerous. Xiaoyang remained silent, indifferent to her thoughts. Fong Lin donned the leather armor beneath her clothing, asserting, I knew you weren't out for illicit affairs. I couldn't even catch a whiff of anything upon your return. Are we not going to retrieve the other bags we stored? Forget it. Xiaoyang replied, adjusting his attire, still looking quite dashing. That would only raise alarms. Outside. The petite train attendant's voice echoed once more. I will repeat, upon exiting, there are zombies on the platform that have not been completely cleared. Some residual zombies may remain. Therefore, while we gather supplies, we must also ensure our safety. In 10 minutes, everyone will disembark to collect resources. Xiaoyang exhaled deeply, uncertain if his actions were right or wrong. Nevertheless, he knew he had to leave this train, no matter how cunning Dr. Zhou might be. Xiaoyang wished to remain uninvolved. The hidden cameras aboard recorded his every move. Here, he could not truly harness his abilities. However, with the space he possessed, he could strengthen his body. He believed life outside would be much more fulfilling. Trapped here, he would eventually fall victim to the nefarious individuals in the luxury compartment. Furthermore, the incident with Dr. Zhou in the restroom that night had surely reached the ears of that informant, Chun Ge. With Dr. Zhou having fled, the prime suspect would undoubtedly be himself. Time to go. Xiaoyang shouldered his backpack, carefully placing a thick book inside. He mumbled, I need to bring this. I haven't finished reading it yet. Fong Lin, blushing, looked as if she might pull her hair out in frustration. Xiaoyang turned back. I didn't say you read it. I merely mentioned that I haven't finished. As they began to gather their weapons, Xiaoyang, as usual, chose a large axe and a crossbow. The petite train attendant glanced at him, appearing somewhat uneasy. There are many zombies at this station. You should take more crossbow bolts. As she handed him a box of bolts, Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, then accepted it. Thank you. Once the box was in his hands, he felt a peculiar sensation, as if the petite attendant had slipped something into his grasp. Was it possible that this innocent-looking train attendant posed a threat as well? A shiver ran down his spine. Everyone on this train seemed to harbor secrets. Was he truly fighting for survival in this apocalypse? Or had he unwittingly found himself in a dramatic play? Xiaoyang and Fong Lin jumped off the train and surveyed their surroundings. They were parked close to the station, with the silhouette of the station faintly visible in the distance. However, it appeared quite small, surrounded by distant mountains, indicating they were near a mountainous region. Follow me. Xiaoyang urged as he sprinted toward the medical carriage, fully aware that Fong Lin would undoubtedly keep pace. Yet, he instinctively called out to her. To reach the medical carriage, one must traverse through the hard sleeper carriage. As he navigated through the throng of passengers, he caught sight of the few doctors in the medical carriage from afar. To his astonishment, only a handful of doctors were there, clutching weapons and cautiously inching towards the vicinity of the station. Dr. Zhou was conspicuously absent. Could it be that Chun Ge had uncovered something and imprisoned Dr. Zhou preemptively? If that were the case, Xiaoyang was at a loss as to his next course of action. Should he depart or return to the train? He pondered little and hastened to the side of the doctors, imploring, Could you please tell me where Dr. Zhou is? The male doctor he approached looked up in terror. Responding, she left. A group came by just now, and she went with them. In which direction did they go? A female doctor nearby gestured into the darkness. That way. Xiaoyang raised his gaze. It was towards the station. Had Chun Ge lost patience with Dr. Zhou and decided to silence her? Wouldn't it be more prudent to let the zombies do their work outside? Why abduct her to the station? Was it because of him? Thank you. Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude instinctively. He and Fong Lin sprinted towards the station, when suddenly the female doctor called out from behind. Can I come with you? Xiaoyang glanced back at her. Physicians in this apocalyptic world were a rare commodity. The remaining doctors on the train must possess some level of competence. He truly wished to preserve them, for if Dr. Zhou posed a threat, having someone capable of healing within his space could prove invaluable. He wasn't concerned about any potential rebellion. In his realm, he was akin to a deity. If you can keep pace with me, then come along. Fong Lin raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Xiaoyang was typically a lone wolf, and she had gone to great lengths to accompany him. Now he was allowing this woman to join him. Men are so shallow. He must find that female doctor more appealing than me. The woman hastily followed closely behind, while another female doctor hesitated for a moment before joining a male doctor and sprinting after Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang and Fong Lin moved swiftly. While the majority of the doctors remained seated indoors, their health severely compromised, causing them to fall behind quickly. Xiaoyang glanced back, but chose not to speak or linger. In this apocalypse, anyone who still clung to notions of superiority, as if they were amongst the elite on the train, was not worthy of following. The male doctor and the other female doctor soon disappeared, while the initial female doctor, whether due to her physical condition or sheer survival instinct, gritted her teeth and managed to keep pace with Chao Yang. Before long, he spotted a faint group ahead, engaged in dispatching zombies as they advanced. Their speed was remarkable, and their efficiency in slaying the undead indicated they were seasoned survivors. Then, in the distance, he heard the roar of an approaching modified truck. The group swiftly boarded the vehicle. Chao Yang quickened his stride, racing towards the truck. Almost there. The truck did not drive away. Instead, it remained stationary. Surrounding the vehicle were long spears, transforming it into a formidable hedgehog as the spears began to pierce the zombies encircling the truck. Suddenly, Chao Yang came to a halt, for he spotted an individual standing by the roadside, a metal rod with a gun barrel at its end grasped firmly in hand, gazing at him with a smile. Although he did not know the person's name, he recognized him well. It was the fair-skinned youth from his very own carriage. Chapter 46. I wish to be alone. The fair-skinned young man approached and smiled at Chao Yang, saying, "You must be looking for Dr. Zhou. Follow me." Chao Yang was uncertain of the young man's identity. Was he affiliated with Chenggu or with Dr. Zhou? However, with no other option available, he turned and followed the young man. The number of zombies was minimal, and they had gathered around the truck, leaving the two men relatively unbothered. The fair-skinned young man led Chao Yang to a nearby SUV. As the door swung open, Dr. Zhou emerged, her large eyes sparkling with a smile as she regarded Chao Yang. Chao Yang glanced at the young man and then at Dr. Zhou, realizing she was the one sent to retrieve him. Dr. Zhou nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. I never imagined they would let me through. Get in, let us depart." Chao Yang observed Dr. Zhou, sensing an aura of mystery surrounding her. The more he thought he understood her, the more elusive she became. Yet, he leaned towards Xiaoling's perspective, believing that Xiaoling knew she would forever depend on him, and thus betraying him would be an act of folly. Dr. Zhou was ambitious and harbored numerous secrets. If he were to accompany her today, he might forever be relegated to her subordinate. "May I speak with you privately for a moment?" Dr. Zhou waved her hand, and the fair-skinned young man turned to the other side of the vehicle. Two others jumped down to stand guard nearby. Fong Lin pulled the breathless female doctor behind her, retreating to a distance where they could no longer overhear the conversation. Chao Yang looked at Dr. Zhou and asked, "Can you tell me how this apocalypse began?" Dr. Zhou's eyes narrowed sharply, her gaze piercing. "What makes you so certain that I know how this apocalypse originated?" "I cannot be certain, but I have heard rumors. I seek to uncover the truth from you," he replied steadily. Dr. Zhou studied him, as if peering into his very soul, while Chao Yang met her gaze with unwavering courage. "My face can be healed." Dr. Zhou responded, somewhat evasively, her voice dry. "Please, tell me how this apocalypse came to be." Chao Yang pressed on, his expression unyielding. Dr. Zhou inhaled deeply. The solar flares erupted, and under the sunlight. Before she could continue, Chao Yang interrupted, "Do not speak of external rumors. I only wish to know how this apocalypse truly began." "I do not know," Dr. Zhou managed to utter, her voice strained. At that moment, she noticed the disappointment in Chao Yang's eyes, a piercing sorrow that struck her heart like a dagger, prompting her to lower her gaze. "Believe it or not, whether before or after the apocalypse, I have never been fond of any man. I have never felt my heart flutter for anyone. My heart is resolute. To protect the shelter, I could easily sever a man's head. But the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart trembled." Dr. Zhou lifted her gaze, a glimmer of tears shining within her eyes. "No one has ever stirred my heart. Yet, for reasons unknown, I implore you to come with me. We are forging a robust sanctuary. I have a loyal foundation left from home and devoted subordinates. We can seek a desolate place, cultivate our own vegetables, and raise livestock. You need not do anything." Chao Yang smiled, a hint of bitterness in his expression. "I am uncertain whether I have developed feelings for you, but upon first meeting you, your kindness stirred something within me." Chao Yang reached out, tucking a strand of hair that had fallen across Dr. Zhou's cheek behind her ear. "Unfortunately, my digestive system is quite healthy. I do not indulge in the soft sustenance of women, regardless of whether you embody great malice or unwavering loyalty. I only wish for your safety and hope that we may cross paths again one day." With that, Chao Yang turned to walk towards Fong Lin. "My face can be healed," Dr. Zhou called out loudly from behind. Chao Yang raised his right hand and waved back, "Wishing you peace." He did not look back, striding purposefully towards Fong Lin. Casting a glance at the doctor trailing behind him, he remarked, "Dr. Zhou, you should recognize her. They might be heading to safer grounds. If you wish, you can accompany them. We are uncertain if we will survive tomorrow." Without waiting for her response, he advanced into the darkness, with Fong Lin quickly matching his pace. The doctor hesitated, glancing between the two before ultimately approaching Dr. Zhou. Fong Lin followed behind Chao Yang in silence, mirroring his quiet demeanor. On the vast, tranquil road, Chao Yang marched forward when suddenly, a zombie lunged at him. With a swift motion, he swung his axe down with lightning speed. The weight of the axe cleaved the zombie in two, yet even without half of its body, the creature continued to gnash its teeth, crawling forward with one hand. Chao Yang stepped on the zombie's head with a resounding crack. The hardened skull dented beneath his foot, and the zombie slumped like a machine that had lost power. Chao Yang kicked the zombie's head, sending the severed upper body flying. He continued walking into the night, while Fang Lin remained silent, following closely behind. Ahead stood a hotel, its sign askew and swaying in the breeze. Chao Yang paused, dispatching 2 more zombies with his axe before entering the establishment. He did not ascend the stairs but instead sought a room on the ground floor, kicking open the door as he entered. This appeared to be a manager's office, a suite with sofas and tables still arranged neatly outside. Chao Yang sat on the sofa, tossing his axe onto the coffee table before him. Fong Lin, entering behind him, turned her head to look at him. Have you been crying? Did you cry? Chao Yang glanced at Fong Lin. Enough with the chatter. I wish to be alone. Alone? Who is this alone? A doctor? A nurse? Or a character from your novel? Chao Yang chuckled. Chapter 47. Seeking a new refuge. Chao Yang pulled out a cigarette, lit one, and placed it between his lips. The world of adults is beyond your comprehension. I do not profess to love her with fervor. It's merely an uncomfortable feeling. Feng Lin scoffed. You clearly do not understand the youth, nor do you grasp the complexities of women. And who are you to assume I resemble a child? Chao Yang flicked his lighter and ignited the cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. A fresh high school graduate pretending to be an adult? What folly! Fong Lin puffed her chest. Yet I possess more understanding than you, and I am not childish. Chao Yang chuckled, sensing that bringing Fong Lin along was indeed a prudent choice. Humans are inherently social creatures. Solitude fosters despair, leading one to extreme actions when burdened by a heavy heart. You may have acquired some knowledge from books, but you are unaware of the adage, knowledge gained from books is ultimately superficial. Fong Lin interjected, I know. Practice is essential to truly understand. Abruptly, she halted, eyes wide as she regarded Chao Yang. Didn't you claim to be uninterested in bean sprouts? Why are you teasing me now? Chao Yang ignored her, dismissing the notion of teasing as he flicked the ash from his cigarette and gazed at the pitch-black sky. We must swiftly locate a safe haven, one that shields us from the sun and provides easy access to supplies. He turned to survey the room. Which city is this? Anyway, Fong Lin pointed to the map hanging behind the proprietor's desk. Doesn't it clearly state? Chao Yang, lost in thought, had not noticed. The advancement of telecommunications had rendered maps nearly obsolete. Some merely hung them for decorative purposes. This was a small county, quite close to the mountainous city. The mountainous city. We have unexpectedly arrived here. It is densely populated, yet supplies are abundant. Seizing the moment before dawn broke, Chao Yang made a decision and turned to Fong Lin. Can you drive? Yes, I can sort of, she stammered. I can drive, but they never allow me to because I drive rather fast. Driving fast? No matter. In this post-apocalyptic world, we need not fear speed, nor the presence of traffic police to penalize us. Let us go, under the cover of night. We shall gather supplies and then depart. The two exited the building and sprinted towards the nearby supermarket, with Dr. Zhou's vehicle having already left. The surrounding area was once again teeming with zombies. Fong Lin was remarkably swift, outpacing the undead, while Chao Yang's physical prowess had significantly improved, wielding his axe with ease. No zombie could breach a meter's distance from them. They swiftly entered a convenience store, and with a single swing of his axe, Chao Yang felled the attractive cashier. Fong Lin quickly secured the door, curling her lips in disdain. I cannot fathom your lack of compassion, such a lovely young lady, and you could strike her down. It seemed Fong Lin had begun to adopt a sharper wit during her time with him. Chao Yang disregarded her comments and dashed into the store, calling out, Keep watch at the door. Although Fong Lin playfully teased Chao Yang, she invariably heeded his words. Standing at the entrance, she grabbed a box of chewing gum from the cashier. In this post-apocalyptic world, such items were utterly unwanted, as everyone sought food and essential supplies. This gum neither quenched thirst nor satisfied hunger and was merely seen as an encumbrance. Tossing a piece into her mouth, Fong Lin chewed the gum, her gaze fixed earnestly outside. Chao Yang rushed into the convenience store, somewhat puzzled by its abundance of supplies, suggesting it had been spared from looting. Perhaps the small county had a limited population, and few had survived the zombie onslaught. As his fingers brushed over the plentiful goods, a surge of resources began to flow into his space. He contemplated relocating the supplies outdoors. Suddenly, the space before him seemed to shift, revealing an expanse of land outside, with the dense fog retreating as if the territory had expanded. In his quest to ensure that he and Xiaoling aged concurrently, He had adjusted the time within his space to align with the outside world. Yet, he was astonished to discover that the land had indeed increased in size. It seemed his assumption that planting would augment the land area was misguided. However, he dismissed further contemplation, deciding to experiment by placing the resources gathered from his space onto the external land. To his delight, a plethora of supplies materialized on the ground, and he noticed Xiao Ling open the door, gazing up at the sky in astonishment before looking at the bounty, her hands clasped in reverence, as if worshipping the heavens. Xiao Ling understood that this space was her own, enabling her to accumulate items. It was unclear whether she was venerating an ethereal deity or perhaps herself. Observing the now empty shelves, Qiao Yang retrieved several large backpacks from his space, filling one with lighter supplies while the others remained empty save for a plastic support that made them appear slightly inflated. He dashed to the entrance, tossing the lighter backpack to Fong Lin before strapping on 2 others himself and sprinting out. They arrived at the roadside, where numerous vehicles were parked, most of them locked. After a thorough search, they finally discovered a car with a zombie strapped in by a seatbelt, struggling in vain as it noticed them. Qiao Yang approached, forcefully yanking the door open, and with a swift axe stroke, dispatched the creature, discarding the corpse afterward. Wiping away the blood inside the vehicle, he turned the ignition, and to their satisfaction, a small amount of fuel remained since it had been idle for a while. "Let us find a gas station to fill it up," he proclaimed. Fong Lin nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. There is a gas station ahead. I'll drive us there," as she took the wheel. Qiao Yang finally understood why it was advised against letting her drive. What she commanded was not merely a car, but a tank. Chapter 48. Can you drive? Fong Lin. Qiao Yang exclaimed. "I asked you to drive, not to play bumper cars." "I didn't. It's these cars blocking the way," Fong Lin retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The reason Qiao Yang had entrusted Fong Lin with the driving was that he could readily dispatch any zombies that approached from the roadside, allowing for swift reactions in case of danger. However, Fong Lin's driving skills left him utterly speechless. No wonder she was so exhilarated. Perhaps her family had forbidden her from touching a car prior to the apocalypse. The bright headlights illuminated a woman clad in leather armor, wielding a long fork, her masked face betraying sheer terror. She was currently crouched behind a car, while a zombie staggered ominously in her direction. "Stop! Stop!" Qiao Yang shouted urgently. Fong Lin slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching painfully against the pavement. Fortunately, the car's anti-lock braking system still functioned, and the vehicle came to a halt in the middle of the road with a series of clattering sounds. The woman looked on in horror as Qiao Yang's car came to a standstill. Qiao Yang opened the passenger door, stepped out, and leaned against it, feeling slightly nauseous. "Sister, why do I feel as if you're in cahoots with the zombies? If they can't bite me, are you planning to assist them in ending my life?" Fong Lin stuck out her tongue, her face aflame. "Rest assured, we are definitely not in league with them." Qiao Yang could no longer contain himself and gave Fong Lin a thumbs up. "Well done. I've realized that I truly cannot compete with you." The zombie, drawn by the commotion from Qiao Yang's car, quickly turned and lurched towards them. Wasn't it said that zombies in the apocalypse had an exceptionally keen sense of smell? Why did this one seem as if it had a stuffy nose? Was it relying on sound? Qiao Yang approached the zombie, which resembled a leisurely gentleman wandering outside, dressed in a casual t-shirt. With a swift swing of his axe, the wandering man's head flew off, no longer to stroll about. Qiao Yang turned to the woman. "What are you doing here? Why didn't you leave with Dr. Zhou?" The woman was indeed the female doctor who had fled alongside Qiao Yang. She managed a bitter smile, her eyes filled with anguish. "Dr. Zhou said I was of no use and didn't want me." Qiao Yang furrowed his brow, realizing that, as Xiao Ling had said, this woman was indeed ruthless. "You've been here all this time?" Although this location was quite distant from where Qiao Yang had met Dr. Zhou, it was still not her original position. "Yes, since she didn't want me, I thought I would come to find you. But as I reached here, zombies began to appear. I intended to hide in a nearby building, and just then, your car came from that direction. I thought it must be you and wanted to flag you down. Get in." "Thank you." The female doctor lowered her head, gratitude mingling with pain and hesitation in her eyes. Most prominent was the look of guilt. Perhaps she felt remorse for her earlier betrayal. Qiao Yang, however, paid little mind to it. In this apocalypse, who wasn't he fighting for survival? Relying on the strong was simply an instinct for survival. As zombies began to approach, the two hurried towards the car. "By the way, can you drive?" "Yes, I can." Qiao Yang gazed quizzically at the female doctor, wondering why she still stuttered. Could she possibly be yet another reckless driver? How long had she been driving? 3 years. Nearly 4. He approached the driver's side and opened the door. "Get out and sit in the back," he commanded. Turning to the female doctor, he added, "Come on. You drive." Fong Lin exited the vehicle, opened the back door, and muttered, "I drive just fine. You're just being difficult." As Qiao Yang glanced into the distance, He noticed zombies beginning to converge. Although his vehicle's speed could outpace them, the noise would inevitably attract others. He moved to the passenger seat, opened the door, and settled in. Let us head west. The female doctor joined him and instinctively buckled her seatbelt. Going west means we'll enter the city, and the number of zombies will increase. Seeing her fasten her seatbelt eased Chao Yang's mind. Earlier, Fong Lin had jumped in and driven off without even buckling up. I'm aware, there's a gas station over there, and we're running low on fuel. The car started moving, and he pondered why there were so few zombies in this area. But why dwell on it? Fewer zombies must be a blessing, right? After all, who would want their vehicle to be swarmed and covered by the undead? Why don't you consider returning to the train? He heard the distant sound of a train whistle, indicating that it was about to depart. Doctors rarely fight zombies when they ask us to get out and engage them. I realize this carriage is likely preparing to claim our lives for some unknown reason. Chao Yang nodded. This female doctor was quite astute. Suddenly, he recalled the petite attendant who had slipped him a note. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved it. In the dim glow of the moonlight, he read the hastily scrawled message. They want to kill you. Run. The handwriting was messy, clearly written in a hurry. Listening to the distant train whistle again, he recognized it as a second warning. The train was about to start moving. He sighed, realizing how kind the petite attendant had been to him. Yet he didn't even know her name. In his haste to avoid revealing anything, he hadn't thought to ask. What's wrong? Fong Lin questioned from the back. Noticing his exhale, Chao Yang handed the note back to her. This was secretly given to me by our attendant when I left. Fong Lin glanced at the note under the moonlight and sighed. No need to say anything. Your charm with women is remarkable. She turned to the female doctor. Sister, may I ask why you trust Chao Yang so much? In the moonlight, Chao Yang observed the masked doctor briefly avert her gaze before regaining her composure. I don't know. I just know that if I stay on the train, there will come a day when I'll meet my end. The last time I saw Chao Yang, she shot a glance at him. You're Chao Yang, right? Chao Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. My name is Lin Yuhan. I am 29 years old and unmarried. I was previously a surgeon at the municipal hospital. Despite my youth, I have participated in several significant surgeries. I am capable of performing most minor surgical procedures. Fong Lin couldn't help but sigh again. Sister Yuhan, may I ask why you have such unwavering trust in Chao Yang? This isn't meant to be a self-introduction. Chapter 49. Preliminary speculations of the apocalypse. The vehicle swiftly arrived beside the gas station. Chao Yang leaped from the car, brandishing his axe, swiftly dispatching the zombies that emerged from the station, their bodies collapsing to the ground in an instant. This gas station, bustling with activity, posed no hindrance to Chao Yang, whose physical prowess was unparalleled. Fong Lin followed closely behind, alighting from the vehicle, although her strength was insufficient. She wielded her long knife to launch surprise attacks from the rear. Her agility was remarkable, gliding like a fish, evading the grasp of any approaching undead. Dr. Lin Yuhan also exited the driver's seat, grasping the long pole secured atop the vehicle, striving to fend off the zombies. While her strength was limited, her cooperation with Fong Lin proved beneficial. Chao Yang swiftly felled the remaining zombies and turned to Fong Lin, instructing, You and Yuhan refuel the vehicle while I check the convenience store within the gas station for supplies. With that, he made his way toward the convenience store. Situated in a remote area, the surrounding streets were devoid of any commercial activity, with only a few distant homes visible. The night obscured the sight of the wandering zombies nearby, and upon confirming their disinterest in approaching, Chao Yang opened the store's door. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him, but he dispatched it with a decisive swing of his axe before stepping inside. The store was empty, save for a solitary zombie trapped behind the counter, roaring and futilely crashing against the barrier. Observing the female zombie behind the register, an epiphany struck Chao Yang. He approached her slowly. The store had remained untouched, and this cashier had likely never seen sunlight. Her appearance was unblemished, mirroring the lifeless body of the fallen zombie, both shielded from the sun's rays. Why had she transformed into a zombie? Standing before the cashier, he noted that despite her furious attempts to grasp him, her speed and strength were markedly inferior to those of the zombies outside. Was there a reason behind the transformation into a zombie? It appeared that sunlight played a critical role, not in the transformation itself, but in enhancing the zombie's abilities. Only those exposed to sunlight possessed the swiftness and immense strength that made them formidable. In contrast, those shielded from its rays exhibited diminished power and speed, akin to the slow, easily dispatched zombies portrayed in television shows. After contemplating the female zombie for a while, he decided against killing her. Let her live. She may prove useful in the future, he thought. Chao Yang waved his hand, collecting the store's contents into his spatial pocket. The convenience store offered little of value, mostly perishable food, much of which was already decayed. He gathered a few boxes, filling them with the edible items. This task required little effort, as he directly stored them in his space, only needing to retrieve them later. His command over his spatial abilities had become second nature. As he surveyed the space, he noticed Xiao Ling opening the door, waving her hands, and bouncing excitedly. Was she beckoning him? Looking up towards the door, Lin Yuhan was refueling the vehicle, while Fong Lin stood guard nearby, wielding a knife. The situation seemed devoid of peril, prompting Xiao Yang to enter the space directly. Upon unexpectedly appearing in the space, Xiao Ling stifled a cheer and rushed forward, leaping into Xiao Yang's embrace. Wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, Xiao Yang playfully patted her on the rear, saying, "I have now departed from that train and am on the run. Please bear with me for a while. Once it is safe, I shall return to the space more frequently. If you find it unbearably dull, I can adjust the flow of time within the space to a much slower pace." No. Xiao Ling shook her head vigorously. "I wish to inform you that there have been changes in the space." "What changes?" Xiao Ling tugged at Xiao Yang, leading him to the area where plants were growing in the courtyard. It was then that Xiao Yang noticed the verdant greenery of the plants he had cultivated. They had grown remarkably tall. He was perplexed. Why have they grown so rapidly? Did I mistakenly adjust the time in the space? How long do you think has passed? Xiao Ling blinked. Not long, perhaps just a few hours? I did not keep track of time, but I noticed that when you set the clock to 0, these plants grew at an astonishing rate without me sensing the acceleration of time. Xiao Yang cast a glance at the flourishing plants, pondering if the clock's adjustment to 0 expedited their growth, then turned to observe the little chicks and ducklings scurrying about. Indeed, they remain unchanged. Have you not tried adjusting it to the lower 0? I cannot move it. Cannot move it. What does that mean? Xiao Ling shook her head. You once mentioned that the clock is peculiar. In moments of tedium, I wish for you to enter more swiftly, so I attempted to turn it towards the white side. But it would not budge, as if it were welded in place. Fearing I might damage it, I dared not make further attempts. Xiao Yang curiously walked into the house and picked up the clock, easily adjusting the dial with minimal effort. Xiao Ling watched him, chuckling and shaking her head. No? It seems that everything within this space is yours, which is why only you can manipulate it. Xiao Yang moved the hand to the lower 0. Let us observe what changes occur at this position. Xiao Ling nodded. All right, I will keep watch. Xiao Yang scrutinized the dial. Are you hesitating to apply force? Not at all. Xiao Ling extended her hand, straining to turn it toward the black section. See, I am exerting considerable effort. Xiao Yang casually turned the dial with ease to the black 9 position. You see, it hardly requires much strength, does it? Xiao Ling bit her lip in determination. What does it signify when you move it to the black side? And to 9, do you wish to linger in the space a while longer? Leaning closer to Xiao Yang's ear, she whispered, you could rest for a bit. There is no need for such toil. My body may be dirty, but I still possess clean places. As she spoke, she gradually crouched down. Chapter 50. A brief respite. As Xiao Yang exited the convenience store, he felt a slight weariness. Lin Yuhan hurried over, eager to assist him in transferring the boxes of food to the car. Xiao Yang shook his head, suggesting in a moment, why not fill up the tank and then move the car closer? It would save us a few unnecessary steps. Fong Lin approached, sniffing the air inquisitively. What is that peculiar odor about you? It resembles. Xiao Yang playfully swatted Fong Lin's head. Quit sniffing around like a dog. It's merely the scent of the zombie from the convenience store. Fong Lin peered curiously at the zombie lingering by the store. Why didn't you eliminate her? Xiao Yang expressed his perplexity. Fong Lin scrutinized the zombie again. It's strange. I've never heard of sunlight turning someone into a zombie. It's as if they appeared overnight, a tale fit for the absurd. This only gained widespread attention after being broadcasted, leading everyone to accept it as truth. However, Fong Lin glanced at Xiao Yang. But this is certainly not the scent of a zombie. Your sense of smell is quite intense. She rolled her eyes at his canine-like instincts. Xiao Yang ignored Fong Lin's gossiping demeanor and turned to Lin Yuhan. Yuhan, what do you think? Lin Yuhan, gazing at the zombie, seemed lost in thought and lifted her head, asking, What? What did you say? Fong Lin chuckled. What's the matter, Yuhan? You appear as though you've encountered a kindred spirit. You share a peculiar fondness for zombies, just like Xiao Yang. Though she had not removed her mask, the exposed areas of her face appeared even more pallid. I was contemplating whether this might not be a result of sunlight, but rather a virus. Those bitten or scratched by zombies could also become one, yet he hasn't been exposed to sunlight. Indeed, Xiao Yang replied with a smile. You see, a doctor's intuition leads straight to the notion of a virus. But how could a global contagion emerge without cause? Fong Lin and Lin Yuhan exchanged knowing glances. Speaking in unison, someone must have released a toxin. Xiao Yang grasped the fuel nozzle, hanging it back up. Then why do people turn into zombies when exposed to sunlight? Fong Lin raised her hand, reminiscent of an eager student, exclaiming, Is it because sunlight enhances the absorption of the virus? Lin Yuhan remained silent. Her gaze fixated on the car, her eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. Chaoyang tightened the fuel cap. Yuhan, please drive the car to the convenience store entrance for easier loading. Ah, all right. Lin Yuhan seemed to snap back to reality and hurry to the driver's seat. Steering the vehicle to the entrance, Fong Lin observed Lin Yuhan's diligence. She is quite dedicated as a doctor. Perhaps it's a professional hazard. When she hears about viruses, she becomes utterly absorbed. Unperturbed, Chaoyang instructed Fong Lin, go help Yuhan move those packed boxes into the car. I'll find a couple of barrels to fill with fuel. With that, he headed towards the gas station, aware that if he were to deplete the fuel tank, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the two women. He sought 2 fuel barrels behind the tanker, but to his astonishment, he discovered another tanker concealed behind it. Leaping onto the vehicle, he peered inside and found it brimming with fuel, presumably awaiting unloading. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, with a mere touch. He summoned the fuel into his spatial realm. Nearby, he located 2 fuel barrels, proceeded to the gas station to fill them, and then carried them back to the vehicle. At this juncture, the 2 women had already filled the rear of the car. Finding a suitable spot, he stowed the 2 barrels away. The vehicle was rather cramped. Should they encounter a car with keys, they could procure another one, but managing 2 vehicles would pose a challenge for the driver. Fong Lin mumbled, I can drive. Why won't you let me? Chaoyang nodded. Riding with you makes me anxious. Letting you drive alone, I fear you might get yourself into trouble. The trio climbed into the car, with Fong Lin squeezed against the side of the back seat, her feet perched on a box as she unfurled a map. We are currently on the outskirts of this county. To take the shortest route, we must traverse the city. If we go around, it will lead us through a winding rural path, which may not be in good condition. Chaoyang raised his hand to glance at his watch. Let us find a place to rest. The sun is about to rise. Lin Yuhan concurred. Yes, let us find somewhere to take a break. Pointing towards the map, she added, there's a budget hotel ahead, but the vicinity may be bustling with merchants, and the zombies could be plentiful. Never mind, let us proceed, Chao Chi said. Casting a glance at the map, Lin Yuhan started the vehicle and they set off. Near the budget hotel, indeed, the number of zombies was considerable, surpassing that at the previous train stop. Chaoyang disembarked early, engaging in combat as he cut through the horde. By the time his spatially enhanced body began to feel weary, they finally breached the hotel's entrance. The establishment comprised 3 floors, and since they merely needed rest, there was no necessity to check each room for zombies. They swiftly cleared the zombies within, choosing 2 rooms on the first floor. Upon entering one room, Chaoyang unloaded his backpack, retaining only one. All right, you 2 can stay in this room. I shall take the adjacent one. The hotel has 3 floors, and I've checked. While some rooms may harbor zombies, the corridors are clear, so it should be safe. As he turned to leave, Lin Yuhan suddenly called out to him, May I have a room to myself? Chaoyang cast a curious glance at her, then realized the implication. Pointing at Fong Lin with a smirk, she is female. Did you misunderstand? Fong Lin chuckled. It seems my disguise as a man has been quite successful. However, Lin Yuhan shook her head, her complexion slightly pale. I would still prefer a room to myself, if that is all right. Chaoyang regarded Lin Yuhan thoughtfully. Very well. Come with me. The room next door should be unoccupied. With that, he walked towards the adjacent room, using the key he had obtained from the front desk to unlock the door. The room is a standard accommodation, neat and tidy, with little dust present. Then you shall reside in this room. Lin Yuhan entered, seated herself on the bed, and turned to gaze at Chaoyang and Fong Lin. I do not wish to conceal anything from you both. If I remain silent, I fear it may lead to your detriment. What is the matter, Sister Yuhan? Fong Lin inquired, puzzled. Lin Yuhan trembled slightly. I allowed a zombie to bite me. Chapter 51. Curiosity killed the cat. The 3 individuals fell silent. Fong Lin was the first to shake her head, expressing disbelief. Surely, you jest. If you were bitten by a zombie, I ought to be able to detect it. Chaoyang approached, inquiring, Where were you bitten? Lin Yuhan lowered her garment from her left shoulder, revealing a bandaged area. With a deft motion, Chaoyang produced a sharp dagger, effortlessly slicing through the bandage, confirming the presence of bite marks. Although Lin Yuhan had applied some ointment, the area remained red and swollen, likely masked by the medicinal scent, which prevented Fong Lin from detecting the zombie's odor. When did this happen? Lin Yuhan's eyes brimmed with pain. Before I encountered you both, I was desperate to disclose this, yet feared you might cast me aside. Just moments ago, upon entering this room, I sensed a chill enveloping my body, indicating the virus may be taking hold. Chaoyang furrowed his brow, responding, As a doctor, can't you expel the venom? Akin to a snakebite? Lin Yuhan shook her head. If it were that simple, the zombies would not have spiraled out of control. Chaoyang retrieved a length of rope from his backpack, grateful for Xiaoling's diligent efforts in organizing their supplies. Although not entirely neat, some items had been categorized, making it easier to locate essentials amidst the chaos. Approaching Lin Yuhan, he remarked, "You understand, don't you?" She nodded, her voice trembling with gratitude. "I am already immensely grateful that you did not strike me down. Promise me, do not let me become like those wretched beings outside. If you must end my life, please bury or burn me. In my next existence, I shall return as a beast to repay your kindness." Despite their brief acquaintance, Fang Lin's heart ached upon hearing Lin Yuhan's sorrowful plea. "I promise you," Xiao Yang replied stoically as he bound Lin Yuhan. Turning to Fang Lin, he urged, "You should rest. I will stay with her." Fang Lin remained resolute. "I shall accompany you both." Xiao Yang's voice grew somber. "Have you begun to disregard my words?" Fang Lin fell silent, grasping her bag as she exited the room. Xiao Yang turned his attention to Lin Yuhan, questioning, "Does transformation into a zombie take this long?" She shook her head. "I am uncertain. Previously, the transformation occurred swiftly. I believed I would mutate immediately. Yet, I felt no immediate reaction, and I was thankful, thinking I had escaped infection. It was only upon entering this room that I sensed a chilling wave coursing through me, and my vision began to darken. I realized the virus was indeed manifesting." Xiao Yang peered through the drawn curtains, where a faint light seeped through the cracks. Though dim, it signaled the dawn of a new day. "Perhaps it is related to the daylight. How do you feel now? Take a cue from me." Lin Yuhan replied, "I feel exceedingly cold, with my vision fading. I long to find a warmer place. Would you like to bask in the sunlight outside?" Lin Yuhan nodded yes. "I wish to feel the sun's warmth. It might alleviate the cold and the encroaching darkness that threatens to overwhelm me." Xiao Yang observed her rolling her eyes. And in that fleeting moment, her pupils seemed to vanish, replaced by a silvery hue. Although she quickly reverted to normal, he had seen it clearly. He had initially thought that after enduring for so long, the virus must have weakened, but it seemed that his last glimmer of hope had been shattered. Li Yuhan's complexion was unusually pale, resembling that of delicate porcelain, rather than the ashen hue one typically exhibits after a fright. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the theory that the sun was responsible for the zombies had gained widespread acceptance. The murmurs surrounding Dr. Zhou's hesitance and the female zombie in the convenience store raised suspicions in Xiao Yang's mind. If his intuition was correct, this was indeed a virus. And more alarmingly, a man-made one. Perhaps the sun exacerbated the virus's ferocity, thus earning it the label of sunlight. Those who manufactured the virus would surely wish to remain undetected, yet this virus had no cure. Xiao Yang retrieved a cup from his backpack, and with a gentle shake of his hand, it filled with water. He removed Li Yuhan's mask, having known her for quite some time while battling zombies and moving supplies. She had always worn the mask, and he had never seen her face. As the mask came off, he was greeted by a breathtaking visage, elegant features, exquisite skin. Though slightly unnaturally pale, her beauty shone through like petals of a blooming rose, vibrant and alluring. Xiao Yang smiled. To possess such beauty yet to perish so soon is truly a pity. He brought the cup to her lips, urging her to take a sip. Li Yuhan's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed her head to drink, then shook her head, saying, "Thank you, but I can't." The water in his space was his only means of assistance. If she underwent mutation, he would be powerless to help. Just as he was about to place the cup on the table, he was suddenly taken aback. The water in the cup diminished at an observable rate, vanishing in an instant. Xiao Yang knew he had poured a full cup, and Li Yuhan had only taken a sip. Could it be that the water from his space could not be brought outside? Covering the cup with his right hand, it immediately filled again. Yet the water appeared to be consumed by an unseen force, the level rapidly declining until it vanished once more. Xiao Yang stared at the cup, still trying to comprehend the phenomenon, when he heard Li Yuhan's trembling voice ask, "How did you do that? Where did the water come from? And why does it keep disappearing?" Realizing the water had vanished, he conducted an experiment on the nearby table, completely forgetting that Li Yuhan was bound beside him. He had merely tied her hands together, confident in his ability to deal with any potential mutation. If she were to transform, he would have the capability to swiftly sever her head, hence he had not bound her feet. Li Yuhan remained seated on the bed, not lying down. Thus she witnessed Xiao Yang's miraculous act. Sighing, he turned to her and remarked, "Have you not heard the saying that curiosity killed the cat? Your insatiable curiosity shall forever distance you from this world." Chapter 52. Perhaps I should make the cut. Lin Yuhan wore a bitter expression. "I have always been a person destined to perish, ready to depart from this world. What fear do I have of curiosity that could lead to my demise? Yet, you cannot die." Uncertain whether the spatial water could save Lin Yuhan, Xiao Yang felt an inexplicable confidence in its potential. Observing Lin Yuhan, though she spoke, her eyes rolled back once more. He understood that time was of the essence. With his right arm around her neck and his left lifting her legs, he declared, "I shall take you to a world devoid of zombies. As he spoke, the scenery around them blurred momentarily, and he transported Lin Yuhan into the spatial realm. Within this ethereal space, Xiaoyang gently placed Lin Yuhan upon a stone bench in the garden. Lin Yuhan's eyes widened in astonishment as she surveyed her surroundings. Xiaoyang, with a simple gesture, summoned a basin of water from the well, which then appeared in his hands. He set the water on the table and called out, "Xiaoling." A languid voice drifted from the wooden house. "You're back?" Xiaoyang scooped a cup of water and held it to Lin Yuhan's lips. "Drink this. It may save your life." The series of actions left Lin Yuhan bewildered. Seeing the water Xiaoyang offered, and having heard it could be life-saving, she hastily drank it without further inquiry. No one wishes to meet their end. In Xiaoyang's grasp, Lin Yuhan downed the entire cup in one breath. At that moment, the wooden door swung open, and Xiaoling emerged, her eyes widening at the sight of Xiaoyang and Lin Yuhan. "Why have you brought someone back?" "I am saving a life." Xiaoyang turned to see the childlike Xiaoling, chuckling in disbelief. "Hurry inside and put on some clothes." Xiaoling, momentarily stunned, finally responded with a quick, "Oh," and dashed back into the house, her hands covering her face. Lin Yuhan gaped, watching the door close behind Xiaoling. Xiaoling, the train attendant. "Isn't she supposed to be dead?" Xiaoyang glanced back at Lin Yuhan. "You two were dead." He then turned and stepped into the small cabin. Inside the bedroom, Xiaoling hurriedly donned her clothes, her movements frantic. Xiaoyang picked up a clock and adjusted the hands to the black 9. "I've told you to stop running around naked, with another person here. You won't feel so lonely now." Having donned her pants, Xiaoling asked, "Who is it? I didn't catch a glimpse earlier." "A familiar face. It's Dr. Lin Yuhan from your carriage. Why did you bring her into the space?" "She was bitten by a zombie. We will discuss it shortly. But you must hurry and dress to assist." With that, Xiaoyang exited, leaving Lin Yuhan still seated, gazing around, primarily because she was unable to move. Her upper body was still bound. Reaching Lin Yuhan's side, he summoned a medical kit. Xiaoyang opened the kit and retrieved a scalpel. "You are skilled in surgery." "I am not. However, you cannot move, so I must assist you." Fear flickered in Lin Yuhan's eyes. "What are you planning to do?" Xiaoyang's tone was as soothing as possible. "We ought to cut open the area where you were bitten to release the poison. Be brave, it won't hurt much. Bear it, and it will soon pass." Lin Yuhan bit her lower lip with determination. "I wish to know what your treatment plan entails." "What treatment plan?" Xiaoyang stared wide-eyed. "I am unaware of any treatment. I merely know that my water possesses miraculous effects." At that moment, Xiaoling dashed out of the room. And upon seeing Lin Yuhan, she grinned and said, "Dr. Lin, have you missed me?" Lin Yuhan smiled and nodded. "Xiaoling, what is this place? How did you end up here?" Xiaoling replied with a chuckle, "Let us not dwell on that now. We should focus on healing first. We have plenty of time to chat later." Noticing the bite marks on Lin Yuhan's exposed shoulder, Xiaoling reached into the first aid kit and retrieved another knife. "While this water is indeed miraculous and has saved my life, it resembles a snake bite, so we must extract the venom. I may not have performed surgery myself, but I've watched enough to suggest a small incision to eliminate the toxins." Lin Yuhan widened her eyes, observing the eagerness of the two. "I don't feel so cold anymore," she said, retreating slightly. "It seems that drinking the water has been effective. Perhaps we need not resort to cutting?" Xiaoyang waved the surgical knife. "An incision would likely be a safer course of action. I believe we should proceed with it." Xiaoling nodded in agreement. "We cannot leave any residual poison. An incision seems prudent." Bound at the wrists, Lin Yuhan attempted to shift her body back. "I truly feel no reaction. I am not cold at all. I sense that you two are not genuinely trying to save me, but merely wish to practice your cutting skills." Xiaoyang and Xiaoling exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat awkward. Xiaoling, disappointed, returned the knife to the first aid kit. "We are merely trying to help." Xiaoyang, also disheartened, placed the surgical knife back in the kit. "The great healer, stifled in her infancy. Could you not offer a small sacrifice?" "Absolutely not. That is simply out of the question." Xiaoyang glanced at Xiaoling. "Then we have no choice but to soak her in the water. That should provide some relief." Xiaoling nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, indeed. This water has astonishing effects, so let us use it both internally and externally. There's a bathtub outside. I wonder where you acquired it. Bring it into the courtyard." "When did I ever collect a bathtub?" Xiaoyang mused, thinking it might have been inadvertently brought in during a recent haul. At times, when pressed for time, he would hastily gather items, taking everything his fingers touched without regard for its utility. Contemplating the bathtub outside, Xiaoyang gently flicked his fingers. And indeed, a bathtub materialized before the trio. Xiaoling approached Lin Yuhan. "Do not untie your ropes just yet. What if you turn into a zombie?" Lin Yuhan nodded in agreement. "Yes, I shall remain in the tub. But that one tea do? Soaking like this one tea yield any results?" With a swift motion, Xiaoling tore Lin Yuhan's shirt, and amidst Lin Yuhan's gasps of surprise, She quickly stripped away the upper garment, then proceeded to attack Lin Yuhan's trousers. Chapter 53. Is there anyone alive? Lin Yuhan, filled with embarrassment and indignation, exclaimed, Xiaoling, why are you pulling down my pants when I only have an injury on my shoulder? Let me check if there are any other bites on my body. Lin Yuhan harbored grave suspicions that Xiaoling was seeking retribution for having seen her in a state of undress. Blushing, she abruptly lifted her head and commanded, Xiao Yang. Turn around. Xiao Yang, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama, responded with a warm-hearted offer. Do you need help? I can assist. Absolutely not. Lin Yuhan shouted vehemently. Xiaoling, having lowered her pants, playfully dug into her ears and retorted, why are you shouting? Brother Xiao Yang is merely trying to help. How can you mistake his good intentions for malice? Brother Xiao Yang, come, let's place her in the bathtub first. I can manage myself. I can get in on my own. Lin Yuhan insisted. Xiao Yang, be a gentleman and turn away. With a sigh, Xiao Yang turned and walked toward the wooden cabin. Muttering to himself, I didn't realize she was quite so ample. Lin Yuhan felt tears welling up, wishing he would be a bit quieter with his murmurs. As Xiao Yang entered the cabin, he called out to Xiaoling outside, what does it mean when I move the needle to below zero? Xiaoling supported Lin Yuhan into the bathtub, pouring water over her, and shouted to Xiao Yang inside. Just as we imagined, the animals are starting to grow uncontrollably. I still need you. Hurry and adjust it back. The rate at which they are growing exceeds the amount of plants we have. Xiao Yang moved the needle to the upper zero and replied, all right, I'm leaving now. Do not untie her yet. I will keep a watchful eye on the space. If she recovers, she can accompany you in this realm. If not, ensure she doesn't bite you. Understood, understood. I've adjusted it to the upper zero. Don't forget to water the plants regularly. Xiao Yang exited the space, yet he could still peer into it, observing Lin Yuhan to see if she would transform into a zombie. Lying on the bed with his hands clasped behind his head, he gazed into the space for nearly an hour. Eventually, Lin Yuhan donned her clothes without turning into a zombie. It seemed that the water from the space was indeed effective against the virus. In fact, it appeared to cure all ailments. However, that water could not be extracted. As it would evaporate instantaneously, perhaps it was a form of ethereal essence. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a wave of fatigue washed over him. And before he knew it, he drifted into slumber with his hands still supporting his head. Xiao Yang's vigilance had always been high. But the days spent in the sleeper car and resting in the space had dulled his alertness significantly. It was only when he heard a noise outside the door that he was jolted awake. He heard Fong Lin softly calling, Xiao Yang. He approached the door, opening it a crack, and gently covered Fong Lin's eyes, instructing, go back to sleep. In an instant, Fong Lin comprehended the situation. Sister Yuhan has already left? With a sigh, she turned and returned to her own room without waiting for Xiao Yang's response. Xiao Yang sat in his room for a while. Sensing that by now, Fong Lin should have fallen asleep. Approaching the window, he hesitated as he gazed at the thick curtains obscuring the view. Although hints of sunlight peeked beneath the fabric, it failed to penetrate the room. Moving to the side of the curtain, he steeled himself and made a resolution. Slowly, he pulled back a corner of the curtain and was greeted by the long-awaited sunlight. It illuminated a corner of the street outside, revealing that the number of zombies had significantly increased since their visit that night. The zombies seemed to revel in the sunlight, meandering about, utterly indifferent to its searing warmth. Xiao Yang extended a finger, contemplating a test of the sunlight, yet after much deliberation, he lacked the courage. He released the curtain and returned to his bedside, pondering whether he should find someone to conduct this experiment. Would it be cruel to use a person for such a purpose? Reflecting on the mutations of animals, he waved his hand lightly, and a large rooster appeared. He was astonished by how swiftly time had passed in the spatial realm. That little chick had grown into a magnificent rooster. He wondered what Xiao Ling had been feeding them, as their rapid growth surely required substantial nourishment. Perhaps they were eating constantly. The rooster, splendidly adorned, wiggled its head despite Xiao Yang holding its wings, showing no signs of fear. Xiao Yang carried it to the window, cautiously pulling back the curtain once more and extending the rooster into the sunlight. It quickly reached the rays of the sun, and he fixated on the rooster basking in the warmth, its head bobbing rhythmically. Time stretched infinitely for Xiao Yang. It felt like he lingered for a minute, or perhaps a century, not daring to blink. The headlights of cars in the night sliced through the darkness like swords. Although a few scattered zombies roamed the road, the newly acquired truck posed no threat to them, despite the zombies' formidable strength, surpassing that of humans in many aspects. They remained mere flesh susceptible to the impact of steel and the crushing force of tires. Observing Fong Lin's melancholic demeanor, Xiao Yang slightly reduced the speed of the vehicle. Fong Lin, how long have you had your driver's license? Fong Lin looked up. I never claimed to have a license. Xiao Yang's expression stiffened. But you can drive, right? Indeed, I can drive. But I never said I had a license. Ah, so you were driving without a permit. I have a car at home. I've driven it twice, so I know how. Then why not get a license? Fong Lin's demeanor shifted awkwardly. It's not that I haven't tried, they just won't let me. Why is that? Because the driving school discriminates against me. Is that so? Indeed. I recently learned to drive. But I accidentally drove the car into a ditch. What of it? True. It's inevitable when one is learning. Exactly. Changing the subject proved useful for the child. Chao Ge. You wouldn't believe it. The instructors have no patience whatsoever. I merely drove the second instructor into a ditch, and now the driving schools refuse to accept me. By the way, are any of your instructors still alive? Chapter 54. The ambush. As the vehicle accelerated, Chao Yang's brow furrowed deeper in concern. Something was amiss. The expressway was devoid of traffic, save for a few scattered cars parked along the emergency lane. The outbreak of the apocalypse occurred in an instant. It was implausible for the highway to be entirely deserted. This could only indicate one thing. The expressway had been cleared, either hosting a sanctuary or a spontaneous civilian organization. Having visited the nearby police station without finding any firearms underscored the gravity of the situation. In this world of chaos, compassion was a rarity, while sanctuaries did exist. Most were rife with malevolent and horrific entities. Murder and pillaging had become trivial matters. With the rule of law dissolved, humanity's inherent wickedness had erupted. As the car sped onward, Chao Yang harbored hopes of crossing this treacherous stretch to safely reach the mountain city, where he could gather supplies and establish a modest refuge. Relying solely on his spatial resources, he believed he could sustain himself, Fong Lin, in their shared sanctuary. Yet, as fate would have it, the very fears he harbored materialized. Heightening his vigilance, he caught sight of a glint on the ground ahead. It was a field of tire spikes. Chao Yang swiftly downshifted and braked, finally halting the vehicle before the menacing array of spikes. Fong Lin, understanding the peril without further inquiry, cast a nervous glance around. She then grasped the knife at her side and asked, "Is anyone there?" Chao Yang nodded, instructing her to remain in the vehicle for the moment. He exited, striding toward the front of the car. He was acutely aware that they were being watched. He did not brandish his axe, for he had an array of weapons at his disposal in the spatial realm. The crossbow was already loaded, poised to catch their adversaries off guard. Fong Lin, noticing Chao Yang's sudden disappearance, refrained from questioning him further. Standing before the spikes, he observed their ghastly, pale reflections in the moonlight. Yet, his focus was not solely on the spikes. He was listening, honing in on the sounds around them. Recently, his senses had sharpened, allowing him to discern distant noises. He could hear the breaths of 4 individuals concealed nearby. Perhaps fearing the presence of multiple occupants in the truck, the 4 remained stationary. You choose to remain still? Then I shall compel you to move. Chao Yang scanned his surroundings, then began to kick the spikes away, inadvertently directing some towards the hidden figures. With a sudden shriek, the 4 emerged from their concealment. Chao Yang shook his head in disbelief. These individuals were clearly inexperienced. How could they fail to keep at least one person hidden? This could lead to their utter annihilation. One man sidled up, calling to another who stood behind him, clutching a knife in his left hand while his right was occupied extracting a spike from his backside. On the opposite side, 2 others remained unscathed. A burly figure brandished a knife while a smaller man followed, gripping a handgun. As they approached swiftly, Chao Yang raised his hands in a gesture of peace, exclaiming, "Friends, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I possess nothing on my person. Exercise caution with your firearm, lest it discharge accidentally." The 4 individuals, upon observing Chao Yang's height and build, initially harbored some trepidation. However, it soon became apparent that he was but a coward. Furthermore, seeing Chao Yang's courteous demeanor led them to believe that there was likely nothing in the vehicle to instill a sense of danger, emboldening them to approach with even greater arrogance. The middle-aged man, slightly older and adorned with iron barbs on his posterior, upon witnessing Chao Yang's timorousness, could not help but curse, "Damn it, who told you to kick around things carelessly?" Chao Yang pointed to the iron barbs on the ground. "If I do not remove it, how can I proceed forward?" The middle-aged man stepped closer. "You insolent fool, is it your place to treat my belongings so carelessly?" With that, he raised his hand and aimed a slap at Chao Yang's face. Chao Yang swiftly grasped the man's wrist. "My friend, is this how we converse? Resorting to violence?" The man who had accompanied the middle-aged fellow, brandishing the iron barb he had just extracted, advanced towards Chao Yang, declaring, "What of it? Let us settle this." Chao Yang noted that the other 2 had also approached, realizing he no longer needed to feign fear. He was unperturbed by their aggression. His concern lay solely in their potential retreat. At this distance, escape was implausible for any of them. Seizing the middle-aged man's arm, he thrust him forward as a shield. The man wielding the iron barb was no match for Chao Yang's speed, and the barb once again found its way into the middle-aged man's rear. eliciting a cry of pain. Wrong place. My hemorrhoids. Chao Yang's left foot soared, striking the burly man's chest, while simultaneously propelling the middle-aged man, who had just suffered 2 impalements from the iron barb, towards the armed individual. The short, armed man and the burly figure were momentarily taken aback. The latter toppled backward, colliding with the gunman and the middle-aged man, all 3 tumbling to the ground. A scream erupted, uncertain whether another barb had found its mark. Chao Yang, swift as lightning, reached the short man, stamping down on his wrist and snatching the firearm from his grasp. It was a police-issued weapon, the magazine replete with bullets. The adversaries had neglected to engage the safety, perhaps out of fear of accidental discharge or merely to intimidate Chao Yang. He tucked the gun into his coat, casting a sardonic glance at the writhing figures on the ground. You seem quite practiced at this. I presume you have not been a stranger to thievery? As he spoke, a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand, which he swung behind him. The man who had previously jabbed his comrade with the iron barb and had unwittingly assisted in the latter's misfortune, brandished a knife to strike at Chao Yang. With a deft flick, Chao Yang's dagger sliced through the man's throat, sealing his fate. Chapter 55. Chao Yang's strength surpassed that of the zombies, rendering the task of subduing these ruffians effortless. Aside from the one lying lifeless on the ground, the other 3 knelt in a row. Fong Lin, wielding her long knife, leaped down from the vehicle. This time, as she exited the train, she had chosen a seemingly intimidating long blade, which, in reality, was quite light. Approaching the trio, she inquired, "Speak up, where are you from? Why are you here to rob?" The 3, trembling with fear, cast furtive glances at Chao Yang, who was smoking and fiddling with his handgun. The shortest among them stammered, "We hail from the town ahead. The town has been overrun by bullies, leaving us no means of survival, so we ventured out to make a living." Without lifting his gaze, Chao Yang commanded, "Eliminate him." Obediently, Fong Lin brought her blade down, and in an instant, the short man's head was severed. After her relentless slaughter of zombies, she had grown accustomed to the splatter of blood. "Now you too. Speak the truth." Fong Lin turned to the middle-aged man, whose body was already pierced by several iron spikes. He appeared to be their leader. Trembling uncontrollably, he stuttered, "We are indeed from the town ahead. We established a shelter, but they rejected us, forcing us to steal and escape in search of food for the journey to the mountains." "Execute him." Fong Lin swiftly slashed again, and yet another head flew from its body. The once robust man now quaked in fear, his body shaking like a leaf. Clattering teeth echoed as Fong Lin approached him, her bloodied blade in hand. "Speak. Do you wish to keep your head? We are mere scoundrels, stealing and scheming in the village." When the apocalypse struck, the survivors gathered and elected Li Laonian as their leader. "We disagreed and fought against them. Outnumbered, we fled. Why are there no zombies here? And why is the highway so clean?" This area was previously cleared by Li Laonian and his group, but during the process, they suffered heavy losses and descended into internal conflict. What happened afterward, I cannot say. However, the number of zombies they cleared is minimal, and we have been hiding nearby. When our supplies ran out, we came here to rob. How many times have you robbed? 3. Fong Lin raised her blade ominously. For times, yes. This is the 4th. What have you stolen? A bit of food and some people. Where are you hiding? In that small second-floor building below. Are there others inside? There are 2 more. One is a former police officer dismissed for corruption, and the other is his brother. Chao Yang flicked away his cigarette butt. Clear the spikes in front of me. Yes, yes, boss. The burly man immediately dropped to the ground and began collecting the iron spikes. Once he finished, Chao Yang and Fong Lin had already boarded the vehicle, instructing him to run ahead and guide the way. The burly man, perhaps paralyzed by fear, had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he jogged along, leading Chao Yang's vehicle back to his lair. As they neared their hiding place, Chao Yang halted the car, leaped out, and pointed towards a small 2-story building not far down the slope. Is it there? He inquired, breathless. The burly man nodded. Yes, that's the one. It's hard to see at night, but you can manage. Chao Yang retrieved a rope from his backpack, securely binding the burly man and placing him in front of the car. He instructed Fong Lin to turn off the headlights and handed her his gun. Do you know how to use this? He asked. I think I do. She stammered, uncertain. But your family doesn't let you, right? He pressed. How do you know? She shot back. With a sigh, Chao Yang tucked the gun back into his pocket. Keep watch over him with a knife. If people or things go missing, it's not a problem. Just ensure you don't let him get away. With that, he stealthily made his way toward the small 2-story building, cloaked in the night. Fong Lin scoffed. Who was to say you're not the one who steals? Chao Yang had learned from the burly man that their adversary had been released from the police station, and that this very gun had been pilfered from there after the apocalypse. Rumor had it there were 2 more inside. Despite his superior physical prowess, Chao Yang understood that he was no match for firearms. He often pondered why the survivors, having established various shelters and sanctuaries, did not engage in mass exterminations of the zombies. Surely, with access to the National Armory, a barrage of artillery or rockets would obliterate the undead. Did they really believe the zombies could outrun missiles? Yet, no one seemed to act upon this logic. Chao Yang proceeded cautiously through the darkness, soon approaching the small two-story building. His opponent had likely undergone professional training. While he was robust, he was merely a novice, honed by the trials of the apocalypse. In a direct confrontation, his adversary could easily claim his life. Moving silently toward the small building, he detected no sounds. Following the apocalypse, most poultry had mutated, so he was confident there were no dogs nearby. The burly man had mentioned that the surrounding wall was adorned with nails and shards of glass. However, this did not deter Chao Yang. He adeptly scaled the wall, avoiding the hazards, and vaulted over with ease. Upon landing, he rolled to the side, listening intently. Silence reigned. He approached the first window on the left side of the small building, where the burly man had indicated was the kitchen, presumably unoccupied. Peering cautiously, he found the window closed but unlatched. As he began to pry it open wider, a voice suddenly barked, "I see you. You've hidden well. But you better not resist, or I'll shoot you dead." Chapter 56. The Slippery Floor. Chao Yang was inwardly astonished. Indeed, having been a police officer, the man possessed remarkable acuity. Despite making no sound while merely opening a window, he had been detected. Nevertheless, he had a refuge, should danger arise. He could easily retreat into it. Rising slowly, he peered through the narrow gap of the window. What he beheld left him momentarily stunned. The view revealed a kitchen spacious, typical of rural homes, featuring 2 stoves on one side, stacked with a pile of firewood, and 2 metal cabinets nearby. One appeared to be an oven, while the other likely contained various sundries. At that moment, one of the metal cabinet doors was ajar, and a young girl sat trembling within, while a burly man stood before her, brandishing a gun aimed directly at her. It dawned on him that the man was not aware of his presence. Rather, he was apprehending someone. Damn it. When he returned, that brute must pay for his actions. How could he neglect to mention that they had captured someone here? Yet, how had this girl managed to conceal herself within the cabinet? The contents had been carelessly strewn on the floor: rice, flour, and oil. What was she thinking? Removing the items and then crawling inside, anyone could find her. The man leaned slightly, using the gun to lift the girl's chin. Quite the hiding spot you've chosen. Haven to you? You didn't think of tossing the contents out the window? Piling them at the door? Do you take me for a fool? Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Tell me, for I possess splendid treasures here. Care to sample? Chao Yang dared not use his firearm, fully aware that the sound would alert another nearby. His fingers moved slightly, and a crossbow materialized in his grasp, already loaded. He raised it, aiming for the man's head. The assailant's head bobbed from side to side. I told you, as long as you serve me well, your life is spared. Who would have thought you so bold as to feign drinking water to escape? A pity to waste your cleverness. As he spoke, the man suddenly extended his left hand, seizing the girl by her hair and yanking her from the cabinet. The girl shrieked in terror, striking at his hand, but he retaliated by delivering a swift kick to her abdomen. Damn it, do you dare scratch me? The crossbow string emitted a faint sound as the man abruptly froze, then collapsed to the left, dragging the girl down with him. She continued to scream, clutching at his hand, when suddenly she noticed a rod protruding from beside his head, having pierced through to the other side. This man possessed remarkable skill. His head had become a weapon in itself. The girl's screams intensified. Chao Yang leapt through the window, observing the terrified girl, and placed a finger to his lips in a shushing motion. The girl quickly covered her mouth with both hands, for at that moment, they both heard the sound of leather shoes striking the floor outside. A middle-aged man's voice called out, "Old two. Can you be a bit quieter? Your racket could attract the zombies. Although there aren't many nearby, with the commotion you're making, you might draw them from afar." As he spoke, the tension thickened. A towering figure materialized at the entrance of the kitchen. Chao Yang raised his crossbow, and, as the silhouette emerged, he pulled the trigger. To his astonishment, the figure was advancing into the room, and, unaware of its footing, it slipped to the left. The bolt missed its target's head, instead whizzing past the individual's ear with a thud, embedding itself into the wall opposite. The figure reacted swiftly, crouching down and rolling aside. However, Chao Yang was quicker. With a powerful thrust, he lunged forward. Given his capabilities, slaying the individual should have been effortless. Yet, to his dismay, as he placed his second foot down, he found himself on a slippery surface, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. In that moment, he paid little heed to the object beneath him, but he surmised it was the same thing that nearly caused the man to stumble and evade the bolt. The treacherous floor had spared the man's life twice. From his prone position, Chao Yang glimpsed the imposing figure drawing a firearm, an action that clearly did not signify goodwill. Without a moment's pause, he seized the nearby corpse, using it as a shield. Rising to his feet, he thrust the body forward and charged out. Bullets struck the corpse in rapid succession as he hurled it towards the towering figure, simultaneously brandishing a handgun and pulling the trigger. Chao Yang observed the terror in the man's eyes, realizing that at such a close range, escape was futile. Click. Since acquiring his spatial abilities, Chao Yang had enjoyed a streak of good fortune, never once imagining he would misfire. Nevertheless, his reflexes remained sharp. He lunged at the man, gripping his wrist with his left hand. Gunfire erupted, a bullet whizzing past his face, igniting a searing pain upon his cheek. Damn it! A nameless wretch managed to injure him. Chao Yang tightened his grasp on the man's wrist, exerting force until he heard a sharp crack. The man's wrist had broken. Remarkably, the man remained stoic, not uttering a sound, and struck at Chao Yang's abdomen with his left hand, glinting coldly with a knife. While Chao Yang held onto the man's wrist with his left, the blade swiped upward from below, and Chao Yang's right fist had already been unleashed, rendering him unable to evade. With the girl nearby, Chao Yang had initially refrained from entering his spatial realm, but suddenly, a thick book appeared before his abdomen, interposing itself between the man's knife and him. The blade pierced the tome, embedding itself 2/3 deep without penetrating through. In that instant, Chao Yang's right fist connected with the man's face, producing a dull thud as the left cheek visibly caved in. The man's head tilted to the side and fell limply. Chao Yang delivered a powerful kick, sending the man crashing against the opposite wall, where he slumped down like a lifeless dog. This incident made it abundantly clear to Chao Yang that he was not invincible, especially outside the confines of his spatial realm, where he remained vulnerable to assassination. He wiped his face, only to find his hands smeared with fresh blood. Picking up the book, he withdrew the dagger and concealed the tome within his bosom. Turning to the trembling little girl, he inquired, "Is anyone else here?" The girl nodded vigorously. "Yes, there are 2 more." Shocked, he exclaimed, "Where are they?" The gunfire must have alerted them. Chapter 57. The rescued maiden in the dimly lit basement. The girls were captured just like me. Come on. You mustn't speak while gasping for breath. Chao Yang cast a glance at the maiden. Let us venture into the basement. Be careful, don't fall again. The girl kindly warned. As Chao Yang took a step forward, he heard her words too late. The floor beneath him suddenly slipped. Thud. What just happened? I'm wearing non-slip shoes, he exclaimed, looking at the girl sprawled on the floor. Why is it so slippery here? The maiden approached him, extending her hand to help. I accidentally knocked over an oil barrel earlier. I have no idea why it was placed at the entrance. The girl, quite young and appearing even younger than Fong Lin, had a delicate beauty akin to a water lily, with tears glistening on her cheeks, enhancing her pitiable demeanor. Chao Yang paid no mind to the situation, rising to his feet and wiping the soles of his shoes on the corpse as he prepared to search for the basement. Where's the basement? I have no idea. I was just captured. I heard them mention a basement that supposedly holds 2 individuals. The kitchen should connect to the living room. Chao Yang turned to the girl and inquired, How were you captured? She pointed at Chao Yang's head. Watch your head. Bang. Chao Yang clutched his head, staring at the horizontal bar before him. Are these people insane? Why place a clothes rod at the entrance to the kitchen? The girl shyly glanced at Chao Yang. I placed it there. I thought it would block them, but they were taller than me. Upon opening the basement door, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Inside were 2 naked women, tethered like dogs with ropes around their necks, the other end tied to a nearby pillar, their bodies marred with wounds. Chao Yang noticed that one woman bore a ring of burn scars in a sensitive area, likely inflicted by a cigarette but pressed against her skin. He retrieved clothes from his bag and handed them to the girl. Please help them put these on. Stepping out of the basement, he felt that simply killing those 2 men would be too merciful. He wandered through the 2nd floor, finding no one else. The 1st floor served as their gathering place, while the 2nd floor was more luxurious and cleaner, presumably the quarters of the 2 small leaders. The supplies within the room were indeed scarce, and the girl emerged from the basement, leading the 2 dazed women. Chao Yang made an effort to soften his voice. Where are you from? Do you live nearby? One, the most severely injured, raised her head and knelt on the ground. Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. The other, noticing her kneeling, followed suit. The maiden glanced at Chao Yang, hesitating to kneel as well. Chao Yang stood from the stool and went to assist the 2 women. All right, please rise. This is nothing. Anyone with a semblance of conscience would have rescued you. The woman with the most severe injuries, possessing a fragile beauty, stood up. I live not far from here. We truly have no food left at home, and my husband. With tears glistening in her eyes, she spoke. We intended to visit the nearby town. As it was said, they had cleared out the zombies and established a decent shelter. However, as we passed through, we were captured. Each individual in this apocalyptic world bears a tale of sorrow and bloodshed. Chao Yang gazed at the young girl, who, unlike the others, seemed untouched by torment. as if her spirit remained unscathed. The fright she had experienced moments ago had faded, and she now appeared quite lively. "What happened?" he inquired. "I am a freshman at Jingzhou University. Since the onset of the apocalypse, many at our school have turned into zombies. A few of us, who were sleeping in, awoke to find a changed world. Food in the dormitory was already scarce, and we eventually fled. One by one, they perished along the way." As she spoke, a hint of sorrow crept into her voice. "I was rescued by a family who mentioned a shelter in the mountain city. So we set off together. Unfortunately, halfway there, the man driving fell asleep, leading to a crash that claimed his life." The girl cast a glance at Qiao Yang and sighed. He felt an uncanny sensation, as if she regarded him in the same manner she had viewed the deceased man. "I continued on with the woman of that family, but we encountered a zombie, and she allowed it to bite her. I had no choice but to flee. Upon arriving here, I noticed a small building and sought refuge, believing them to be good people, only to discover that the two inside were malevolent." "So, you willingly walked into a trap?" Qiao Yang asked. The girl nodded. "Essentially. Though I recognized they were not good people at first glance, the plan simply went awry, and I could not escape." Qiao Yang refrained from questioning her plan, thinking that with such intellect, it might have been better to have no plan at all. Observing the two women looking frail, he pointed to a nearby chair. "Please, take a seat and rest. As for you," he turned to the girl, "you seem fit enough. Why not prepare something to eat for them?" She hesitated but eventually agreed. "All right." Taking a step forward, she paused and turned back. "What is the matter?" Her expression revealed a hint of distress. "There are 2 corpses in the kitchen. That's quite all right. I've already cleared them out." All right. An inexplicable worry washed over Qiao Yang. "You do know how to cook, right?" "After the apocalypse, I've learned to do things I never had to before. But this girl just came out of university. Surely she has cooked before? Rest assured I can cook. Though I've never lit a fire before. But having never seen a pig run, how hard can it be? Just use a lighter." Qiao Yang retrieved a lighter from his pocket and tossed it to her. She caught it and smiled. "Don't worry, even if I don't cook well, I can certainly get the kitchen lit." The girl dashed to the kitchen. Qiao Yang urged the 2 women to rest while he went to retrieve Fong Lin and the burly man from the car. As he approached the small building, he was startled to see flames flickering from it. He had thoroughly checked the place before leaving. How could it possibly be on fire? He quickly drove down the path and parked at the entrance, jumping out of the car to find that the fire originated from the kitchen area. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Qiao Yang instructed Fong Lin to keep an eye on the burly man in front of the vehicle while he ventured inside. The interior was engulfed in thick smoke, and the kitchen door was surrounded by flames. Despite the building's reinforced concrete structure, numerous wooden elements were present within. Faced with this dire situation, Qiao Yang dampened a towel with spatial water, covering his mouth and nose, preparing to rush in. Upon reaching the doorway, he discovered that the towel had dried out, having forgotten that the spatial water would evaporate upon leaving its realm. In haste, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his space and soaked the towel anew, finally covering his face and charging inside. The young girl, remarkably resilient, was battling the smoke-filled kitchen, wielding a shovel to beat back the flames. Qiao Yang swiftly seized her, dragging her toward the exit. As they emerged, the door was already enveloped in fire, yet astonishingly, the girl remained unscathed, not a single ember having touched her. In stark contrast, Qiao Yang found himself ignited by the flames clinging to the doorframe. He collapsed onto the ground, rolling twice to extinguish the fire, while the girl hurried to assist him. However, her method of wielding the shovel toward him was puzzling. It seemed as though she mistook his plight for a personal vendetta. Qiao Yang raised a hand. "Stop." The girl froze mid-swing, and he gestured again. "I won't perish in flames, so you intend to strike me down instead?" "No, I am trying to help you," she replied. Her expression darkened, her face smudged with soot. Seeing that the flames on his body had been quelled, he hastily stood up, pulling the girl towards the exit. "What about the 2 women? They should have made it out," she replied, her tone uncertain. Qiao Yang pulled her from the interior. Glancing at Fong Lin nearby, "Did you see anyone come out?" Fong Lin shook her head anxiously. "No." With no other choice, Qiao Yang dashed back into the inferno. When he finally emerged, carrying the 2 unconscious women, the blaze had spiraled beyond control. Standing before the roaring flames, he turned to the girl. "With so little wood in the kitchen, how did you ignite the house?" Wiping her soot-streaked face, she explained, "I merely sparked a fire. I didn't anticipate that the kindling would leap out and ignite the nearby timber. When I tried to pull away the wood to extinguish the flames, I inadvertently set the window ablaze. In my attempt to beat out the fire on the window, I ended up flinging the wood against the door, which then caught fire." Chapter 58. Is misfortune upon us? Qiao Yang arranged the 3 women in the rear compartment, pointing at the young girl and stating, "You are to refrain from touching anything. Do you understand?" The girl nodded. "I understand, but..." "There are no buts." Do not touch anything. But you. Do not concern yourself with me. Your sole task is to remain still and avoid contact with anything. I will take you to the shelter shortly, where you shall live comfortably, at least with the dignity of a human being. As Chaoyang turned away, the girl murmured softly, I haven't done anything. I merely wish to inform you that your clothing is still smoldering. You might catch fire again. What? Chaoyang, ever perceptive, turned back to speak. At that moment, Fong Lin gasped and rushed over, exclaiming, Look out. Your clothes are catching fire again. As Chaoyang attempted to extinguish the flames, his garment ignited further, and he rolled on the ground to douse the fire. To his astonishment, after all this time, the flames had rekindled on his back. He stripped off the burning clothing, tossed it aside, and stamped it out with his foot. The girl called out from behind, Check your back. Do not get burned. As her words faded, Chaoyang felt a searing pain seeping into his skin. He retrieved some iodine from his backpack and handed it to Fong Lin, requesting, Please help me apply this. The girl looked at Chaoyang, her tone filled with grievance. Brother, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I have only cooked with gas at home once, so I am not familiar with using firewood. She lowered her head, appearing so fragile and helpless, but the two elder sisters are particularly weak, and I had no choice but to try my best to assist. One of the rescued women, who had suffered the most severe injuries, was now conscious. Supporting herself against a nearby crate, she struggled to sit up, trembling as she patted the girl's shoulder and spoke in a hoarse voice. It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. Tears finally streamed down the girl's cheeks as she collapsed into the woman's embrace, exclaiming, I wanted to do well, but I am so foolish. I truly wish to help you. I never intended to start a fire. Her emotions surged, and she buried her face into the woman's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. As the girl leaned in with force, the already weakened woman, lacking proper support from the stacked crates behind her, toppled over, causing a pile of boxes to cascade down. Chaoyang, who had been tending to his wounds, sprang forward and caught the teetering boxes just in time. However, several boxes still fell upon the two women, striking one on the head. The other woman, sustaining lighter injuries, pushed the boxes aside and sat up. Fong Lin hurried over to assist, and together they cleared the debris. Thankfully, the girl emerged unscathed from the mess. Fong Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, while Chaoyang, with an expression devoid of emotion, gazed intently at the girl before lowering his gaze to the severely injured woman. Fong Lin rushed to assist the severely injured woman, who hastily exclaimed, Don't move. It hurts. I think my bones are broken. Chaoyang started the vehicle, heading toward the shelter, while the surviving burly man was bound to the front of the car, exposed to the wind. The truck moved steadily forward, and Chaoyang realized that since encountering the young girl, he had not experienced a moment of tranquility. Could it be that she was a harbinger of misfortune? According to the burly man's account, they had not traveled far on the rural road. After surmounting a rise, a small town came into view. It was indeed a rare sight. The town was surrounded by wheat fields, devoid of any zombies. At the entrance of the town, a wooden barricade was erected. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this was the first time Chaoyang had seen such a clean, orderly refuge. Although he had never visited many shelters, this one appeared quite appealing. His spirits lifted. He felt an unexpected fondness for the pointed wooden stakes of the barricade. As they approached, descending the slope, a sudden loud bang echoed, and the vehicle skidded sharply to the left. Chaoyang exerted himself to straighten the steering wheel, striving to bring the truck back on course while gradually applying the brakes. The scenery before him began to whirl. He realized the vehicle was spinning rapidly due to the abrupt braking. Fortunately, the speed was not excessive, and his gentle braking prevented the truck from toppling. How could a flat tire occur just as they were nearing their destination? With his efforts, the vehicle finally came to a halt, and Chaoyang let out a sigh of relief as he jumped out. He glanced at the burly man bound to the front, who had fainted from fear, his head drooping, drool trickling from his lips. Looking eastward, the darkness was gradually receding, heralding the dawn. Surely, misfortune could not befall them again. Although the town was visible, they were still quite distant. Not to mention, they might not even have enough time to change a tire. His experiments remained unfinished, making him hesitant to allow the women to stand in the sunlight. With a sense of resignation, he and Fong Lin, who had also jumped from the vehicle, approached the rear and opened the door. The young girl sprang from the truck, asking, Are we there yet? Chaoyang surveyed the cargo area. The makeshift supports he had created to protect them had tilted, but thankfully, the two women lay weakly beneath the framework, avoiding further injury. The young girl, however, had not been secured within the supports, having been placed in a corner by Chaoyang, and now appeared completely unbothered. Not yet. Did you say anything just now? He inquired. The girl wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, brushing off crumbs from the biscuit she had eaten. I truly didn't say anything. I was praying. We're almost there. Thank goodness. Nothing happened on the way, not even a flat tire. Chapter 59. A stone's throw away, gazing at the nearby town. I turned to observe the east, which was beginning to brighten. Although the town was within close proximity, it was evident that we would not reach it before sunrise. Especially with one of our companions nursing a fractured rib. I looked up at the sky. It promised to be a splendid sunny day, offering no doubt of the sun's presence. I pondered whether the sun, appearing on an overcast day, could pose any harm. My own experiment was merely a step away from completion, and it seemed I would have to remain confined within this sealed cargo truck for an entire day. Chow Yun unloaded several boxes, discarding them by the roadside, and then retrieved 2 oil drums, pouring their contents into the vehicle. He placed the empty drums around the corner, shielding them with the cargo, thus fashioning a makeshift restroom within the truck. Fong Lin busily assisted Chow Yun, while the uninjured woman attempted to lend a hand. Chow Yun gestured dismissively, instructing her to merely keep an eye on the girl. He pointed to the young girl, commanding, "From this moment on, utter not a word." The girl blinked, her eyes wide. I didn't. Silence. Not a single word. If you can remain quiet for a day, once the sun dips below the horizon, we shall move forward. Just endure for one day, and your life will be spared. Suddenly, Chow Yun clasped his hands together in supplication. "I beseech you. Considering your 2 sisters are gravely injured, please spare us." Fong Lin stared incredulously at Chow Yun. It was the first time she had witnessed him display such humility. The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, pressed her lips together and found a box in the corner of the truck, sitting down with her head bowed. Observing the pitiable girl, Fong Lin felt a pang of sympathy and poked Chow Yun with her finger. "Are you being overly superstitious?" Chow Yun turned to Fong Lin. "I sought to save her because the oil on the ground nearly cost us our lives, oil which she spilled. It was not my intention, it was an accidental spillage." The girl, feeling wronged, could no longer hold her tongue. "Be quiet." Chow Yun glared at her. "I instructed her to prepare a meal, and as you witnessed, she set the house ablaze. That kind-hearted young lady merely attempted to comfort her, and now, a rib is fractured. She muttered something about a tire. And then we experienced a blowout. Tell me, how can I not be superstitious? That must be mere coincidence." "Coincidence?" "I am increasingly convinced that anyone who shares the same path as her, anyone who comes into contact with her, seems to meet with misfortune. So, dear Fong Lin, if you wish to survive, maintain your distance from her. Your sole duty is to watch her." Fong Lin hesitated, but she too is a victim. A victim? Look closely. Despite all that has transpired, she remains unscathed, with not a single blemish upon her skin, while those who have interacted with her have suffered greatly. Fong Lin glanced at the girl, and indeed, as Chow Yun had said, the girl appeared immaculate, her skin delicate and flawless, showing no signs of injury. Having arranged everything, Chow Yun shut the truck's rear door at the moment the sun began to rise. Chow Yun whispered to Fong Lin, "When night falls, we shall head to the shelter. Whoever wishes to claim her may do so, but I intend to keep my distance. Otherwise, I fear I might be cursed by her." After securing the truck, he switched on his flashlight, only to be startled nearly to the ground. The young girl had approached him, holding a piece of paper. "What are you doing?" he inquired. The girl pointed to her mouth, gesturing that he had previously forbidden her to speak. She handed the paper to Chow Yun, who glanced at it and saw hastily scribbled words. "There is still a person tied to the front of the vehicle. At dawn, they will surely perish out there." Chow Yun nodded. Although the girl bore an aura of misfortune, her inherent kindness was the reason he had chosen to keep her by his side rather than abandon her. He could easily dispose of malevolent individuals without a second thought, yet he found it difficult to harm those who possessed goodness. "I did it intentionally. That person is in league with those who wish to harm you." He pointed towards the 2 women. "You can ask them if you wish." "May I speak to them?" she queried. No. Chow Yun hastily shook his head. "It's best if you remain silent. I will inquire on your behalf." He approached the 2 women, gesturing towards the front of the vehicle. "How did the person tied there harm you? Please, tell me." The woman with minor injuries glanced towards the front. "He is the enforcer from the place where we were imprisoned. Whenever someone attempted to escape and was recaptured, he was the one who beat us. His favorite pastime is to burn our skin with cigarette butts." She pointed to the scars on her wrist and then to the woman lying nearby. "He inflicted the most pain on her. You may examine her." The young girl's eyes widened in horror as she gasped. Chow Yun silenced her with a finger. "Do not speak." The girl, visibly annoyed, sat down and picked up a pen, swiftly writing on the paper. Chow Yun sighed in relief, as long as she remained silent. Perhaps their fortunes would not be so dire, and calamity could be avoided. The series of unfortunate events weighed heavily on Chow Yun's mind. He turned to the girl beside him, Fong Lin. "Shaolin, please move a bit closer to me. Do not sit too near her." With that, he walked to the side of the truck and pried open a section of the metal casing. From this vantage point, he could see the burly man bound outside. The man, realizing several individuals had entered the truck while leaving him exposed, looked up at the increasingly brightening sky, aware of the fate that awaited him. He struggled desperately against the ropes binding him. His mouth, too, was muffled yet moving side to side, emitting low, muffled sounds. Fong Lin leaned closer to the window. Glancing outside, we might as well kill him. Transforming him into a zombie would be even more repulsive. Chao Yang pulled out a pack of cigarettes, contemplating the confined space with the injured person lying on the box. After a moment's thought, he tucked the cigarettes back into his pocket. Do you remember what we discussed previously? This could very well be a virus, not necessarily caused by sunlight. I wish to conduct an experiment to see if those who survive can endure the sunlight. If it were indeed a released virus, it should have dissipated completely by now. And thus, survival under the sun should pose no problem. So, you intend to conduct an experiment with him? Before Chao Yang could respond, someone beside him gently nudged him. Turning around, he found the young girl extending a piece of paper towards him. Upon reading it, Chao Yang saw the words inscribed. It truly should be killed. Why not eliminate him and leave him for the zombies outside? Just as he was about to speak, a chilling howl echoed from outside. The zombies had arrived. Chapter 60. The incomplete experiment. As daylight illuminated the sky, the distant crimson sun began to peek over the horizon. Yet, these details were trivial compared to the staggering figure of a zombie approaching unsteadily from nearby. The source of the ominous growls emanated from this very creature. The area had been meticulously cleared. Just yesterday, Chao Yang had driven through without encountering a single zombie, leaving him puzzled about the origin of this one. Upon letting out a guttural roar, the zombie tilted its head back to sniff the air, soon spotting the robust man lying on the ground, and charged towards him with a ferocious cry. In a flurry, Chao Yang grasped his crossbow, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, I'm conducting an experiment. Who told you to come here? I'm not your server." He aimed and released a bolt that struck the zombie squarely in the shoulder, causing it to stagger momentarily before it resumed its relentless pursuit. The aperture Chao Yang had carved out was merely a small opening for observation, and the zombie was moving too erratically for his amateur marksmanship to land a shot. Moreover, unless he struck its head, the zombie could not be dispatched. Panic gripped him. If this experimental subject were to be bitten, he would be forced to search for another. With people hiding away, where would he find a living specimen? Would he have to resort to villains? He took aim again, this time at the zombie's head, and pulled the trigger. Damn it, another miss. The second arrow. Then the third. The zombie had reached the robust man, now riddled with 4 arrows protruding like quills from a porcupine. Ignoring its injuries, the zombie lowered its head to bite down on the fallen figure. A 4th arrow was loosed, and perhaps due to proximity, it struck the zombie's head with precision. The creature, without so much as a farewell, toppled backward. Chao Yang exhaled in relief. He had finally slain the zombie, ensuring the success of his experiment. The sunlight cascaded down upon the fallen zombie and the robust man. The latter remained motionless, unresponsive, showing no signs of transformation. Fong Lin exclaimed, "Your hypothesis was correct. He has T-mutated, which means we can live under the sun from now on." The occupants of the vehicle, including those incapacitated on the ground, all wore smiles. It was crucial to recognize that surviving in sunlight versus in its absence created a vast disparity in living conditions. A handful of zombies could be effortlessly eliminated by humanity's firearms. However, it was the absence of sunlight that posed the greatest despair for humankind. At that moment, a young girl suddenly scribbled a few words on a piece of paper and handed it to Chao Yang. With a beaming smile, he received the note. Unable to contain his joy, and remarked to the girl, "This is the happiest thing I've encountered since meeting you." Upon inspecting the paper, he read, "Has that man already been scared to death?" Indeed, if a person had already perished, they would not transform into a zombie under the sun. With great difficulty, Chao Yang turned his head to gaze at the motionless, robust man outside the window, and the genuine smile he had just worn froze upon his face. The sun ascended to its zenith, beginning its descent towards the west, casting a brilliant light over the landscape, with clouds becoming scarce. Reluctantly, Chao Yang closed the observation window. The man lying there had not stirred once. It seemed he had truly been scared to death. A few scattered zombies began to approach from nearby. Although Chao Yang managed to shoot 2 of them, one still managed to bite a robust man. The man neither reacted nor transformed into a zombie, leading to the grim conclusion that he had indeed succumbed to fright. Even Fong Lin found herself intrigued by the girl, moving closer to sit beside her and engage in conversation. Initially, the girl was hesitant to speak, resorting to writing with a pen to communicate with Fong Lin. However, as she observed that Chao Yang remained silent, she gradually began to whisper to Fong Lin. Chao Yang realized that his experiment could not proceed today, at least not with any living souls around. Meanwhile, Fong Lin's conversation with the girl successfully captured the attention of 2 other women. One, with a broken rib, remained silent, while the other, less severely injured, boldly stood up, seemingly having overheard Fong Lin discussing Chao Yang's experiment. "I want to go out," she declared. Chao Yang cast a glance but chose not to respond. Fong Lin quickly grasped the woman's arm, urging her, "Our experiment is merely theoretical, lacking any foundation. We seek out wrongdoers. If they mutate, it merely results in the demise of another villain. But if the sunlight truly transforms people into zombies, venturing out would be tantamount to seeking death." The woman forced a bitter smile, parting her lips. "Do you think I still desire to live? I have long since become a walking corpse. We each bear our burdens, yet life must persist. I once dreaded studying, but now I yearn to return to school." Fong Lin took the woman's hand, beginning to console her. At that moment, gunfire suddenly erupted from the nearby town. Chao Yang hurriedly dashed to the vehicle and opened the observation port. He heard not only the gunshots from the town but also the anguished cries of humanity, followed abruptly by the deep, resonant growls of zombies, echoing as if they emanated from the very earth itself. The nearby zombies had been thoroughly cleared by the townsfolk. With only a few straggling far from the town, how could there be any zombie activity within? As the human cries dwindled, the zombie growls grew louder and more insistent. Chao Yang fixed his gaze on the town, an unsettling chill creeping over him, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. Since the apocalypse began, this feeling of dread had lingered. However, after boarding the death train and entering his spatial realm, he had navigated smoothly, causing this sense of foreboding to wane considerably. Chao Yang retrieved a pair of binoculars from his pocket and leaned closer to the observation port, surveying the town. A few agile women gathered around him, jostling to peer through the opening. The growls from the zombies on the far side of the town began to rush towards them with alarming speed. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from a house at the town's entrance, not running, but flying out. The individual collided forcefully with a barricade, the sharp spikes impaling their chest, staining the sturdy wood with blood. The figure lay motionless on the barricade, clearly lifeless. At that moment, Chao Yang's eyes caught sight of a humanoid monster emerging from the house that had launched the person. It was no longer appropriate to refer to it as human. It could only be called a monster, an abominable, humanoid creature. Chapter 61. The humanoid monster. What manner of creature is this? It diverges starkly from the ordinary zombie. Though it possesses a humanoid form, it traverses on all fours, its body a ghastly pale devoid of hair, smooth and glistening. Its joints are grotesquely contorted, and its facial features are grotesquely compressed. The sole semblance to humanity lies in its mouth, which is filled with elongated fangs. This is no longer a human. It is unequivocally a monster. Yet, it bears certain feminine traits, indicating it is a female beast. The creature did not approach the dead body of the horse but instead charged into the house across the way. Gunfire erupted from within. Yet the beast moved with blinding speed, evading the shots that clearly missed their mark. As it burst into the room, anguished screams soon followed. Chao Yang slowly lowered the binoculars. Although he had discerned the creature's speed, he felt a sense of trepidation about confronting it, as he could not confidently assert his ability to prevail in such a confrontation. The creature's swiftness rivaled his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Fong Lin took the binoculars from Chao Yang, peering out from the lookout point. "Brother Chao, what kind of monster is this? I've never heard of anything like it before." Chao Yang reached into his pocket for a cigarette, having developed a slight addiction over the past few days. While others were facing peril in this apocalyptic world, he had allowed himself a moment of respite, reassured that the ordinary zombies posed no threat. However, this was different, instilling a sense of impending danger within him. The screams continued to echo, and the young girl leaned out to glance outside. Why aren't they banding together to fight it? Fong Lin set down the binoculars. This illustrates the distinction between day and night. They fear venturing out during the day for fear of becoming zombies. This is why Brother Chao's experiment is so crucial. So, are they just going to wait to die inside? Surely some will escape. Fong Lin suddenly exclaimed, "You're right. Look, someone is running out." Chao Yang hurriedly leaned closer to the lookout, confirming that indeed one person had emerged, with the monster hot on their heels. The individual brandished an old-fashioned shotgun and pulled the trigger towards the creature. With a thunderous boom, despite the monster's rapid pace, the shotgun produced a wide spray. Though swift, the creature was still struck, recoiling a step in response. In an instant, it vanished in a flash. The girl pointed in astonishment at the man. He hasn't transformed. The man with the shotgun dashed back into the house. Soon after, a scream echoed as he was hurled out, the monster following closely behind, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs, which sank into the man's neck. Blood erupted like an arrow from the wound. The man opened his mouth in a silent scream, collapsing motionless to the ground. The monster, now wounded, began to drip crimson blood, startling Chao Yang as he observed this creature. Its blood was as red as a human's. Not the foul black ichor he had anticipated. The beast tilted its head back and let out a furious roar. and Xiao Yang watched as blood streamed from its chest and sighed. Clearly enraged, the monster charged toward another house. Amidst the cacophony of screams and gunfire, the anguished cries of humanity reverberated endlessly. Fong Lin gazed upon the ground of the town, where lay a man, bitten by a monstrous creature. He appeared to be around 40 years of age, his neck bleeding profusely. Yet, before long, to her astonishment, he staggered to his feet, swaying unsteadily. His complexion began to pale, transforming into an eerie porcelain hue. He opened his mouth, attempting to scream, but the severed trachea emitted only a raspy, hissing sound. With his head tilted, he ambled towards a nearby house. Fong Lin clasped her mouth, terrified she might cry out, and glanced back at Xiao Yang, questioning. His head has been severed. Should he not be dead? To extinguish a zombie, one must damage its brain tissue, and since the creature had merely bitten through his trachea, if he were indeed a zombie, he would not perish immediately. Thus, this could hardly be considered an experiment, could it? Xiao Yang nodded thoughtfully. We cannot ascertain whether it is the sunlight or the creature's bite that has transformed him into a zombie. He yearned to assist the man. Yet he was acutely aware that he had no knowledge of how sunlight might affect him. He had not subjected himself to experimentation. But he understood that even if he were to succumb to poison, he could swiftly retreat into the spatial realm. However, doing so would reveal his secret to all. This indecision was a novel experience for Xiao Yang. He remained uncertain if he could enter the space immediately after being injured. From the central building, a series of crisp gunshots rang out, and the creature burst forth, sprinting towards the village entrance, seemingly more grievously wounded than before. Xiao Yang observed the bright red blood streaming from its body, trailing towards the village's edge. Upon reaching the entrance, it suddenly extended its sharp claws, seizing the man impaled on the barricade, and opened its maw to bite into his abdomen. Fong Lin, accustomed to witnessing life and death, remained unfazed, while the young girl beside her could not suppress her urge to retch. Xiao Yang turned to the girl, urging, "Do not look. Go sit down for a moment." The girl lifted her gaze, exclaiming, "This apocalypse is terrifying. The creature won't come after us, will it?" Xiao Yang swiftly placed his hand over her mouth, commanding, "Do not speak." Yet, it was too late. The creature raised its head and, upon spotting Xiao Yang's vehicle, seemed to perceive it as a delicacy of the human realm. It abandoned its prey and scurried towards Xiao Yang with alarming speed. Chapter 62. Struggle with the monster. Do not allow her to speak, Xiao Yang sighed, pointing at the young girl. "Fong Lin, you need not do anything. Just pin her in the corner. If possible, seal her mouth with tape." The girl widened her eyes in disbelief. "Surely, it hasn't truly come?" Xiao Yang drew the crossbow from his waist, aiming at the monster rushing towards them. The creature, on all fours, moved with astonishing speed, quickly nearing Xiao Yang's vehicle. Fong Lin gestured towards the corner, pleading with the girl, "Please, sit there and refrain from speaking. I beg you." As she spoke, she removed the crossbow strap to her back, loading it with bolts. The girl glanced at the two, realizing she might have caused trouble, and covered her mouth with her hands, feeling wronged, as she made her way to the corner to sit down. With a twang, the bowstring snapped, and Xiao Yang's arrow was loosed. However, the creature's swiftness caused the first shot to miss. Undeterred, Xiao Yang pressed the trigger again, striking the monster in the shoulder. It let out a horrific cry and reared up on its hind legs. Fong Lin's arrow followed suit, hitting the beast squarely in the chest. Enraged, the creature roared in fury. Xiao Yang's crossbow was capable of firing 5 arrows in succession. He continued to pull the trigger. Once he had exhausted all 5 bolts, he discarded the crossbow and drew his handgun, firing repeatedly at the monster. By this time, the creature had reached the side of the vehicle, already adorned with several crossbow bolts. It charged violently against the truck, causing it to sway precariously, and the boxes nearby began to tumble. The girl hurried to shield the severely injured woman. Curiously, as the boxes fell, they seemed to avoid her entirely. Observing the lightly injured woman beside her, the girl reached out, pulling her closer, bringing her beneath her own body to protect both of them. The truck's lurching caused Fong Lin to stumble and fall, but she quickly grasped a nearby metal support and regained her footing. Xiao Yang too was thrown off balance by the vehicle's movement. He realized he might have to exit. The monster's strength was immense, and such violent impacts could easily overturn the truck if it managed to lift it from underneath. Swiftly, Xiao Yang opened his backpack, retrieving a pair of gloves which he donned. He also pulled on a black hood and affixed sunglasses to his face. This was the only option. Sunlight could transform a person into a zombie, allegedly by touching exposed skin. With his skin covered, he hoped to at least mitigate the sun's harmful rays. Grasping the axe, Xiao Yang moved to the back, turning to Fong Lin. "If I do not return, do not go to the mountain city. Wait by the burned-down small 2-story building for a few days." Fong Lin gazed at Xiao Yang, wondering if he was preparing for the worst. "I will go with you." Xiao Yang frowned. "Are you not listening again?" Fong Lin wiped her face, noticing it was damp, and stood silently. Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Yang opened the back door of the vehicle and leapt out. The sun outside shines brilliantly, reminiscent of a splendid day for an outing before the apocalypse. In the distance, lush mountains encircle the area, while nearby verdant grass offers a picturesque pastoral scene. How I long for the days before the world fell apart. Chao Yang swiftly shut the door, calling out, "Fong Lin, lock it." He then swung his axe, targeting a monster that had lunged at him from the side. As the creature drew nearer, he discerned that its body bore not just one wound, but many. Yet, astonishingly, those injuries began to heal. He observed that some areas ceased to bleed, forming scabs akin to human wounds. Upon seeing the axe in Chao Yang's hands, the monster exhibited a hint of fear, dodging to the left before charging at him once more. Damn it, it knows fear. Does this monster possess intelligence? Chao Yang evaded the creature's attack, wielding his axe with fierce determination. He understood that he could not allow the monster to close the distance. A single strike might not be fatal. And should it scratch him, even with spatial water at his disposal, his peril would outweigh that of the creature. Regardless of the sunlight's effect, he sought refuge in the shadow of a truck. With the sun descending, the truck's shadow lengthened, providing ample room for maneuvering. Though the monster was exceedingly swift, Chao Yang's reflexes matched its speed, and they exchanged several blows without landing a hit on one another. Fong Lin watched the fierce struggle beneath the vehicle. Both combatants moved with such rapidity that it was almost dizzying. Yet, gradually, she perceived Chao Yang's fatigue. His speed began to wane. At this moment, Fong Lin covered her mouth with one hand while using the other to silence the girl beside her, who also pressed her hands tightly against her lips. The woman, bearing lighter wounds, gripped the truck's lookout with white-knuckled intensity. They all understood that if Chao Yang were to perish, none within the vehicle would survive. Though Fong Lin clutched a crossbow, she hesitated to fire, aware that their proximity and the swiftness of both fighters could lead to tragic misfire, potentially injuring Chao Yang instead. Finally, as the monster lunged once more, Chao Yang's axe collided with the creature's claws, producing a jarring screech akin to metal scraping against a pot's bottom. Damn, its claws are as tough as steel. Yet, in that moment of danger, Chao Yang could not help but smile. If the monster continued to circle around, he would be at a loss, but its limited intelligence was its downfall. By feigning weariness, he had lured it into a trap. Fong Lin, unaware of Chao Yang's inner thoughts, would have joined in the creature's scorn, exclaiming, "Your intelligence is lacking, not ours." In a swift motion, Chao Yang transferred the axe to his left hand, revealing a pistol in his right. The gun fired with a resounding bang. At such close range, missing would prove that he was ill-suited for survival in this post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps it would be better to return home and rest. At times, the inability to strike a target from close range is not due to a lack of marksmanship, but rather a deficiency in courage. With precision, the bullet found its mark, striking the monster squarely in the head. The creature emitted a high-pitched squeal, collapsing to the ground in a flurry, yet it was powerless to launch a counterattack. Damn it. It's still alive? The second shot, followed by the third, continued until the magazine was emptied. Only when he observed the beast lying motionless did Chao Yang exhale a sigh of relief, standing in the shadow of the truck, panting heavily. His gaze drifted toward the rear door, where the remnants of the setting sun cast a faint glow, illuminating a small patch of shadow. Should he dare to investigate? At that moment, a trembling voice emerged from the truck's ventilation. "Chao Yang, are you all right?" Leaning against the truck, Chao Yang remained concealed from the vent's view. "I'm fine. The monster is dead. Do not open the rear door just yet." A girl's voice then chimed in. "You should take another look to ensure it's truly lifeless. Do not allow it to revive." Could someone silence her? The girl's words seemed to hang unfinished before being abruptly muffled. With no time to ponder further, Chao Yang swung an axe down upon the monster's head, for he had the unsettling impression that the creature's eyes had just flickered open. Chapter 63. The words manifest reality. Chao Yang felt acutely that he was certainly not the protagonist in this world. Rather, that role belonged to the young girl. Not only was she the central figure, but she also seemed to wield dominion. Her words manifested into reality. At that moment, Chao Yang sensed that if he were to continue his assault, it would border on the grotesque. The monster had already been cleaved into several pieces. Surely, whatever the girl was saying could not possibly resurrect it. Approaching the rear door of the vehicle, he noticed that the shadow had lengthened considerably. He reached out to open the rear compartment, only to discover that Fong Lin had left it unlocked. Sighing, he realized she was once again disobeying orders. As the door swung open, Chao Yang beheld Fong Lin and a lightly injured woman, each holding the girl who lay upon the ground. They each had one hand pressed against the girl's mouth. The girl, with her innocent and wide eyes, did not resist, but merely looked at Chao Yang with curiosity. Chao Yang waved his hand, saying, "Let her go. It's all right now. The monster has been reduced to mere fragments. However, dear child, might we speak of something pleasant?" You wouldn't wish for me to perish at this moment, would you? Upon seeing the two release their hold on the girl's mouth, she quickly covered her own mouth with both hands and vigorously shook her head. Chaoyang removed his blood-stained jacket and tossed it aside, grasping the door handle as he climbed into the vehicle. He retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack, and Fong Lin hurried over to assist him in cleaning his hands. The monster was far too swift. I couldn't even muster the strength to aid you, Fong Lin exclaimed as she helped him wash his hands, peering at the monster's corpse with a mixture of concern and trepidation, perhaps fearing it might rise again. Indeed, this had been the most perilous battle. As Chaoyang responded to Fong Lin, he wiped his hands with a towel and approached the girl. Noticing the tears welling in her large eyes, he gently patted her head and said, "Listen, I am not targeting you, but don't you see? Every word you utter, even those meant to comfort me, ultimately lands me in a pit. If you were to add a few more phrases, it would be akin to burying me." The girl, initially feeling wronged, could not help but giggle at Chaoyang's words. He chuckled as well. After all, she was just a child. Her radiant smile still adorned with tears. "I cannot ascertain whether you are a harbinger of misfortune or if your words truly wield such power, but I must say, should I have any enemies at present, I would certainly advise you to marry one of them." Fong Lin, peeking out from the rear door, interjected, "Brother Chao, just now when you stepped outside, it was akin to basking in sunlight, and during your fight, you were in the light several times. Does this not imply that our experiment has been a success?" Chaoyang shook his head. "It's difficult to say. I was fully covered, with no skin exposed. Furthermore," he glanced at the others, "you must have noticed that my physical prowess surpasses yours significantly, even exceeding that of some zombies. Let us not use me as a benchmark. We should seek out an ordinary person for our experiment." Although his reasoning might have seemed somewhat tenuous, Chaoyang still harbored reservations about subjecting the unfortunate women he had rescued to experimentation. Turning his gaze back to the girl, he noticed her eyes wide with terror as she looked at him. "You wouldn't be planning to cast me aside for experimentation, would you?" Chaoyang smiled and said, "Among all your words, this one is the most pleasing to me. However, I shall deliberately refrain from complying with your wishes." The young girl also smiled, her large eyes forming crescent moons. Although the battle was perilous, after it concluded, Chaoyang felt a sense of relief. Why should he fear the unknown risks? He did not harbor disdain for the girl. In fact, her innocent demeanor occasionally stirred a faint fondness within him. The filth of the apocalypse was entirely absent from her. She resembled a lotus blossoming from the mud, pure and untainted. His feelings towards her were perhaps more rooted in trepidation than aversion. Yet if she could articulate her thoughts so eloquently, surely she could not be entirely wicked. Chaoyang pulled back the eager Fong Lin, closed the door firmly, and locked it once more. Turning to the girl, he said with a smile, "Your words seem to hold a certain truth. Come now, speak something delightful for me to hear." The girl, encouraged by Chaoyang's gentle tone, exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, you are Chaoyang, right? I wish for you to become the wealthiest man in the world." Chaoyang nodded, confident that with his spatial abilities, he would indeed amass great wealth regardless of the apocalypse. "That doesn't count. What would I need so much money for in this desolate world? To have countless women around you." The girl replied. Chaoyang glanced at his space, if it truly allowed for such a possibility, and if he could collect women therein, each unable to leave, wouldn't that mean an endless supply of companions? But that doesn't count either. Why would I desire so many women? My vitality is not limitless. The girl scratched her head, puzzled. "If you don't want money or women, then what do you desire?" "It's not that I don't want them. I will definitely have them in the future. But for now, I must contemplate what is most vital for survival in this apocalypse." Chaoyang, with a guiding tone, pointed to the large axe he had carelessly tossed in a corner of the vehicle. The girl clenched her fists, proclaiming, "Big brother Chaoyang will surely become the strongest man in the world, standing tall to vanquish all malevolent creatures and lead humanity to greatness. Once the apocalypse has passed and humanity begins to thrive anew, your statue will stand in every corner of the world, a symbol for all to venerate and admire." Chaoyang retrieved a few sausages from a broken box and handed them to the girl, saying, "Well done. Remember to always speak well of Big Brother Chaoyang. Let us avoid any unpleasant words, shall we?" The girl eagerly nodded at the sight of the sausages. "Absolutely, I promise." Chaoyang distributed the sausages among everyone, supplemented with some compressed biscuits and bottled water, suggesting they make do with this fare. In the apocalypse, such provisions were already quite commendable. There was no way to start a fire in the vehicle, and the bread found in the convenience store had long since gone moldy. Fong Lin took a bite of her sausage and moved to the lookout, gazing toward the town. "Big brother Chaoyang, do you not find something strange?" "What is it?" Chaoyang lifted his gaze, intrigued. "How could there be zombies in our town? And one that resembles a zombie king at that? Such monstrous creatures are rarely seen elsewhere. How could they appear in a town with so few zombies?" Chaoyang lit a cigarette and remarked, I find it quite perplexing. Logically, such a zombie should emerge only amidst a multitude of its kind, yet this area has been thoroughly cleansed of them. If it weren't for the sporadic appearances of a few, one might almost feel as though we were in a time before the apocalypse. The cheerful young girl took several hearty gulps from her bottle of mineral water, swallowing the mouthful of food she had been chewing, then muttered, "Could it be that they are cultivating them?" Chapter 64. This is what you desire in silence. The golden sun gradually descended from the western horizon, its last rays of light sinking beneath the earth. The moonlight tonight was faint and delicate, unlike the resplendent glow that illuminated the ground during the full moon a couple of days prior. Chao Yang leapt from the vehicle, commencing the task of replacing a tire, fortunate to have a spare readily available. Turning around, he observed the girl who had already exited the car and jested, "Please don't think our vehicle has broken down, otherwise it could spell disaster for us." The girl nodded, responding, "Our car has always functioned flawlessly. We shall sail smoothly to that little town, and tomorrow we shall set forth on our journey, wishing for fair winds ahead." She was about to elaborate further when Fong Lin swiftly covered her mouth, interjecting, "There's no need to continue." The older sister, who bore only minor injuries, could not help but burst into laughter. Although referred to as older sister, her age was merely in her late 20s, a time of maturity, yet the hardships she endured rendered her somewhat weary in appearance. With collective effort, they soon replaced the tire. The girl gazed at Chao Yang, who was wiping his hands, feeling a mix of embarrassment and trepidation. "Chao Yang, can I accompany you?" she ventured, her voice tinged with hesitation. Chao Yang paused, taken aback. The sight of the youthful beauty and tears softened his heart. Yet he feared that having this unpredictable girl by his side might lead to perilous consequences. The girl's cheeks flushed as she continued, "I understand if my words annoy you, but that is not my intention. I genuinely care for you. I worry at times." She glanced back at the two injured women in the vehicle, adding, "They are hurt. You could leave them in the town. I am healthy, and I wish to visit the mountain city, as it is my hometown. I long to see my parents." "Are they still there?" Seeing the girl's eyes welling with tears, Chao Yang sighed, "Are you truly placing me in a difficult position?" He had been resolute in his actions since the world had descended into chaos, yet he found himself indecisive in the presence of this girl, unsure of his own motives. Although he had resolved to disregard her ominous predictions, keeping her close might lead to unforeseen troubles, particularly given her uncanny ability to incite misfortune. The girl, noticing Chao Yang's hesitation, slowly lowered her gaze, choosing silence as she turned to the vehicle and climbed in from the rear. Fong Lin opened her mouth to speak, glanced at Chao Yang, but ultimately fell silent. She crossed to the other side of the car and climbed into the passenger seat. Chao Yang neither confirmed nor denied the girl's desire to accompany him. Instead, he started the vehicle and drove toward the town. The townsfolk had already witnessed Chao Yang vanquish the monstrous creature. As his vehicle approached, two individuals moved aside to clear a path, allowing him entry into the town. However, Chao Yang did not drive into the heart of the town but halted outside, leaping from the vehicle and proclaiming, "I have come from the east, intending to journey westward for knowledge. No, rather, I am going to the mountain city." Chao Yang exchanged a handshake with a bespectacled, genteel middle-aged man. "You must be the town mayor?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I am not. The mayor perished during the conflict at noon. I am the deputy mayor, and my surname is Li." The townsfolk surrounded Chao Yang and his companions as they entered the town, extolling Chao Yang's remarkable prowess in vanquishing the undead. Upon inquiry, Chao Yang once again marveled at the abilities of the young girl. It appeared that the creature was indeed fostered by this town. It was not the townspeople who raised it, but rather the former mayor, Li Laonian. As the townsfolk chattered animatedly, they recounted that after the apocalypse, Li Laonian's daughter had also transformed into a zombie, yet he clandestinely hid her away. He led the villagers in clearing the surrounding area of the undead, although they were no match for the relentless onslaught. Remarkably, within a single night, Li Laonian returned with an abundance of firearms, enabling the villagers to safeguard the town. Subsequently, he proposed that they eliminate the surrounding zombies, asserting that for a better life, they must cultivate the land. The villagers concurred with his reasoning, yet even with firearms, the act of slaying zombies remained a daunting task. However, they soon noticed that the rampant zombies would mysteriously diminish after a few days, making the villagers' efforts considerably easier. Eventually, someone discovered that Li Laonian had been taking his zombie daughter outside. Curiously, she seemed to respond obediently to him. It remained a mystery whether the other zombies recognized her as one of their own and refrained from attacking, or if her transformation had endowed her with greater strength. Overall, the villagers were perplexed by how Li Laonian managed to lead his daughter in exterminating the undead, as the nearby zombies were swiftly decimated. His daughter assisted the villagers in their endeavors without posing a threat to them, gradually earning their acceptance. Isolated zombies were collectively eradicated by the villagers, and the petty criminals were driven out, resulting in a life of comfort and joy for them. They refrained from venturing far, having suffered significant losses in the past, and deemed their current territory sufficient. Moreover, they had land to cultivate. Despite the altered sunlight, it had little impact on the plants. We cannot plant during the day. We shall do so at night. If we cannot harvest by day, why not do it at night? Everything was progressing favorably. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the once docile and obedient daughter of Li Laonian suddenly erupted into violence one day, slaying her father who had nourished her, and began massacring the villagers until she was ultimately slain by Chao Yang. Chao Yang explored Li Laonian's residence, noticing a sturdy iron bed in the East Room's bedroom, with an iron basin discarded in the corner. The basin contained remnants of food, and the floor bore patches of earth. The corpse of Li Laonian had already been removed by the villagers, and a pungent metallic scent of blood lingered in the air. This is where Li Laonian's daughter resided, the deputy mayor indicated. Chao Yang crouched down to examine the iron basin, which contained remnants of boiled noodles, accompanied by a leaf of green vegetable. Is this what she typically consumed? He pondered. A young man, armed and shaking his head beside him, remarked, "No. His daughter consumes zombies and flesh. However, the village has recently run out of meat, and there are scarcely any zombies nearby. Thus, Old Li intends for her to consume what we humans eat instead." Upon the arrival of Chao Yang and his companions, the deputy village head accorded them great respect and a warm reception. He accompanied Chao Yang on a tour of the entire village, subtly expressing his hope that Chao Yang would choose to remain. Chao Yang was acutely aware that without formidable strength, survival in this post-apocalyptic world was a daunting challenge. And the display of his prowess was undoubtedly the reason for such overtures from the deputy village head. The deputy even hinted that should Chao Yang decide to stay, he would follow him as a loyal subordinate. Although the world had descended into chaos, Chao Yang sensed the genuine goodwill in the young deputy's words. Had it been before the apocalypse, he would have undoubtedly been a commendable official. After a thorough tour, the deputy led him to a courtyard in the heart of the village, his home. 2 injured women had been provided with a clean and tidy room. The one with broken ribs received excellent care from the village doctor, who astonishingly administered precious anti-inflammatory medication to her. The other, with only minor injuries, was surrounded by a group of women engaging in warm conversations about daily life. A young girl sat in the courtyard, her spirits somewhat subdued as she refrained from speaking to others. Fong Lin, as always, trailed closely behind Chao Yang, her long knife and crossbow slung over her shoulder. Despite Chao Yang's polite refusal, the deputy insisted he stay for a warm meal as a token of gratitude, not waiting for Chao Yang to decline before summoning the villagers to prepare food. As Chao Yang stepped out of the house, he addressed the girl sitting on the courtyard steps, gazing up at the starry sky. "You can sense their kindness, can't you?" The girl lowered her head, replying, "They are good people, but I..." She raised her head again. "I still wish to." Chao Yang flicked the cigarette but from his hand into the courtyard. "I am only responsible for taking you to the mountains. If anything happens along the way, I will not intervene. You must keep up. If you fall behind, I will not assist you. Our journey will be fraught with danger, so when peril arises, I will not place myself in jeopardy to save you. Do you understand?" The girl's eyes sparkled brighter than the stars above as she stood up, nodding fervently. "I understand. I will not hold you back, and whatever you say goes. When you don't want me to speak, I will seal my lips." Chao Yang chuckled. "What is your name? You haven't told me yet." "My surname is Yu, with the character for hook. My mother said I cried incessantly upon birth, so she named me Jing, hoping I would be quieter in the future. Therefore, I am Yu Jing." Fong Lin, who had been following Chao Yang, also chimed in with a bright smile, peering at him. "On the train, you mentioned someone named Jing. Is she the one you were referring to?" Chapter 65. Moving forward in response to the villagers' warm enthusiasm, 2 women, ravaged by the apocalypse, resolutely decided to stay, filled with a sense of happiness. Naturally, Chao Yang would not deter them. He had intended to find them a safe haven all along. Nestled in the town, away from the zombies, they would not need to accompany Chao Yang on arduous journeys, making this a suitable refuge for the 2 women. However, Chao Yang still inquired about their opinions, adhering to his principle of being thorough and considerate. Enough of the gratitude, he thought, as their expressions of thanks left him feeling both appreciated and somewhat uncomfortable. The 2 women's past occupations remained a mystery to Chao Yang, yet their exquisite beauty and fair skin suggested they had lived a life of comfort before the apocalypse. Now, they had been reduced to mere livestock, dependent on others for survival. "From now on, you shall reside here. As for me, I am now a part of Chao Yang's circle," exclaimed the jubilant and somewhat overconfident girl, Yu Jing, as she poked her head out. The room fell into an unexpected silence, and the deputy mayor's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. "So, this is Mrs. Chao. Are you satisfied with our arrangements, Mrs. Chao?" Yu Jing felt tears welling up. She reached for Fong Lin, saying, "Have I caused trouble again?" Fong Lin nodded. "Not only have you caused trouble, but you've caused significant trouble. Even I feel inclined to give you a good scolding." Their meeting was serendipitous. Chow Yun was unsure whether to hope the deputy mayor would take care of the two women or if he simply felt fondness for the town. He unloaded half of the supplies from the vehicle to share with the villagers. The townsfolk rejoiced at Chow Yang's generosity. Thus, when he proposed exchanging some seeds, the young deputy mayor waved his hand grandly. "Every household, bring forth all the grains you have saved." However, the seeds presented by the villagers left Chow Yun astounded. They were all in plastic-sealed bags, complete with labels from seed companies. One young man even carried a whole bag of corn seeds. Chow Yun looked around at the crowd and then turned to Mayor Li. "Mayor Li, I wanted the seeds that you all cultivated yourselves. Why are these all from a seed company?" "Yes, we plant these seeds," the villagers replied. "Do we have any of the old seeds left?" The village chief shook his head. "It's been so many years, they have long since disappeared." "And the seed companies? Have they all closed down?" Mayor Li sighed. "We have no choice but to plan a trip to the city soon to search for some seeds. But these seeds cannot be stored for too long. Then we shall have to save seeds for the future. I heard that these seeds will suffer from pests and diseases in the second year, resulting in reduced yields." "Indeed, but there's no alternative. We have no means to acquire the old seeds anymore." He pointed at a robust man who had brought in a bag of corn seeds. "Take these corn seeds, for instance. They were imported from abroad. Don't we have any domestic varieties?" "There are, but they do not yield as much as this one." Chow Yun glanced at the corn seeds. "Surely, these aren't genetically modified, are they?" The robust man, who had brought seeds, nodded and said, "This is indeed the case. However, we cultivate them solely to feed our livestock. Rest assured, we do not harm others in our town. Unlike them, they sometimes sell their harvest to the grain station or even venture into the city to sell to the urban dwellers." A middle-aged woman, around her 40s or 50s, approached. Leading a small boy, "I have some soybean seeds here. It is said that they are all genetically modified now, so we keep a few of the older seeds. Every year, my husband plants a bit, but alas, he turned into a zombie." Upon seeing the soybean seeds, Chow Yun dismissed the woman's ramblings, saying, "That is splendid, my dear sister. Please, help yourself to whatever you wish from the truck, as long as it's available." As the truck resumed its journey, two chattering women joined the rear. Chow Yun was taken aback. It was not that Fong Lin was taciturn, but rather that she was hesitant to engage in conversation with him, perhaps due to an inherent wariness women possess. Even though their relationship was amiable, she refrained from revealing her softer side in his presence. Now, confronted with the candid young girl, both of similar age and sharing common interests, the atmosphere lightened. With no one left to converse with, Chow Yun savored the rare tranquility as they drove toward the mountain city. After traveling a considerable distance, Chow Yun found it peculiar. Although there were indeed some zombies and wrecked vehicles along the way, most had been cleared to the roadside, leaving a scant number of zombies. Prior to their departure, he had inquired with the town mayor, who mentioned that their town was remote and, for some unknown reason, had not been significantly afflicted by the zombie mutations. They had only cleared a portion of the zombies heading toward the larger cities, which, in reality, referred to a modest outpost. The roads in this area, however, had not been attended to. Who, then, had cleared these roads? Passing a gas station, Chow Yun drove in, noticing that apart from a few scattered zombies, the area was remarkably devoid of them. In a corner, he discovered a cluster of zombies, all decapitated, dressed in the uniforms of gas station attendants. It was evident that these zombies had been slain and discarded without burial or cremation, indicating that local villagers were not responsible for this. Chow Yun nodded in agreement with Fong Lin's observations. The convenience store associated with the gas station had been thoroughly looted, and all signs suggested that the cleanup of zombies was not a spontaneous act by nearby villages, but rather a result of a traveling convoy. As the vehicle continued onward, an air of silence enveloped the interior. Fong Lin and the young girl, Yu Jing, ceased their incessant chatter. Upon spotting an SUV halted in the middle of the road, Chow Yun brought the vehicle to a stop, leapt out, and approached it, feeling a sense of familiarity with the vehicle. Fong Lin followed suit, asking, "Do you recognize this car?" Chow Yun smiled and nodded. "You should recognize it too." Yu Jing, puzzled by their exchange, looked from one to the other. "What are you two playing at? You both know it, but I don't." "I know it too. What is this SUV called?" "It seems to be called." Chow Yun chuckled. "We're not referring to the vehicle itself, but rather to the person who drives it." "Who is it?" In Yu Jing's eyes flickered a fervent curiosity as she gazed at Fong Lin. "Let me guess, this must be your rival in love, the paramour of Chow Yun." Fong Lin turned her head towards Yu Jing. "What nonsense are you babbling about? You've given me a headache. I just want some quiet." Yu Jing chuckled and playfully nudged Fong Lin. "What do you want me to do?" I still have my own matters to consider. Chaoyang opened the door of the SUV and rummaged through it, finding it impeccably tidy, devoid of any belongings. Meanwhile, Fong Lin pried open the trunk with a knife, retrieving a set of leather armor. Chao Gu, look what I found, a leather pouch. Yu Jing then leaned out of the trunk, pulling out a white coat. This person is also a doctor. She looked at Fong Lin with realization. Chaoyang accepted the pouch and measured it against Yu Jing. This leather armor is too large. It doesn't seem to fit you well. Fong Lin grimaced. It's mainly because some people have mental barriers. This can't be given away. It must be kept for myself. Yu Jing nodded in agreement. Then I certainly want to take it. Chaoyang ignored the playful banter of the two girls and tossed the leather armor onto the back seat of the truck. When you have time, alter it to fit. He then turned to Yu Jing. By the way, Yu Jing, can you drive? You can, right? Chapter 66, Rest. Chaoyang glanced at the two women and inquired. You both graduated from the same driving school, didn't you? Yu Jing turned back resolutely to look at Fong Lin, exclaiming, absolutely not. The conviction in her voice made Chaoyang raise an eyebrow. I am a self-taught driver, Yu Jing declared proudly. Ah, another unlicensed driver. Fong Lin chuckled. At least I attended driving school. You never set foot in one. Who said that? Yu Jing retorted, her eyes widening with indignation. I was quite well known at driving school. Then why didn't you obtain a driver's license? Weren't you just claiming to be famous? Indeed. It's just that those myopic instructors failed to recognize the gem that I am. Chaoyang, observing Yu Jing's puffed-up demeanor, pressed, speak plainly. What actually happened? Otherwise, I shall impose a month-long silence upon you. Yu Jing cast a timid glance at Chaoyang. They wouldn't let me continue. Did you wreck their car? Absolutely not. Did you send your instructor into the river? Neither did I. Then what heinous act could provoke such ire? It's not like that. I committed no wrongdoing. The day I registered, the place was teeming with people, including the principal, the vice principal, instructors, and administrative staff, all seemingly celebrating their 10th anniversary. Chaoyang pulled out a cigarette. Get to the point. Discuss your driving experience. Yu Jing rolled her eyes. Why the hurry? I was merely accompanying a friend to soak in the atmosphere, and they were giving away gifts, this adorable teddy bear. Chaoyang fumbled for his lighter, realizing he had misplaced it. I inquired how to obtain the teddy bear, and they said I needed to register. So, I signed up. Fong Lin retrieved a lighter from her pocket, ready to ignite Chaoyang's cigarette. Nearby, a coach inquired if I could drive. I confidently replied, of course. I've driven twice at home. He then permitted me to take a test drive. Little did I know, his vehicle had faulty brakes. And later they argued that I had pressed the wrong pedal. Chaoyang and Fong Lin exchanged glances, both sensing an impending storm in Yu Jing's tone. Something was amiss. Where did you take the car? Chaoyang asked, cigarette in mouth, momentarily forgetting to light it. Yu Jing, emboldened, stated, I simply got in, pressed the accelerator, and drove straight into their enrollment office. What happened next? Fong Lin forgot to light Chaoyang's cigarette. Well, the driving school went bankrupt. How could that happen? The car was insured, the insurance company. Fong Lin suddenly halted, her eyes widening as she gazed at Yu Jing. You didn't actually crash into? Yu Jing nodded solemnly. The principal, vice principal, and instructors spent 6 months in the hospital before selling the driving school. I have evidence that they colluded to deceive me. What evidence? Fong Lin played the role of the skeptic. The principal and vice principal were hospitalized for 6 months, while the instructors only stayed for a little over a month. Can they be compared? Chaoyang raised his thumb in admiration towards Yu Jing. You are impressive. Fong Lin merely crashed into one instructor, but you orchestrated a complete disaster. Unable to risk letting either of the two drive, he reluctantly took the wheel himself and began to drive forward. Due to a prolonged delay in the village and the lack of rest during the day, the two women were drowsy and eventually fell asleep leaning against the back seat. Although Chaoyang had a sturdy physique, fatigue began to envelop him as well. Glancing at the watch, he noted that it was already past 2 in the morning. It was prudent to find a place to rest. After spotting Dr. Zhou's vehicle, Chaoyang wished to avoid any interaction. So he turned the steering wheel and veered off the highway onto a nearby rural path. The path, though rugged and difficult to navigate, had the advantage of fewer zombies. He might encounter one only after a considerable distance, and they were quickly left behind by the truck. Stifling a yawn, Chaoyang resolved to find a place to park, lest his drowsiness lead to an accident. Ahead lay a small village, starkly different from the well-preserved town. This village appeared dilapidated and deserted, with scarcely a few zombies wandering about. Chaoyang parked the vehicle at the village entrance, reassured by the absence of human presence that theft was unlikely. He removed the keys and roused the two women to disembark. In the village, there stood a newly constructed 2-story building, seemingly intact. After swiftly dispatching a few approaching zombies, Chaoyang leaped over the courtyard wall to unlock the gate. Within the yard were an elderly zombie couple, whom he dispatched with 2 swift blows of his axe. Then he disposed of their bodies over the wall. The three of them entered the house, which, despite a layer of dust, remained relatively tidy. They retrieved some previously collected supplies and took a bite. The house comprised 2 levels. The ground floor featured a living room and a guest room, while the upper floor contained 3 bedrooms with a washroom situated centrally. Xiaoyang secured the doors of the front and back rooms on the ground floor, propping them closed with a table to ensure no zombies could intrude before he and the 2 women ascended to the second floor. Understanding her role, Fang Lin took Yujing towards the guest room, but Xiaoyang shook his head, gesturing towards the master bedroom. You two should occupy that room. The bed is larger, allowing for a more comfortable sleep. Yujing, yawning, replied, You two can take the master bedroom. There's no need to worry about me. Fang Lin, blushing, grasped Yujing's collar and led her into the master bedroom, muttering under her breath, seemingly reprimanding Yujing for something. The guest room was composed of 2 chambers. One appeared to belong to a young girl, decorated in shades of pink and littered with remnants of food wrappers. Observing the disarray, Xiaoyang opted for the other room. The bed, while a double, was slightly smaller than that in the master bedroom. However, Xiaoyang paid no heed to the bed's size, as he had no intention of sleeping there. Noticing a lull in the women's movements, he directly retreated into his personal space. Outside, due to the demands of driving, Xiaoyang had been quite focused and had not paid much attention to his surroundings within the space. Upon entering, a sense of something amiss washed over him. After surveying the courtyard, he noted the plants growing abundantly against the wall. They seemed overly lush. Why had they not been transplanted outside? Suddenly, it dawned on him what was wrong. Through the courtyard wall, he could see towering trees outside. Opening the courtyard gate, Xiaoyang was taken aback. Was this truly a space? Outside, the landscape was crisscrossed with fields, teeming with a variety of plants. Lush orchards stretched out, appearing to reach the horizon, with some fruit trees having grown into towering giants. Leaning against the wall are various vibrant flowers, creating a splendid tapestry of blossoms. In the distance, fruit trees are laden with an array of fruits. How is it possible for temperate, cold, and tropical fruits to coexist? Is that wheat growing beside the corn? And why is there a pineapple nearby? I have no recollection of bringing in pineapple seeds. Xiaoyang stood in astonishment, gazing at the world before him. Is this truly his space? The most absurd sight was a babbling brook not far away, its waters crystal clear, gurgling like a gentle spring. How can there be a stream without any snow-capped mountains around? This is hardly his space. It resembles an entirely different realm. Stepping out of the courtyard, Xiaoyang beheld the fairy tale world before him, when suddenly, a melodious song floated through the air. The horse does not know it is a donkey, and the bird does not know it is a chicken. Chapter 67. The expanding space. Xiaoling pointed to the garden-like plot in the courtyard, exclaiming, This land is truly remarkable. Once seeds are sown, the plants grow at an astonishing rate. Normally, with a bit of watering, they mature swiftly. I must transplant them quickly. Otherwise, they will wither. Xiaoyang glanced over and indeed observed the plants growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yuhan and I have an abundance of vegetation now. Every seed you tossed in, we've planted, and some have been relocated outside. We've planted numerous trees out there. And even those overripe fruits you brought in, some seeds placed here will also grow into magnificent trees, which we will then transplant. As Xiaoling chattered away, her lips animated, Xiaoyang felt a stir of emotion. He recalled the previous encounter. Shaking his head, he chuckled. Once they grow into large trees, can you really manage to move them? Xiaoling blinked innocently. Don't you know? The water possesses miraculous properties. She gestured to Lin Yuhan, who stood nearby, smiling silently, affectionately watching Xiaoling. Did you see? The Lin Daiyu who entered earlier can now uproot willows single-handedly and carry an adult tree, sprinting 100 miles without breaking a sweat. Lin Yuhan's face flushed with embarrassment. You're the one who resembles Lu Zhishan. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is the flower monk. Xiaoling continued her enthusiastic discourse about the space. Moreover, in the expanded area outside, a small stream has appeared. The trees we planted grow just as they do outside the space. You have no idea how fulfilling our days have been. We haven't had a moment of idleness. I just want to fill the outside with greenery as quickly as possible. The trio entered the small wooden cabin, and Xiaoyang adjusted the clock to 9. Xiaoling continued her chatter, clearly bursting with excitement. Yuhan remarked, She really misses you and can't wait to see you. Just imagine your astonishment upon entering. Lin Yuhan blushed and playfully grabbed Xiaoling. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I say I de-drop my pants? I meant I de-drop my jaw. Xiaoyang was also pleased with the changes in the space and looked around the room. Has there been no change here? Yes. Xiaoling pointed to a painting hanging in the living room. Look at that painting. Xiaoyang observed the artwork, noting that it had begun to show signs of ink diffusion, spreading outward. Unlike a uniform black spread, It appeared as though it were being blown, radiating from one corner in linear patterns. Yet, the lines were not entirely straight. Some curves were present. Xiaoyang tilted his head, pondering, "What is this?" Xiaoling grinned. "This is your space. How would we know if you don't?" Lin Yuhan contemplated. "I feel as though this resembles a character. Perhaps it has yet to fully reveal itself." Xiaoyang expressed his confusion. "How could this be a character? The lines aren't even straight. It should be a large seal script, or perhaps even an ancient script like bronze inscriptions or oracle bone script. Goodness, ancient Chinese characters. I don't recognize a single one." He turned to Lin Yuhan. "Do you know seal script?" Lin Yuhan awkwardly chuckled. "I study medicine, not ancient literature." Xiaoyang's gaze shifted towards Xiaoling, who nodded with a beaming smile. Xiaoyang's eyes sparkled. "You recognize ancient Chinese characters?" "I am a science student, and do not comprehend them." "Then why not?" I nodded in agreement with your assertion. "If they were characters, I wouldn't recognize a single one." Xiaoyang nodded. "That makes sense. If they are ancient characters, none of us would recognize them." Observing the living room for any changes, Xiaoyang proceeded into the bedroom. "Is there any other transformation in this space?" "There is another painting in the space." "What painting? When did a painting appear in the space?" Xiaoyang inquired curiously. The three entered the bedroom, and Xiaoling pointed to the scroll hanging by the bedside. "Isn't that it?" The painting, which was originally just a black dot, had now begun to fade, revealing a hint of red, subtly spreading outwards, yet only slightly taking shape. Xiaoyang leaned in, scrutinizing it for quite some time, but failing to understand. He turned to the two. "What does this mean? It can't possibly be characters, right?" "Of course not," Xiaoling replied with a smile. "We've been studying it for quite a while. I think it resembles a flower." Lin Yuhan shook her head and said, "I think it looks like a ball." Xiaoyang stepped back, crossing his arms as he observed. "Both of your interpretations hold merit, but I lean more towards Xiaoling's view. If it were a ball, it seems to have some patterns within it, yet any ball's patterns should be uniformly spaced, with each line being relatively equidistant. However, in this case, some areas are evidently wider while others are narrower." Shaking his head, he concluded, "Never mind, let us stop guessing. We'll understand once it fully reveals itself." Xiaoling pointed beside the ink dot. "Hubby, look here. There is another black dot. It's newly appeared." Xiaoyang leaned in for a closer look. Indeed, there was a small black dot, no larger than a pinprick on white paper. "When did this appear?" Xiaoling blinked. "What do you mean you don't know?" "When Rain Han and I were tidying up, we stumbled upon it. Initially, we noticed the painting in the hall had changed. So we entered the bedroom to search for differences, and that's when we found it. Rain Han spotted it first." "Are there any other places that have changed?" "None." Xiaoyang observed the bedroom, which was already quite minimalistic, containing only a bed and a table, along with an incense burner and a few sticks of incense beside it. He picked up the incense beside the burner. "Have you lit this?" Xiaoling shook her head. "No, I thought you enjoyed incense." "Is this also a feature of the space?" Li Yuhan added. "Wasn't this placed here by you?" "No, it was here when I first acquired the space." Xiaoyang fiddled with the incense in his hand, glancing at the burner, yet felt no difference. Li Yuhan, watching him handle the burner, hesitated. "Xiaoyang, this space is filled with unknown variables. I suggest you refrain from lighting that incense." Xiaoyang acknowledged with a hum. Placing the incense back on the table, "Since there are no further changes, you both can keep watch. Yesterday during the day, something occurred that left me somewhat fatigued while driving at night. Now, I wish to take a nap, as I must venture out to drive again shortly." Upon hearing this, Li Yuhan hurriedly made her way towards the door, exclaiming, "The vegetables in the small garden need to be moved." Xiaoling widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Why are you running off? Come join us." Chapter 68. Why not use the key? Xiaoyang emerged from the space, glancing at the pitch-black night outside and then at the watch beyond the realm, noting that merely 10 minutes had elapsed since he had indulged in a restful slumber within. Peering into the space, he observed the utterly exhausted Xiaoling, lying motionless on the bed, deeply immersed in her dreams. Upon exiting the space, he had adjusted the watch's hands to indicate 0. The courtyard was now filled with fully grown chicks and goslings. Lin Yuhan was busily shooing them out with a stick, while newly hatched chicks and goslings were growing at an astonishing rate. The food and water in their dishes were swiftly depleting. The poultry that had been driven out of the courtyard ceased their rapid growth, leisurely wandering into the nearby woods. As Xiaoyang collected seeds, the wild grasses he had gathered were flourishing naturally outside, indicating that sustenance for them would not be a concern. It was evident that Xiaoling and her companion could not thrive solely on greens. Now, it seemed that the freedom to consume meat had indeed been realized. However, after driving away the second batch, Lin Yuhan plopped down on a stone bench, perhaps discontent that Xiaoling was not assisting her. Her gaze was fixed longingly towards the bedroom, her expression tinged with melancholy. Lighting a cigarette, Xiao Yang acknowledged that he had rested sufficiently. But Fong Lin and Yu Jing had only just fallen asleep, making it impossible to rouse them. Xiao Yang descended from his room, donned his clothing, and approached the window, surveying the tranquil courtyard outside. Had it been before the apocalypse, such a rural setting would have been filled with laughter and merriment. The elderly couple would likely be sitting idly at home, lamenting their children's absence, while the children, far away, would be grumbling about their parents' lack of understanding regarding their struggles. Yet now, all of that was but a memory. Only upon losing these trivial aspects of life did one come to realize the preciousness of ordinary existence. Since he had rested enough, he decided to take a stroll. Instead of opening the main door, he opted to leap out of the window. The sky was clear with sparse stars, and the surrounding sounds of insects chirped softly. Were it not for the apocalypse, this would indeed be a splendid pastoral scene. Xiao Yang vaulted over the courtyard wall and meandered towards the village entrance. Their small second-floor residence was conveniently close to the village outskirts. Not delving deep into the heart of it, he intended to check on his vehicle at the village entrance. However, before he could approach the car, he heard a noise nearby. Initially, he feared it was the emergence of zombies, but as he drew closer, he realized something was amiss. It was the sound of metal being pried open, although the intruder appeared to be suppressing the noise. The stillness of the night allowed Xiao Yang's enhanced hearing to pick up every detail. It seemed they were using something as leverage to pry open the rear door of a truck. Despite the obscured visibility, he could see a figure attempting to force a wooden stick into the gap of the truck's rear door, straining to pry it open. The stick, possibly too thick, only penetrated a small portion of the gap, making the task laborious. Fearing that a loud noise might attract attention, the intruder placed the stick on the ground, whittled it down with a knife, and then re-attempted to insert it into the crevice, preparing to lever the door open. A voice from the side remarked softly, "Why exert so much effort to pry it open? Wouldn't it be easier to just use the key?" The person did not even glance up and replied, "Nonsense. If I had the key, would I be prying it open?" Xiao Yang retrieved his keys and effortlessly opened the trunk. "See, it's unlocked," he stated. The man abruptly raised his head, staring at Xiao Yang in disbelief. You. Xiao Yang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this is my vehicle." The man dropped the stick in his hand and fled without a second thought. Leaning against the car, Xiao Yang made no attempt to pursue, chuckling to himself, "Sometimes I truly wonder about people's thought processes. Knowing full well they cannot outrun a bullet, why do they run so desperately?" The man paused momentarily, glancing back at Xiao Yang, who was fiddling with his handgun, and then suddenly dropped to his knees. "Please spare me, big brother." Xiao Yang aimed his gun at the man and beckoned him closer. The man approached timidly. "I thought this was abandoned." Xiao Yang surveyed the vehicle behind him. Despite the layer of dust, fresh fingerprints marred its surface. "Are you blind? In this post-apocalyptic world, surviving for so long, how could you not recognize ownership?" The man trembled. "I was wrong, big brother. Please forgive me. Where are you from?" "I'm from the Dawn Sanctuary in the north. We have run out of food, and I ventured out at night to scavenge. This village has been deserted for quite some time, so I thought I'd take a look." "Dawn Sanctuary?" Xiao Yang inquired. "Yes, it's the largest sanctuary in the vicinity. Beyond it lies the Eden Sanctuary in the mountain city." Xiao Yang was astonished to learn there were so many sanctuaries. "Are there many sanctuaries around here?" Seeing that Xiao Yang did not appear angry or violent, the man grew bolder and nodded. Yes. There are many sanctuaries nationwide. How do you know this area has the most?" Xiao Yang pressed. "They communicate with each other on shortwave radio. I have a bit of knowledge in that regard." Since the apocalypse began, Xiao Yang had obtained a ticket for the doomsday train and had been striving aboard it, rarely interacting with others. It was evident that in any era, isolation would not suffice. One must possess information and engage in communication. "Where's that sanctuary located?" Xiao Yang asked. The man pointed northward. "Not far from here, situated deep in the mountains. Your vehicle cannot access it." Xiao Yang pulled a packet of biscuits and 2 sausages from his pocket, tossing them to the man. "All right. Find a place to rest in the village and take me to see it tomorrow night." The man was momentarily stunned. Was there truly still kindness in this world? Not only was he spared, but he was also given food. He nodded vigorously. "I will definitely take you there, big brother." Xiao Yang turned and walked back towards his yard, fully aware of his intentions. Those who naively considered themselves benevolent often met their demise. The man followed Xiao Yang to the entrance of his residence. Turning back, Xiao Yang asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" The man pointed at the yard. "This is my home. I'm going back." Chapter 69. A unique sanctuary. Xiao Yang gazed at the young man before him, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The zombies he had dispatched were the young man's parents. In his 20s, the young man possessed a refined appearance, adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. After the apocalypse, he had endured considerable hardship to return from the city, only to discover that his parents had undergone a horrific transformation. Unable to bring himself to harm them, he sought refuge instead. His return was, in truth, a final opportunity to see his parents once more. Yet upon spotting Chao Yang's vehicle, hunger had led him to entertain unwholesome thoughts. For a long time, he stood there, staring at the decapitated bodies of his parents beyond the courtyard wall, uncertain whether to feel sorrow or relief. Chao Yang's discomfort grew. Despite the young man's attempt to pry open his vehicle, he had taken the lives of his parents, rendering his actions seemingly excessive in the name of retribution. Feigning nonchalance, Chao Yang retrieved 2 shovels from his space, pretending to have found them in a corner, and offered them to the young man. "Shall I assist you in burying them?" The young man lifted his gaze to meet Chao Yang's, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you. Evidently well educated. Despite his tattered clothing and one-legged glasses held together with tape, the young man spoke with clarity and grace, devoid of any resentment towards Chao Yang. Upon entering the house, he procured a bedsheet to wrap his parents, while the 2 of them removed a door panel to place the bodies upon it, lifting it to carry them away. After laying his parents to rest in the freshly dug grave, the young man unexpectedly reached into his pocket, producing the biscuits and sausage that Chao Yang had given him, placing them beside his departed parents. Kneeling there, he murmured softly, "Father, Mother, I have been an unfilial son. I possess nothing to repay you. I hope the world you enter is free from zombies and hunger. Please, enjoy this." Chao Yang felt a twinge of emotion in these dire times. The significance of food was universally acknowledged. The young man had initially attempted to break into Chao Yang's vehicle out of hunger, and now, in a profound gesture of love, he was offering his most cherished possessions to his deceased parents. Chao Yang looked skyward, pondering what he had given his own parents. The sun began to rise slowly above the horizon, prompting both men to hasten back to the courtyard. The young man scoured the kitchen, emerging with an empty flour bag. "Last time, I took all the food. If only there were flour." "Indeed," Chao Yang replied with a smile, swiftly entering the house and returning with a bag of flour. "Can you cook?" The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you possess flour?" "I had no idea there was any in my own home." Chao Yang pointed toward the truck outside, spinning a tail. "Isn't this yours? We brought it from afar, but I feared losing it, so I didn't store it in the kitchen." To Chao Yang's surprise, the young man demonstrated his skill in rolling out noodles, and the well-preserved well in the courtyard served as the final piece of their endeavor. As the aroma of freshly made noodles wafted through the air, the 2 elderly ladies upstairs, yawning, descended from their quarters. "Chao Yang, how did you manage to make noodles? Did you know I was hungry?" These 2 elderly ladies are truly at ease, seemingly oblivious to the presence of an additional individual in the room. Chao Yang, undisturbed, emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, placing it on the table. The young man retrieved soy sauce and vinegar from the kitchen, stating, "These are remnants from the household, though the soy sauce has developed mold. The vinegar, however, remains edible. It will suffice." Chao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. And only then did the 2 women notice the newcomer, curiously inquiring, "Who is this?" Chao Yang gestured towards him. "He is the owner of this place. By the way, I have yet to learn how to address you. I am Zhu Guosheng. And you?" The young man placed the vinegar bottle down, appearing somewhat shy. Chao Yang selected a bowl of noodles for himself, turning to the 2 women. These noodles were prepared by Zhu Guosheng. "Come, savor a warm bowl. This evening, I shall take you to the shelter you mentioned." Fong Lin approached hurriedly, also choosing a bowl. "Is there truly a shelter nearby?" Zhu Guosheng served himself a bowl. "Indeed. A dawn shelter has been established in the mountains." Yu Jing had already taken a bite of the noodles. "The dawn shelter is right here." Chao Yang extracted a jar of familiar sauce from his backpack, squeezing some over the noodles before offering it to Fong Lin. "Are you acquainted with the dawn shelter?" Upon seeing Fong Lin squeeze some sauce, Yu Jing eagerly extended her hand, and Fong Lin handed it to her. "I am aware. The dawn shelter is quite renowned. I know of nearly all the shelters across the nation." After tasting a mouthful, Chao Yang retrieved a clove of garlic from his backpack, peeled it, and broke off 2 segments, offering the remainder to Fong Lin. "So, how many shelters are there in total?" Yu Jing watched as Fong Lin took 2 cloves, quickly reaching out for one, which Fong Lin placed in her hand. Yu Jing peeled a clove. "There are hundreds of shelters, large and small, across the country. I once compiled a guide, but some of the smaller ones have gradually disappeared. There are perhaps over a dozen significant shelters." "So many," Chao Yang exclaimed after another bite, pouring a bit of vinegar onto his noodles. "How come I am completely unaware of this?" He turned to Fong Lin. "Did you know?" Fong Lin bit into a clove of garlic, then took another mouthful of noodles. "I have heard of them. I came from a shelter myself. However, our shelter frequently faced zombie attacks, resulting in personnel relocations, most having boarded the doomsday train." The bespectacled young man, Zhu Guosheng, observed as Fong Lin and the others dined. Unable to restrain himself from reaching out, "Could I trouble you for a bit of sauce?" Yu Jing passed the sauce beside her to Zhu Guosheng. while grabbing a clove of garlic from the table. Do you eat garlic? Zhu Guoshun shook his head. I do not consume garlic. Xiaoyang resumed his meal. What is the shelter like? Fong Lin replied, it is rather simple. A group of people gathers, and there is a designated individual for ration distribution. The men venture out to slay zombies and procure food, while the women remain at home to cook. Zhu Guoshun glanced at Fong Lin. That sounds like a small shelter. There are also some that resemble a primitive society, while larger shelters operate quite differently. Xiaoyang turned his head. Are the shelters where you are not similar? Zhu Guoshun shook his head and remarked, it's different in our society, which is dominated by capital. The upper echelons not only refrain from battling zombies but also indulge in a life of luxury. Meanwhile, those at the lower levels are compelled to fight zombies and are subjected to their humiliation at all times. We initially had some provisions at home, however. They claimed that due to our protected status, they had the right to confiscate our food supplies, leaving my sister and me to suffer from hunger. Hence, I ventured out in search of sustenance. Xiaoyang retrieved a sausage from his backpack and handed it to Zhu Guoshun, while also distributing one to Fong Lin and the others. You have a sister? He inquired. Indeed, it is far too perilous outside, so I placed her in a shelter. Yu Jing leaned forward, gazing curiously at Xiaoyang's backpack. Xiaoyang, having known you for so long, I have never asked you for anything. Xiaoyang turned his head slightly. What is it? What do you desire? I don't possess any diamond rings. Yu Jing's face flushed as she scoffed. Even if I did, I wouldn't want it. Just give me that backpack. Chapter 70. Journey to the shelter. Xiaoyang finally understood why it was said that vehicles could not ascend. The mountain road was steep, and the shelter was nestled halfway up the slope. While small cars might manage to navigate the narrow paths, larger vehicles were utterly prohibited. At the foot of the mountain, numerous cars were abandoned haphazardly. To Xiaoyang's surprise, just as he parked his vehicle, someone approached him. How long do you intend to leave your car here? What is the matter? He inquired. Nothing much. If it's a temporary stop, there's a fee of 1 coin. If you park for a day, it's 5 coins, and so forth. What do you mean, 5 coins for a day? Zhu Guoshun hurried over, pulling out a small metal tag from his pocket. In the center of the tag was inscribed, Dawn Shelter. I belong to the shelter, he explained, and this is my friend. We will be going out to gather supplies soon. The man glanced at the tag in Zhu Guoshun's hand. That's a refugee tag. Not one for a registered search team. Zhu Guoshun then produced a sausage that Xiaoyang had given him the previous night, offering it to the man. Please make an exception. We just returned, and we haven't had the chance to process our documentation yet. The man took the sausage, weighing it in his hand. That could be problematic. Xiaoyang chuckled, amused that even in a post-apocalyptic world, such human nature of extortion still persisted. He reached into his new dual backpacks and retrieved 2 more sausages, presenting them to the man. What if I offer you these? Would that facilitate matters? The man accepted the sausages with a smile. Now that makes things much easier. Come along and register. Zhu Guoshun followed the man to a nearby tent for registration, while Xiaoyang surveyed the eclectic array of vehicles surrounding him, laughing to himself. Why do I feel like this isn't the end of the world? It feels more like I'm on vacation and have stumbled upon a parking fee collector. Yu Jing looked up at the mountain, its dark silhouette against the night sky creating an ominous atmosphere, akin to wild beasts lurking in the shadows, rendering the upper terrain invisible. Occasional flickers of light gave a sense that it was not a darkened hell. The illumination was sparse halfway up the mountain, yet closer to the summit, it shone brightly. That area seemed to have once been a villa district, an enclave for the affluent. Fong Lin pointed towards the summit. There must be many residents up there, otherwise it wouldn't be so bright. Not necessarily, Xiaoyang replied, shaking his head. Zhu Guoshun mentioned that he resides halfway up, and there is a clear demarcation here. If I am not mistaken, the upper areas are likely inhabited by those in power. They occupy the advantageous terrain, allowing them better management from above. Zhu Guoshun returned after completing the registration and led Xiaoyang and the others up the mountain. The path appeared arduous, yet walking it was not overly strenuous. The construction had been thoughtfully designed, winding gracefully and alleviating some of the steepness. In certain sections, asphalt had been laid, suggesting it was still accessible by vehicle. Xiaoyang pointed to the adjacent road. Can't cars ascend from here? Why are so many parked at the foot of the mountain? Why don't they drive up? Zhu Guoshun gestured towards the summit. Only those in the upper echelons are permitted to drive up. We are not allowed. I came here as a refugee, and I do not belong to this area. Are these so-called upper echelons the original inhabitants then? No, it seems they're a nearby force. Nearly 100 of them have occupied this place. The key point is that they possess firearms. After clearing the nearby zombies, they established this sanctuary. They have guns. Are they police or gangsters? I'm not certain, but I have heard that they appear to be a coalition of affluent individuals. Behind the mountain lies a valley where they can cultivate some crops. They have begun to gather refugees, creating what resembles their own little kingdom. Chaoyang nodded, stating that the nearby zombies have been largely eradicated, with very few incidents of zombie attacks. Currently, their greatest concern is the mutation of some wild animals in the vicinity. Although their numbers are few, these wild creatures are exceedingly aggressive, resulting in casualties every time. It is said that once, during a siege, they fought through the night and managed to slay a leopard. As they continued their ascent, a vehicle approached from behind them. It appeared to be a modified passenger bus. The driver poked his head out of the window and asked, "Would you like a ride?" 2 coins per person. Chaoyang turned to Zhu Guosheng, inquiring if they also issue their own currency here. Zhu Guosheng nodded and waved his hand to the driver, saying, "We won't be needing a ride." The driver, disappointed, retracted his head and drove the vehicle further up the mountain. Indeed, they have their own currency here, denominated in values of 1, 2, and 5, resembling the old coins, albeit with one side worn smooth and stamped with Dawn Sanctuary. This currency is used for trade and everyday purchases. Chaoyang chuckled, "No need for doubt. This is undoubtedly a small kingdom in the apocalypse." Yu Jing turned to Chaoyang, saying, "We should establish one ourselves. I believe you would create an even grander one." Chaoyang hurriedly shook his head, exclaiming, "I have no such knowledge, and it would be too burdensome. Please, refrain from such talk, or I might just seal your mouth shut." As the group approached Zhu Guosheng's dwelling, Chaoyang grasped the true meaning of a refugee shelter. Before they had even reached the mountainside, they were greeted by heaps of refuse lining the roadside, resembling small hills and emitting a foul stench. Perhaps it had once been a villa, as the area comprised 3 to 5-story buildings, with several tents erected nearby. Zhu Guosheng led Chaoyang to one of the tents, lifted the flap, and called out, "Xiaoru, I'm back. Look what I've brought for you." Chaoyang followed him inside. The tent was rather modest, covering approximately 20 square meters, divided by sheets, yet it was entirely empty. There was no sign of the Xiaoru Zhu Guosheng had mentioned. Chapter 71. To kill first and talk later. The tent was cramped, allowing a complete view of the interior, which was devoid of any human presence. Zhu Guosheng expressed his confusion, stating, "Before I left, I told her not to go anywhere. Where could she have run off to?" Chaoyang chuckled. It's quite normal for children to wander about. Despite Zhu Guosheng's youth, he appeared to be of a similar age to Chaoyang, and throughout their journey, he had been chattering about his younger sister, leading Chaoyang to envision her as a rather precocious young girl. It seemed that Zhu Guosheng shared a close bond with his sister, as he busily fetched a chair for Chaoyang while continuing his chatter. His sister had been studying, and he had only returned to find her. Their parents' transformation had left her cowering in the bedroom for several days, too frightened to venture out. Fortunately, their family was relatively well off, and his sister had managed to stash away some snacks in her room. Chaoyang recalled seeing a young girl's room upon moving in, though he hadn't paid it much mind at the time. Zhu Guosheng poured several cups of water for the group, frequently casting anxious glances outside. After taking a sip, Chaoyang suggested, "If you're worried, you should go look for her. Do you want me to come along?" Zhu Guosheng hesitated momentarily, then said, "You all sit tight. I'll go check." Just as he was about to step outside, the tent flap was abruptly lifted, and a woman in her 40s rushed in, exclaiming, "Guosheng, what are you doing here? Hurry and see. Your sister is arguing with the supervisor." Chaoyang immediately rose to his feet. "Sister Chen, where is the argument taking place?" Strangely, Zhu Guosheng appeared unfazed. "At the laundry. She went to help wash clothes and seems to have been shortchanged by 1 coin. That's why she is quarreling. Let us go see." Chaoyang set down his cup. "It's all right. I'll handle it," Zhu Guosheng reassured, yet there was a curious calmness about him now. Despite his insistence that it was unnecessary, Chaoyang chose to follow. Fong Lin, without hesitation, trailed Chaoyang, while Yu Jing, surveying their surroundings, concluded, "Since everyone's going, I might as well tag along," and followed closely behind Fong Lin. Though the hillside appeared substantial, the space was rather limited, with structures built closely together. After navigating around 2 buildings, Chaoyang heard a fierce voice. "Why should mine be any different? Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm a woman? Let me tell you, I have connections in high places, and I can bring them out to scare you all." Turning the corner, Chaoyang spotted a pile of basins filled with various garments, with clothes hung on lines strung up around them. A crowd had gathered around a wooden table, behind which sat a middle-aged man in his 30s. Facing him was a woman, hands on her hips, standing defiantly. The woman appeared to be in her late teens, possessing an elegant and refined beauty, yet her complexion was pale and sallow, reminiscent of someone gravely ill. However, her assertive tone belied any signs of weakness, showcasing a vitality that contradicted her appearance. The 30-year-old man shook his hand, addressing the girl from the Zhu family. "It is not my intention to make things difficult for you. We are both unfortunate souls, and I have no need to trouble you. However, look at the clothes you washed. Am I being unreasonable to deduct 5 pieces from your payment? Which of them does not require rewashing? If I submit them like this, do you think they will compensate me? Who is to say? Which of the items I washed is not clean? The middle-aged man picked up a garment. Look at this large stain. You have failed to remove it. Can this be considered clean? I have scrubbed it, but the stain won't budge. What can I do? Zhu Guixing hastened over and grasped the arguing girl. Bowing slightly to the 30-something man, brother, please do not hold her accountable. You know she is not quite right in the head. The middle-aged man nodded. I understand. I took her on because I saw how hard you both have it. I did not anticipate she would wash like this. She is utterly incompetent at laundry. Chao Yang observed this scene with keen interest and turned to Fong Lin. I cannot shake the feeling that this is not an apocalyptic scenario, rather. It resembles the plight of the lower class in a feudal society. What would such a place be called? The laundry house. Chao Yang nodded. Indeed, if I linger here too long, my mindset might shift. There is none of the anxiety typical of an apocalypse. Instead, it conveys a sense of oppression. Which do you prefer? Yu Jing inquired. Tilting her head, neither appeals to me. Chao Yang scratched his nose and chuckled. I long for the life of yore, even if it was modest and laborious. Outside, people are consumed by competition, but I remain unperturbed. I would roast skewers during my free time, gather with a few friends, drink, and boast until midnight. Then return home to sleep, only to rush to work in the morning and endure my superior's reprimands. He glanced back at Fong Lin. What about you? Before Fong Lin could respond, Yu Jing interjected. I, too, wish to return to the past, to be my little fairy. Who dares to provoke me? I would expose them online. We little fairies can bully others, but we must not be trifled with, for we are fairies. Chao Yang turned to Yu Jing, stroking his chin. Fong Lin. What does that saying go? In a chaotic world, one must first eliminate the little fairies, right? Yu Jing swallowed hard. Brother, Chao, I only read that in an online novel. I was joking. I have never been a little fairy, merely aspiring to be one. What nonsense. How have I never come across that? Fong Lin blinked. Is it about a domineering CEO falling for a woman with 2 children? What? That is so outdated. Now, we are talking about a harem, where we little fairies indulge in food, drink, and merriment, earning 2,000 to 3,000 a month, with countless men eager to shower us with money, be they rich second-generation heirs or dashing young men. I need do nothing, and they would practically come to worship me. That is the kind of story that truly delights. Chao Yang turned back to Fong Lin. This mindless fellow should not remain with us. Our principle is to eliminate first and ask questions later. Better to err on the side of caution than to let someone slip away. Fong Lin nodded and inquired, do you believe it is better to kill first and then violate, or to violate first and then kill? Chapter 72. I listened to her. Zhu Guosheng grasped his sister's hand, persistently apologizing to the middle-aged man before turning to leave. His sister, anxious, exclaimed, you must give me what I deserve. The man in his 30s handed Zhu Guosheng 2 coins, saying, you should take good care of your sister. Her health is fragile. If she has no business here, it's best she doesn't come back. Otherwise, if she keeps making such a racket, I might as well quit. Zhu Guosheng accepted the coins, repeatedly apologizing as he led his sister away in a dejected manner. As they walked, he complained, didn't I ask you to stay home? Why did you come out? Once away from the crowd, his sister's bravado diminished, and she followed him, mumbling, I thought you hadn't eaten anything. So I wanted to earn some money to buy us something to eat. Zhu Guosheng sighed. The energy you've expended this morning wouldn't even suffice to buy a sweet potato. He then retrieved a sausage from his pocket, a gift from Chao Yang, and offered it to his sister. Here, eat this. Her eyes lit up as she gazed at him, asking, where did you get this? Zhu Guosheng pointed to Chao Yang. I ran into your brother Chao Yang. He gave it to me. Zhu Guosheng's sister, noticing Chao Yang, quickly greeted, hello, boss. Do you need a secretary? I can keep your bed warm. Chao Yang's face instantly froze. With your frail appearance, keep your bed warm? No, that won't be necessary. He felt relieved as he noticed his sister did not appear disappointed. Rather, she seemed somewhat pleased. Beside them, Yu Jing chimed in, sister. How much do you charge to warm a bed? Zhu Guosheng's sister replied, I'm sorry, but I only warm beds for men, not for women. Zhu Guosheng pulled his sister into the tent, saying, all right, this is brother Chao Yang. Stop causing a commotion. He turned back to Chao Yang, embarrassed, brother, see. I brought her here for you. Chao Yang followed them into the tent. I understand. I want to forget your contribution. He pointed toward the mountain. I want to go up there. How can I get there? You need to pay to ascend, but you can also exchange goods for currency, Zhu Guosheng explained. Chao Yang extended his hand. Could you show me that coin? Of course, Zhu Guosheng replied, handing over the 2 coins. Chao Yang examined them, recognizing them as old 1 yuan coins. The reverse side was worn smooth, inscribed with the words Dawn Shelter. He pondered. If we were to use 1 yuan coins in place of higher denominations, what do you have for the larger values? We only have 1, 5, and 10 yuan coins. Anything above that would require barter, Zhu Guoxing clarified, noting mutual agreement on exchanges. Xiaoyang nodded. So, how much do I need to ascend? Just 10 coins. But you must provide a guarantee. Really? Xiaoyang looked at Zhu Guoxing with keen interest. Zhu Guoxing's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment as he said, I do not wish to take advantage of you. I genuinely require a guarantor. What type of individual is suitable to be a guarantor? Came the response. One who works above and possesses a clear family background will suffice. At that moment, Zhu Guoxing's younger sister pointed at him and declared, My brother previously worked up there. Although he was dismissed and has not yet completed the handover, nonetheless. The little girl, with her eyes darting thoughtfully, continued, My brother is taking on a risk. If you engage in any illicit activities up there, you will bear joint responsibility. This articulate young girl prompted Xiaoyang to reevaluate her, turning to Zhu Guoxing and inquiring, Is this your biological sister? Zhu Guoxing, feeling awkward, rubbed his hands together and replied, Essentially, we share the same father but have different mothers. Yu Jing interjected. Then your father must be quite virtuous, while her mother must be rather cunning. Xiaoyang shot a glance at Yu Jing and remarked to Fong Lin, Keep a close watch on your little follower, otherwise, I might just seal her lips. Yu Jing, resembling a startled cat, sprang up indignantly, I am not her little follower. However, upon encountering Xiaoyang's icy gaze, she instantly lost her bravado, her fur smoothing down as she murmured, Am I not allowed to be your little follower then? Xiaoyang appreciated the transparency of exchanges in this apocalyptic world. Though the girl appeared somewhat opportunistic, no one wished to place their fortunes in the hands of another's benevolence. He nodded at the young girl, Your reasoning is quite sound. In this world of survival, should conflict arise, your brother's role as guarantor becomes perilous. So, tell me, what do you desire? The girl, her eyes calculating, took a seat on the stool without immediately stating her demands. Instead, she began, In truth, my brother is quite capable. He previously managed dozens of people at his workplace, and he treats others with sincerity, earning their respect. Xiaoyang took a sip from his cup, remaining silent. Yu Jing opened her mouth to speak, but Fong Lin tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to remain quiet. The young girl, noticing Xiaoyang's silence, cast a timid glance in his direction. I may lack skills, but I possess one talent. I can discern whether a person is good or bad, and whether they can be bullied. Some may appear fierce, yet possess soft hearts, while others may smile but harbor darkness within. What are you implying? Xiaoyang queried, pulling out a cigarette. Are you suggesting that I am handsome on the outside but wicked at heart? Not at all. I merely draw a comparison, the girl replied hastily. What I wish to convey is that once you ascend to the higher echelons, regardless of your actions, you need only promise us one thing. What is that? You must take us with you. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. I myself am uncertain about my survival in this apocalyptic world. I have always roamed freely, living each day as it comes. The young girl gazed at Xiaoyang with unwavering resolve and declared, Even if you resort to begging, we shall remain your loyal subordinates. Xiaoyang turned to look at Zhu Guoxing, puzzled by his silence. To his surprise, Zhu Guoxing simply offered a candid smile and said, My sister is young. I shall heed her words. Chapter 73. The clever woman. Xiaoyang gazed at Zhu Guoxing with a hint of curiosity. Do you take your sister's advice? He inquired. Zhu Guoxing nodded affirmatively. Since the onset of the apocalypse, my sister has transformed from that mischievous little girl into someone much more composed. Her intellect surpasses mine, and every decision she makes is invariably correct. Henceforth, I have chosen to heed her counsel. Xiaoyang offered Zhu Guoxing a cigarette from his pack, which Zhu Guoxing accepted with a grateful hand. Such a luxury these days, he remarked. Eventually, Yu Jing could no longer contain herself. If you truly trust your sister, why did you rush home yesterday, leaving her here alone, only to fret about her safety? Zhu Guoxing ignited the cigarette with Xiaoyang's lighter, glancing at his sister. It was her who urged me to return, he explained. Xiaoyang lit his own cigarette and posed another question. One more thing, help me understand. When you entered the house earlier, you seemed anxious to find your sister, yet when you heard she was outside arguing with someone, you appeared remarkably calm. Why is that? Zhu Guoxing smiled broadly. As my sister herself has stated, she possesses an uncanny ability to read people. However, she is frail, and I worry for her safety if she ventures out to seek me, especially considering the presence of zombies. But when I heard she was engaged in a dispute on the mountain, my concerns eased. She understands whom to provoke and whom to avoid. She would not create unnecessary trouble for us. Yu Jing regarded Zhu Guoxing's sister with intrigue. If you have such a keen perception of others, why engage in arguments? The young girl responded, Because I know I can win the argument. He is a kind-hearted person, yet he has his principles. He would not part with his money without reason. Today, I went to work for him, and under normal circumstances, the amount he would pay me is fixed, as my physical condition limits the number of garments I can wash. Thus, I took a shortcut and managed to wash a few extra items quickly. However, he refused to pay for them, claiming I hadn't cleaned them properly, and only compensated me for what I rightfully earned. I understand his nature. Had my brother not returned, he would have surely paid me more. Chao Yang looked at the young girl in astonishment. Isn't that taking advantage of an honest person? The girl nodded. Indeed. In this post-apocalyptic world, the benevolent are often exploited, and the gentle are taken for granted. My brother is exceptionally kind, but look where that has led him. His girlfriend abandoned him and immediately sought refuge among the upper echelons, not even sparing him a glance before turning away. She preferred to be a slave to the elite rather than endure hardship alongside him. It is only natural for people to aspire for a better life. Yet, it is unforgivable that upon seeing my brother ascend, she resorted to disgraceful means to oust him from his labor among the upper class. Otherwise, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits. Yu Jing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she leaned closer. There is more to this story. ISNT there? Please, share it with us. Chao Yang raised his hand. Fong Lin, bring the glue. Yu Jing quickly clasped her hands over her mouth. I shall remain silent. The young girl looked at Yu Jing with curiosity. You are quite unique. And you, Chao Yang and Fong Lin, are also exceptional. But why do you seem so fearful of him? Is it out of affection? Yu Jing curled her lips and opened her mouth. Fong Lin took out a bottle of glue from her pocket and waved it in front of Yu Jing. In a hurry, Yu Jing covered her mouth with her left hand and gestured with her right hand towards Chao Yang, shaking her head. The little girl laughed even more. If he doesn't let you speak, then you dare not speak. Go ahead and say it. It's fine. He definitely won't use the glue to seal your lips. Yu Jing gazed at the glue in Fong Lin's hand, but still shook her head. The little girl continued to coax. I'll teach you a method. The glue can be removed afterward. Holding it in is so uncomfortable. Chao Yang looked at the little girl. If you persist in this instigating manner, I would rather not go up there. The little girl glanced at Chao Yang and grinned. That's not it. I am merely curious. I want to see how long she can endure, or rather, how long your patience can last. Standing up with a smile. So, does that mean you've agreed? Chao Yang shook his head. I never said I agreed. I can tell you, if you want me to agree, your bargaining chips are still insufficient. Rising to his feet, he said to Zhu Guoxing, thank you for bringing me here. I will give you a bag of flour as a reward. We are leaving. Zhu Guoxing blinked. Actually, it wouldn't be a problem for me to take you, as long as you don't engage in any illegal activities. That's fine. The little girl sighed. My foolish brother. They exude a murderous intent. What are those in power like? You know well that there will surely be conflict if they go. Turning to Chao Yang. I do not kill Bo-Rin, yet Bo-Rin dies because of me. Chao Yang paused mid-step. Turning around. How do you know I must go up? The little girl smiled brightly at Chao Yang. I want to know. If you want to know, then agree to me. Agree to my brother and me, and I will tell you the reason. Chao Yang shook his head. Do you know? I have navigated through this apocalyptic world for so long, and I have never been threatened. This is not a threat. I merely seek cooperation. Chao Yang tossed the cigarette he had just taken 2 puffs from onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. Conditional cooperation is indeed a threat. He patted Zhu Guoxing on the shoulder. If you are worried that I might stir trouble that implicates you, you can leave right now. I don't think I would cause any trouble immediately. Observing that Chao Yang was ignoring her and turning to leave. The little girl seemed a bit anxious. Are you planning to head southwest? To the sanctuary in the mountain city, where you can find the person you were searching for. But I must warn you, it is fraught with thorns and peril. If you go there, it is highly likely that all 3 of you will not survive. Chao Yang paused for a moment, but still waved his hand behind him, leading Fong Lin and Yu Jing outward. The little girl bit her lip. Striving to keep her tone steady, there is a woman you cannot forget, yet she is like a rose with thorns. You desire to pluck it, yet fear its prick. Think carefully. While the act of plucking may be enchanting, being pricked could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chao Yang stood still. Chapter 74. Can you drive? Fong Lin gazed anxiously at Chao Yang. Since their acquaintance, they had never been apart. Chao Yang looked at Fong Lin and said, trust me. They need you more, your keen sense. Fong Lin's expression darkened, but Chao Yang remained oblivious. Remember my words. Once you leave here, avoid all contact. Steer clear of everyone you encounter. He turned to Yu Jing. You must speak well of me. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, how will you fare in this apocalyptic world? Yu Jing nodded. Rest assured, I wish you prosperity and longevity. Before Fong Lin could intervene, Zhu Guoxing's sister covered Yu Jing's mouth, having already heard of Yu Jing's notorious knack for ill omens. Fong Lin looked worriedly at Chao Yang. Isn't it possible to not go? Chao Yang chuckled and shook his head. Curiosity is said to kill the cat. This is my first venture into a shelter. Yet one thing perplexes me. Why has the shelter become a paradise for the elite in this apocalypse? Humanity has awakened in the 20th century. We are not the ignorant masses of yore. How can they allow themselves to be manipulated so easily? Thus, I must see it for myself. From his pocket, Zhu Guoxing produced a small black box, the size of a matchbox, and handed it to Chao Yang. Take this. If our communication devices fail, press this button, and we will locate you. Chao Yang fiddled with the black box in his hand. What kind of advanced technology is this? It's a signal tracker. I am baffled as to why satellites still function in this apocalypse. No one is maintaining them. They should have ceased operations long ago. However, when I tentatively infiltrated the satellites, I discovered they not only remained operational, but were functioning remarkably well. Chao Yang tucked the small black box into his pocket. This world was rife with enigmas, and unraveling the truth would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. Initially, these matters seemed irrelevant to him, something he could easily disregard. Yet, he soon realized they not only affected those around him, but also had repercussions for himself. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he mused, why fear the unknown? Let us engage with it. He patted Zhu Guoxing on the back. I never imagined that a senior engineer like you would be such an adept hacker. Zhu Guoxing humbly bowed with a smile. I merely dabble in it for amusement. I thought my skills would be of no use in this apocalypse. Surprisingly, the upper echelons not only utilize my talents, but also admire my abilities. Though few are aware, my true passion lies with hacking. Primarily, it is your talent that shines. You are too kind. I have much to improve upon. All right, I've praised you enough. Don't let it inflate your ego. Chao Yang regarded him. I'm not merely being polite. When I'm away, you will be the sole man in our group. So, refrain from taking liberties and heed their words. Zhu Guoxing blinked. I'm a bit confused. Confusion is to be expected. By the way, can you drive? Of course. Before the apocalypse, I had a car at home. You can drive a truck, right? I can, I think. Chao Yang strolled along the upper street, feeling as if he had traversed through time. Was this truly the apocalypse? Wasn't this merely the night market he once adored? In fact, it was even better than before. The streets were pristine and orderly, flanked by various small vendors displaying a dazzling array of goods. Whatever one desired could be found here, including items one might never expect, such as drugs and slaves. It was astonishing how swiftly such illicit commodities had resurfaced. When survival itself became a luxury, dignity became an afterthought. A man herded a group of ragged men and women, treating them like livestock for selection, claiming it was voluntary and that they would perform any task for a morsel of food. Chao Yang observed, noting that the majority were women. In times of war or apocalypse, women had become commodities, mere items for sale. How would the once haughty maidens fare in this grim reality? The inherent physiological differences between women and robust men rendered them vulnerable. Must one endure brutal hardships to awaken to such truths? He felt as though he stood at the intersection of the 21st century and the Middle Ages, where malevolence had become commonplace and the darker aspects of humanity were laid bare. Intrigued, Chao Yang wandered about, unconvinced that those selling themselves did so willingly. Surely, one could fight zombies and survive. Why choose the path of enslavement? Was this not a result of the small shelter's coercion? Although perplexed, he chose not to dwell on these thoughts, merely curious as he approached a vendor. The expressions of those around him were vacant, some bore wounds. Having plummeted from a once paradisiacal existence into the depths of despair, he discovered a stall selling vegetables and fruits, situated near a cluster of villas, where 2 tents had been erected. Fresh vegetables adorned the stall, alongside some dried fruits, yet there were no fresh fruits to be found. Picking up a spinach leaf, he realized there was truly nothing here. In the city, he might find a seed company, but with several women in tow, he would attract too much attention, and Yu Jing would question his intentions. Besides, he had no place to plant anything. Why seek seeds? Previously, he had discreetly exchanged some seeds in that town, but the variety was limited. Do you have any seeds? He inquired. The gaunt vendor glanced up at him. You have no place to plant. Why do you need seeds? Chao Yang smiled. Worry not about my planting capabilities. Simply tell me, do you have seeds for sale? To buy seeds, you must seek Commander Li. He is the authority here. However, you may find it challenging to meet him, and he may not even see you. Is that so? Chao Yang shrugged. Thank you. Then I suppose that is that. He rifled through the vendor's vegetables. Do you purchase fruits? The man looked at him, surprised. Yes. Do you have any fruits? Chao Yang reached into his backpack and produced a large persimmon. Would you accept this? The vendor froze for a moment, then suddenly sprang to his feet. Persimmons, fresh persimmons. After a swift glance around, noticing that no one was paying attention, he asked, what do you wish to exchange? I seek seeds. Do you not have any? Chao Yang pulled a fresh orange from his bag. The man frowned. Although fruit cultivation had commenced, it remained exceedingly scarce, rendering fruit a luxury for the upper echelon. Please wait a moment, he said, clutching a large persimmon as he hurried back inside. Chao Yang took a seat on a nearby stool, a smile illuminating his face as he watched the man dash into the house. His concern was not that the man would consume his goods, but rather that he might not. The bait had been cast. It was merely a matter of time before the fish would bite. His only lingering worry was the ominous words spoken by Zhu Guosheng before his departure, which echoed the sentiments of those two women. Surely, he wouldn't drive the truck into a ditch, would he? Chapter 75. The desired place, the lavish furnishings of the room, and the immaculate cleanliness of the floor and windows momentarily transported Chaoyang to a realm that felt less like a post-apocalyptic world and more akin to the office of his former superior from the days before the collapse. Despite his promotion to department manager, he felt insignificant in the presence of the higher-ups. Nervously seated as he listened to the general manager and the boss report on their work, he dared not fully settle into his chair, instead perching on the edge, waiting for the general manager to mention his name so he could interject a few words. Opposite him sat Commander Lee, a man in his 40s or 50s, his square face adorned with neatly trimmed facial hair. His attire was impeccably tailored, appearing freshly made. Leaning back in his executive chair, he regarded Chaoyang with interest, stating, "To be honest, I find myself quite intrigued by the fruit you brought. Would you be so kind as to disclose where you acquired it?" Chaoyang smiled in response. "What do you think?" Commander Lee waved his right hand, which held a cigar, dismissively. "I have no need for your fruit. Just reveal the location to me. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, be it seeds, firearms, or women." At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman entered. Dressed in a tailored suit that spoke of her former status as a white-collar elite before the world fell apart. She gracefully placed 2 cups of coffee on the opulent desk before the two men. Suddenly, Commander Lee reached out, seizing the woman's hand and pulling her forcefully into his embrace. The woman gasped and struggled momentarily before surrendering, allowing him to draw her onto his lap. With his cigar-laden hand, he caressed her face, remarking, "What do you think? Do you like her?" She is a returee from abroad, reportedly having traveled to over 40 countries. Upon her return, she entered the field of education, earning over $1 million a year, a once unreachable figure for the ordinary man. He turned to Chaoyang. "What do you say? From today onwards, she shall be yours, and she has been quite well trained to obey your every command." As he spoke, he pushed the woman away, commanding, "Kneel down and go to the inner room to fetch my socks." The woman's cheeks flushed, whether from shyness or excitement, it was unclear. Yet she showed no signs of anger. To Chaoyang's astonishment, she knelt and crawled toward the bedroom. Observing her, Chaoyang noted the resolute lines of her face. In the days before the apocalypse, she would have been the type idolized by many, a proud woman from a privileged background. He had encountered women of her ilk before. They would scarcely acknowledge someone like him, a small manager who had clawed his way up from the bottom. To them, he was akin to a pet, enduring their disdainful expressions and haughty demeanor, which served to belittle him. Just as he recalled a woman who had once ridiculed others and had even been filmed surreptitiously on the subway, he recognized that for her, merely being regarded by someone beneath her was an affront. Yet, when faced with someone of a higher status, she treated them with even less regard than she would a mere dog. Chaoyang withdrew his gaze, smiling as he shook his head. Indeed, the leader of the shelter exuded a commanding presence in his actions. "However, my interest in dogs is rather limited. Let us return to the matter at hand." Commander Lee observed Chaoyang, having noticed the woman earlier and sensing a flicker of interest. Yet, his gaze soon regained its clarity, revealing that he had not succeeded in his intentions. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "It is not that I cannot locate the fruit trees, but rather that it is too troublesome. These fresh fruits you possess must be nearby. Do you not think that if I were to allocate time and send someone to search, they would not find them?" Chaoyang retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking one and placing it between his lips. "Rest assured, I could never divulge that location to you. Even if I did, you would be unable to reach it. Let me be clear, that place is fraught with peril. Anyone who dares to enter will not return alive. To this day, I am the sole survivor. There has been no other. Is that so? Yet, I still wish to take on the challenge." Chaoyang shook his head. "If Commander Lee is not interested in this deal, I shall take my leave." Commander Lee regarded Chaoyang with a faint smile. "Do you truly believe that upon arriving here, you could depart unscathed?" Chaoyang removed the cigarette from his mouth, placing both hands on the desk. "Commander Lee, do you consider me to be a reckless individual?" Lee studied Chaoyang intently for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Our shelter is renowned for its integrity. We do not engage in murder or thievery here. Rest assured." Chaoyang replied with a smile. "I have always felt assured. Are you truly the commander of such a grand shelter? How could you possibly covet a few rotten fruits?" "Indeed." Commander Lee chuckled. "Very well, Mr. Chow. The jest has been made. I shall take your persimmons, and in return, I can provide you with the vegetables and various plant seeds you seek. However, acquiring the firearms may prove challenging." Chaoyang shook his head. "Firearms are of little concern. We are not without them. Yet, Some items are indeed better in abundance. But, Commander Lee, we agreed that the seeds must be of the old variety. I do not want any genetically modified ones. Understood. Genetically modified products are meant for the lower class. We would never stoop to consume such fare. However, since we have settled on a price, allow me to treat you. Mr. Chow, what do you say? Chow Ying observed a pair of socks being pulled from the room by a former white-collar worker, whose slender waist swayed enticingly. He shook his head, saying, "Let us refrain from such wares." Commander Lee laughed heartily. Such wares, of course, would not catch Mr. Chow's discerning eye. After all, men are drawn to what men desire. Today, I have acquired numerous fine items. Our auction is about to commence. While they prepare, why not accompany me to take a look? Chow Ying nodded. As you wish, I would not impose. The man laughed, sitting up straight as he seized the socks from the lips of the white-collar worker. Suddenly, he struck her face with a sharp slap. 5 red fingerprints instantly appeared on her cheek, causing Chow Ying to glance at Commander Lee in bewilderment. Why had the commander struck his woman without cause? Despite the tendencies of sadism, you still resorted to such direct action? Commander Lee gazed at the equally astonished white-collar elite and inquired, "What does Mr. Chow mean by this?" Chow Ying was utterly taken aback. It turned out he had not comprehended the significance of his own words. Chapter 76. The auction hall, a spacious hall, approximately 500 meters in length, occupies an entire floor of a 5-story villa. Chow Ying finds it perplexing why affluent individuals from the pre-apocalyptic era would construct such a grand hall in their upper floors. One might understand a basement. But an upper floor? Is it intended for dancing? Presently, the expansive wall of floor-to-ceiling windows is draped with curtains, likely intended for the former owner to admire the external views. Regrettably, the outside world is now adorned with countless stars, offering a glimpse of the night's beauty. In the northern section, a wooden platform has been erected, upon which rests a table for the auction. Below, rows of sofas are arranged, with 2 front rows accompanied by small coffee tables that bear refreshments and snacks. Commander Lee leads Chow Ying into the hall, guiding him to the front platform where he takes a seat. "Brother Chow, do take a look and see if anything catches your fancy. You might consider purchasing something." In truth, Chow Ying feels a sense of urgency, although he has not set a specific time to meet with Fong Lin and the others. He is acutely aware they are likely waiting nearby. However, Commander Lee has kept him here under the pretext of needing time to prepare supplies. Although Chow Ying is confident in his position, a twinge of concern lingers in his mind. He places his backpack beside him and adjusts the firearm at his waist as he sits down. Commander Lee seems oblivious to the weapon at Chow Ying's side, resting his hands atop his abdomen. "From your accent, Brother Chow, you must hail from the northeastern region." Chow Ying chuckles and shakes his head. "No, I am from the southeast. Yet, the accent does bear a resemblance to that of the northeast. I have a friend from the northeast, and spending time with him has naturally influenced my speech." As the door swings open, individuals begin to enter in succession, most of whom greet Commander Lee. They appear to be from nearby shelters, though the reason for their gathering here for an auction remains unknown to Chow Ying. He is uncertain what they intend to purchase. In this post-apocalyptic world, the commodities for sale are primarily sustenance, which, in truth, hold little value to him. The auction commences, and the lights in the hall dim. A refined, bespectacled middle-aged man approaches the podium and bows to the audience. "Welcome to the Dawn Shelter. I shall refrain from unnecessary preamble and present our first item for auction." He gestures to the rear, where a provocatively dressed woman steps forward, adorned only in a sheer veil and rabbit ears, with a tail peeking from behind, barely clothed. The woman carries a tray, which she places before the auctioneer. He unveils a red cloth covering a small box. 1 ton of anti-inflammatory medication, with no starting bid and no cap on the highest bid. The highest offer wins. As anticipated, the auction primarily features pharmaceuticals and food supplies, with some participants engaging in barter. A complete lighting system, including a generator, is exchanged for provisions. Chow Ying appears relaxed, seated there, yet he is acutely aware that Commander Lee will undoubtedly seek to investigate him, and that the vehicle he left outside is a prime target for scrutiny. Zhu Shenghua is also under investigation, and upon discovering that everyone has vanished, a search will ensue. May it be that Yu Jing refrains from uttering any ill-fated words, despite her countless admonitions and threats, compelling Yu Jing to solemnly vow to speak only what is favorable. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Zhu Guoxin's sister, Zhu Xuanru, reassures herself with feeble affirmations, convinced that there is nothing to fear. There is also a dog nearby. Perhaps it will aid in evading their scrutiny. One auction after another unfolds, revealing that the shelters in this post-apocalyptic world possess considerable wealth, trading their limited resources for goods. However, some shelters are impoverished. Chow Ying observes a stout man hesitating as he contemplates the auctions. He hesitates over the auction of medicine and again over food. Clearly constrained by a tight budget, a shrewd man rushes in from outside, leaning close to Commander Lee's ear. They found the vehicle but no sign of the owner. They surreptitiously opened it, discovering a modest amount of fruit inside, but certainly not a full load. Now, all involved parties, including the guarantor Zhu Guoxing, have disappeared, along with his sister. Commander Lee, maintaining a stoic expression, nods slightly and gestures for the man to withdraw. Leaning closer to Chao Yang, Commander Lee whispers that the auction is about to conclude and their goods are ready. Chao Yang nods affirmatively, indicating readiness for the transaction. Commander Lee observes the self-assured Chao Yang with silent admiration, pondering the boy's remarkable composure. Soon, we shall see what he offers for trade. If he manages to deceive me, he can await his demise. As the final item is sold, the auction draws to a close. The male auctioneer steps out from behind the table and bows to the audience, announcing the conclusion of the bidding. Just as Chao Yang prepares to rise, he hears the auctioneer continue, inviting his partner to present the next product. The auctioneer bows and retreats, making way for a captivating woman in her 30s, whose allure is ineffable. Although her beauty may be subjective, her gait is undeniably enticing, as if she possesses an innate charm. Each glance she casts seems to beckon, tempting one toward transgression. With a bewitching smile, the female auctioneer welcomes everyone to the dawn shelter, acknowledging both new and familiar faces, and swiftly dismissing any desire for idle chatter. What truly captivates the audience are the items up for auction. She introduces the first item, hoping for their enjoyment. As she speaks, four women with rabbit ears carry a square box onto the stage and place it down. The auctioneer, with her slender waist swaying, approaches the box. Let us unveil its contents. With that, she pulls away the red cloth covering the box, revealing a woman curled in the corner of a cage, her terrified gaze fixed on the outside. Upon seeing the woman within the cage, Chao Yang nearly rises in disbelief. How could this be? How could she possibly be here? Chapter 77. Uncommon women. No one could fathom Chao Yang's sentiments at this moment. His presence at the fruit market was not merely to sell fruit. Rather, it was a subtle probe into the circumstances surrounding him. Fruit, in this post-apocalyptic era, was not an absolute necessity, although a select few elites might crave it. Orchards still existed outside, and those in power could easily gather a group to procure fruit if they desired. However, fresh produce like what he offered was indeed a rare find. One could hardly expect the powerful to risk their lives scavenging orchards for an apple. In this dire time, there were no refrigerated deliveries or express services to rely upon. The sanctuary's primary concern lay in sustenance, weaponry, pharmaceuticals, and essential goods. Yet, once these basic needs were met, the elites yearned for a more extravagant lifestyle. Fresh fruit had become a luxury item for them. A person who had diligently climbed the social ladder by garnering public support would certainly not stoop to the level of merely seeking out a few pieces of fruit while witnessing the masses suffer from hunger. However, this sanctuary was distinct. Chao Yang had heard from Zhu Guoxing that the upper echelon indulged in extravagance, while the lower class struggled for survival. How could such a sanctuary endure? Upon observing the seemingly inept Commander Lee, Chao Yang surmised that a powerful figure lurked in the shadows, with Lee merely serving as a puppet. By remaining close to Lee, Chao Yang hoped to discern the identity of this enigmatic puppet master. Yet, the woman being auctioned before him began to sway his thoughts. The female auctioneer pointed at the woman confined within the cage and began her introduction. This woman is no ordinary individual. Before the apocalypse, she hailed from a well-to-do family and excelled in her studies, gaining admission to a prestigious local university. Most importantly, she was recognized by leading scientists of her time as one of the most promising talents in the field of science. Chao Yang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, astonished to learn that she was indeed a scientist. She had subsequently joined the Zhou group, establishing herself as a renowned scientific talent. With her beauty and exceptional abilities, she was a rare gem, deserving of admiration from all quarters. I must share a significant revelation, a monumental secret, the auctioneer proclaimed, advancing towards the cage and caressing its bars while gazing at the woman inside. In this post-apocalyptic world, she is a rare maiden, a once-in-a-lifetime find even before the world fell into chaos, and such a stunning beauty. Can you fathom it? The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs, disbelief rippling through them. How could a woman of such rarity survive in these circumstances? The auctioneer had successfully piqued their interest, flashing an alluring smile at the captivated audience, allowing the weight of her words to settle in silence. Chao Yang's heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. He was uncertain whether the auctioneer's claims held any truth. He had witnessed firsthand the unmistakable scent that lingered in the room after a man had exited, a scent that spoke volumes to any man present. The female auctioneer raised her hand to signal for silence, addressing the esteemed guests. Now, allow me to unveil the mystery behind how she accomplished this feat. If I do not reveal it, you may never fathom the truth. With that, she approached the auction table and continued, Why do I say this? Because she is indeed a scientist, possessing an intellect that is astonishingly high. After the apocalypse, she chose to conceal herself, finding refuge in a different sanctuary. Chao Yang was equally unaware of the woman's background and was eager to learn the truth. Commander Li observed as Chao Yang became captivated, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She understood that in the sanctuary, it would be impossible to maintain her innocence indefinitely. Thus, she cleverly infiltrated a train designated for rescuing refugees, successfully becoming one of its conductors. Yet, one might wonder how she managed to preserve her purity in such a chaotic world. The female auctioneer turned back with a grin, glancing at the woman in the cage. Can science truly aid humanity? She continued. She would reveal to others that her most private area was riddled with small bumps. And most men outside are aware of syphilis and AIDS, hence, none would dare to challenge her existence. This tactic drove away 99 of men. But for those who were consumed by desire and indifferent to life and death, this astute woman devised a second method. As she spoke, she gestured behind her, and a woman dressed as a rabbit approached, carrying a tray. The auctioneer unveiled the red cloth covering the tray, revealing a small red vial and a fleshlight. Some recognized the items, while others did not. Let me enlighten you. This is a potent hallucinogenic drug, concocted by this scientist in secret, quick to take effect, and short in duration. Thus, those men who dared to seek the forbidden, unafraid of mortality, found themselves entranced before this female scientist. The audience now comprehended how she managed to remain untouched. Silence enveloped the room as all gazed in astonishment at the woman. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "This woman is wicked, yet I find her intriguing." The auctioneer chuckled. Such a clever woman, indeed, is worthy of admiration. She is a rare treasure. Had it not been for her disputes with the elite, her secret might have remained undiscovered. Now you understand her true value, do you not? Abruptly, someone shouted. No need to elaborate. I bid 10,000. Another retorted, 10,000? I'll offer 20. I'll bid 30. I'll bid 80,000. Chao Yang looked at the petite train conductor in the cage, then turned to Commander Li, grinning. Is this truly what all men desire? Commander Li nodded. This is unlike the worthless ones in my quarters. If not for my position as commander here, I would be tempted to bid myself. Is that so? Chao Yang raised his hand. Commander Li bids 100,000. Chapter 78. Where there is darkness, there is light without a shadow of a doubt. Commander Li acquired the woman, and none dared to contest the local warlord for her. What perplexed everyone was why Commander Li would auction her off only to purchase her back himself. Was it merely to amuse the crowd? Throughout the proceedings, Commander Li stroked his chin, observing Chao Yang in silence, fully aware that he had finally grasped something to hold over him. He was undoubtedly pleased. However, Chao Yang remained indifferent. If he were afraid, he would not have come. At worst, he could discreetly abscond with a few companions. He had never entertained the thought of fear upon arriving. As the auction neared its conclusion, the auctioneer announced that this would be the final item, prompting attendees to prepare to depart. Suddenly, the female auctioneer raised her hand and declared, "Please do not rush to leave. While this was to be our last auction, a last-minute decision has been made to add another item, perhaps as a boon for those who have not yet made a purchase." At that moment, 4 women clad in sheer fabric re-entered, carrying a cage draped in red cloth. Those preparing to leave promptly returned to their seats. Could it be that the astute woman from before had a counterpart? The room erupted in chatter. The female auctioneer raised her hands, urging silence. In this world, there exists light alongside darkness, goodness alongside evil. We cannot live in a vacuum. Thus, where there is purity, there is also corruption. Where there is intelligence, there is folly. Let us unveil what lies within this cage. With that, she grasped the red cloth and pulled it away, revealing yet another semi-nude woman within. This woman was taller than the petite one previously seen, possessing a strikingly symmetrical and attractive visage, albeit reminiscent of the so-called internet celebrity look. Could she have undergone cosmetic surgery? Her long legs were tightly crossed, hands clasped around her knees as she trembled and briefly scanned the audience before lowering her gaze. A nearby bunny girl prodded her with a stick, commanding, "Lift your head." Startled, the woman hastily complied, gazing out at the seated crowd, which buzzed with murmurs. The female auctioneer clapped her hands. Some of you may recognize this woman. Indeed, she is one of our own, from the construction department of our base. However, for those unfamiliar, allow me to introduce her. Chao Yang sat in his chair, intrigued by the spectacle before him, appearing nonchalant. Yet internally he was in a state of anxious turmoil. How could the petite train attendant possibly be here? What connection did this sanctuary have with the death train? Commander Li slightly turned his head towards Chao Yang. "Brother Chao, are you interested in this woman?" Chao Yang gazed at the woman in the cage and shook his head. Commander Li chuckled. "You should find her intriguing." The female auctioneer continued her fervent introduction. "This young lady is merely a graduate from an ordinary university in our southwestern city. Yet, her life is anything but ordinary. She is acquainted with a remarkable individual, one referred to as the computer genius, Zhu Guoxing. For those unfamiliar, allow me to clarify. She is Zhu Guoxing's wife. Commander Li fixed his keen gaze upon Chaoyang. Now, are you interested? Once, Zhu Guoxing won a gold medal in a national competition and was lured away by the Southwest with great incentives. This woman, employing some inexplicable means, ensnared Zhu Guoxing's heart and mind, leading him to forsake a splendid opportunity to develop in the Southeast. Gradually, he faded into obscurity within society. Chaoyang leaned towards Commander Li and remarked, "What a peculiar flower." As the apocalypse loomed, Zhu Guoxing indeed proved his intellect by bringing her to our sanctuary. A seemingly fragile scholar managed to lead this woman and her family into our refuge, which I found quite admirable. However, this foolish woman relinquished her sole hope. Commander Li chuckled. "I wonder if this odd woman piques your interest, Mr. Chao?" Here, our sanctuary's commander, with remarkable foresight, believed that mere self-sufficiency was insufficient. We needed to connect with the outside world. Thus, we swiftly established a communication framework, and Zhu Guoxing, due to his genius in computing, was soon welcomed into our ranks. Chaoyang laughed. "Not interested. I've noticed that those who associate with this woman often meet unfortunate ends. The one she pursued later is probably en route to execution now." Having just established the sanctuary, we were in the midst of reconstruction, and our commander, occupied with myriad affairs, hardly noticed this talent. Yet, this foolish woman committed an even more foolish act, thinking the apocalypse rendered Zhu Guoxing devoid of future prospects. She failed to realize that a man capable of bringing her to safety amidst the world's end could not be just an ordinary individual. Commander Li smiled. "I hadn't anticipated that someone would forsake their life and future for such a worthless person in my sanctuary. Thus, he is the most foolish." She then seduced the head of the construction department, swiftly abandoning Zhu Guoxing. These actions were not merely foolish. She committed an even graver folly. Believing that the apocalypse required not skilled talents but mere brutes capable of violence and farmers for cultivation, deeming high-tech experts utterly useless. "Mr. Chao," Commander Li chuckled. "I wonder if the fruits brought this time are sufficient to exchange for my seeds. I have quite a stock of seeds here." The auctioneer, perhaps feeling a tinge of anger, gazed at the woman in the cage, yet daily, in the construction department, she sees her ex-husband, the one she abandoned. Which must be quite a blow to her pride. Thus, she incited her new liaison to oust Zhu Guoxing, relegating him to a lower tier. Chaoyang understood he had to present something valuable to exchange for the petite female train attendant. "I only brought some samples, but more supplies will arrive soon. The next shipment should arrive by tomorrow." Our commander had just learned of Zhu Guoxing's talent and was aware of the foolish woman's actions. Everyone here was striving diligently, each person contributing their rightful value. Yet, this single rotten apple had soured our environment. Commander Li smiled. "I fear it may not suffice." He promptly dealt with the head of the construction department. In this instance, the woman, emblematic of folly, is being auctioned off at a starting price of merely 1 yuan. Chaoyang sighed, lamenting his inability to restrain his own desires. A female scientist, the mere thought of her stirred excitement within him. "It's not that I wouldn't share the details with you. Even if I did, you might not be capable of fulfilling such a task. That's my affair." Suddenly, the female auctioneer proclaimed loudly, "You may take her away and do as you please, even to the point of ending her life, within this sanctuary." No one would utter a word of dissent. "Listen closely, you may act without restraint. Unlike the slaves you may have acquired before, we uphold human rights here. Slaves cannot be disposed of at will, but she can." Restlessness began to ripple through the crowd. The auctioneer approached the cage, seizing the baton from the nearby bunny girl, jabbing it towards the woman inside. "As men, you ought to understand, there are no limits to how you may mistreat her. What does that evoke within you?" This woman, astutely aware of male psychology, successfully ignited a fervor among the men present. Her provocations only heightened their agitation. 100, 1,000. Some, in a fit of impulse, audaciously bid 1,000 yuan for a tarnished woman. Who would engage in such folly? After all, slaves outside are provided for at merely 50. No one else dared to bid. The one who had shouted 1,000 was a gaunt figure, his visage a pallid gray, exuding an air of excess. He lounged in his chair while a young woman, entirely unclad, knelt beside him, a rope tied around her neck, an unmistakable sign of depravity. 1,500. Someone dared to raise the stakes. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Commander Li bids 10,000. Chapter 79. Dancing on the high steel wire. Commander Li's hand, which held a cigar, stiffened momentarily, yet his expression remained unchanged. Slowly, he turned his neck to gaze at Chaoyang. "I regard you as an intelligent individual. You cannot perceive me as a fool. What purpose does such a wretched woman serve for you? Is it to return her to Zhu Guoxing?" Chaoyang shook his head. "Certainly not. I wish to conduct an experiment with her." "What sort of experiment?" Commander Li inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Chaoyang pointed outside the window. I want to observe whether she transforms into a zombie upon exposure to sunlight. If she succumbs to the sun's rays and becomes a zombie, we will eliminate her. Conversely, if she remains unchanged, we can thrive in the sunlight, and our lives would transform entirely. Commander Lee sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Do you think we do not desire this? Each day, I cast a prisoner into the light, only to slay them once they become a zombie. Every day? Chaoyang asked, astonished. Indeed, every single day. Yet, none have survived in the sunlight. Well, I suppose this auction has been thoroughly botched by you. However, Mr. Chao, having purchased these women, should you not make a payment? Chaoyang blinked and replied, Commander, these are indeed your acquisitions. I merely assist in announcing your intentions. Commander Lee nodded. Very well, I am genuinely intrigued by that scientist. Purchasing her for 100,000 is not a loss. Let us proceed. I shall indulge in the experience. Chaoyang followed Commander Lee back to the office. I will only provide you the address, whether your people can arrive and return. I cannot guarantee. Commander Lee's eyes sparkled with amusement. No matter, just inform me of the address, and that female scientist shall be yours. Chaoyang took up a pen and paper, inscribing a set of coordinates. Commander Lee scrutinized the coordinates on the desk and beckoned to his female secretary. Bring me a map. I must ascertain the location. The secretary returned with a laptop, setting it before Commander Lee. Her fingers danced deftly over the keyboard as she swiftly entered the coordinates. Upon observing the location displayed on the screen, Commander Lee turned to Chaoyang with a frown. Are you jesting with me? It is so far away. Will it not spoil by the time it arrives? Chaoyang glanced out the window. Dawn was approaching. You may visit the site to compare it with the persimmons I have here. Ascertain if they are indeed identical. Commander Lee retorted, what if they're the same? Even if the persimmon trees there are untended, they will surely bear fruit, but transporting them from such a distance, what fruit could survive the journey? Do you intend to use a cold chain for shipping? We possess our own methods of transport, Chaoyang replied. Thus, I maintain that you cannot reach that place. And even if you did, you would not return alive. Commander Lee regarded Chaoyang with a cold stare. Do you truly believe I am a source of amusement? Chaoyang shook his head. I have no need to risk my life for a jest with the head of the sanctuary. In truth, this shipment is not destined for you. It is meant for the Mountain City. Mountain City? Commander Lee echoed, realization dawning. Indeed. I trust you are aware of what lies in Mountain City? Commander Lee remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed on Chaoyang, seeking to discern any hint of deception in his expression. Chaoyang chuckled, his body relaxed as he leaned against the chair behind him. You may not believe it, but it is indeed a fact. Do not place too much faith in the death train you see before you. It could very well be the most formidable tool at your disposal. Perhaps there exists a death plane or even a death subway. Commander Lee sneered. Subway? Can you truly traverse thousands of kilometers underground using a subway? Why ever not? Chaoyang leaned forward slightly. What if I told you that preparations commenced long before the apocalypse? A flicker of emotion crossed Commander Lee's otherwise impassive face. Chaoyang continued to lean forward. Commander Lee, you are a wise man. In times when formidable forces clash, smaller factions often find themselves needing to appease both sides. They crush one without realizing how they ultimately meet their demise. He rose to his feet. I must check on my scientists. Commander Lee, ponder this. Until your people return, I shall remain here, dutifully embracing my woman each night. Lee waved his hand at the female secretary. Take him away. Watching Chaoyang exit the room. Commander Lee sat in contemplation for a prolonged period before finally retrieving a satellite phone from his drawer and dialing a number. Engulfed in deception, Chaoyang endeavored to steady his emotions as he navigated the precarious balance between two major powers, knowing only fragments of the truth. Fortunately, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, his mindset remained relatively stable. He hoped that Commander Lee would indeed seek an investigation, one that would require ample time. He wagered that Lee did not wish to rely solely on one faction. A divergence of interests was certain. At this juncture, it appeared that disloyalty was assured. The next variable was time. The longer the investigation lasted, the more breathing room he would have to flee. Presently, Chaoyang had lost interest in grain varieties. Saving that woman had become paramount, not for any other reason, but for the small note she had slipped him as he disembarked from the train. A nagging feeling told him that failing to rescue her today might lead to a lifelong regret. The female secretary swayed gracefully ahead. Yet Chaoyang felt no stirrings of desire. His mind raced with a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating where he might have faltered or erred. If the other party were to retract their position, how would they retaliate? And how much time would he secure for himself? The secretary opened a door. Mr. Chao, please enter. Chaoyang nodded and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The suite was lavishly decorated, everything appearing perfectly ordinary. Once inside, he cast aside his tumultuous thoughts. Envisioning the petite train attendant, who would undoubtedly be astonished. Who would have thought that the person she saved was now preparing to rescue her? Xiaoyang entered the inner room. Where was everyone? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the floor. Chapter 80. In the post-apocalyptic world, Xiaoyang remained ever vigilant. However, within the confines of the shelter, he felt a relative sense of security. At the very least, Commander Li would refrain from taking action against him as long as he remained unaware of Xiaoyang's faade of authority. Not only would he abstain from aggression, but he would also cater to Xiaoyang's needs with great care. As long as he did not attempt to flee, it was not just one woman he could have. Commander Li would readily provide two. This was due to Li's suspicion that Xiaoyang represented a significant faction. Here, there was no fear of zombies, and Xiaoyang's thoughts were solely occupied with how to escape next. Thus, he had dropped his guard against the seemingly fragile young female attendant. Covering the bump on her head, she remarked, "I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Are you planning to send me away in one go?" The petite attendant, wrapped in a sheet, looked down at Xiaoyang with surprise. "What are you doing here?" With a sigh, Xiaoyang sat up from her embrace. "I came to conduct some business with this shelter and ended up finding you. I intended to procure you under Commander Li's banner, expecting you to be grateful. Instead, I received a blow to the head." The young attendant did not exhibit any signs of gratitude. "Should I be pleased to offer myself to you? Shall I strip down and lie on the bed, awaiting your favor?" Xiaoyang held his head. "Enough of that. I told you I saved your life, not out of lust for your beauty. Moreover," suddenly, a thought struck him, and he began to search the surroundings. The petite attendant blinked. "Are you looking for surveillance cameras? Allow me to share some good news. There are none here. I have already checked. No surveillance." It seemed that Commander Li was not as depraved as to install cameras in guest rooms. Xiaoyang and Li did not share a deep bond. He merely held a temporary advantage over him through other factions. Thus, they had much to accomplish, and they needed to escape swiftly. Xiaoyang sat down, gazing at the petite attendant. "You have quite the strength, nearly knocking me unconscious." She looked at him, a smile gradually forming on her lips. In this harsh world, survival required some skill. Everyone understood the necessity of concealing certain abilities. "You see, I have been training even before the apocalypse." "Is that so?" Xiaoyang observed her again. Perhaps it was her well-defined muscles that spoke of her dedication to fitness. "Impressive. I might be a bit unconventional. My training does not involve yoga. Yoga merely enhances bodily coordination, but when faced with thugs, it only serves to make them feel more comfortable." "So, you practice taekwondo?" "Taekwondo? It's nothing of significance. Merely the propaganda of a nation trying to assert its strength. They wish to demonstrate that despite enduring countless beatings throughout history, they remain robust enough to survive." Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. This young woman was quite amusing. As she shook her head, she accidentally bumped the large lump on the back of her head and winced. "You're strengthening yourself, I see. You have become robust. Yet you still resemble a little chick." "Who says that? I am made of flesh and bone." "Well, we can discuss this later. What brings you here?" "You have completely disrupted my plans. Do you realize that?" Xiaoyang blinked. "What plans are you referring to?" "You have been confined. What plans could you possibly have? By the way, I wanted to ask, how did you allow yourself to be enslaved and sold?" The petite conductor sighed. "It's all because of you." "Because of me?" Xiaoyang was taken aback. "I do not know how it happened, but I unwittingly wrote you a little note when you got off the train. I wonder if you saw that note?" Xiaoyang nodded. "I did see it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked my life to save you today." The petite conductor glanced at Xiaoyang. "They say good deeds are rewarded. You have certainly repaid me, but you have also implicated yourself. Don't worry about me." Xiaoyang rubbed the back of his neck. "Let us focus on your situation first. Don't even mention it. I thought I was being discreet enough. Yet I was still discovered. I never anticipated that Spring Brother would be so vile as to install a camera in my room. It infuriates me. He must have witnessed me changing clothes, and he knows I was pretending, yet he chose not to expose me. Just thinking about it makes me furious." Xiaoyang blinked. "Sister, can we not have such erratic thoughts? For now, why don't you tell me how you ended up here?" "Do I even need to say?" "I was caught after my note was discovered and was subsequently detained. I thought there was no way to escape this time. However, they stuffed me and several others into a vehicle during the next train stop, which brought us here, turning me into a commodity ready for auction. It seems my judgment was not mistaken. This shelter is in league with the death train. The sky outside has begun to lighten." And the petite conductor glanced at Xiaoyang. "I was quite clever. Had I not written you that note, would I have ended up here?" Throughout the journey, the petite conductor had been a seemingly ordinary woman, living cautiously. "I never expected that this incident would lead to my true nature being revealed. I suppose I still carry some psychological scars. So what is your plan?" I had almost lost all hope and merely wanted to see who would buy me, hoping to find another way to escape. Otherwise, my beloved pet rabbit, raised for so many years, might be consumed. Xiao Yang glanced at the rabbit and couldn't help but smile. I heard it was purchased by the commander here, which pleased me. I didn't expect him to have no defenses against me, leaving me here with the belongings untouched. Thus, this iron vase became my tool. I intend to knock him unconscious with it, seize his orders, and escape with him as my hostage, running as far as I can. Xiao Yang rubbed his face. Your dreams are quite ambitious. In the worst-case scenario, I would only meet death. After all, in this apocalyptic world, violence is the only solution. Despite having 1,000 clever plans, I find myself unable to escape. Still, preserving my beloved rabbit is a small victory. Xiao Yang cast another glance at the petite train attendant, her appearance strikingly incongruous. Finally aware of his gaze, she reached out and turned his head away, admonishing, "Look elsewhere. There is nothing to see here." Xiao Yang, somewhat taken aback, replied, "Who says? I find it rather appealing." As dawn broke, a faint light seeped through the windows, and he pondered the uncertainties the day might bring. Not wishing to linger, he approached the window and declared, "Let us be off soon." The petite train attendant, observing him from behind the heavy curtain, retorted, "It's daytime. How could we leave now?" Xiao Yang turned back, quipping, "If you wish to depart at night, then it truly would be impossible." From his ever-present backpack, he retrieved a set of clothing and handed it to her. "Put this on. You can't run about like this." She glared at the garment he offered, exclaiming, "Why didn't you produce this sooner?" Xiao Yang rubbed his nose sheepishly. "I thought you might enjoy my company a bit longer." The attendant shot him a disapproving look, asserting, "Among all the people I've encountered on this train, I once thought you were the most normal. It seems I was mistaken. You're just as peculiar. Women all look alike. What is there to admire?" Xiao Yang shook his head in disagreement. "Not at all. It's quite rare to see someone so diminutive yet fully grown." Chapter 81. The abilities of Su Xianyan and the escaped Xiao Yang, along with the petite female train attendant, donned their clothing. As he helped the woman secure her hood, he chuckled, "You still haven't told me your name." "I am Su Xianyan, a staunch feminist. Just be careful not to fall in love with me," she replied. Xiao Yang playfully yanked down the hood, obscuring her eyes, and then tugged it up again with a grin. "Rest assured, I regard you as a fellow woman." Su Xianyan accepted the glasses Xiao Yang offered and put them on. "Not a chance. I'm not opposed to marriage. It's just that I haven't found the right person yet. Perhaps it's because I've had it easy since childhood, growing up amidst applause and flowers. I tend to indulge in fantasies, often envisioning my dream prince, a man of great stature, fearless and resolute." Xiao Yang observed Su Xianyan, now adorned with glasses, as he retrieved a roll of tape from his backpack and affixed her glasses securely to her head. Su Xianyan shook her head slightly, pleased that the glasses remained in place. "Has anyone employed this method before? It works somewhat, but it's akin to playing with fire. One misstep could be perilous. Moreover, zombies are quite active during the day, so it's seldom used." Xiao Yang playfully tapped Su Xianyan on the head. "How could they possibly compare to me?" He moved to the window, parting the curtains to gaze outside. "May I ask you something? Why did you write me that little note?" "I'm not certain." Su Xianyan replied from within her enclosed hood, her voice slightly muffled. "I just felt you were a decent person, and it seemed a pity to let someone like you get deceived and killed." Xiao Yang glanced below. The streets were nearly deserted, and those in the distance had found places to rest. The sun blazed fiercely, presenting an opportune moment for escape. "Let me tell you, I have many women in my life, so don't fall for me. It could complicate things." Su Xianyan approached, timidly peering into the sunlight. "Do you think we could turn into zombies?" Xiao Yang shook his head. "I can't say for certain. I've worn these clothes before and fought zombies under the sun. However, my skin never came into direct contact with sunlight. I'm unsure what would happen if it did. But that commander mentioned during the auction that they've been conducting experiments, and anyone exposed to sunlight has already transformed into a zombie." Su Xianyan stared at the bright sun outside, her jaw clenched. "If we must change, then so be it. It's better than dying here." With that, she thrust her hand directly into the sunlight. Xiao Yang privately admired her courage. Her hands, encased in thick gloves, showed no reaction to the sun's rays. Xiao Yang turned to the tightly shut eyes of Su Xianyan. "Do you feel anything?" "Nothing. It's just a bit warm." "That is good. Let us move." Due to their nocturnal activities, they had mostly been asleep during the day, with only a few occasionally exercising indoors, so it was unlikely anyone would take notice. He looked at Su Xianyan again. "Are you ready?" Su Xianyan nodded. "I'm ready." Xiao Yang opened the window and suddenly pulled Su Xianyan into his embrace, leaping directly from the windowsill. Startled, Su Xianyan covered her mouth with her hand, striving to suppress a scream, yet trembling uncontrollably. After all, they were on the 4th floor. As Xiao Yang descended rapidly, he lightly pressed against the wall on the 2nd floor landing, propelling himself sideways and rolling on the ground while clutching Su Xianyan, before leaping up and racing forward. Regaining her composure, Su Xuanyin had no time to calm her fluttering heart and sprang to her feet, swiftly trailing Chaoyang. Indeed, as she had claimed, her practice of Chinese Taoist martial arts proved effective. She kept pace with Chaoyang, not faltering in the slightest. Just as they reached the vicinity of the courtyard wall, a gunshot echoed behind them, the bullet striking the adjacent lawn. This served as a warning. However, Chaoyang understood that halting would yield far graver consequences. Turning around, he embraced the petite Su Xuanyin and disregarded the gunfire behind them, propelling off the grass with powerful strides, his body shooting forth like an arrow. A rush of adrenaline surged through Chaoyang as he clutched Su Xuanyin, rolling sharply to the left. With a loud bang, a bullet struck the lawn, sending dirt and debris flying. "Give me a gun," Su Xuanyin exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Chaoyang thrust the firearm into her hands, continuing to sprint forward while cradling her. Su Xuanyin, diminutive in stature, resembled a child nestled in his embrace. Her arms wrapped around his neck and legs clasped around his waist. Suddenly, she raised her hand and fired a shot. The sound of shattering glass followed. And then silence enveloped them. Chaoyang dashed to the wall, leaping up the grass to the edge, flipping over it. He raced down the hill when Su Xuanyin shouted, "Car! Car!" Indeed, several vehicles were parked not far away. They were either luxury cars belonging to dignitaries or passenger vans. Chaoyang hurried towards the cars, exclaiming, "How do we drive it without keys?" "Just go," Su Xuanyin replied confidently. With no time to ponder, Chaoyang rushed to pull at the car doors, only to find them all locked. He swung his fist, striking the glass of one car. Miraculously, a crack appeared. A second punch shattered the glass entirely, and he reached inside to unlock the door. It was a sleek sports car, understated yet luxurious. He tossed Su Xuanyin into the vehicle and slid into the driver's seat. Suddenly freezing, how could he drive without the keys? Chapter 82. The liberated Su Xuanyin. Chaoyang glanced at Su Xuanyin and inquired, "You claim you can drive without the keys. Pray tell. How do you intend to operate the vehicle? Hurry up, cease your prattle, lest we be pursued." With no other option, Chaoyang reluctantly shifted to the back seat. Peering out the window, perhaps out of fear of the sun, no one seemed to be in pursuit. Suddenly, without any apparent explanation, the car roared to life. Chaoyang turned in astonishment, exclaiming, "How did you manage that?" As Su Xuanyin accelerated down the mountainside with remarkable speed, she quipped, "This illustrates the difference between intelligence and recklessness. Like me, the owner of this vehicle has left a spare key inside." A sigh of relief escaped Chaoyang. He had finally evaded danger. He smacked his lips, pondering the deeper meaning behind her words. "The reckless one you refer to must surely be me." Intending to pat Su Xuanyin on the back, he noticed his hand was bloodied, uncertain whether from jumping the wall or the shard of glass from the car window. Su Xuanyin glanced back at Chaoyang and remarked, "Is there any error in calling you reckless? You smashed the glass and injured yourself. Could you not have used a firearm instead? I genuinely worry for you." Chaoyang stared at Su Xuanyin in disbelief. Was this truly the timid and fearful young train attendant he had known? Noticing his silence, she turned back and asked, "What is the matter? Are you sulking? Do you not appreciate my remarks? The passenger seat here is quite spacious, come sit." Chaoyang pointed towards the winding mountain road ahead. "Do pay attention while driving. This is a treacherous path. What are you babbling about? What are you concerned about? This winding road is nothing. You ought to know that when I used to race, the conditions were far more perilous, and I was always the one singing while leading the pack." As she spoke, she began to hum. The mountain road here has 18 bends. Chaoyang observed a nearly 90-degree turn ahead, yet she showed no signs of slowing down, hurtling directly towards it. Alarmed, he grasped the backrest of the seat and shouted, "Slow down, slow down." The tires screeched against the pavement. The rear of the vehicle lifted off the ground, executing a graceful drift around the corner. Su Xuanyin continued her tirade. "Slow down for what? This minor curve hardly warrants a reduction in speed. This is a mountain road. Are you not concerned about oncoming traffic? Do you realize what time it is? It's midday in the apocalypse. Do you truly believe anyone would dare venture out? Seeing you normally so astute, how is it that your intellect diminishes upon encountering me?" Chaoyang, feeling defeated, glared at the incessant Su Xuanyin and muttered, "I now wish to give you a good thrashing." Su Xuanyin laughed triumphantly. "I am overjoyed. I am elated. And yet, you would stifle my words, you tyrannical man. How could you possibly expect to accompany me in the future?" "Accompany you?" Chaoyang felt utterly bewildered. Su Xuanyin swayed her head playfully, exclaiming, "I am simply joyful, simply exhilarated. Since the onset of the apocalypse, today is the happiest day of my life. I long to scream with abandon, to indulge in the pleasures I desire." Chaoyang nearly toppled over, thinking to himself, "I wish for that too." Although her exuberance appeared mad, he found himself unable to resist sharing in her joy. It seemed that happiness was indeed contagious. He climbed over from the back seat and settled into the passenger side. From his backpack, He retrieved a piece of gauze to wrap around his bloodied right hand. Extending his left hand, he patted Su Xianyan on the shoulder, saying, "All right. Whenever you wish to find happiness, come to me, and I promise you will be satisfied." Su Xianyan turned her head, gazing at the hand that had patted her shoulder. "The car window won't injure your hand. That must have been caused by the nails on the wall when you jumped over. Are you unaware of how you got hurt? Is it wrong to call you reckless? Furthermore, are you attempting to find an excuse to take advantage of me?" Chao Yang laughed heartily and withdrew his hand. "Take advantage of you? I've seen every inch of you." "Really? There are parts you haven't seen. Would you like to have a look?" Chao Yang instinctively reached to touch his nose, only to remember he was wearing a mask. He shook his head. "Not interested." "Really not interested? It's quite appealing." "Absolutely not," Chao Yang replied emphatically. Although he couldn't see Su Xianyan's expression, her tone suggested she was plotting something. "Even though you possess high intelligence, I am no fool. I am an old hand at this. I won't look." The two exchanged playful banter as the car sped down the mountain, soon veering onto the road they had come from. Chao Yang took out the walkie-talkie that Zhu Guoxing had given him and pressed the button as instructed. The walkie-talkie buzzed like a small-screen mobile phone, and shortly after, he heard the familiar voice of Fong Lin. "Brother Chao, is that you?" "It is I. I have just come out." "Where are you?" "We are." Just as he was about to convey crucial information, static interrupted the transmission. "Where are you?" "I didn't catch that." Yet, aside from the crackling noise, there was no further response from the other end. Could it be? Chao Yang looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand. Is it malfunctioning now? Su Xianyan glanced at the device. It's not broken. The signal is likely being interfered with. Either the satellite has moved and is no longer scanning this area, or it is facing interference. What should we do? Chao Yang observed the swiftly retreating scenery outside. Have we exceeded its signal coverage? Should we turn back? Su Xianyan pursed her lips. This is a satellite phone. Do you expect me to drive and chase after the satellite? What then? Faced with such advanced technology, Chao Yang felt utterly lost. He had attended a third-rate university and had not paid much heed to his studies. It's all right. Once the satellite reestablishes coverage, we can communicate again. Besides, without communication facilities, I could connect to the satellite. You're a hacker too? Chao Yang had naturally mentioned Zhu Guoxing's skills to Su Xianyan. Su Xianyan scoffed. What is that? I know much more than that. She patted Chao Yang on the shoulder. Don't worry. If you stick with me, I'll teach you when I have time. Chao Yang gazed at the hand, swathed in a glove and resembling a bear's paw, that had just patted his shoulder. Is this considered harassment? He inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Not only am I harassing you now, but I shall do so even more frequently in the future. For I have made up my mind that you are mine. Chapter 83. The inaccessible partner. In light of Su Xianyan's fervor, Chao Yang found some understanding. She had likely been repressed for far too long, perhaps feeling overly relaxed in his presence, and the recent harrowing experience, which nearly cost her life, had likely altered her perspective on existence itself. Regardless of the reasons, her joy brought him happiness as well. The two drove swiftly towards a small town. For it was only within the confines of the town that they might procure electronic devices. The walkie-talkie buzzed incessantly, yet there was no sign of Fong Lin's voice. Only the crackling of static. Su Xianyan glanced at Chao Yang. You should turn off that phone. If it runs out of battery, what will we do? Fear not. I can charge it. Beneath her sunglasses, Su Xianyan cast a sidelong glance at him. Aside from charging me, can you also charge the phone? Chao Yang turned to her with a playful smile. How did you know? Would you like to charge? Let us find a place to recharge together, shall we? Su Xianyan fell silent. Leaning back against her seat, Chao Yang mused. You've teased me all this way. It is now my turn to tease you. After a brief pause, Su Xianyan spoke earnestly. We should seek a more suitable place. For a first time, there must be some sense of ceremony. Don't you agree? Chao Yang tilted his head. Really? You've nurtured such a lovely rabbit for so long, and now you're simply handing it over to me. At the very least, I want to allow you to despise me. Su Xianyan replied with a smile. I've come to see the world for what it truly is. No matter the wisdom or intelligence one possesses, if one dies tomorrow, nothing remains. Are you not afraid? This lovely rabbit is entrusted to someone unworthy. What can I do? I'm merely settling for the best of a bad lot. What choice do I have? Chao Yang turned his gaze to the window. Who said I consented to this? I'm informing you, not negotiating. You, having harbored such a beautiful rabbit, must be overjoyed already, so why feign indifference? A stubborn duck, indeed. Chao Yang rolled down the car window and peered outside. The number of zombies was increasing as they approached the city. Why must everything be dictated by you? I can't even control myself. Su Xianyan giggled. Rest assured, if I let you lose control, you certainly will. Up ahead, I see a high-rise. It appears to be a commercial building. Let us investigate. Could there be high-end precision equipment there? Perhaps not. But we can search for leads on where to procure such items. Xiao Yang retrieved a military dagger from his backpack, having allowed Fong Lin and the others to take the axe, leaving him without a long-handled weapon, while he possessed larger weapons within his space. Drawing out a 2-meter-long sword from his pack might frighten Su Xianyan. Even so, as she drove, Su Xianyan glanced back at him. "How is it that your backpack contains everything?" "This is my treasure trove," Xiao Yang chuckled, deftly deflecting the inquiry. As they entered the city, the number of zombies swelled. Xiao Yang leaned out, dispatching a few, yet the horde only continued to grow. The two individuals were not driving a large vehicle, the narrow streets of the city, littered with abandoned cars and surrounded by a swarm of relentless zombies, rendered the off-road vehicle somewhat beleaguered. Even with Su Xuanyan's exceptional driving skills, navigating without a clear path was akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Xiao Yang flung open the car door and leaped out. Despite managing to dispatch 2 zombies with his dagger, the weapon felt unwieldy in his grasp. He could only thrust the blade into the eye socket of one zombie. But with so many approaching, his speed alone could not prevent him from being ensnared. He shouted back to Su Xianyan in the vehicle, urging her not to stop the car, insisting that he would find a weapon. Spotting a hardware store nearby, he dashed inside, kicking the store owner aside. "What are you doing trying to collect payment at a time like this?" he exclaimed, seizing a metal rod from the shelves and swinging it behind him to fell a female zombie that had followed him in. Although the zombie's brain splattered upon impact, the rod bent under the force. Turning back, he used the now curved rod to knock the hardware store owner to the ground. "Your merchandise is subpar. Why do you still approach? Are you not afraid of being apprehended by the enforcement team?" Moments later, Xiao Yang burst out of the hardware store, 2 short axes slung across his back and several bundles of steel rebar in hand. "What an abysmal hardware store. No long axes to be found. What kind of business are you running?" The store owner could only feel aggrieved, lamenting that in this city, who would he sell long axes to? With the steel rebar, he swiftly dispatched several zombies, but the horde was growing ever larger and faster. It was imperative that they did not linger, for they risked being trapped. Xiao Yang cast his gaze toward a nearby high-rise, realizing they must enter it quickly. The sound of their vehicle's engine would only attract more zombies. He dashed towards the off-road vehicle, which was moving back and forth to deter zombies from climbing aboard. After striking down a few zombies in front of the car, he jumped inside, unable to keep the rebar entirely within. Its length forced it to protrude from the window. "Let us go." Su Xianyan rapidly started the engine, propelling them towards the towering building. Xiao Yang leaned out, wielding the steel rebar like a lance, pushing aside zombies as they encountered them. While the rebar lacked the force of a true weapon, its resilience allowed him to clear a path. The off-road vehicle finally reached the base of the high-rise, and Xiao Yang leaped out, thrusting the slightly bent rebar into a zombie's eye with a forceful shove. Drawing 2 battle axes from behind him, he swung them left and right, sending zombie heads flying. He dispatched the zombies surrounding the vehicle before shouting to Su Xianyan inside, "Get out, let us move." The two hurriedly entered the high-rise, where Xiao Yang felt several more zombies that pursued them. Together, they managed to close the door, and Xiao Yang pushed a sofa against it for extra protection. Once the door was secured, exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Su Xianyan also took a seat beside Xiao Yang, unable to suppress her laughter as she gazed at him. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "The way you slay the zombies is simply magnificent." Chapter 84, The Hotel Without Zombies. Xiao Yang cleared his throat, expressing his serious suspicion that Commander Li had been deceived. Su Xianyan refrained from providing an explanation. Instead, she nudged Xiao Yang with her shoulder, suggesting that there was a possibility of truth in their claims. "How would you know if what they said was genuine if you don't investigate?" she inquired. Xiao Yang chose to disregard her antics, glancing around. As the two sat in the car, they noticed only the towering structure in the distance, oblivious to its purpose. Upon approaching, their focus had been solely on eliminating the zombies before them, leaving them unaware that the building was, in fact, a luxurious hotel. Xiao Yang stood up, brushing off his trousers. The elevator was undoubtedly out of service, and the windows on the first floor were entirely boarded up, rendering the interior shrouded in darkness after they had sealed the entrance. He retrieved a flashlight from his backpack, illuminating their path as they ascended the stairs. Xiao Yang pondered the absence of guests in the hotel. Logically, the place should have been teeming with zombies, yet they had only encountered a few upon entry, all of which had been dispatched. As they climbed the fire escape, Su Xianyan followed closely behind, asking, "Xiao Yang, if I were to perish one day, would you remember me?" Without turning his head, Xiao Yang replied, "Do not speak foolishly. Have I not told you? We have a jinx in our group. If you do not wish to become the second, keep your mouth shut and say something pleasant." "All right, Xiao Yang, you are the most handsome. Your perfect physique and resolute features have captivated my heart," Su Xianyan retorted. Xiao Yang halted. "I must concur with your statement, for it is indeed the truth." Su Xianyan chuckled, Your shamelessness only serves to endear you to me further. Upon reaching the second floor, a mischievous beam of light crept through the gaps of a boarded sign. Chao Yang leaned closer to inspect. The sun will soon set. Let us rest for a while before we take action again tonight. Su Xianyan nodded in agreement. After their harrowing escape and battles with zombies, both were exhausted and chose not to ascend further. They found a room on the second floor, and Chao Yang kicked the door open. Although dust lingered, the space was relatively tidy, showing no signs of prior habitation. Chao Yang surveyed the room, still puzzled by the unusual silence of the hotel. Where could all the zombies have gone? Su Xianyan removed her head covering. Isn't it better without zombies? Do you still wish to encounter them? Chao Yang entered the adjacent bathroom, stripping off his bloodied clothes. Why would I seek out zombies? It's simply that unusual circumstances often harbor hidden truths. This hotel should have had some guests and staff, yet I only saw a handful of attendants downstairs, with no sign of lodgers. Is that not peculiar? Are you not aware? Su Xianyan began to undress within the room. Hotels sometimes experience off-peak seasons, during which few patrons check in, especially in smaller counties. This county we find ourselves in is rather modest. It is entirely possible that the hotel is vacant. Perhaps, Chao Yang said, removing his trousers, which were stained with zombie blood, and tossing them into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, only to discover that not a single drop of water flowed. With a playful smile, he jested, "What a shabby hotel. They don't even have water. We should lodge a complaint and give them a poor review." As he spoke, he reached into his backpack and retrieved a bottle of mineral water, using it to wash his hands and face. In truth, he had left the house fully enclosed, untouched by the blood of zombies. Glancing at the gash on his right hand, he was surprised to see it appearing to heal. How peculiar. Could it be due to the spatial anomaly? After acquiring this space, his back injury had not healed so swiftly, yet this hand was recovering rapidly. Why was that? He pondered for a moment, but seeing no clarity, he chose to dismiss the thought. Turning around, he called out, "Su Xianyan, you should wash your hands too and remove those dirty clothes." However, Su Xianyan did not respond, and silence enveloped the area. The restroom was near the entrance, with a living room beyond it, leading to the guest rooms further in. The corner obstructed Chao Yang's view, and hearing no sounds, he cautiously peeked out. Su Xianyan. Suddenly, he halted, for he beheld Su Xianyan standing there, completely undraped, examining her body. Chao Yang stepped out. "You certainly undressed quickly. Did a zombie touch you?" Su Xianyan swiftly covered herself. "No, not at all." Yet, the evasive glimmer in her eyes revealed to the seasoned Chao Yang that something was amiss. Reminiscent of the gaze Lin Yuhan had once given, Chao Yang gently caressed Su Xianyan's hair. "We are both at risk of infection from the virus. With me by your side, you need not fear death." Su Xianyan nodded. "I appreciate those words. Somehow, I have begun to harbor feelings for you. Truly unrelated to you saving my life. Perhaps it was on the train, you captured my attention." Extending her arms, Su Xianyan embraced Chao Yang's neck. "Hold me." Chao Yang wrapped his arms around her waist. "Xianyan, listen to me. It's all right with me. Lower your head." "What?" "I said lower your head." Confused, Chao Yang complied and looked at Su Xianyan, who suddenly rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his. Oh, so that was the reason for the request to lower his head. She had been unable to reach. Though Su Xianyan's kissing technique was clumsy and inexperienced, it nonetheless ignited a flame within Chao Yang. Struggling to contain himself, he decided to first usher her into the space to tend to her injuries. Gently pushing her head away, "Xianyan, listen, you want to die? I'll take you to a paradise, a place where you can revel in joy." With determination, Su Xianyan pushed Chao Yang onto the bed. "Don't speak. Before I meet my end, let me experience the ecstasy of desire." Chapter 85. The cozy hotel. As night descended upon the world in the aftermath of calamity, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, occasionally pierced by the distant howls of the undead. Though the sounds were faint, they permeated the tranquil night with a chilling aura of death. In this small city, nestled near the mountainous terrain, stood a rare high-rise building, renowned for its luxurious hotel. Within a room on the second floor of the hotel, an invigorating essence of spring filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere within the humble abode. As the tremors of unease subsided, the cacophony of cries faded into silence. The petite figure of Su Xianyan lay curled up in the embrace of Chao Yang, her consciousness drifting into a gentle slumber. Chao Yang cautiously lifted the covers, beginning to inspect Su Xianyan's skin. Despite searching twice, he was unable to locate any signs of injury. Awakened by his probing, Su Xianyan lazily kept her eyes shut, her voice hoarse as she murmured, "I can't take it anymore. Please spare me." Chao Yang furrowed his brow, questioning, "Where exactly were you bitten by the zombie?" Su Xianyan opened her drowsy eyes, narrowing them into a slit. "Who told you I was bitten?" "You weren't bitten? Then why were you acting so dramatically just now?" "I already mentioned it. I intend to conquer you." It's merely a small trick. Xiaoyang exhaled deeply. You needn't have gone to such lengths to frighten me. Su Xianyan nestled closer into Xiaoyang's arms. I was bitten, but it's nearly as bad. I was sunburned. What? Xiaoyang exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at her. When did this happen? It was just as we were about to enter. In an attempt to evade a zombie, I scraped my wrist against the car door. She raised her right hand, revealing an injured wrist. It tore my clothing. At that moment, I felt a chill in my heart, yet I had no immediate reaction. I didn't know when I would feel anything. So I wanted to send my beloved out before I turned into a zombie. Turning to look at Xiaoyang, she continued. I also wonder if that commanderly deceived you. However, after my exposure to sunlight, I have not transformed into a zombie. Tilting her head in contemplation, she queried. Could it be that more time is required? Xiaoyang shook his head. I'm uncertain. I once witnessed a resident of a town who was bitten by a zombie yet had also been exposed to sunlight. He transformed into a zombie afterwards. Did he first encounter the sunlight, or was he bitten first? Sunlight exposure came first. He did not change. It was only after being bitten that his body began to undergo transformation. Su Xianyan bit her lower lip. Could it be due to a prolonged incubation period? I don't know if it was the sunlight or the bite that caused it. I've always wanted to find someone for an experiment. Zhu Guoxing's wife was intended for this purpose, but I feared I could not deceive commanderly, so I had no choice but to flee with you. Su Xianyan wrapped her arms around Xiaoyang's neck with a firm embrace. Rest assured, you will encounter many such individuals in the future. So you need not lack for subjects for your experiments. In this post-apocalyptic world, the essence of humanity has been laid bare. Evil has spread across the globe. Indeed. Xiaoyang reached into his backpack beside him, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, opened it, and took one out. Turning to Su Xianyan, he inquired, Do you smoke? Su Xianyan shook her head, replying, Before the apocalypse, I was a virtuous girl, never indulging in such things. He then asked, Do you mind smoking? Su Xianyan stretched lazily. How should I put it? Prior to the apocalypse, I was quite annoyed by it, but living through these times has a way of adjusting one's mindset. If I were still irritated by smoking, I might not have survived this world. Xiaoyang placed a cigarette between his lips, reached for his lighter from the backpack, and lit it. Su Xianyan leaned against him, peering into the backpack. Your bag seems to be a veritable treasure trove. How can it hold so much? Didn't I mention? It's my satchel of wonders. Not only does it contain sustenance, but perhaps one day, I could even pull out 2 people from it. He jested. Really? Show me now, she challenged. Xiaoyang shook his head. Perhaps not. If you discover too many of my secrets, you might find yourself trapped within. Though the apocalypse is rife with bloodshed and malevolence, it remains our planet, where we can freely wander in our homeland. Su Xianyan scoffed, full of lies. Not a single truth. She then glanced out the window. It's dark. We should seek those electronic devices now. Xiaoyang retrieved a watch from his backpack and checked the time. There is no rush. Let us wait a while longer, at midnight. The zombies will be at their most sluggish. It won't be too late for us to venture out. He turned and embraced Su Xianyan. Since you've been exposed to sunlight and Haven T turned into a zombie, it suggests that sunlight may not harm humans. Yet, Commanderly doesn't seem to be deceiving us. Could it be that your constitution is different? Su Xianyan shook her head. I don't understand either. Let us conduct another experiment tomorrow. Noticing her furrowed brow, Xiaoyang glanced at the cigarette in his hand, pondering if she still found the smoke bothersome. He then lowered himself and extinguished the cigarette on the floor. The beauty of the apocalypse is that no one cares what you do. Try pressing a cigarette, but into the floor before the apocalypse. He gently smoothed Su Xianyan's slightly furrowed brow. Forget those thoughts, while the light still lingers. Let us engage in the activities we cherish. Su Xianyan's expression shifted dramatically. Xiaoyang, you truly are inhumane. Look at my state. You continue to torment me. This so-called carefree existence is a deception. It hurts terribly. Chapter 86. The eerie hotel gazing out at the thick darkness enveloping the night. Xiaoyang found himself in a quandary. It was unequivocally unwise to leave Su Xianyan alone in the hotel, for the establishment exuded an unsettling aura. Even if it were indeed the off-season, one would expect at least a couple of souls to be present, igniting a sense of unease within him. However, taking her along was equally problematic, considering Su Xianyan was gravely injured. The cause of her wounds was a matter of self-reproach. Alas, why could he not exercise restraint? Walking itself had become a challenge, let alone evading the undead. Were it not for their connection, he might have simply walked away without a second thought. Having rescued her from that sanctuary, he had already repaid the debt of her note, yet circumstances had shifted. Observing Su Xianyan, exhausted and slumbering peacefully, Xiaoyang found himself incapable of acting with indifference. Slowly, he made his way to the door, donned his attire, and grasped the 2 axes firmly before gently opening the door and stepping outside. He needed not only to search the upper floors but also to concoct a reason to return with provisions. Otherwise, how could he conjure sustenance in this desolate hotel? Such a scenario would undoubtedly arouse Su Xianyan's suspicions, and unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to draw her into his spatial realm. The corridor was shrouded in darkness. After such a prolonged apocalypse, the power had long since been cut. With each step upon the crimson, floral-patterned carpet, Chaoyang strained to listen to the sounds emanating from each room. Some doors were ajar, while others were firmly locked. He refrained from forcing open the locked doors. For if a zombie lurked within, he would inadvertently unleash it, and the noise of a kicked door would surely rouse Su Xianyan from her dreams. After thoroughly scouring the second floor and finding no trace of the undead, he descended the staircase to the first floor. Other than the zombie he had dispatched in the reception area, there were no new arrivals. The first floor was completely sealed off, even darker than the second. Chaoyang slung one axe over his back, retrieved a flashlight, and traversed the lobby into the back kitchen. If anywhere was likely to harbor zombies, it would be the kitchen, for even in a sparsely occupied hotel, meals must be prepared. Yet, much to his astonishment, no zombies were to be found there either. Could it truly be that, due to the off-season, no one was working? Perhaps he was being excessively cautious. As he collected the unspoiled ingredients from the kitchen, a lingering sense of disquiet gnawed at him. Adjacent to the kitchen was a freight elevator leading to the basement. Approaching it, he opened the elevator door, revealing a downward shaft designed not for passengers, but for transporting goods. It was intended to ferry supplies from the basement and return dirty dishes for washing. From above, he had noticed a cart-like contraption laden with neatly arranged plates and bowls. Suddenly, he halted, realizing the anomaly. If no one was residing in the hotel, what purpose did all these ingredients serve? Where had the zombies vanished to? If they had all been slain, then where were the corpses? Who was responsible for exterminating the undead and maintaining such pristine order within the hotel? Chaoyang searched cautiously and found a small door at the side, which led to the basement. The door was closed but not locked. He pushed it open and descended slowly. The darkness below was profound and silent, and the beam of his flashlight seemed feeble against the inky blackness. Even as he tread lightly, the sound of his footsteps reverberated, as if someone were trailing silently behind him. As he descended, he pondered how he would confront a horde of zombies. A few might be manageable, but if faced with hundreds or thousands, escape would be the only option. Upon reaching the basement, Chaoyang discovered stacks of supplies. Though the rice, flour, and oil were not as abundant as in a store, a hotel certainly had its fair share. Instead of hastily collecting the provisions, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Turning a corner, his flashlight illuminated a tall iron cabinet looming behind the bags of rice. He approached and gently opened the first door, revealing some dried condiments. Just as he reached for the second door, a childlike voice echoed from behind him. "Brother, it's so scary." Chaoyang felt a chill run down his spine. He spun around, swinging his axe instinctively. The axe halted mid-air. There was no one behind him, but the beam of light revealed a small figure. Lowering the flashlight, he discerned a girl of about 7 or 8 years standing there, her face pale and eyes vacant, murmuring, "Brother, it's so scary." Surprised to find a survivor in the hotel, Chaoyang crouched down, striving to calm his racing heart, and spoke gently, "Little girl, how did you end up here?" The girl continued to stare blankly, repeating, "Brother, it's so scary." Chaoyang was puzzled by how she had survived, realizing she must be utterly terrified. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, even adults like him felt the pervasive dread. How much more so for a child? He softened his tone. "Little girl, where are your family? How did you come to be here?" The girl remained fixated on him, her response unchanged. Chaoyang felt a pang of concern. The world was unkind to the vulnerable. And aside from shelters, children were seldom seen. As he struggled for survival, how could he manage with a child in tow? Yet, leaving such a young girl behind was an unbearable thought. Standing upright, he reassured her, "Wait a moment, and come with me. Once you feel better, we will find your family." He turned to open another metal cabinet, but was taken aback by its contents, bones, an array of them. Was that a human skull? In a sudden rush of instinct, Chaoyang whirled around and swung his axe toward the girl. Chapter 87, The Fierce Battle in the Basement with a Resounding Thud. The axe struck the ground, yet Chaoyang's swift blow failed to connect with the young girl. At that moment, she had already retreated 2 meters away. Gazing at him with an expression far removed from her previous pitiful demeanor, her eyes had begun to cloud over, and her hair stirred as if caught by an unseen wind. Chaoyang sneered, "Little girl, I intend to take you to meet your family. Why do you run?" Suddenly, the girl let out a piercing scream and lunged at him with astonishing speed, catching Chaoyang off guard. Having anticipated her move, he dodged to the left while swinging his axe towards her. Their nails clashed against the axe blade, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Chao Yang had encountered such evolved zombies before. Their fingernails were as formidable as steel, serving as their primary weapons. Initially wielding 2 axes, he found one cumbersome and had stowed it behind him, opting instead to hold a flashlight. He discarded the flashlight aside and swiftly retrieved the second axe. Now wielding both with fervor, aiming a fierce downward strike at the girl. She moved with the agility of a sprite, evading him with remarkable swiftness. Despite Chao Yang's frantic dual strikes, he could not land a single blow. One axe struck the nearby flour sack, sending a cloud of powder into the air. While the girl vanished from sight, Chao Yang quickly turned, swinging one axe behind him, but once again, he struck nothing but air. A sudden sense of alarm gripped him as he stacked the 2 axes atop his head just in time to intercept the girl's descending attack. After several rounds of combat, Chao Yang found himself struggling. The girl's speed was overwhelming, and he could scarcely keep up with her movements. Frustration bubbled within him. The axes he wielded were heavy weapons, not the lightweight tools he had previously used. Though their surface area was slightly larger than standard axes, their weight had increased considerably. Despite his superior physique, prolonged swinging began to wear him down. Leaning against the flour sack, he observed the girl in the distance, poised to strike. Damn it, why is this girl so fast? She's quicker than the monsters I faced back in town. The relentless exertion left him breathless, and he recognized that he could not continue like this. He was unsure whether the zombie experienced fatigue, but he certainly could not endure much longer. The young zombie emitted a hissing sound, unlike the usual growls of her kind. It resembled the frightened sound of a startled cat. In an instant, she lunged at him once more. Chao Yang instinctively raised his left axe to deflect her attack, while preparing his right axe for a counterstrike. The girl closed the distance in a heartbeat, her small claws darting towards his face with alarming speed. Chao Yang swung his left axe fiercely towards her visage, but she deftly sidestepped to the right. Unbeknownst to her, Chao Yang had anticipated her movement and brought his right axe around, as if she had collided with the very weapon she sought to evade. The young girl let out a peculiar shriek and instinctively raised her clawed hand to shield herself from the axe, simultaneously darting backward in a frantic evasion. In that instant, Chao Yang released the axe from his right hand, hurling it toward the girl, who was desperately trying to evade its trajectory. Just then, a handgun materialized in Chao Yang's grasp. He repeatedly pulled the trigger, and with the girl's piercing screams, she vanished into thin air. Yet, a grin spread across Chao Yang's face, for the bloodstains on the ground attested to her injury. This was no mere monthly occurrence. Following the trail of blood, he discovered the girl suspended from the ceiling, her claws and feet gripping the surface, elongated and sharp nails curving outward, anchoring her to the ceiling. Without hesitation, Chao Yang aimed and fired, and in an instant, the little undead girl disappeared once more. However, it appeared her intelligence was lacking. He need not search for her. The sounds of her taunts echoed from the left side of the ceiling. Chao Yang abruptly turned to see the girl lunging toward him. Raising his handgun, he fired repeatedly. And at such close range, the girl was struck multiple times, vanishing yet again. Chao Yang observed the bloodstains on the ground, which trailed forward, leading toward a cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet door, an unsettling realization washed over him. No young girl could survive here for long, untouched. Inside the cabinet lay a heap of bones, unmistakably human, reinforcing his suspicions and prompting him to turn back with a swift swing of his axe. He then discarded his flashlight, which lay nearby, casting a brilliant white light. Although Chao Yang possessed night vision, this illumination allowed him to see even more clearly. To his astonishment, the girl was curled up within the cabinet, her body hunched, mouth agape, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs as she glared menacingly at him. Her pallid eyes were now filled with blood, a deep crimson hue. Chao Yang remarked, "You must be frightened or perhaps enraged. However, hiding here is unwise. It makes it easier for me to put you down with a single shot." With that, he stepped forward, aiming his weapon at the girl and pulling the trigger. The confined space of the cabinet left her with no room to evade. Yet, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The gun emitted a click. Damn, it was out of bullets. Chao Yang momentarily froze, and in that instant of distraction, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. The girl had sprung forth from her hiding place with astonishing speed, her hands gripping Chao Yang's left arm, sinking her teeth into him. Chapter 88. Terrifying mutant zombie. Chao Yang was taken aback, followed by a surge of fury. Damn it. Ever since the apocalypse began, he had navigated with utmost caution. Although he was aware that the water from his space could neutralize the zombie's poison, this was merely a superficial scratch. This time, however, he had been both clawed and bitten. Most alarmingly, this was a mutated zombie, and he had no idea if the water from his space would be effective. With a swift motion, Chao Yang flipped his left wrist and seized the zombie's arm, while his right hand wielded an axe, bringing it down with force. The zombie released its grip on Chao Yang's bleeding arm and struggled desperately to break free, resulting in the axe missing its target. Simultaneously, Chaoyang felt the zombie's surprisingly smooth skin, its blood providing a slippery lubrication that threatened to allow the creature to escape his grasp. Without hesitation, he pulled the zombie into his space. The sudden shift in environment momentarily stunned the zombie, but Chaoyang was unfazed. This was his own domain. He discarded the axe and, with his right hand, clutched the zombie's neck, slamming it fiercely to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as the zombie emitted a shrill sound. But it fought to free itself from Chaoyang's grip and sprang to its feet. Yet, this was Chaoyang's space. Here, he wielded supreme power. With a flick of his wrist, a metal rod materialized in his hand, and he struck the zombie's head with it. The zombie appeared momentarily dazed. And before it could regain its bearings, Chaoyang transformed the rod into a chopping axe, bringing it down decisively. The axe struck the zombie's left shoulder, severing its left claw, which fell limply to the ground, while the axe lodged deeply into the creature's resilient muscle. Subsequently, Chaoyang relinquished the axe, conjuring a large cleaver, which he then swung diagonally at the zombie's neck. The zombie raised its right hand in a futile attempt to block the strike. The blade collided with its arm, producing a hissing sound as it sliced through flesh, severing the limb halfway. Yet, astonishingly, the zombie did not succumb. Instead, it broke free and darted toward the courtyard's exit with astonishing speed. The courtyard door swung open, and Lin Yuhan along with Xiaoling entered. Chaoyang shouted urgently, "Be careful." In his haste, he momentarily forgot that within his space, he could manipulate objects at will. To his surprise, Lin Yuhan spotted the rushing zombie girl and swung a pole-like object with great force. The impact echoed as it struck the already injured girl's head, sending her flying toward Chaoyang like a ball. Chaoyang was taken aback. Lin Yuhan's speed and strength were formidable. Her agility rivaled that of the zombie girl, and her power was almost equal to his own. However, there was no time for contemplation. He quickly remembered that this was indeed his space. Extending his hand, a large blade appeared, and he swung it towards the zombie girl's head. The girl's head soared through the air, landing on a patch of rapidly growing vegetation nearby. To his astonishment, the zombie girl's head, with its mouth agape, seemed to be opening and closing as if attempting to speak. However, in an instant, it withered away, akin to a plant in autumn, succumbing to decay with alarming rapidity. It collapsed and ultimately transformed into a cloud of ash, merging seamlessly with the soil beneath. The flora of the land did not burgeon forth. Rather, it seemed as if it had received some form of communication, causing all the plants to tremble and sway as if animated. Chaoyang had no time to inquire about Lin Yuhan's peculiar transformation. Alongside Xiaoling, who trailed behind Lin Yuhan, the trio leaned closer, astonished by the spectacle before them. Xiaoling lifted her gaze to Chaoyang and exclaimed, "This patch of land actually consumes humans? No, wait. It devours zombies." Chaoyang approached the headless corpse of a young girl, seizing the body and casting it onto the small plot of land. This time, they observed with greater clarity, and indeed, the zombie disintegrated at a visibly rapid pace, decaying and wilting until it transformed into a handful of black soil. The dissolution occurred swiftly without emitting any repugnant odor. The three exchanged glances, and Chaoyang chuckled. "This is quite splendid. No need for fertilizers." Xiaoling nodded in agreement. "Yes. Indeed. Otherwise, we would be concerned about what to do if this land ever ran out of nutrients." She turned to Lin Yuhan. "Yuhan, being a medical student, do you comprehend this phenomenon?" Lin Yuhan replied with a smile, "I am trained in medicine, not in the sciences. How could I possibly grasp something that defies the laws of nature?" Xiaoling pouted. "Then what do you understand? Do you aspire to be a brute in the future? Look at yourself now. You're practically a fierce warrior. I can hardly keep up, and yet with one strike, you sent that zombie reeling." Lin Yuhan laughed. "In this realm, aside from being a brute, what other purpose do we serve? Don't make excuses. You're even outshone by this land, as it can consume zombies." Lin Yuhan blushed and added, "Indeed, this land can devour zombies, but it pales in comparison to you, as you can directly feast upon humans." Chapter 89. A Transformation of Space. Chaoyang was taken aback by Lin Yuhan's unexpected words. Formerly a doctor, Lin Yuhan had enjoyed a certain esteem in the apocalypse. Perhaps it was her personality or some other reason that shielded her from unwanted attention. Furthermore, her habitual wearing of a mask meant that most had never glimpsed her true visage. Upon entering the space, despite her delicate beauty, she exhibited considerable shyness. Each time Chaoyang examined Xiaoling, she would scamper out of the room, keeping her distance. Chaoyang understood that now that Lin Yuhan had entered the space, she was effectively his, and it was only a matter of time before they became intimate. However, he did not wish for his partner to endure any psychological turmoil due to this circumstance. Initially, he believed that her shyness would necessitate a gradual nurturing of their bond. Yet it appeared that this doctor was maturing rapidly. Observing Lin Yuhan's increasingly flushed cheeks, Chaoyang jested, "Let us not envy her. She can feast, and so can you." Lin Yuhan's face deepened in color, and she bashfully stamped her foot, retorting, "You are just as mischievous as she is. I shall not partake." With that, she turned and walked toward the house. Xiaoling, stifling laughter, tugged at Chaoyang's arm before suddenly exclaiming, "You're injured." Chaoyang glanced at his arm. "Bitten by a small zombie," and replied, "It's nothing. The water in our space can neutralize zombie venom, right?" As he spoke, he summoned a cup, filled it with water, and drank it down. Hearing Xiaoling's shout from behind, Lin Yuhan hurried back and grasped Chaoyang's arm, insisting, "Drinking water alone won't suffice. You need to wash it out." Xiaoling nodded in agreement. "Exactly. That's how you treated it last time." Chaoyang chuckled and shook his head. "Is that really necessary? Last time, I had ulterior motives. Surely, Xiaoling understands." "Who says it's unnecessary?" The two women cornered Chaoyang by the bathtub. "Quickly. Lie down in there. Heed my words. I am a doctor. Xiaoling, fetch some water." Without hesitation, Lin Yuhan and Xiaoling seized a nearby water barrel and began pouring its contents into the bathtub. "It's all right. A rinse will suffice," Chaoyang protested lightly. "Who said so?" Xiaoling approached, unfastening Chaoyang's shirt buttons. "Be obedient. I can manage on my own," he exclaimed, quickly unbuttoning his shirt, only to lower his gaze in confusion. "What are you two doing?" "It's my arm that's injured. Why must I remove my pants?" With a firm tone, Lin Yuhan declared, "No, you must immerse your entire body to avoid other viruses. I am a doctor. Trust my judgment." "Doctor? Is that your perfect excuse?" Chaoyang retorted. "There's no need to remove my trousers." Suddenly, Lin Yuhan froze in place, and Xiaoling turned back to her, saying, "See, I told you so. You claimed you didn't know, yet you're not a urologist. Your knowledge is merely theoretical. How many men have you actually seen?" Less than a minute later, Lin Yuhan turned crimson and bolted towards the house. Chaoyang sighed in resignation, looking at Xiaoling. "What can I do? Any normal person would react this way." Xiaoling suddenly pointed towards the small room. "Quickly, you must enter." Chaoyang glanced at Lin Yuhan's retreating figure. "She is preparing herself." Xiaoling blinked and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I told you to quickly adjust the clock. All you do is ponder over Yuhan, as if you want her to devour someone." At that moment, Lin Yuhan stumbled at the doorway, nearly losing her balance. She shot a glare at Xiaoling before blushing and retreating into the house. Chaoyang entered with a smile, setting the clock to 9, allowing him to linger inside a bit longer without concern. He then made his way towards the bedroom, where Lin Yuhan, her cheeks flushed, inquired, "What are you doing here?" Chaoyang, grinning, replied, "I wanted to see if there were any changes in this space." Asked Xiaoling. "No, Xiaoling has little change. I see you have undergone significant transformation." With that, Chaoyang reached down and lifted Lin Yuhan's leg, cradling her in his arms as he strode toward the bed. "I must see how it feels to embrace someone who resembles Lin Daiyu yet possesses the strength of Lu Jixin. In this space devoid of wind, a gentle breeze suddenly began to blow, soft and sweet, as if it could caress one's very soul, stirring a delightful itch that one could hardly resist. Xiaoling squatted beside a small patch of cultivated plants, observing the leaves that gradually morphed into a deep green, each one remarkably plump. Hearing the melodious sounds from within the house, her cheeks flushed as she stamped her foot. "People are still outside. Honestly, they always say I'm too loud." Biting her lip, she abruptly tossed aside her small shovel, stood up, and headed toward the house. When Chaoyang emerged from the basement, despite having rested for quite some time, he still felt a hint of fatigue. With the increase in animals, there arose a necessity for more plants. Thus, prior to his emergence, he had set the clock to 0 below, allowing the flora to flourish wildly. He had deliberately refrained from planting anything before leaving, as the two women in the house had already become utterly exhausted. Who could manage them? However, upon introspecting the space, he discovered a tree had inexplicably sprouted in the field, not just any tree, but a sapling that, although growing at a slow pace, steadily unfurled its leaves and stretched upwards, ceasing its growth once it reached his height, as if it had halted entirely. Chaoyang paused, observing the tree for quite a while, pondering its origin. Had he brought any fruit inside that he was unaware of? Yet, there were many unfamiliar trees. Why dwell on it? Entering the hall, he grabbed the corpses of several zombies he had dispatched earlier and tossed them into the space, reasoning that if they could serve as fertilizer, that not to go to waste. Yet, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. The zombies he threw did not land in the designated patch of land, but rather fell directly onto the courtyard's ground. Chaoyang found this odd. Why couldn't he place them inside? He was now quite adept at controlling the space, capable of placing any object anywhere within it. What made this small piece of land so exceptional? He swiftly entered the space, grasped the zombies from the ground, and flung them into the designated area. where they were quickly absorbed by the soil, transforming into a handful of rich earth. Why could he place them within the space but not directly throw them in? This space was indeed shrouded in mystery. Since entering the space today, he had been preoccupied with his favorite activities, completely oblivious to any changes occurring within. Chaoyang approached the tree, its leaves a vibrant green, shaped like hearts yet reminiscent of peaches. He reached out to touch them. The leaves were remarkably rigid, akin to aged bark. The trunk was not upright but rather twisted and gnarled, reminiscent of an ancient elm, bearing a slight resemblance to a lychee tree. After studying it for a considerable time, he could not discern the nature of the fruit he had cast into its depths. He pondered what would happen when they awakened, wondering if they would recognize each other. Chaoyang entered the house, initially intending to step outside, but found himself returning due to the unforeseen presence of a zombie. Observing the interior, he noted little change, save for a peculiar symbol that had materialized. Indeed, it was a character, albeit one that was contorted and distorted. After scrutinizing it for a while, he was unable to decipher its meaning. A glance at the painting in the bedroom revealed a peach blossom, and the small black dot nearby began to emerge, appearing larger yet less distinct than before. Upon further inspection, he found that aside from the two paintings, the room remained unchanged. He tenderly kissed the forehead of the slumbering Lin Yuhan, who lay with a slight frown, perhaps still feeling the discomfort from her first significant trauma. Turning to exit the room, Chaoyang abruptly halted. On the bookshelf, there was an object, an item that undoubtedly should not be present in this place. It struck him as peculiar that he had not noticed it upon entering this space. Approaching it, he was certain he had not stored it here. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, who would have the leisure to collect a printer? Chapter 90. The annoyance of a clever woman. Chaoyang gazed at the printer before him. A compact home model, yet certainly not one he had acquired himself. Not only was the printer devoid of any brand, but it also lacked even a print button. Moreover, this printer appeared to be a recent invention. Had it been available earlier, the two women would undoubtedly have known about it and mentioned it to him. However, it was possible that they had simply forgotten in the midst of their busy tasks upon entering. This peculiar shelf was enigmatic. The two women were aware of the presence of a clock but refrained from placing anything upon it. After considerable contemplation, Chaoyang remained perplexed until his gaze shifted upwards, landing on the clock positioned above. Alarmed, he realized he had neglected to adjust the time. He had spent an extensive duration inside, and his skirmishes with the zombies might have indeed alerted Su Xianyan. Without further investigation into the printer, he exited the space and, upon doing so, was met with a startled exclamation. Chaoyang thought to himself, this was not what he had intended. He wished to keep Su Xianyan oblivious to the existence of the space, but it seemed that secrecy would be impossible. Turning towards the source of the voice, he discovered Su Xianyan descending from above, yet she failed to notice him and, unfortunately, misstepped on the staircase, tumbling down. Chaoyang hurried over. How did you come down? Perhaps due to her extended time aboard the train under constant illumination, Su Xianyan was ill-equipped to navigate the darkness of night. The only flashlight had been taken by Chaoyang, leaving her to descend essentially in the dark. Chaoyang retrieved his flashlight from his pocket and switched it on. Su Xianyan sat on the ground, massaging her foot. Why didn't you turn on the flashlight while you were down here? Chaoyang gently tousled Su Xianyan's hair. I was searching for any zombies in the vicinity. Turning on the flashlight would only heighten the danger. But you still haven't explained how you came down. I heard some noises and woke up. Unable to see you, I felt a bit anxious, so I carefully made my way down to find you. Chaoyang recognized that Su Xianyan's casual words concealed a profound fear. Otherwise, she would not have risked her safety by descending from the upper level. He scooped her into his arms and began to ascend the stairs once more. I need to check if there are any zombies nearby. I fear that if I leave, you might be in danger here. Su Xianyan wrapped her arms around Chaoyang's neck. Did you find any? I did, and they have been dealt with. Chaoyang replied as he entered the room, setting Su Xianyan down on the bed. Su Xianyan regarded him with curiosity. Why have you changed your clothes? Chaoyang glanced down at his attire, recalling that he had donned a new outfit in the space earlier. The previous clothing was too filthy. So I disposed of it and acquired a fresh set. Su Xianyan pointed at the backpack Chaoyang had placed on the floor. How can your bag hold so much? It doesn't appear particularly large. Why concern yourself with its size? What matters is its capacity. Yours is no different. Su Xianyan responded with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, playfully swatting at him. Chaoyang chuckled as he grasped her hand. You should lie down and rest for a while. I will search for communication equipment. Su Xianyan sat up. I will accompany you. Alas, before she could settle properly, she found herself once again nestled in Chaoyang's embrace. Chaoyang reached out and touched Su Xianyan's foot. You've twisted your ankle. Su Xianyan shook her head gently and replied, No, that's not it. Chaoyang, puzzled, inquired, Then what is it? Su Xianyan playfully slapped his hand. What do you think? It's all your fault. Understanding her jest, Chao Yang chuckled and nodded. It's my fault, my fault. Just wait here for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Su Xianyan glanced at the pitch-black night outside. I've had enough of waiting. Let us go together. Although Chao Yang was fairly certain that there were no zombies left in the building, he understood Su Xianyan's apprehension, which was quite natural. However, it would be troublesome to gather supplies with her in tow. I can assure you, this building should be free of zombies. If I take you along, it will be quite arduous for both of us. How about this? You wait here for a bit. As he spoke, Chao Yang retrieved his gun from his pocket and handed it to Su Xianyan. If any trouble arises, fire a shot outside, and I will return post-haste. Su Xianyan hesitated. Just don't wander too far. I'll just take a look for some electronics and food to bring back. Su Xianyan blinked. Food is fine, but do you know which electronics are useful? Isn't it just computers? Without electricity, can they function? Why not? In my space. It's always bright, with a washing machine and refrigerator at hand. No electricity? Can't I use a battery? As dawn broke, the first light of day gradually illuminated the east, and Chao Yang returned. Upon seeing Su Xianyan standing by the window, bathed in the morning light, he was momentarily lost in thought, transported back to a time when his girlfriend had not been consumed by material desires and was simply waiting for his weary return. Yet the roar of luxury cars shattered that serene memory. Ironically, despite already possessing all the wealth one could desire, Chao Yang was still unsatisfied and yearned for more. The surrounding chaos erupted as zombies surged forward, shattering his painful reminiscences. Swinging his axe, he felled 2 zombies and leaped, grasping a sign above. Gaining momentum, he vaulted a second time, landing through a second-floor window. Su Xianyan joyfully leaped into his embrace, and the two found solace in each other beneath the newly risen dawn. Although Su Xianyan had sunbathed without issue the previous day, Chao Yang was cautious not to expose her fully to the sun's rays. As the sunlight ascended, he first placed his hand in its warmth. Not sensing any adverse reaction, he gradually revealed more of his skin to the sunlight, believing he had developed an immunity, merely grappling with ingrained fears. Now, as he bathed fully in the sunlight, it felt as if he were reborn, finally reunited with his essence. Thank you, sunlight. Su Xianyan began to step into the sunlight as well. But just as her body was nearly fully illuminated, she suddenly stepped back. Why does the sunlight feel so scorching? She trembled as she spoke. Alarmed, Chao Yang tightened his embrace around Su Xianyan. Weren't you just fine yesterday? I don't know. As I held the anguished Su Xianyan in my arms, Chao Yang gently lifted her petite frame and laid her upon the bed, leaning down to bestow a tender kiss. Though the spatial water had escaped its confines and would inevitably disperse, Chao Yang sought to transfer it directly from his mouth to hers, curious to observe its effects. Should this endeavor prove futile, he would have no choice but to draw her into the space. Su Xianyan's eyes widened in surprise, yet she uttered not a word nor recoiled. Instead, she swallowed eagerly. After a moment, Chao Yang finally raised his head and inquired, "How do you feel? Are you still in discomfort?" Su Xianyan shook her head and asked, "Could you enlighten me as to what that was?" Chao Yang replied with a gentle smile, his right hand caressing her delicate hair. "It would be best if you remained unaware, if you would permit it." Su Xianyan gazed deeply into his eyes, nodding. "I understand. I shall not inquire further." He kissed her cheek softly, saying, "I could tell you, yet once I do, you would cease to exist in this realm. Do you truly wish to know?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xianyan vigorously shook her head, declaring, "I do not wish to know. I do not wish to depart from this world, and I certainly do not wish to leave you. From the very first day I saw you, I sensed you were unlike anyone else. Your extraordinary resilience only confirmed that you are distinct from the rest." Chao Yang chuckled. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" She continued, "What I mean is, that backpack of yours is not merely a backpack. It resembles a storage pouch from a novel, as the items you produce are not retrieved from it in the conventional sense. I am aware that you harbor many secrets, but if it means I must leave you, then I wish to remain oblivious." Though her words seemed somewhat convoluted, Chao Yang comprehended her sentiment, shaking his head with a smile. Clever women can be quite vexing. Chapter 91. What has intruded into the team 2 days later? A fully equipped RV emerged from the small county town. Su Xianyan observed the furrowed brow of the driver, Chao Yang, and remarked, "You need not worry. I sense that they are certainly safe." Chao Yang nodded in agreement. "I understand, but why is their signal unreachable? It is possible that their equipment malfunctioned or ran out of battery. Moreover, they lack your robust physique and are hesitant to approach the city." Just as they were conversing, a voice emerged from a cluster of instruments at the back of the vehicle. Yang Gu, can you hear me?" Su Xianyan exclaimed with delight. "They are calling." Chao Yang sighed in relief. "You should answer the call and inquire about their exact location." Su Xianyan moved to the back, retrieved the satellite phone, and returned to Chao Yang's side. "Perhaps you should speak." Chao Yang reduced the speed of the vehicle. Guosheng, is that you? A crackling sound came through the line, followed by Zhu Guosheng's voice. Wonderful, we have finally connected. At that moment, Yu Jing's voice rang out. Chao Yang, where are you? I'm still wandering around the shelter. Where are you? We are at the entrance to the expressway to Shanqing, Chao Yang replied, momentarily taken aback. Did I not instruct you to wait nearby? Why are you at the expressway entrance? A woman's voice chimed in. We are currently at the entrance to the expressway. We haven't gone far. You can come here to find us. Chao Yang was bewildered. Who are you? I am. Before the individual could finish, Chao Yang pressed the button. I care not who you are. Let Fong Lin take the call. There was a brief silence before Fong Lin's voice came through. Chao Yang. Chao Yang furrowed his brow in concern. Are you all right? For now, we are fine. Please tell me your exact location. Fong Lin replied. It is the first entrance leading to the expressway. Do not leave. Wait for me. After hanging up the satellite phone, Chao Yang gripped the steering wheel tightly, accelerating towards the expressway entrance. The expressway was that the route taken by Dr. Zhou? Chao Yang wished to deliberately avoid that path. But they had now inadvertently ventured to the expressway entrance, accompanied by another woman's voice. Fong Lin's remark about being fine, albeit temporarily, led Chao Yang to believe they must be entangled in trouble. Seeing Chao Yang's silence, Su Xianyan leaned closer. What is the matter? You seem quite upset. Shouldn't you be thrilled to have found them? Chao Yang shook his head. I have previously stated that among us, Fong Lin is steadfastly loyal to me, so she would never betray me. Yu Jing, although she joined me midway, lacks initiative. She is merely a harbinger of misfortune. The only ones impacting them now are the Zhu Guosheng siblings. Chao Yang took a deep breath. It seemed as though Zhu Guosheng's sister possessed an uncanny ability to foresee my thoughts. At that moment, I needed Zhu Guosheng to vouch for me as I was about to ascend to the upper echelons. Thus, I temporarily allowed them to accompany me, hoping that if they were unencumbered by any issues, I could take them to Shanqing. However, it now appeared that they must have encountered some trouble. How could they possibly have been entangled with others? Su Xianyan gently traced her fingers across Chao Yang's furrowed brow, smoothing out the creases. Is it that woman who spoke? Do you not recognize her? Chao Yang nodded. Indeed, Fong Lin and Yu Jing would never accept anyone else before I gave my consent. This matter surely lies with the Zhu siblings. Fear not, Su Xianyan reassured, leaning against Chao Yang. There is no way anything has gone awry. There are 3 women over there. Which one is yours? Chao Yang turned his head to glance at Su Xianyan. Only you are. Su Xianyan wrapped her arms around Chao Yang's neck, her eyes sparkling with a depth that seemed to overflow. Am I the only one? Chao Yang shook his head. No. There are 2 other women. Su Xianyan lowered her gaze, biting Chao Yang's lip playfully. Tell me, who are those 2 women? Chao Yang turned his head, glancing at the road ahead, his voice muffled as his lips were held captive. How can I speak when you are biting me? Su Xianyan laughed lightly, lifting her head, parting her legs to straddle Chao Yang. You need not speak, simply drive. Chao Yang pecked her lips. Are you not afraid I will steer the car into a ditch? Not at all. As long as we are together, I fear nothing. Fortunately, Su Xianyan was petite. With his left hand encircling her slender waist while his right gripped the gear shift, Chao Yang remarked, Xianyan, I am no superhero. Should the car indeed plunge into a ditch, I would be powerless. Then I shall not care. I simply will not get out. Chao Yang chuckled, playfully patting her backside. Very well. If you choose not to disembark, tell me, how did you become so small? If only you were a tad larger. I would truly struggle to embrace you while driving. Su Xianyan puffed out her chest. What do you mean I am small? Chao Yang laughed. I did not imply that part of you is small. I meant your height. Su Xianyan pouted. I am unsure why. But I grew rapidly as a child. However, after 15 or 16, I suddenly stopped. I consulted numerous doctors regarding this, yet they were perplexed. Perhaps it is hereditary. My mother is quite petite as well. Chao Yang chuckled. With your diminutive stature, I feel as though I am committing a crime while holding you. As if I am cradling a child. Su Xianyan playfully slapped his chest. You are quite the oddball, but does it not feel delightful? Quite thrilling, isn't it? Indeed. Chapter 92. I am not a little fairy. Although Su Xianyan no longer feared the sun's rays, the zombies tended to be more active during daylight. Thus, the 2 ventured out just as dusk began to settle. Chao Yang drove at a rapid pace, and by the time the sun had fully descended, his RV had reached the highway entrance. In the distance, he finally spotted his truck parked by the roadside, flanked by 2 off-road vehicles. He noticed several individuals standing beneath the vehicles, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. On one side were Fong Lin and Yu Jing, while on the other stood 3 men and 2 women whom Chao Yang did not recognize. The Zhu siblings stood in the middle, apparently mediating the situation. As Chao Yang's vehicle roared to a halt, he leapt out and demanded, What is going on? Fong Lin's face lit up at the sight of him. Chao Yang, You're here. Yu Jing pouted, on the verge of tears. I told you nothing would happen to you, Chao Yang. You finally arrived. Why were you gone for 2 whole days? Chao Yang strode purposefully toward them, casting a cold glance at the strangers. What is happening here? Zhu Guixing hurried over. Chao Yang, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce you. These are Xiao Ru's friends and relatives. We encountered them by chance. They wished to go to the shelter. One of the men stepped forward, tall and handsome, with a robust physique. He extended his hand toward Chao Yang. Hello, you must be Chao Yang. I've heard much about you. I am Xiao Ru's classmate's brother. My name is... Chao Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need to tell me your name. He turned to Zhu Guixing. If they are heading to the shelter, let them go. What does that have to do with you? Zhu Guixing's expression grew awkward. They have other relatives trapped in the city, and they want. Before he could finish, an older woman wearing glasses stepped forward. You must be the Chao Yang they spoke of. We have friends and family stranded in the city, and we would like to requisition your vehicle to rescue them. Chao Yang turned to face the woman. Who are you? The woman adjusted her glasses. I was Xiao Ru's teacher, although I only taught her for a year. The bond between us remains. I believe Xiao Ru should not stand idly by. In this apocalyptic world, we must unite rather than remain indifferent. We should set aside our personal beliefs for the sake of rescuing others. Chao Yang regarded her coldly, thinking her thoughts foolish. He smiled scornfully. You have your worldview, and I have mine. Why should I heed you? You wish to save your loved ones, but who are you to me? Requisition my vehicle? You possess an audacious spirit. Do you think you represent the government? What are you, exactly? The woman stared at Chao Yang, her mouth agape, her face flushed with anger. You. How can you speak so vulgarly? Someone like you is unworthy to be associated with Xiao Ru. He raised his hand to point at Chao Yang. But before Chao Yang could react, Fong Lin had already drawn the knife from behind her. Zhu Guixing hurriedly positioned himself between the two, urging Chao Yang not to take action, assuring him that they bore no ill intent. They had merely been hiding since the outbreak of the zombies, unaware that the world outside had drastically changed. Chao Yang cast a glance at them and remarked, You should consider yourself fortunate. My mood has been rather pleasant lately. Otherwise, none of you would leave here alive. He then turned to Zhu Guixing, commanding, Get in the truck and follow me. Zhu Guixing sighed, glancing at Chao Yang before offering a resigned look to the others. I have already informed you of the shelter's location. You can go on your own, he stated as he walked toward the truck. What was peculiar, however, was that Zhu Guixing's sister had remained silent throughout, choosing instead to follow Yu Jing eagerly as they made their way toward the newly arrived RV. Yu Jing was the first to ascend the RV, and she followed closely behind. Fong Lin stood tall and motionless behind Chao Yang, her head held high. The handsome, muscular young man addressed Chao Yang, Brother, it's the apocalypse. Shouldn't we help each other? Why make things so tense? Is it truly entertaining to engage in life and death struggles? Chao Yang glanced at him without replying, instead preparing to leave. The young man, feeling slighted by Chao Yang's indifference, muttered, Even in the end times, why pretend? Chao Yang slightly turned his head, and the young man sneered, What is the matter? Brother, do you wish to spar? Chao Yang raised his hand to block Fong Lin, then approached the young man, suddenly swinging his right hand in a swift slap. The young man quickly raised his hand to defend himself, but Chao Yang's speed was too great. The slap landed squarely on his face, sending him airborne, spinning before crashing to the ground, motionless. As several screams erupted from the group, Chao Yang drew a gun from his pocket and shot the young man in the head with a resounding bang. Everyone was terrified, dropping to the ground and shielding their heads. The bespectacled woman quivered, saying, Chao Yang, we didn't say anything. Chao Yang surveyed those cowering on the ground, remarking, You ought to be grateful that my mood has been quite good these past few days. He then turned and led Fong Lin toward the RV, entering the vehicle and instructing Su Xianyan, who was in the driver's seat, to drive. Su Xianyan started the engine, speeding onto the highway, with Zhu Guixing's truck following closely behind. She glanced at Chao Yang beside her and smiled at the people outside, saying, Those individuals are still lost in their illusions. Their essay saying, In chaotic times, one must strike first. Before she could finish her somewhat sanctimonious remark, Yu Jing interjected, I know. In chaotic times, strike first, but I'm no little fairy. Chapter 93, Do you eat intestines? Zhu Guixing's sister whispered, Chao Yang. Our intention was never to gift them your vehicle. Rather, we encountered them along the way. My brother was concerned that they might disclose our secrets at the shelter, so he delayed them for a while. Who could have anticipated that they would take advantage of our kindness and insist on accompanying us to rescue friends and family trapped in the city, even those whose fates remain unknown to them? Yu Jing, mimicking Su Xianyan's earlier tone, scoffed. In this apocalyptic era, they still live in a delusion. Only you two would aspire to be saints amidst the end of the world. Xiao Ru turned back, asserting, I have no desire to play the role of a saint. We are merely stalling them, and the satellite phone is nearly out of battery. If it weren't for Chao Yang's call at the last moment, we might have truly needed to venture into the city to find a battery. Yujing thumped her chest. You're still not a saint. They have already consumed a considerable portion of the supplies in the vehicle, and now they wish to gather resources for collective distribution. They possess nothing and merely desire to claim our possessions. Chao Yang glanced back at Fong Lin, who nodded in agreement. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. We should have wiped them all out. Yujing turned to look at Chao Yang. By the way, this is unlike your usual demeanor. I heard Fong Lin mention that you would have dispatched anyone who cast you an ill gaze. She then directed her attention to Su Xianyan, who was driving. Could it really be so? Su Xianyan smiled, glancing back at Fong Lin. They do not recognize me. You do, right? My name is Su Xianyan. Fong Lin nodded with a smile. I know you. You are aware of my name, but that is merely a pseudonym. My true name is Fong Lin. Yujing leaned closer, tilting her head as she observed Su Xianyan. You are called Su Xianyan. Though you appear older than us, you are rather petite. Should I refer to you as elder sister or younger sister? Being the youngest, she had long debated with Fong Lin over who would assume which title. Chao Yang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and remarked, you should call her sister-in-law. Instantly, the car fell silent, with even Fong Lin turning her head to gaze at Su Xianyan. Yujing exclaimed in surprise, you are impressive. In just 2 days, you've managed to win him over. Fong Lin has taken ages and hasn't succeeded even with a close acquaintance like Fong Zhe. Fong Lin, caught off guard by the comment, felt her cheeks flush and nudged Yujing. You, in your ill-timed remarks, can you refrain from making wild assertions? Yujing tilted her head. Did I say something incorrect? Have you also captured his heart? Then I shall call you sister-in-law as well. Fong Lin, embarrassed and indignant, jumped up, and amidst the playful banter of the women, laughter filled the vehicle. Yet, why did Fong Lin wear a forced smile? As the vehicle progressed, they passed a gas station. Chao Yang leaped out, and indeed, only a sparse number of zombies lingered, likely having wandered over from nearby. After dispatching the undead, he entered the gas station, only to find his fears confirmed. Aside from being able to add a meager amount of fuel to the vehicle, the station's consumables had been entirely depleted. Chao Yang and Zhu Guixing emerged from the house, disheartened. The meager supplies they had managed to gather were now further diminished, and the path they traversed had already been pillaged by others. Reflecting on the multitude of self-righteous individuals who had devoured a significant portion of their provisions, Chao Yang silently lamented his own leniency. Why had he not dealt with them more decisively? Gathered at the entrance of a gas station, rest was taken as Chao Yang addressed the group. If we cannot procure any food ahead, we may face starvation. Zhu Guixing bowed his head, exclaiming, It's all my fault. Chao Yang shook his head. I bear no ill will towards you. If blame is to be assigned, it rests upon me. I truly should have eliminated them all. Their consumption is trivial, but how could I allow them to transfer supplies to their vehicles? Zhu Guixing parted his lips to offer an explanation but ultimately remained silent. Yujing sighed. We were powerless against them. Their numbers were overwhelming, predominantly male. The only one among us who could intimidate them is Fong Lin. Chao Yang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, tossing one to Zhu Guixing before lighting his own. He glanced at Su Xianyan, teasingly remarking, What are you staring at? You're not allowed to smoke. Su Xianyan shot him a glare, ignoring his comment. She understood well that Chao Yang was merely attempting to lighten the gloom that enveloped them. Yujing nodded in agreement. Indeed, you cannot smoke. It is detrimental to children. What children? Fong Lin queried, only to fall silent afterward. Yujing, with utmost seriousness, affirmed, Yes, for the sake of the next generation, we must refrain. Su Xianyan observed the two women with a smirk. You both seem quite bored. What do you think? We are in an apocalyptic world. Would you like to indulge in grapes soon? If so, you must serve me well, and I shall impart knowledge to you, allowing you to feast on grapes. Yujing blinked, failing to comprehend. We are struggling to secure food, and you speak of grapes. Su Xianyan waved her hand dismissively. Children should not pry into adult matters. Fong Lin hesitated, glancing around with a fleeting gaze. Well then, Sister Yin, I have a sausage left. Would you like to have it? Chapter 94. Do you believe in the supernatural? Xiaoru pointed at the paper map, stating, If this route has been cleared by others, we must indeed prepare our supplies. We should head here. This city is remote and likely an untraveled path for them. Su Xianyan glanced at the map before turning to Chao Yang, asking, Why are you so determined to go to the mountain city? Chao Yang looked at Su Xianyan, feeling somewhat lost. Indeed. Why was he so insistent on traveling to the mountain city? What had initially motivated him? Was it the tales he had overheard in the vehicle? Or perhaps what Dr. Zhou had mentioned? Yet, he had no desire to wade through this murky water. Why then did the thought of going still linger? Su Xianyan regarded Chao Yang. Everyone has their own purpose in their actions. You must share with us your ultimate intention. I do not know, Chao Yang admitted, feeling increasingly bewildered. Previously, he had merely wished to survive, taking each day as it came, unaware of what the morrow might bring. However, after acquiring the space, he felt a sense of abundance in living, never contemplating how to pursue his endeavors. Xiaoru exchanged glances with Su Xianyin and then with Chaoyang. Hesitating for a moment, "Did you not ask how I discovered your secret? Now I can reveal it to you." She then produced 3 copper coins from her pocket. "Before the apocalypse, I had a penchant for the ethereal. I would consult an oracle daily. Whether deemed superstitious or merely a source of comfort, it was something I cherished." Yujing leaned in. "I share that fondness." Xiaoru cast her a glance but chose to ignore her. "After the apocalypse, I cannot explain why, but I found my divinations to be eerily accurate. I possess no such extraordinary ability, yet the day before your arrival, I cast my coins and the oracle indicated that my brother would encounter a benefactor, the one destined to rescue everyone from their plight, the only one." The group fell silent, their eyes fixed on Xiaoru. She continued, "After my brother departed, I remained skeptical and cast the coins again. This time, the oracle revealed that the benefactor leading us would guide us to the southwest, to a mountain where he would seek a rose. However, that rose was fraught with peril, necessitating our protection from its thorns. This was what I shared with you that day. And I never anticipated that you would take my words to heart and truly lead me away." Su Xianyin blinked, inquiring, "Can you discern from the oracle whether he will be able to pluck that rose?" Xiaoru shook her head. "No. I merely recited the oracle's original words. It did not divulge the outcome." Yujing reached into Xiaoru's embrace. "Do you have a book hidden in there?" Xiaoru swatted Yujing's hand away, pointing to her head. "What book?" "It is what manifests here. When I cast the 3 coins, certain thoughts emerge in my mind, providing clarity when I feel lost or confused." Chaoyang surveyed Xiaoru and then the others, all of whom looked at her with perplexity. "Do you believe in such supernatural phenomena?" Feng Lin pondered for a moment before nodding, while Yujing gazed at the group in confusion and Su Xianyin frowned. Zhu Guosheng was also hearing his sister express such thoughts for the first time. He gazed down at the freshly kindled fire. "I cannot say for certain, but ever since the apocalypse, everything my sister has uttered has come to pass, so I believe her." He affectionately ruffled Xiaoru's hair, adding, "My sister has always been exceptionally clever, yet she seldom applies her intellect in the right direction. Her little room is quite small, yet she manages to conceal snacks so well that our parents have never been able to find them. Academically, she should excel, but if she chooses not to study, there is no amount of pressure from our parents that can compel her. She always finds a way to cope." Yujing pointed at the 3 coins in Xiaoru's hand. "Now, why don't you perform a divination for us? I wish to see." Xiaoru chuckled and shook her head. "It's not the right time yet. It must be past midnight for that. I can only provide 1 divination per day, and today's has already been accounted for." "When did you perform it?" Yujing asked. "I recall telling you all that we would undoubtedly find Chaoyang today." Feng Lin, catching the gaze of Chaoyang, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Xiaoru mentioned this last night, stating that we would encounter Chaoyang today. So there is no need for anyone to worry." Chaoyang rolled up the map and handed it to Feng Lin, signaling her to keep it safe. "Everyone, take a moment to rest and consume everything from the vehicle. We shall set off shortly." Yujing turned to Chaoyang. "You haven't yet expressed whether you believe this or not." Chaoyang smiled and playfully ruffled Yujing's hair. "I do believe." "Why is that?" she inquired. "Because I trust that the current state of humanity is wrought with inexplicable changes. Some individuals exhibit unusual abilities, much like the mutated zombies we encounter." Yujing blinked. "Who has undergone such mutations?" Chaoyang chuckled. "To varying degrees, everyone has experienced some transformation. Some are aware of it while others remain oblivious. Take me for instance. I certainly did not possess such strength before the apocalypse. Did you not experience a similar change?" "What about me?" "My physique is a result of training," Yujing retorted, bending her arm and glancing to see Chaoyang effortlessly snap a thick piece of wood in 2, tossing it into the fire. She swallowed hard, lowering her hands. Chaoyang clapped his hands together. "I believe that before the apocalypse, you were not one to speak ill of the future. Yet now, your every word seems to manifest into reality. And what of the others?" Yujing glanced at the rest. Sister Feng Lin has become a swordswoman, and Su Xianyin. "Well, I believe I have discerned her abilities." Su Xianyin, puzzled, asked, "What have you discovered?" "I am completely unaware." "In one instance, you transformed from an ordinary individual into our sister-in-law. That must be the most formidable ability," Yujing declared. Su Xianyin, a mixture of embarrassment and irritation, shot back. "Sha Yujing, you are intentionally trying to provoke me. Others may fear your ominous predictions, but I am not intimidated. Besides, you do not always speak prophecies." "Do you?" "When Chaoyang ventured out this time, did you utter anything ill-fated?" "Not at all. This time I was exceedingly cautious. I pondered each word before speaking." Sha Yujing replied earnestly. Su Xianyin huffed. "Therefore, some occurrences may simply be coincidences." She glanced at Chaoyang. "In matters such as these, belief begets reality. Disbelief renders it non-existent. The risks for our journey are considerable. Should you prove correct this time, I shall place my faith in you. However, the peril encountered by you, Brother Chaoyang, is indeed a consequence of your own words. Yujing instantly sprang to her feet. I did not utter any curses, if you doubt me. Inquire with Sister Fongling. I even told her that Brother Chaoyang would undoubtedly sail through this journey with ease, like a ship gliding through calm waters. Galloping like 1,000 steeds, and leading the charge with unparalleled prowess, even opening 2 red envelopes at once. There is no way he would encounter that mutated zombie again. Chaoyang secretly swallowed hard, for no one paid attention to Yujing's casual remarks. Only he was aware that, on this occasion, he had indeed opened 2 red envelopes. Yujing continued to defend herself. Moreover, when I was praying for Brother Chaoyang, that little ruse teacher asked me what would happen if we truly encountered a mutated zombie. I told her that even if we did, it would be as harmless as a small child of 6 or 7 years old. I could easily kick it down. What is there for Brother Chaoyang to fear? A piece of wood in the fire suddenly cracked with a loud pop, sending sparks flying. Chapter 95. Man conquers heaven. Chaoyang had never aspired to be a savior. He had not entertained such thoughts in the past, nor did he now. Although Xiaoru had mentioned her divination, and Chaoyang acknowledged its remarkable accuracy, he felt no personal connection to it. His desire to travel to the mountain city might have stemmed from the influence of Dr. Zhou. Possessing a space of his own, he feared neither beings nor individuals, thus subconsciously yearning to join the fray. However, he had now come to understand his true intentions. Chaoyang gazed up at the sky, reflecting on his reverence for heaven and earth. He had no desire to defy the celestial order, yet he refused to be a mere pawn in someone else's game. With a smile, he asserted his identity, calling out to Fong Lin and unfurling the map once more, pointing to a nearby small town. We shall venture here. Xiaoru expressed her concern. This is a place they have traversed. It will surely have been ravaged, and we might find nothing of value. Moreover, this path diverges from our route to the mountain city. Chaoyang tilted his head, regarding Xiaoru. Your divination is indeed precise, which is why I must act contrary to fate. We shall set off at once. With that, he consumed the last morsel of his provisions, brushed off the crumbs, and proceeded towards the vehicle. Yujing glanced at her wristwatch. It's time. Xiaoru, please perform a divination. Xiaoru turned her head towards Yujing. You should call me Sister Xiaoru. Yujing, lacking any semblance of pride, immediately acquiesced. Sister Xiaoru is the best. Please do a divination. Ascending into the RV, Xiaoru casually tossed 3 coins onto the table. The coins spun on the surface, 2 eventually coming to a halt, while the last one slipped off the edge. Fong Lin, quick as lightning, reached out and caught it before placing it back on the table. Xiaoru stared in astonishment at the 3 coins. Yujing tugged at Xiaoru's arm. What is the matter? Speak up. Xiaoru turned to Yujing. Are you familiar with the concept of changing lines in the I Ching? Yes, I know. The I Ching consists of 64 hexagrams, each containing changing lines. What you have is a changing line. Xiaoru swallowed nervously. For some reason, I feel incredibly weak. As if an unseen force is warning me not to divulge the heavenly secrets, for that could alter the course of fate. With that, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Fong Lin swiftly supported Xiaoru, while Yujing hurried over to assist. What happened? Chaoyang, seated in the passenger seat, turned back. What is going on? Yujing replied, I don't know. She mentioned something about revealing heavenly secrets and then fainted. Perhaps she inadvertently disclosed the divination, thus breaching the celestial order? Chaoyang furrowed his brow. You should help her lie down on the nearby bed for a while. She hasn't eaten much today. It might be a case of low blood sugar. Xiaoru doesn't appear to be in good health. The 2 women needed no further prompting from Chaoyang. Having already helped Xiaoru to the adjacent bed, Yujing looked at Xiaoru with concern. She isn't going blind, is she? Fong Lin cast a puzzled glance at Yujing. What do you mean by blind? Aren't all the fortune tellers outside blind? It is said that those who reveal heavenly secrets may become blind, crippled, deaf, mute, or suffer other dire fates. Fong Lin reached out to cover Yujing's mouth. But alas, it was too late. The previously fainted Xiaoru slowly opened her eyes. I'm fine, merely lost in thought. It seems I have inadvertently disclosed a celestial secret, causing a shift in the heavenly order. She gradually turned her head. Why is this RV so dark today? Not a single glimmer of light? Where are you all? As she spoke, her head drooped to one side, and she fainted once more. Fong Lin sighed, casting a reproachful glare at Yujing. Observing Xiaoru's apparent blindness, Yujing looked at her in astonishment. I didn't say anything, suddenly recalling her ominous words. She hurriedly covered her mouth, then released it, her voice trembling. Xiaoru, please don't frighten me. If you were truly blind, I would be a historical sinner. Chaoyang strode over from the front. What is happening? Why are you ladies in the back creating such a commotion? He glanced at Su Xianyin. Focus on driving. If anything arises, I shall handle it. Just keep your eyes on the road. Approaching the distressed women, he found Yu Jing with tear-streaked cheeks. Brother Chao Yang. I truly did not mean to. Chao Yang wrapped an arm around Yu Jing's shoulder and patted her gently. Stop blaming yourself incessantly. If your predictions were that accurate, then you should declare for all zombies to vanish from this world. Is that feasible? Yu Jing wiped her tears. I told you, it doesn't work. Chao Yang settled beside Xiaoru. Thus, some things are not your fault. Both humans and animals possess a sixth sense that serves as a warning in times of danger. Perhaps the apocalypse has heightened your intuitions. While you do occasionally speak with uncanny accuracy, I do not believe your words are always foreboding. Fong Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yu Jing, your words may not be pleasant, but they are not necessarily infallible. We are somewhat satiated now. If you say we are fully fed, that does not make it so. Yu Jing, wiping her face, raised her tear-stained visage. But I am still hungry. Chao Yang stroked Yu Jing's head. Enough self-reproach. Trust that human determination can overcome fate. Xiaoru is likely suffering from malnutrition, as her brother mentioned her rebellious nature, often neglecting proper meals in favor of snacks. With the end of the world upon us, her health has deteriorated further. Once I find food, I shall feed her appropriately. Yu Jing clenched her fists. Yes. She must be experiencing low blood sugar. A bit of sugar would suffice. Do we have any fruit? Chao Yang's mind sparked with an idea as he retrieved a large persimmon from his pocket. Fong Lin, feed her this. Without hesitation, Fong Lin took the persimmon and propped up Xiaoru. Here, take a bite of this persimmon. It's likely your low blood sugar causing this. Fear not. Xiaoru, still in a haze, did not question as she took a large bite of the sweet, juicy fruit. After savoring its nectar, she blinked. Why are you all staring at me? You can see again, Chao Yang replied softly. Indeed, I often suffer from such episodes of low blood sugar. Yu Jing, why are you crying? Yu Jing wiped her face and reassured. It's fine. You will be okay. Suddenly, she turned and reached into Chao Yang's embrace, pleading. Do you still have any persimmons? Please give me one. Chapter 96. Chao Yang. You are the most handsome. As Chao Yang's vehicle approached the outskirts of the small county town, dawn was nearing. Yu Jing stifled a yawn and declared, we ought to get some rest. Chao Yang surveyed the surroundings, noting the increasing number of zombies. This area, close to the county's edge, was devoid of tall buildings, with only a few low houses appearing in the distance. They had ventured into the suburbs. The presence of zombies was significant, and it seemed no one had made an effort to clear them out. Yu Jing observed Su Xianyan continuing to drive forward without any intention of stopping and urged, let us halt here. We don't have time to deal with the zombies, and the sun will be up soon. Su Xianyan jested, it's all right. Haven't you noticed? The sky is filled with clouds today. It's a bit overcast. Will zombies not transform if bitten on a cloudy day? Yu Jing countered. They will still change after being bitten, but at least they won't be scorched by the sun. Is the sun on an overcast day any different? How come I was aware of that? I'm uncertain, which is why I plan to use you for an experiment. Chao Yang shot Su Xianyan a disapproving glance. You should tease someone who is already a bit slow-witted. Yu Jing shot back, Chao Yang. You could just say I'm foolish. Su Xianyan stifled her laughter, nearly doubling over. Chao Yang pointed towards the road ahead. Focus on the path. Su Xianyan waved her hands dismissively. I can't help it. Yu Jing is just too amusing. Irritated, Yu Jing glared at Su Xianyan. You two are teasing me, yet you claim I'm the one being funny. Chao Yang chuckled and turned back. You're not aware. But your sister Su Xianyan has already conducted an experiment. She can now survive in sunlight. However, I'm unsure if you two can achieve the same. The process was perilous, nearly turning her into a zombie in the end. What? Fong Lin and Xiaoru stood up, staring at Chao Yang, while Yu Jing remained composed in her seat. Chao Yang glanced at Yu Jing, noting her surprisingly steady demeanor, despite her often ill-fated predictions. Just as he was about to commend her, Yu Jing abruptly stood up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? Chao Yang swallowed his praise, realizing that Yu Jing's steadiness was merely a result of her slower reactions. The vehicle came to a halt in front of a small restaurant at the edge of town, which led directly into the city. Chao Yang leapt from the car. Observing the sky beginning to brighten, armed with an axe, he swiftly dispatched several zombies, calling out to those still in the vehicle, hasten to clear the zombies. The sun will be out shortly. Zhu Guoxing's truck arrived soon after, and he jumped out wielding a machete. He joined Fong Lin, Yu Jing, and Su Xianyan, forming a trio capable of fending off the undead. Chao Yang dashed into the restaurant, taking down a few more zombies before turning to welcome Xiaoru inside. Zhu Guoxin and the others soon followed suit. After eliminating a few zombies at the entrance and kicking their bodies aside to barricade the door against the approaching horde, Chao Yang retreated into the room. Zhu Guoxin and his companions had already pushed the tables and chairs together, and upon seeing Chao Yang enter, they hurried to close the door, barricading it with their makeshift barriers against the relentless zombies outside. This is a quaint little restaurant on the outskirts of the city, primarily frequented by long-distance drivers. The vegetables and meat within have long since spoiled, yet the rice and flour remain. Zhu Guixing showcases his culinary talent by continuing to roll out noodles. Xiaoyang begins rummaging through his backpack, producing a large bag of cooked sauce and 2 heads of garlic. Yujing gazes intently at Xiaoyang's backpack, while Su Xiuyan, with a playful smile, remarks, "When we were searching for electronics in the small county, Xiaoyang found quite a few treasures." Xiaoyang, I remember you still have 2 cucumbers. Xiaoyang inwardly curses, pondering whether Su Xiuyan is intentionally creating a dilemma for him or simply enjoying the spectacle. Unfortunately, his prowess is not something she can easily manipulate. He effortlessly retrieves 2 cucumbers from his backpack. Yujing's eyes widen in astonishment. How come your cucumbers still have blossoms and thorns? Did you just put them in there? Su Xiuyan, though unaware of how Xiaoyang procured them, is well aware of his capabilities. That knowledge is sufficient. Others need not be privy to it. She quickly exclaims, "You must have picked these yesterday." Xiaoyang hands the cucumbers to Zhu Guixing, stating, "These cucumbers are of excellent quality. They've been stored for 2 days and still have blossoms and thorns." Yujing gazes adoringly at Xiaoyang, proclaiming, "Xiaoyang, you are the best, the most remarkable, the handsomest, dashing, and charming." Xiaoyang raises a hand, interrupting, "Stop. Regardless of what you say, I cannot give you this backpack. I already gave you one last time. Last time you deceived me, that was merely an ordinary backpack. This one is no different, though it contains a few items. Did not Sister Su Xiuyan mention that we passed a vegetable garden in the previous small county and procured some greens?" As he speaks, Xiaoyang pulls out 2 large scallions from his backpack and tosses them to Zhu Guixing. "Slice these scallions for the noodles." Zhu Guixing accepts without question, carrying the cucumbers into the kitchen. Yujing continues to gaze at Xiaoyang, licking her lips. "Xiaoyang, I haven't had meat in ages. Didn't you just finish some intestines a couple of days ago? That's not the same. I crave fresh meat." Xiaoyang shakes his head. "I can't help with that. When we venture out tomorrow to hunt zombies, we can see if anyone has chickens or ducks to trade for." It has been a while since he has seen any piglets. Otherwise, keeping a few fat pigs in storage would be delightful. Slaughter one for a hearty meal. Yujing leans forward, eyeing Xiaoyang's backpack, slightly disappointed when he does not conjure up pork belly. "Xiaoyang, when will you bring back some pork belly? I make the best braised pork." Xiaoyang lights a cigarette. "We need to encounter some pigs first. The ones stored outside have already begun to rot." Yujing blinks. Could there be edible meat in those large cold storage facilities? Xiaoyang gently brushes Su Xiuyan's hair. "I don't know. We shall see when we next encounter one." Sunshine gradually bathes the surroundings, and Xiaoyang steps into the light, extending his arms to welcome the warmth. "Who among you will come first?" Yujing shrinks back slightly, while Fong Lin, saying nothing, reaches out her hand. Xiaoyang grasped Fong Ling's hand, extending just one finger to gently touch the sunlight. "How does it feel?" he inquired. Fong Ling furrowed her brow, responding, "I feel nothing. It seems that exposure to sunlight truly poses no danger." With that, she placed her entire hand under the sun's rays. Xiaoyang was taken aback and swiftly pulled her back, exclaiming, "Did I not tell you? We must proceed gradually. If you expose a large area, you could genuinely transform into a zombie." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Fong Ling's complexion change drastically. "Xiaoyang, I feel terribly unwell," she exclaimed. Chapter 97. Clearing the zombies, Xiaoyang lifted Fong Lin and swiftly entered a nearby room, exclaiming, "No one is to approach the sunlight. No one is to enter." Su Xiuyan was aware of Xiaoyang's secret, that he possessed the ability to neutralize the toxin from sunlight. Furthermore, she understood that his method of detoxification was somewhat private. Although she was uncertain about the origin of the liquid he produced, she was undeniably a benefactor of his abilities. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, he feared that Fong Lin might feel embarrassed, so he hurriedly grasped her knife and stationed himself at the entrance of the room. "Do not worry. I will keep watch at the door." Xiaoyang carried Fong Lin directly into the room, which featured a large round table. With little time to ponder, he gently placed her upon the table and leaned down to bestow a kiss upon her lips. After merely exchanging a couple of droplets of the liquid, he sensed something amiss. Fong Lin's lips were not as feverishly warm as Su Xiuyan's, but rather pleasantly soft and normal. Moreover, he was surprised to find an additional tongue in his mouth. Raising his head, he beheld a pair of misty eyes set within Fong Lin's blooming visage. She wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured, "Brother Chao, do not stop. Kiss me." Xiaoyang, blushing with embarrassment, led Fong Lin out of the room and shot a glare at Su Xiuyan, who pretended to be vigilant with her knife at the doorway. "Is this the method you taught?" Fong Lin lowered her gaze in silence. Su Xiuyan blinked her large eyes, feigning innocence. "What method? What did I teach?" Xiaoyang scoffed. "I shall settle the score with you later." He then seated Fong Lin in a chair and cautioned, "Remember, you may only expose yourself to the sunlight a little each day. Otherwise, you may truly suffer burns, and if you turn into a zombie, no one will be able to save you." Yu Jing, perplexed, gazed at the two. "Then how did you save her just now? What do you mean by save?" "I went in to see if she would turn into a zombie. If she did not, I would bring her out for you to see. If she did, I would simply behead her." Yu Jing stuck out her tongue, while Xiaoru scoffed, "I do not believe it." Xiao Yang produced a knife from his pocket and gestured toward Xiaoru. "If you doubt me, you may test it. Do you think I would hesitate to sever the heads of all of you?" Zhu Guoxing emerged with a bowl of noodles, announcing, "Everyone, come and eat noodles." Xiao Yang approached the window and positioned 2 tables horizontally to block the sunlight. "Did you hear what I said? Exposure to sunlight must be gradual." Zhu Guoxing set down his bowl. "After we finish the noodles, I will be the first to try." Xiao Yang selected a bowl of noodles but suddenly halted, eyeing Zhu Guoxing intently. "By the way, our successful experiment involved a female. Does gender even matter?" Zhu Guoxing cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Yang. "Aren't you a male? Can I be compared to you?" Yu Jing nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is different. He is unlike any normal person. You cannot compare him to others." Xiao Yang regarded Zhu Guoxing with interest. "Do you wish to be the first male subject for the experiment? You would be sacrificing yourself for all of humanity. The entire world would remember you." Zhu Guoxing shook his head vigorously, saying, "No, no, no, I think I'll pass. Let them come. This honor should be bestowed upon other valiant men. I prefer to remain among the protected." After finishing their meal, the sun shone ever more fiercely. Xiao Yang glanced at his watch, noting that it was already past 10 in the morning. The group combined the tables and chairs of the small eatery, preparing to lie down together for a rest. Observing Su Xianyan pulling Fong Lin towards a private room, Xiao Yang hastily called the 2 girls over. Standing by the window, he addressed Fong Lin, "When I go out shortly, seal the window. I will do my utmost to lead the zombies away. If there are any survivors, do not engage with them. Just wait for my return." Fong Lin expressed her concern. "Are you really going to be all right under the sunlight?" Su Xianyan reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, he will be perfectly fine." Shiru nodded in agreement. "Trust me, Brother Xiao Yang will be just fine." Yu Jing chimed in with a laugh. "He is not even human." Xiao Yang grinned at Su Xianyan. "She's just teasing us. I was merely joking with her earlier." Su Xianyan replied with a serious nod. "She is already a bit foolish. Let us not tease her anymore." As Yu Jing began to show signs of agitation, Xiao Yang quickly opened the window and leaped out. He was immediately confronted by 2 zombies, which he swiftly dispatched with 2 well-aimed axe strikes. The zombies' howls alerted others at the front door, who began to run towards him. Xiao Yang turned and fled, intent on drawing the zombies away. Indeed, the zombies pursued him, leaving only a couple behind at the entrance. For those brave enough to confront the undead in this apocalypse, those 2 posed no threat at all. Equipped with a lightweight axe, Xiao Yang found himself adept at dealing with the zombies. He outran them easily. Any that approached would meet their end with a swift blow. Their remains serving as fertilizer for his space. Concerned that Xiaoling and the others might find the sight gruesome, he thoughtfully placed the bodies outside the courtyard wall. With no zombies in sight, he turned back to wait for those that followed, ready to strike down anyone who came too close. Once a horde gathered, he would turn and run again. Thanks to his formidable physical prowess, this strategy was uniquely suited to him. In the small town, the number of zombies was limited, most congregating along the sides of the streets where residential homes and transient truck drivers could be found. During the day, large trucks were typically prohibited from entering the city, so they would often pause here for meals and leisure. After dispatching the last pursuing zombie, Xiao Yang entered a small convenience store. Although modest in size, it was well stocked with essentials. Inside, there was a decent selection of instant noodles and ham sausages, albeit in limited quantities. Crucially, he discovered a storage room in the back, where the visible stock remained untouched, but the inventory within was plentiful, all of which he collected into his space. Having gathered the goods, he proceeded to the next establishment. Though the town was sparsely populated, it offered a variety of shops. Pharmacies, restaurants, and grocery stores were all present, and several alleys still housed residents. The streets were becoming increasingly clear of zombies. Xiao Yang strolled into a household while wielding an axe, in search of any leftover vegetables and fruits in the yards of the residents. He had visited several homes, discovering what little remained. However, one household brought him considerable delight. Although the community had access to running water, this particular residence boasted a hand pump in the backyard. The water supply had long been depleted due to the closure of the water plant, and without electricity, the motors for drawing groundwater were rendered useless. Yet, this home still retained a functional hand pump. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang pumped out a bucket of water, which he intended to store in his space. The water from his space could not be extracted, but this newfound source could be utilized to fill mineral water bottles. The household appeared rather impoverished. Despite having running water indoors, the hand pump in the back remained intact. As he made his way into the house, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Chapter 98. This is braised pork. The sound that echoed was neither human nor that of a zombie. Could it be a mutated zombie? Cautiously, Chaoyang followed the sound as he moved through the front yard, with the noise originating from the rear. The house divided the yard into a front and a back section, which were interconnected through the residence and also had passages on either side. Instead of entering through the house, Chaoyang gradually made his way to the backyard. There was a door leading to the rear, merely secured with a latch. Not locked. Gently, he unfastened the latch and pushed the door open, cautiously peering around the corner of the house. Upon witnessing the scene before him, joy surged within him. The backyard appeared to be a vegetable garden cultivated by the family, now neglected since the onset of the apocalypse. One would expect the vegetables to have withered away, and even the most resilient would be mingled with various weeds. Yet, the ground had been turned over, resembling freshly plowed earth. A gaunt old sow was foraging with a few piglets, presumably in search of something to eat. Chaoyang glanced beyond the backyard wall and then back at his own yard. It was astonishing. Although zombies were scarce, some still roamed nearby. Yet none had come to devour the old sow. Adjacent to the backyard wall stood a pigsty, and it seemed the old sow, driven by hunger, had managed to break through the door. The family had likely fortified the walls and doors to prevent theft, which could explain why zombies could not enter while the sow could not escape. The garden was densely planted, providing ample food for the old sow. However, given her frail appearance, survival was uncertain unless she was discovered soon. As Chaoyang approached slowly, the old sow noticed him, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. She turned to glance at her piglets, raising her head to regard him. Chaoyang produced an ear of corn from his hand, descended the few steps from the house, and offered it to the old sow. Although he could have easily caught her and taken her into his space, he wished to avoid startling her. After all, she could be a future source of braised pork. He could vividly imagine the delight on Yu Jing's face as he presented her with a waist cut of meat for braising. The old sow regarded Chaoyang, not overly frightened, and showed excitement at the offering of the green corn. She eagerly grasped it with her mouth and chewed it in just a couple of bites. Chaoyang, with a flick of his wrist, procured another ear and held it to her. Meanwhile, he gently stroked the bristles on her neck, saying, "Come with me. Otherwise, you will surely starve here. With me, you will have plenty to eat and drink, and you will have the opportunity to reproduce. You shall become the leader of a new generation of pigs. A king among swine. Are you happy? Do you rejoice?" Observing the old sow munching on the corn, Chaoyang smiled. "Your silence indicates agreement. Good. Since you have consented, I shall take you with me." As he caressed the sow's back, he declared, "Come." In an instant, the old sow vanished, and Chaoyang swiftly gathered several piglets into his space before following suit. Upon entering the old space, the previously panicked sow began to survey her surroundings. Yet amidst her alarm, she continued to chew on the corn in her mouth. With a flick of his hand, Chaoyang produced another ear of corn, offering it to the sow while gently stroking the fur on her neck, soothingly assuring her, "Fear not, this is your new home." The courtyard door creaked open, and Xiaoling stepped inside, her face lighting up upon seeing Chaoyang. She dashed over, exclaiming, "You managed to get another old sow." Chaoyang responded with a smile. "Indeed, and I also acquired several piglets. By the way, who among you knows how to feed them?" Xiaoling raised her hands. "I've never fed one. But I've heard they eat anything, so it should be easy, right?" Lin Yuhan followed closely behind, and Xiaoling pointed at her. "She is a doctor. She should know how to feed them." Lin Yuhan chuckled in disbelief. "I've never heard of a doctor being a pig farmer." Xiaoling, with utmost seriousness, retorted, "At the very least, you should know how to care for a sow after giving birth." Lin Yuhan tilted her head, glancing at Xiaoling's abdomen. "I do know how to care for you post-delivery. Regardless, pigs are omnivores and will consume almost anything." The space was devoid of other creatures, but plants were abundant. With some grains already sown, the two women chose not to harvest, allowing them to grow freely. After the peculiar tree sprouted in the quickly maturing small depression, they assumed it was planted by Chaoyang, thus finding an excuse to avoid planting anything there. The trio constructed a pig pen from wood, while Chaoyang exited the space to clean the feeding trough with water before bringing it back inside. As the two women fed the pigs, they listened intently to Chaoyang's tales from the outside world. Lin Yuhan added some food for the pigs and remarked, "Chaoyang, these pigs have been hungry outside for so long. They shouldn't be fed too much at once, right?" Chaoyang scratched his head. "It seems that way. I've heard they could burst from overeating." Xiaoling pointed at Lin Yuhan. "See, she knows. She said you can't feed them too much after they've been hungry for a long time." Lin Yuhan playfully retorted, "Everyone knows that when a person is starving, they shouldn't eat too much at once. Animals are no different. It has nothing to do with being a pig farmer." Chaoyang smiled. "These pigs are too thin. Let us keep them in the courtyard for a few days to gain some weight, before releasing them to grow naturally. You need not overly concern yourselves with whether you can raise pigs. With the pig situation settled, Chao Yang rubbed his hands together. Shouldn't we take a bath now? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuhan blushed, losing her previous bravado. She hastily secured the last wooden plank of the pig pen to the ground, remaining silent as she picked up the hammer and turned to head indoors. Xiaoling pointed at Lin Yuhan's back. Look at her. She is so eager. She doesn't even want to wash up. Embarrassed and irate, Lin Yuhan hurled the heavy hammer, weighing over 10 pounds, towards Xiaoling. Chao Yang was startled. If that hammer struck Xiaoling, it would surely cause a grievous injury. Chapter 99. Little Ling's extraordinary abilities. This iron hammer is quite sizable. I cannot recall when I first stored it in my space, though it must have been used for blacksmithing in the past. The dark, sturdy handle suggests it was frequently wielded by its previous owner. The massive hammerhead signifies its substantial weight. I hastily reached out, grasping it firmly in my hands. The sheer power of the hammer resonated through me, seemingly surpassing my own strength. I could not help but exclaim in irritation, Yuhan, what are you doing? Are you two sisters merely playing around? Why on earth are you wielding a hammer to strike? Lin Yuhan, feeling aggrieved, let out a huff. You're just siding with her. This isn't about taking sides. A hammer of such magnitude, thrown with such force. If it were to strike little Ling, would she come out unscathed? With her hands resting defiantly on her hips, Lin Yuhan retorted, Did you see me hit her? It would be too late if that were the case. Little Ling approached with a cheerful smile. Brother Chaoang, your concern for me brings me great joy. But rest assured, she cannot hit me. Chaoang turned his head. You two find amusement in the space, engaging in playful antics, but you must never toy with such dangerous items. Lin Yuhan huffed again. You don't understand. After entering this space, for reasons unknown, my strength has been growing. I no longer know the extent of my power. She gestured to the stone table in the yard. I can lift it with one hand and toss it 10 meters high, and I can still catch it when it falls. Chaoang gaped. Glancing from the stone table to Lin Yuhan, I know your strength has increased, but could it truly be to such an extent? That surpasses even my own. Lin Yuhan pointed at little Ling. Her abilities have also grown, yet in comparison to mine, she still falls short. Don't you wish to inquire about her enhancement? Feeling a slight stiffness in his neck, Chaoyang turned to little Ling. What abilities have you acquired? With a playful grin, little Ling responded, Watch closely. In an instant, Chaoyang blinked, and little Ling vanished from his sight. He hurriedly scanned the surroundings, only to have a delicate hand cover his eyes, accompanied by a sweet voice. Guess who I am? If you guess correctly, I shall reward you with Yuhan. Chaoyang was not surprised. It was undoubtedly a ruse. Little Ling's speed felt even swifter than the zombie girl he had previously dispatched. Lin Yuhan scoffed. With her speed, could I possibly strike her? And you claim not to favor her. Chaoyang gently removed little Ling's hands from his eyes. When did your speed increase so remarkably? Little Ling giggled as she leapt from behind Chaoyang. I do not know. The chickens we raise at home roam freely in the woods. One time, Yuhan wanted to eat a chicken, and I was speaking of a real one. Lin Yuhan, blushing, lunged to snatch the hammer from Xiaoyang's grasp. He wrapped his arms around her, patting her shoulder in an attempt to soothe the brewing storm. He nodded at little Ling. I understand. Please continue. She was preparing to strike a chicken with a stone, and I told her that a dead chicken would not taste good. She replied that the chicken ran too swiftly for her to catch. So, I went to chase the chicken, and I easily managed to catch one. I have just realized how remarkably swift I can run. Chaoyang stroked his chin, pondering that this is indeed a fortuitous development. In the future, these two shall undoubtedly serve as my esteemed champions. His eyes sparkled with golden excitement as he gazed at the two women. Would you care to venture outside? Xiaoling shook her head. I do not wish to. The outside world is now infested with zombies. What is there to explore? Li Yuhan sighed. I share the same sentiment. Chaoyang embraced Li Yuhan, effortlessly lifting Xiaoling in his arms, one woman in each embrace. As he strolled towards the living room, chuckling, I know you both are considering my feelings, but whatever you wish or do not wish, if you desire to go out, we shall do so. I am contemplating taking you both out soon. However, let us avoid contact with others. This world is riddled with unsolvable mysteries. And when the old man unravels these enigmas, it will be your moment to bask in the light of day once more. Xiaoling wrapped her arms around Chaoyang's neck. You have never regarded me with disdain. Xiaoling shall forever be yours. Even if one day you grow weary of me, I shall remain by your side, a devoted caretaker, unable to be driven away. Chaoyang felt a surge of emotion. Lowering his head to place a tender kiss upon her, how fortunate I am to have married such a youthful, enchanting, and whimsical young lady. I shall never permit you to leave my side. The trio embraced as they entered the living room, where Lin Yuhan leaned closer to Chaoyang, whispering, My life is yours to command. You may take it whenever you desire. Chaoyang laughed. What would I want with your life? but perhaps I may grant you a reprieve later. Li Yuhan, blushing, began to struggle, and with a determined effort, she freed herself from Chao Yang's grasp. In the process, she inadvertently pushed him, causing him to stagger slightly. Xiaoling, who had been cradled in his arms, jumped down. Well done, husband. Look at you. Now that you possess strength, you have begun to resist, and even strike back. Lin Yuhan flushed with embarrassment. I did not mean to. Xiaoling pointed at Lin Yuhan. Look how you nearly toppled my husband. You truly have a bold spirit. She turned to Chao Yang. Did she injure you in any way? This audacious little minx dares to act so brazenly before her master. Come. Acknowledge your mistake and kneel to sing your submission. Chao Yang laughed heartily as he observed Lin Yuhan's pouty, wide-eyed expression. He pulled her back into his embrace. A day apart feels as though 3 autumns have passed. What I desire most right now is to be here, resting. For the sleep here is the sweetest and most peaceful. He had intended to head to the bedroom, but suddenly remembered that he had yet to adjust his watch. Glancing at the bookshelf, he halted. Have you two tampered with the printer that appeared in the space? Xiaoling nodded. After you left last time, we discovered it. But it lacks buttons. Is this paper yours? How did you print it? What paper? What printing? Lin Yuhan inquired with curiosity. Chapter 100. Reflections of Chao Yang. As the afternoon sun began its descent towards the western horizon, a veil of clouds lingered in the sky, casting a somewhat somber tone over the day. Yet, the latter part of the afternoon brightened, revealing a glimmer of hope amidst the gloom. However, observing the dense clouds in the distance, it was evident that rain would likely grace the morrow. The sun, slanting low in the sky, illuminated the clouds with a golden hue, rendering the heavens even more resplendent. Chao Yang wandered alone down the street, having meticulously cleared the area of the undead. The surroundings exuded a serene tranquility, reminiscent of a time before the apocalypse, save for the lingering scent of blood. It felt as though the very ground beneath him could engulf everything. Every zombie he had cast into that space was devoured by it like a monstrous entity. Casting his gaze around, Chao Yang was overcome with nostalgia. Had the world not succumbed to chaos, this place would have thrived with bustling activity. Would the inhabitants of the nearby house, perhaps, be calling their children in for dinner? Were the trucks nearby preparing to set forth? In many cities, due to the congestion during the day, large vehicles could only enter at night, and these trucks might be gearing up to make their entrance. Some would unload their cargo here, allowing smaller trucks from the city to take over. Perhaps, at this moment, they were contemplating a turnabout, ready to depart. Outside a restaurant, 2 tables lay abandoned, their surfaces marred by neglect and the relentless passage of time. Once, this could have been a lively barbecue stall where a group of friends gathered. Just as he had before the world fell apart, enjoying cold beers and sharing tales from all corners of life, the words of Commander Li rang true. He was indeed a man of the North, where the joys of grilled delicacies, savory sauces, and frothy ale constituted the pinnacle of happiness. While the North may not boast the economic prosperity of the South, it is not shrouded in the same indifference. In the North, a few souls could unite over drinks, and even strangers would share a toast. He recalled the day before the world changed, when he had sat beside a fellow reveler, boasting of his wealth, claiming to change cars weekly. The other, incensed by his bravado, retorted with tales of his own grand estate. In the dead of night, after a brief visit to the restroom, he had found himself disoriented, lost in the familiar surroundings. The charming young man had pointed at him, urging him to continue his boasting. He had admitted to his exaggerations, countering with a jest about changing wives as frequently as he changed cars. Oh, how he yearned for those days. Yet, were he offered the chance to return to that time, he would embrace it without hesitation. But what of the women in his life? Could they accompany him back? Would they remember him upon their return? Or would he be but a stranger to them? Before the apocalypse, these women had seemed unattainable. Even Xiaoling would likely dismiss him with a disdainful glance, striding away with an air of superiority. Such a stunning doctor would only be encountered during a surgical procedure, let alone the likes of Fong Lin and Su Xianyan. Each seemingly worlds apart from a man like him. Chao Yang halted his steps, squinting at the setting sun, lost in thought as he stood there for an extended period. Upon returning to the quaint little restaurant, the first to notice something amiss with Chao Yang was his companion, Su Xianyan. She settled beside him and grasped his hand, inquiring, "What troubles you?" Chao Yang mustered a faint smile, replying, "It's nothing. The zombies outside have been cleared away. Once the sun sets and darkness envelopes us, we shall embark. This time, we can take 3 vehicles, filling the 2 supply trucks to the brim." Su Xianyan gently shook her head. "I can see that something is wrong. You saved my life when you brought me back. Although we are now united as husband and wife, that debt of life can never be repaid. Do you understand my meaning? Is there anything you are concealing from me?" Chao Yang opened his mouth to speak, but Su Xianyan placed a finger on his lips. "I don't require you to share that which cannot be spoken. I merely wish to see the vibrant, indomitable Chao Yang, rather than one consumed by gloom and heavy thoughts. So, whatever is weighing on your heart, please share it with me. Xiao Yang clasped his hands together. Resting them on his brow, may I pose a question? Su Xianyin nodded earnestly. You may ask anything. Even whether I have watched adult films, I will tell you. Xiao Yang gazed at her delicate and graceful visage. If, hypothetically, there were no apocalypse, no calamities, would you find yourself drawn to me? Su Xianyin contemplated seriously before shaking her head. Given the paths our lives have taken, it is unlikely we would have crossed paths. Even if we did, our differing stations in life would prevent us from coming together. Xiao Yang rested his face in his hands, confirming his thoughts. Su Xianyin leaned closer. What are you pondering? Is it possible for us to return to the past? At some point, Fong Lin had taken a seat at the table. We all met here from various corners of the world, not just you and Su Xianyin, but our lives may never have intertwined otherwise. Had we returned to the past, each of us might never have crossed paths. If I were to retain the memories of this life and return to the past, my first act would be to seek you out. Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to Fong Lin. Thank you. Yu Jing also approached. I would seek you out as well. I would take you on a tour of our university and tell them that I am notoriously known as the harbinger of doom during the apocalypse. Xiao Ru, what about you? Xiao Ru, who had just sat down, sighed. The sands of time cannot be reversed. Even if we could return to the past, those memories might not exist. However, if they did, I would certainly study diligently and refrain from indulging in so many snacks that would ruin my health. Yu Jing, with utmost seriousness, looked at Xiao Yang. Well then, we have all spoken. Now, grant us the chance to carry our memories back to the past. Chapter 101. The ancestors of the apocalypse. The sun had completely set, casting a dim pallor over the surroundings due to the overcast sky. The group began to disperse, with the frail Xiaoru accompanied by the least formidable Yu Jing to guard the supplies. Su Xuanyin and Zhu Guosheng, both skilled drivers, set out to primarily search for large trucks, while Xiao Yang led Fong Lin in a quest for useful provisions. They packed anything deemed beneficial into boxes, with the meticulous Fong Lin labeling each item with a marker. Xiao Yang's previously battered truck was in disrepair, but the group managed to find 2 suitable large trucks and commenced loading the cargo. They toiled until the late hours of the night. Even with the assistance of tools and forklifts, everyone was exhausted except for Xiao Yang. After finally completing the loading of 2 trucks, they had to abandon some items due to lack of space. Fong Lin curiously remarked, "Isn't this the route taken by Dr. Zhou? Why has this small town not been plundered?" The others straightened up and looked at Xiao Yang, who responded with a wry smile, "I am as perplexed as you are." Su Xuanyin pondered aloud. If I am not mistaken, they likely took the highway, appearing to be in a hurry. Their route may have bypassed this area entirely. Xiaoru nodded in agreement. They might have traveled south while we approached from the north. Yu Jing chimed in. Xiao Yang, you truly have remarkable luck. Xiaoru glanced at Xiao Yang and whispered, "The child of destiny." Although her voice was soft, Xiao Yang, with keen hearing, caught her words and shook his head. If anyone can be called the child of destiny, it would be Yu Jing. Whatever she wishes seems to come true, yet she denies her own fortune. Yu Jing waved her hand dismissively, but my good wishes never seem to materialize. I yearn to return to the days of indulgence and leisure, rather than endure this arduous existence. Xiao Yang chuckled. Perhaps your aspirations are too grand. Try wishing for something smaller, that might yield success. I am thirsty now. I desire water, Yu Jing declared. Xiao Yang pointed to the boxes of mineral water. Isn't there plenty? Go and help yourself. No, I want well water. I also wish to bathe. Even in my ignorance, I would never squander bottled water on bathing. Xiao Yang looked at Xiaoru and remarked, "Do you still think she isn't the child of destiny? I just happened upon a well nearby. Let us go. Not only can we enjoy the sweet well water, but we can also take a bath." The well water gushed forth as they drew it up. Xiaoru turned to Yu Jing and suggested, "From now on, make wishes that are within reach, so that we can all enjoy a better life." Yu Jing nodded vigorously. If that were the case, I would be the mouth of a magpie. The rustic farmhouse comprised 2 bedrooms, a central hall, and 2 small rooms adjacent to the main house, one serving as a kitchen and the other as a storage room. Alas, the storage room had little wood left, and although the household had begun using gas, the gas cylinder was empty. The group gathered some wood and ignited a fire in the kitchen. Remarkably, the old stove not only ignited but burned quite well. As Xiaoru gazed at the 2 chickens and 2 geese that Xiao Yang had brought back, she cast him a deep, appreciative glance. She understood that Xiao Yang had brought it back to nourish her health. Xiao Yang waved his hand and said to Zhu Guosheng, "No need for thanks, just focus on stewing it, and let everyone enjoy a hearty meal." Yu Jing lifted a plump hen and exclaimed, "This chicken is so fat." Xiao Yang thought to himself, how could it not be fat? This is a free-range chicken from my space. Thanks to the rapid reproduction in his space, there were now hundreds of them. It is commonly said that chickens and ducks grow plump by eating small insects and fish. But there were no insects in the fields outside his space, and he couldn't comprehend how the plants defied the laws of nature. However, this was not something Chao Yang needed to ponder at the moment. Watching Zhu Guosheng excitedly plucking the chicken feathers, he turned back to the women, bewildered. Are you all still women? Is there not one among you who can cook? How has the world turned upside down, with men doing all the cooking? Xiaoru blushed slightly and replied, when I was young, my brother took care of me, and I promised to learn how to cook properly. Yu Jing scratched her head. At home, it was always my parents who cooked. I only focused on my studies. After entering university, I relied on takeout, and when I returned home, my parents wouldn't let me cook. There was no place to do it at university either. Fong Lin shook her head and said haughtily, my task is to protect you, not to cook. Chao Yang chuckled, do I really need your protection? Fong Lin lowered her head slightly, not really. But that is how I see it. Chao Yang rubbed his nose, if you don't want to cook, then don't. No one is forcing you. Why do you need to concoct such a grandiose excuse? Fong Lin nodded seriously, exactly, I want a noble reason. Everyone had expressed their thoughts and turned to Su Xianyan, who looked back at them and said, what are you looking at me for? I am a renowned scientist and a top student. How many top students know how to cook? But I am an exception, I can fry an egg. Suddenly remembering, she shouted, Brother Zhu, don't kill the hen. We need it for eggs. Chao Yang also called out, Old Shu, the hen must be chopped. Su Xianyan raised her chin defiantly, chop it if you must. I simply won't fry eggs anymore. However, principles cannot be compromised. We top students do not cook. If you're capable, then don't eat. Chao Yang sighed and walked towards the kitchen. You are all ancestors. Zhu Guosheng, seeing Chao Yang enter, quickly said, Chao Yang, you are destined for great things. So don't get involved. Chao Yang picked up a cleaver. What great things? You are a top hacker and an advanced engineer. I merely graduated from a third-rate university and became a business manager. The smoke from my ancestors' graves is already rising thick. In this apocalypse, women still don't know how to cook. Just wait and see how I deal with them. Yu Jing suddenly produced a playing card from somewhere. Let us play a game of cards. The loser has to play truth or dare. Who dares? Soon, the room was filled with laughter. Though it was solely the laughter of women. In the kitchen, Chao Yang and Zhu Guosheng were bustling about, cooking with great enthusiasm. Just as they finished blanching the chopped chicken and placed it into the pot to stew, Chao Yang grabbed 2 cucumbers and began to smash them with his knife. Yu Jing entered, her head lowered as she approached Chao Yang from behind, then raised her head to say, Chao Yang. Chao Yang turned his head and asked, what is it? Yu Jing suddenly spread her arms wide and exclaimed, Chao Yang, I love you, just as a mouse loves rice. Chapter 102. The unconventional Yu Jing. Chao Yang cast a glance at Yu Jing and inquired, what is the matter? Did you lose again? Yu Jing nodded emphatically. I will definitely win back in the next round. As she spoke, she hurried back into the house. Zhu Guosheng chuckled, next time, it should be Fong Lin. Chao Yang shook his head. These two are truly foolish. Playing poker against 2 highly intelligent opponents, and even teaming up with them. It's a miracle they haven't lost more. The meal was already prepared, and Zhu Guosheng, holding a bowl of rice, was about to enter the room when he saw Yu Jing rushing into the kitchen. Where's Chao Yang? She asked. In the backyard, he replied. He mentioned there were some vegetables planted in the adjacent yard, and he went to pull a couple of green onions. Yu Jing turned and dashed toward the backyard. The backyard was deserted. The sky was overcast, devoid of moonlight, and the darkness enveloped the surroundings, causing Yu Jing to feel a twinge of fear. She took a couple of steps down and whispered, Chao Yang. The house's design included several steps leading to the backyard, as rural construction typically favored an elevated foundation, making the garden a few steps lower. Having grown up in the city, Yu Jing was unfamiliar with rural life. As she ventured a few steps further, her foot slipped, and with a startled cry, she fell. A strong hand reached out to catch her, and Yu Jing found herself tumbling into Chao Yang's embrace. She heard his voice near her ear. What are you up to this time? Did you lose a dare and decide to explore this little village at night? The darkness was thick, obscuring his face, and Yu Jing felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, undoubtedly crimson from embarrassment. No, I came to find you. Can you help me up? Chao Yang quickly steadied her, acutely aware of the softness of her form, realizing he had made contact inappropriately. What is the matter? Do you need something? He asked. And no, it's nothing, she stammered. Then let us go inside and eat. Although the adjacent yard isn't tended, the onions are still thriving. I managed to pull a couple. As Yu Jing followed Chao Yang back to the house, she discreetly rubbed her arm, irritated by his strong grip. However, she paused, lowering her head and remaining silent, lost in her thoughts. Inside the eastern room, everyone had already cleared the poker cards from the table, and several dishes had been brought out, a large plate of chicken, potatoes stewed with goose, cucumber salad, and fried peanuts. Su Xianyan remarked, "Why do these dishes feel like we've ventured into the northeast?" Chao Yang entered. "Having food is good enough. Why complain about its origin? This is all I can cook. If you want local dishes, you can make them yourself. I have no idea how to prepare the pickled beans or sauerkraut." Su Xianyan shook her head. "I can't cook either. I just enjoy eating." She lifted her head. "Isn't that right, Xiaojing? We both share a love for food." Xiaojing blushed and nodded. Su Xianyan regarded Xiaojing with curiosity. Glancing at Chao Yang, "Something seems off. Xiaojing went to find you, and now she's come back looking different. What did you two do?" Chao Yang turned to Yujing. "She almost fell just now. Could that have frightened her?" Xiaoru reached out and pulled Yujing to sit beside her. "What's wrong with you?" "It was merely a matter of you confessing your feelings to Chao Yang. I noticed your cheerful demeanor as you left. Yet you returned in such a drastically different state." Yujing blushed. "What do you mean by that? What state have I returned in? I simply couldn't find him earlier. And who knew there was a step in the backyard? It startled me when I nearly tripped." Su Xianyan glanced back at Fong Lin, shaking her head. No, this doesn't seem like mere fright. It resembles the awakening of youthful affection." Fong Lin nodded in agreement. Yujing is quite unique. She had never dated anyone before university. Yujing quickly lifted her head. "Who claimed that?" "I said I have been in a relationship. We were indeed close. Spending every day together, walking and playing." "Did you ever share a bed?" Su Xianyan teased with a smile. Yujing shot her a glare. "Unlike you. We engaged in a spiritual romance." Chao Yang placed the clean scallions on the table. "If one wishes to indulge in romance, one must return to the days before the apocalypse. There simply isn't time for such luxuries now. By the way, does anyone fancy eating scallions raw?" Everyone in the room shook their heads in unison, with Xiaoru expressing her disdain. "Eating them raw is far too spicy and pungent." Chao Yang chuckled, shaking his head. "That's precisely the flavor I relish. However, it is indeed impractical to consume them while working. Others would certainly complain. This is a treat to be savored alone at home." Glancing at Zhu Guoxin beside him, he remarked, "If I take a bite of this scallion, we must share a bed. Do not turn your nose up at me." Zhu Guoxin quickly replied, "I would never." Chao Yang snapped the scallion in half. "If you do find it distasteful, you can sleep in the small woodshed nearby." Zhu Guoxin looked at Chao Yang's hand breaking the scallion and laughed. "I shall sleep in the vehicle, keeping an eye on the supplies." Chao Yang pointed at Zhu Guoxin and laughed heartily. "Hypocrite. You are clearly disdainful yet too shy to admit it. No worries. Once I finish my meal, I will sleep in the car. Otherwise, I barely get any rest and cannot sleep indoors." "That's unnecessary," Zhu Guoxin began to protest politely. But Chao Yang waved his hand dismissively, interrupting, "Do not argue with me. Someone must keep watch outside. You are not capable. If trouble arises, you would struggle to defend yourself. My combat prowess exceeds yours." As he spoke, he dipped the scallion into the sauce nearby, took a hearty bite, and nodded. "Delicious. This scallion is truly delightful. Better than the ones from Northeast China. I've been craving this for ages, though I do wish I had some of that Northeast sauce." Su Xianyan curiously picked up the half scallion that Chao Yang had broken. "Is it really that tasty?" She took a small bite, then immediately set it down and quickly stuffed a mouthful of rice instead. Yujing reached out to break off a small piece. "Let me try too." Meanwhile, Fong Lin simply grabbed a whole scallion and took a large bite. Xiao Ru's eyes widened in surprise. "What on earth are you all doing? Am I still allowed to take a nap tonight?" She was genuinely anxious, speaking in a hurried manner, abandoning her usual speech. Chapter 103. Yearning is an incurable affliction. Chao Yang returned to the RV not for slumber. Having already indulged in enough rest within the confines of his space during the day, perched upon a stone beside the vehicle, he gazed inward. Observing that the two women had finished feeding the pigs, the mother sow lay comfortably atop a mound of straw arranged by Xiao Ling, soundly asleep, while several piglets busily nudged her belly. Lin Yuhan and Xiao Ling sat on a stone bench outside, engaged in what seemed an animated conversation. Chao Yang's mind lingered on the paper from the printer, which had appeared inexplicably. The two women were adamant that no such paper existed prior to his return. Though the few words inscribed upon it were scant, they stirred an unprecedented excitement among the trio. Upon first seeing the handwriting, Chao Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, a note beneath shattered his reverie. He flicked away the cigarette, but in his hand, its ember traced an arc before falling to the ground. Chao Yang stared blankly at the flickering remnant, his thoughts tumultuous. He harbored no grand ambitions of saving the world. Yet his elderly mother had not been afforded the filial piety she deserved. Covering his face with his hands, he began to long for his family. This yearning surged forth like a dam bursting, overwhelming and relentless. Waves of anguish crashed upon his heart, leaving him at a loss. It was the first time since the apocalypse that he felt such profound sorrow. Only in loss does one recognize true value. It was only amidst the collapse of civilization that he comprehended the preciousness of peace. Better to be a dog in tranquil times than a man amidst chaos. The ancients did not deceive me. A light footfall approached, and a woman seated herself beside Chao Yang, gently caressing his hair. Do you still find yourself entangled in thoughts? She inquired. Chao Yang remained motionless, his face buried in his hands, while she continued to tenderly stroke his head. Do you realize? Since the onset of the apocalypse, each of us has endured hardships previously unknown. Every individual bears a tale of blood and tears. Only the architect of this calamity may find some semblance of ease. Her gentle touch suddenly ceased. You know, before my father passed, he cried out to me with all his might. Run, live well. Each night, I seem to hear his voice, and I cannot help but wake in tears. Yet, I have etched those words into my memory. A pause ensued, as if she were making a momentous decision. In truth, after my brother was bitten by a zombie, he screamed for me to save him. Between reason and emotion, I chose the former. I may hear his cries for help echoing in my mind for a lifetime, but I understand that responding would mean our mutual demise. How tragic. Is it not? Yet, if he watches over me from beyond, he surely would not blame me. However, if we were to perish together, he would undoubtedly resent me. A long sigh escaped her lips, as if her confession had released a burden from her heart. When I first laid eyes on you, your resolute courage inspired me. I decided then that if you would not scorn me as a mere follower, I would stay by your side for eternity. Xian Yin was right. This turmoil is not your nature. Something significant must have transpired. Yes? This predicament leaves you in a quandary. Should you abandon us? Or continue bearing the burden of our presence? Chao Yang slowly raised his head, and Fong Lin observed the glistening tears welling in his eyes. She extended her arms, drawing Chao Yang tightly into her embrace. Chao Yang, do not torment yourself. Seeing you weep shatters my heart. If our presence truly burdens you, I shall depart tomorrow and strive to forget you. How absurd. Chao Yang struggled to extricate his head from Fong Lin's embrace. My turmoil does not stem from the desire to leave you behind. Rather, I am preoccupied with my own thoughts. I miss my mother. He tenderly caressed Fong Lin's face. In this apocalyptic world, each family bears a tale of sorrow and bloodshed. I have only ever considered my own plight, never contemplating your feelings. I sincerely apologize for that. I am truly sorry. Fong Lin nestled her head against Chao Yang's chest. As you mentioned, every individual possesses their own narrative of grief. Have you not also lost loved ones? Chao Yang gently stroked Fong Lin's silky hair, freshly washed and smooth. You speak of wishing to turn back time, to return to the past. However, the consequence would be that I would remember you, while you would forget me, resulting in my eternal loss of you. How would you choose in such a scenario? Fong Lin lifted her gaze, staring blankly at Chao Yang. Are you suggesting we could return to the past? Chao Yang nodded. Indeed, in that case, you would reunite with your parents and see your deceased brother, yet you would forget me. Our lives would intersect no longer. This choice is yours to make. Which path would you select? Fong Lin stared at Chao Yang, seemingly lost in thought for an eternity. I do not know. I truly do not know. At that moment, a sigh echoed nearby. No one can make such a choice, unless it bears no relevance to you. Chao Yang. I cannot decide either. Chao Yang turned his head, exhaling a long sigh. Thus, there is no need for you two to persuade me. I merely wish to reflect on my family. I have nothing pressing. Simply sitting here in quiet contemplation. At that instant, another voice chimed in. See, I told you he was thinking of you. Chapter 104. The Dilemma of Many Initially. It was merely Chao Yang sitting alone in contemplation, but now he found himself accompanied by 4 women, all ensnared in their own webs of uncertainty. Perhaps only Xiao Ru was less troubled, yet she too settled down, gazing skyward. This matter is indeed difficult to decide. Yu Jing, glancing at Xiao Ru, remarked, their entanglement arises from their reluctance to part with Chao Yang. Do you not feel the same? Xiao Ru shook her head. I have no intention of competing with you. My conflict lies in the notion of relinquishing this memory. If I were to forget, I would revert to that rebellious girl, living a life of reckless abandon. Xiao Ru stared at the dim sky, as if she could glimpse her past. My health would gradually deteriorate. Every word my parents uttered, I would defy. My brother indulged me, secretly providing me with money. However, the consequence would be a swift decline of my well-being. I would venture outside to revel with those spirited youths. What revelry? Your words are quite harsh. I too indulged in such escapades. I even secretly smoked a cigarette once. Xiao Ru smirked. That was merely youthful curiosity. You were different from me. You know? Before the apocalypse, I was preparing to get a tattoo, to pierce my ears, my tongue, and... Yu Jing blinked. What else were you going to pierce? Why did you stop? To pierce you, you groundhog. Xiao Ru sighed deeply. I do not wish to forget this memory. It has significantly contributed to my growth and maturity. If I were to erase it, I would revert to that carefree girl. Yet, If I do not forget, I will never see my parents again, nor receive their affection. I truly long to meet them and express my apologies. Sincerely, from the depths of my heart. As she spoke, her voice trembled. And Yu Jing embraced her shoulder. Do not cry. Let us refrain from tears. I, too, yearn for my family. It is all Chao Yang's fault for suggesting he could return to the past, as if it were truly possible, leading us into this turmoil. I do not wish to forget my experiences with him, yet I also long for my parents. Chao Yang abruptly wiped his face. Having made a decision, I merely miss my loved ones. I did not anticipate you would take it so seriously. Do I possess such extraordinary power to alter the world? If I truly had such ability, I would have long ago ushered in global peace. Xiao Ru retrieved 3 coins from her pocket and cast them onto the ground. Yu Jing reached out to grasp Xiao Ru, but failed. Do you think you can manage? Your health is so fragile, yet you wish to divine. Xiao Ru gazed at the 3 coins lying askew on the ground, staring blankly for a long time, her stiff neck turning to look at Xiao Yang. His heart raced. Could it be? Xiao Ru seemed to possess an uncanny insight. In the darkness, they could not see clearly, but Xiao Yang discerned the sorrowful depth in Xiao Ru's eyes. As if she had already glimpsed into his soul. Since you have already tested it, can you speak of it? Never mind. Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Yu Jing felt an itch of curiosity, yet worried Xiao Ru might succumb to her ailment once more. Just keep it to yourself, as I do. Seal your lips and speak less. Guide us along the correct path, and that will suffice. Xiao Ru remained silent, gazing at Chao Yang, who slowly shook his head. Chao Yang, you must be cautious before undertaking any endeavor. Have you truly considered your actions? Chao Yang grinned. Do you not see that your brother Chao Yang approaches everything with decisiveness? Thus, when I make a decision, I will follow through. No one and nothing can alter my course. Su Xianyan seemed to sense something, suddenly coming to her senses and clinging to Chao Yang's waist. I refuse to forget you. Yu Jing's eyes widened as she looked at Chao Yang. Can you truly reverse the course of fate? Return to the past? Please do not say such things, for then we would all forget you, and I do not wish to lose memories of you. A tear streamed down Fong Lin's cheek. Chao Yang, do you comprehend the agony such actions would bring you? The one you love would be by your side. Yet she would neither recognize you nor hold you dear. Yet, deep within, you would remember how profoundly she once loved you, how deeply you both cherished one another. Chao Yang chuckled softly. I truly should not jest with you all. Firstly, I am not a deity, and such powers are beyond me. Secondly, I have no desire to forget you, for I am rather selfish and would not willingly bear the pain alone. Su Xianyan, with tear-filled eyes, implored Chao Yang. Promise me, if you truly possess such ability, you must tell us. Chao Yang patted Su Xianyan's shoulder. What are you saying? Do you truly see me as some sort of god? Relenting at the sight of Su Xianyan's pleading gaze, Chao Yang softened. I promise you. Though I do not waver in my actions, this matter is indeed significant. If I were to possess such ability, I would share it with you all. Now, do not dwell on this any longer. Return to your rooms and rest. I, Chao Yang, keep my word, and if it is true, I shall inform you. Xiao Ru picked up the 3 copper coins from the ground and placed them in her pocket, letting out a long sigh. No one can change another. And even if one could alter the heavens, one could not change the thoughts of humankind. Rising unsteadily, she made her way back inside. Appearing not as a youthful maiden, but rather like an elderly soul. Yu Jing opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. She turned to Chao Yang. You have that ability, do you not? Chao Yang shook his head. I do not. At that moment, a clear voice interjected. Even if you did, you truly cannot do so at this time. Chapter 105. Are you joking? Chao Yang raised his head and beheld Zhu Guoxing, who appeared almost ethereal. What do you mean? Zhu Guoxing extended his hand toward Chao Yang. Hand me a cigarette. Chao Yang retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it directly into Zhu Guoxing's palm. Zhu Guoxing extracted one, placing it between his lips. As Chao Yang flicked the lighter in his hand, Zhu Guoxing leaned in to ignite the cigarette. Chao Yang, let us converse. If you possess the ability to return to the past, have you ever contemplated it? Upon returning, we would inevitably revisit the inception of the apocalypse. The end of the world would still transpire, and we would be trapped in a cycle anew. For we remain oblivious to whether this virus is a result of human malice or divine intent. Is it the sun's rays that transform humanity into zombies, or, as you once suggested, is there a deliberate release of the virus? Chao Yang blinked. Are you implying a cycle? I am not referring to a cycle, Zhu Guoxing clarified. I mean, if this calamity were orchestrated by humans, those individuals returning to the past would also lose this memory. Even if they did not forget, they would undoubtedly seek to relive their actions. At that juncture, we cannot ascertain whether our situation would improve or worsen. Should evolved zombies begin to emerge in droves, humanity would be devoid of hope. I understand. Chao Yang nodded. Zhu Guoxing took a deep drag from his cigarette. Chao Yang, if you truly possess that capability, we must unearth the true culprits. Once you discover their identities, you must devise a strategy to eliminate them before the apocalypse. For that is the only way to ensure the survival of humanity. Chaoyang chuckled and shook his head. If I could indeed return to the past, I would merely be an inconspicuous nobody. How could I possibly know such influential figures? Zhu Guoxing pointed to his own head. I am a sophisticated hacker. He then gestured towards Su Xianyan. Her talents are beyond question. If the two of us were to impart our knowledge to you, what would ensue? The past version of you could effortlessly infiltrate their computers or even breach the World Bank to amass significant wealth, subsequently confronting them directly. Chaoyang gazed at Su Xianyan, who had lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes still glistening with tears, yet beginning to shimmer with determination. Upon noticing Chaoyang's gaze, Su Xianyan nodded vigorously. Chaoyang then glanced at Fong Lin, who shook her head with tear-filled eyes. Chaoyang laughed, pointing at Zhu Guoxing and then at Su Xianyan. Are you two jesting? You are both prodigies, while I am but a mediocre student. You might as well ask ancient people to solve a quadratic equation. This jest is hardly amusing. I might perish in the apocalypse without ever mastering your skills. Chaoyang produced another pack of cigarettes from his pocket, breaking the seal. Furthermore, I merely miss my family and ponder how splendid it would be to return to the time before the apocalypse. I was merely jesting with Fong Lin. And yet you all surfaced. Chaoyang lit the cigarette in his hand. However, one thing you said rings true. Damn it. They have deliberately unleashed the virus, endangering our families. Everyone perished. Why should they indulge in a life of luxury while we struggle to survive? I may lack other skills, but I can certainly take a life. If they refuse to allow us to thrive, they shall not enjoy their lives either. I have resolved to disrupt their machinations. The following day, as anticipated, the sky began to drizzle with a fine rain. Such weather rendered any efforts to scavenge for supplies futile, even in combat. The conditions easily led to mistakes. It remained uncertain whether Chaoyang's explanation had fallen on deaf ears or if Zhu Guoxing had conveyed something to Su Xianyan. As the morning unfolded, Su Xianyan had seized Chaoyang and dragged him into the house. After Zhu Guoxing prepared the meal, he set it on the table, with several women assisting in the process. Zhu Guoxing glanced at the closed door, inquiring, "Is she not out yet?" No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, revealing Su Xianyan. "How did it go?" Yu Jing asked, her face alight with curiosity. Su Xianyan offered no response, her expression as cold as ice. And she seated herself at the table. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, she slammed them down in frustration, fixing her gaze on Chaoyang, who emerged looking innocent. "I have never encountered anyone more foolish than you. Even a pig could manage this simple task." Chaoyang nodded. "I know you can handle it. Even pigs are smarter than you. I know you're more intelligent than I am." After a morning of effort, Zhu Guoxing had completely lost faith in Chaoyang. For the first time, he began to question his sister's judgment. Perhaps she had indeed made a grave error. It appeared that some individuals were truly only suited for physical pursuits and not for intellectual endeavors. Even Su Xianyan, Chaoyang's wife, was driven to the brink of madness, trying to impart some hacking knowledge. Observing Chaoyang's demeanor, it seemed he too was on the verge of losing his temper. Zhu Guoxing silently rejoiced at not having undertaken such an experiment himself. He feared that, in a fit of madness, Chaoyang might attempt to assist him with his troubles. If he suddenly found his mind and body at odds, no words would suffice to rectify the situation. Henceforth, it would be better to teach elementary students rather than engage with this brute. After all, human lives in this world held little value, and provoking someone unnecessarily was not worth the risk. The convoy did not enter the city, for their supplies were sufficient, and there was no space for more. 2 large trucks and a recreational vehicle set off in a grand procession. Initially, Chaoyang intended to abandon the RV, but unexpectedly, Xiao Ru, a girl who seldom drove, proved to be far more adept than Fong Lin and Yu Jing, even expressing a fondness for driving. Fong Lin and Yu Jing, the notorious road warriors and nightmares of driving schools, took it upon themselves to instruct Xiao Ru behind the wheel. Leading the charge was Chaoyang in the truck, while Su Xianyan, who had been driving the RV, was relegated to the truck. It was evident that Su Xianyan was indeed a skilled driver, handling the truck with remarkable steadiness. Chaoyang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, unfurled a map. "You unfortunate conductors, unaware of where this death train is headed. Yet, following its trajectory, it must traverse this mountain, a branch of Mount Ame." Su Xianyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, if they harbor any secrets, the location should be there. For there is no road ahead. Chaoyang tossed the cigarette, but out the window. The route Dr. Zhou took is also outlined here. It appears she chose a shortcut. However, judging by her path, she likely exited the highway here to take a shorter route. But we shall deliberately avoid the shortcut and stick to the highway. Su Xianyan curled her lips in disdain. "You've acquired 2 such large vehicles yet choose to traverse narrow paths. If you can manage that, So be it. Chao Yang lifted his gaze, retorting, do not presume that just because you have taken on the role of the matriarch, you can treat me, the master, with disrespect. Be wary, for tonight I may impose a punishment upon you, compelling you to kneel and sing conquer throughout the night. Chapter 106. Who was driving? As midnight approached, Chao Yang glanced at his watch. Just 10 more minutes, and we shall find a place to rest. I'm not tired. I know you're not. But Xiaoru might not hold up. What about Fong Lin and Yu Jing? Chao Yang cast a wary glance at Su Xianyan. I am concerned about their driving. We've managed to gather some supplies for our vehicle, and I would hate to see them all wasted. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed in the rearview mirror the RV behind them had activated its hazard lights, followed by the windshield wipers beginning to swipe vigorously. Chao Yang quickly leaned out, observing that the vehicle was still tailing them at a rapid pace, and he urgently called out to Su Xianyan, slow down gradually. It seems there's an issue with the vehicle behind us, but for heaven's sake, do not slam on the brakes. Su Xianyan began to decelerate. I have an A1 license and have raced before. I know how to handle any vehicle, of course. I understand that sudden braking could lead to a rollover, but I am not driving fast. It's not about your driving skills. I'm worried that if you brake suddenly, they might rear-end us. Surely not. Shiru drives quite steadily. Chao Yang waved back at them, signaling to halt. I fear that Shiru is not the one driving right now. The truck gradually slowed down, yet the RV showed no signs of deceleration. Instead, it began to accelerate, closing in on the large truck. This stretch of highway was a two-way, two-lane road, but due to some abandoned vehicles lining the street, Chao Yang's truck had to maneuver through, occasionally pushing aside the obstructive cars. With the RV speeding up behind them, it became increasingly apparent that if this pace continued, a collision was imminent. Chao Yang's eyes widened. Speed up, now. Su Xianyan hastily pressed the accelerator, but the truck's speed was already limited, and the RV continued to close the gap between them. Chao Yang was drenched in sweat. A collision at this speed would likely leave the three women in the RV severely injured, if not worse. Accelerate. Push it to the limit. That's as far as I can go. My foot is practically buried in the gas pedal. At the back, Zhu Guixing also sensed the urgency and began honking, hastily catching up. Finally, the RV began to slow down, gradually creating distance from Chao Yang's truck, which also came to a halt. The RV followed suit. Chao Yang flung open the door, leaped out, and strode to the RV, climbing aboard with indignation. Who was driving just now? The three women were seated at the rear table, shaking their heads in unison, silent, while the driver's seat was conspicuously vacant. Chao Yang sneered. Unless one of you fesses up, I shall leave all three of you stranded outside the vehicle to run alongside it. Fong Lin glanced at Yu Jing and slowly raised her hand. Xiaoru was too exhausted, so I just lent her a hand. Chao Yang shot a stern look at Fong Lin. Next time you're tired, call me to take a break. You are not permitted to touch the vehicle, or I shall flay you alive. As Zhu Guosheng returned, he remarked, Chao Yang, let us take a break. There are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Very well, what is on your mind? Let us converse over there. As Chao Yang and Zhu Guosheng walked aside engaged in conversation, Yu Jing tugged at Fong Lin's clothing, saying, did I not tell you? The moment Chao Yang heard it was you driving, he faced no repercussions. Had it been me, do you believe he wouldn't have been cursing at the top of his lungs? Let me tell you, I am the one he despises the most in our group. Fong Lin patted her chest, exclaiming, you say that, yet you terrified me just now. I was shouting for you to brake. Why didn't you? I did brake. It was merely an unfortunate misstep. Be grateful, for I eventually corrected it. Had this been a driving school, we would have definitely had a rather intimate encounter with the vehicle ahead. Xiaoru sighed in relief. I feel as though I have already died once. Zhu Guixing heated a kettle of water over an alcohol stove, and each person prepared a bowl of instant noodles. After their meal and a brief respite, Xiaoru resolutely declared she was fit to drive. Chao Yang, however, looked at Fong Lin and Yu Jing, suggesting, which of you will go up front to accompany Su Xianyan? I'll stay here with Xiaoru. She's fatigued, and I can manage the driving. Yu Jing clapped her hands. I'll go keep Su Xianyan company. Chao Yang turned to Xiaoru. Are you sure you're all right? If not, don't force yourself. I can take the wheel. Xiaoru stretched her arms. It's fine, brother Chao Yang. If I feel worn out, I will certainly let you know. You should chat with Sister Fong Lin for a bit. Chao Yang and Fong Lin sat opposite each other at the table in the RV, and Fong Lin reached out to grasp Chao Yang's hand, saying, Brother Chao, time cannot be reversed. We cannot go back. What if you were to establish your own faction? Chao Yang gently caressed Fong Lin's fingers, which, once delicate, had begun to develop calluses. Those who have endured calluses know that before they form, the skin must first break and bleed. He pondered when Fong Lin had endured such pain, for he had never truly cared for her while she followed him like a shadow. You see, I lack both knowledge and capability. What purpose would it serve to create a faction? I have no skill in governance. Nor do I wish to be a figurehead like those in the Dawn Sanctuary. That is not the case, Fong Lin shook her head. Our previous sanctuary was quite decent. Our resources were distributed equitably, and everyone contributed according to their abilities. The strong and brave would clear the surrounding zombies, while the timid and weaker would often stay home to wash clothes and cook, organizing supplies. Chao Yang patted Fong Lin's hand. Your vision is overly optimistic. That sanctuary of yours, if I am not mistaken, was merely a model home produced by the death train. Human nature is inherently malevolent. The initial fears of the apocalypse may cause some to momentarily retract their claws, yet once the opportunity arises, they shall reveal their fangs. I do not wish to behead one today and chop off another's tomorrow. I, Chao Yang, am not cut out for a bureaucratic life. The small town we passed through previously seemed quite pleasant. The people there appeared to live contentedly and were self-sufficient. Chao Yang chuckled. They survive only because there was an enclosed mutated zombie in their vicinity and no significant sanctuary nearby. Otherwise, they would surely have been devoured. Should all go well? Upon our return, they may very well undergo some changes. Very well, let us postpone the matter of constructing a shelter for now. Our priority in this apocalyptic world is to survive. Fong Lin nodded gently, responding with a soft mm. At that moment, the RV came to a gradual halt, prompting Chao Yang to stand up. Xiaoru, are you tired? Xiaoru gazed ahead, replying, no, it's just that Sister Xianyan suddenly stopped. Chao Yang walked forward and, peering through the windshield, noticed that Su Xianyan's vehicle had indeed come to a stop and had activated its hazard lights. Chao Yang picked up the axe resting on the ground. Open the door, I'll go take a look. Xiaoru opened the door, and Chao Yang jumped down from the RV, closely followed by Fong Lin. Su Xianyan approached from the front. What is going on? She asked, pointing ahead. Chao Yang, come over here and take a look. There seems to be something happening. Chapter 107. The orange lamp. Chao Yang and Su Xianyan approached the truck. On the highway, the number of zombies was relatively sparse. Ahead lay a downhill slope, and to the right at the base of the slope was a service area. Upon spotting the service area, Chao Yang understood Su Xianyan's reason for stopping. There was an orange light glowing within. Where there is light, there are surely people. This service area, situated off the highway in a remote location, seldom witnessed visitors, and with minimal traffic, the presence of zombies was not overwhelming, only occasionally appearing. Yet now, there were indeed people inside the service area. What could they be consuming in terms of food and drink? Yujing leaned in, speculating. Could it be a search team from a nearby shelter, temporarily resting here? Su Xianyan shook her head. It doesn't seem likely. A shelter team wouldn't venture out with merely 2 vehicles. They have parked only 2, and one of them appears to be seldom used. Chao Yang lowered the binoculars in his hand. From this distance, you can see that clearly? Of course. Isn't it obvious? Can't you see? Su Xianyan replied. Chao Yang and Fong Lin exchanged glances, and Chao Yang chuckled. Do you not realize how unusual you are compared to the average person? Who can discern details from such a distance, especially at night? Didn't you evolve? Can't you see in the dark? Su Xianyan retorted playfully. To which Chao Yang lightly brushed his finger against her smooth cheek, acknowledging his own evolution but admitting that he could not see such distances clearly, only perceiving vague shapes. Fong Lin laughed. Indeed, we have evolved. But at night, we can only make out outlines. Clarity is beyond us. Chao Yang grinned. Our convoy is nearly complete, with you acting as the hound's nose and Su Xianyan as the cat's eye. What cat's eye? That is quite unflattering. Why not call me the all-seeing eye? Su Xianyan pouted in response. Exactly, Fong Lin chimed in. Always calling me a dog's nose. Can't we come up with something better? She pondered briefly. What should I be called then? The dog with the keenest sense of smell. Absolutely not. Su Xianyan laughed. I recall that cow's nose is quite sensitive too. Chao Yang turned to Fong Lin. All right then, from now on, you shall be known as Cow Nose. You are the true Cow Nose. Chao Yang straightened his posture, declaring, I am the real deal. Su Xianyan blinked. These days, it's no longer called being impressive. It's referred to as being delightful. Chao Yang slowly turned his head. Fong Lin, you should keep your distance from Su Xianyan. A good child like you shouldn't be led astray. With that, he hefted the large axe in his hand. I'll go take a look. Fong Lin tightened the crossbow at her waist. I'll accompany you. Chao Yang waved his hand. No need. You stay here and keep watch. If someone attacks, you'll be better prepared to respond. He retrieved his handgun from his pocket and handed it to Fong Lin. There aren't many bullets left. Use them sparingly. Rest assured, the moment I hear gunfire, I will return immediately. Fong Lin nodded. You should keep the gun. I have my crossbow. Chao Yang shook his hand and strode downwards, wishing to avoid drawing attention by driving. He simply wanted to approach and observe the brightly lit service area on the highway, uncertain of its conditions, hoping that his worries were unfounded. Xiaoru approached him, and Zhu Guoxing's truck also came to a halt. He jumped down and walked over. Several individuals watched Chao Yang's departure with concern. While Yu Jing clasped her hands together, Brother Chao will surely achieve victory, succeed effortlessly, and be invincible 7 times in a night. Wait. Something seems amiss in that sentiment? Fong Lin turned to Yu Jing. Have you been indulging in those nonsensical fantasies again? No. The last time you confiscated what I had been watching. Honestly, I found nothing on the computer. Computer? Whose computer did you sneak into? No. Last time you had a notebook, sneaking around. Hand it over. Please, it's the apocalypse. Why do you keep watching me like my mother? As Chao Yang approached the service area, he saw no zombies along the way, cautiously wielding his axe. He noticed that this service area was similar to others, but perhaps more dilapidated, likely due to fewer travelers passing through. Inside the service area, there were not many vehicles. Only 2 parked in an open space. Next to the convenience store, a small room emitted a warm orange glow from within. Chao Yang slowly approached the door illuminated by the light. Is anyone there? No response, yet he could hear faint rustling sounds inside, indicating that someone was present. Zombies had yet to evolve to the point of turning on lights. I'm just passing through. Are there any survivors here? He inquired at the door. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, clad in a man's shirt and denim shorts, standing at the threshold with a candlestick in hand. The light seeping through was not from an electric bulb, but from the glow of candles, casting a serene and warm ambience. Hello, are you a survivor? Chao Yang stepped forward politely, saying, I came from the east and was unaware of any survivors here. Is this a shelter? The middle-aged woman shook her head. Come in. This is not a shelter, but merely a gathering of a few survivors striving to endure. Chao Yang entered the room, which was a suite, an outer hall with a bedroom to the left. Although not spacious, it was clean, devoid of any strange odors except for a hint of blood, a scent to which Chao Yang had long grown accustomed since the apocalypse. The woman gestured to the chair beside the table. Please, sit. Chao Yang placed his axe by the door, surveying his surroundings as he made his way to the table to sit down. The woman poured him a glass of water and handed it to him. You've traveled far along the highway. It must have been quite arduous. Have some water to soothe your throat. Thank you. Chao Yang stood, graciously accepting the water. Indeed, I resided in a small town before the apocalypse, and when I heard there was a shelter here, I made my way along the highway. Upon receiving the water, he was taken aback to discover it was a cup of coffee. In this apocalyptic era, how indulgent. Chao Yang brought the coffee to his lips, unaware of the fleeting ecstasy that shimmered in the eyes of the middle-aged woman. Chapter 108. The fear of poison. Fong Lin paced anxiously, her gaze fixed on the distant lights, reassuring her that all should be well. Chao Yang possessed formidable abilities and was both daring and meticulous. Thus, he ought to be safe. Yet, the presence of inhabitants in this seemingly desolate area raised her suspicions. Su Xinyan observed the flickering light emanating from the room, noting that Chao Yang had been inside for quite a while. Suddenly, the light extinguished, deepening her concern. She turned to Fong Lin and suggested, since we are worried, let us go take a look. Yu Jing, who had been seated on the ground, rose to join them. I'll accompany you, she affirmed. Xiaoru remarked slowly. Seeing Yu Jing's demeanor, one can surmise that Chao Yang is undoubtedly fine. After all, Yu Jing is notorious for her ominous predictions. Yu Jing turned around, retorting, who said that? I am no longer a harbinger of doom. In recent days, I've refrained from uttering any ill-fated words. Besides, Chao Yang is incredibly skilled. It's unlikely he would encounter any adversary unless they resorted to poison. Fong Lin swiftly drew her knife, prompting Yu Jing to cover her mouth with both hands in alarm. No, I didn't say anything. She insisted. Fong Lin, resolute and silent, dashed towards the service area, knife in hand. Chao Yang took a sip of his coffee and inquired, Sister, where are the others? They've gone out. Although we reside here, resources are scarce. Aside from the vegetables grown in the backyard, we have little else. The supplies from the service area supermarket have long been depleted, necessitating regular excursions for sustenance. I came from the east and did not see them, he replied. Then they must have ventured west. They go everywhere, she noted. Chao Yang took another sip, finding the coffee somewhat bitter. Why not relocate to the outskirts of the city? It is still quite a distance to the next city. This is the only highway leading into the mountains where zombies are few. Therefore, we sometimes find it more convenient here, allowing others to pass through more easily. Chao Yang furrowed his brow. Are there many travelers passing by? Even in this apocalypse, are there still those entering the mountains? Perhaps it is Dr. Wu and her group? Indeed, there are. Travelers tend to be generous. Each one passing through leaves behind supplies. Thus, we seldom venture out. However, lately, fewer individuals have been seen. And now that they have left, you have arrived, she explained. Chao Yang set his coffee down on the table, but I have no supplies to offer you. How could you have none? The middle-aged woman smiled warmly at him. Are you not a resource yourself? Chao Yang gazed at the woman's beaming face, and suddenly, her visage seemed to multiply before him, the room spinning around him. The woman continued to smile at him, her voice echoing distantly and hollowly. I never expected you to be so robust. You see, I've administered a double dose of medication. Do you understand? The drug I've given you should have incapacitated even a bull. Thus, you too shall succumb. Chao Yang began to slowly collapse to the ground. While the middle-aged woman chuckled, such a fresh novice, yet your physique is indeed impressive. The bedroom door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who stepped out, exclaiming, how has he managed to endure for so long? A middle-aged woman approached with a smile, gently caressing Chao Yang's face, remarking, such a handsome young man. And his physique is quite robust, what a pity. A middle-aged man then came over, seizing Chao Yang by the collar and pulling him towards the bedroom while laughing. Looking at you, I can tell you're up to no good again. The woman, holding a candlestick, followed the man into the bedroom. In a corner of the room, the man pushed against the floor, revealing a hidden underground chamber. He dragged Chao Yang towards the basement, grumbling, damn it, this kid is heavy. The woman, still clutching the candlestick, followed him down, cautioning, be careful, don't break anything. Even when eating, I expect you to wait for me to finish. The man retorted, you lecherous woman, can't resist a handsome lad, can you? No one could have imagined that within this secluded service area, in such a lonely little room, there existed such a spacious underground chamber. The basement was dark and damp. Although a small vent was present, it could not adequately ventilate such a large space. Along one side of the basement hung several large iron hooks, resembling a slaughterhouse, with several human forms dangling from them, some barely recognizable, their flesh mostly stripped away, while others were missing limbs. On the opposite side, chains held a few living individuals, two of whom, wide-eyed with terror, stared at the unconscious Chao Yang as he was dragged in. If Chao Yang were to regain consciousness and look around, he would discover familiar faces among the captives. In the corner lay an iron bed, where the middle-aged man lifted Chao Yang and tossed him onto it. He reached for a chain lock to the bed, preparing to bind Chao Yang's hands and feet. Suddenly, he paused, glancing at the ceiling. I think I heard something. This could ISNT alone. The woman also heard it. Placing the candlestick on a nearby table, I'll go check. Let me drug him as well. The man shook his head, since this could ISNT alone. If he can't see him, he will surely become anxious. As he spoke, he grabbed a long gun leaning against the wall. I'll go up and take a look. If necessary, I'll take care of her with a single shot. At that moment, not only the middle-aged couple but everyone heard the sound of the upstairs door being kicked open. A shrill voice called out, Chao Yang, where are you? The man disengaged the safety on the gun, addressing the woman. It's a woman. She should be no threat. You do your thing, and I'll go up and take care of her. The woman giggled. Go ahead, you play your game, and I'll play mine. This kid's name is Chao Yang, right? I'll lock him up and wake him. As the man stepped towards the staircase, he cautioned, be careful, bind him tightly. This kid is quite strong. The woman reached out towards Chao Yang. Strong? What does that matter? I wonder if he can last. At that moment, Chao Yang's eyes suddenly opened, and he seized the woman's wrist, declaring, regardless of endurance, you are not the one to covet. Chapter 109. The man-eating demon. The middle-aged woman gasped in shock, unable to suppress a loud scream as Chao Yang's right hand twisted with a snap, dislocating her wrist at an unnatural angle. Simultaneously, a dagger materialized in his right hand, plunging into the woman's mouth, silencing her shriek as if she were a rooster caught by the throat. The middle-aged man turned swiftly, raising his already armed rifle, aiming it directly at Chao Yang. Seizing the woman's wrist with his left hand, Chao Yang exerted force, casting her aside. Another dagger appeared in his left hand, soaring through the air to strike the man squarely in the chest. The man fell backward, his rifle discharging a shot that echoed as the bullet struck the ceiling above. He collapsed, lifeless. Chao Yang leapt from the bed, darting forward with a swift motion, delivering a kick to the man's body as it slid across the ground, colliding with the wall. Without hesitation, he positioned his right foot on the man's wrist, hearing the sickening crack of breaking bones. The middle-aged man gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, clearly on the brink of death. Suddenly, the cover of the basement was flung open, and Fong Lin's voice, laced with urgency, called down, Chao Yang, are you all right? Don't scare me. Chao Yang turned to face her, grinning reassuringly. I'm fine. Fong Lin hurried down the stairs, visibly relieved to see him unharmed. Chao Yang retrieved the dagger from the man's body, wiping it clean before placing it in his pocket. What brings you here? He inquired. It's all because of Jing and her ominous words, saying you fear nothing except poisoning, and only if someone intends to poison you. That is why I rushed over. Chao Yang chuckled softly, remaining silent. He felt both admiration and trepidation towards Jing's abilities. She was not mistaken. These men had indeed attempted to poison him. Were it not for his spatial water capable of counteracting poisons, he might have found himself in dire straits today. At that moment, Fong Lin noticed the grotesque sight of dismembered flesh hanging in the room, gasping in horror. Xiao Yang pointed upward, saying, "If it disgusts you, then don't look." She quickly turned away, but he added, "Wait. Take the man's rifle and throw it to Fong Ling." "Do you know how to use a rifle?" "Yes, I think I can manage," she replied, though it was evident she was more accustomed to handguns. "Go upstairs and call them over, but be cautious. I'm not sure if there are others lurking here." At that moment, one of the two women bound and naked nearby trembled, her voice shaking. They have another person." Xiao Yang was taken aback. Turning to glance at the two women, he had feigned unconsciousness since his capture, fearful of overlooking any potential threats, and had not paid close attention to them. Though he had briefly scanned them with squinted eyes, he had not observed them in detail. Now, he saw the two women, their bodies exposed, hands and feet shackled behind them, kneeling helplessly on the ground. An older woman, her mouth bound by a ball, were countless scars across her body. Xiao Yang approached her and tugged at the chain binding her wrists. It was tightly secured, with the other end presumably embedded in the wall. To his surprise, he could not budge it. The older woman, unable to contain her distress, emitted muffled sounds. Xiao Yang paused for a moment, studying her closely. To his astonishment, it was a familiar face, the so-called teacher saint he had encountered before. Sporting a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he would not have recognized her without them. However, he had no time for pleasantries and turned his attention to the younger woman. "Where is the other person?" "I don't know. There are 3 of us in total. I haven't seen the other one today," the young woman replied, her voice trembling along with her body. Xiao Yang addressed Fong Lin, "If you are afraid, stay close to me. If not, help them break free. The key should be in the clothes of those 2. He decided to investigate further. Fong Lin shook her head. "I'm not afraid, but I do feel somewhat nauseous." Xiao Yang accepted the gun she handed him and swiftly ascended, exiting the basement. He gestured towards his car, signaling for them to come over. With Su Xianyan's keen eyesight, she should have spotted him. Indeed, the cars started up and made their way toward him. Soon, 3 vehicles arrived at the entrance. During this interval, Xiao Yang had surveyed the area surrounding the service station, but regrettably, he found no trace of the missing individual. The small room contained 2 beds, confirming the presence of 3 blankets, while the supermarket within the service area had been stripped of food. In the backyard, he discovered a freshly dug pit, and without needing to excavate it, he could surmise its grim contents. The various clothing scattered about the room indicated that these individuals had inflicted considerable harm upon others. Su Xianyan leaped from her car and approached him, inquiring, "What is going on?" Xiao Yang pointed toward the bedroom. "If you're not afraid, take a look in the basement. There are 2 ravenous devils, and there is supposed to be a 3rd, but I haven't found them." Xiao Yang settled in the living room and retrieved several apples from his backpack, handing them to Yu Jing. "Wash these apples, will you?" Yu Jing's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you conjure these?" Xiao Yang shot her an irritated glance. "Mind your own business. I need you to work quickly. I still owe you for that crow's tongue." Yu Jing, realizing her misstep, stuck out her tongue playfully and hurried off with the apples. Fong Lin emerged with the 2 women from the basement. One of them, who had been on the brink of death, succumbed during the process of unlocking her chains, whether from exhaustion or the shock of being rescued. It was unclear. Yu Jing returned, placing the apples on the table, selected a large one, and took a bite before offering another to Fong Lin. Xiao Yang turned to the 2 seated women. Beginning with the older one, "Weren't you supposed to save someone? How did you end up here?" The older woman lowered her head. "Don't speak of it. We went to rescue someone, but those wretches stole our supplies and sought to harm others. We managed to sneak away. We intended to reach a shelter, but lost our way and ended up here." The young one suddenly raised her head, exclaiming, "It is all your fault. You insisted on rescuing your boyfriend, causing so many lives to be lost. And your boyfriend is nothing but a brute." Xiao Yang picked up the apple that Yu Jing had washed and took a crisp bite, turning to Fong Lin and saying, "You see, this troublemaker is indeed a menace." What was that saying? In chaotic times, one must eliminate. As Yu Jing raised her hand once more, she waved it dismissively, saying, "This has nothing to do with you." Yu Jing, feeling aggrieved, remarked, "I already understand. In chaotic times, one must first eliminate the saintly. It has come to this." The older woman, her face filled with dread, looked up and pleaded, "Please do not kill me. I harbor a little secret within my heart that I wish to share with you." Xiao Yang's apple fell from his hand onto the table. Bewildered, he wondered, how has this turned into a performance? Chapter 110. The Secret of Teacher Lu. Xiao Yang picked up the apple once more. "I am not a butcher, yet I harbor a considerable disdain for those who preach. Moreover, I bear no ill will or resentment towards teachers. On the contrary, I am quite grateful to my own. My animosity is directed solely at you. You must have often coaxed gifts from parents, haven't you? You've grown accustomed to your haughty demeanor and condescending gestures. But this is an apocalyptic world. Killing has become commonplace, so you better choose your words wisely. The older woman trembled. Thank you. My surname is Liu. My name is. Chaoyang abruptly hurled the apple core at her, striking her head. I did not inquire about your name. I demand to know what you wish to say. The teacher named Liu quivered. All right, I want to mention my name. I teach classical Chinese literature at the Southwest University of International Economics. We have received an international guest. A Judah from across the ocean. Chaoyang seized another apple from the table and hurled it at Liu's head again. International guest, my foot. That's a Judah pig. The apple struck Liu's head, causing her to flinch and lower her gaze. The apple fell to the ground, rolling aside. Yujing approached and picked it up. Why did you throw my apple? Now I have to wash it again for nothing. Suddenly, she swung her hand and slapped Liu fiercely across the face. Everyone was taken aback. Though Yujing was known for her sharp tongue and lively disposition, she had never been seen arguing or cursing at anyone, let alone striking someone. Typically, when dealing with zombies, she would use a fork to fend them off, leaving the actual combat to Fong Lin. Yujing glared at the woman. Aren't you supposed to be a saint? Someone saved your life, yet you're getting a couple of slaps. What is the problem? What kind of look is that? She turned to Chaoyang. She has been glaring at you with such malice. It's as if she wants to kill you. Tell me, isn't this akin to saving an ungrateful wolf? Liu shook her head, her eyes downcast. I did not. I don't mean to. Fong Lin swiftly drew her knife. At this, Liu recoiled in fear, losing her balance and falling from her chair, collapsing onto the floor. A yellow liquid seeping between her legs. Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I've encountered people like her before. You are either university students or upper echelon professionals, detached from the lower strata of society. They may present a facade of morality, but as long as their interests remain unthreatened, their mouths overflow with moralistic rhetoric. Once their interests are at stake, they leap with more vigor than a dog. Concepts of ethics and justice are mere trifles in their eyes. Su Xianyan shook her head. You are mistaken. People are fundamentally the same. If you do not mingle with the upper-class professionals, you have not observed how they don their expensive attire, frequent upscale clubs, and dine in fine restaurants while avoiding the sordid deeds that the lower classes undertake. Chaoyang retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and placed it between his lips. Go on, continue. Do you believe your words are sufficient to spare your life? Liu, the teacher, no longer dared to entertain any ulterior motives, stammering, that foreign friend, or rather, that Judah's pig at school is not well received due to the conflict between Palestine and Israel. I believe we are a nation of etiquette and should not treat foreigners with such disdain. Chaoyang pointed his lighter at Liu and said to Fong Lin, if she continues to flatter herself, give her a good slap. Just as Fong Lin sheathed her knife, she tossed it onto the table and approached Liu. Trembling, Liu exclaimed, No, it is I who am despicable. I have been friends with him for over 6 months, and we were even discussing marriage. However, I discovered that he has many women outside, so I secretly noted down his phone and computer passwords, intending to uncover his secrets with others. Chaoyang, with his eyes half closed, took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, that Judah's pig must have quite the reputation at school. He glanced at the young girl beside him. You are from that school too, aren't you? The young girl nodded. Am I right? She nodded again. Yes. There are quite a few women there who are oblivious to propriety and fawn over him. Chaoyang turned to Liu. It seems you are still being too lenient. Still indulging yourself. Fong Lin swiftly slapped Liu, causing her to fall to the ground. Liu hurriedly cried out, Yes. I am shameless. I saw him as a foreigner, thinking he was superior, and I sought him out despite knowing he had many women. It was my own folly. Chaoyang flicked the ash from his cigarette. If I discover any discrepancies, I shall not hesitate to sever a finger. He turned to Fong Lin. Don't be so foolish as to use your hand. Don't you feel pain? You have a knife, don't you? Aren't you the one who said not to kill her? Chaoyang sighed, holding his head, pondering Fong Lin's unwavering nature. I meant for you to strike her with the sheath, not to harm her directly with the blade. Liu trembled, truly afraid now. To win his affection, I complied with everything he desired, even participating in intimate recordings. As I approach marriage age, my family has arranged blind dates for me. I sought him out to delete those recordings, but I knew he would feign compliance. Thus, I installed a small camera at home and memorized his phone and computer passwords. Su Xianyan, sitting beside Chaoyang, leaned in and whispered, Their games are quite perverse. Do you wish to try? Chaoyang shot her a glare and ignored her. Before the apocalypse, I witnessed him on surveillance making a call. I understood a bit of English. I heard him say that the end of the world was approaching for everyone, that no one deserved to live, only we, the Judas people, were meant to survive. He stated he would soon arrive in the mountain city. At the time, I found it peculiar. What end of the world? The next day, the virus outbreak occurred. Chapter 111. I did not say I would not kill you. I am aware that the impending apocalypse is undoubtedly linked to them. Thus, I gathered my resources and attracted a few individuals to my cause. Chao Yang closed his eyes, realizing that his thoughts were aligning more closely with the truth. Where exactly was he headed? I was uncertain. He had mentioned going to the mountain city, yet due to a flight delay that day, he was unable to depart. I ventured to rescue him along with those I had saved. Upon our successful retrieval, I expected him to lead me away, but to my astonishment, his foreign companions, the traitorous Judases were armed. Chao Yang opened his eyes, and without needing to inquire, he discerned the situation. Not only had they appropriated our supplies, but they also bullied the female students in my presence. Furthermore, they asserted that we were unworthy of coexisting with them, insisting that to be with him meant becoming his slaves. Consequently, we escaped, only to find ourselves captivated by a couple, with the exception of the two of us. They had feasted upon the rest. Chao Yang turned to the young girl. Is what she said true? The girl nodded, then shook her head. Most of it is true. But she didn't mention that she not only obeyed that Judas but also aided him in his cruelty, facilitating the assault on one of our female classmates. The woman named Lu interjected. At that moment, I was merely acting out of necessity. I was merely pretending to cooperate. Otherwise, we would all have perished. Chao Yang gestured to the young girl. Explain the situation. The girl disregarded Lu. We were all imprisoned, yet she chose to reside with that Judas. Later, her master sought to eliminate us, treating her as a slave. She feared that once we were gone, he would turn on her. So she opened the cage and fled with us. Lu turned, her voice quivering. You cannot say that. I saved your lives. The young girl responded, gazing at Lu. But what about Wunman? You took her out, and when she returned, she was barely alive. Before she died, she told me that you held her down. Just like the Judas. Chao Yang discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Young girl, seek justice for your grievances. Avenge your friend. He glanced at Fong Lin, a sister. Rising, he moved toward the door. Lu finally grasped that Chao Yang had no intention of sparing her, shouting, You are not keeping your word. You promised not to kill me. Chao Yang halted. I am aware of your secret, and it is insufficient to barter for your life. Moreover, while I stated I would not kill you, I never claimed that others would refrain from doing so. Stepping outside, he observed Zhu Guosheng leaning against the doorframe, smoking. How is it that this traitorous scoundrel, who reveres foreigners as his ancestors, cannot be eradicated? Zhu Guosheng smiled wryly. Every place has its virtuous and vile souls. Yet I believe that the Judases should not exist in this world. Do you know what their doctrine is? What is it? Their doctrines will upend your worldview. The woman spoke the truth. The Judeans have openly declared that, apart from their own, no one else is worthy of existence in this world. They lack the power and capability. Otherwise, they would indeed annihilate everyone else. I will find the evidence when I have time. And you can see for yourself how utterly repugnant they are. Rooting out the problem has always been Chao Yang's style. Feigning unconsciousness was merely a tactic to ensnare everyone at once. Regrettably, one managed to escape. A few individuals parked their vehicle at a rest area and remained until dawn. Yet no one approached. According to the young girl, the remaining individual was a middle-aged man who shared a close bond with the couple. Their exact relationship remains unclear. But it seemed he genuinely went out in search of supplies. When the sun rose the following day and he still had not returned, Chao Yang decided it was unnecessary to wait any longer. The weather had cleared slightly, and after sunrise, everyone conducted an experiment to acclimate to the sun's rays. Initially limited to a single finger, they were now able to expose both arms, but only for a brief period before Chao Yang would call them back. The young girl, surnamed Zhai, was named Zhaiwani. Although Chao Yang initially intended not to take anyone along, he could not abandon the girl to the company of that loathsome old hack. Eventually, everyone retired to sleep, leaving Chao Yang alone in the living room, poring over maps and lost in thought. After a brief interval, he suddenly vanished from the room. Approximately a minute later, he reappeared, appearing even more fatigued than before his disappearance. He yawned and reclined in a chair, reaching into the void to retrieve a fruit resembling a lychee or perhaps a longan. He peeled it, savored the flesh, and discarded the skin and pit back into the void. With his hands resting on his abdomen, he leaned back in the chair, murmuring to himself, Why do I always feel so exhausted after resting in that space? Can I have a moment of genuine respite? The bedroom door creaked open, and Su Xian stealthily emerged. With his eyes still closed, Chao Yang did not open them. What are you doing out here? Even if they were asleep, it wouldn't matter. We have nowhere to go, and we still haven't captured that one person. The key issue is that my friend is currently in sage mode. Those two individuals in the void possess extraordinary abilities, one stronger than himself, and the other as swift as lightning, yet no one seems to pity him. Su Xianyan approached Chao Yang and playfully slapped him on the shoulder. What are you thinking? I wish to discuss something with you. Chao Yang slowly opened his eyes. What matter? Su Xianyan sat beside him. Let us not go to that shelter nor seek out Dr. Zhou. Instead, let us find a place to hide away, shall we? Your ranks are growing, so why provoke Dr. Zhou and his capitalists? Chao Yang regarded Su Xianyan with curiosity. Why? Are you afraid? Su Xianyan nestled onto Chao Yang's lap, curling her petite form against him. Perhaps I am. I do not wish to lose you. After spending so much time with you, I no longer want to witness your daily violence and peril. I simply desire for us to live quietly, free from such trivial matters. Is that agreeable? Chapter 112. Struggling alone in the apocalypse, Chao Yang wrapped his arm around Su Xianyan and said, let me tell you. There are two troubling aspects to this situation. First, if it is indeed the Judas pigs who have instigated this apocalypse. Their intent is to eradicate all of humanity except for their own kind. Once humanity is nearly annihilated, we will become their sole target. I do not wish for our remaining days to be spent in constant fear of persecution. Leaning against Chao Yang, Su Xianyan replied, is there really no one else to play the role of the hero? Why must it be us? Chao Yang stroked Su Xianyan's hair gently. I have no desire to be a hero. I merely wish to live a decent life. Moreover, we will have children in the future. What will become of them if humanity is extinguished? I do not harbor grand aspirations of saving the world, yet when someone raises a blade against my throat, I will not hesitate to strike first. At most, we shall perish together. I refuse to submit and allow myself to be slaughtered. Su Xianyan sighed. I understand. But I can't help but worry. Chao Yang, will you leave me? Chao Yang tightened his embrace around Su Xianyan. As long as you do not abandon me, I shall never leave your side. You know my character. Once I commit, I regard my responsibilities as paramount. Unless the day comes when you no longer need my care, I shall not trouble you, and I will quietly step away. Su Xianyan clung to Chao Yang's waist tightly. Do not leave me, no matter what happens. Promise me you won't abandon me. Chao Yang bent down and placed a gentle kiss in Su Xianyan's hair. Do not entertain such thoughts. What could possibly come between us? Su Xianyan lifted her head and whispered a few words into Chao Yang's ear. Chao Yang's eyes widened in surprise. You did something so significant? No wonder it fell off. Where did you acquire this? Come, let me have another whiff. With that, he leaned closer to Su Xianyan's neck and inhaled deeply. How delightful. Does this perfume have an aphrodisiac effect? I feel an overwhelming urge stirring within me. He reached out to tug at Su Xianyan's clothing, but she swiftly swatted his hand away, glancing at the bedroom before whispering, they are all here. Let us find a hotel tomorrow, and I will have my own room. You can come to visit me. With that, she leapt away from Chao Yang, a playful smile lighting her face as she returned to her room. Chao Yang watched her retreating figure, leaning back in his chair, his fingertips still tinged with the lingering softness of her skin. Each of the women in his life possessed unique qualities. Xiao Ling remained as bold as ever, yet tinged with a hint of timidity. Despite her assertive words, she could not mask her underlying insecurities. Lin Yuhan, while relaxed and daring on occasion, still bore a shy restraint in Chao Yang's presence, making it difficult for her to fully let go. The most striking transformation, however, was in Su Xianyan. Initially, he perceived her merely as a diligent train attendant, committed to her duties and endowed with a kind heart. Beneath her petite exterior lay a timid yet audacious spirit, harboring a hidden, lascivious desire. However, unexpectedly, that auction completely transformed Chao Yang's perception of her. She turned out to be a brilliant scientist, skillfully manipulating numerous men at her whim. This was someone he could only dream of encountering before the apocalypse, let alone aspire to. Yet, after their interaction, he felt a sense of liberation in Su Xianyan, whose charm was intertwined with an ardent passion. Chao Yang shifted in his seat to find a more comfortable position. Even though he felt the urge to sleep, slumber eluded him. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged time spent in this space. Though fatigued, he was not drowsy. After tossing and turning for a while, he finally stood up and lit a cigarette. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing Fong Lin sneaking out. It was daytime, and despite the heavy curtains, some light managed to seep through. Chao Yang observed Fong Lin's furtive approach, thinking to himself, do you take me for a blind man? Can't you see the glowing ember in my hand? Unable to contain himself, he coughed lightly, prompting Fong Lin to immediately turn her face towards him, placing a finger on her lips. Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Her gesture indicated silence. Realizing Su Xianyan was still in the room, he reluctantly extinguished the cigarette on the ground with his foot. As Fong Lin approached, he smiled and whispered, what are you up to? She once again placed her finger to her lips and leaned closer to his ear, urgently whispering, don't speak. Chao Yang chuckled, as he seldom witnessed Fong Lin in this manner. Very well, he thought, silence it shall be. Noticing Fong Lin glancing around, He leaned closer and murmured, "Though Su Xianyin is asleep, any noise we make will still reach her. You should return to your rest." Fong Lin's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed with color as she shot him a fierce glare. Chao Yang was taken aback. It was rare for Fong Lin to express anger towards him. She had always followed him like a devoted acolyte, filled with both respect and trepidation. Why was she glaring at him now? Fong Lin bit her lip and leaned closer to his ear. "What are you thinking? I just caught a whiff of something unusual. It doesn't belong to any of us. I followed the scent outside, which indicates someone is here. So please, do not disturb me. Stay close behind, and we may catch that person." Chao Yang was initially startled, but then exhilaration surged within him. He quickly bent down and stealthily followed Fong Lin, akin to a soldier trailing behind an enemy. Chapter 113. The mysterious death of the third-person Fong Lin, accompanied by Chao Yang, moved stealthily towards the rear window. Much like invaders leading the colluding forces into a village, the room was modest in size, featuring a door at the front and a window at the back. Fong Lin approached the windowsill, gently opening the window, while Chao Yang hurried to the side to shield her from the sporadic, yet intrusive rays of sunlight. With her eyes closed and nostrils flaring, Fong Lin stood there for an extended period. Chao Yang, filled with anxiety, observed her, hesitant to speak for fear of disturbing her concentration. He shielded her from the sunlight while curiously peering outside, only to find no sign of life. Just an assortment of clutter strewn about. Scattered remnants included charred wood and some dirt. Standing there, Chao Yang discerned no indication of any presence. In the distance, he noticed a series of muddled footprints, but lacking expertise in criminal investigation, he could not determine which were freshly made. At last, Fong Lin opened her eyes. "The scent dissipates here. Perhaps it is due to the wind. However, I can assure you, it is not the odor of the two individuals you killed, for I have detected their scents." Chao Yang gazed towards the cornfield behind the house. It was not expansive, unlike the vast green canopies of the northern regions. Merely a few rows of crops. Yet, if someone were to conceal themselves, the cornfield was the only viable hiding spot. Step back a bit. Avoid the sunlight. I shall take a look. With that, Chao Yang seized the axe from the table and leapt through the window. Not far into the cornfield, he stumbled upon a lifeless body sprawled on the ground. The cornstalks had been trampled, creating a space sufficient for two individuals to fall. Beneath the man lay a cloth sheet. Fong Lin, seeing the corpse that Chao Yang dragged back and discarded on the ground, exclaimed, "Yes, that is the scent." Chao Yang turned the body over. It was a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance. Although his attire appeared neat, it was replete with grime. As Chao Yang crouched down to inspect the corpse, he found no visible wounds, yet the neck was grotesquely twisted to the side, likely broken by another's hand. Fong Lin employed a knife to lift the man's clothing, revealing no injuries, but a swelling the size of a fist on the abdomen. Chao Yang assessed. He was first struck in the stomach, and then his neck was snapped. But who could have done this? It is not someone from within the house. Otherwise, it would have been spoken of. Moreover, aside from Chao Yang, it seems no one in the house possesses such strength. Standing upright, Chao Yang gazed out at the cornfield, pondering if there might be a fourth individual. "Can you detect any other scents?" Fong Lin shook her head. "There are none inside. The wind outside obscures any trace. When I opened the window earlier, the scent was faint, yet I sensed it originated from here." The young girl, Zhaiwani, was roused and came to take a look, confirming that this was indeed the last person in the house. Everyone else had awakened, yet silence enveloped the room, an inexplicable stillness settling in. The presence of the corpse cast a shadow over all. No one was naive. Who could have committed this murder? The unknown peril was far more terrifying. Su Xianyin crouched down, gesturing with her hand to indicate the size of a fist on the man's abdomen. "Chao Yang, have you noticed? This man's fist mark resembles that of a woman." "What?" Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Su Xianyin continued her demonstration. "This illustrates the distinction between the astute and the reckless. We must discern the essence beneath the surface. Observe the size of this fist. It is quite similar to mine. A man's hand should be larger. Hence, I surmise that a woman struck him, while the force required to snap a neck demands considerable strength, suggesting that a man must have done that. In other words, this incident involves two individuals. One delivered a punch, and the other broke his neck." Yu Jing also extended her fist for comparison. "That may not be the case. What if this woman possesses remarkable strength?" Su Xianyin shook her head. "Due to inherent physiological differences, even with the best training, a woman finds it challenging to match a man's strength. How many possess the capability to snap another's neck, let alone a woman?" Yu Jing stood up. "It could also be a dwarf. Look at the fist imprint. It appears smaller than my hand." Su Xianyin ignored Yu Jing and turned to Zhaiwani. "How long has this man been gone?" "He hasn't been gone long. He left shortly before you arrived." Su Xianyin furrowed her brows. "If he left only recently, could he have seen us?" Xiao Ru, curious, interjected. If, as Wani mentioned, he departed just before you arrived. He should have heard the gunfire during the confrontation. He would have returned. With your keen eyes and Fong Lin's instincts, you should have noticed him long ago. Could it be that he was killed before we arrived? Everyone paused in contemplation. Indeed, if we reconsider, if he was killed prior to our arrival, then the mystery would unravel. Chaoyang lowered his head. Xinyan, can you determine the time of his death? Su Xuanyan's expression turned grave. About an hour ago. That is obvious. We discovered him nearly an hour ago. Su Xianyan shot a glare at Chaoyang. Do you think I'm a police officer? How could I ascertain the exact time of his death? But who could have done it? Within this room, only 3 individuals were free to move about. The answer is evident. Yujing blinked. Wait, aren't they all in cahoots? Why would they turn against each other? Xiaoru glanced at the corpse and then out towards the cornfield. Could it be a crime of passion? Perhaps he was having an affair with the man's wife. And the husband discovered them, leading to a deadly confrontation. Yujing turned to the young girl, Zhaiwani. What is the nature of their relationship? Zhaiwani shook her head. That's impossible. Although we only closed the shop for a day, he and the owner's wife, they. The young girl blushed, her speech faltering. Yujing, intrigued, urged her. Why are you hesitating? Speak up. What is their relationship like? The girl, cheeks flushed, stammered. They have a very close relationship. He was with the owner's wife, and, well, the owner saw them and didn't intervene, and then what? Yujing leaned closer to the young girl. Chaoyang playfully smacked Yujing on the head, exclaiming, why are you asking such silly questions? You're just a child. If you don't know something, it's perfectly fine. Just don't ask aimlessly. We all understand the situation. Shagu Zhaiwani, her face flushed, nodded in agreement. As long as you all know, that's what matters. Yujing, touching her head, glanced at everyone. But what do you know? I feel completely in the dark. Fong Lin, sensing Yujing's confusion, gently pulled her aside. All right, dear, you'll understand when you grow up. What do you mean, I'll understand when I grow up? I am already grown up. Yujing retorted. Let's compare ourselves. I am more mature than you. Fong Lin swiftly covered Yujing's mouth and led her into the bedroom. Chaoyang turned to Su Xianyan, inquiring, who do you think is responsible for the murder? Su Xianyan clapped her hands together. Don't ask me. As I've mentioned, I'm not involved in criminal investigations, so how could I possibly know? Logically, this couple shouldn't have killed him. Even if they were starving, they wouldn't discard someone they could share the spoils with. If they had killed him, they would have taken the body back to consume it rather than leave it here. However, if they weren't the culprits and there are no other suspects nearby, then the situation becomes rather perplexing. Could there be highly intelligent zombies lurking in the vicinity? Chapter 114. The pain of farewell. Since time immemorial, Chaoyang rubbed his nose and declared, let us not frighten ourselves any longer. It is time to retire for the night. With all 3 of them gone, regardless of how they met their demise, it alleviates a significant portion of our concerns. As everyone settled in for the night, Chaoyang disposed of the bodies and remained in the hall, where a long gun and an axe rested on the table beside him. Despite the peculiar circumstances, weariness eventually overcame the group, and one by one, they succumbed to slumber. Chaoyang, however, who was not at all fatigued, remained awake, vigilantly awaiting the onset of darkness, which arrived without any further disturbances. As dawn broke, the others gradually awoke. Zhu Guosheng prepared some food, and after their meal, they resumed their journey. To Chaoyang's surprise, the young girl, Zhaiwani, proved capable of driving. Though her skills were modest, they were a marked improvement over the 2 reckless drivers. Alternating with Xiaoru, they managed to keep pace with the truck. Chaoyang settled into the front of the truck, closing his eyes for a brief respite. Su Xianyan, aware of his exhausting vigil the previous day, chose not to disturb him. As they neared the mountain city, Chaoyang suddenly opened his eyes and commanded, stop the vehicle. Su Xianyan gradually brought the car to a halt. Chaoyang leaped from the truck and approached the rear, exchanging a few words before returning and climbing back in. He informed Su Xianyan, we shall exit the highway at the next junction. Puzzled, Su Xianyan questioned, but we are almost at the mountain city. Why detour now? I inquired earlier. The Eden shelter is located to the right of the highway. We should first drop off Zhaiwani and Zhu Guosheng there before taking Yujing to the mountain city. Yujing wishes to seek out her relatives and does not wish to remain at the shelter. Su Xianyan nodded, then sighed, having spent so much time together. The thought of parting is bittersweet. Are you certain you do not wish to establish your own sanctuary and carve out a sphere of influence? Chaoyang positioned his hands beneath his head, resolutely stating, do not persuade me. I have never desired it, do not desire it now, and shall not in the future. After we have seen them all off, you, Fong Lin, and I will embark on a journey to make our own way in the world. Turning her head, Su Xianyan smiled warmly, and what a Dr. Zhou. Shall we not visit him? We shall decide that later. By midnight, their convoy halted midway, allowing everyone to disembark and rest. They prepared instant noodles with hot water from a thermos. Perhaps due to the impending farewell, silence enveloped them as they quietly ate. As they neared the end of their meal, Yujing could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep, tears cascading into her bowl. Fong Lin reached out to embrace her shoulders, asking, "Why are you crying? Are you not going to the mountain city to find your relatives? Once we have seen them off, we will take you along. Perhaps we can even search the shelter for your family." Yujing shook her head vehemently. "So much time has passed, they are likely long gone, and besides, they are not my closest kin. My true family has already perished." Chaoyang inquired with curiosity. "Did you not mention that your parents were there?" Yujing lifted her gaze. "I did not say that. I merely spoke of my relatives. My parents had long since departed during the outbreak of the undead. With that, Yujing lowered her head, confessing, "I only wish to remain with you, fearing you might abandon me on that fateful day, which compelled me to utter a falsehood." Raising her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, she implored Chaoyang, "I am aware that you harbor disdain for me, but please, do not cast me away. Outside, I am utterly helpless. If you send me to the shelter, I will soon perish." Chaoyang regarded Yujing, a wave of weariness washing over him. Reluctantly, he moved closer and sat beside her, gently patting her shoulder. "When did I ever claim to dislike you? I have never harbored any ill feelings towards you. At times, I even find myself quite fond of you. As for your ominous predictions, it is not disdain I feel, but fear. I dread the day you might say, 'Brother Chaoyang will perish tomorrow,' for I know I shall not see the sun rise again." Yujing fervently shook her head, declaring, "You know I would never utter such words. I wish for you to live a long and prosperous life. Very well, once we deliver them to the shelter, I shall take you to the mountain city to seek out your relatives." "What do you mean by very well?" Yujing nearly leapt from her seat. "Are you not still planning to send me away?" Fong Lin leaned closer to Yujing, whispering a few words. Yujing glanced at Fong Lin, then at Chaoyang. Unable to suppress her laughter, though she still feigned a heartbroken demeanor. Chaoyang sighed. It seemed Yujing truly regarded others as fools. Xiaoru interjected, "I know the truth. What you truly wish to cast away is the both of us. Despite your ominous words, Brother Chaoyang genuinely cares for you. Do you not sense that he sometimes indulges you? Perhaps he views you as a sister." Yujing blinked in surprise. "I am not his sister." Su Xianyan set down her utensils, a smile gracing her lips. "Then who are you to him?" "I am her sister," Yujing exclaimed, covering her mouth as laughter erupted. Yet, she soon lowered her head, lapsing into silence. Zhaiwan Yi, who had been quietly pondering, suddenly raised her head. "Brother Chaoyang, I have heard Xiaoru speak of the Dawn Shelter. I wonder what the Eden Shelter is like. Can I avoid the shelter and stay with you instead?" Chaoyang shook his head. "Your sister Xianyan inquired today, urging me to establish a faction. I made it clear that I shall never pursue such a course. After I send you to the shelter, I will leave a vehicle laden with supplies for you. You may exchange them for money or food as you see fit. In the short term, you should fare quite well there. Use this time to better yourselves. I believe your future will be promising." Chaoyang set down his bowl and retrieved a cigarette. "Unlike your sister Xianyan, Fong Lin, and others, I do not relish being shackled. I may take them both under my wing, united as one family across the seas." Xiaoru inquired, "Then you will not seek out Dr. Zhou?" Chaoyang shook his head. "No, I shall not. Initially, I intended to join in the commotion, but now I have matters that weigh upon my heart." He turned to Su Xianyan. "I do not wish for my beloved to worry about me." Chapter 115. One with the gift of foresight suffices. Su Xianyan was momentarily taken aback. This was in stark contrast to the conversation she had shared with someone in the service area cabin. Despite not fully grasping Chaoyang's intentions, she managed to smile and remarked, "Indeed, we wander aimlessly. Once humanity can truly thrive under the sun, and the zombies are eradicated, we shall find a place to settle down. At that time, Fong Ling and I will bear a few children for Chaoyang, and our lives will be deemed perfect." Fong Lin, who had been conversing quietly with Yujing, suddenly froze and then jumped up, her face flushed. "You can have your own children. What does that have to do with me?" Su Xianyan pressed her hand down, saying, "Do not pretend. If you are too timid to admit it, I shall reveal it for you. If you claim not to have feelings for Chaoyang, then let us consider this unspoken." As she spoke, regardless of Fong Lin's reddening face and evident embarrassment, she turned to Yujing. "You must stick with us. Have you also taken a liking to Chaoyang?" Yujing pondered seriously for a moment before responding, "It's hard to say right now, perhaps in the future. At present, I only wish to be his sister." Chaoyang, his expression darkening, lifted Su Xianyan, exclaiming, "What is this? Do you see yourself as the queen bee? Here I am, casting a net to gather fish. Should I toss you into the river to jolt you awake? Get back in the car." Su Xianyan, petite by nature, appeared almost childlike in his grasp. Fong Lin, feeling awkward, couldn't help but smile, while Yujing burst into laughter. As Chaoyang turned back, he playfully smacked Yujing on the head, chiding, "What are you thinking? Still considering yourself my sister? Let us discuss that once we reach the mountain city and find your relatives. The convoy continued its journey. Su Xianyan glanced at Chao Yang and inquired, do you truly intend to take Yu Jing along? Chao Yang lit a cigarette, resting his hand outside the car window. Do you believe that merely speaking can bend reality to one's will? Yu Jing's words may not always hold true, her good predictions may falter, and her bad ones might not be entirely accurate either. Yet, he continued, though Yu Jing may possess a touch of the ominous, what if we viewed it differently? Could she not have a prophetic ability? For instance, had I truly been captivated by the adversary, Fong Lin's arrival might have saved me. Without Yu Jing's ominous warnings, Fong Lin might have been left waiting foolishly for me, only realizing my demise after I was torn asunder. Su Xianyan nodded in agreement. You do make a valid point. So, you are not apprehensive of her foreboding remarks? Chao Yang inhaled deeply from his cigarette. I harbor both fear and lack thereof. Humanity inherently fears the unknown. However, I believe that with my capabilities, I need not fear her. Even if she were to utter the most perilous of truths, I am confident I could navigate through it unscathed. Su Xianyan chuckled. Such confidence in a young man. Then it shall be 4 of us on this journey. Chao Yang nodded in affirmation. If she wishes to accompany us, so be it. You know her disposition. Left in the shelter, as she herself stated, she would scarcely survive a few days. Su Xianyan smiled. She is indeed quite unique. I cannot fathom how she has managed to survive thus far. At times, she appears utterly ignorant, as if she hails from another era. Was she truly not educated in school? Chao Yang flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window. Reflecting on his previous doubts about her origins, could she truly have traversed time from the 1970s or 80s? Later, he learned from Fong Lin that she had been tightly controlled at home during her high school years, focused solely on her studies. Upon entering university, she was but an innocent girl, unversed in the ways of the world, and before she could be influenced by the bold women around her, the apocalypse struck. Fortune seemed to smile upon her, as she was repeatedly rescued from peril. It left him pondering whether she was truly unfortunate or extraordinarily lucky. As for Zhaiwani, she too was a student. Chao Yang chuckled. There's something amiss about that woman. How could she mingle with those people? Even if she didn't partake in their actions. She managed to survive while others perished, and without a scratch to show for it. That female teacher, surnamed Liu, bore numerous scars, evident signs of violation and torment. I can't fathom why she remains unscathed. Why did those individuals spare her? Then why not inquire? Chao Yang shook his head. It's not my concern. Do you recall that joke? Why did my grandmother live to be 100? Because she never meddled in others' affairs. He laughed heartily, declaring, thus, I shall refrain from asking. In this post-apocalyptic world, he sometimes extended a helping hand to those who had suffered greatly, but only within his capabilities. Beyond that, it was best to avoid entanglements. What about Xiaoru and the other one? He queried, flicking ash again. What purpose would they serve? If one wishes to foresee the future, having Yu Jing is sufficient. Zhu Guosheng is a hacker and an engineer, truly a high-caliber talent. Turning to Su Xianyan, he remarked, you two share a common language. Having him close could be perilous. What if one day you find yourself wearing a green hat? Su Xianyan retorted, spitting a playful insult at Chao Yang. What do you take me for? If I hadn't been disheartened at that moment, allowing you to slip in, my prized possession would still be safe. Chao Yang fell silent, gazing out the car window. Su Xianyan glanced at him. Why so quiet? Are you feeling guilty? Chao Yang flicked the remaining cigarette from his fingers. Arguing with a woman is rather foolish, isn't it? Women, by nature, are creatures of irrationality. Turning truth into falsehood and blurring the lines of right and wrong is your forte. Su Xianyan reached out to strike him, but he pointed ahead. Focus on the road. Focus on the road. With a huff, she warned, don't provoke me. If you do, I might just find a scientist to gift you a grand green hat. Chao Yang nodded. Just don't let me lose respect for you. You must keep your word. Afterward, he dismissed it, understanding that playful banter between couples was quite normal. He picked up the map, following Zhu Guosheng's directions, and realized they should arrive soon. It appeared they would find shelter tonight, regardless of what kind it was. With 2 vehicles laden with supplies, staying for a few nights should pose no difficulty. Yet, he pondered his future path. Lost in these thoughts, Chao Yang calculated how much longer they should travel. Suddenly, he heard a muffled sob. He looked up, momentarily taken aback. What is wrong with you? Su Xianyan wiped her face with her hand. What is it to you? Chao Yang inquired, puzzled. Are you on your period? Su Xianyan snorted. You just got your period. Chao Yang, perplexed, gazed at Su Xianyan. Having both survived the apocalypse, their psychological resilience was far beyond average. He mused that, even if he had uttered a more serious comment, someone from the wasteland would hardly take offense. Let alone, the words he spoke were akin to harmless jest that a normal girlfriend from the pre-apocalyptic era would not genuinely resent. Yet, here she was, crying, a complete upheaval of his understanding of human emotion in the aftermath of devastation. Chao Yang set aside the map, inquiring gently, "What troubles you, Xinyan?" Su Xinyan bit her lip in silence, her gaze fixed ahead, occasionally raising her hand to wipe her face. Chao Yang reached for a cigarette on the center console, igniting it with his lighter. As the smoke curled and drifted from his lips, he murmured, "You are not the kind of person to conceal your burdens from me. What weighs on your heart?" Still, Su Xianyan remained mute. Chao Yang rolled down the recently closed window, allowing the cool night breeze to disperse the smoke, sending it wafting out into the dark. In the days before the apocalypse, I had a girlfriend whom I cherished deeply. The highlight of my day was seeing her after work, gifting her little tokens of affection, even something as simple as a 1 or 2 yuan ice cream, which would elicit joyous embraces and kisses. I worked tirelessly, convinced that I could provide her with a better life. However, gradually, she began to voice her dissatisfaction with the meager offerings I brought home. Then came the fateful day when I witnessed her stepping into a luxury car, while I stood beside, helplessly watching as she embraced another man. In that moment, it struck me with devastating clarity. My world had come to an end. Chapter 116. I married early as anticipated. After an hour of travel, Chao Yang beheld a small town, its outskirts adorned with a multitude of tattered tents, resembling a bustling marketplace. The convoy halted not far from the city gate, and Chao Yang disembarked from the vehicle, striding towards the entrance with an impassive expression. Su Xianyan followed suit, her demeanor submissive as she walked behind him. Fong Lin, wielding a knife, trailed closely behind Chao Yang, casting a curious glance at him and then at Su Xianyan. Slowing her pace, she matched Su Xianyan's stride and whispered, "What is wrong with you two? Had a quarrel?" Stealing a glance at Chao Yang, Su Xianyan confessed, "I made a mistake. I upset him." Fong Lin scrutinized Chao Yang's retreating figure, pondering why he, known for his easygoing nature and a good rapport with Su Xianyan, would be so irate over something trivial. The Eden Sanctuary stood in stark contrast to the Dawn Sanctuary. It was a city constructed from the ground up. Though its walls lacked the weathered charm of ancient fortifications, the cold, imposing strength of reinforced concrete was unmistakable. The myriad of gun ports embedded within the walls evoked a sense of dread. In the wake of the apocalypse, to erect such a formidable structure in such a brief span was a feat beyond comprehension, leaving Chao Yang both bewildered and uninterested in uncovering the identity of those responsible. Upon reaching the city gate, he observed several armed local guards stationed to oversee entry. Much like the infamous death train, entry to the Eden Sanctuary required verification of identity. Both Chao Yang and Fong Lin, having emerged from the death train, carried their identification cards, accustomed to the necessity. Su Xianyan, meanwhile, had procured a counterfeit ID that bore a striking resemblance to her own likeness. Zhu Guoxin and his brother likely had stayed at the Dawn Sanctuary. Thus they carried their credentials as well. Chao Yang cast a puzzled glance at Jai Wani as she presented her ID, revealing that even she had come prepared. In contrast, Yu Jing appeared flustered, exclaiming, "I lost my ID ages ago. In this apocalypse, who cares for such things? Does it matter?" "The answer is apparent now," Chao Yang remarked, gesturing towards Yu Jing as he explained to the guard captain, "I apologize. This child misplaced her identification." The captain eyed Yu Jing quizzically. "Is this your child? She seems rather grown up." "I married early," Chao Yang replied, slipping a box of premium cigarettes into the captain's pocket. "This is from my second wife, brought along by my ex." Yu Jing's eyes widened in shock, while Fong Lin pinched her forcefully, urging her to close her mouth, which had fallen agape. The captain glanced between the two, smirking. "I must say, she doesn't resemble you much. You have quite the taste, my friend. Indeed, I prefer the mature ones. They are more understanding and temperate." Chao Yang retorted with a wink. The captain patted him on the back, chuckling. "Well, you never know. Your intentions might lie beyond mere alcohol." With a hearty laugh, he waved them through. "All right, you may enter, but don't forget to get a new ID." "Certainly. Absolutely." Chao Yang, accompanied by his companions, drove into the designated area. Beside the city wall lay a parking lot where all incoming vehicles were required to halt for inspection. Zhu Guoxiang, having spent time in the Dawn Sanctuary, proceeded to complete the necessary formalities while everyone else stood by the vehicle, awaiting his return. A slender middle-aged man approached. "My friend, the inspections here can be quite troublesome. If there is a substantial amount to check, it may take a day or two." Chao Yang offered him a cigarette. "Is that so? Are there many vehicles being inspected at present?" The thin man, seeing the cigarette, hurriedly accepted it with both hands. "There are indeed quite a few. If you wish to dispose of any goods on your vehicle, I can assist you here, which would save you time. Of course, the buyback price is lower than in the city, but you can leave as soon as you sell. You make a living from this." Chao Yang remarked. "Yes, if you choose to sell, I assure you a satisfactory price." Understanding the man was a broker, Chao Yang smiled and replied, "Please wait a moment. Once my friend is done, I will let him know." Soon, Zhu Guosheng returned after completing his tasks. The slender man quickly approached him, engaging in a brief conversation. Zhu Guosheng turned to Chao Yang. "Chao Yang, aren't you keeping any goods?" Chao Yang shook his head. "I'm giving everything to them. You and Xiao Ru should secure a room here." And he glanced at Zhaiwani. "If you don't mind, let her stay with you. I'll leave some money for you. The rest is beyond my concern." Gratitude radiated from Zhu Guosheng's face. "Big brother Chao, we've been following you for so long, not only failing to assist you, but becoming a burden instead." Chao Yang waved his hand. "Enough, there is no need for such words. Chao Yang, act solely based on my conscience. I have never deceived or harmed others, and I treat my friends with sincerity, never resorting to deceit or concealment. However, I am equally cautious. Should anyone show me disrespect or threaten me, I will retaliate 1,000-fold." Su Xinyan cleared her throat. "Chao Yang, let us expedite this handover. Guosheng still needs to look for a place." The vehicle transfer proceeded smoothly. Chao Yang and Zhaiwani shared little connection or affection, merely having saved her life. After selling both trucks and their cargo, Chao Yang intended to give Zhu Guosheng a bit more money. But Zhu Guosheng vehemently shook his head. "What you've given me is already sufficient for us to live on for a while. I will divide it into 3 parts." Giving one share to Zhaiwani. Chao Yang pondered for a moment. It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish. Wealth can be squandered quickly, and those who rely on others cannot find lasting peace in this world. A small sum to sustain her for 10 days or so will suffice, and the rest should be directed towards helping her find a job. It is a matter of fate. Zhu Guosheng nodded in agreement. Chao Yang then addressed the women he had brought along. "Very well. We shall explore the surroundings before departing. You go on with your tasks, and perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Zhu Guosheng has gone to attend to various matters, while Xiao Ru follows closely behind Chao Yang and his companions. Chao Yang glances back and inquires, "Why aren't you assisting your brother? What purpose does it serve to linger with us?" Xiao Ru, her gaze cast downward, replies, "As we are soon to part ways, might I accompany you for a while?" Chao Yang exhales softly, opting not to press the issue further. He inquires of a passerby regarding the location of the market, and then, accompanied by his entourage, they proceed towards the market of this sanctuary in a grand procession. The funds of Eden Shelter are not vastly different from those of Dawn Shelter, however. This place possesses a more refined ambience, complete with some paper currency. Though electronic payments could have been an option, Chao Yang and his group prefer brevity in their stay, deeming the activation process too cumbersome. Surprisingly, in this apocalyptic era, humanity seems to have regressed over several decades. Having parted ways with Zhu Guosheng, the group soon locates the market, which is not far off. From a distance, they catch sight of the market aglow with lights, a scene bustling with vitality. In a moment of reverie, Chao Yang feels as though he has returned to the heights of Dawn Shelter. To his astonishment, the exterior of this shelter is equally vibrant, suggesting it might surpass Dawn Shelter in sophistication and humanity. As they enter the market, a voice calls out from behind, "Daddy, I want to buy this to eat." Chao Yang halts in surprise, and then hears the voice again. "Chao Yang, Daddy, I'm talking about you." Chapter 117. I am her guardian. Chao Yang turned around, observing Yu Jing, who was sulking with her neck stiffened, and halted his steps. "You were present at the time. If I hadn't phrased it that way, how else could I have referred to you? Surely, I could call you my sister, couldn't I?" After holding back her anger for quite some time, Yu Jing glared at him with wide eyes. "Do we even resemble each other? Are we supposed to be half-siblings? You could at least say we're distant relatives. Why insist on being my father? Only direct relatives hold the most credibility. If I can't be your brother, then I might as well be your stepfather. Is there a problem with that?" Yu Jing shot a resentful look at Chao Yang. "How could you say that? I called you my brother, and this is how you repay me? Goodness, suddenly I'm a whole generation older. Why not just call me your grandfather?" Chao Yang scratched his head. "You could call me that, but it seems I'm not that old. No one would believe it." While Su Xuanyan was conversing with Fong Ling, she noticed the bickering between the two and hurried over to Yu Jing's side, whispering a few words in her ear. Yu Jing's eyes widened even more, almost bulging out of her head as she turned to Su Xuanyan. "What did you just say?" Su Xuanyan tilted her head. "Just tell me whether you want it or not." Yu Jing, blushing, pushed Su Xuanyan away. "You're so disgusting." She then ran to Fong Ling's side, linking arms with her and ignoring Chao Yang. Chao Yang looked at Su Xuanyan in confusion as she approached. "What did you say to her?" Su Xuanyan shook her head. "Nothing much." Turning her head, she added, "You're not angry with me anymore." "I was never angry at you. I was angry at a certain someone." Su Xuanyan linked her arm with Chao Yang's, walking inward while whispering, "Some people are content with little, while others desire everything. There's no need for you to be upset. As long as we live well. Isn't that enough? Chao Yang sneered. As long as you don't provoke me, we can all get along. But if you do, no one will be spared. It's either a complete loss or a complete victory. I want to see whose skills are greater, his or mine. But what do you have to fight him with? Chao Yang turned to Su Xuanyan. Since you know I can't win against him, why do you still say such things to me? Su Xuanyan slightly lowered her head. I just don't want to hide anything from you. Since I have decided to follow you for life, why should I conceal anything? I'd rather risk my life for you. Chao Yang wrapped his arms around Su Xuanyan's petite figure. Don't speak carelessly in front of me. If you say it, it's one thing. But if Yu Jing says it, it would frighten me to death. His voice may have been a tad too loud. As Yu Jing leaned in again, what did I say that could scare you? Tell me. Chao Yang turned back. You're so angry with me. You could curse me if you wanted. You know your curses are quite effective against me. Yu Jing blinked her large eyes at Chao Yang. Do you truly enjoy it when I curse you? Chao Yang chuckled and nodded. Indeed. If you dislike me, you can certainly curse me. Come on, let us hurt each other. Yu Jing huffed. I want to fall for your tricks. You must have some ulterior motive. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. You're deceiving me again. I curse you right now. Fong Lin hastily grasped Yu Jing's hand with her left, while her right hand covered Yu Jing's mouth. Yu Jing resisted Fong Lin's hand and proclaimed her curse. I curse you to buy me a cotton candy immediately. I want to eat it. Chao Yang chuckled as he strolled past the cotton candy vendor, exclaiming, Come now, one for each person here. All right, what about you? Chao Yang was surprised to discover that even in this apocalyptic world, cotton candy was still available, albeit at a steep price. Observing the others receiving their treats, Yu Jing added, I'll have one too. On what grounds? Fong Lin teased. Because I cursed you, I should receive an extra one. The cotton candy vendor initially looked at Chao Yang, who smiled and replied, Of course, it's only right for a child to receive an extra. The vendor laughed, handing Yu Jing another cotton candy. Look how generous your uncle is. You wanted two, and he bought you two. He is not. Chao Yang quickly interjected, That's incorrect. I am not her uncle. I am her godfather. Observing Yu Jing, who was fuming and walking on the other side of the street, Fong Lin leaned closer to Chao Yang, saying, Chao Yang, you shouldn't tease her so much. She's just like a child. You could claim to be any kind of friend, but why must you insist on being a father figure? Now you're calling yourself a godfather. And look how upset she's become, spinning in circles. Chao Yang laughed. If I have irritated her to this extent, why hasn't she cursed me back? She is neither foolish nor malicious. He smiled ahead, witnessing Yu Jing extending one of her cotton candies to a mother holding a ragged child. The child gazed longingly at the cotton candy stand, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, though her words may be harsh, her heart remains kind. Su Xuanyan, linking her arm with Chao Yang's, remarked, Your perspective is valid, but are you not concerned she might become a saint herself? Chao Yang turned to Su Xuanyan, asking, Is your understanding of a saint somewhat misguided? What constitutes a saint? Is it merely being kind to others and embodying righteousness? Isn't it? No. A saint is someone who generously exploits others, much like that teacher with the surname Liu, who made others assist her in saving her boyfriend, risking their lives to fulfill her desires. Such individuals are the true saints. Chao Yang withdrew his arm and embraced Su Xuanyan, who was too short for him to reach her waist, so he settled for her shoulders. Let me ask you, have you never accepted a single act of kindness or grace from anyone in your life? Don't deny it. When you fell as a child, someone helped you up. That was assistance. If you were drowning and someone reached out to save you, would you label them as a saint? He pointed to Yu Jing, currently. She is simply lending a hand. She will do her utmost to help others, which reflects her kind nature. Yet, she has never demanded that I venture into danger to rescue her loved ones. Fong Lin pondered for a moment. This is also the reason you intend to take her with you. Chao Yang nodded. I am not one to indiscriminately take innocent lives. If you provoke me, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. However, how could I bring myself to harm such an innocent and adorable young girl? Yet, why did you choose to keep her by your side? Could she not be left in a shelter like Xiaoru and the others? Chao Yang chuckled. Given the current state of the apocalypse, should I cast her away, she would swiftly meet her demise or succumb to darkness. If one day she were to reminisce about me, uttering, had Chao Yang not driven me away, I would not have fallen to such a lowly state. He truly deserves to die. That could very well lead to my own downfall. At that moment, Yu Jing returned, her face stern, extending her hand. Give me some money. Chao Yang smiled. Is this the attitude you adopt when asking for money? Yu Jing's eyes twinkled as a sweet smile graced her face. Her voice dripping with saccharine charm. Godfather, could you spare me some cash? Chapter 118. Chao Yang purchases weapons. Chao Yang rubbed his arm, saying, You should call back brother Chao Yang. My skin is crawling. As he spoke, he produced some coins from his pocket and handed them over. Upon receiving the money, Yujing shook her head with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, Godfather." She then turned and scampered away with Xiaoru. Xiaoyang took out another handful of coins, offering them to Su Xianyan and Feng Lin. "Feel free to buy whatever you fancy. I shall wander about." He gestured towards a nearby shop selling weapons. Feng Lin accepted the money, questioning, "Don't you already have that axe? Why are you still looking for weapons? In this apocalypse, one can never have too many weapons. And our collection of firearms is rather scant. I intend to see if they offer any firearms for sale." "I'll accompany you," Feng Lin said, shoving the coins into Su Xianyan's hands. Xiaoyang waved his hand, insisting, "No need. It's a rare day off. You should go enjoy shopping." He then turned and stepped into the weapons shop. A tall, elegant saleswoman in a qipao approached him, inquiring, "Good day, sir. What can I assist you with?" Xiaoyang glanced around the interior, where the walls were adorned with an array of dazzling weapons, albeit all cold weapons. "Do you have guns?" "Yes, sir. Would you prefer a spear, a red cherry gun, a hook and handle spear, or perhaps a wooden gun, or a cane gun?" Stop. This young lady is quite chatty, but I'm not referring to those types of guns." The young woman looked at Xiaoyang in confusion, and he perceived a hint of regret and pity in her eyes. "Sir, we do not have the type of gun you seek. You may exit, turn left, cross 2 blocks, and pass through 2 doors. There is a shop with a sign featuring a duck. They should have the firearms you desire." Initially focused on remembering the directions, Xiaoyang's expression darkened. "What do you mean? I am talking about firearms." The young woman covered her mouth and chuckled. "I apologize, sir. I understand now. We do indeed have the type of gun you need. Would you prefer a rifle, a handgun, a submachine gun, or a shotgun? We also have some light machine guns available. I would like to see the rifles and handguns. Do you have grenades?" "Indeed, we have grenades, as well as hand grenades, landmines, portable rocket launchers, and anti-tank weapons." "Stop, just leave me to see them." The young lady was delightful, albeit a bit loquacious. She guided Xiaoyang down a corridor lined with cold weapons, leading him deeper into the shop. Suddenly, Xiaoyang halted. He had spotted an enormous flower bud, essentially a long-handled hammer. He reached out to lift it, only to discover its weight. "Is this for sale too?" "Sir, even if we were to sell it, I fear no one would purchase it. This is a spiked club typically placed beside trucks, a byproduct from the forging process." "A spiked club? Where can I find one?" "At the automobile dealership ahead. If you're interested, I can take you there shortly." Xiaoyang set the iron hammer back down and continued forward with the saleswoman. He selected 6 long rifles and 6 handguns, along with the corresponding ammunition, as the young lady's eyes narrowed into slits with excitement. If he so desires, the young lady would undoubtedly be inclined to engage in some activity with him at this moment. When Xiaoyang purchased 2 crates of grenades, the young lady was even more exhilarated, loosening the buttons of her blouse. "Sir, would you care to examine the rockets? I am not in the business of siege warfare. What would I need such things for? Then might you be interested in the spiked clubs?" Xiaoyang nodded. "Let us proceed." Upon exiting the Hall of Firearms, Xiaoyang found it curious. "Do you not sell many firearms here?" "Indeed, we possess an abundance of supplies, with a particularly high rate of firearm ownership. Moreover, during the apocalypse, many raided nearby armories, resulting in individuals being well-equipped. Additionally, some prefer not to use firearms, believing that gunfire would attract more zombies. Consequently, our sales have consistently been poor." "I told you so," Xiaoyang chuckled as he walked ahead. "You share all these secrets with me. Are you not afraid I might refrain from purchasing?" The young lady turned back, smiling sweetly. "Sir, it matters not if you choose not to buy. Our mission is to serve you well. Would you like to rest for a moment, or shall we proceed to examine the cold weapons now?" "I shall first take a look at the spiked club mounted on that vehicle." Upon seeing the spiked club, Xiaoyang was astonished by its formidable spikes. "This must weigh several hundred pounds, right?" "Well, sir, you possess great strength. This spiked club weighs a total of 180 pounds, 200 pounds, and the heaviest is 350 pounds. It is designed for various trucks, installed at the front and sides. When the truck starts, it rotates around, effortlessly dispatching a few zombies." Xiaoyang could hardly put down the spiked club. It was indeed a remarkable item. "Can we customize such a truck?" The young lady, noticing Xiaoyang's fascination, could not help but promote further. "How much?" Xiaoyang calculated that the sale of 2 trucks left him with less than 1/3 for Zhu Guoxing. And after purchasing the firearms, he found he did not have enough to buy a single truck. Reluctantly placing the spiked club aside, he decided, "I will take 2 of the heaviest. I will install them myself later." "Very well, sir. However, I advise you to purchase 3, 1 for each side, and perhaps a shorter one for the front." "All right, I shall heed your advice." Xiaoyang also acquired some ancient throwing darts, spending his money to the last cent. The young lady then led him to his separate room on the 2nd floor. "Sir, please wait here. I shall arrange the stock for you, if you don't mind." Xiao Yang sat down. Very well. The young lady hesitated slightly. Sir, could you possibly provide us with some cash in advance? Of course, Xiao Yang replied, retrieving a stack of colorful paper currency from his pocket. This shelter was quite intriguing. They had even issued their own paper money, which was impressively printed. Did they not fear counterfeits? Upon seeing Xiao Yang holding the currency, the young lady quickly said, would you accompany me to make the payment? Xiao Yang handed her half of the money, placing it in her hand. Please go and complete the transaction for me. I will wait here. Grateful for Xiao Yang's trust. The young lady cast him a thankful glance before taking the money to make the payment. Xiao Yang was undeterred by the prospect of others coveting her wealth. She welcomed their greed. She believed she could effortlessly seize control of their weaponry shop. Sitting upon the sofa, she surveyed her surroundings. The modest room, approximately 10 square meters in size, was adorned with a decor that was both simplistic and yet retained an air of opulence. Behind her, the genuine leather sofa complemented a side table adorned with a delicately arranged fresh flower. On the table, freshly brewed tea awaited her. Xiao Yang took a sip, and although she lacked the finesse to appreciate fine tea, she could discern its fragrant essence, indicative of high-quality leaves. It was surprising to witness such indulgence amidst the apocalypse, reminiscent of her past visits to luxury car dealerships. Before long, a young woman returned, presenting an invoice. Sir, please keep this. It is your receipt. Xiao Yang nodded, tucking the invoice into her pocket. The young woman did not depart but stepped closer, kneeling before Xiao Yang. Sir, given your substantial patronage at our establishment, we offer you some special privileges and benefits. With that, she extended her hand. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a privilege was commendable and worthy of national promotion. Just look at those desolate car dealerships. They ought to take notes. Chapter 119. The neighboring young sister's grievance against heaven. Xiao Yang first drove the vehicle borrowed from the merchant to a secluded area, stowing away the weapons purchased within its confines before returning the car. Once everything was settled, he bid farewell to the audacious little server and strolled off in search of his women. The market, though vast, was quickly traversed. Yet he pondered where these women could have wandered off to. Surely they had not ventured into the clothing stores? In this apocalyptic world, such shops were unattended. Wasn't free shopping enticing? Xiao Yang approached a clothing store, convinced they must be lingering nearby. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted from ahead, accompanied by cries of murder. Could it be Fong Lin and the others? He pushed against the throng and turned a corner into a more isolated area. To his dismay, he beheld a young girl, perhaps 15 or 16, her upper body bare, the remnants of her clothing barely concealing her modesty. Her skirt was torn, leaving her half naked, and she stood there, bloodied and dazed, clutching a sharp knife. Before her lay a man in his 20s, his face pale, blood oozing from a wound in his chest. Surrounding the girl were 4 or 5 men, one of whom, a gaunt figure with a pallid complexion and deep-set eyes, cursed vehemently. You little harlot! How dare you kill my young master Wang's man? You shall certainly meet your end. At that moment, several local security personnel rushed over, their weapons raised, aiming at the knife-wielding girl. Seeing the guns drawn, the frail man shouted, Don't shoot. I want her alive. Whoever killed my young master, I will ensure she suffers far worse than death. A crowd began to gather, and Xiao Yang overheard someone remark, The Wang family of the shelter, those are the founders of this haven. That girl has no chance of survival. Another sighed in resignation. Death would be a release for her. Being captured and returned would be a fate worse than death. The girl, trembling, surveyed the onlookers, her body quaking visibly. The knife in her grasp shook like leaves in an autumn gale. She began to speak, her voice quivering yet clear enough for Xiao Yang to hear. Why? What have I done wrong? I merely stepped out to buy something, and they sought to harm me. Why do you not intervene? Why? Xiao Yang observed as the girl's trembling ceased. She began to rage, brandishing the dagger. Why? Why deny me even a chance to live? I only wish to survive. To live like a human being. You can commit heinous acts, yet I am not even permitted to exist as a person? Raising her gaze to the pitch-black sky, she cried out, Heaven, when will you open your eyes and grant us a path to life? Suddenly, she thrust the knife into her own throat. Xiao Yang leaped forward. But it was too late. The girl had plunged the dagger into her own neck without anyone realizing it in time. Xiao Yang had once suffered an injury and understood that it was exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon oneself when the body senses pain. It instinctively reacts to prevent the exertion of force. Thus, even among those who contemplate suicide, few resort to a dagger to pierce their own throats. Yet, that young girl, overwhelmed by untold grievances, her spirit utterly shattered, plunged the dagger straight into her own throat. She did not withdraw the blade, and as it sank to the hilt, Xiao Yang realized that not even divine intervention could save her now. He reached out to support the girl, whose face was streaked with tears as she gazed at him. her lips moving silently, for her vocal cords had been severed, rendering her mute. She did not know who Chaoyang was. Perhaps she believed he was a friend or that he sought to rescue her. Suddenly, the dagger was wrenched from her throat, and blood erupted forth like an arrow, splattering the ground. It was Chaoyang's first encounter with blood that could spurt so far, and it was also the first time he witnessed such fierce determination in a young girl. As he looked into her wide-open eyes, he saw the light within them gradually dimming. Yet, those eyes remained defiantly open, as if reproaching the injustice of the apocalypse. All she desired was to live, to exist like a human being. She had evaded the zombies of the end times, but could not escape the tyranny of the powerful within the sanctuary. Chaoyang understood that the girl was already dead, and even his spatial abilities could not bring her back. The water from his space was not a panacea. It was ineffective for the deceased. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had always maintained a cautious distance from others' affairs. However, witnessing this tormented girl stirred something deep within his resilient heart, igniting a surge of fury that roiled within his chest. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his childhood neighbor, a little sister who had once trailed behind him like a shadow. Chaoyang gradually bent down and whispered softly into the girl's ear, "Do not worry. I shall take on this burden. I assure you, heaven has opened its eyes. I will avenge your wrongs. You may rest in peace." In a strange turn of events, the girl's once dull eyes slowly closed. Unbeknownst to her, a faint smile graced her lips, a fleeting warmth in response to the frigid world around her. Chaoyang's words resonated with her like a matchstick emitting a weak warmth to a girl who had perished in the icy wilderness. As several men gathered upon seeing the girl collapse lifelessly in Chaoyang's arms, one, claiming to be Master Wang, approached him. "What are you doing?" he inquired. The security team members also advanced, questioning, "Do you know each other?" Chaoyang gently laid the girl on the ground and rose to his feet. He extended his right hand, deliberately reaching into his bosom. His gaze swept across the gathered crowd, calculating how to swiftly eliminate them all. Suddenly, an arm grasped his hand. "Chaoyang, think of us." He turned to see Su Xianyan, her face a portrait of urgency and pleading. "You may disregard my fate, but Fong Lin will surely accompany you to your end. Yu Jing will also meet her demise here, along with Xiao Ru and the two of them. They are certainly unable to escape. You possess the ability to take lives, but can you eliminate all those who bear arms within the sanctuary? Can you escort them and emerge from this place alive? I implore you, Chaoyang." Su Xianyan stood on her toes, urgently whispering into Chaoyang's ear, her voice imbued with desperation. Chaoyang slowly lifted his gaze to the pitch-black sky, realizing at last why he had lost the decisiveness he once possessed. Because of his attachments, he had become burdened with an overwhelming array of concerns and constraints, which ensnared him like a fishing net, tightly binding his entire being, like a soulless wanderer. Chaoyang pushed through the crowd, while Su Xianyan hurriedly explained to the security personnel. The security team glanced at their identification and did not press them too hard. And that young master, perhaps fearing public outrage, did not obstruct them excessively. As Chaoyang stepped out of the throng, he turned a corner and, in the inner space, softly called out, "Xiaoling, my dear sister, I beseech you for a favor." Chapter 120, From Naive Youth to Mature Man. Those with a modicum of societal experience are well aware that in the realm of external interactions, the most daunting encounters often arise from the impetuous youth in their teenage years or early 20s. They are heedless of the consequences, devoid of any lingering attachments, and seldom contemplate the anguish their actions may inflict upon their parents should anything untoward occur. However, as they gradually mature, a transformation takes place. Upon marrying and starting families of their own, they cease to provoke trouble. Even when confronted with brawls on the streets, they might choose to avert their gaze. Even when faced with provocations, they often opt for restraint, for they now possess loved ones, wives and children, whose lives would be irrevocably altered by any misfortune befalling them. Chaoyang has finally grasped the reason for his newfound restraint. It is because he has Su Xianyan and Fong Lin in his life. In the past, he might have been indifferent to their well-being, but now he carries a sense of responsibility. His affections for them have deepened, and even towards Yu Jing. He wishes for her safety. Yet, unnoticed by anyone, as Chaoyang retreats into the shadows, a woman clad entirely in black appears by his side, vanishing as quickly as she came. Su Xianyan and Fong Lin catch up to Chaoyang, trailing behind him. Once they have distanced themselves from the site of the commotion, Su Xianyan exhales a sigh. "I am sorry," with an impassive expression. Chaoyang shakes his head. "There is no need for apologies. It is merely that I am unsettled." Indeed, no one finds solace in such circumstances. Fong Lin walks beside Chaoyang. "In truth, we could have fled alongside you." Xiao Ru sighs. "It is I and Xiao Jing who are the burdens." Su Xianyan halts. "I find myself of little use. It has only now dawned on me that in this apocalypse, we truly possess little utility." Relying solely on Chaoyang, Chao Yang, too, comes to a standstill, turning to look at Su Xianyin. You do not merely rely on me. We complement one another, striving together to survive in this desolate world. Just moments ago, they were armed. Had I acted out of anger, who knows if I would have emerged unscathed. He raises his gaze to the center of the shelter, where a pristine white 5-story building stands, the abode of the shelter's key figures. Yet, what Chao Yang perceives now is filth and degradation. I feel a sense of revulsion here. Let us procure some food and depart. Although he has retained some provisions, he still wishes to purchase more. Having expended his funds on firearms and ammunition, he possesses only a handful of coins. The money he had given to Su Xianyin remains unspent. Even though it is a meager sum, Chao Yang is reluctant to keep it. He has no desire to linger in this place, and there is no need to hold on to the currency circulating here, as he intends to spend it all. Chao Yang and his companions enter a grocery store to procure supplies. Upon exiting the shop, they find Yujing squatting at the entrance, her head bowed. Fong Lin approaches her. Why do you not go inside and buy some snacks you enjoy? Yujing stands and shakes her head. Xiaoru is right. I truly feel useless. Fong Lin takes Yujing's hand. What are you saying? You are the most valuable among us. Do you not know that Chao Yang fears you the most? Yujing shook her head, acknowledging her role in causing trouble for Chao Yang. Chao Yang reached out and gently ruffled her hair, reminding her, I have always said, do not burden yourself with guilt over trivial matters. You have performed admirably. Maintain that childlike spirit of yours. Abilities are cultivated through practice, and no one is born with them. I truly believe that your awakening of this extraordinary power has been of great assistance to me. In the future, do not hesitate to speak up. Your brother Chao Yang is unafraid. Yujing lowered her head and softly murmured in agreement, uncertain if she had truly absorbed his words. As a few of them carried back several food containers, Fong Lin suddenly inquired about Xiaoru. Where is she? She asked, feeling a twinge of sadness. She went back early, Su Xianyin replied. It's for the best, otherwise, it would only lead to another painful farewell. Despite their brief time together, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them, especially after the tragedy involving the young girl, as they made their way back to the city gates. Chao Yang, glancing at the distant vehicles, suddenly broke into a peculiar grin and shouted towards the heavens. Wait for me right here. Soon we shall strike with fervor. The women exchanged puzzled glances. But Chao Yang remained resolute, instructing, get in the car. We are leaving the city. As the vehicle began to move, the guards at the entrance did not voice any objections to their swift departure. However, noticing that Yujing lacked identification, one guard remarked, you, as a father, show little sense of responsibility. Your child has no ID, and you do not make arrangements to rectify that immediately. Su Xianyin quickly interjected with a smile. We are merely stepping out for a moment. We have a few things to bring in from outside and will handle that upon our return. The guard shook his head. Entering and exiting incurs costs. You certainly are affluent. Despite his words, he opened the city gates. The vehicle, having paid the toll, swiftly departed from that Ednic sanctuary. Not long after, Chao Yang parked the car on a small hillside, stating, daybreak is imminent. Let us endure a bit of discomfort in the vehicle. No one voiced discontent over Chao Yang's decision to forego his home for the car. Silence prevailed among them. He opened the door, leaped out, lit a cigarette, and moved to the back of the vehicle, lifting the rear compartment cover. Inside was a narrow space designated for storing miscellaneous items, with some vehicles also containing spare water and gasoline for emergencies. As he opened it, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, lamenting, I wonder whose idea it was to confine ourselves here. It is quite unbearable. If my driving were less adept and the ride more jarring, could your bodies withstand it? The cramped space could barely accommodate one person, yet it was occupied by two. Chao Yang pointed at one of the men. You, as the older brother, truly lack diligence. Zhu Guosheng chuckled awkwardly. I had no choice. My sister insisted on accompanying us, or she would have resorted to desperate measures. I cannot fathom how you have enchanted her to this extent. Curled up in that narrow space were, indeed, the Zhu siblings. Chapter 121. I am willing to accompany you across the seas. Chao Yang gazed at the Zhu brothers, exhaling a sigh. What good comes from following me? It is merely a life of wandering. Moreover, I must confess, I am quite angered at present, and I may act in a manner that could jeopardize your lives. Xiaoru stretched her legs and sat up from behind the vehicle. Rather than languishing in that miserable place, it is far better to extricate ourselves swiftly. Rest assured, whatever you choose to do, we shall accompany you. If we cannot stand by you in life, how could we not do so in death? Chao Yang nodded. I appreciate your words, but who suggested you hide here? I am inclined to give them a sound reprimand. He cast a glance at the women in the vehicle. The women remained still, but Chao Yang noticed Yujing and Fong Lin's hands both instinctively moving towards their own backsides. The sky was on the verge of dawn, enveloped in the darkness that precedes the first light. Everyone sprawled within the vehicle, yet Chao Yang was conspicuously absent. Yujing straightened up and peered out the window. Chaoyang must have a delicate stomach. How long could he possibly take in the restroom? He must be squatting for an eternity. Su Xianyin sighed. I genuinely hope he is merely attending to nature's call. Fong Lin, reclining with a knife in hand, declared, if he does not return in 10 minutes, Xianyin, you take them and leave. I shall return to the city. Su Xianyin shot a glance at Fong Lin. Do you believe I possess the ability to ensure their survival? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from the walls of the sanctuary. Gunfire erupted like popping corn, prompting everyone to sit up and peer out the windows. Toward the Eden sanctuary, the gunfire continued unabated, showing no signs of ceasing. Flames erupted in the city, illuminating the dark night sky with a crimson glow, as if attempting to cleanse the darkness and herald a new dawn. The gunfire persisted, gradually diminishing only as the first light of dawn began to appear. Su Xianyin commenced lowering the black cloth covering the windows, while Yujing peeled back the fabric to gaze outside. I am fine now. Most of my skin is unharmed under the sunlight. Su Xianyin managed a wry smile. But Brother Guosheng is not so fortunate. Zhu Guosheng responded with a bittersweet smile. It matters not. I shall lie on the bunk above, where the sunlight cannot reach me. In the distance, a solitary figure ambled toward them. The faint morning light cascaded upon the figure, seemingly enveloping him in a golden halo from afar. As Chaoyang approached, his soot-blackened face bore the marks of fatigue, his clothes tattered and reeking of gunpowder. Yet, his eyes remained bright, shimmering with barely contained excitement. He appeared to be muttering to himself, the words indistinct. Fong Lin, unable to restrain herself, leaped from the vehicle and rushed toward him. Chaoyang embraced Fong Lin as he returned to the vehicle, climbing aboard and addressing Su Xianyin, who was already seated in the driver's seat. Drive. Su Xianyin pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow. Yujing regarded Chaoyang. You went to kill someone. Chaoyang chuckled, affectionately ruffling Yujing's hair. Su Xianyin turned her head back. All matters have been resolved. Chaoyang gazed at the distant shelter, still flickering with embers. Indeed. I have aided the young girl in reclaiming a semblance of justice, albeit belatedly. Xiaoru twirled an ancient coin in her hand. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. All retribution shall inevitably come. If man does not repay, heaven shall. She turned to Chaoyang. Brother Chaoyang, please do not cast me aside again. Although I am not your woman, my brother and I are willing to accompany you through life and death, living fully regardless of fate. Chaoyang turned his head to Zhu Guosheng, who smiled innocently. Before the apocalypse, I attended school and obeyed my parents. After the apocalypse, I endured hardships and followed my sister. I suppose this can be considered a form of virtue. Chaoyang burst into hearty laughter, surprised that Zhu Guosheng could jest. His laughter was liberating, yet a pang of sorrow lingered in his heart. He truly wished to hear the joyous laughter of that little girl. The vehicle continued until daylight broke, finally halting before a farmer's abode. Chaoyang dispatched several zombies, leading the group wrapped in black cloth swiftly into the house. After a night of turmoil, shopping and fleeing, everyone felt weary. Though the house was somewhat disheveled, no one cared. Even the preparation of a meal was neglected as everyone lay down to sleep. Chaoyang resumed his duty as the sentinel, and when Su Xianyin and Fong Lin offered to assist him, he gently ushered them back inside. As the sun rose, the occupants began to stir from their slumber. Chaoyang placed his hand in the sunlight, savoring its warmth. This sun, capable of purging all darkness. When would humanity be able to withstand its radiance and cleanse the remnants of their sins? Within the house, the sounds of snoring began to emerge. While Zhu and snores were expected, it was peculiar to hear a woman snoring. Chaoyang pondered who it might be. After all, Fong Lin and Su Xianyin had both shared a train journey and a bed with him, and neither snored. Perhaps it was Yujing? He mused with a hint of mischief. Since everyone was already asleep, he slipped into the space. The courtyard of the space was eerily silent. Chaoyang approached the tree that had grown naturally. It had begun to bear fruit. He had not paid attention to its flowering, but its fruits resembled both lychee and longan, with a slight reddish hue akin to that of lychee. However, the skin was as smooth as that of longan. The taste was neither lychee nor longan, possessing a sweetness with a hint of tartness. Chaoyang plucked one, peeled it, and while walking back to the house, popped it into his mouth. The hall was empty, but laughter rang from the bedroom. Upon hearing the door open, Xiaoling's voice chimed, "Brother Chaoyang, you have returned." He acknowledged her and entered the bedroom, where he found Xiaoling and Lin Yuhan playfully tussling on the bed. Xiaoling, sensing his presence, leaped from the bed into his embrace. Chaoyang held her tightly. "Thank you. Thank you both for standing by me through thick and thin." Xiaoling looked up, her face slightly flushed. "What are you saying? It was you who saved my life, even if it was merely to assist you in vanquishing a few villains. Returning this life to you is only right." As she spoke, Xiaoling raised her head and gently kissed Chaoyang's cheek, her eyes sparkling. "In truth, I am very happy. I have finally been able to help you. Xiaoyang, you have never looked down upon Xiaoling. It is she who holds the deepest gratitude for you. Xiaoyang tightened his embrace around Xiaoling and declared, since the onset of this apocalyptic era, you are the first woman in my life. I cherish you dearly, and my affection for you knows no bounds. Henceforth, refrain from uttering such words. Remember, you are my greatest love. Sitting on the bed, Lin Yuhan scoffed. You two are utterly sappy. Xiaoling pointed at the bed and teased, look at that. Are you feeling jealous? You should express your thanks to Sister Yuhan. Without her decisive strike, we would never have opened that door. Tell me, how is it that this delicate little lady possesses the brawn of a warrior like Lu Zhishan? Chapter 122. This damn apocalypse. Chao Yang released Xiaoling and swiftly embraced the frenzied Lin Yuhan, urging her, Yuhan, please refrain from acting impulsively. While Xiaoling may be adept with her words, your strength could easily overwhelm her. Lin Yuhan pointed accusingly at Xiaoling. The issue is that I can't even reach her. Help me restrain her so I can deliver a slap. Don't. She wouldn't withstand even a single blow. Xiaoyang interjected. You indulge her too much. She behaves submissively in your presence. You are unaware of how she has been tormenting me when you're not around. And I couldn't even catch her. Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoling, who was sticking out her tongue and making faces, fully aware that the innocent Lin Yuhan would be thoroughly vexed by the mischievous Xiaoling. Of course, this vexation was feigned, in the confines of their shared space. It was merely the two of them. Lin Yuhan's affection for Xiaoling was no less than Xiaoyang's. Xiaoyang shifted the conversation. When we were discovered earlier, the bullets were flying so densely. Are you both truly unscathed? Xiaoling chuckled. The bullets were moving too slowly for me, but Yuhan, on the other hand, seemed to have taken a hit on her backside. What? Xiaoyang's expression changed dramatically as he prepared to lay Lin Yuhan across his lap. Let me see where you're hurt. Lin Yuhan, both embarrassed and indignant, retorted, No, I'm fine. Don't listen to her nonsense. Xiaoyang insisted, pulling her closer. Injuries are a serious matter. We cannot delay treatment. Why aren't we addressing it immediately? Despite Lin Yuhan's greater strength, for some inexplicable reason, she softened in his embrace. Xiaoyang's concern deepened. He no longer viewed these two women as mere companions, but as integral parts of himself. Their pain resonated with his very being. He laid Lin Yuhan across his lap and began to remove her pants. Flushed with embarrassment, Lin Yuhan pushed Xiaoyang away and sat up, declaring, I said I'm not hurt. Xiaoling, of all people, you should know what kind of person I am. Why would you believe anything she says? Xiaoyang shook his head. Xiaoling, this matter should not be taken lightly. Let me examine you. Xiaoling leaned in closer. Yes, we mustn't shy away from the truth. After all, you're a doctor. How can you act this way? Just check it out. Don't worry. Let Xiaoyang give you an injection to make it better. As Xiaoyang reached out, Lin Yuhan felt her body go limp, and with a soft whimper, she collapsed into his embrace. You two are always bullying me. In the cozy little cabin, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and joy. Xiaoyang reclined on the bed, retrieving a cigarette from the bedside and snapping his fingers. A lighter appeared in his hand, which he used to ignite the cigarette. Xiaoling nestled against him. Today was genuinely perilous. Yuhan was almost struck by a bullet in her backside. Xiaoyang flicked the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. How did you manage to find their hideout? After you released me, that young Master Wang didn't leave. I decided to wait for his return. You might not be aware, but there is an inner city within this town. Xiaoyang took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Had you not entered with me, I would have been completely oblivious. How could there be an inner city built within such a small town? Yet, he remains the hypocritical lord, fearful that others might uncover his sordid deeds. He aspires to be both a debauchee and a figure of respectability. Indeed, the Dawn Sanctuary was a true villain, while he is a mere charlatan. Yes, there, guards are stationed every few steps, and as they opened the city gates, I dashed inside with utmost haste. You cannot imagine. An old soldier rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming how blurry everything appeared. He chuckled, remarking that it must have been the doing of little Chui from the previous day. Alas, one should take care in old age. I could not help but laugh as I overheard him from a distance. As she spoke, Xiaoling propped herself up and leaned upon Xiaoyang. Brother Xiaoyang, do not allow the faults of others to tarnish your spirit. You have witnessed the opulence there, contrasted with the misery of the enslaved. Yet, have we not avenged them with a swift reckoning? Xiaoyang gently stroked Xiaoling's head. There is no need to counsel me. I am not so fragile. It is the sight of that young girl's helplessness that weighs heavily upon my heart. When I later witnessed her take her own life, her unblinking eyes compelled me to embrace her, vowing to avenge her suffering. Xiaoling wrapped her arms tightly around Xiaoyang's waist. That young girl is both unfortunate and fortunate. Her plight is tragic, yet in death, She is fortunate to have you seek retribution on her behalf. Her soul may find peace. Xiaoling lifted her gaze. However, in this apocalyptic world, we cannot aid each one individually. I do not comprehend the depth of your sorrow. Every enslaved individual bears a tale of anguish, and none desired such a fate. Lowering her head, Xiaoling gently kissed Qiao Yang. I once overheard someone on the carriage speak of a young girl who sold herself into slavery merely to procure a bun for her brother. Qiao Yang sighed and glanced at the slumbering Lin Yuhan beside them. Is Yuhan truly unscathed? Xiaoling shook her head. No, I was merely teasing her. After all, she spends her days blushing. Qiao Yang rested his hands behind his head. Regardless, today we have avenged that young girl, and I feel a great sense of relief. You must be weary. It is time for you to sleep. Xiaoling replied with a soft retreating to her pillow, gradually succumbing to slumber. As her breathing steadied, silence enveloped the room. Qiao Yang slowly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. As an adult, he understood the need to conceal his emotions. He gazed at Xiaoling and then at Lin Yuhan, a whirlpool of reluctance swirling within him. He cautiously descended from the bed, murmuring, I know that after this deed, you will forget me. You will no longer recall the bond we once shared. He yearned to caress the faces of Xiaoling and Lin Yuhan, yet his hand hesitated, retracting in fear of waking them, afraid to let go. Observing the delicate features of Xiaoling, a mixture of joy and reproach, he thought, I truly wish to banish this wretched world from my sight. I do not want you, Xiaoling, to remember the bloodshed. Go forth and reclaim your joyful existence. Upon entering the space, you expressed a preference for being an ordinary worker with a 9-to-5 job rather than becoming a pitiable woman subjected to the whims of others. That pain, my dear brother, I shall help you erase. Turning to Lin Yuhan, he noticed the tears glistening on her face, aware that they were tears of joy. However, she would not allow herself to confront the anguish within. Yuhan, continue to embody the esteemed genius physician that countless admirers pursue. Upon your return, even in good health, I shall seek your expertise, for merely catching a glimpse of your brow and the corners of your eyes would bring me joy. Knowing that you would no longer sigh in solitude, Qiao Yang walked barefoot to the low table, which held little more than an antique incense burner, beside which lay a handful of incense sticks, approximately 7 or 8 in total. He picked up 3, observing them quietly for an extended period. With a wave of his hand, a printed sheet of paper floated into his grasp. The page was filled with numerous characters, and at the bottom lay a conspicuous dashed line, severing it from the text above. Beneath the line were inscribed a few sparse words, in the cosmos, only space and time exist. Space can be divided, and time may flow backward. Only the thoughts of man remain immutable. The spellcaster can retain their memories. The rest shall return to the source, and cannot be preserved. Additionally, there was a note, to reverse the flow of time and return to the source, one must burn 3 incense sticks and earnestly make a wish. However, those whose hearts are insincere cannot accomplish this, nor can those lacking strength. Should one attempt to force the spell despite insufficient power, they will surely face backlash. Proceed with caution. Proceed with caution. Qiao Yang placed the paper on the table, summoned a lighter into his hand, ignited it, and brought the flame close to the tips of the 3 incense sticks. The flickering flame mirrored the tumultuous emotion surging within him. At that moment, a hoarse voice from behind inquired, Have you truly thought this through? Qiao Yang turned to see Lin Yuhan, her face streaked with tears, propped up on her arms. Chapter 123. The zombie blockade. Qiao Yang spread the map on the table of the RV, stating, The provisions we have will suffice for 2 days. Thus we must hasten to Shanqing and subsequently head to Mauname. A profound silence enveloped the group, prompting Qiao Yang to ponder the absence of the usual inquisitive nature of Yu Jing. Glancing at her, he noted that she was typically a veritable fountain of questions. Why was she so reticent today? Given her silence, he felt compelled to guide the conversation. Yu Jing, why don't you inquire about our reasons for venturing into the mountains? Yu Jing shook her head. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Why should I ask? What if we find your relatives in Shanqing? He continued. If they are alive, we could save them. If they wish to accompany us, we shall take them. If they refuse or are difficult, we shall let them be. Qiao Yang took a drag from his cigarette. But those are your relatives. How can you be so callous? I forgot to ask, who exactly are they? They are my mother-s. Fong Lin suddenly interjected, playfully tapping Yu Jing on the head. No foul language allowed. Yu Jing covered her head, feeling aggrieved. I did not utter anything inappropriate. They truly are my mother-s. Still saying it. Fong Lin delivered another playful slap. This child is becoming increasingly disobedient, learning to use foul language. Is it from Qiao Yang? Qiao Yang shot a sidelong glance at Fong Lin, but chose to ignore her. Addressing Yu Jing gently, what relation are they to your mother? Yu Jing glanced at Fong Lin, acquiescing to Qiao Yang. She is my mother-s younger sister. Suddenly, as if a string had been plucked in her mind, she directed her ire at Fong Lin, You are merely looking for an excuse to hit me. I said she is my mother's sister. Is that wrong? Fong Lin rolled her eyes. Couldn't you just say she is your aunt? My mother said she was adopted. After my grandfather passed, she seldom interacted with her hometown family. Occasionally, my mother would send them some items. Though our relationship is tenuous, my mother insists that she owes them a debt of gratitude for saving her life. Therefore, in this apocalypse, I wish to visit and fulfill her final wish. Fong Lin nodded. Oh, then there is no need to be overly concerned. After all, they are not your biological relatives. If they perish, so be it. If they survive, just toss them some supplies. Xiao Yang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Fong Lin, there is no need for sarcasm. The reason for not taking you along is that this journey is perilous. They are armed. Evading cold weapons is one thing, but firearms are another matter entirely. Fong Lin retorted, so what if they have guns? As if you can dodge bullets. Yu Jing blinked at the two, finally comprehending Fong Lin's motives for targeting her. It was merely a veiled attack. Frustrated, she exclaimed, how can you be so sure that Brother Xiao Yang cannot evade danger? He can dodge bullets, can you? Beside them. The bystander Xiaoru suddenly raised her head. Words of power. Let us see if the crow's tongue speaks true this time. Shansheng, a grand city in the southwest, loomed ahead. Just as they reached the highway entrance and had yet to enter the urban area, they encountered throngs of zombies. A relentless tide that stretched as far as the eye could see, numbering in the thousands. The group was left bewildered, pondering the reason behind such an ominous congregation of the undead. Amidst the throng of zombies, even the resilient Xiao Yang found himself at a loss. Fortunately, it was Su Xianyan at the wheel. With a deft maneuver, she executed a drift, pivoting the car and fleeing with great haste. After a frantic drive, they finally escaped the horde. Though they emerged unscathed, the occupants of the vehicle were now consumed by worry. Having encountered such a multitude of zombies so close to the expressway leading into the mountain city raised grave concerns about their entry. Yu Jing gazed longingly out the window before abruptly turning to Xiao Yang. If we cannot proceed, let us not force it. I cannot bear to jeopardize everyone because of me. Xiao Yang gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, do not fret. This mere throng of zombies does not intimidate your brother. We shall take a moment to rest, and later I will venture into the city to assess the situation. Even in a densely populated area, it seems improbable that there would be such a congregation at the expressway exit. Xiao Yang pondered, there must be some event occurring nearby. Fong Lin, gripping her knife, declared, I will accompany you. Xiao Yang tilted his head back, contemplating the ceiling of the RV. Yu Jing, what do you think? If certain individuals speak in a mocking manner, can I still tolerate it? Yu Jing chuckled. She must acknowledge her faults, and her apology must be sincere. Let her draft 10 letters of remorse. And then we shall consider our next steps. Agreed. Fong Lin interjected with a huff. If you won't take me, I will go alone. Yu Jing looked up. Oh, are you pouting now? Brother Xiao Yang, quickly tie her up. She won't relent until she calls you Papa. Xiao Ru inquired. Why must she call you Papa to be released? Because Sister Xianyan said so. Su Xianyan swiftly covered Yu Jing's mouth. When will you learn to be quiet? Go on. Retreat to the back and play your games. Xiao Yang and Fong Lin leapt from the vehicle, striding toward the mountain city. The unrest from the earlier chaos in the shelter still lingered, and should they neglect to bring Fong Lin this time, she might truly become incensed. With confidence, Xiao Yang led Fong Lin through the zombie-laden landscape, feeling strangely untroubled. Upon reflection, he realized that humans could often be far more daunting than the undead. Along the way, they encountered a few stray zombies that had followed their RV on its return. Xiao Yang dispatched a notably voluptuous female zombie, crouching to examine it. Fong Lin approached with a teasing scoff. Are you that eager? Are you truly fascinated by zombies? Xiao Yang cast a sidelong glance at her. If you continue to speak cryptically, as Yu Jing suggests, I might just bind you and make you call me Papa. Although night had fallen, Fong Lin's cheeks flushed as she stamped her foot. Xiao Yang, you are becoming increasingly mischievous. With his axe, Xiao Yang prodded the voluptuous female zombie. Come here. In this apocalyptic world, one must possess wit. We must discern why these zombies have congregated here. I initially surmised there was some event, yet it appears otherwise. Look at this woman. She is clad in what is clearly loungewear. How could she have found herself on the streets? And at the expressway exit, no less. Fong Lin echoed his confusion. Indeed, how did she arrive here? Xiao Yang encouraged her to think critically. Consider this. If she is in sleepwear, she ought to be at home resting. Why then is she here? Fong Lin furrowed her brow. There can be but one answer. Xiao Yang nodded with a sense of relief, declaring, she is unwell. Sleepwalking. He stood up, sighed, and remarked, you should spend less time with Yu Jing. Her mind is as twisted as yours. Fong Lin chuckled and teased. I'm just joking. It's so obvious, can't you tell? It indicates she lives nearby. Transformed into a zombie, and has wandered out. Xiao Yang sighed once more, grasping his axe as he continued toward the highway entrance. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Fong Lin's eyes as she murmured, "Women aren't foolish. How can men love?" Suddenly, Chao Yang stumbled slightly but quickly regained his footing and pressed onward. A throng of zombies congregated at the highway entrance, and since they were not driving, they naturally avoided the main road. They leapt down from the highway, emerging from a cornfield, only to discover another swarm of zombies gathered along the national road. With a wry smile, Chao Yang turned to Fong Lin and said, "In this mountain city, all roads must be sealed off. It seems we cannot travel by path. We'll have to traverse through the fields instead." Following closely behind, Fong Lin replied with a grin, "There are no paths in this world. When enough people tread upon the ground, it becomes a path. If there is no way, we shall forge one ourselves." Chao Yang laughed and waved his hand dismissively. "Not quite. If we stick to the rural backroads, as long as we can enter the city, what does it matter which road we take?" They plunged into a small village on the outskirts of the city, which consisted of about 20 households. To their astonishment, apart from spotting 2 zombies upon entering, the village was devoid of any other undead. It was eerily desolate, resembling a ghost town. They ventured into several homes, finding them empty, with doors wide open, showing no signs of being locked or zombies trapped inside. After searching through most of the village, they exchanged a glance, sensing something was amiss. "This is too strange," Chao Yang exclaimed, picking up a teacup from a table in one of the homes. "A horde of zombies blocks the roads, yet this village remains free of them. This indicates that the zombies blocking the roads were dispatched from here. I wonder if this is orchestrated by someone, or if a zombie king has emerged." Fong Lin shook her head, questioning what would be the purpose of orchestrating such a movement of zombies. Before she could finish her thought, a sharp gunshot rang out in the distance. Chao Yang abruptly turned, realizing the gunfire emanated from the direction of their vehicle. Chapter 124, A Web of Lies. Chao Yang, accompanied by Fong Lin, sprinted swiftly towards their vehicle, acutely aware that Su Xianyan would not fire a weapon without just cause. Something must have transpired. He fervently hoped it was merely a mistake on Yu Jing's part, a misunderstanding that could be easily rectified. Having grown accustomed to running in this apocalyptic world and not having ventured far, they made good speed. Upon reaching their RV, Chao Yang was met with the sight of 2 off-road vehicles parked nearby, a stark indication that his dreams had been dashed. It appeared that Yu Jing was unwilling to take the blame, and indeed, something serious had occurred. However, the absence of gunfire along their route suggested that hostilities had not yet erupted. From a distance, Chao Yang could hear the occupants of the off-road vehicles chattering animatedly about his convoy. As they hastened towards the vehicles, Chao Yang inquired, "How proficient are you in foreign languages?" "Quite well," Fong Lin replied. "What are they saying?" "I have no idea. Weren't you just claiming to be proficient?" "I haven't heard them yet." Chao Yang sighed, realizing he had forgotten that he could listen from afar, concealed among the trees by the roadside. The pair drew closer to the vehicles, and this time, they could hear clearly. Chao Yang quietly asked Fong Lin, "What are they saying?" "I don't know." "Did you not hear them?" "They're not speaking the foreign language I studied." "What language did you study?" "Arabic." Chao Yang suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to press Fong Lin's head into the ground. As they edged even closer, voices from the off-road vehicles finally became discernible, albeit slightly garbled. "Excuse me, is that Ms. Zhou's vehicle ahead? I am Joseph, and I believe you should know me. Shall we discuss this?" After a brief silence, Su Xuanyan's voice responded, "Mr. Joseph, Ms. Zhou is not here. She has already arrived at the agreed location. You should go there to find her." The man in the off-road vehicle replied, "Then who are you? Are you one of Ms. Zhou's subordinates?" "Yes, I am one of Ms. Zhou's subordinates. And we cannot meet in private. Please leave. I know all Ms. Zhou's subordinates. Can you tell me your name?" A moment of silence ensued before she answered, "I am Su Xianyan." Fong Lin cast a puzzled glance at Chao Yang, astonished that Su Xianyan had admitted to being one of Ms. Zhou's subordinates. Upon hearing her name, Joseph seemed somewhat exhilarated. "Okay, let's go now. Please take good care of Ms. Zhou." As the 2 off-road vehicles began to rev up and slowly approached Chao Yang's vehicle, it appeared they intended to pass by. In that instant, Fong Lin was taken aback to see Chao Yang retrieve a submachine gun from his backpack and hand it to her. Fong Lin's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Although Chao Yang had previously produced various items from his backpack, extracting a weapon longer than the bag itself seemed like a jest. Chao Yang passed the gun to Fong Lin, asking, "Do you know how to use it?" Fong Lin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I do." Perceiving Chao Yang's lingering hesitation, she confidently pulled back the gun's bolt. "This time, I truly do. Su Xianyan has trained me." Chao Yang retrieved a submachine gun from his backpack, causing Fong Lin to swallow hard. "No wonder Yu Jing was interested in your backpack. It's not merely a backpack, it's a veritable treasure trove." As the 2 prepared themselves, the 2 off-road vehicles drew ever closer to Chao Yang's hiding spot. In hushed tones, Chao Yang instructed, I will target the front vehicle. You handle the rear." With that, he shouted, "Fire." Their submachine guns erupted almost simultaneously, bullets shattering the windshield of the opposing vehicle, instantly killing the driver. Chao Yang sprang forward, leaping onto the hood of the enemy vehicle, unleashing a barrage of gunfire into the interior. Fong Lin shattered the rear vehicle's glass as well. Before the occupants could comprehend the situation, Chao Yang had rolled from the front vehicle to the front of the rear vehicle, aiming his gun at the people inside, commanding, "Raise your hands." Fong Lin ceased firing and emerged from the bushes, gun in hand. Chao Yang gestured toward the occupants of the vehicle, instructing, "You keep your gun trained on them. If they make any sudden moves, shoot them without hesitation." He then flung open the rear door and dragged out 2 living individuals. The occupants of the front vehicle were all dead, and the driver and passenger of the rear vehicle had also perished, leaving only 2 survivors in the back seat. The man Chao Yang pulled out held his hands over his head, stammering in broken language, "Sir, you must be mistaken. We are foreigners." Chao Yang delivered a swift kick to the other man's abdomen, causing him to curl up on the ground, groaning. With a firm swing of his weapon, he struck the speaking man on the head, eliciting a pained cry as the man collapsed, clutching his head. Now, both men lay subdued on the ground. The door of the RV swung open, and Su Xinyan, Yu Jing, and others emerged, each brandishing a firearm. "Chao Yang, you're back." Chao Yang nodded and approached the speaking man. "You're Joseph, correct? I will ask a question, and you will answer. If you falter in your response, you will receive a bullet." He glanced at Fong Lin, signaling her to proceed. "Now, where did you meet Dr. Zhou?" Joseph's eyes darted, pointing toward the mountainous city ahead. "We arranged to meet in the mountain city." A blatant lie. With a sharp crack, Fong Lin fired a shot into his leg. Joseph howled in pain, spewing a torrent of foreign language. Su Xinyan, passing by, remarked, "He says, I've already told you everything, and you still shot my leg, you monster." Chao Yang ignored him and turned to the other man. "Now you speak. We truly met in the mountain city." Just as Chao Yang shook his head, Fong Lin fired again, this time eliciting cries from both men. Chao Yang turned to Joseph. "I possess little patience, and my ammunition is limited. Soon, I may resort to a knife and slice your flesh piece by piece." Joseph, cradling his injured leg and trembling, exclaimed, "I'll tell you. We arranged to meet in a small mountain range in the Amay Mountains. The coordinates are. Then why come to the mountain city? We're here to pick someone up, and after that, we will proceed together." Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot echoed through the air. Chao Yang turned his head, gazing at Fong Lin. "Why did you shoot?" Fong Lin trembled, her hand clutching the gun. "You are filled with lies." Chao Yang then turned to Su Xinyan, who hesitated slightly. He seems to be speaking the truth. Chapter 125. No need for women to keep secrets. Su Xinyan furrowed her brow. "I once overheard their conversation. Zhou Ying did indeed mention that she was going to the mountain city to pick someone up." Chao Yang, observing the astonished expressions of the others, chuckled. Su Xinyan was previously under Dr. Zhou. Before entering the Eden Sanctuary, she informed me. "You needn't overthink it. Just know that she is now your sister Xinyan." Fong Lin let out a sigh of relief. "I thought your pallor that day was due to your excessive jealousy." Inside the RV, Chao Yang gazed at the tablet before him, which displayed the map of the mountain city. She mentioned going to the mountain city to pick someone up, providing only the address, yet we remain unaware of whom she intends to retrieve. With the zombies obstructing our path, is it not akin to courting death to charge in so recklessly? However, after our rigorous interrogation, I feel he has divulged all he knows. Su Xinyan bit her red lip, her expression equally perplexed. Suddenly, Fong Lin sprang to her feet. "I shall go beat them again." Beside her, Xiaoru swiftly grabbed Fong Lin's arm. "No, Sister Fong Lin, perhaps it is best to refrain. I doubt they can endure until tomorrow." At that moment, the door swung open, and Yu Jing climbed in. Fong Lin looked at her. "Weren't you and Guosheng keeping an eye on those 2 foreign devils below? How did you come up?" "Guosheng can manage on his own. One has already perished." "What happened?" Yu Jing cast a glance at Fong Lin and cleared her throat. "You shot him in the artery. If he has survived until now, it is a miracle." Just then, the door opened again, and Zhu Guosheng joined them. Fong Lin peered outside. "Why are you up here too? Another one has met his end. Why shouldn't I come up?" "That one. I did not hit in a critical area." "Indeed, you did not strike a major artery, yet that individual remained curled up." Upon examining his waist later, it seemed Chao Yang had inflicted a fatal kick. Su Xinyan sighed. "Could you two refrain from such violence in the future? We currently lack anyone to interrogate. And it seems you are not a family, yet you act as though you share the same household." Chao Yang coughed lightly. "Enough of this banter. Our next step should be to venture into the mountain city." Su Xinyan turned her head. "What are you two doing? Who is causing a ruckus?" Fong Lin turned to Su Xinyan. "Sister Xinyan, let us not dally. The hour is late. Shall we proceed together, or shall we continue scouting?" Su Xinyan widened her eyes. What commotion? Have I been causing trouble with you two? Chao Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to lead the group, but he knew that rapid advancement in search was not feasible. Yet, if he did not lead them, leaving them outside sparked concern. Su Xianyan discerned Chao Yang's unease and shook her head. Let us not enter the city just yet. You and Fong Lin go ahead. Our vehicle shall remain here. I will find a secluded spot to park. Fong Lin looked at Chao Yang. That village we just visited seems perfect, does it not? There are neither people nor zombies. Chao Yang and Fong Lin swiftly dashed through the tranquil streets. Unlike the bustling entrance to the city, only a few scattered zombies could be seen along the avenue. They entered a shopping mall, where shelves were laden with various goods. Fong Lin gazed at the myriad of products lining the shelves. If the zombies were deliberately lured to the outskirts of the city, why did they not seize the items on the shelves? Chao Yang, rummaging through various objects, suggested. Is it possible that their numbers are so few that they deem it unnecessary to gather all the food from the city? They might only need to take a small portion to suffice their needs. Damn, Chao Yang exclaimed, under the beam of a large flashlight. As he surveyed the location marked on the map, this mountain city is vast. It will take us at least an hour to traverse it. Fong Lin glanced outside and said, I'll go fetch a vehicle. Chao Yang shook his head. No, we must proceed on foot. The noise of a vehicle would attract unwanted attention. It's best to remain inconspicuous. Fong Lin nodded in agreement. All right then. As they stepped outside, Fong Lin removed the submachine gun slung over her shoulder. Brother Chao Yang, this is cumbersome to carry while running. Let us stash it in your backpack. Chao Yang chuckled. So you've uncovered my secret. He took the gun from her, and with a flick of his wrist, it vanished. Fong Lin laughed. You've activated your space. Haven't you? Chao Yang glanced around to ensure there were no surveillance devices. You're quite perceptive. Indeed, it has been mentioned in novels. But your space requires a vessel, doesn't it? Your backpack serves as that vessel, akin to a spatial ring. Not quite. Chao Yang interjected as he reached towards a shelf, which, along with its contents, disappeared. As he walked forward, the shelf continued to fade from view. I have no vessel. My space resides within my mind, thus no one can seize it. Even severing my head would prove futile. Fong Lin watched in envy as Chao Yang stored the items from the mall. Such a power is remarkable, but you should keep it a secret. Does Xianyan know? Chao Yang shook his head. She merely knows I possess certain secrets, but she has never inquired. In this world, you are the only one aware. Can everything be stored? Even heavy items? Almost everything, Chao Yang replied. He noted a solid steel door at the entrance, indicating potential renovations. Look, even this heavy iron door can be effortlessly stored. Fong Lin hurried to his side and suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist. Brother Chao Yang, do you not realize? Women are fickle. Moreover, they are incapable of keeping secrets. Though our relationship is good now, who can guarantee it will remain so? Are you not afraid that one day I might reveal it? My secret does not require protection from a woman, Chao Yang responded, turning to pat Fong Lin's head. I am unperturbed by its disclosure. I once feared it. But not anymore, for I trust you. Yet I do not trust myself. Do you know the best way to ensure a woman keeps your secret? What is it? In a sudden movement, Fong Lin stood on her toes, wrapped her arms around Chao Yang's neck, and kissed him deeply. After a quarter of an hour, a blushing Fong Lin finally released Chao Yang's lips and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, If you desire a woman to keep your secrets, then make her your own. Inspire her to love you for a lifetime, cherishing you more than her own existence. Chapter 126. What secrets does he hold? Su Xianyan gazed curiously at Fong Lin, who had been sent back, perplexed by her condition. How did you sprain your ankle for no apparent reason? Let me take a look. Fong Lin shielded her bandaged foot. No need. Really, it will be fine in a couple of days. Su Xianyan remained skeptical. Are you certain? Truly no need? Indeed, Xianyanjia. Why don't you sit down? Let us have a little chat. Su Xianyan settled beside Fong Lin on the bed. What shall we discuss? Your sprained ankle? Not that. Xianyanjia. Have you ever considered what Xiaoru once said? She mentioned that Chao Yang is the one who can save everyone from this dire predicament. This indicates he is unlike anyone else. Su Xianyan chuckled. Xiaoru rambles on endlessly. Do you genuinely believe what she says? Fong Lin nodded earnestly. I do. And Chao Yang has many secrets, you know? Su Xianyan paused, tilting her head to regard Fong Lin. What secrets does he hold? He often produces items from his backpack. What does he conjure? Those are things he placed in there beforehand. Sometimes, he takes them out just to fool you silly girls. Like the green onions and cucumbers from last time. It was we who discovered them, and I had hidden them in his backpack. Do you truly think he is some sort of deity? She playfully patted Fong Lin's head. You silly girl, you should rest. If you recover quickly, we might be able to assist Chao Yang. After a yawn, she declared, I am so sleepy. I shall retire. Rising, she swayed her slender waist as she returned to her own bed. Unbeknownst to her, her earlier words had inadvertently saved her life. Fong Lin gradually returned the concealed dagger she had clutched tightly in her embrace to its rightful place. This foolish woman prioritized loyalty above all, believing that any threat to Chao Yang must be nipped in the bud, especially after becoming his woman. This was also why Chao Yang did not mind revealing his extraordinary abilities before her. Fong Lin's loyalty was beyond question. However, had he known of Fong Lin's actions, he would surely have been alarmed. Without Fong Lin, Chao Yang unveiled his true prowess. He surged towards his destination like a bolt of lightning. Chao Yang noticed that since consuming that fruit, his strength and speed had markedly increased. It seemed as if something else had also been enhanced. Though he was unaware of what it was, he chose to let things unfold naturally. Since returning was no longer an option, he resolved to charge forward, breaking the shackles of confinement and allowing a glimmer of light to pierce the oppressive darkness overhead. As he neared his goal, a sense of dread enveloped him. The zombies had become increasingly scarce until he found himself alone on the desolate street. The night was already dark, and silence reigned. Typically, one might hear the chirping of insects in the wilderness, yet here, there was not a sound to be heard. The gentle breeze brushing past his ears thundered like a storm, raging mercilessly. It was too quiet. He glanced up at the luminous moon to reassure himself that he was indeed on the street. Before him stood a solitary office building, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. As Chao Yang approached the structure, he discerned a notable difference. Numerous cameras have been installed in the vicinity of the towering building. Upon noticing the flickering red lights of the cameras, he realized that each device was actively operational. It became abundantly clear to him that the zombies were not summoned by any undead king, but rather orchestrated by human hands. All the enigmas appeared to be contained within this high-rise structure, which he surmised was the secret of Dr. Zhou. However, why the need to lure individuals here? Moreover, what connection did Dr. Zhou have with the overseas Judaites? The figure known as Brother Chun aboard the death train was evidently in opposition to Dr. Zhou. What then could be the nature of their relationship? In the past, Chao Yang would not have pondered such matters, but having resolved to exact revenge, he knew he must think through his plans meticulously. Crouching at a distance, he gazed at the imposing edifice before him, which loomed like a lurking beast in the darkness, poised to devour the unwary. Circling the building, he discovered that the cameras provided a complete 360-degree surveillance, leaving no blind spots. Every corner was monitored, rendering it impossible for him to infiltrate without detection. Surveying his surroundings, he made his way toward a slightly shorter structure opposite the high-rise. This abandoned building was steeped in decay and death. Soon, he ascended to the rooftop. Although the view was clear, he retrieved his binoculars to scrutinize the towering building more closely. After a prolonged observation, he concluded that if he were to enter the premises undetected, two possible paths lay before him. One option was to devise a means of securing a rope from this building to the one across, allowing him to climb over. The other alternative was to return home and enlist the help of his two hacker friends, uncertain whether they possessed the skills to breach the security system, akin to the scenarios depicted in films, rendering him invisible to the cameras. Casting aside the second cigarette, but he made his decision. Chapter 127. This little Ling must be taught a lesson. The elusive Chao Yang reappeared atop the building, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women. Lin Yuhan placed a large coil of rope on the ground, locating one end and descending through the rooftop door. Moments later, she returned, evidently having secured the other end of the rope. Approaching Chao Yang, she took the other end and attached a lead weight. Chao Yang set down his binoculars and pointed toward the towering building across from them. Do you see that signal transmission tower? If we can throw the rope over it and secure it with 2 wraps, we can make our way across. Xiaoling, standing nearby, poked Chao Yang playfully. Darling, that doesn't seem to be a signal tower. It appears to be a lightning rod. How could a lightning rod have a light? She continued. That light is likely an aviation obstruction light, and besides, not all signal towers are equipped with lights. Chao Yang turned his head. How do you know? I studied civil engineering in college. Who would have thought I'd end up as a secretary after graduation? Chao Yang glanced at Xiaoling. You, a delicate young lady, chose civil engineering? What a curious decision. Fong Lin sighed with a wry smile. At that time, I didn't understand. My father said my scores were just right for it, and he enrolled me, claiming the real estate sector was lucrative. Lin Yuhan, with the newly secured lead weight in hand, measured the distance to the opposite side. Though I possess strength, I've never thrown anything this far. I wonder if I can manage it. Chao Yang tugged at the rope, ensuring the lead weight was securely fastened. If you cannot throw it across, then no one can. I'll give it a try, spinning it before I release. It should ideally latch onto the signal tower, correct? Xiaoling waved at Lin Yuhan. Hurry and throw. Haven't you practiced in the space before? This isn't the time for you to be coy with your husband. We need to finish this task first. With a blush, Lin Yuhan bit her lip and turned to Chao Yang. Darling, Once this is over, you must help me catch her so I can give her a good spank. Xiao Yang chuckled lightly. Isn't it permissible for your husband to assist you? That's not proper punishment. That's merely a caress, she retorted as she hurled the lead weight attached to the rope. The weight, propelled by the long trailing rope, soared swiftly toward the opposite side, astonishingly fast. Xiao Yang could not suppress his admiration. Indeed, she was a powerhouse. Had this been before the apocalypse, she would have surely excelled in throwing events like shot put or discus. Suddenly, the three of them froze in disbelief as the lead weight sailed over the tall building. Wow, it flew over, exclaimed Xiaoling, her excitement palpable. Grab the rope, she shouted, and before her words had fully left her lips, Lin Yuhan reached out and caught the rope, which instantly tightened. Under the tremendous strain, the rope emitted a distressing creak, appearing on the verge of snapping. Xiaoling laughed heartily beside them. Xiaoyang, don't you see? Yuhan is far more effective than being tied to a post. The thrown lead weight pulled the rope taut, spinning rapidly around the supposed signal tower. Xiaoyang exhaled in relief. It worked. Li Yuhan smiled brightly as she tied the excess rope together. Darling, this time you must catch her, and let me spank her. Xiaoling quickly darted to the side. But Darling hasn't agreed to that. Xiaoyang tugged at the rope, which seemed quite sturdy. All right, you two go into the space. You go catch her first. Suddenly, Xiaoling pulled a short piece of rope from her bosom and swiftly tied it around her waist. You can't keep up with my speed. I'll go check first. No. Listen to me. Before Xiao Yang could finish his sentence, he watched as Xiaoling clipped the buckle of her rope onto the long one, and in an instant, she was standing on the rope, racing towards the opposite side. Xiao Yang blinked, and in the blink of an eye, she had already reached the rope. Before he could utter another word, she was already beside the pillar on the other side, waving at him. Xiao Yang was taken aback, clutching his heart. Is she trying to scare me to death? Turning to Lin Yuhan, he said, you don't need to say anything once we are in the space. Whether you hit her or not, I will. Lin Yuhan clapped her hands in excitement. She really is bold. I told you, children must be educated. Without discipline, they become unruly. Otherwise, one day, she might frighten us to death. Xiao Yang chuckled, retrieving a climbing iron ring to secure onto the rope. Suddenly, Lin Yuhan grabbed his hand. Wait a moment, look at what she is doing. Xiao Yang looked across and saw Xiaoling untying the rope, waving her hand towards him. He was startled, quickly pulling out his gun. Could it be that Xiaoling was discovered? Then he saw her walking to the edge of the building with the rope, seemingly measuring something. To his shock, she threw the rope down. Lin Yuhan exclaimed, what on earth is she doing? Xiao Yang was furious. Is she planning to explore on her own? Then, they saw the rope drop 2 floors, and as soon as it reached the lower level, Xiaoling's figure appeared, grabbing the rope and pulling it inside. Soon, her silhouette appeared at the window, waving at Xiao Yang. He sighed in relief, understanding her intention. Since the building across was slightly higher, she had lowered the rope a few floors, creating a slope to cross over. As long as she hung on, she could slide across. Though Xiaoling's thoughtfulness was commendable, Xiao Yang remained furious. He certainly did not wish for her to encounter any mishap. This Xiaoling is driving me mad. Doesn't she realize there might be people below? What if she runs into someone? Lin Yuhan nodded, further inflaming the situation. Indeed, ever since she awakened her abilities, you have no idea how infuriating she can be, daring to engage in any perilous activity. Last time, she actually snatched piglets in front of a sow. And you wouldn't believe how furious the sow was, running in circles around the yard. So this time, we must catch her and give her a good lesson. Suddenly, Lin Yuhan paused. Darling, why are you spinning in circles? Chapter 128. Having a girlfriend with rapid abilities is truly vexing. The very first action after crossing the rope was for Xiao Yang to seize Xiaoling and deliver a firm slap to her backside, admonishing, this is what happens when you disobey. Xiaoling let out a soft whimper, collapsing into Xiao Yang's embrace, her arms wrapping around his neck as she fluttered her eyelashes seductively. I was being disobedient. I merely believed this was the safest course of action. Such a clever excuse. Is it really not an excuse? If there is even a hint of driftwood on the water, I can sprint across it with ease. Yet, you are too heavy, Xiao Yang replied, his expression darkened. I acknowledge your speed, but have you considered the consequences? What if the rope snaps? He continued. If I were to fall, I could swiftly enter the space and remain there until the acceleration subsides before emerging. Xiaoling blinked in surprise. You can do that? Suddenly biting her lip, she leaned closer to Xiao Yang's ear. What if we used this tactic against Sister Yuhan? Xiao Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's not out of the question, but let us leave Yuhan be for now. Perhaps I'll experiment with you next time. Xiaoling blinked playfully. Does this mean I'm digging my own grave? Xiao Yang, stifling a laugh, nodded in affirmation. Indeed. He released Lin Yuhan, and the group deliberated on how to search the building. However, moving together in the eerie silence of the building would undoubtedly create noise. and they were uncertain whether surveillance cameras were present. Thus, Lin Yuhan was the first to be dismissed from participating in the search. Despite her protests, she had no choice but to retreat to the space and wait. Xiaoling, determined to search alone, believed her speed was most suited for the task. Xiaoyang understood but resolutely denied her, gripping her neck and declaring, "If you dare to run off alone, I'll confine you in the space and one T let you out, even if a fight breaks out." Xiaoling complained. "Why take the long way when there's a shortcut?" Xiaoyang gave her a playful smack on the backside. "No driving." "I'm not driving. It's your impure thoughts that are leading you astray," she retorted. "Who would believe you're not driving?" Thus, Xiaoling and Xiaoyang commenced their joint search, descending through the building level by level. This was an office building, and the area appeared to be quite prosperous, with every floor seemingly leased. However, it had long been abandoned, with no signs of life, not even a single zombie. The occupants likely deemed the building secure, which explained the absence of surveillance cameras. Upon reaching the second floor, with the first floor just below, the pair stood at the entrance of the fire escape. Regardless of where the adversaries might be, there would surely be monitoring on the first floor. They exchanged glances, and Xiaoling leaned closer to Xiaoyang's ear. "I'll go down to take a look." Xiaoyang shook his head. "No. The first floor is perilous. Let me handle this. I have a plan." As he turned, he was met with an empty void, and it took him a moment to register the absence of any figures. Damn it. Having such a quick girlfriend is truly a daily source of frustration. Xiaoyang muttered in exasperation, stealthily making his way to the first floor. Xiaoyang found the fire escape door ajar, leaving him to ponder whether it was a mere oversight or if Xiaoling had just opened it. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the absence of surveillance cameras and slowly prepared to peek out. At that moment, he heard Xiaoling's voice. "All right, it's all clear." Xiaoyang turned his head to behold Xiaoling's radiant smile. "Could you not be so hasty? I hadn't finished my sentence yet." Xiaoling tilted her head, a playful smirk on her lips as she replied, "I thought your silence meant agreement." "Was I silent? I was speaking, but you ran off before hearing me." "Isn't it better to hurry?" Xiaoling whispered in his ear. "Don't you prefer speed? Next time, I'll unleash my powers, and we can test the limits of swiftness." The narrow passageway outside faced a street, likely sealed off on both sides, with the first floor rented out as commercial spaces. Diagonally across from the fire escape were two elevators. Since the building appeared deserted, they must be in the basement, but the fire escape only reached the first floor. Did that mean they had to take the elevator to access the basement? Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyang mused, "That can't be right. Surely the basement should have a fire escape too. What if there's a fire down there? Are they all hoping to become oil-braised prawns?" Perceiving the confusion on Xiaoyang's face, Xiaoling pointed towards the elevator. "There's a small room beside the elevator. It should be the control room. No one is inside at the moment. That control room likely connects to the lower levels. However, I haven't ventured in. The control room has surveillance, monitoring itself." How convoluted. Yet, Xiaoyang grasped her meaning. "So you're saying to reach the basement, we must pass through the control room, as the passage leads from there. But the control room is unoccupied, albeit it has surveillance keeping an eye on it, which is why you didn't enter." Xiaoling leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. "My husband is so clever, even capable of tongue twisters. Are you playing with children here?" The two evaded the elevator's surveillance and approached the small room, its door closed yet featuring a small window. Xiaoling pointed inside. Look. The room was modest, lined with rows of LCD screens, confirming it was indeed a control room. Strangely, there was no one present. How could a control room be deserted? Xiaoling gestured upward. "Up there." Xiaoyang glanced up to see two intersecting cameras, providing a comprehensive view of the control room. Surprisingly, the side of the control room was ajar, revealing a dark interior, but with Xiaoyang's keen eyesight, he discerned a staircase leading downward. Entering now would undoubtedly alert anyone monitoring the surveillance. Even with Xiaoling's speed, they would be discovered. Xiaoyang found himself in a quandary. Should he charge in, or let Xiaoling dart inside swiftly? Just then, the elevator chimed, its doors slowly opening. By now, it was too late for them to retreat to the fire escape. Chapter 129, The Violent Wife. Xiaoyang cursed inwardly, wondering why the elevator was devoid of any illuminating lights. Just as he raised his axe, he thought it prudent to act first, regardless of who stood in his way. Meanwhile, Xiaoling swiftly opened the door to the surveillance room, and in a fleeting moment, Xiaoyang felt disoriented as she pulled him inside and shut the door behind them. To his astonishment, he noticed that the two surveillance cables had been severed by Xiaoling's blade. Her speed was such that the cameras had captured none of her actions. The two crouched down, peering through the small glass window of the surveillance room, and glimpsed a pale-faced man stepping out of the elevator, scanning his surroundings before heading towards the main entrance. Xiaoling pointed towards the staircase leading downward. Without a moment's hesitation, they hurried to the stairwell, descending rapidly. Just as they had not yet reached the next floor, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from below. Someone was racing upward. Quick-witted, Xiaoyang grasped Xiaoling firmly, exclaiming, "My dear aunt, do not run. They might be armed." With his left hand still holding Xiaoling, he sheathed the axe into his spatial pocket and drew out a handgun, disengaging the safety as he leaned out to observe below. To his surprise, two individuals were indeed ascending, but neither bore weapons. They were barehanded, which made the situation considerably easier to manage. Releasing Xiaoling, he warned, "If you continue to disobey, I shall truly spank you." He then holstered the gun and cautiously descended the stairs. The two men paused in confusion upon seeing Xiaoyang and inquired, "Who are you?" With a smile, Xiaoyang replied, "I am sent by Dr. Zhou. Who might you be?" Upon hearing Dr. Zhou's name, the men visibly relaxed. "We are the security personnel here. The cameras above have malfunctioned, so we came to investigate." One of them explained, "Since you were sent by Dr. Zhou, please follow me." Xiaoyang and Xiaoling proceeded slowly downward. As one of the men passed by, Xiaoyang suddenly reached out and grasped the man's shoulder. In an instant, the man vanished. As he followed the remaining guard down, he discreetly communicated with Lin Yuhan within his spatial pocket, asked about the situation. However, as he glanced into the space, he felt his inquiry was somewhat superfluous. Lin Yuhan had already struck the man with her spiked club, the impact causing his head to burst open like a watermelon. Was it truly his sluggishness? Why were these two women so swift in their actions? Had he grown old and feeble, unable to wield a blade effectively? As a physician, Lin Yuhan exhibited no signs of discomfort at the gruesome scene. Instead, she hoisted the corpse and flung it into the rapidly expanding earth. She intended to conduct an experiment to observe whether the soil would absorb it. While walking, Xiaoyang contemplated the absorption of the deceased, only to find that the soil exhibited a certain fastidiousness, as the body elicited no reaction upon being discarded. Watching Lin Yuhan pull the body out and tilt her head in examination, observing the man's head resembling a shattered watermelon, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. How could Lin Yuhan, a person who is shy, honest, and virtuous, exhibit such violence? It is perplexing that she appears unfazed by the corpse, and, strangely, seems quite exhilarated. Could it be true? Could it be that she is preparing to dissect the body? "Dear sister, please do not turn my courtyard into a bloodbath." Upon reaching the lower floor and opening the door, Xiaoyang was taken aback. The area was brightly lit, and countless unfamiliar machines were operating, each encased in transparent covers, emitting no sound from the outside. A man gestured towards the door on the left. "Dr. Lin is in the adjacent room. You should go take a look." Xiaoyang pondered deeply, unable to fathom how simple it was. Had he known, he wouldn't he have gone through such acrobatics. After the man finished speaking, he turned to ascend the stairs, muttering, "Why is it so silent up there?" As he passed by Xiaoyang, who glanced below, he noticed several white coats moving around. Yet none directed their gaze towards him. "You should find your friend. I can escort you. Go find Dr. Lin. Don't worry about me. Let me accompany you." There is no need for formality. The man, momentarily distracted, was genuinely escorted away by Xiaoyang. Lin Yuhan continued her work, smashing yet another watermelon. It was only after that she looked up at the sky. "Are we meant to leave a witness?" Xiaoyang remained silent, weary of conversation. He walked towards the room indicated by the man, while Xiaoling approached, giggling. "The surname Lin, just like Sister Yuhan, could they be related?" "It's hard to say. They might belong to the same family." Xiaoyang glanced over and then crouched down to examine the new corpse alongside Lin Yuhan, his expression devoid of emotion. "Two witnesses. And you didn't leave me a single one." Pushing the door open revealed a laboratory filled with various sophisticated instruments. A young woman in a white coat was seated at a table, fiddling with several test tubes. Upon noticing Xiaoyang, she paused momentarily. "Who are you?" "I'm sent by Dr. Zhou." The woman was taken aback. "Sent by Dr. Zhou? How did you get in?" "Why was I informed?" Xiaoyang chuckled. "Without some skill, would Dr. Zhou send me?" The woman frowned, muttering under her breath. What was Xiaoling thinking? Sending a man? I've told her countless times not to use men, yet she never listens. It's infuriating. Though her voice was soft, Xiaoyang heard her clearly and approached. "Dr. Zhou said you should accompany me." "I understand." The woman in the white coat stood up and walked over, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Xiaoling. "You must be one of Dr. Zhou's assistants. Not bad. You're quite pretty." However, upon removing her mask, her appearance was anything but attractive, with small triangular eyes and a large, frog-like mouth, conforming more to Western standards of beauty. She unexpectedly reached out to touch Xiaoling's face, causing Xiaoling to instinctively recoil. The woman frowned slightly. "Why are you hiding?" Xiaoyang discerned that the so-called scientist of the Lin surname seemed to harbor no interest in men. Rather, her inclinations appeared to lie with women, presumably a product of the rainbow affiliation. With a smile, he positioned himself between the two, declaring, "Miss Lin, This is my wife. Miss Lin raised an eyebrow, retorting, what of having a wife? Soon, we shall all coexist. We are one family. As she spoke, she unexpectedly began to unfasten the buttons of her lab coat, hanging it on a nearby rack. Xiaoling hastily covered Xiao Yang's eyes, bewildered by the sight. Was this person truly a scientist? What was she wearing underneath? But lingerie? No. It was something more risky. Chapter 130. A bit too easy. The woman surnamed Lin picked up a pair of trousers nearby and began to dress, saying, You two possess quite a talent, managing to breach my defenses. Did you sneak in through a side path? Why didn't you give me a heads up? I would have let you in. Xiao Yang turned his gaze elsewhere. In truth, he had no interest in such company. Miss Lin, do we still hold on to these items? What purpose do they serve? They are merely tools. The essence lies in the masterpiece. My work is complete, and all I need is to take it with me. The woman surnamed Lin donned a windbreaker and replied, All right, follow me. Xiao Yang and Xiaoling trailed behind her, feeling an unsettling sense of ease. Everything was proceeding too smoothly. The other party did not conduct any inspections, merely accepting him without question. Could it be that anyone could enter under such circumstances? Moreover, he had entered clandestinely, yet she hadn't even inquired about how he had come in. Observing Ms. Lin's swaying figure ahead, Xiao Yang felt an impulsive desire to absorb her into his space. Since they had come this far, he was curious to see what tricks she might have up her sleeve. At worst, he could take Xiao Ling into the space with him. Contemplating this, he grasped Xiao Ling's hand to prevent her from straying. Xiao Ling sensed Xiao Yang's tension and gently squeezed his hand in reassurance. After the trio exited, Ms. Lin led them directly to the elevator. Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing a pallid young man who had exited the elevator when Xiao Yang had first arrived. The young man approached Ms. Lin hurriedly. Lin, the surveillance room suddenly lost all footage. The two technicians sent up have also vanished, and we haven't found any suspicious individuals. I just returned and dispatched 2 more to investigate. Ms. Lin nodded. Go arrange that. Rest assured, no one can penetrate our web. Those who enter do not wish to live. With that, she proceeded towards the elevator, and Xiao Yang and Xiao Ling followed her inside. Ms. Lin pressed the button for the 3rd basement level, and as the elevator doors began to close, she remarked, honestly, a bunch of useless fools. They can't handle such a simple task, and they call themselves elite trainees? The elevator began its rapid descent, and Xiao Yang glanced at the display, indicating they were heading to the 3rd basement level, where the secrets were likely concealed. As Ms. Lin stepped out of the elevator, she declared, Come. Let us behold my masterpiece. It shall be the most exquisite creation in the world, unmatched by any, past or future. Xiao Yang guided Xiao Ling out of the elevator. And upon seeing what lay beyond, he sensed Xiao Ling's grip tightening on his hand, a reflection of their shared astonishment. Directly before them stood 2 transparent bathtubs resembling those found in a sauna, filled with water, within which floated a male and a female zombie. Not far off were 2 large iron beds, similarly secured with 2 more zombies, and adjacent to them were 2 cages, each containing yet another pair of zombies. Ms. Lin strolled before the bathtub, gently tapping it. Behold, this is my masterpiece. Isn't it exquisite? Come, darling, greet your older siblings. The zombie, suspended motionless in the water, initially appeared to Xiao Yang as a mere specimen. However, after Ms. Lin's knock, the creature unexpectedly opened its eyes and swam towards her like a fish, extending its mouth to lick the glass of the tub, reminiscent of a domesticated cat or dog. Ms. Lin caressed the glass tenderly, as if she were nurturing her own child. This one can survive underwater and has already attained a semblance of intelligence. Continuing her tour, she approached the iron bed where 2 naked zombies lay. Upon noticing Ms. Lin, they began to howl and struggle to move their arms. Yet they were tightly bound by chains, rendering them immobile. Ms. Lin sighed. These 2 were failures, too aggressive to be tamed. She then moved to a nearby iron cage, exclaiming, Now, this is my true achievement. With that, she opened the cage and called out, Come forth, my darlings. Inside each cage was a male and a female zombie, who hesitated momentarily before crawling out, much like domesticated animals. Ms. Lin reached out to stroke the head of the female zombie. Do you see? This is the ultimate result. They possess remarkable speed and strength, capable of assisting you in extreme conditions without requiring any compensation. She continued, Once my serum is unleashed upon the world, all zombies shall become our costless slaves. As she spoke, she opened a small box nearby, retrieving a piece of meat and tossing it to the 2 zombies, who lunged forward with a roar to seize it, biting hungrily. Suddenly, Ms. Lin produced an electric baton from her pocket and pressed it against the 2 zombies. They emitted a piercing shriek, curling up on the ground in agony. Ms. Lin chuckled. What do you think? They possess pain receptors. They are beginning to comprehend suffering. Turning her gaze to the female zombie, she scolded, My dear, how many times must I instruct you? You must wait for my command to eat, even as my lover. You disobeyed me. Now, transformed into a zombie, you still refuse to listen. Who else should I shock if not you? As she spoke, she opened another cage. And 2 more zombies hesitantly crawled out. Rather than lunging for the meat on the floor, they timidly stood aside. Ms. Lin remarked with a smile, "Do you see? This is the result of our training." She picked up a metal rod from the cage and handed it to one of the zombies. "Observe its strength." Turning to the creature, she encouraged, "Now, exert yourself." Without hesitation, the zombie gripped the rod tightly, bending it with astonishing speed. Xiao Yang watched in astonishment, wondering if its strength rivaled that of Li Yuhan. Ms. Lin looked up at Xiao Yang, inquiring, "What do you think?" Xiao Yang nodded, impressive. Ms. Lin stepped back, positioning herself behind the zombies. "Now you may tell me. Who are you? Who sent you? Otherwise, I shall unleash these 4 zombies to tear you to shreds." Chapter 131. Do you take me for a fool? Xiao Yang sighed. "Could you clarify my demise a bit more? How did you discover our presence?" The woman of the Lin surname scoffed. "You haven't even inquired about the most fundamental details and yet dare to deceive me here. We have 2 Lins, Big Lin and Little Lin. The Big Lin that Dr. Zhou sought has long been taken away. I am not awaiting you. I am anticipating the arrival of our supreme Judas." Xiao Ling murmured from the side, "Another Judas sycophant." The woman continued, "Now speak. From where do you hail? How did you uncover our secrets? Reveal it, and I shall spare your lives. You might even have the chance of immortality." Xiao Yang glanced at the corpses sprawled on the ground like dogs. Like them? What is wrong with that? At the very least, you need not toil from 9 to 5, and you would enjoy eternal life with meat every day. If fortune favors you, perhaps you might even gain sentience. Just like those evolved zombies that were taken away. Xiao Yang observed the zombies before him. Aren't these evolved zombies? The woman suddenly erupted in fury. "If you refuse to speak, then perish." She pointed at Xiao Yang and Xiao Ling. "Kill the man, spare the woman." Why so agitated? Xiao Yang waved his hand, and a submachine gun materialized in his grasp, bullets swiftly erupting from the barrel as he muttered, "Why would we forego firearms? Do you take us for fools?" Xiao Yang was too swift. The 2 zombies emerging from the cage had yet to comprehend the situation before their brains splattered. The other 2, startled, attempted to flee. But one was shot down by Xiao Yang, while the other's head abruptly flew off. Xiao Ling stood beside Xiao Yang, her short knife held aloft. Droplets of blood cascading to the ground. The fleeing zombie, riddled with bullets, lay on the ground, its upper body mangled yet still struggling to rise. Xiao Yang holstered his weapon and approached the woman of the Lin surname. Xiao Ling swayed slightly as the zombie's head had already separated from its body. Xiao Yang brandished a gleaming dagger. "Are you aware of a form of punishment known as lynching? It is said that a skilled practitioner can inflict 3,600 cuts. I have a subordinate who is a doctor. Should she focus, she could achieve 4,000 cuts." Xiao Ling scoffed from behind. "Go ahead and boast about Sister Yuan. She could at most smash a head. With her strength, 1 stab would suffice to kill." The self-assured woman of the Lin surname, unexpectedly, found her confidence shattered at the onset. Gazing at the lifeless zombies on the ground, she fell into a daze, slowly lifting her gaze. "You are evolved beings. Natural evolved beings." Xiao Yang twirled the knife in his hand. "I care not for your claims of being evolved. Now, you shall answer my questions. For every incorrect response, I will administer a cut. First, why did you suddenly become enraged? How did you achieve your evolution? What agents did you employ?" The woman of the Lin surname howled, abruptly drawing a pistol from her bosom and pulling the trigger at Xiao Yang. Incorrect answer. As Xiao Yang's words fell, the woman clutched her face and let out a piercing scream. Xiao Ling stood beside Xiao Yang, handing him a pistol with a grave demeanor. "A wrong answer warrants a cut," she declared. "It is said that in the punishment of dismemberment, the first incision is to sever the eyelid, blinding the victim." Xiao Yang chuckled and nodded. "For the second incision, I would not slice the other eyelid. Instead, I would have her watch as her flesh is methodically carved away." Such a treacherous individual, who acknowledges a thief as a father, elicits not a shred of sympathy from me. The woman with the frog-like lips covered her face, trembling as she knelt on the ground. "I am envious of my sister. Her zombie is more perfect than mine." Xiao Yang toyed with the dagger in his hand. "I ask you, why do you choose to serve the traitors? I am a scientist. Science knows no borders." "Incorrect." Xiao Ling interjected, and then Dr. Zhou shouted, covering his cheeks. Xiao Yang nodded, disdain evident in his voice. "I despise such hypocritical rhetoric. Assisting the traitors in creating missiles aimed at our homeland, slaughtering our own kin, and then proclaiming that science knows no borders. How dare you treat me as a fool?" The frog-lipped woman suddenly recalled, You are Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Ling and smiled. "That answer is correct. Do you recognize her? She shares a vehicle with your Dr. Zhou. Her name is Xiao Ling. I wonder if Dr. Zhou has mentioned her." The woman, still trembling and covering her face, abruptly looked up at Xiao Ling. "The train attendant? Wasn't she sent to her demise by Dr. Zhou?" Xiao Ling's expression shifted dramatically. Xiaoyang approached and crouched down. You had better recount everything you know in detail, or face a more brutal punishment. In a world like this, you should realize that humanity is the most vicious of creatures, capable of countless methods to make your existence a living hell. The frog-lipped woman gazed into his cold eyes, feeling a chill run down her spine. She sensed that Xiaoyang spoke the truth. If I divulge what I know, will you spare me? Yes, I will not kill you. However, if you utter a single falsehood or intentionally conceal the truth, you shall regret ever being alive. You may ask, why did Dr. Zhou wish to harm Xiaoling? The frog-lipped woman cast a glance at Xiaoling, regretting her hastiness. I do not know the specifics. I merely overheard those who took my sister say that on the death train, Dr. Zhou held a certain Xiaoyang in high regard, suggesting that if he became her subordinate, he could prove to be a most effective tool. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. I want you to speak of Xiaoling. I know. The frog-lipped woman cast a fearful glance at Xiaoyang. His decisiveness and Xiaoling's threats indeed intimidated her. Zhouing, that is Dr. Zhou, is different from us. She is bisexual, attracted to both men and women. It seems she harbors a fondness for Xiaoyang. Those who took my sister claimed that Xiaoyang once had an affair with the train attendants. Dr. Zhou then sent her subordinates to dispose of Xiaoling, but fortunately, Xiaoyang discovered the plot. He said that thanks to Dr. Zhou's quick reaction, at that moment, Xiaoling was not yet dead. She claimed to have died. Thus Xiaoling became fertilizer. Chapter 132. A plan lacking humanity. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the woman bearing the Lin surname. He had never anticipated that Xiaoling's demise was linked to him, nor could he fathom that it was the seemingly pitiful and demure Dr. Zhou who was responsible. At the time when Xiaoling was still alive, Dr. Zhou's declaration of her death had sown seeds of doubt within him. However, he later reasoned that she had been under surveillance and was all alone, leading him to believe that she was not implicated in this matter. Yet, it now appeared that her so-called surveillance was nothing but a ruse. This woman possessed an unparalleled talent for deception, and her striking beauty, combined with her gentle and virtuous demeanor, embodied the ideal partner in the hearts of most men. He was astonished to discover her ruthless nature. Had it not been for him, Xiaoling would have long since perished. Observing the trembling figure of Xiaoling beside him, Xiaoyang reached out and tenderly grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Brother Xiaoyang will certainly not let her escape." Xiaoling met his gaze with a pained smile, her expression heavy with sorrow. Xiaoyang turned to address the woman with the frog-like mouth, commanding, "Reveal your entire plan." One detail at a time. The woman, covering her face, endured the anguish with resignation. Zhouing learned of their plan to annihilate the world from the hands of the Judaites. She maneuvered with them while simultaneously contacting us sisters. We are the finest elites they have cultivated, and he informed us that the Judaites have a second plan. A second? Xiaoyang echoed, hearing this for the first time. Do they intend to exterminate everyone? Indeed. For the first attempt will leave some survivors, while the second virus will be even more lethal. All individuals, except those possessing the genes of the Judaites, will be eradicated. Initially, they intended to preserve some women. However, a schism arose among the Judaites, with some insisting on maintaining pure bloodlines, advocating for the extermination of all non-Judaic women. Thus, Zhou returned to share this revelation, and we were disheartened, choosing to follow her, especially since she and my sister are lovers. Xiaoyang sighed inwardly. Upon seeing this frog-like woman, he could easily envision his sister's appearance. Dr. Zhou had a rather peculiar taste. If all the people on Earth perish, what meaning remains for your existence? This is our plan. I remain here to negotiate with the Judaites. He has taken my sister to create another virus, intending to release it before the Judaites do, while we consume the antidote ourselves. This virus is designed to annihilate all humanity, transforming them into zombies. Subsequently, we will release the antidote to counteract the zombie virus. Are you truly so benevolent? Xiaoyang scoffed. Indeed, but those afflicted by the zombie virus for an extended period can only regain partial consciousness. The primary objective is to control them, rendering them mindless zombies, ever-loyal slaves who will never betray us. Where is the method of control? Xiaoyang rose, his expression devoid of emotion. It was evident that the depths of human malice could reach such extremes. Pointing at the woman with the Lin surname, he declared, Xiaoling. She is yours. The frog-like woman widened her eyes, exclaiming, Did you not say you would spare me and spare my life? Xiaoyang brushed off the dust from his clothes, remarking, Your intellect is indeed remarkable. I have spared your life as promised. He pointed at Xiaoling, adding, But I cannot guarantee your safety. Having said that, he disregarded Lin's cries and pleas, striding towards the elevator, having heard its mechanical whir. He turned back to Xiaoling and stated, I will handle the others. You merely need to extract some interest from her. We shall not forget the grudge against Dr. Zhou. Suddenly, flames erupted in the heart of the mountain city. Su Xianyan gazed anxiously towards the source of the fire, while Yujing clenched her fists beside her. Chaoyang will be perfectly fine, she declared. As I have mentioned, he is impervious to bullets. Casting a glance back, Fonglin emerged from the room, reassuring them. Rest assured, even if Chaoyang encounters a woman, it will be a woman who prefers other women. He would never take a liking to him. Moreover, she would be of the exceedingly unattractive variety, one that would make him feel nauseous. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoru? Xiaoru's face flushed momentarily. What are you telling them to be at ease about? She retorted. Su Xianyan turned back, noticing Xiaoru's pallor. Your complexion seems off. Has the disguise been lifted? Are you preparing to entice Chaoyang? Xiaoru looked at Su Xianyan in astonishment. How did you know about my disguise? Su Xianyan smirked. We all navigate this apocalyptic world. With your rudimentary skills in disguise, whom do you think you can fool? Everyone is aware, yet no one dares to confront you. Xiaoru shifted her gaze to Fonglin, who nodded in agreement. My skills in disguise far surpass yours. When I was with Chaoyang, he always perceived me as a man. Xiaoru then turned to Yujing, who, having previously been astonished, straightened up upon meeting Xiaoru's gaze, nodding solemnly. I noticed long ago. I just chose not to say anything. She reached out, intending to peel off Xiaoru's facial mask. Xiaoru swatted Yujing's hand away. What are you doing? There is no such mask. Yujing blinked. Then how did you manage your disguise? You already figured it out, didn't you? Of course I did, but I am at a loss regarding your method. Suddenly, Su Xianyan raised her hand. Stop bickering. Listen, there seems to be some noise. The two fell silent, and soon everyone could hear the distant rumble, akin to a great army galloping forth. Not only audible, but also felt as the ground trembled beneath them. Su Xianyan's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly approached the camper. A horde of zombies is approaching. Everyone, get in the vehicle. Yujing turned to dash back towards the house, but Xiaoru seized her arm. Forget the belongings. What are you going back for? Your brother is still inside. Just call him out. Xiaoru shouted, Brother, come out quickly. Zhu Guoxing opened the door. What is happening? The zombies are rioting. Hurry. Get in the car. As Yujing was pulled into the vehicle, she patted her chest, exclaiming, My undergarments are still in the house. Chapter 133. The uprising of the undead Shancheng is a sprawling metropolis, home to over 30 million inhabitants, with the majority concentrated within the urban confines, totaling more than 20 million. Notably, this area has remained untouched by any form of eradication. All individuals transformed into zombies have been relocated to various city exits. For reasons unknown, the zombies congregated at these exits have suddenly erupted into chaos, surging forth in large numbers. Su Xianyan and her companions were positioned not far from one of the exits, initially oblivious to the gathering horde as there were no zombies in their immediate vicinity. However, the outbreak of the zombie riot now sent a significant wave of the undead hurtling towards them. Su Xianyan swiftly turned the vehicle around, intending to flee towards the outskirts of the city. Fonglin grasped the steering wheel firmly. Brother Chaoyang hasn't come out yet. Su Xianyan turned to Fonglin. I am aware, but if we drive deeper into the city, the zombies will only multiply, and we will be unable to escape. We would be a burden to Brother Chaoyang. This is not the time for emotional decisions. We must exit the city quickly. I trust that Chaoyang will be fine and will come looking for us soon. Fonglin's eyes widened. No, we must wait for him. Su Xianyan stood up from the driver's seat. Do you wish for us all to perish here? If Chaoyang returns, he will only be heartbroken. Fonglin turned away. Then I will go find him. Su Xianyan seized Fonglin's wrist. You must not go. Such an act will only deepen his worry. Fonglin turned back. No? Even if I die, I want to die with him. Xiaoru, eyes wide with terror, glanced back. Stop arguing. The zombies are coming. With determination, Su Xianyan tightened her grip on Fonglin's wrist, suddenly raising her right hand and striking Fonglin at the back of her head. Fonglin turned her head. Did you hit me? Su Xianyan sighed. There is no other choice. Alas, I was too gentle. With that, she struck again. And this time Fonglin's eyes rolled back as she slumped down. Yujing covered her mouth, staring in shock at Su Xianyan, who seized Fonglin and tossed her onto the bench beside the table in the RV. Yujing, if you want her to survive, find a rope and tie her up. Don't worry, Brother Chaoyang will surely be fine. With that, she returned to the driver's seat, revved the engine, and propelled the vehicle forward. Yujing looked at the unconscious Fonglin, torn with indecision about whether to bind her or not. Meanwhile, Chaoyang had just dispatched 2 zombies and turned to see Xiaoling racing towards him like a streak of lightning. He called out, How is it? Xiaoling shook her head. The zombies ahead are endless. There are fewer near the building on the left. Let us head there. Chaoyang felt 2 more zombies pursuing Xiaoling, shouting to Lin Yuhan, who wielded 2 heavy iron rods with vigor, head to the building on the left. This building was an old structure, with businesses occupying the ground floor, and a unit door nestled between 2 storefronts. Lin Yuhan responded affirmatively and dashed to the entrance, only to find the door firmly shut. With a powerful swing, she struck the door, causing it to crash down along with its frame. Xiao Ling swiftly ascended like an arrow, leaving behind a remark. Who would dare to want such a violent woman? Lin Yuhan stood at the doorway, brandishing a spiked club, felling the approaching zombies one after another. Upon seeing Xiao Yang also enter the building, she turned to fight her way inside. This old structure lacked an elevator and seemed devoid of zombies, likely having been cleared out previously. Xiao Ling darted up the stairs with lightning speed, closely followed by Xiao Yang, who quickened his pace. Suddenly, he halted, glancing back to see Lin Yuhan, who, after dispatching a zombie with a swing of her club, began her ascent up the staircase. Yet, the weight of her weapon caused the stairs to tremble ominously. Xiao Yang extended his hand towards Lin Yuhan, urging, "You go ahead into the space." Despite Lin Yuhan's formidable strength, the prolonged exertion with the spiked club caused beads of sweat to dot her forehead, soaking her bangs. Without any pretentiousness, she grasped Xiao Yang's hand, saying, "Be careful with Xiao Ling." Xiao Yang nodded, assuring her, "If I can't hold on any longer, I'll let you out." He drew Lin Yuhan into the space, stowing away his axe, and swiftly made his way upward. He had refrained from using firearms, fully aware that gunfire would likely attract more zombies. Though devoid of reason, these creatures exhibited astonishing speed, relentlessly pursuing Xiao Yang as he ascended the building. To his dismay, they even knew how to climb stairs. Upon reaching the top floor, Xiao Yang noticed Xiao Ling had managed to open the door leading to the rooftop, the method of which was a mystery to him. She shouted at him while pushing against the iron door, "Hurry up." Xiao Yang dashed forward, leaping onto the rooftop, and turned back to Xiao Ling, who was about to close the door, saying, "Wait a moment." He then began to discard unnecessary items from the space down the staircase. The shelf tumbled down the stairs, landing on the landing, quickly becoming buried under a pile of debris, effectively blocking the corridor. As Xiao Ling closed the door, she remarked, "This method works well. If we need to go down, we can always clear it away. They can't fly, so let us see how they manage to come up." Sitting at the edge of the rooftop, Xiao Yang and Xiao Ling observed the chaos of zombies below. After a night of turmoil, the sky began to brighten. Xiao Yang turned to Xiao Ling, saying, "You should rest in the space." Xiao Ling shook her head. "I'll stay with you for a while. If you get tired, just go in. We can always fight our way out tonight." Xiao Yang wrapped his arm around Xiao Ling, asking, "Not angry anymore?" Xiao Ling shook her head. "It's all in the past. That woman merely reopened my wounds. But now that I have you, the pain has subsided." Xiao Yang leaned in and gently kissed Xiao Ling, reassuring her, "Rest assured, Brother Xiao Yang will certainly help you seek justice." The two nestled against each other, gazing into the distance. After a significant pause, Xiao Ling gently turned her head and asked, "Are you worried about them?" Xiao Yang nodded. "I'm not concerned about anyone else. My worry is for Fong Lin." Chapter 134. No turning back. Bound tightly to the chair, Fong Lin struggled fiercely. "Su Xianyan, you ungrateful wretch. Have you forgotten that Brother Xiao Yang risked his life to rescue you from the abyss? And now you disregard his life. Are you still human?" Su Xianyan bit her lower lip in silence, slowly decelerating the vehicle until it finally came to a halt by the roadside. Having distanced themselves from the zombies, she engaged the handbrake and stepped out of the driver's seat, moving toward the back. Gazing at the silent group, she forced a sorrowful smile. "Do you think we should go back?" No one replied, but Zhu Guoxin quietly remarked, "Actually, Su Xianyan is right. If we return, we will only complicate things for Xiao Yang. Without us, he may have a greater chance of escaping." Fong Lin fell silent, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks. A riot. A zombie riot. With so many zombies, how could he possibly escape? He is not a deity. Yu Jing reached out to wipe Fong Lin's tears, her voice trembling. "Sister Fong Lin, trust in Xiao Yang. He will be fine. Not only will he be safe, but he will also have good fortune. We will see him soon." Xiaoru took out 3 coins from her pocket and tossed them onto the table. Yu Jing turned to her, inquiring, "Didn't you say you couldn't predict today?" The coins rolled slowly across the table before coming to a halt. Xiaoru stared blankly at the 3 coins, her pallid face suddenly flushing red. "He is safe." As she spoke, Xiaoru unexpectedly coughed up blood, collapsing onto the bench. Zhu Guoxing rushed to support his sister, who managed to smile. "It's nothing. I merely overexerted myself. Let me rest a moment. I cannot reveal the divination, but I can tell you that despite the obstacles, we will meet again soon." Sister Fong Lin, do not blame Su Xianyan. Otherwise, not only will you fail to rescue him, but you may also endanger him. Su Xianyan approached Fong Lin and began to untie the ropes binding her. "Once we see Xiao Yang, you may hate me or strike me if you wish. For now, we must unite in our struggle against our foes and strive to survive. In a few days, Xiao Yang will find us." Fong Lin looked at Xiaoru across from her, rubbing her sore wrist. Are we not going far? Su Xianyan nodded vigorously. We want to go far. We'll remain near this mountain town. There is enough fuel in the vehicle. We only need to procure some food from the nearby villagers. As the sun rose in the east, it cast a brilliant glow across the sky, painting the distant mountains in hues of orange and yellow. Xiaoling rested her head on Qiao Yang's shoulder. You seem relaxed. Are you no longer worried? Qiao Yang lit a cigarette from his pocket. I am not worried. They have guns. If they are surrounded by zombies and in peril, they will undoubtedly fire. The absence of gunfire signifies that they have retreated. Would Fong Lin heed Su Xianyan's words? No. If all went as planned, Su Xianyan would have bound her. They were unaware that Su Xianyan possessed the highest combat prowess among them. I never anticipated that someone so petite could be the strongest. Has she evolved some extraordinary ability? The eyes of 1,000 miles. Qiao Yang rose to his feet, pondering. Indeed, she possesses the ability to see vast distances. If I were to stand atop the highest point of this city, perhaps Xianyan could catch sight of me from afar. Yet, he soon sank back down in despair. She must be far removed from the city now. It is improbable that she could perceive the heights of its structures. Moreover, if we could reach such heights, we might as well break free. Xiao Ling nodded in agreement. This city is immense. If they have escaped the horde of zombies, they must be far from here. If only your team had someone with the ability to hear from great distances, we could call out, and she would surely hear us. Qiao Yang chuckled softly. In that case, the one with such an ability would be quite fatigued, having to sift through the cacophony of sounds to discern our voices. He then affectionately draped an arm around Xiao Ling's shoulders. You have had a long night. You ought to rest. Once night falls, the zombies should be less active, and we can make our move. Xiao Ling nodded. You should also take a moment to rest in the space. Qiao Yang shook his head. Even if you urged me to sleep, I would find it impossible. My thoughts are consumed not by worry for them, but by the words of that Lin. The incessant chatter. Xiao Ling sighed. They truly lack humanity. Yet, you attempted to light incense last time, and it would not catch. We cannot return to the past. Indeed. He replied, we must persist with resilience. Fortunately, I have you all by my side on this journey. Let us return to the space. With that, he gave Xiao Ling's shoulder a gentle pat, and she vanished in an instant. Qiao Yang took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze drifting into the distance. His brow was furrowed. He loathed this apocalyptic world, detesting the indifference of its inhabitants. It became clear that some individuals truly do not regard others as human. In pursuit of their selfish desires, they have condemned the entire world to ruin. When all humanity has perished, will only a meager few remain. With a flick, he sent the cigarette but flying away, exclaiming, damn it. Did anyone consult me? I do not consent. Sitting at the edge of the platform. The discarded cigarette landed amongst the horde of zombies below, causing a stir among them. Qiao Yang looked down at the zombies. They donned a variety of garments. Yet now they stood equal in their fate. Suddenly, a sharp crack reverberated through the air, prompting Qiao Yang to lift his head. His gaze drawn towards the source of the sound, a crisp gunshot echoed in the distance. Chapter 135. Together in death, Qiao Yang gazed toward the distant horizon, which was unmistakably not the direction of his RV. In fact, it was the complete opposite. However, he quickly dismissed the notion that they would drive away and circle back from that route. After all, the mountainous city was vast, making such a detour implausible. Moreover, the exit from the city was teeming with zombies, so Su Xianyan would hardly engage in such folly. This implied that there were indeed individuals present in that direction. Whether they were the original inhabitants or newcomers remained uncertain. Regardless of their identity, firing a weapon at this juncture would be exceedingly unwise. The gunfire had also roused the zombies lurking downstairs, who shrieked and rushed toward the source of the noise. A whimsical thought crossed Qiao Yang's mind, and he called out to the fleeing zombies. Hey, where are you running off to? Didn't we agree to stick together? With the zombies having scattered, it was the perfect opportunity for him to depart. Suppressing the urge to investigate, he muttered to himself, steady now. Curiosity killed the cat. Reaching the staircase, he began to collect the miscellaneous items at the top of the steps into his space. Then, grasping an axe, he felled a few zombies blocking the entrance, cursing. Damn it, they've all left, and you lot are the only ones obstructing my path. Are you Fong Lin? Trailing behind me endlessly. Once outside, he noted the significant reduction in the number of zombies. Resisting the temptation to indulge his curiosity required immense willpower, especially given the innate tendency of his compatriots to revel in spectacle. Yet, Qiao Yang proved to be a person of considerable fortitude, ultimately managing to suppress his urges as he sprinted toward the small village where he had resided. He had only taken a brief respite in his space, but he arrived at the village in one breath. Upon spotting the scattered few zombies and the absence of the RV, he finally exhaled in relief, realizing they must have departed. If all went well, they would undoubtedly be scouring the outskirts of the city for him. Entering the house, He observed the signs of a hasty retreat, with numerous items left behind. Who dashed away in their pajamas? He wondered, noting a discarded hoodie. Whose bra is this? Judging by its size, it must belong to Fong Jing or Xiao Ru. He decided against making baseless assumptions about their belongings. Pondering whether he should assist in gathering their things, Yu Jing reached out to touch her hollow feelings, then turned to Xiao Ru and whispered, "Do you have a spare one I could borrow? Mine was left in the small village." Xiao Ru shook her head. "I left mine too. Xianyan should have one." "Why not ask her?" Yu Jing glanced down at herself and then at Su Xianyan. "That won't do. Hers is far too extravagant." She then turned her gaze to the pacing Fong Lin, opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately deciding against it. Fong Lin likely wouldn't fit into her clothing either. At that moment, Su Xianyan, who had been poring over the map, suddenly looked up. This is definitely not the direction Xiao Yang would have taken. His coordinates are here. As she spoke, she pointed to a spot on the map laid out on the table, and the gunfire, if I am not mistaken, should have originated from this area. After departing from his coordinates, he would undoubtedly gravitate toward us, not venture in the opposite direction. Thus, if my assessment is correct, he should have seized this opportunity to make his escape. Let us hope he refrains from getting caught up in the spectacle. Fong Lin halted her steps. Glancing towards the mountainous city, he certainly would not seek out the commotion. With us around, he would be too preoccupied to consider it. Besides, what is so captivating about the bustle? Yu Jing also leaned forward to gaze in the direction of the small village, pondering. Indeed, he ought to have returned by now. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Would he not notice my shelter? Would he bring it back to me? Oh no, but if he does not, I have nothing else to wear. Su Xianyan hastily moved towards the driver's cabin, calling out to the still-pacing Fong Lin. "Get in the car, we are going back to check." Fong Lin leapt into the vehicle with excitement. "Are we returning now?" Su Xianyan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we are heading back immediately. If there are not many zombies, we will approach the village to see if he has returned. If there are too many zombies, we will flee." The RV swiftly turned towards the village. And as they drew nearer, the zombies began to appear. Su Xianyan stopped the vehicle, gazing at the approaching undead with a sigh. He should not have escaped this time. "Let us head back." Just as she prepared to turn the vehicle around, Fong Lin abruptly opened the rear door and jumped out. "I am going to have a look." Su Xianyan shouted urgently, "Come back." Fong Lin turned her head to meet Su Xianyan's gaze. "I have a feeling he is in the village right now. If my intuition is wrong and Xiao Yang returns later, please tell him that I suddenly encountered my former lover, and thus I chose to follow him. Make sure he never seeks me again. If he Fong Lin hesitated for a moment, then I shall go accompany him. He must be very lonely." With that, she brandished her long knife and dashed towards the oncoming zombies. Su Xianyan struck the steering wheel with frustration. "I should never have untied the ropes and let you go." Turning to Fong Jing and the others, "Let her do as she pleases. I have no idea what to do now. What do you all suggest? Should we rescue her or flee?" Yu Jing reached for a fork beside her. "Our principle is to neither abandon nor give up. We cannot allow Sister Fong Lin to face death alone. If we are to die, let us do so together." Xiao Ru covered Yu Jing's mouth with her hand. "Could you not say something more uplifting?" Yu Jing broke free from Xiao Ru's grasp. "What I said earlier does not count. We must survive, all of us together." She thought to herself, "It is indeed uncomfortable to feel so empty. I will return to find my shelter." Chapter 136. Brother Xiao Yang is deceptive. Su Xianyan sighed and turned the vehicle around. "Very well, I shall indulge your madness. I fear not the ominous predictions. We shall face life and death together." With that, she pressed the accelerator, and the RV roared to life, racing towards Fong Lin. Su Xianyan shouted, "Get in. I will join you in this madness." Fong Lin stubbornly retorted, "You go your way. Enough chatter, get in the car." Yu Jing had already picked up her fork and extended her hand towards Fong Lin. "Sister Fong, hurry up. Let us fight our way back." Fong Lin leaped into the vehicle, gripping the door, brandishing her knife as she swung it at the oncoming zombies. Su Xianyan skillfully maneuvered to avoid the undead, ensuring they did not hinder their escape, while Fong Lin took the lead in fending them off. Yu Jing and Zhu Guoxing wielded long-handled forks, pushing back or stabbing at the zombies on either side. Only the frail Xiao Ru sat in silence, trembling as she reached into her pocket, retrieving 3 coins. Unbeknownst to others, her face was ashen, and she murmured softly, "Do not faint. Please do not faint." As she prepared to scatter the coins onto the table, a sudden scream pierced the air from Su Xianyan. "Ah, it's Xiao Yang. My husband has returned." Amidst the throng of running zombies, a figure emerged, wielding a large axe, swinging it with ferocity, causing zombie heads to fly like vegetables being chopped. In an instant, the horde was decimated. Xiao Yang approached, axe held aloft, illuminated by the nascent sunlight, his bloodied form resembling an ancient war god. Xiao Ru gazed out the windshield, entranced by the sight of Xiao Yang rushing towards them. Xiaoyang sat at the table in the RV, stating, "Here's the situation. The virus they developed has begun to spread across the globe. In its initial stages, it is inconspicuous, but upon exposure to sunlight, it erupts. The human nervous system cannot withstand the surge of energy, leading to transformation into flesh-eating zombies." Yujing tugged at her clothing. Are they truly so malevolent? It was initially developed by the military to enhance soldier capabilities, yet it fell into the hands of these deranged individuals, resulting in the current predicament. Observing Su Xuanyan's wide-eyed curiosity, hesitating to speak, she reached out to touch her head. As for why they are no longer affected by sunlight, it is because the virus has weakened. Thus, minimal exposure to sunlight allows for gradual adaptation to survival under its rays. This virus is difficult to manufacture, and in the future, they will not disperse it extensively. Once you have been exposed to sunlight and can thrive in it, antibodies will develop. What benefits do they gain from this? Fong Lin furrowed her brow. Do they truly aspire to eradicate humanity? Xiaoyang accepted a cigarette from Zhu Guoxing. Their numbers are substantial, amounting to millions. They intend to preserve these so-called elites. Now, the entire world is overrun by zombies, and they are about to unleash another virus. One specifically designed to eradicate all humans who do not belong to their race. They have begun to release an antidote aimed at the zombies, which gradually repairs the damaged nerves of these creatures. However, the repaired zombies have already mutated, and the antidote contains certain components, of which I am unaware, that render the zombies completely submissive to their creators, transforming them into mere slaves. Is there truly such a virus? Indeed. They aspire to become the sovereign rulers of the entire planet. It may sound preposterous, yet reality is often absurd. Fong Jing raised her hand. What about the powers we have awakened? Xiaoyang lit a cigarette with Zhu Guoxing's lighter, in their quest for dominance. They have incorporated additional elements into the zombie transformation, resulting in a subset of evolved zombies, which indirectly contributes to the evolution of some surviving humans. The emergence of your abilities may be linked to this phenomenon. Well, I have gathered all the information I could. Now, let us discuss whether we should find a place to hide or confront these beasts. Observing the silence among the group, Xiaoyang smiled. Fong Lin, you have been with me the longest. You know that if someone provokes me, I will not hesitate to eliminate them. However, I am not a butcher. I do not slay indiscriminately, for that would make me no different from them. I have feelings. I am a human being. You have followed me for so long, and I respect your decisions. Speak freely, for I am quite democratic. Fong Lin placed her sword on a nearby rack. Regardless of the circumstances, I will follow you. Wherever you go, I will go. If you seek vengeance, I will accompany you. Yujing nodded. You are the very definition of marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. By sticking with Xiaoyang, you are in for the ride. Su Xianyan glanced at Yujing and chuckled. Your words are quite agreeable. Look how you've made Sister Fong Lin smile. Let us always speak sweetly from now on. Yujing, undeterred by Fong Lin's flushed cheeks, continued. Indeed. I am determined to speak sweetly. I say that Brother Xiaoyang is invincible in battle, and wherever he goes, he is aided by benefactors, preferably 2 benefactors. Moreover, I worry that Sister Fong Lin and Sister Xianyan might feel disheartened, so I declare that whenever Brother Xiaoyang encounters a woman, she is invariably repulsive, to the point of making him feel nauseated. Xiaoyang nodded. You are remarkably astute. This time, I truly encountered a woman who claimed to be a scientist. Yet, she was exceedingly ugly. Yujing leaned forward with excitement. How ugly could she possibly be? Xiaoyang pointed out the car window. Did you hear that croaking sound? Yujing vigorously nodded. In a moment, you can catch one, and you'll see its mouth. That woman's mouth resembles that of a frog. The women gradually exposed themselves to the sunlight, and under the present rays, shielding most of their skin, they were able to survive. Zhu Guoxing also gradually embraced the sunlight. In the shade behind the car, Zhu Guoxing set up a pot and began to cook. Xiaoyang leaned against a bench beside the vehicle, squinting his eyes to rest. Seeing Fong Lin approaching, she pointed to the adjacent seat and remarked, You know I have space. I am absolutely unoccupied. Only when you leave can I engage in a better fight. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to you, how much pain would it cause your brother Xiaoyang? Have you ever thought about that? Fong Lin stood beside Xiaoyang, not taking a seat, but bowing her head in silence. Yujing sprinted over from a distance. Despite her veil, she startled Xiaoyang. Why do you venture so far just to bask in the sunlight? Yujing waved her hand, saying, I went to catch a frog, Brother Xiaoyang. What a deception. Who has a mouth like that? Chapter 137. I have the right to know. Xiaoyang accepted the frog that Yujing handed him, remarking, This is called a frog. There used to be many. But then pesticides were dispersed everywhere, and they all perished. They used to grow quite large. The ones with warts cannot be caught. Those are toads, and they are poisonous. Yujing shot him a glance, responding, I'm not a child. Of course I know. I learned about them in school. but I've just never caught one. You mentioned it earlier, and I became quite curious. I didn't really pay attention to how big a frog's mouth is, so I went ahead and caught one. Fang Lin approached Su Xianyan, her head lowered. Sister Xianyan, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Su Xianyan embraced Fang Lin, saying, I understand that your bond with Chao Yang is the strongest, and you were among the first to be with him. I can empathize with that anxious feeling. If it weren't for you too, I would be equally desperate to be with him. However, you must realize that your actions only hinder him, right? Fang Lin nodded. And Su Xianyan hugged her tightly. All right, we are good sisters. There are no rights or wrongs between us. She pointed at Chao Yang and Yu Jing, adding, Look at Chao Yang educating Yu Jing. Is it not akin to a father with his daughter? Fang Lin turned around and couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, she sighed. If only Yu Jing were a bit younger, she would make a fine goddaughter. Su Xianyan laughed heartily. Yu Jing didn't hear that. If she did, she would surely be upset with you. At that moment, Chao Yang handed something to Yu Jing, who swiftly tucked it into her pocket. Blushing as she turned and dashed to the car. Su Xianyan looked at Fang Lin, puzzled. What did he give Yu Jing? It made her so shy. Fang Lin also found it curious and walked over to Chao Yang. Brother Chao Yang, what did you give Yu Jing? Why did she run off so bashfully? Chao Yang raised his head. I just discovered something in the little village. At that moment, Yu Jing popped her head out of the car window, exclaiming, You mustn't say anything, or I won't be friends with you anymore. Chao Yang laughed and nodded. I won't say a word. He turned to Fang Lin and Su Xianyan, raising his hands in surrender. All right, don't ask. I promised her I wouldn't say anything. Having already uncovered the secret of sunlight, the group felt a sense of relief. Although their lifestyle of rising with the sun and resting at dusk had yet to be fully adjusted, Chao Yang's vehicle sped towards their destination. Indifferent to day or night. Along the way, Chao Yang raided a small county, acquiring a large truck. While Zhu Guoxing resumed his old profession as a well-known hacker turned truck driver, Yu Jing glanced at the map and then out the window, saying, Brother Chao Yang, the direction we're heading seems incorrect. Chao Yang was puzzled. I didn't notice. I didn't expect Yu Jing to spot such a significant flaw. Yu Jing blinked her big eyes. Brother Chao Yang, are you complimenting me? Chao Yang nodded. Of course I am. Look, after all this time, no one else has asked. Fang Lin cast a glance but remained silent. Xiaoru still held a few coins in her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Jing turned her head, by the way. Why aren't you all asking? Zhu Guoxing chuckled. Everyone can see it, but once the decision is made to follow Chao Yang, such thoughts are cast aside. Wherever he wishes to go, we shall accompany him. Even if it means we are sold out, we will help him count the earnings, as you can see, he continued. Coaxingly, Fang Lin is undoubtedly committed to following him. Xiaoru confided in me that they are bound by life and death, so there is no need to inquire further. Yu Jing glanced timidly at Chao Yang. It's not that I doubt your intentions, I merely fear you might err. Chao Yang nodded with a smile. Indeed, you are correct. Observing that Chao Yang bore no anger, Yu Jing straightened her posture suddenly. Moreover, I possess the right to be informed. Chao Yang continued to smile and nodded. True. You have the right to be informed, but here it is a dictatorial regime. You are free to seek a realm of liberty elsewhere. I will not hinder you. Fang Lin chimed in. Exactly. As before the apocalypse, if you find fault with the country, you can always emigrate. The world outside is filled with freedom. If developed nations reject you, then perhaps Myanmar would welcome you. Yu Jing surveyed the group, and Xiaoru shook her head, laughing. I do not desire freedom. Then I shall relinquish my right to be informed. From the front seat, Su Xianyan turned back. Do not conspire against Yu Jing. Chao Yang, you tell them. I no longer care. Chao Yang playfully ruffled Yu Jing's hair. Just teasing you. Do you remember that ghastly couple at the service area? Yu Jing nodded. I remember. They were quite revolting. And those two inside the house, the sycophantic teacher of that Judas, Fang Lin secretly let her go. The girl named Zhai Wani was to be killed. Turning to Xiaoru, she added, Fang Lin was wrong in this matter. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaoru? Xiaoru scratched her head. Sister Fang Lin must have her reasons. She would never act unilaterally. She then cast a furtive glance at Chao Yang. Chao Yang pointed at Xiaoru with a grin, scheming a little. Are we? It was I who informed Fang Lin to release her. Yu Jing looked at Chao Yang in astonishment. Was it truly you? Why? Because I sensed that the young girl posed some issues. Whether that female teacher lives or dies holds little consequence for us. She cannot stir up any trouble. However, I perceive that girl to be quite calculating. While that teacher is as foolish as a pig. Hence, I wanted to observe what further actions they might take. Chao Yang patted Yu Jing's head. Enough of them. Do you recall? There were 3 individuals at the service area, and the third was found with a broken neck. Xiaoru nodded. Right. Didn't you say he was killed by that couple? Chao Yang shook his head with a smile. No, it was your sister Xian Yin who did it. Chapter 138. How to Identify an Insider. Observing the perplexed expressions on Yu Jing and Xiao Ru's faces, Qiao Yang chuckled softly. Your sister Xianyan was once under the command of Dr. Zhou, but she was later exposed by Cheng Ge. Cheng Ge organized an auction, ostensibly to lure Dr. Zhou. And by a twist of fate, I ended up acquiring her. Su Xianyan peeled the fruit that Qiao Yang had handed her, resembling both lychee and longan, and popped it into her mouth. So I am the woman he purchased, she remarked. Yu Jing laughed. Then you are a slave bought by brother Qiao Yang. Su Xianyan nodded. Indeed, you all are my masters. Yu Jing raised her right hand, declaring, we firmly oppose slavery. Qiao Yang vigorously nodded in agreement. I concur. Yet your sister Xianyan, this so-called slave, has long since risen up to sing her own song. Now, I have become the slave, and I must protest. Yu Jing glanced at Xianyan and then at Qiao Yang. Well, perhaps retaining a semblance of slavery isn't so bad. Qiao Yang pointed at Yu Jing, laughing. Look. Now Yu Jing has also mastered the art of double standards. Fang Lin chuckled, wrapping her arm around Yu Jing. Since Dr. Zhou did not come to rescue you, Xianyan naturally felt sorrow. However, since Qiao Yang saved her, she is instead elated. She believed that having distanced herself from the two major organizations, no one could control her any longer. She resolved to live for herself for the rest of her days. Qiao Yang continued. Indeed, yet she received a letter from Dr. Zhou at the service area, the very one we could not locate, the third person. That third individual was the one who delivered the letter to Xianyan? Yu Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Qiao Yang nodded. Yes. She informed Xianyan that if I did not intervene in her affairs, she would leave with me. If I chose to involve myself, she would lead me to a certain location. Yu Jing clenched her fists. Lead you there to kill you. Qiao Yang shook his head. I cannot say, hence my assertion that this young girl is quite extraordinary. She spoke only a few words yet incited my fury. Upon reflection, I realized she bore no marks of injury. Fang Lin added. After I discreetly released that teacher surnamed Lu, I followed her and inquired why the young girl was unscathed. Teacher Lu explained that the couple had kept the girl alone for a time, claiming they were having her clean. Each night, they would bring her down to restrain her again. Thus, I suspect that the girl is not as simple as she appears. She must be associated with Dr. Zhou. Qiao Yang shook his head. Without evidence, one should refrain from hasty conclusions. Although we do not know which side the girl may belong to, or if she aligns with none at all, Dr. Zhou surmised I would certainly kill Teacher Lu and take the girl away. Yet, contrary to his expectations, I dismissed Lu, allowing her to fend for herself, and sent the girl to a shelter. Suddenly, Xiaoru, who had been silent, spoke up. Aren't you afraid there might still be Dr. Zhou's people among us? Qiao Yang produced a pack of cigarettes, tossing one to Zhu Guoxing. I am truly unafraid. In the past, I felt as though the world was coming to an end, and it mattered little. Each day alive was a gain. Now that I have learned to survive in this apocalyptic world, I find myself content with modest prosperity. Lowering his head, I ignited the cigarette using the lighter handed to me by Zhu Guoxing. I merely wish for my women to live better lives. Yet their actions have incited the wrath of the heavens and the ire of the people, to the extent that even a humble citizen like myself can no longer bear it. Previously, I sought merely to join in the commotion, but this time, I am resolved to eliminate them. Then, accompanied by you all, we shall wander the world together. Nowadays, traveling abroad requires no visa. Xiaojing raised her hands in exultation and then pointed to her own nose, exclaiming, I am certainly not under the influence of that Dr. Zhou. Xianyan has already been under his sway, and besides, she can be excluded. Now it's just Fang Lin and Shiru left. Fang Lin lifted her eyelids to glance at Yujing but chose to ignore her. However, Shiru sprang up like her rear was set ablaze. How can we be alike? Yujing held up her fingers. Qiao Yang, allow me to analyze this for you. Sister Fang Lin intentionally approached you on the train, following you, acting as your little shadow. She listens to you obediently, allowing you to lower your guard. Sometimes, those we trust most may be the ones who harm us. Wouldn't you agree? Qiao Yang nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Yujing then pointed at Shiru. As for her, the situation is even more telling. She is willing to sacrifice her brother merely to get close to you. And when you intended to send her to a shelter, she hid in the trunk, refusing to leave even at the cost of her life. Xiaoru retorted, pointing at Yujing. Wasn't it you who told me to hide there? I insisted on sitting in the front, saying that Qiao Yang wouldn't drive me away, but you insisted I hide first. Yujing leaned slightly towards Qiao Yang. Do not heed the divisive words of the enemy. Qiao Yang, with a serious expression, nodded. Indeed, I shall listen to you. So tell me, should I behead them all? Yujing hastily waved her hands. A great person once said, heads are not like chives. Once cut, they do not grow back. Just keep that in your heart. From now on, you need only to cherish me, for they are untrustworthy. Qiao Yang, with a grave demeanor, replied, very well, from now on I shall heed your words. Whatever you say goes. That is the spirit, she said, pointing at the backpack beside Xiaoyang. After all this talk, I'm feeling a bit parched. Could you spare me a piece of the fruit you just gave Xianyan? Xiaoyang glanced at the others. Should I offer them some too? Absolutely not. For I am the true ally. If they are truly desperate, let them come to me, and I shall discern who is worthy of the fruit and who is not. Upon hearing about the fruit, Xiaoru could not help but swallow hard. Xiaoyang, I want some too. Do not listen to her. Yujing turned back. We have yet to ascertain your issues, and you still wish to eat. Xiaoru anxiously protested. What issues do I have? I didn't ask Xiaoyang to take anything from me. Yujing suddenly leaped up, covering Xiaoru's mouth. You have no issues now. You shall have the fruit. Chapter 139. The first mutated animal. The vehicle sped towards a May mountain, taking advantage of the convenience of both day and night travel. Despite some obstacles along the way, the speed had doubled compared to before. At this rate, they would likely reach their destination within a day. However, an unexpected predicament arose when a creature resembling a cow appeared ahead. Xiaoyang realized trouble was imminent. The animal was of a size comparable to an adult cow, albeit somewhat emaciated, standing in the middle of the road and turning to gaze at Xiaoyang's vehicle. As it turned its head, its elongated face and the whiskers beneath its jaw revealed the truth to Xiaoyang. It was no cow, but a mutated sheep, unfazed by the roar of the vehicle. The sheep tilted its head, quietly observing Xiaoyang's car. Unlike zombies, which would rush forward upon hearing or seeing something, this creature seemed to contemplate its surroundings. Was this sheep capable of thought? Su Xianyan, who was driving, felt a surge of anxiety. It was their first encounter with a mutated animal, and rumors suggested that these creatures were far more formidable than zombies. Xiaoyang grasped the axe beside him and chuckled. I forgot to ask. I wonder if the meat of this mutated creature is edible? Fong Lin, standing behind him, shook her head. It seems it's not safe to eat. I've heard it's similar to zombies. The animals reportedly weren't mutated at first. They became so only after being bitten by a zombie. Xiaoyang opened the car door, puzzled. But I don't see any injuries on it. It must be a rumor. He turned to Fong Lin. If I can't handle it, I'll lead it away. And Fong Lin, if you don't heed Su Xianyan's advice this time, I won't take you along next time. Fong Lin nodded in agreement. I understand, but please be careful. I will provide support from a distance. Beside them, Yujing called out, Xiaoyang, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Sister Fong Lin. Also, I've been particularly good with the crossbow lately, and I can assist you with ranged fire support. Yujing showed no signs of regret over not finding her family. Her composure brought comfort to everyone around her. Xiaoyang nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Yujing. Su Xianyan, wielding a knife, jumped down from the driver's seat. They've always believed you possess the greatest strength. Let's see whose abilities are superior this time. The group did not regard the mutated goat with much concern, as they had been effortlessly dispatching zombies. Besides, goats were typically docile creatures. Although this one was larger than usual, it did not seem overly aggressive. If it were a rhinoceros, Xiaoyang might have felt a greater sense of unease. Even Xiaoyang relaxed, approaching the mutated goat with his axe in hand, and jested. Brother Whiskers, how did you end up mutated? Did a zombie bite you? We have no grievances with you, so why obstruct our path? Surprisingly, the goat appeared to comprehend. Lowering its head in response, Xiaoyang turned to Su Xianyan with a smile. Look, it seems to understand me. Does this count as an admission of guilt? If so, perhaps it can be spared from punishment. Su Xianyan was far from as relaxed as Xiaoyang. She remained fixated on the sheep and suddenly exclaimed, Darling, be careful. What was there to be cautious of with merely a sheep? Xiaoyang turned his head, only to be greeted by the sight of a massive sheep's head, swiftly followed by a whirlwind of the sky, and then the lush green earth below. Since he was so intimately acquainted with the ground, he thought to bestow a kiss upon it. Thus, with great bravado, Xiaoyang prostrated himself upon the earth, passionately kissing the ground. He lifted his head, spitting out the grass foam in bewilderment, wondering how he had ended up airborne. At that moment, the sound of a bowstring being drawn echoed ominously. Xiaoyang strained to look up, realizing with dismay that the sheep had no sense of honor. Its earlier bowing had merely been a prelude to a charge. He glanced at the sheep, which was now barreling towards Su Xianyan with astonishing speed. Anticipating the attack, Su Xianyan swung her knife at the sheep's head while deftly sidestepping, allowing the creature to rush past her. Xiaoyang rose to his feet, expelling the grass foam from his mouth, chastising himself for having grown too complacent. Overlooking the threat posed by the sheep, gripping his axe, he strode forward, muttering, Damn it, I was having a conversation with my wife. Could you at least make a sound before charging? The sheep, having missed Su Xianyan, turned its attention to Xiaoyang, evidently preferring to target the softer fruit. It charged at him with renewed vigor. Observing Su Xianyan's knife leave a small gash on the sheep's left side, Xiaoyang mused that while mutated creatures were tricky, they were merely slightly faster and stronger than their normal counterparts. He had no qualms about dispatching a bull, so a mere sheep was hardly a concern. As the sheep approached, he pivoted and brought his axe down with force. To his surprise, the mutated sheep's hide was not as resilient as he had anticipated. The axe sliced effortlessly through its neck, blood gushing forth. The sheep collapsed, trembling on the grass, its head severed cleanly from its body. An impeccable execution. Chaoyang sidestepped to avoid the spray of blood, mindful not to drench himself. He wouldn't want to disappoint the little admirers behind him. Although he had gracefully evaded the blood, a sudden sharp pain struck his rear. Wait, the sheep was already down. Could there be other smaller creatures lurking? He glanced back slowly, realizing he had been ambushed again. Seeing the object lodged in his backside, he erupted in fury, shouting, "Who fired that crossbow?" Chapter 140. What to eat? Fong Lin and Yu Jing simultaneously gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, resolutely denying their involvement in the release of the arrows. Each had let fly 2 arrows, and with no names inscribed upon them, it was indeed difficult to ascertain the origin. Ultimately, they both pointed accusingly at Xiao Ru. It was Xiao Ru who shot them. Xiao Ru, feeling wronged, was on the verge of tears. This is utterly unfair. The crossbow is in your hands. How could I have released them? Chaoyang, upon alighting from the train, was taken aback to find that his first injury had been inflicted by a comrade. As Su Xianyan applied ointment to his posterior, she erupted in laughter. Their crossbow bolts are slow and inaccurate. How could you not evade them? Chaoyang turned his head. I was dodging the blood from that goat. Otherwise, imagine the mess. He sighed. No matter how vigilant one is, a traitor within is most perilous. With Dr. Zhou's trap looming ahead, he lamented his injury. Su Xianyan, chuckling, affixed a bandage over the medicated gauze on Chaoyang's rear. You've been far too lax lately. With your sharp instincts, you would have surely dodged that arrow otherwise. Plus, you let the goat topple over. Can you imagine that happening before? Chaoyang smacked his lips. That does seem to be the case. Su Xianyan's laughter faded. Everyone has entrusted their lives to you. Do not let your guard down too much. We are ultimately surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. Not merely wandering for pleasure. Chaoyang pointed at Fong Lin and Yu Jing. It's primarily these 2 lively spirits who keep me entertained daily, causing me to relax my guard without realizing it. Have you both not yet remembered who shot the arrows? Fong Lin chuckled awkwardly. We both released the arrows together. So it's impossible to tell who hit the target. Chaoyang widened his eyes. Target? That's my backside. Having sustained an injury. The group unanimously decided to halt their advance and wait for a while. They set up camp in a secluded area, with a truck parked outside and a camper van positioned within. Zhu Guosheng began preparing the meal, and soon, Chaoyang caught the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Moments later, Yu Jing leapt into the vehicle. Chaoyang, to express my apologies for your backside, I've brought you something to eat. She extended a long skewer of meat impaled on a stick. Chaoyang accepted it, opening his mouth to take a bite when he suddenly paused. Where did you acquire this meat? Yu Jing pointed outside. From the goat you killed. Who told you that this goat was edible? Yu Jing blinked innocently. Isn't goat meat supposed to be edible? That creature is mutated, my ancestors. Chaoyang sprang from his resting place, striding toward the door. Zhu Guosheng responded, hastening from the stove nearby. What's the matter? Chaoyang gestured toward the distant goat. That goat meat is inedible. Zhu Guosheng nodded. I know. I never suggested we eat it. I was thinking of waiting until I finish my tasks and then burying it with a shovel. Chaoyang turned back to Yu Jing. Then how did you manage to produce skewers of goat meat to roast for me? Yu Jing blinked her large eyes. I thought it was edible. I even wanted to let you have the first bite. Chaoyang scrutinized Yu Jing. I haven't offended you, have I? I merely said a couple of words to you. Why do you want to use me as a test subject? But Sister Xiaoru said it was edible. Zhu Guosheng remarked with curiosity. Xiaoru should know it's inedible. How could she say it was? He turned and shouted, Xiaoru. Xiaoru responded and walked over from a distance. Brother, what's the matter? Zhu Guosheng pointed at the skewered lamb in Yu Jing's hand. How can this meat be eaten? It's mutated lamb. Xiaoru looked at the skewer in surprise. I never said it was edible. Yu Jing waved the skewer. Didn't I just ask you? Is this lamb edible? You said it was for fools to eat. Xiaoru nodded. Yes, I said it was meat. What can you eat it with? Yu Jing pointed at Chaoyang. Aren't you referring to him as the fool? Xiaoru turned pale, shaking her hands. When did I say the fool was him? Just now, we were chatting together, and you said he looked like a fool, letting the sheep knock him over. Then I asked if this lamb was edible, and you said it was for fools, which means it's for him, right? Chaoyang understood, his face darkening as he looked at the 2 lively characters before him, pointing at Xiaoru. You better articulate your Mandarin properly tomorrow. And do I resemble a fool? Xiaoru blushed, shaking her head, then nodded. Chaoyang widened his eyes. Do I look like a fool? Xiaoru quickly shook her head. I meant to say that I will certainly improve my Mandarin. You don't look like a fool. Chaoyang turned to Yu Jing. Can't you understand Sichuan dialect? Didn't you watch TV as a child? Yu Jing shook her head. My mom said to help me focus on my studies. We threw away our television long ago. But don't you watch short videos on your phone? No. Sometimes my mom plays foreign films for me to learn a language. It seems that a child who only knows to study, unless endowed with extraordinary abilities, would find it difficult to navigate in an ever-changing environment. Now go outside and do 20 frog jumps for me. If you miss one, just wait and see how I deal with you. Yu Jing remained still, which puzzled Xiao Yang, as she usually obeyed him. Moreover, he considered the punishment merely a form of entertainment for her. She should have joyfully run over to jump. He looked at Yu Jing with a serious expression. What's the matter? Is my command ineffective now? Yu Jing blushed. Can I not jump? No, he said, suddenly slapping his forehead as if remembering something. His gaze scanned down from Yu Jing's face. What? Have you lost something again? Yu Jing raised her head, noticing that everyone was intently staring at her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She pushed Xiao Yang. What have I lost? I'm not jumping today. Choose another punishment. Fong Lin approached. If you're not jumping, then don't. Come on, let us go play over there. She took Yu Jing aside, saying, listen to your sister. You must not let Xiao Yang eat this, or else your brother will turn into a zombie. As she spoke, Fong Lin wrapped her arms around Yu Jing and led her away. Xiao Yang blinked. Fong Lin, are you just spoiling her? Su Xianyan leaned close to Xiao Yang's ear and whispered, she is unable to dance at the moment. Let her recover first, and then she shall dance. Chapter 141. The evolution of Xiao Yang as dusk descended. Su Xianyan approached with medicine in hand, while Fong Lin carried a medicine box. They arrived before Xiao Yang. Come, remove your trousers, Su Xianyan declared, reaching to unfasten Xiao Yang's belt. Startled from his slumber, Xiao Yang hastily interjected, I can do it myself. As he peeled off his trousers, he muttered, why does that sound so awkward to me? Su Xianyan chuckled, if you wish to hear something more pleasant, refrain from falling ill. Since you're injured, you ought to obediently heed the doctor's advice. You're not a doctor, Xiao Yang grumbled. In truth, there was a doctor in his space, yet for such a minor injury, there was no need to consult Lin Yuhan. Both Fong Lin and Yu Jing, along with Xiao Ling and Lin Yuhan, had no acquaintance with him. If they discovered that he had been shot by their arrows, one could only imagine the repercussions upon their next encounter. It was best to keep them in the dark. As Su Xianyan unwrapped the gauze from the wound on Xiao Yang's backside, she suddenly exclaimed, oh, what is it? Fong Lin leaned closer, glancing at Xiao Yang. Unable to suppress her own gasp, Yu Jing, who had been seated beside Xiao Ru playing chess, sprang up in alarm. What happened? What is it? She hurried to Xiao Yang's bedside, craning her neck for a closer look. Xiao Ru approached from the side. What's going on? Xiao Yang hastily pulled up his trousers. What are you all doing? Is this a tour? Su Xianyan firmly pressed down on Xiao Yang. Hold still. I need to see what's going on with you. Xiao Yang anxiously turned his head, regretting that he could not see his own backside. What's wrong? Is the wound infected? He felt a pang of regret for having dozed off earlier. He should have fetched some space water to cleanse the wound, and perhaps drink some as well. He had initially thought that healing too rapidly might arouse their suspicions, though he was not overly concerned about them discovering his secret. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang preferred to conceal it as a habit. Now, however, he felt troubled. The arrowhead had once slain zombies. Could it have introduced poison? Turning to Fong Lin with a morose expression, he inquired, what exactly is happening? Fong Lin appeared somewhat anxious as well. It's nothing, Xiao Yang. Please don't be alarmed. How can I not be alarmed? He replied, feeling a sudden chill on his backside, likely Su Xianyan's hand had touched him. He heard her gentle voice ask, do you feel any pain? No, it doesn't. He hurt, he replied, his heart sinking. He understood that if there was no pain, it indicated a worsening condition. He was uncertain whether space water could remedy an exacerbated zombie toxin. After all, he had tried before, and corpses could not be revived. Do you feel no pain at all? Su Xianyan's tone was laced with confusion. You truly feel nothing? It feels as if someone is touching my backside, he confessed. With a serious expression, Su Xianyan turned to the others. What do you all think? At that moment, Zhu Guosheng also leaned in, astonished. What is going on here? Yu Jing, mouth agape, exclaimed, it's so pale. Why does a grown man have such a pale backside? Fong Lin tugged at Yu Jing. You're missing the point. Focus on what's important. Yu Jing turned her head. What do you mean by that? He is simply pale. Xiao Yang could no longer tolerate the situation. He decisively lifted his trousers and waved his hand, exclaiming, get out of here. With that, he retrieved a mirror from his bag and, addressing everyone regardless of gender, he waved his hand again and declared, out, out. If you don't leave, beware of my wrath. Su Xianyan chuckled and said, Xiao Yang, we mean no harm. We're just astonished that your wound seems to have vanished. As Xiao Yang positioned the mirror behind him and turned slightly, he inquired, what did you say? What wound has vanished? Su Xianyan brandished the piece of adhesive tape in her hand, stating, if it weren't for this tape that I just pulled from you, I would have thought we were looking in the wrong place for your wound. Fong Lin nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. Your wound has not only healed remarkably, but has left no scar whatsoever. Chaoyang scrutinized each individual, and Xiaoru also nodded in affirmation. Zhu Guoxing regarded Chaoyang with a serious expression, remarking, had they not mentioned it, I would have assumed that was simply an uninjured part of your backside. Yu Jing concurred. Yes, that side is remarkably fair. Chaoyang, what is your secret to maintaining such a pristine complexion? The rapid healing of Chaoyang's wound led everyone to generally believe that he had undergone some form of evolution. It was noted that Fong Lin had evolved enhanced olfactory senses. Su Xinyan had developed improved vision. Yu Jing possessed a knack for foreboding. And Xiaoru had honed her divination abilities. Now, it seemed, Chaoyang had acquired the ability for swift wound recovery. Zhu Guoxing sighed with a rueful smile. Why is it that I haven't evolved at all? Yu Jing produced a small knife, suggesting, Guoxing, if Chaoyang doesn't sustain an injury, he wouldn't even realize he has evolved. Why not give it a try? Xiaoru swiftly snatched the knife away, exclaiming, I haven't heard of such an experiment. Zhu Guoxing glanced at the gleaming dagger in Xiaoru's possession and swallowed hard, saying, perhaps it's best to forego that idea. I'll just head off to prepare dinner instead. As Zhu Guoxing stepped off the vehicle, he suddenly lost his footing and tumbled down. Chapter 142. In truth, you are older than me with the extraordinary abilities demonstrated by Su Xianyan and Fong Lin serving as precedents. No one took Chaoyang's swift recovery seriously. However, now that he was well, they could proceed. Yet, shortly after setting off, Su Xianyan abruptly hit the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Turning her head, she exclaimed, Dear husband, it seems we have stumbled upon a nest of mutated creatures. Another one has appeared. Chaoyang, lazily enjoying a massage from Fong Lin, stood up with a yawn. Why are we seeing goats again? He inquired. No, this one is far more formidable than a goat, Su Xianyan corrected. As Chaoyang moved to the front, he spotted an animal with a vibrant, mottled coat, sitting squarely in the middle of the road. Tilting its head to observe him, it resembled a tiger. He grasped his axe firmly. No one is to exit the vehicle. This creature is remarkably swift. Yu Jing leaned forward. Her curiosity piqued. Is that a tiger? Xiaoru shook her head. No, a tiger has a king symbol on its forehead, and its ears are not this large. This must be a cat. Yu Jing nodded in agreement. I understand, but I have never encountered such a large cat before. Who has? Xiaoru interjected. Who would dare to pet such a massive feline? Yu Jing glanced at Chaoyang. Chaoyang would dare. Look at him. He's about to get out to cuddle with the cat. Don't say that. You cannot expect him to bring such a creature into the vehicle. It would be terrifying. I didn't mean for him to bring it in. I meant he's going down to pet the cat. But if that cat provokes him, he might just have to slay it. Xiaoru nodded. Chaoyang is truly ruthless. He would even kill a cat. Yu Jing echoed her sentiment. Indeed, quite cruel. However, given that this is a mutated creature, we should not regard it as an ordinary animal from before the apocalypse. Xiaoru turned to Yu Jing. I never would have guessed. You've matured. Yu Jing rolled her eyes. I am older than you know. Xiaoru scoffed, gazing outside. Only children boast about growing up. Yu Jing paused for a moment, then conceded. In truth, you are older. Fong Lin brandished the knife at her side. I will accompany you. Chaoyang approached the door, asserting, you stay in the vehicle to protect them. Otherwise, you will only distract me further. Just as he was about to step outside, he turned back urgently. No one is allowed to offer remote assistance, understood? Fong Lin and Yu Jing exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Su Xinyan, however, seized a knife and leaped from the driver's seat. Chaoyang stepped out from the right side of the vehicle and shot a glance at Su Xinyan. I said not to exit the car. Why are you causing a ruckus? Su Xinyan grinned playfully. What do you mean by causing a ruckus? You saw it. When you're present, they heed your words, but when you're absent, they ignore me. In this world of the apocalypse, strength prevails. I must demonstrate my prowess. Although I am not the leader, when the leader is occupied, they should listen to me. So, does that make you my younger brother? Chaoyang teased. Exactly. Su Xianyan replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. Don't think I can't tell. When we take a break today, we'll have a sparring match. And you'll see how I handle you. Chaoyang adjusted his grip on the axe, now wielding it with both hands. What? Are you planning to bite me? Biting you is of little consequence. I intend to leave you in a state of despondency for an entire week. Chaoyang smirked. Go ahead. When have you ever succeeded? With Fong Lin in the mix, you are no match. The two exchanged banter as they approached the mutated cat before them. Chaoyang chuckled nonchalantly, little kitty. In this apocalyptic world, if you've mutated, so be it. We cannot block the path. If you obstruct the way, how am I to pass? Su Xianyan also regarded the mutated feline, remarking, I used to keep cats and understand their habits. Judging by its demeanor, it appears rather relaxed. Cats are inherently curious creatures. Typically, Upon encountering something of similar size, they would either attack or probe. However, this one seems to regard us with disdain. Xiaoyang replied with a grin, "In truth, I have a fondness for animals, though this cat is somewhat larger than usual. I feel it would be unfair to strike it down. Yet, if it refuses to budge from the middle of the road, it poses a dilemma. Perhaps I could startle it into moving?" Su Xianyan shook her head. "No, please don't. Cats are peculiar. If you stroke their fur and gain their trust, they will be amicable. But should you frighten them, they may retaliate instantly. If only I had some cat food. I could attempt to coax it." "Cat food?" Xiaoyang paused momentarily, then gestured, producing a large bag of cat food and handing it to Su Xianyan. This was the first time he had presented cat food without using his backpack in her presence. Su Xianyan glanced at him, accepted the cat food, and set her knife down. "How vast is your space? It feels like a treasure trove. You seem to possess everything." Xiaoyang replied with a smile. "Not only is it spacious, but it can also contain anything, even people. Would you like to try?" Su Xianyan tore open the bag of cat food and began to approach the cat slowly. "Perhaps tonight, when we rest, you could let me inside to see. But if you do, are you not concerned I might emerge and reveal all your secrets? Then I shall not let you out." Su Xianyan scattered some cat food on the ground as she drew closer. "That won't do. Others have formidable subordinates, while with you and Fong Lin, we can only ensure our own safety. The three remaining are more akin to scholars. If I were to enter your space and not return, you would be left to fend for yourself." Xiaoyang observed the large cat, which merely glanced at him and Su Xianyan. Upon noticing the cat food, it lowered its head to sniff, but for some unknown reason, did not eat. "What if I were to take you all into my space? What do you think?" "Not a chance." Su Xianyan extended her hand toward the large cat. "Do you have any fish? I would like a sizable one." Xiaoyang waved his hand, and suddenly a large rooster appeared in his grasp. He pinched its neck to silence it and offered it to Su Xianyan. "No fish at the moment. But how about a rooster instead? You truly are extravagant." Su Xianyan took a step closer to the large cat. Xiaoyang followed suit, but she quickly turned. "You should hold back. Two of us might startle it. Don't worry, I understand their nature." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Xiaoyang felt a flash before his eyes. He then beheld the large cat, astonishingly clutching Xianyan and a rooster in its jaws, turning to flee towards the forest. Stunned for a brief moment, Xiaoyang's fury ignited. "Release my wife. The chicken is for you to eat, but my wife is not." Chapter 143. The fierce battle with the big cat. Xiaoyang swiftly dashed towards the direction of the big cat, as Fong Ling, who had jumped out of the car behind him, called out, "Wait for me here." In the blink of an eye, she vanished into the darkness. Although Xiaoyang was not slow, he found it quite challenging to catch up to the big cat, which was moving at a speed rivaling that of Xiaoling. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoling appeared before him. "Xiaoling, please help me chase the big cat ahead," she urged. However, Xiaoling remained still. And Xiaoyang then noticed her bare figure, her expression one of discontent. "You want me to chase the cat naked? How about you give me a pair of shoes?" Without hesitation, Xiaoyang pulled a pair of shoes from his space and handed them to Xiaoling. "You're always running around without clothes. And now that Lin Yuhan is around, you still cling to your innocent heart." Xiaoling took the shoes and retorted, "Do you sleep in clothes too? Look at these shoes you gave me. Are you expecting me to chase in flip-flops?" "I completely forgot." Xiaoyang waved his hand again, and a pair of sneakers materialized in the air. Xiaoling sighed. "Xiaoyang, can you not be so annoying? Can you at least get me 2 pieces of clothing?" Time was of the essence. The big cat would soon be out of sight. Xiaoyang quickly produced a bedsheet and wrapped it around Xiaoling, covering her completely. Clad in sneakers and swathed in the bedsheet, Xiaoling dashed forward and quickly disappeared from view. As Xiaoyang followed the sound, he passed through a small grove and emerged onto a grassy field. There, he spotted Xiaoling, wrapped in the bedsheet, frolicking with the big cat, not playing, but in hot pursuit. On the ground, Su Xianyan had sat up, gazing blankly at the lifeless rooster that lay beside her. Xiaoyang rushed over. Concern etched on his face. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Su Xianyan raised her arm. "I'm fine. It just bit my arm." "But that woman in the bedsheet, she looks just like Xiaoling from the train's medical room." Xiaoyang tore open Su Xianyan's clothing to examine the wound. "That is indeed Xiaoling. She is your sister." He turned to Xiaoling. "Stop playing around and just take it down." Xiaoling, running while clutching the bedsheet, laughed and chided. "Xiaoyang, you're truly inhumane. You want me to kill a tiger with my bare hands? Hand me a weapon. Besides, with this bedsheet, I can't handle both ends. It's not that simple." Xiaoyang glanced at the rolled-up wound on Su Xianyan's arm and summoned some white medicine, pouring it over the injury. "Hold on. Let me tend to Sister Xianyan's arm first." Xiaoling narrowly dodged an attack from the big cat. "Are you waiting for me to get bitten before you help me?" Without raising his head, Xiaoyang waved at Xiaoling, "Quiet down and wait." Then, with gentle concern, Su Xianyan advised, you should go into the space and have Lin Yuhan give you some space water to drink. Once I've dealt with the tiger, I will come in to see you. Su Xianyan shook her head. I'm fine. Hurry and help Xiaoling. Don't let that cat catch her. Chao Yang patted Su Xianyan's head reassuringly. She is all right. You don't know, she is quite capable. She is just being playful with me. With that, he gave Su Xianyan a gentle pat, and in an instant, she disappeared. Chao Yang brandished his large axe and approached the big cat, calling out, Xiaoling. Come here, draw it out. Xiaoling appeared before him like a flash of lightning, teasing, you've forgotten the old for the new. Chao Yang thrust a sharp knife into her hand with his left, swinging the axe behind her. Why all this chatter? If others are oblivious. Do you think I'm not aware of your speed? Although the big cat was swift, it struggled to keep up with Xiaoling's speed, slowing significantly. When its claws collided with Chao Yang's axe, it was surprisingly pushed back. Chao Yang pressed forward, aiming to cleave the big cat's head. Xiaoling tied the ends of a bedsheet together, exclaiming, you were just getting back at me for last time when you lost because my speed was too fast. You're so petty. What nonsense. I was merely letting you win. Chao Yang, still underestimating the cat's speed, found himself momentarily distracted by Xiaoling's words. Unexpectedly, despite being knocked back, the big cat swiftly lashed out with its claws. His axe had already been swung, but the cat's claws struck him first. A sudden, sharp pain flared from his left side as blood gushed forth. Damn it, it's so fast. Seeing Chao Yang injured, Xiaoling rushed over without finishing tying the bedsheet, swinging her knife towards the cat's neck while admonishing, no foul language. Chao Yang laughed, lifting his shirt. Oh, you're concerned about me now. Although he felt the sting of pain, it quickly dissipated. Glancing at his torn clothing, he noticed his wound healing at a visibly rapid pace. What a remarkable constitution. As long as I don't decapitate myself, I'll be invincible. He charged forward with his axe, tossing a spare set of clothes onto the ground for Xiaoling, who was juggling the bedsheet and her knife. Put on your clothes. Despite the hindrance of the bedsheet, her speed was notably enhanced. The big cat, though fast, found itself shedding tufts of fur under Xiaoling's relentless strikes, sustaining several cuts. You're injured. Go rest. I can handle it, just a bit slower. Xiaoyang laughed heartily as he advanced. You don't know? But I also have special abilities now. Xiaoling dodged the cat's pounce. What abilities? Isn't yours spatial? Chao Yang swung his axe. Brother Chao Yang's wound recovery speed has greatly increased. I was just injured, and now I'm fine. Impressive, right? As Chao Yang continued to force the big cat back with a flurry of axe strikes, Xiaoling looked at him curiously. Your wound is really fine now? I thought you went into space to wash it. Wash? No, I just heal quickly. He wielded his axe with fervor, the big cat now unable to retaliate. Xiaoling stepped aside, putting on her clothes while laughing. Really? Can recovery be that fast? At last, Chao Yang's axe severed the big cat's throat, causing it to convulse and fall to the ground. Chao Yang took another swing, muttering, you better not truly have 9 lives. If you spring up again, you might take a bite out of me. He approached Xiaoling, revealing his left arm. Xiaoling, adjusting her trousers, cast a glance at Chao Yang, exclaiming, indeed. How is it that the wound from earlier has vanished? Did I not mention? My unique ability allows for remarkably swift recovery. Xiaoling's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Do you think there are others whose healing might be even quicker? With a playful smile, Chao Yang nodded. I truly do not know. Shall we give it a try? Xiaoling, tossing the bedsheet onto the floor, declared, I fear you not. Let us test it. I have never shied away from a one-on-one with you. No, Xiaoling. Allow me to clarify. I was merely jesting. This is not the time for our playful banter. The axe in Chao Yang's hand clattered to the ground. Xiaoling. They're waiting for us. I must check on Su Xianyan. She has been injured. No, Xiaoling, please listen. You are too swift. And I dare not strike too hard. Can't you just let me win? Nonsense. What are you afraid of? Aren't you the one who recovers quickly? Xiaoling. Do not take advantage of me. Wait, do not bite me. Chapter 144, Seeds of Doubt in the Tranquil Space. Su Xianyan had already tended to her wounds and was seated at a stone table in the courtyard, engaged in conversation with Lin Yuhan. Upon the arrival of Chao Yang and Xiaoling into the space, she exclaimed, Chao Yang, you must take me out. Fong Lin and the others must be frantic. Chao Yang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively as he entered the house to adjust the clock's hands. He shook the watch in his hand, stating, Didn't T. Yuhan inform you? I can manipulate the flow of time between the space and the outside world. Lin Yuhan, suppressing a smile, replied. I hadn't mentioned it yet. Su Xianyan turned to Xiaoling, exclaiming, Who would have thought that everyone in the vehicle believed you to be dead? Xiaoling laughed heartily. Well, it's for the best. One day when I return, I shall frighten them to death. However, her expression dimmed slightly as she added, You all continue your chat. I shall take a nap. I was just sleeping when my husband pulled me out of the space. watching Xiao Ling retreat into the house. Su Xianyan glanced apologetically at Lin Yuhan. Did I say something wrong? Lin Yuhan, puzzled, looked towards the door where Xiao Ling had disappeared and shook her head. Xiao Ling is quite cheerful. I believe she is genuinely exhausted. Turning her gaze to Chao Yang, she inquired, "Isn't that right, dear?" Chao Yang approached and wrapped an arm around Lin Yuhan, teasing, "You, a doctor, ought to focus on medicine instead of dabbling in other matters." Upon seeing his outstretched arms, Lin Yuhan felt her cheeks flush. She quickly sprang from the stone bench, evading his embrace. "What are you doing? Xianyan is still here." Chao Yang, noticing her retreat, refrained from pursuing her and instead sat down. "What of it? Your sister Xianyan is not a stranger. She is your confidant and mine as well. In due time, I plan to invite everyone in." Rather than dwelling on Xiao Ling's situation, Su Xianyan shook her head at Chao Yang. "Chao Yang, I believe it unwise to invite everyone in." Chao Yang gestured, and 3 teacups and a teapot appeared on the table. He poured water from the teapot into the cups. "Drink some water and explain your reasoning." Lin Yuhan, observing that Chao Yang had ceased his pursuit, joined them by sitting next to him and Su Xianyan. She picked up a cup, took a sip, and said to Su Xianyan, "Make sure to drink plenty of this water. It is particularly beneficial for your health. I intend to procure a device for testing it soon." Su Xianyan nodded and sipped her drink. "Darling, have you considered how Dr. Zhou discovered our presence last time? Even with satellites monitoring us, it shouldn't have been so easy. I've been vigilant of the satellites above, yet she managed to ascertain our route effortlessly. There is something unsettling about that service area by the highway." Chao Yang paused mid-motion. "Are you suggesting there might be a traitor among us?" Su Xianyan shook her head. "Without any evidence, suspicion can lead to unnecessary internal strife. I have no proof, merely a suspicion. Perhaps it's a woman's intuition." Chao Yang slowly took a sip of water. "Fong Lin has been with me the longest, and even if my judgment falters, her sincerity is apparent. Thus, I trust that Fong Lin would not betray us. Moreover, she is already aware of my spatial abilities. It was just before you all ventured into the mountain city when you returned her, correct?" Chao Yang nodded. "Indeed, hence she is also your sister." Su Xianyan smiled coyly. "I can assure you, Fong Lin is not an issue. You see, upon your return of her, she even tested me. She feared that once I learned of the space, I might disclose it. Little did she know. My prowess far exceeds hers. If my judgment serves me right, had I uttered a single wrong word then, she might have very well resorted to violence." Chao Yang paused momentarily. "Surely not? I know women far better than you do. Fong Lin's heart is entirely with you. I sense she harbors feelings for you, and you are of greater importance to her than she is to herself. Thus, she would never pose a problem. However, there is one thing. You must not reveal our suspicions to her." "Why?" "That individual is fixated on you. If you wish to witness 3 cold corpses tomorrow, then you ought to tell her." Lin Yuhan sipped from her cup. "In this apocalyptic world, lives are as insignificant as grass. 3 additional corpses would matter not." Chao Yang turned to glance at Li Yuhan. Though she may be somewhat shy, her courage is undeniable. "I can't shake the feeling that you are even more ruthless than I." Su Xianyan set down her cup. "That is the result of our daily companionship. We have spent much time together, and emotions have naturally developed. Brother Chao Yang, while you act decisively, you are not a man with a heart of steel. Furthermore, you are particularly kind to those you consider your own. Had you not had prior interactions with them, and later discovered that among them could be someone related to Dr. Zhou, you would undoubtedly eliminate all 3 without hesitation." Chao Yang pondered for a moment, realizing there was indeed some truth to that. Su Xianyan reached for the teapot and poured herself another cup. "However, after spending so much time together, if you now wish to take action, you would surely hesitate. For one of them must be innocent, and they are utterly defenseless, posing no threat. Thus, my advice is to refrain from bringing them into the space for now." Li Yuhan interjected. "But if we bring them all into the space, wouldn't that eliminate the danger? Let them stay quietly within." Su Xianyan shook her head. "This space is akin to the most delectable cake in the world. Would you desire a fly within it? Furthermore, we cannot even identify this fly." Lin Yuhan set down her cup, deep in thought. Su Xianyan then turned her gaze back to Chao Yang, and most importantly, "My suspicion is based solely on intuition, without any evidence. If I am mistaken, we may end up wrongfully harming innocent lives." Observing Chao Yang's lingering uncertainty, Su Xianyan grasped his hand. "I have a premonition that these individuals with abilities seem destined to assist you, whether it be Yu Jing or Xiao Ru. They may appear useless now, yet one day, their assistance could surpass even ours." Chao Yang looked at Su Xianyan, bewildered. "You are only adding to my confusion. Nevertheless, we shall proceed to find Dr. Zhou. Should they exhibit any signs of unrest along the way, I shall act first and ask questions later." Su Xianyan nodded. "All right. I will not hinder you at that time." She ceased her speech. Chao Yang, feeling vexed, waved his hand. Let me check your body to see if there are any other injuries. I am already well. What is there to check? Be good. Listen to your brother. Allow me to examine you. Li Yuhan suddenly rose from her seat. I will go prepare something to eat. Su Xianyan looked at Lin Yuhan in confusion. Why is she leaving? It's nothing. That's just how she is, shy all day long. What does that mean? You will understand shortly, brother. The recovery is progressing swiftly. Chapter 145. The flower picker, Yujing Chaoyang returned and spotted Fong Lin anxiously pacing beneath the car from a distance. As he approached, holding Su Xianyan in his arms, she hurried over, her concern palpable. What happened? Is Sister Xianyan injured? Chaoyang's face bore traces of fatigue. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious, she was merely startled. Su Xianyan gently nudged Chaoyang, whispering, please put me down. Chaoyang glanced at her. Your legs are trembling from fright. How can you walk? He then returned to the vehicle, laying Su Xianyan on the rear bunk. Yujing, blinking her eyes, leaned in closer. Where is Sister Xianyan hurt? Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for you to worry. Go play elsewhere. Xiaoru, wanting to express her concern, noticed Chaoyang shooing Yujing away and obediently moved to the side. Fong Lin looked at Su Xianyan, who lay on the bed. I hope she is not running a fever. Her face is so flushed. Chaoyang scrutinized Su Xianyan. Flushed? I think she looks much better now. Su Xianyan pulled a nearby blanket over her head. Let me sleep for a bit. No disturbances, please. Fong Lin, puzzled, remarked. Then I'll stay here to take care of her. Chaoyang, you should rest too. No need. I can manage. Chaoyang waved his hand at Fong Lin, settling beside Su Xianyan's bed and beginning to remove his shoes. Zhu Guosheng glanced at Chaoyang. I'll go make some porridge. Chaoyang shook his head. She is just frightened, not hungry. It's fine. You all carry on with your activities. If anyone gets hungry, they can cook for themselves. We'll stay here today and decide about leaving tomorrow. Since they were staying, the rear compartment was stocked with ample food, and everyone naturally started attending to their own tasks. Attending to their own tasks meant Xiaoru and Yujing were engaged in a card game with Fong Lin. Zhu Guosheng, feeling aimless, announced, I'll go prepare some food, and headed to the larger vehicle to rummage for supplies. Though his body had grown robust from the nourishment of space water, even the strongest cannot withstand fatigue indefinitely. Before long, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and lay down beside Su Xianyan, drifting into deep slumber. With Fong Lin present, he slept soundly, free from the fears that haunted him on the death train. As a ray of sunlight streamed through, warming his face, he suddenly felt an intense itch in his nostrils, leading him to sneeze and awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Fong Lin sitting upright beside him, her eyes glinting with mischief, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Chaoyang reached out and playfully slapped her on the backside. Even in sleep, you can't let me be at peace. Sister Xianyan is awake now. Look at how you slept through it. Chaoyang stretched and sat up. Sister Xianyan is up? Indeed. You were the only one asleep in the entire vehicle. I was genuinely worried you might sleep into something dire. Chaoyang donned his clothes and pants. After several days of relentless travel, I'm quite exhausted. Fong Lin pouted slightly and whispered. And do you know why you're tired? I could smell it from afar. Chaoyang chuckled. What scent did you detect? He leaned closer to Fong Lin, whispering. Were you thinking? Fong Lin's face flushed crimson as she pushed Chaoyang, exclaiming, You are the one. With that, she turned and walked towards the car. Chaoyang dressed quickly, stepped out of the vehicle, and glanced at Zhu Guosheng, who was busy preparing a meal, while Su Xianyan and Xiaoru chatted nearby. He then looked around, puzzled. Where has Yujing gone? Su Xianyan scanned the surroundings. She was just here. How could she vanish in an instant? Just as they spoke, Yujing bounded back from a distance, and Chaoyang frowned. What have you been doing? Yujing waved a bouquet of wildflowers in her hand. I went flower picking. Who told you to run off and gather flowers? Chaoyang's voice turned stern. Yujing flinched, pouting slightly. I saw you all busy. And since there were some little flowers over there, I thought I would pick a few. What is wrong with that? Who permitted you to stray from this vehicle? Are you not aware of the mutated creatures lurking nearby? If you continue to defy me, you may as well leave on your own tomorrow. Chaoyang's expression darkened, while Yujing lowered her head at the table, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why are you crying? What do you have in your arms? Chaoyang inquired. Yujing pulled out a handful of grass and placed it on the table. Chaoyang was taken aback, staring at the grass. What on earth did you bring that for? Yujing wiped her face, remaining silent. Fong Lin approached, wrapping her arm around Yujing's shoulders. Yujing, do not be upset with your brother Chaoyang. He is merely concerned for your safety. Su Xianyan tugged at Chaoyang. Why can't you speak kindly? What else with the urgency? Xiaoru reached out, picking up the grass, and frowned. This seems to be scorpion grass. We have plenty of it around our area. This herb is used to treat bruises and injuries. Did you go gather medicinal herbs for Sister Xianyan? Chapter 146. Longing or forgetting, Yu Jing continued to wipe her face in silence, while Su Xianyan gently embraced her shoulder. Thank you, Xiao Yu Jing. Your brother Chao Yang is worried about you. If that enormous cat from yesterday appears again, even if you call for him to rescue you, it may be too late. Wouldn't he? Yu Jing nodded. I understand, but why shout so loudly? I feel so helpless. When I was younger, I once read a medical book. I noticed something that resembled scorpion grass over there. Xiaoru informed me that there is plenty of it here, so I went to gather a few, not straying too far. Su Xianyan turned around and pulled Chao Yang into the car. What is the matter with you? You're not usually like this. I've told you before. I merely suspect that Dr. Zhou might possess some advanced technology that we are unaware of. If you continue this way, it would be better to discard the three of them altogether. Chao Yang sat in the chair, gazing out at Fong Lin and Xiaoru comforting Yu Jing. An unfounded annoyance swelling within him, accompanied by a sense of regret. He sighed deeply. I don't know. Su Xianyan blinked her eyes. Remember, you must be different from others. You cannot simply follow the crowd. If someone claims a person is good, you should not automatically believe it. If they say someone is bad, you should not instantly deem them worthless. If you merely follow the majority without forming your own opinions, even with opportunities, you will remain perpetually mediocre. Chao Yang rubbed his face, remaining silent. I know you want to say you do not aspire to achieve greatness, but at the very least, you must strive to be a discerning and wise individual. I'm not prohibiting you from including them in your space out of immense doubt. Among the three, Zhu Guosheng is a man. Yesterday, Xiaoling mentioned to me, what if you later decide to bring a man into your space? Do you think that would be convenient? Yet he is Shiru's brother. Would you cast Xiaoru into your space while discarding her brother? Chao Yang exhaled. I understand now. Su Xianyan gently tapped Chao Yang's forehead. Do not be a foolish brute, but rather a wise one. Broaden your horizons. Be a magnanimous man. I am naturally a petty woman. And if you are also a narrow-minded man, think of how limited our future children might be. At that moment, Fong Lin accompanied Yu Jing to the car door, while Su Xianyan stepped out, wrapping her arm around Yu Jing's shoulder. Xiao Yu Jing, do not cry. All our troubles rest upon brother Chao Yang's shoulders. It is only natural for him to feel distressed. Just think, if something happened to you, he would be the most worried. She patted Yu Jing's head. Sometimes those who scold you are actually the ones who care for you the most. Do you understand? Yu Jing nodded. I know. She looked up at Chao Yang, who was lighting a cigarette inside the car, then lowered her head as she entered. Brother Chao Yang, I was wrong. I promise not to wander off again next time. Chao Yang patted Yu Jing's head, feeling a tinge of guilt. All right, next time you wish to play, just call out, and brother Chao Yang will accompany you. Yu Jing softly replied, then suddenly raised her head. But you scolded me just now. I have already acknowledged my mistake, so you owe me compensation. Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Is there such a theory? What kind of compensation do you want? I want to eat fruit. Very well. Chao Yang smiled as he picked up his backpack. Dried plums or canned oranges, which would you prefer? Yu Jing blinked and shook her head. I don't want dried fruits or canned goods. I desire that fruit that resembles lychee, the one Sister Fong Lin had last time. Chao Yang scratched his head in confusion as Yu Jing moved closer. You must have it. Just give me one. Chao Yang reached into his bag and pulled out a large persimmon. Will this do? It's quite sweet. The fruit from the tree had yielded 7 pieces in total. Chao Yang had consumed one, while Fong Lin and Su Xianyan each had one, and Xiao Ling and Lin Yuhan had also taken one. Now, only 2 remained on the branch, and after everyone had eaten, there were no notable reactions. However, none of them recognized the fruit. So Chao Yang hesitated to bring it out. Yu Jing did not accept the large persimmon from Chao Yang, but instead stared blankly at his hand, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Chao Yang felt a pang of sorrow, questioning why he had unintentionally upset the child. He took out the fruit that resembled both lychee and longan and gently said, I'm sorry, little Yu Jing. I spoke too harshly just now. Please don't be angry. Yu Jing shook her head, sobbing, Brother Chao Yang, I truly am not angry with you. I cry because it reminds me of my mother. Whenever I did something wrong in the past, she would scold me just like that. At that time, I was not only angry but also hated her. She scolded me for not doing well on an exam, even though I had tried my utmost. Her voice grew increasingly choked with emotion. As a daughter, I shouldn't have hated my own mother. But when the apocalypse struck, she faced the zombies to protect me. After pushing me into the house, she jumped from the balcony, telling me to live happily. My heart shattered at that moment. With tear-filled eyes, Yu Jing looked up at Chao Yang. I truly wish she could scold me once more, even if it's just a single word. I would swear I would never hate her. I don't want any curses or supernatural powers. I would relinquish my life for just the chance to hear her scold me. As she spoke, Yu Jing leaned against Chao Yang's chest, embracing his waist, and cried out loud. Chao Yang took a deep breath. Little Yu Jing, please don't cry. From now on, Brother Chao Yang will never scold you again. Yu Jing shook her head vigorously. No, you must scold me. No matter what I do wrong next time. You must reprimand me. That would truly help me remember her. It feels as though I have forgotten her. And I fear that one day I might completely lose the memory of her. I want to remember her every day, every moment. I never want to forget her. Why should I forget her? Chapter 147. Su Xuanyan's marksmanship. Chao Yang, unable to offer comforting words, gently stroked Yu Jing's hair. As my brother Chao Yang mentioned, you surely do not wish for her to leave and feel restless. She certainly hopes for your happiness every day. No one desires this damned apocalypse, do they? Yu Jing's sobs began to subside as she gripped Chao Yang's clothing, wiping her tears across her face. Observing the stains on his garment, Chao Yang felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Yu Jing was indeed not angry with him. Just as you promised your mother, live joyfully, will you? He urged. Opening his mouth. Confused, Yu Jing complied. What is it? Chao Yang peeled the skin off a fruit and placed it into Yu Jing's mouth. This fruit was something I acquired unintentionally. It isn't particularly palatable, somewhat sour, which is why I didn't keep much of it. As Yu Jing chewed slowly, she remarked. It's not sour. I find it quite sweet, much sweeter than the memories of my parents. In that moment, the joy on her face faded, replaced with a sorrowful expression. Brother Chao Yang, please don't send me away. You needn't chase me off. You could simply take my life instead. Because sending me away feels akin to killing me. I am not foolish. I know that without you, I am left with only a path to death. You may scold me, berate me, or even strike me, but please, do not cast me aside. Yu Jing's tone resembled that of a lovesick maiden, pleading. You may hit or scold me, but let us not part ways. Upon witnessing Yu Jing's tears once more, Fong Lin approached her. Listening to Yu Jing's words, she paused outside and sighed, turning back to join Su Xianyan. What's wrong? Why is she crying again? Su Xianyan inquired, glancing at the vehicle. Fong Lin sat beside Su Xianyan, her head lowered. She mentioned she was thinking of her mother, who used to say similar things to her. Su Xianyan sighed. All of this is the result of the apocalypse. Do not dwell on it too much. Zhu Guosheng had already gathered the scorpion grass, washing it with clean water and mashing it into a paste. Hearing the conversation, he set down his pestle and moved aside to sit on a stone, perhaps to rest. Xiaoru sat beside Su Xianyan and Fong Lin, her head slightly bowed, remaining silent, lost in her thoughts. In that moment, it seemed everyone was reminiscing about their families. The once vibrant atmosphere around the mobile home suddenly felt as though a cold breeze had swept through, the temperature dropping sharply. Silence enveloped them, each person lost in their own worries. The wind gently rustled the treetops, the leaves whispering softly, perhaps weeping as well. A piercing cry of a bird shattered the tranquility. The sound sharp and jarring, as if it could pierce through bone. Chao Yang leaped down from the vehicle, while Su Xianyan rushed towards the mobile home, shouting, "Get in the car!" Chao Yang looked up at the sky, spotting a bird larger than an eagle diving down towards the frail Xiaoru. Not far away, Zhu Guosheng hastily grabbed a spear meant for zombie hunting, ready to strike the strange bird. Chao Yang shouted and charged toward the creature, swinging his axe. The bizarre bird, startled by Chao Yang's advance, flapped its wings and veered towards Zhu Guosheng. Its speed was astonishing. Chao Yang had already lunged beside Xiaoru, and there was no time for a change in direction. Meanwhile, Zhu Guosheng had already swung his rod, and before he could retract it, a bird soared before him. Its beak sharp and menacing, seemingly forged from steel. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the bird's beak grazed Zhu Guoming's face, causing it to tumble aside like a poorly landed aircraft. The massive bird swept past Zhu Guoming and crashed heavily to the ground, flapping its wings a couple of times before lying still. Chao Yang approached and extended his hand to help the terrified Zhu Guosheng, who was sitting on the ground, utterly shaken. Turning to Su Xianyan, he gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Your aim is remarkably precise. Su Xianyan, carrying the gun, walked over. You may not know this, but I have practiced shooting before. Fong Lin approached, sheathing her long knife. Sister Xianyan, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled marksman. Su Xianyan playfully patted Fong Lin's backside. So, are you going to behave from now on? Fong Lin rolled her eyes. Of course, I will behave. Especially after nearly being taken away by a big cat. I was so exhausted from shooting that I didn't even scream. Su Xianyan squinted at Fong Lin. It seems there's some dissent here. Dear husband, this is your concern now. Chao Yang glanced at Zhu Guosheng and Xiaoru, who had stood up beside the large bird, and softly remarked, No worries, once night falls, I can cure her ailment. Fong Lin blushed and shot a glare at the two. You both are ganging up on me. With that, she swayed her graceful figure and turned to walk away. The group examined the large bird, resembling an eagle, and discovered it was merely a common mountain bird, one of the most frequently encountered species in the hills. Chao Yang looked toward the distant forest. Strange, there are no zombies in this area, yet so many mutated creatures abound. Xiaoru fiddled with 3 coins in her hand, Could it be that Dr. Zhou is behind this? Zhu Guoxing nodded in agreement. It's quite possible. Chao Yang and Zhu Guoxing worked together to dig a pit and buried the large bird. The sunlight no longer posed a threat, and even during the day, they were unbothered. Having decided to rest for a day, Zhu Guoxing took out supplies from his vehicle and prepared several dishes. The group happily shared a meal. And Chao Yang opened a bottle of white liquor, pouring a shot for everyone. As the midday sun blazed, they retreated to the vehicle to take a nap. Despite the heat, with the windows wide open, no one dared seek refuge in the shade of the trees. Chao Yang, having slept too much the previous night, felt no fatigue. He wandered outside for a bit, remaining vigilant. Before long, Fong Lin stealthily emerged from the van, and the two ventured into the woods to survey the surroundings. They searched for any signs of mutated animals, but finding none left Fong Lin utterly exhausted. Ultimately, Chao Yang carried her back, and upon returning, she promptly dove into the vehicle for some much-needed rest. Chapter 148. The lone pursuer of defeat. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, devoid of any ominous signs, with not even a glimpse of the undead in sight. However, the presence of mutated beasts was on the rise. Although they posed little threat, their mere existence was rather bothersome. Particularly alarming were the mutated birds soaring overhead. Ordinary mountain birds that had grotesquely expanded to the size of eagles. Su Xianyan lowered her rifle, gazing at the fallen avians nearby. Now resembling eagles, I cannot fathom her intentions in bringing you here. Does she wish for these mutated creatures to eliminate you? Chao Yang set down his binoculars. Let it be. We are not far from her lair. I am eager to witness her methods. Fong Lin peeled the fruit handed to her by Chao Yang and tasted it. This fruit is truly peculiar. It resembles both lychee and longan. Yet its flavor is entirely distinct. Could it possibly be the first mutated fruit? Perhaps so. This fruit is scarce. It is the last one. Xiaoru and Guosheng. We shall savor it again when I acquire more, he replied. Shiru blinked. No worries, brother Chao Yang. My brother is not fond of fruits. I would much prefer the large persimmons you provided last time. Chao Yang chuckled. Let us proceed. We shall soon arrive after circumventing this mountain. Regardless, we must pass through here to seek Dr. Zhou. The terrain was rugged. Rounding the mountain's base should lead them to their destination. Yet, Chao Yang and his companions opted for an alternate route. This path was more level and offered a broader vista. Ascending a small mound, they traversed the valley below and circumnavigated the mountain. Stop, Chao Yang called out, but even without his command, the vehicle halted as Su Xianyan had pressed the brake. Zhu Guoxing, driving the large truck behind them, was startled, but fortunately, the speed was moderate, allowing him to stop promptly. Chao Yang surveyed the scene at the mountain's foot and turned to Su Xianyan. Did she bring you here intentionally for this scenario? Su Xianyan shook her head. Not at all. Fong Lin stepped forward from the rear, gazing incredulously into the valley. What is happening? How did that get there? Yujing approached as well. Why is there a train over there? Fong Lin, recognizing the familiar locomotive, turned to Yujing. That is the death train where you and brother Chao Yang once traveled. Why is it halted there? No, why is it overturned? In the valley lay the derailed death train. Its front and several carriages toppled to the side, while the remaining cars appeared unscathed. Shiru joined them, examining the train. But there are no tracks here. How did they manage to bring the train here? Chao Yang glanced at Su Xianyan. You all wait here for a moment. I will investigate. Su Xianyan grasped Chao Yang's hand tightly. Do not go. If she lured you to this vicinity, there must be an ambush. Zhu Guoxing approached from the back of the vehicle, tapping on the door. Su Xianyan opened it, and Zhu Guoxing entered. Why have we stopped? What has transpired? Shiru pointed towards the mountain's base. There is a train overturned down there. Sister Fong Lin says it is the death train they once rode. The train lay toppled, devoid of any sign of life. Chao Yang flicked the cigarette in his hand out of the window, remarking, I understand you may perceive this as a trap set by Dr. Zhou, but I beg to differ. I believe this train has met with an unfortunate incident. For a single individual like me to orchestrate such an elaborate scene would be an overestimation of my capabilities. Su Xianyan continued to grasp Chao Yang's hand. I understand. But, Chao Yang interrupted her. Moreover, why is the train left here? As Xiaoru mentioned, there are no tracks. This train should not simply appear out of thin air. Su Xianyan shook her head. It is said that the death train can lay tracks automatically, albeit only for a short distance. Previously, rumors suggested that the death train could run indefinitely, but I know that is not the case. It can only operate for an extended period without the need for additional power. I cannot articulate why, but I am overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding. Thus, I advise you against proceeding. Gazing at the fallen train, Zhu Guoxing suddenly suggested, I propose you let Chao Yang investigate. Knowing both friend and foe is essential for victory. We know too little about Dr. Zhou. If you're truly concerned, I can take a look. Chao Yang waved his hand dismissively at Zhu Guoxing. smiling as he patted Su Xianyan. Fear not. Even if we haven't yet arrived at the location, I am unafraid. If we were fearful, we wouldn't have come. Fong Lin brandished a knife. I will accompany you. Xiaoyang nodded. Excellent. We shall revisit old haunts together. Turning to Su Xianyan, he instructed. You all wait here for us. Should anything arise, fire a shot. We will return promptly. Look, it is not far, and you will still be able to see us. Su Xianyan gazed at Xiaoyang, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Must you go? Please, be cautious. Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. This is not a matter of life and death. I merely wish to see what lies within that train. What is there to fear? He turned to Yu Jing. Yu Jing, say something encouraging to bolster Xiaoyang's spirits. Yu Jing, with wide eyes, laughed heartily. Brother Xiaoyang is invincible and undefeated. This time, he shall surely succeed. Unraveling all the mysteries of the apocalypse and becoming the foremost figure of this new world. He will traverse the land, surveying all, and from henceforth be known as the Eastern. Fong Lin abruptly turned to Yu Jing, who quickly covered her mouth. I meant to say, the one who stands alone in victory. Xiaoyang, startled, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Yu Jing, next time, let us take our time with words. No need to rush. You almost turned me into a eunuch. With that, he turned and descended toward the train, while Yu Jing shouted after him, rest assured. Brother Xiaoyang, you will surely become the unrivaled champion. Chapter 149. The mysteriously disappeared individuals on the train. Xiaoyang mused that even if he were to encounter danger, there was no need for excessive concern. At worst, he could take Fong Lin into the space he possessed. With such a refuge, what was there to fear? Fong Lin, without needing to be told, remained closely behind him as they cautiously approached the train. The train lay horizontally, and they approached from the front. As they neared the locomotive, its front bore a resemblance to that of a diesel engine, yet the cockpit appeared rather diminutive, largely sealed off. Xiaoyang glanced at it, unable to comprehend its workings. And he hesitated to open the engine. Should it be nuclear-powered, he feared the potential for radiation, uncertain whether the spatial water could provide salvation. Observing the extensive damage to the front, with much of its ceiling intact, he decided it was best not to experiment. Fong Lin crouched before the front of the train, noting the shattered headlight, and inquired, Brother Xiaoyang, what could have caused such destruction to the headlight? Surely it must have been a bullet? Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, replying, it does not resemble a bullet. A bullet would leave behind some fragments, yet I just checked and found none. Fong Lin gestured with her hands. If it isn't from a bullet, then it couldn't have been caused by merely grabbing it by hand, could it? Xiaoyang, not dwelling on the headlight any longer, urged, let us proceed to the passenger car. They passed the locomotive and entered the first passenger car. This car, having never been accessed by them before, lay horizontally, and they could only enter by opening the door from above. As Xiaoyang and Fong Lin leaped onto the train, they beheld its opulent interior, walls adorned in golden splendor and soft, crimson carpeting, a lavish sight that Xiaoyang seldom encountered. Yet, remarkably, this luxurious car lacked any sleeping quarters. It was empty, furnished only with expensive tables and chairs, exuding extravagance but failing to provide accommodations. After surveying the space, Fong Lin suggested, this must be where they held meetings and gatherings. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears so. They moved further into the car towards the following passenger compartment. How peculiar. Where has everyone gone? Fong Lin pondered aloud. Indeed, they had yet to discover a single body. Xiaoyang pointed towards the rear. They must be further back. Do you detect any scent of blood? Fong Lin nodded. Yes, it is quite pronounced, especially in the second passenger car. Yet, the second car was devoid of any individuals. Divided into two sections, the first designated for dining and living, while the second served as the sleeping quarters. The entirety of the second car contained merely a large bed and some bedding, suggesting it was intended for one or perhaps two occupants. Xiaoyang shook his head. What extravagance! In the last car, we scarcely have room to stretch our legs. Fong Lin sighed. Indeed, we can only sit. Lying down is out of the question. Each passenger car ahead featured its own dining area, primarily consisting of single-occupancy rooms, akin to the future concept of individual accommodations. Fong Lin remarked. This must be the upgraded luxury car we've been preparing for, right? Xiaoyang mused. Perhaps it is. Ahead lay the shop that offered various goods. Fong Lin's brows knitted tighter. Brother Xiaoyang, I perceive an overwhelming scent of blood, yet there are no corpses in sight. Moreover, I detect the distinct odor of zombies. Do exercise caution? Xiaoyang nodded. Having daily encounters with zombies, disembarking to slay them, it is only natural to catch a whiff of their essence. At this moment, the carriage was no longer inverted, but rather inclined. Xiaoyang grasped the handrail and leapt up, discovering darkened bloodstains upon the wall. He dipped a finger into it, observing that while the surface had dried, the interior retained a sticky consistency. Glancing outside at the weather, Under such conditions, blood should dry rapidly. Why, then? Was it still damp? Could it be that the individuals had not strayed far? Uncertain, Chao Yang shook his head. If they had not ventured far, we would have encountered them coming from the front, especially since Xianyan possesses exceptional eyesight, and from our elevated position, we should have been able to spot their silhouettes. Yet we see nothing. Fong Lin leaned closer to examine the bloodstain. It has darkened. Perhaps it is from last night? The morning humidity could explain the lingering moisture. Possibly. Chao Yang straightened. Let us proceed to the next carriage. The two made their way to the subsequent compartment, which appeared to be a supply carriage for the shop. Filled with an abundance of goods that could only be described as a dazzling array, Chao Yang and Fong Lin traversed two such carriages, discovering numerous items stored along the sides, confined within individual compartments. Some compartments were shattered, causing various items to litter the floor. As Chao Yang passed, he casually collected a few items he deemed useful, not lingering long before continuing towards the rear. If the front carriages held a select few, the back was likely to harbor the greatest number of individuals, thus it was improbable that there were no survivors. Swiftly navigating through the supply carriages, they entered the soft sleeper carriage. Initially, they passed through the women's soft sleeper compartment, which bore an eerily quiet atmosphere. As Chao Yang traversed this section, some bunk doors stood ajar, with women's belongings resting on the luggage racks. To his astonishment, a pair of women's undergarments hung from the head of an upper bunk. If one were not in haste, such an item would not have been left behind. Even if it were merely for changing, it ought not to remain here. Fong Lin noticed Chao Yang's pause and followed his gaze, unable to suppress a huff. With two at home, still thinking of the outside? One should first satiate those at home. Chao Yang glanced at Fong Lin. What? Are you hungry? Best to endure the hunger. This place offers little comfort. With that, Chao Yang pressed onward, while Fong Lin, exasperated, stomped her foot. You are the one who is hungry. I am quite satisfied. Chapter 150. Hell on Earth. Chao Yang and Fong Lin swiftly made their way to the rear carriage, passing by the compartment where they once resided. The door to their former quarters stood ajar, revealing two pieces of luggage within, indicating that someone had occupied the space. Without a glance, Chao Yang hurried past. There was no one, not a soul in sight. This was inconceivable. The hard sleeper compartment was locked, its windows replaced with iron plates. With a vigorous strike of his axe, Chao Yang smashed the lock, distorting it beyond recognition. The doors of the train carriage, forged from robust steel, yielded to his relentless assault, collapsing with a resounding crash. However, just as he was about to enter, Chao Yang abruptly halted. While Fong Lin's expression shifted dramatically, the air in there is wrong. Chao Yang instinctively pulled Fong Lin back, as he too detected a noxious scent of almonds. A fragrance that, although faintly inhaled, induced a wave of nausea. Retreating from the carriage, Chao Yang turned and embraced Fong Lin, kissing her. Momentarily taken aback, Fong Lin whimpered. Are you still capable of such frivolities? A trickle of liquid passed over her lips. Though it evaporated almost instantly, a small amount slipped down her throat. The gas was toxic, and this liquid could serve as an antidote. Chao Yang lifted his gaze to Fong Lin, whose face was flushed and eyes dazed. A seductive glimmer in her gaze. He retrieved two handkerchiefs from his backpack. Do not overthink it. I am saving your life. We shall discuss our matters later. Regaining her composure, Fong Lin touched her face. You are the one overthinking. You provided me with the antidote, true, but why did you have to use your tongue? Chao Yang produced a bottle of mineral water, pouring it onto a handkerchief to dampen it before offering one to Fong Lin. Was it not you who extended your tongue first? He then secured the handkerchief over his mouth and nose. Stay here and wait for me. Observing Chao Yang's bound handkerchief, Fong Lin shook her head while tying her own. No, I refuse to comply. She looked at Chao Yang as he turned his head. I shall not obey. Chao Yang chuckled. Very well, I shall enter first. I will call you when it is safe for you to come in. Is that agreeable? After a moment's hesitation, Fong Lin nodded. With determined strides, Chao Yang returned to the hard sleeper carriage, entering the compartment. He swung his axe at the iron-plated window, shattering it instantly, allowing the foul air to disperse rapidly. As he advanced, he continued to strike, revealing the tragic scene within the hard sleeper carriage. Inside lay a grotesque tableau of lifeless bodies scattered haphazardly, most reclining on their beds, seemingly having succumbed to the toxic fumes while asleep. Sensing that the gas had dissipated sufficiently, Chao Yang signaled to Fong Lin before proceeding to the next hard sleeper compartment. Both compartments were designated for women, and upon opening the next, he found it similarly afflicted. Continuing to release the noxious air, he pressed onward. Fong Lin, trailing behind, let out a sigh. That young lady once playfully teased us. Chao Yang paused momentarily but did not turn back, resolutely advancing ahead. As they approached the hard sleeper compartment, they beheld a towering conductor, slumped against the door, his face contorted in agony, blood streaming from every orifice. Chao Yang recalled the incident when he had missed the train. the powerful hand that had so forcefully pulled him into the carriage. He recalled once having inquired about his name, yet it had gradually faded from his memory. Chaoyang gazed at the imposing train attendant, pausing for a moment before exhaling a sigh and continuing on his way. With each carriage he entered, he would open the windows, allowing fresh air to flow in. These carriages had devolved into scenes of human tragedy. The number of corpses behind him began to multiply, while a grotesque, corpulent figure in the dining car lounged against his seat, appearing as though he were in slumber. Fong Lin's heart trembled with each passing moment. And she whispered, Chaoyang, isn't Brother Chun being too ruthless? How could he kill everyone on the train? Chaoyang shook his head, proceeding towards the rear car while stating, it shouldn't be the work of Brother Chun. The poison must have been released by those aboard this train. He is not foolish. Even if these individuals are mere pawns, they remain his pawns. You mean? Chaoyang remained silent, continuing his advance until he kicked open the external door of the carriage, his voice icy as he called out, Dr. Zhou. If he was not mistaken, the plight of those in the lower-class carriages would be even more harrowing. Upon reaching the entrance to the lower-class carriage, he was further stunned to find it blocked by a heap of debris, firmly obstructing the door. Chaoyang shattered the wooden planks that were propped up and shifted aside the metal sheets. The outer door of the lower-class carriage was still glass, not replaced by iron. As he peered through the glass door, he was met with a horrific sight. Distorted faces pressed against the glass, their features twisted and blood streaming from their orifices. Chaoyang stood transfixed, staring at the vivid visages, the lowest of which belonged to the diminutive train attendant who had shown him kindness. Although he had accepted his bribe, the attendant had also looked out for him. One does not easily forget those who treat them well, regardless of the circumstances. Rather than shatter the door, Chaoyang focused on the attendant's filthy clothing and terrified expression. After a prolonged gaze, he turned away, swinging his axe to strike the adjacent outer door, which emitted an unmelodious creak as it swung outward. Chaoyang kicked aside the deformed door and leaped from the train, with Fong Lin closely following suit. As he walked towards the end of the train, Fong Lin noted his troubled demeanor and chose not to speak, mirroring his pace. In this apocalyptic world, human life was as expendable as grass. Killing a person stirred not a shred of emotion within Chaoyang, for he believed his heart had been tempered into steel. However, upon witnessing those grotesque faces, once familiar to him, poisoned and lifeless, a shiver of unease coursed through him. To extinguish so many lives in one fell swoop required an extraordinarily dark soul. The genocide orchestrated by the Judaites, though surrounded by countless zombies in this apocalypse, felt distant and impersonal to those untouched by its horrors. At times, one must confront the brutal reality of bloodshed to awaken the most sensitive nerves within. It is akin to the Nanjing massacre, where innumerable lives were lost, yet what we observe are merely cold, hard figures, failing to ignite our fury. However, when one visits the 731 Museum and witnesses the tangible remnants of inhumane experiments, the impact upon the soul is an experience far surpassing anything gleaned from the pages of history. Chaoyang opened the rear compartment door and stepped inside. To his left stood a contraption that mixed various refuse and filth, purportedly to enrich the soil for the plants growing behind. To his right, the once raging flames had been extinguished, leaving only a cold, metallic box. Chaoyang traversed the compartment, making his way to the rear section. Upon opening the door, he was unsurprised to find an abundance of fruits and vegetables thriving within. His fingers glided gently over the produce, and with each touch, the items vanished in an instant. Further back lay the breeding area, where an entire compartment housed chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. Most appeared merely hungry, rather than suffering from widespread mortality. As Chaoyang's fingers brushed against the living creatures, each one was drawn into the space. Just as he prepared to continue onward, both he and another person suddenly halted. They heard gunfire emanating from the direction of Xianyan, and it was not a solitary shot, but a series of rapid discharges. Chapter 151. The promise of loyalty. Chaoyang leaped from the vehicle, feeling as though he had never run so swiftly before. Fong Lin was not far behind. Matching his pace, the two hurried towards the location where the RV was parked. Hold on. They must endure. The gunfire had ceased, and Chaoyang earnestly wished for a repeat of their previous encounter, a passerby, a familiar face. Yet, reason warned him that this time was different. Last time, there had been a single gunshot. This time, however, the cacophony of countless shots indicated that a fierce exchange had taken place, and the abrupt silence suggested that a victor had emerged. Chaoyang's internal voice urged, Xiaoling, quickly put on your clothes. I need your assistance. Upon reaching the vicinity of the vehicle, he halted. Bloodstains marred the ground before the car, and in the distance lay two strangers. The car door stood ajar, and the interior remained shrouded in mystery. Chaoyang waved his hand, and Xiaoling appeared before him. Search around and see if anyone has taken the occupants hostage. They are armed, so do not engage. Xiaoling nodded and vanished in an instant. Xiaoyang climbed into the vehicle, finding the cabin empty, save for an individual seated in the driver's seat. No, please, not this. He approached slowly, each step feeling as though lead weighed down his feet. Please, no. Yet before him lay a reality far removed from his hopes. Su Xianyan, the petite Su Xianyan, was slumped over the steering wheel. A submachine gun still clutched in her hands. The back of her head bore a charred wound, a bullet hole from which blood dripped slowly. Xiaoyang gently lifted her head from the steering wheel, resting it against the seat. A streak of blood trickled down from between her brows. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this was the first time Xiaoyang had witnessed the death of his beloved, and it was before his very eyes. He knelt beside her, grasping her hand, which still held a trace of warmth. He could almost hear her voice echoing in his mind. Don't go. Must you really go? The laughter and banter they once shared reverberated in his ears. Promise me you will never leave me, all right? Xiaoyang, I was wrong. Do you want me to take care of you? He placed Su Xianyan's hand against his face, allowing her gradually cooling fingers to caress his cheek. As they once did when she was alive, the joyous memories of their time together flooded back, each moment flashing before his eyes, from rescuing her to her exuberant joy while speeding down the road, transforming from a timid train attendant into a free spirit. She had always vowed to stand by him, unwavering for a lifetime. You made a promise. We swore to grow old together, Xiaoyang murmured. That day, something had been amiss. She had been inexplicably agitated, shedding tears for no apparent reason. Subsequently, she had confided in him that Dr. Zhou, her closest friend, had reached out to her. Dr. Zhou had been working on a new serum, intended to save the world and oppose the Judaseers. However, later, Dr. Zhou remarked that we do not possess such remarkable scientists. Rather, we might as well turn all the zombies in the world into our slaves. She began to waver. She despised betrayal, yet her love for Xiaoyang surpassed all. She believed she had freed herself from Dr. Zhou, only for the latter to find her again. Time and again, she contemplated escaping with Xiaoyang, distancing themselves from these troubles. Yet, in her mind, she envisioned herself as invincible, failing to recognize that her femininity did not confer upon her invulnerability. I am truly selfish, Xiaoyang murmured. I am sorry, truly sorry. I should have kept you safe. We would have thrived together. I should have sheltered you within my space, rather than leave you exposed. His hands grew increasingly cold as he desperately caressed his face, wishing fervently for her warmth to return. You said to fear that there might still be Dr. Zhou's people among us, and that I should keep the space hidden. I have always heeded your words. I was wrong, Su Xianyan. I was wrong. Xiaoyang whispered, while Fang Lin behind him was already in tears. At that moment, the doors suddenly shook, and Xiaoling appeared at the entrance. Brother Xiaoyang, I found them. Xiaoyang turned sharply. Where are they? Xiaoling pointed ahead. There are 2 SUVs at the roundabout, heading towards a mountain peak. Inside that peak, there is a concealed iron door, which they have just entered. Their firepower is formidable. They did not dare to act. Xiaoyang released Su Xuanyan's hand, gently caressing her face. You go in and rest for a while. Once I have avenged you, I shall join you. In an instant, Su Xianyan vanished. Xiaoyang stood up and turned to stroke Fang Lin's head. Brother Xiaoyang's secret. You have always known. I should not have listened to Su Xianyan. All right, you should also go in and rest. Brother Xiaoyang has matters to attend to. Fang Lin wiped her face. Brother Xiaoyang, I want to go with you. Xiaoyang nodded softly. I know. As he spoke, Fang Lin disappeared, and Xiaoyang jumped down from the vehicle, addressing Xiaoling. Let us go. Lead me. Xiaoling slowed her pace, guiding Xiaoyang swiftly forward. Brother Xiaoyang. None of us wish for Su Xuanyan's predicament. Do not bear too much guilt. Xiaoyang remained expressionless, merely responding with a faint Xiaoling bit her lip, hesitatingly saying, Brother Xiaoyang, as we seek Dr. Zhou, you must remain composed. At times, anger clouds one's judgment. Xiaoyang gazed at the iron door emerging in the distance, nodding. I understand. He reached for Xiaoling's hand, but she quickly withdrew. Brother Xiaoyang. My speed can assist you, and rest assured, if there is no crossfire, bullets cannot reach me. His expression contorted slightly. Xiaoling. You must know that I cannot afford to lose any of you. Xiaoling nodded vigorously. Brother Xiaoyang, do not worry, should danger arise. I will dash to your side at the quickest pace. At that moment, you can shelter me within your space. Xiaoyang studied Xiaoling for a few seconds. Xiaoling, please do not put yourself in harm's way, all right? Xiaoling nodded slightly and reassured. Brother Xiaoyang. You need not worry. She pointed towards the steel door and added, there are 2 cameras on that door. Shall I go cut the wires now? With that, Xiaoling's figure swayed and she vanished in an instant. Xiaoyang, wielding an axe, strode purposefully towards the steel door. Chapter 152. The moment of pursuit. Xiaoyang stood before the steel door, which appeared to be hastily erected. The 2 panels did not fit seamlessly, leaving a few gaps. He attempted to push the door open with both hands, but it seemed quite sturdy and did not budge. Xiaoling, beside him, whispered, "Why don't you let Sister Yuhan give it a try?" With a flick of his right hand, Lin Yuhan materialized before them, wielding an enormous spiked club. Xiaoling gestured toward the door. "Sister Yuhan, behind this door is Dr. Zhou, the one who killed Xianin. The door slides open horizontally. Do you think you can manage?" Lin Yuhan glanced at Xiao Yang without uttering a word, evidently aware of the situation from Fong Lin's earlier account. She placed the spiked club on the ground and grasped the gap between the two doors, exerting force to push them apart. The door remained immobile at first, but with a determined shout, she pushed with all her strength, and the door began to yield gradually. As the opening widened, sufficient for a person to pass through, Lin Yuhan released her grip, retrieved her spiked club, and extended it towards Xiao Yang, saying, "Brother Xiao Yang, please do not pull me into your space just yet. If danger arises, I will naturally draw closer to you." Xiao Yang regarded Lin Yuhan silently, then, without further comment, advanced into the doorway with his axe in hand. The cavern appeared to have been assembled in haste. The walls bore no embellishments, retaining the rough texture of the stone. However, several dim lights illuminated the surroundings. Inside lay a passageway that soon branched into two paths. Noticing Xiao Yang's sweeping gaze, Xiaoling shook her head. "I fear disturbing the enemy. I will not follow." With a wave of his hand, Fong Lin appeared before him. "Fong Lin, can you scent where they have gone?" She inhaled deeply, pointing to the right. "This way." Then she quickly retreated a step. "Do not pull me into your space, or I will lose my mind." Xiao Yang hesitated momentarily but chose not to respond. Proceeding to the right, Xiaoling swiftly darted forward, returning almost instantly to Xiao Yang's side. There are two vehicles ahead, but no one is in sight. The four of them hurried to the vehicles, which also branched into two paths. Fong Lin raised her head and sniffed again. To the left. Xiaoling darted towards the left, soon returning to Xiao Yang. "There are two individuals ahead, standing before a door. Armed. Are you confident?" Xiao Yang inquired. Xiaoling grinned. "Piece of cake." With that, she dashed out once more, and Xiao Yang followed closely behind. Before long, he spotted two opposite doors, with two guards slumped lifelessly on the ground before one of them. Xiaoling was supporting one of them, gently lowering him to the ground. The three of them strode boldly into the room, and Xiaoling signaled toward the iron door ahead. Understanding her cue, Xiao Yang approached the door, straining to listen. Indeed, muffled voices could be discerned within. Suddenly, a footstep approached the door. Xiao Yang raised his axe, positioning himself alongside Xiaoling on the left side of the door. Meanwhile, Lin Yuhan and Fong Lin, armed with their spiked club and knife, respectively, stationed themselves on the right. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man. In an instant, Xiaoling's knife swept across the man's throat, while Xiao Yang seized him, forcefully pushing him into the room. Inside, a square table was surrounded by three individuals, each with a takeout box filled with rice and vegetables, indicating they were in the midst of a meal. 3 automatic rifles lay upon the table, and the trio was engaged in hushed conversation. Xiao Yang, moving with remarkable swiftness, dashed toward the nearest man, swinging his axe with precision. The man, caught off guard as he turned to face the door, had his head severed in an instant. The other two clutched their throats, slowly collapsing onto the table. Xiaoling wiped her knife on one of the bodies, surveying her surroundings. This was a confined space, and on the left wall hung several LCD monitors displaying images of various rooms, suggesting this was a surveillance hub. Apart from the 4 individuals present, there was no one else in sight. Xiaoling shook her head, realizing that these 4 were not the same people from the earlier vehicle. Lin Yuhan approached the screens, suddenly exclaiming, "Xiao Yang, come look." Xiao Yang hurried over, and upon gazing at the monitor, his grip on the axe tightened. The screen revealed none other than Dr. Zhou, the very figure he had been obsessively pondering over. At that moment, Dr. Zhou had removed her mask, her facial scars vanished, revealing a complexion so flawless and delicate that it could ensnare any heart. Beside her stood another person, with small, bean-like eyes and a mouth reminiscent of a toad, bearing a striking resemblance to the scientist named Lin whom he had killed. This must be her sister, Lin. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yang's attention was drawn to the individual facing Dr. Zhou, and he was taken aback to find it was none other than Chun Gu from the Train of Death. Chapter 153. Dr. Zhou's ambition. It was an expansive space, marked by the scars of axes and knives, resembling a vast cavern yet to be cleared, with fragments of stone strewn across the ground. Beside Dr. Zhou stood the loquacious scientist Lin, flanked by 2 burly men wielding firearms, each of whom surprisingly held 2 chains tethered to zombies. More bizarrely, the zombies obediently trailed behind them, akin to well-trained dogs. Meanwhile, Chun Gu was unbound, casually sipping from a bottle, raising the question, were they in cahoots? Was the train merely a ruse? Xiao Yang glanced back at Lin Yuhan, who was dragging a corpse into the room and closing the door. "Yuhan, do you understand computers?" Can you play the audio? Lin Yuhan looked puzzled and shook her head. Fong Lin approached, saying, "Let me give it a try." She began searching for speakers and manipulated the audio on the computer. Suddenly, a voice emerged. It was Dr. Zhou's voice. "What are you still hesitating for? I possess everything now." As Dr. Zhou paced, he waved a small vial resembling a test tube. "Once I open it, all the zombies in the world will bow to me. Their virus will vanish, and they can only survive by my grace. Those arrogant Judaites, believing they can dominate the world. Rest assured, my first act will be to eradicate them." Chungu raised his head and took a swig from his bottle. "Judaites, you are well aware of the heinous acts they commit, yet instead of stopping them, you seek to profit from it. What distinguishes you from them? Of course, I am different. When I returned from abroad, if I had told people that Judaites were manufacturing bacteria capable of exterminating humanity, who would have heeded my warning? They would have laughed at me. But now the tables have turned. Those who mocked me have become zombies. They now live a fate worse than death. While I have loyal subordinates, soon, I shall command an army of zombies and lead them to rule this planet." Dr. Zhou's excitement crescendoed, and he laughed heartily. "I will become the queen of the earth, the first and only sovereign of the entire globe." Chungu slowly sipped from his bottle. "You summoned me merely to showcase your prowess, Haven Yu?" Dr. Zhou turned to Chungu, saying, "A stage without an audience is like a splendid garment worn in the dark. You are among the most astute individuals in the world. Do you still not acknowledge your defeat? When you discovered my secret, instead of aiding me, you imprisoned me. But what good did that do? Can you contend with the Judaites?" "You know what? I can." Chungu tilted his head back and drank another bottle. "Well, now that you've eliminated my subordinates and poisoned the refugees, your speech should conclude. Go ahead, kill me now." "No, no, no." Dr. Zhou held the medicine bottle in his hand and said, "I have not yet finished speaking. Do you know what your greatest weakness is? You are excessively compassionate. You are fully aware that those privileged individuals who have survived are nothing but parasites, feeding off the suffering of refugees. Yet, you cannot bring yourself to eliminate them simply because they support you and heed your words. You allow them to drain your lifeblood, the very essence you painstakingly cultivate to save the masses. In contrast, I would exterminate them, transforming them into soulless beings, my most loyal subordinates. They would surpass your followers in loyalty. Do you believe that?" Brother Chun chuckled. "I believe, but you have your own people too. Do you truly think none of them would contemplate rebellion against you?" Dr. Zhou laughed heartily. "Brother Chun, you are indeed out of tricks, resorting even to the art of sowing discord. Rest assured, my charisma rivals yours. They're utterly devoted to me, and there shall never be betrayal. Forever, you say?" Brother Chun replied with a smile. "It seems your closest friend has already betrayed you. What was her name?" "Su Xinyan. Do not mention her to me." Dr. Zhou suddenly erupted in fury. "She is a complete fool, betraying me for a trivial ant." At that moment, someone entered from off-screen and approached Dr. Zhou. "The person has been brought back." Dr. Zhou laughed. "See, I have captured the one who betrayed me, even bringing back the team of ants." Brother Chun raised his bottle and took another swig. "I am indeed too merciful. I should have eliminated you long ago. I have no objections to you dispatching those parasites. But what fault do the refugees bear? Why must you kill them?" Dr. Zhou squinted. "Because among them, another ant may very well emerge. I despise ants. While they may not inflict significant harm, their incessant scurrying irritates me." Brother Chun shook his nearly empty bottle. "I do not wish to encounter your so-called ants. You may kill me now." Dr. Zhou shook his head. "Why would I kill you? You are one of the most intelligent men I have ever met. For humanity to endure, we must have a next generation, mustn't we? My husband, my dear husband." Chapter 154, The Fate of the Traitor. At this moment, within the frame, Chao Yang witnessed 3 individuals being escorted by several burly men clad in camouflage, wielding firearms. Fong Lin could not help but step forward. It was Yu Jing, Xiaoru, and Zhu Guosheng. Yu Jing was bound tightly, her mouth sealed with tape. Xiaoru was merely handcuffed, while Zhu Guosheng, although walking ahead of the soldiers, was not restrained at all. Lin Yuhan gazed in astonishment at the scene. "Isn't Zhu Guosheng Xiaoru's brother?" Fong Lin's expression darkened as she scrutinized the image. He claimed that he and Xiaoru were half-siblings. Yet Xiaoru once mentioned that she came with her mother and they grew up together, thus labeling their relationship as half-siblings. To her shock, Zhu Guosheng turned out to be affiliated with Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou pointed at Yu Jing and Xiaoru. "These are the subordinates of that ant, utterly useless. Thus, his followers are likewise a bunch of inept individuals." As he spoke, he approached and forcefully removed the tape from Yu Jing's mouth. "Isn't this young lady quite articulate? Why silence her? Let her speak." Zhu Guosheng glanced at Dr. Zhou. "Leader, that is not advisable. She is notoriously sharp-tongued and astute." With the tape removed, Yu Jing glared at Zhu Guosheng, hurling curses. "Zhu Guosheng, you wretched scoundrel, You are truly lower than a pig or dog. How could you betray Brother Chaoyang, who treated you so well? Do you enjoy being this woman's lapdog? Are you aware of the consequences of such servitude? Sooner or later, she will kill you and feed you to the zombies. Zhu Guoxing looked at Yu Jing in terror. Quick, seal her mouth again. Xiaoling entered from outside. Approaching, Brother Chaoyang, I have found the place. Chaoyang nodded, grasping an axe. Let us go. After a moment's hesitation, Fong Lin shook her head. I implore you. Lin Yuhan looked at Chaoyang. My strength can assist you. If danger arises, may I enter the space? At this moment, Xiao Ling interjected. Brother Chaoyang, there aren't many soldiers here. Let us proceed. Chaoyang said little as the group swiftly exited the room. Xiao Ling led the way, navigating through twists and turns until they arrived at a door. She gently pushed open the iron gate, revealing a platform that extended laterally, resembling a vast cavern below, descending approximately 4 or 5 meters. To the side of this platform, a stone staircase led downwards. The space below spanned around 500 square meters, with doors on all 4 sides, and directly opposite, another platform with an additional door, summing to 6 doors in total, 4 below and 2 above. The entire chamber appeared as an unfinished shell, surrounded by cold, unyielding rock. Standing below were Dr. Zhou and all others visible in the surveillance footage, positioned a short distance away from their platform. As the group entered, Zhu Guoxing's voice rang out. What options do I have? Chaoyang is merely a mediocre individual, hopelessly clinging to his own interests in this apocalypse. He will inevitably be crushed by more powerful figures. Leader Zhou values me highly, even before the apocalypse. He intended to transfer me to the Magic City. You have already delayed my ascent once. What more do you desire? But you are my brother. Xiao Ru's voice, filled with sorrow and helplessness, echoed. Both our parents are dead. Do you think I am unaware? You are not even my true brother. You and I share no blood ties. Why should I heed your words? Humans strive for elevation, while water flows downward. The world has reached its end. Why should I follow that Chaoyang to my demise? Xiao Ru shook her head vigorously. No, you are no longer the brother in my heart, the one who used to dote on and indulge me. Dr. Zhou observed the two, chuckling as he turned to Chun Gu. You see, this is human nature. As long as there is a bone, someone will surely come to gnaw at it. Given the right price, everything can be sold. Thus, those who have turned into zombies will become my loyal subordinates. Chun Gu cast aside the empty bottle in his hand. Will those so-called loyal subordinates never betray you? Doctor. Zhou turned, glancing at a woman with a toad-like mouth. Will they? The woman cackled sinisterly. As long as I am here, no one can betray you. Together, they were an odd pair, one exceedingly ugly, the other strikingly beautiful. Yet they seemed to harmonize perfectly. Perhaps the ugliness of their souls complemented one another, unnoticed by anyone. Among the tethered zombies, one raised its head, flaring its nostrils as if sensing something in the air. Dr. Zhou, intrigued, looked at Yu Jing and Xiao Ru. This must be the useless subordinate of that little ant. He truly believes in divination and an ominous crow's beak. How pitifully naive. By the way, aren't you the one with the crow's beak? Go on, curse someone. Let me see. Yu Jing glared at Dr. Zhou. Her fists clenched tightly. I curse you. I curse you to be killed by Brother Chaoyang. Doctor. Zhou threw his head back in laughter. Your brother Chaoyang will soon find himself trapped like a turtle in a jar. If he were wise, he would have long since hidden away in solitude. I am a person of great ambition. He is merely an ant that cannot even inflict pain. How pitiable that I once regarded him as a figure of significance. Seeing him surround himself with such useless individuals, I knew he would never achieve greatness. Doctor. Zhou turned to Chun Gu. What does that saying go? Ah yes, do not pity the poor. The poor cannot become landowners. Indeed. How true that is, struggling for survival while hoping to assist others, harboring a host of useless people. Chun Gu chuckled. Do you understand what it means to have a chivalrous spirit? Do you grasp the essence of a fierce tiger lurking beneath a tender fade, savoring the scent of roses? Do you realize how a small character can sway the tides of battle? You have been in the West, learning only selfishness and indifference, forgetting that when the axe and halberd are turned against you, what emotions arise? Is that so? Alas, I cannot relate, for no one can bring harm to me. My subordinates, driven by self-interest, would never abandon me, nor would anyone dare. Chun Gu replied coldly. There is a distinction between those who dare not assist you sincerely and those who will not forsake their lives for you. Yet, some small figures will. You only know how to take, not how to give back. Sooner or later, you will face retribution. Sow good seeds, reap good fruits. You have already become deranged, nearly devoid of humanity. In such a manner, you will not meet a favorable end. Yet I have conquered the world, have I not? And you? Now you are my captive, and capturing Chaoyang would be a trivial task for me. However, the timing is not right to act. Enough of this verbal sparring. All I seek is the outcome. Dr. Zhou surveyed the room and inquired of the armed man nearby. Where is Su Xianyan? Why does she not dare to face me? The man glanced at Zhu Guoxing and replied, She is dead. Dr. Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, the once radiant smile vanishing into a shadow of gloom. How did she die? The man pointed at Zhu Guoxing. Su Xianyan was an impeccable shot. 2 of our men perished before we could approach her. It was this Mr. Zhu who shot her from behind, allowing us to breach the vehicle. Zhu Guoxing gazed humbly at Dr. Zhou, who approached him with an impassive demeanor. You were the one who shot her. Where did you aim? Zhu Guoxing bowed slightly. Her marksmanship and combat prowess were formidable. Had I not killed her, it would have been nearly impossible for us to close in. I aimed for the back of her head, fearing that one shot might not suffice, so I approached her from behind. Dr. Zhou patted Zhu Guoxing on the shoulder. Well done. I admire your ingenuity and loyalty. Zhu Guoxing bowed even lower. Your admiration is my greatest honor. I shall remain faithfully at your service. Now, go and claim your reward. Zhu Guoxing beamed with delight. Of course, of course. He barely glanced at Xiao Ru before turning to leave with a soldier. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and Zhu Guoxing struggled to turn back. Another shot echoed. And as Zhu Guoxing's body slumped lifelessly, Dr. Zhou tucked the gun into his bosom. No one but me can kill Su Xianyan, and certainly not you, you worthless fool. Chapter 155. I have arrived. Dr. Zhou cast a glance at the soldiers. Take him out to feed the zombies. The soldiers showed no concern for Zhu Guoxing's fate. 2 of them dragged his lifeless body toward the side door. Chao Yang, gripping the axe handle tightly, was taken aback to discover that the one avenging him was none other than Dr. Zhou. He certainly would not be foolish enough to express gratitude towards her. Had she not been the instigator, Su Xianyan would still be alive. Lin Yuhan tugged at Chao Yang, gesturing to the side. He understood that they could not remain by the door for long, as they would be easily discovered. Thus, he followed the 3 women as they discreetly moved away from the entrance. Somewhere, Chunga produced a bottle of liquor, popping the cap with a loud crack before taking a swig. In front of your subordinates, you dare to eliminate your loyal dogs? Aren't you afraid of inciting resentment among them? Dr. Zhou scoffed. Rest assured, your attempts at sowing discord are futile. My subordinates are the most loyal to me. Just then, Chao Yang noticed another door swing open, and a man entered, accompanied by 2 others, the pale young man. He approached Dr. Zhou, saying, Sistering, we've dealt with Chun Ji's men. Aside from those who fought back and were killed in the vehicle, most chose to surrender. Some even expressed a willingness to stab Chunga for your sake. Dr. Zhou turned her gaze toward Chunga, remarking, See? The respect they show you is merely superficial. Few are truly loyal. Chungu took a swig of his drink. I never had subordinates nor sought to win their hearts. Now that you've dealt with everything, you should feel at ease with me. Dr. Zhou raised her elegantly arched eyebrows. Indeed, the world must continue, and we must have a future. Therefore, as your empress, I hope you will be my ideal consort. Isn't this arrangement reminiscent of our pre-divorce days? Chungu shook his head. No. I'm the kind of person who dares to consume anything except refuse. I am willing to do anything but be a dog. Suddenly, Dr. Zhou spun around and slapped Chungu across the face. To Chao Yang's astonishment, Chungu effortlessly stepped back, evading the blow. Dr. Zhou sneered. Do you still think martial prowess matters? My zombies possess speed and strength. Killing you would be as easy as slicing through vegetables. Chungu nodded. I believe it. While they conversed, Xiaoru watched Zhu Guoxin's body being dragged away in a pool of blood, tears trickling slowly from the corners of her eyes as she murmured. Why did it come to this? Why have people in this apocalypse become so twisted? Shouldn't we be maturing and growing instead? Yu Jing, perhaps fatigued from her earlier tirade, fixed her intense gaze on Dr. Zhou before turning to Xiaoru. Why are you crying for him? He was never truly human. Though I may be somewhat useless, my heart remains pure. My mother taught me that even if I fail, I must strive to be a good person. Yu Jing took a deep breath. When my mother was on the verge of becoming a zombie and leaped from the building, I realized I could never repay her. Yet, before she departed, she told me to be a good person and live joyfully. Rest assured, I, Yu Jing, will live happily, and even in death. I shall embrace a joyful departure. However, I shall certainly uphold my dignity and will never demean myself to become a mere dog. As this elder has aptly stated, I shall not partake in the most loathsome of acts, akin to consuming excrement, even that which is deemed unpalatable by dogs themselves. Xiaoru, perhaps due to her brother Zhu Guoxing's influence, finds herself merely restrained by handcuffs upon her wrists, unlike Yu Jing, who is bound in a far more severe manner. Unnoticed by anyone, she boldly reaches into her bosom and retrieves 3 coins, which she unceremoniously tosses to the ground. Enraged, Dr. Zhou turns to Yu Jing, exclaiming, You are the so-called harbinger of misfortune, are you not? Yet I must inform you that I remain unconvinced. I place my faith solely in the empirical sciences upheld by my subordinates. Did you not assert that Xiao Yang would bring about my demise? Then why does he hesitate to confront me now? Yu Jing gazes at Dr. Zhou, responding, he shall arrive imminently, and when he does, he will methodically deliver blows that will leave you battered and bloodied, distorting your once handsome visage to the point where even the most fearsome specter would recoil in horror at the sight of you. Dr. Zhou advances towards Yu Jing. Spring brother, if I cannot reach him, how can I fail to reach you? With that, he raises his hand and delivers a resounding slap to Yu Jing's face, sending her crashing to the ground, her left cheek swelling visibly, a clear imprint of his palm emerging on her skin. Observing Yu Jing's visage, Dr. Zhou taunts, come now, let your brother Xiao Yang make his appearance. Should he dare to come, it would merely be to deliver himself to me. Do not be deceived by his perceived prowess. Here, I possess the means to vanquish him with ease. He crouches down, locking eyes with Yu Jing. Do you comprehend? Should he arrive, it would be tantamount to a death wish. At that moment, a zombie tethered by a chain suddenly begins to struggle, its handler shouting in frustration. Yet the creature, heedless of its restraints, lifts its gaze towards Xiao Yang's direction as another zombie follows suit. A voice, clear yet slightly hoarse, resonates through the air. I have arrived. Now, let us see how you intend to slay me. Chapter 156. Yu Jing, remember this. Dr. Zhou lifted his gaze to Xiao Yang, who was descending the steps wielding a colossal axe, and slowly rose to his feet. I truly overestimated you. You lack even a modicum of patience, foolishly revealing yourself like this. Xiao Yang continued his descent, declaring, I too wish to launch a surprise attack and sever your head, but since your dog has spotted me, there is no need for concealment. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, Yu Jing's composure crumbled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Brother Xiao Yang, they killed Sister Xin Yin. It was Zhu Guoxing. Xiao Yang turned to Yu Jing, a bitter smile crossing his face. I know, I saw Sister Xin Yin. Xiaoru knelt before Xiao Yang, bowing her head to the ground. Brother Xiao Yang, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Xiao Yang gently shook his head. It is not your fault. Yu Jing sobbed. Brother Xiao Yang, you must avenge Sister Xin Yin. You must kill her. Xiao Yang nodded. You speak with conviction, rest assured. Brother Xiao Yang will strike her down with such force that even the spirits will find her tiresome. Dr. Zhou scoffed. I am aware of your foolishness, but I did not expect you to be irredeemably dim-witted. What era do you live in to still believe in such supernatural nonsense? Xiao Yang halted, asserting, regardless of the era, humanity must distinguish itself from beasts. I cannot associate with a person so contemptible, someone who is beneath even the lowest creatures. Dr. Zhou sneered. You are not worthy to discuss humanity with me. Were it not for Su Xinyan, I might not have deigned to glance in your direction. Now, you may as well meet your demise. With that, Dr. Zhou waved his hand, and the two individuals leading the zombie hastily removed the iron chain from its neck. The zombie charged toward Xiao Yang like a bolt of lightning, while the soldier swiftly disarmed himself. The woman with the frog-like mouth stepped forward, holding a device resembling a remote control. As she pressed a button, an invisible wall materialized around Dr. Zhou and herself, trapping Yu Jing within its confines due to her proximity. Just as the onlookers anticipated a fierce struggle from Xiao Yang, his axe suddenly vanished from his grasp, replaced by an automatic rifle. The weapon discharged, and one zombie fell with a headshot, another swiftly following suit. Simultaneously, Xiao Yang's bullets swept across the area, felling the two soldiers in an instant. However, when the bullets struck Dr. Zhou, they ricocheted off, scattering in all directions. Unbeknownst to them, the frog-mouthed woman had activated a mechanism, causing the transparent wall before Dr. Zhou to deflect the bullets. The pale youth quickly took refuge behind a shattered corpse, drawing a handgun from his coat to counterattack Xiao Yang. Suddenly, a pile of clothing appeared before Xiao Yang, interspersed with counters and assorted goods. Among the heaps of fabric, a dart barrel protruded, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the pale youth. As he shielded himself with the corpse in front, the pale youth retaliated while inching closer to Dr. Zhou. Despite the shield before her, Dr. Zhou seized Yu Jing and pushed her defensively behind her as they retreated. The door beside them suddenly swung open, and someone rushed in, followed by the chaotic sound of footsteps from behind. The pile of miscellaneous goods before Xiao Yang began to roll toward Dr. Zhou, as if the items behind had vanished while new ones appeared in front. At that moment, no one noticed Xiaoru, who knelt on the ground, her hand touching the 3 coins. Suddenly, she lifted her head, stood up, and walked towards Dr. Zhou and Yu Jing, uttering, "Heaven and earth in harmony, malevolent spirits run rampant. Purify the universe, restore my pure name. To fulfill this aspiration, let my words invoke the law. 9 nines return to the origin, the great way shall flourish." Yu Jing, do you understand what this means? Yu Jing, momentarily taken aback by Dr. Zhou tugging at her collar, hesitated. Although Dr. Zhou did not comprehend the words, she was astute and suddenly shouted at the pale young man. Kill her, kill that girl. Xiao Yang intended to roll forward to save Xiao Ru and Yu Jing, but the disarray made him cautious, fearing the scattered items might harm them. Thus, he rolled at a measured pace, keeping a distance from the two. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoling appeared on the scene. However, despite her speed, she could not match the velocity of a bullet. The pale young man fired 2 shots at Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru, get down, Xiao Yang shouted. Yet, Xiao Ru did not crouch. Instead, she continued to approach Dr. Zhou, questioning, why? What have we done? Why do you seek to take away everyone's lives merely for your desires? She turned to Yu Jing, saying, only you can do it. You can save everyone. Remember my words. The law is not lightly bestowed. It demands a life in return. A deep wound appeared on Xiao Ru's forehead. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Yu Jing, as if she had not perished, her eyes filled with sorrow and plea. Xiao Ru, Yu Jing cried out, her heart torn apart. Though they often bickered, the closeness in age and their status as students fostered a deeper bond between them. Her relationship with Fong Lin resembled that of a sister or mother, while Xiao Ru was a dear friend. Even when Xiao Ru's brother betrayed her, Yu Jing had never reproached her too harshly. As she gazed at Xiao Ru lying on her back, Yu Jing stood frozen, allowing Dr. Zhou to pull her away. Doctor! Zhou shouted to the newly emerged soldiers, release the zombies, unleash them all. The door on the right swung open, and the distant roars of zombies echoed from within. The pale young man, seemingly about to retreat to Dr. Zhou's side, suddenly halted as a red line appeared around his neck. In his concentration on withdrawing, he failed to notice Xiao Ling swiftly maneuvering from the side. Xiao Ling lunged at Dr. Zhou, but unexpectedly, with a loud bang. She was blocked by the shield in front of Dr. Zhou. Raising her hand, Dr. Zhou shot at Xiao Ling. The bullet struck the shield, revealing that it was two-way, preventing Xiao Ling from entering while also barring Dr. Zhou from firing outward. The 2 soldiers who had gone to open the doors were already slain by Xiao Yang. Now, with 2 doors ajar, one echoed with hurried footsteps, while the other was filled with the incessant growls of zombies. Xiao Ling anxiously pleaded, let Lin Yuhan out. Xiao Yang waved, and Lin Yuhan, wielding a wolf-toothed club, appeared before him. Xiao Ling pointed at Dr. Zhou's shield and exclaimed, smash it. As Lin Yuhan hurried over, she shouted, Fong Lin has gone mad. When Xiao Yang had just emerged, he had already drawn the 3 women into his spatial domain, and now that his cover was blown, he resolved to face the situation himself. Fong Lin appeared beside him, gazing at Xiao Yang, her knife drawn. If you attempt to draw me into the space again, I will take my own life before your eyes. Lin Yuhan, brandishing her wolf-toothed club, rushed to the front of Dr. Zhou's shield and struck down fiercely. At that moment, 2 emaciated zombies burst forth from the door on the right, their frail bodies scuttling rapidly on all fours towards Xiao Yang. In a flash, one of them lunged with a claw aimed directly at his throat. Chapter 157. What to exchange for their speed was astonishingly swift. Xiao Yang felt it surpassed even the speed of the child zombie he had encountered previously. He was unable to match their pace. Suddenly, a cast-iron pot appeared before Xiao Yang. The claws scraping against it produced a jarring, grating sound. Following this, a sharp knife lunged toward the zombie, slicing across its face, causing it to recoil with a roar. It was Xiao Ling who had arrived. Observing that the zombie could indeed retreat, Xiao Ling moved like a shadow. Her blade swiftly aimed at the creature's right eye. Another zombie lunged forward. Both were speed-oriented zombies. Xiao Ling's left-hand dagger intercepted the claws of the approaching zombie. And even under the force of its assault, she was pushed back a step. Lin Yuhan's spiked club struck the shield with a thunderous resonance, akin to a clap of thunder. Dr. Zhou, taken aback, stepped back and exclaimed, Dr. Lin? Lin Yuhan grinned. Indeed, I am but a humble individual, yet today, we humble ones shall rewrite the fate of your esteemed self. With that, she swung her spiked club and struck down again, the dull thud echoing once more, causing the shield to emit a creaking sound. Dr. Zhou, usually composed, was now flustered, retreating rapidly while calling out, someone come quickly. At that moment, 2 towering, muscular zombies burst forth from the doorway where the zombies had appeared. The woman with the frog-like mouth began to rapidly press buttons on her remote control. Remarkably, the zombies advanced towards Lin Yuhan as if they were human. Lin Yuhan swung her spiked club at the larger zombie, which surprisingly attempted to block with its hand. With a resounding thud, it was knocked backward, performing a somersault. Yet, it rose again, despite Lin Yuhan's strength. It had not been slain with a single blow. What manner of zombie was this? Another zombie charged towards Lin Yuhan. Soon, more zombies poured forth from within. Xiao Yang discarded his empty gun and charged out with an axe, striking the larger zombie. It felt as though it had skin and bones of steel. The axe merely grazed its surface, leaving a gash. Xiao Yang sensed tremendous resistance against his weapon. The large zombie turned, clawing at Xiao Yang's face. when suddenly a steel door appeared before him. With a resounding crash, the iron door was twisted and deformed from the impact. Xiaoyang swung his axe again. At this moment, a horde of zombies surged forth from the doorway, lunging at Xiaoyang. Fang Lin positioned herself beside him, wielding her knife to fend off the advancing zombies. Xiaoyang pivoted his axe, striking down another zombie beside him before charging at yet another. The special zombies seemed few in number. 2 agile zombies were entangled with Xiaoling, while Lin Yuhan was engaged with a powerful zombie, totaling only 4. The remainder were ordinary zombies. With axes swinging and knives flashing, Xiaoyang and Fang Lin plunged into the horde, decapitating zombies with relentless ferocity. Watching the slaughter unfold, Dr. Zhou's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Xiaoyang had remarkably gained such formidable strength. How is it that those worthless individuals have, under his influence, transformed into superhumans endowed with extraordinary abilities? The grotesque woman with the large mouth seized Dr. Zhou's arm, exclaiming, "Xiaoying, let us retreat now, quickly." Dr. Zhou, momentarily dazed, clutched Yu Jing's collar tightly as they hastily made their way toward the door. Suddenly, Chun Ge, holding a bottle of wine, sprang into action, not towards Dr. Zhou but instead delivered a powerful punch to the large-mouthed woman. The already cracked barrier emitted an unpleasant creaking sound. Dr. Zhou turned sharply, gazing at Chun Ge in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind?" Chun Ge grimaced. "Did you truly believe I would accept your terms? I have told you before, I will consume anything. But I will never stoop to your level." With that, he struck the barrier again. Each blow began to reveal the fragility of the shield, akin to tempered glass, which started to show visible cracks. Blood began to seep from Chun Ji's hands, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, relentlessly pounding the barrier. "It is you, that hideous old hag, who has instigated all of this. Xiaoying would never have become this way without your influence." Chun Ge spat angrily at the grotesque woman. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed at the entrance, an array of individuals clad in camouflage, resembling soldiers, fully equipped and wielding advanced automatic rifles. They numbered approximately 30. The faces beneath their helmets were discernible, and aside from the commanding officer at the front, they swiftly formed a horizontal line upon entering. To Dr. Zhou's astonishment, the commander was none other than Zhao Wani, the young girl whom Xiaoyang had left in the shelter. Dr. Zhou pointed at everyone, shouting, "Kill them all. Everyone, kill them." The soldiers stared vacantly ahead as Commander Zhao Wani raised her hand. "Prepare." All rifles were lifted, and from the back of the formation, one soldier even hoisted a small rocket launcher, aiming it at Xiaoyang and his companions. At that moment, Yu Jing, who had been passively allowing Dr. Zhou to pull her, suddenly raised her head, her previously vacant eyes now sparkling with clarity. "I understand." She turned to Xiaoyang, without a trace of hesitation. "Regardless of whether I can truly speak and shape reality, or if some unseen force governs this world, I sincerely wish for all extraordinary powers to be bestowed upon Xiaoyang. For this, I am willing to pay the price of my life. I exchange my existence for the fulfillment of my heart's desire." As Yu Jing's words hung in the air, Zhao Wani's hand descended. Fire. The sound of gun chambers being readied rang out, and bullets descended upon everyone in a swift torrent. Simultaneously, the rocket launcher erupted in flames, a missile arcing toward Xiaoyang. Just then, Xiaoling, who had been battling the zombies, froze as a bullet pierced the left side of her head. Lin Yuhan, wielding a spiked club, dropped it to the ground with a thud as a bullet struck her neck and passed through her body, causing her to spew blood violently. The debris in front of Xiaoyang was obliterated by the rocket's explosion, and with the commander's shout, bullets closed in on him. At that moment, it seemed as if Xiaoyang were frozen in place, utterly motionless. Fang Lin, standing beside him, swiftly dashed in front of Xiaoyang, using her body as a shield. Bullets pierced through her, erupting in a cascade of crimson blossoms, reminiscent of roses in full bloom on a summer's day. Xiaoyang felt a searing pain in his head, yet his body remained immobile, paralyzed. He longed to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. The world around him spun uncontrollably, and he found himself collapsing backward, gazing skyward. Chapter 158. The brevity of life. Xiaoyang felt as though he had traversed a century. In his childhood, he took his first steps while his mother tenderly watched over him, lifting him after each fall, laughing as she dusted off his clothes, playfully chiding, "Why rush?" Although he could not articulate his thoughts, he vividly recalled his mother's gentle, warm smile from her youth. His father would cradle him and toss him into the air. As the world spun around him, a delightful blend of astonishment and exhilaration, eliciting uncontrollable giggles. As he entered school, he was engulfed in an unending cycle of classes, various extracurricular activities, and tutoring sessions, the very mention of school becoming a source of disdain. Upon reaching high school, the stirrings of young love began to blossom within him. He found himself unable to resist teasing the girl sitting in front of him, tugging at her hair only to be met with her playful little punches, which, though lacking in pain, felt sweet to him. Yet, one fateful day, witnessing a handsome boy in their class embracing her while strolling outside, he felt a pang of heartache, akin to being pricked by a needle. Thus, his first crush withered away. In college, a girl approached him with intent, and before long, they were swept up in the throes of romance. Her every glance and expression captivated him, and every action seemed both graceful and fitting. He longed to give her everything he possessed, yearning only to see her radiant smile. Together, they supported one another until graduation, with him choosing to remain in the city, for her family resided there. In the stillness of midnight, a nagging sense of forgetfulness washed over him, only to be jolted into realization when contemplating marriage and receiving money from his mother. Had he neglected his parents? Guilt enveloped him for an entire night. Yet the pressures of work soon caused him to bury those thoughts once more. Despite the whirlwind of his job, his diligence bore fruit, leading to a promotion to manager, where he met with higher executives. The motivational words from the senior leaders ignited a fervor within him, compelling him to share his uncontainable joy with his girlfriend. If I work hard enough, I can buy that house, and we can build a better life here. I will bring my forgotten mother here. What a beautiful future awaits. However, upon seeing his girlfriend kiss another man from the luxury car, his heart shattered. Alone at the entrance of a barbecue shop, he sought solace in drink. A striking young man, for reasons unknown, found himself embroiled in a quarrel with a group of 3 or 4 others at the adjacent table. His depression and anger clamored for release, and he yearned for a skirmish, even if it meant enduring a beating. Seizing a bottle, he hurled it at them, declaring, "Today, I shall act as a hero." The group of young men, though numerous, revealed their cowardice when faced with confrontation. As Chao Yang charged forward like a vengeful spirit, they abandoned their belongings and fled, exemplifying the all-too-common nature of those who bully the weak yet cower before the strong. The handsome young man seized him, and the two began to drink. Initially, their revelry flowed smoothly, but soon the charming youth began to boast, claiming his family owned a plethora of luxury cars. In a contest of bravado, Chao Yang also joined in the embellishment. As Chao Yang slowly opened his eyes, he felt as though the world around him had transformed. Everything appeared to move in slow motion. Rising from the ground, he witnessed Fong Lin expelling mouthfuls of blood, each droplet suspended in midair like a scene from a film played in slow motion. Subsequently, he noticed the bullet that had pierced Fong Lin's skull hurtling toward him, yet it did not fly. It seemed to inch toward him, frozen in time. He could see the crimson light radiating from the bullet's tip. Not a flame, but the result of friction between the bullet and the air, the scorching heat of its trajectory. Indeed, the bullet was spinning, a fact he had learned long ago in school, but had since forgotten. However, it moved with excruciating slowness. Chao Yang raised his hand to touch it. It felt slightly warm, but not excessively so. Gently flicking the bullet with his finger, it began to veer off course, and he redirected it back along its original path. Lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings, all the figures around him were frozen in place. Dr. Zhou aimed his gun at Yu Jing's head, flames already erupting from the muzzle. Yu Jing clenched her fists, her mouth agape, shouting something incomprehensible at Chao Yang. Brother Chun's head had been pierced, his eyes wide open, his fists bloodied as they pounded against the shield. He turned his head and saw the blood gushing from Xiao Ling's head and the splatter of blood on Lin Yuhan's face, which was turned skyward. What on earth was happening? It felt as though he had acquired numerous extraordinary abilities. Flashes of Xiao Ling's speed and Lin Yuhan's strength flickered in his mind, as if he possessed everyone's powers. But how could he contain these abilities? Suddenly, everything returned to normal. Yet the bullet he had deflected surged back toward the distant soldier who had fired it. In an instant, it penetrated the soldier's gun barrel, exploding with a resounding bang. At that moment, Chao Yang heard Dr. Zhou's hoarse cry, "Shoot him! Shoot that man standing there!" Gunfire erupted again, and everything seemed to freeze once more. Chao Yang saw the flames erupting from the gun's muzzle, the bullets being fired, and another rocket being expelled from the launcher. Chapter 159. You are also foolish. Chao Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Suddenly, the bullets and bombs that had been unleashed returned to their origin, piercing through every soldier, while the rockets fell directly upon them, detonating with a resounding blast. The remaining undead, along with Zhai Wani's severed head, were sent flying as if cleaved by a sharp blade, colliding against the surroundings. Regardless of whether they were ordinary zombies or those endowed with strength and agility, their heads were instantly severed, leaving the ground in utter disarray. Within the confines of the room, only Chao Yang remained, accompanied by Dr. Zhou and the woman with the frog-like visage ensconced within the protective shield. Chao Yang knelt down, wrapping his arms around Fong Lin and gently caressing her blood-stained cheek. "Why must you be so foolish? I remember when you first joined me. You were ever so wary of my intentions. Why now do you shield me from bullets?" He lowered his head and placed a tender kiss upon Fong Lin's soiled face, his movements delicate, as if he feared awakening the slumbering Fong Lin. "Wait a moment. I will avenge you and return to find you. He gently laid Fong Lin upon the ground, opting not to place her within his spatial realm, and approached Xiaoling, lifting her into his embrace. He turned back towards Fong Lin. You two are foolish. I have never looked down upon you. Do not claim you are a victim of circumstance. How many women remain untainted in this apocalypse? I am not the sort of man who, while unclean himself, expects others to be pristine. As long as your feelings are genuine, there is no need for you to feel inferior on my behalf. Whatever you did before entering my space is of no concern to me. Once you are within, you belong to me. What is there to feel inferior about? He placed Xiaoling beside Fong Lin and continued on his path towards Lin Yuhan. Dr. Zhou trembled as he inched toward the iron door. Xiaoyang, spare me, and I will grant you anything you desire. Xiaoyang lifted Lin Yuhan and approached Fong Lin and Xiaoling, murmuring, Yuhan, I am aware of your esteemed lineage. Like Su Xianyan, you have nurtured your prized possession for so long. Yet, why are you always so bashful? Now, it seems you have lost even the opportunity for indulgence. Your constant shyness and reticence lead me to question whether you truly harbor feelings for me. I no longer doubt you. Now I question myself. Am I a selfish man? Or perhaps, in your presence, I feel a tinge of inferiority akin to what Xiaoling feels. At that moment, Dr. Zhou stealthily approached the door, and suddenly, without any warning, the iron door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The woman with the frog-like mouth pressed the remote control in her hand with all her might. But alas, there was no response. Nothing transpired, as if the door had always been closed. Xiaoyang seemed oblivious to Dr. Zhou and the woman, as if they were mere phantoms. He cradled Xiaoru in his arms. Though you are not my woman, the time we have spent together has surely cultivated some bond between us. I am always clear about my grievances, while I prefer to eliminate problems at their roots. Your brother's betrayal incites a desire to extinguish both your lives. Yet, for reasons unknown, I find myself wanting only to flay your brother alive, while harboring no wish to take your life. It appears that prolonged companionship can indeed alter one's perspective. The grievances between us have come to a close. I bear no animosity towards you. I trust that when you behold Xianyan, she will echo my sentiments. In the end, he approached Dr. Zhou, kneeling by her side. Gazing at the small figure of Yu Jing within the protective barrier, he reached out, his fingers brushing against the barrier's surface, yet the obstacle halted his touch. It was as though he had awakened from a deep slumber, lifting his gaze towards Dr. Zhou. His fingers tracing the now cracked shield. I nearly forgot the promise made to Jing. His eyes shifted from Dr. Zhou to the lifeless Yu Jing, lying in a pool of blood. Though she appears mature, her thoughts are akin to those of a child. At times, I question whether she has concealed her true age. Perhaps she is merely a high school student. Dr. Zhou's eyes were filled with dread. She recognized that Yu Jing was not only clever, but also astute. She was oblivious to the turmoil within Xiaoyang, yet the capacity to annihilate all in an instant, including the undead, hinted at a terrifying power within him. Xiaoyang continued his ramblings. You see, she truly resembles the girl I secretly adored during my high school years. Perhaps it is some sentimental attachment that compels me to provoke her at times. He spoke as if he were a venerable elder, oblivious to the presence of others. As if he and Dr. Zhou shared a camaraderie. I find that her words possess a certain enchantment. Should she genuinely curse me, it feels as though I am compelled to act upon it. Yet this kind-hearted girl has never sincerely wished ill upon me. I sense her deep-seated affection akin to that of a sister or a daughter. Even when I infuriate her, she never truly resorts to cursing me. Xiaoyang's gaze lifted from Yu Jing to Dr. Zhou. Such a benevolent child, and you have chosen to end her life. Tell me, should I not fulfill the promise I made to her? Dr. Zhou's voice trembled. Xiaoyang, let us unite. We possess the finest scientists and the ability to manipulate thoughts. With our formidable legion of the undead, we could become sovereigns of the world. This entire planet could belong to us. Xiaoyang gently extended his index finger, lightly tapping the barrier. It seemed to yield to an irresistible force, cracking audibly, the fractures expanding rapidly. Dr. Zhou was engulfed by fear, extending her left hand, clutching a vial resembling a test tube. This can eliminate the zombie toxin from every person in the world. I implore you, Xiaoyang, spare my life. I shall be your servant, your slave. She mustered a faint smile amidst her terror. I still possess some confidence in my appearance. Did you not once harbor feelings for me? From now on, I shall be yours, obedient to your every command. Xiaoyang gently lifted Yu Jing from the ground, slowly returning her to the row of women. Even if you offered me the powers of the world, there is no need to exchange your life for it. Why not allow the wicked to perish? You foolish girl, do you truly believe your abilities are insufficient, and that I, Xiaoyang, am the most capable? I have long since told you that you are the one who terrifies me the most. The fingers grazed the delicate, serene cheek. All right. Brother Xiaoyang will fulfill the promise made to you. Xiaoyang rose and approached Dr. Zhou, who suddenly raised his right hand, gripping a pistol, and repeatedly pulled the trigger. With the sharp crack of gunfire, the bullets fired abruptly vanished. Xiaolong extended his hands, observing the bullets still spinning within, gently flicking them. One bullet swiftly soared forth, striking the frog-faced woman in the head, while another pierced her chest. The frog-faced woman gasped in shock and collapsed. As Dr. Zhou faced Xiaolong, he suddenly screamed in desperation. Why? Why is it all my fault? Don't you bear any blame? Xiaolong, expressionless, seized the small vial from Dr. Zhou's hand and delivered a resounding slap. Chapter 160. Heart-wrenching. Dr. Zhou collapsed to the side, her delicate face swelling visibly in an instant. Xiaolong approached her step by step, declaring, I excel at taking lives, regardless of gender. However, I would never lay a hand on a woman lacking the means to resist. He crouched down, adding, before the apocalypse. Striking a woman was the mark of a man devoid of honor. Moreover, I must inform you that I am from Northeast China. In our culture, it is only women who strike men. When men hit women, they are looked down upon, and respectable friends would avoid associating with them. As he spoke, Xiaolong seized Dr. Zhou by her hair, stating, But you are an exception. Dr. Zhou opened her mouth, blood beginning to seep from her lips. Xiaolong, be rational. Have you considered how you will survive alone in this world? My second virus has already been released. Humanity is doomed. Only I know. Xiaolong struck her in the abdomen with a fist, saying, I have restrained my strength, for I promised you Jing I would beat you to death slowly. I fear I might kill you with one blow. He then tossed Dr. Zhou aside, adding, This is for Xianyan. Dr. Zhou was dead, her visage utterly transformed, as Yu Jing had foretold, rendering her once handsome features unrecognizable. From the cave's entrance emerged a tall, stalwart man, his resolute face devoid of expression. Yet his eyes betrayed endless sorrow and anguish. As the sun rose, he walked toward it, his silhouette evoking a sense of desolation and solitude. The wind rustled the treetops, causing branches to sway and emit a faint whisper. A solitary cloud drifted across the sky, and a gentle rain began to fall, mirroring the man's heartache. Upon entering the RV, he did not take the driver's seat but remained seated on a stool, his clothes drenched from the rain, droplets trickling down onto the pristine floor. He seemed to hear Yu Jing's playful reprimand. Look, you've just dirted the freshly cleaned floor again. Fong Lin's gentle voice followed. It's all right. I'll wipe it again shortly. Xianyan chimed in with a teasing tone. As the daughter-in-law, I haven't complained yet you are already fussing. You haven't even entered the house. Once you do, who knows how spoiled you will become. Xiao Ru, as usual, smiled with pursed lips. Well, Yu Jing cannot be rushed. Xiao Ling, appearing from the void, hands on her hips, declared, I am Chao Yang's first woman. You must address me as elder sister. She pointed at Lin Yuhan. She is your second sister. Lin Yuhan blushed and pushed Xiaoling playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaoling tilted her head, gazing at Lin Yuhan. Aren't you Chao Yang's second woman? She then turned to Xianyan. So who is truly the second? Let's settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors. Xianyan laughed. You wish, you big-headed ghost. Lin Yuhan, her face flushed, grasped Xiaoling's neck playfully. You cheeky thing. Do you dare believe I won't spank you right now? Xiaoyang hurriedly interjected. No. She can't withstand your slap. As his fingers brushed against Lin Yuhan, she suddenly began to dissipate, akin to wisps of smoke. One by one, everyone began to fade away, leaving only the desolate caravan in front of him, his fingertips still tinged with their lingering warmth. Xiaoyang had never dared to step into that space, nor even to glance at it. Looking up towards the outside world, tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down his cheeks unabashedly. Overcome with emotion, he buried his face in his hands and collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably. As dusk gradually descended, the rain that had fallen throughout the day finally ceased. The earth, nourished by the downpour, appeared especially lush. A gentle breeze caressed the treetops, and the rain-washed leaves shimmered in vibrant green. The distant chirping of birds filled the air. Exhausted from his tears, Xiaoyang lay still on the ground, having fainted from despair. At that moment, his eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Gazing at the floor just inches away, he curled up his body, remaining motionless. Upon awakening, the piercing pain returned, and after lying there for what felt like an eternity, he finally sat up. Having gone an entire day without food or water, his lips were cracked and parched. He glanced out of the caravan window, where the encroaching darkness hinted at nightfall, and he could almost hear the echoes of the women's laughter. He rose to his feet, though agony coursed through him. He understood that certain tasks must be undertaken. A shadow flickered, then vanished. Entering the space, Xiaoyang beheld the women sprawled in disarray, and tears once again brimmed in his eyes. Rarely did he allow himself to cry, but now he surrendered to the catharsis. He began to gather the women together, drawing water from the well to cleanse their faces and bodies. ensuring each one was immaculate before laying them gently upon the beds. Lying among them, he felt the chill of their lifeless forms. You have all departed, each and every one, leaving me solitary and desolate. How shall I endure this life alone? Uncertain of how long he lay there, or how much time passed outside, he eventually rose, barefoot, and observed the transformations within the space. The scrolls suspended above the women's heads had begun to reveal themselves. It was indeed a painting, depicting 4 withered rose petals with 2 small buds beneath, inscribed with the phrase, morning glory, evening death. On the outer wall, the scroll was fully unveiled, displaying merely 4 characters. Previously unfamiliar with these seal script characters, Chao Yang now found himself able to read them. Fate comes, fate ends. He murmured to himself, indeed, fate comes to an end, and when the ties are severed, we part ways. But why must their lives be taken from them? He picked up an incense stick from the table and inserted it into the burner, casually grasping a lighter to ignite the tip. Yet, the incense refused to catch flame. Why? I can traverse time and space at will, yet this incense cannot be lit? Why do you deceive me? Frustrated, Chao Yang hurled the lighter down and shouted furiously at the void of the space. Chapter 161. To remain sane is to achieve. Chao Yang, in a fit of rage, seized the incense burner and hurled it to the ground. It is my fault, all my fault. I should not have led you to this place. We ought to have fled to distant lands. He wandered despondently to the bedside, lying among the lifeless bodies. Gazing at the pale face of Xiaoling beside him, he reached out to touch her frigid cheek. You allowed the Dr. Zhou to harm you once. If I do not avenge you, how can I ever face you again? Turning his gaze towards Su Xianyan, he lamented, but what wrong have you committed? Why did I bring you back? He appeared almost deranged, speaking to one and then to another, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. Before long, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber once more. Time slipped away, and when he awakened again, Chao Yang stretched languorously and stood up. Enough. I understand now. The virus has spread again. There are no humans left in this world. Let this cursed existence go to hell. He groped about him, and suddenly, a spark ignited between his fingers, producing a flickering flame. Observing the fire dance between his digits, he mused, this must be one of my abilities. A smile broke across his face as he sat up, directing his finger towards the edge of the bed, where the wooden planks erupted into flames. Though the wood in the room was dry, it seemed treated, rendering it resistant to fire. Yet, the flame from Chao Yang's fingertip consumed the wooden bed in an instant. As the conflagration began to encroach upon the bodies of the women surrounding him, Chao Yang did not flee. Instead, he reclined slowly upon the bed, nestled among them. I should have perished long ago. Since the world has already crumbled, must I remain here alone? To become a madman or a fool? I wish you would not stray too far. Just wait for your brother Chao Yang. He laughed with a carefree spirit, feeling something beneath him pressing against his body. As if in a habitual motion, he rolled over. Feng Lin, what have you lodged against me? He reached beneath him and retrieved a small vial resembling a test tube. Turning his head, he planted a kiss on Feng Lin's cheek. I am sorry. I wronged you. Brother Chao Yang was mistaken. Do not hold a grudge against me. The flames began to spread from the bed to the ground, while Chao Yang curled up, gazing at Lin Yuhan beside him, murmuring, I truly wish to return to the time before the apocalypse, when you all were alive, thriving in this world. Please, do not wander far. Just wait for your brother Chao Yang. Gradually, he closed his eyes, allowing the flames to consume his clothing, his hair, and the robust skin of his body. Yet he remained motionless, as tears finally dried in the blaze. Unbeknownst to him, the flames had reached the incense burner on the ground, igniting the 3 joss sticks within it. As the lanterns began to glow, the night market came alive with flickering neon lights. The bustling crowd flowed ceaselessly, akin to an unending river, brimming with the fervor of life and the essence of human existence. Before the barbecue stall, the charcoal flickered, and the aroma of sizzling meat skewers wafted through the air. The vendor skillfully turned the meat, calling out to his assistants to collect the freshly grilled skewers. A handsome, yet slightly slender young man, clad in ordinary attire, though meticulously tailored, devoid of any brand label, raised his glass and addressed the resolute-faced, chiseled-featured man opposite him. Come, Chao Yang, drink this, and once you finish, continue your boasting. The man across appeared somewhat inebriated, lifting his glass, causing the liquid to slosh over the rim. What boasting? Everything I say is true. My beloveds have all passed away, leaving my heart empty. I despise that kind of solitude. I long to accompany them on their journey. Who would have known that my yearning would bring me back? Lighting 3 incense sticks requires genuine fire, and with all the extraordinary powers of the world bestowed upon me, how was I to know that I could ignite it merely with my fingers? The handsome young man smiled wryly. Then show me your prowess and ignite it now. Ignite what nonsense? Chao Yang gulped down his drink. Now that I've returned, all those extraordinary abilities have vanished. Not only have I lost my powers, but I don't even have my spatial abilities anymore. The young man leaned forward with a playful grin. Then tell me, when is the apocalypse? I need to prepare provisions and construct a fortress for the end of days. Xiao Yang shot him a disdainful glance. And you call me a braggart? You're far worse. Planning to build a fortress for the apocalypse while you're here, dining on street barbecue. He took a bite of a meat skewer. Yesterday was the apocalypse. Then why didn't it arrive? Xiao Yang produced a small vial from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. This is an antidote for zombie poison. I opened it before yesterday. The slender young man picked up the test tube-like vial. This tiny thing can neutralize the zombie poison of the entire world, even if it emits gas. It couldn't possibly spread across the globe in an instant. Xiao Yang poured himself another drink. As for that, I cannot say. However, once I opened it, the room was instantly filled with a peculiar scent. How to describe it? It resembles. Leaning in closer, he whispered, hibiscus, you should know what that smells like. The man across burst into hearty laughter. If that's the case, I must hurry home to find a girlfriend, so I can enjoy that fragrance daily. Xiao Yang curled his lip. Finding a wife? Show me what you can do. Besides boasting, what else can you accomplish? He rubbed his head thoughtfully for some reason. This segment of my life is a muddled memory, much forgotten, yet the memories of life during the apocalypse remain vivid. The handsome young man set the vial down on the table. Didn't you go looking for them? How could I? You know the consequences of seeking them out. They would simply tell me a few words. Not a chance. You're not worthy. The young man laughed heartily, then gradually subdued his mirth. Xiao Yang. There are countless beauties in the world. Forget that unfaithful girlfriend of yours. She does not deserve you. In time, I shall introduce you to someone splendid, beautiful, and affluent. Xiao Yang retorted with a laugh. Are you out of your mind? You criticize me, yet look at yourself. Look at what you're wearing. Your family is so affluent yet you can't even afford a brand. The slender man glanced down at his attire and replied, this is a bespoke piece. It far exceeds the cost of those brands. Xiao Yang shook his own windbreaker and said, did you notice? The clothing underneath is also custom-made, crafted by my mother. Suddenly, a bat struck the table with a thud, startling both of them. They looked up to see a girl with a baseball bat, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, heavily applied eye makeup, and chewing gum, nonchalantly placing a foot on the empty chair beside Xiao Yang. So, you are the one called Xiao Yang. Chapter 162. As long as they are well, Xiao Yang, somewhat inebriated, lifted his gaze to the woman before him, his eyes shimmering as if reflecting the glimmer of water. He recognized her. The two women began to merge in his mind. Was this not the guy's less Xiaoru? How had she managed to adopt such a form? Shaking his head vigorously, he mused, Xiaoru, you haven't delved into that mental maiden persona again, have you? Though your brother is quite the scoundrel. You ought to spare your parents some worry. The young woman stared at Xiao Yang with wide eyes. How the hell do you know my nickname? You've been inquiring about me lately. What is your intention? Moreover, my brother has been reported and arrested. Was it you? Xiao Yang raised his glass. I have been contemplating whether I should take matters into my own hands and eliminate your brother. However, in this society governed by law, I find it hardly worth the trouble due to that scoundrel. Regrettably, I am not the one who reported him. Perhaps he has offended someone else. Xiaoru glared at Xiao Yang. Then what do you want from me? And how do you know my name? How has my brother offended you? On what grounds do you deem him inhuman? Because he has committed heinous acts, Xiao Yang replied. Now, if you wish to spare your parents any distress, you should aspire to better pursuits. Moreover, divination is detrimental to one's health. Perhaps you should refrain from it for a while. With that, Xiao Yang rose unsteadily, declaring, I must take my leave. He had indeed forgotten everything. Having lost sight of himself, there was no need to disturb them. For his wives must have surely forgotten him as well. Yet, recalling the tragic circumstances of his wives' demise, Xiao Yang felt a sense of solace. After all, suffering was merely something he could control, and the fact that they lived was the most favorable outcome. Xiaoru, seeing Xiao Yang about to depart, urgently inquired, You still haven't clarified why you sought me out. It matters not. Xiao Yang waved his hand dismissively. I simply wanted to see if you remembered certain things. Perhaps forgetting is for the best. Xiaoru looked at Xiao Yang. What have I forgotten? I know who you are. The handsome young man also stood, rummaging through his pockets, and suddenly exclaimed, Xiao Yang, please don't leave yet. I forgot to bring any money. Xiao Yang pointed at the handsome young man. Aren't you boasting about your wealth? What is this? No money on your phone either? He then pulled out his phone and asked, Boss, how much do I owe? The handsome youth showed no signs of embarrassment. It's just that there was a bit of a family dispute. They've frozen my card. Such nonsense. Xiao Yang retorted. The proprietress approached. That will be a total of 198. Xiao Yang swayed slightly, but finally completed the payment on his phone. At that moment, an elegantly designed car with an oval emblem pulled up to the roadside. A young woman exited the vehicle, and through his hazy vision, Xiao Yang looked at the car, exclaiming, Wow, Why has the Ford emblem turned red? The young man sighed. Brother, that's a Bugatti. The young woman strode directly toward Xiao Yang's table. Addressing the handsome youth. How long do you intend to sulk? Mother is anxious. Come home with me. The handsome youth shot a glance at the woman. I refuse to go back. I make decisions regarding my own wife. Why should they dictate terms? Xiao Yang smacked his lips. Bugatti. Why does that sound so familiar? Xiaoru cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yang, then timidly regarded the handsome young man. That's a luxury car, worth several million, isn't it? Xiao Yang shot a glance at the handsome youth. So you truly are wealthy, huh? The handsome young man grinned. Indeed, I did not deceive you. You, on the other hand, have been boasting about having numerous wives. Pray tell, what are their names? Xiao Yang glanced at the dashing figure. Why should I divulge that to you? Then you are merely boasting. If you could name just one, I might believe you. And perhaps I could even help you find her. Xiao Yang shook his head. What good would it do if I found them? They have all forgotten about me. It's better left alone. With a deep sigh, he continued, they are all prominent individuals. I, a mere nobody, cannot compete. Besides, that Su Xianyan is a scientist. The young woman who had just alighted from the car was exquisitely dressed and had a delicate appearance, strikingly similar to the handsome young man. She cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Yang. Do you know Su Xianyan? Xiao Yang, his gaze hazy with intoxication, looked at the woman but said nothing. Instead, he patted the handsome man on the shoulder. I've settled the bill. Let us gather again another time. With that, he swayed slightly, draping his coat over his shoulder, and stepped toward his home across the street. Just as he brushed past the young woman, she suddenly grabbed his clothing. Wait. How do you know Su Xianyan's name? Gripped by instinct, Xiao Yang turned abruptly, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. The young woman was about to speak, but upon encountering Xiao Yang's wolfish gaze, she instinctively recoiled and released her hold. The handsome young man quickly intervened, grasping the young woman's arm and frowning at her. What are you doing? He then turned to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, this is my sister. Xiao Yang's fierce demeanor had already dissipated. It was merely a habit formed during the apocalypse. He nodded and addressed the young woman. Do you wish to know? But I have no desire to share. Although startled, the young woman noticed Xiao Yang's expression had softened and could not help but inquire, how do you know her name? Su Xianyan is my close friend. The handsome young man was taken aback. Is there really such a person? Is she short and petite? The young woman nodded. Yes, what else with you two? She doesn't even know you. How can you speak of her? Xiao Yang genuinely wanted to ask. Is she doing well? However, he swallowed his words, the lump in his throat preventing him from speaking. I'm sorry. I heard someone mention her name, and I was just joking. With that, he turned and slowly walked away. At that moment, a street performer began to play music, seemingly prompted by a request, and a melancholic melody began to flow through the streets. Do you remember the promise you made to me? That you wouldn't let me lose sight of you? But you followed the migratory bird south, flying so far away. Love is like a kite with a broken string, unable to hold on to the promises you made. Chapter 163. Xiao Yang. I invite you to dinner. Xiao Yang endeavored to calm his racing heart, peering through the small window of the waiting room. Although the figure inside wore a mask, the expressive eyes that blinked revealed the identity of the beloved he had long yearned for. The one who had once captivated his dreams but had since transformed into a lifeless body. Despite his efforts to cleanse her face of the bloodstains, he could not revive her to gaze upon him once more. Now, she appeared vividly alive not far from him, though separated by a mere door. The distance felt as insurmountable as a precipice. Yet, how wonderful it is to be alive. Patient number 18, Xiao Yang. Please proceed to the 5th waiting room to see Dr. Lin Yuhan. The sudden announcement startled Xiao Yang, causing him to dart into the shadows like a rabbit struck by an arrow. Dr. Lin Yuhan lifted her head, glancing anxiously towards the door. Unable to bear the intensity of those expressive eyes, Xiao Yang turned and hurriedly maneuvered through the crowd, making his way outside. The door to Dr. Lin Yuhan's office swung open, and she peered out, seeing the seats filled to capacity. A tall figure was pushing through the throng, moving away. Though the silhouette seemed familiar, it also felt oddly distant. The street bustled with life, a ceaseless flow of people. Xiao Yang draped his coat over his shoulder, toying with a small vial in his hand, pondering why it had returned to him. Perhaps it was the sole remnant he had salvaged from the apocalypse. In those dire times, he had never pried into what his wives had done in their lives, fearing to unearth their wounds. He understood that each bore their own suffering, just as he did. Yet now, back in this world, he was oblivious to where Fong Lin worked or lived, and the same went for Xiaoling, Yujing, and Su Xianyan. The only knowledge he possessed was that Lin Yuhan was a doctor at the hospital. He had visited twice, yet lacked the courage to confront her in person. The previous day's encounter with Xiao Ru had finally emboldened him to come and take a glimpse. He managed a bittersweet smile, reflecting on the strange turn of events, What had compelled him to register for an appointment last night? Perhaps intoxication led one to undertake audacious deeds. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang, interrupting his reverie. He fished it out to discover an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the voice of the handsome youth from yesterday echoed through the receiver. Chaoyang, what are you up to? You're living the high life, with food and drink aplenty. While I toil away like a beast of burden, what can I do? Don't be ridiculous. I'm at your workplace right now. How come they said you took the day off? Damn it, why are you at our office? Let me tell you, while it's true you live well, your wealth is irrelevant to me. Don't come here acting like you're important. I'd rather not be mistaken for someone influential. What are you talking about? I came to find you today, only to discover you're not at work. So where are you? I'm at the hospital. I met a beautiful woman last night. And now I'm in a bit of a predicament. What? Is that true? Which hospital are you at? Chaoyang detected the tension in the other person's voice and couldn't help but chuckle. You're not even a woman. So why are you anxious about me taking your kidneys? I'm just teasing you. I'm out shopping. What's the matter? Speak up, or let out whatever you have to say. The other party seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Your joke is utterly unamusing. I've reserved a table at the restaurant on the top floor of the building tonight. Come and have a meal. Not going. I know you have money. No need to pretend otherwise. Dining at that place costs a fortune, doesn't it? Are you planning to throw money at me? Just come. Chaoyang, it's not my treat. Someone is inviting you. Who is it? Being all mysterious, I'm definitely not going now. Are there beautiful women involved? Not coming. I've encountered all sorts of beauties. Your socialites make me feel sick. Hey, watch your language. You must come today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, we're through. Fine. If that is how it is, I'm not afraid of you, a rich second generation. What are you doing here in our humble abode? Just to amuse yourself. Chaoyang, I beg you, please come. Otherwise, my sister will have my head. Chaoyang scratched his face. Your sister? She is not interested in me, is she? Just so you know, I'm not for sale. At that moment, the voice of the young woman from yesterday suddenly echoed through the phone. With you? Do you have no shame? But her voice was abruptly cut off, likely muffled by the handsome man. Chaoyang chuckled. All right. I'll decide based on my mood tonight. Tell your sister not to make a fuss. She might end up unmarried. He then hung up the phone, preparing to tuck it away in his pocket. Thoughts raced through his mind. Why did he come to my workplace? The boss must have realized I was slacking off soon. I would be bombarded with calls. Damn it. I'm about to return to that life of watching others' expressions, the monotonous 9-to-5 grind. Unfortunately, my space is gone. And my confidence has vanished with it. I wonder if I could have reached that phone while in my space during the apocalypse. I never tried. Suddenly, the phone in front of him vanished, and Chaoyang stared at his empty hand, shocked. No way, my space has returned. Chapter 164, Dr. Lin's swift hands as Chaoyang stood in the middle of the road, filled with excitement as he reflected on his inner thoughts. Lin Yuhan swiftly lifted the suture scissors, yanking a long thread out without cutting it. She abruptly rose to her feet. The patient was bewildered, while the accompanying family members praised. Dr. Lin, your speed is remarkable. Lin Yuhan glanced around, her eyes slowly brimming with tears. She tossed the scissors and tweezers into a nearby tray and turned to flee. Upon opening the waiting room door, she collided with a young nurse. The nurse hurriedly supported Lin Yuhan, saying, Dr. Lin, Dr. Qin would like to know if you are available this afternoon. Looking at the nurse, Lin Yuhan reached out and gently patted her head. I have no time. I'm taking leave. Please ask Dr. Qin to come and remove the sutures from this patient. Cancel all my appointments. With that, she hurriedly strode toward the hospital exit, bursting through the doors. She recalled that earlier in the day, a certain Chaoyang had once made an appointment with her but had not shown up. He must remember her. While she had long forgotten him, he might have been watching her from a distance. Hearing his name had evoked no reaction in her. He must have left feeling heartbroken. He could not have gone far, so Lin Yuhan rushed onto the bustling street outside the hospital, yet there was no trace of Chaoyang. Slowly, she sat on the concrete railing beside a flower bed, allowing her tears to fall freely. The one she loved was so near, yet recognition was impossible. He must be feeling very sad, very much in pain. Suddenly, her phone rang in her pocket. Wiping her tears away, she reached in and answered without checking the number. The voice on the other end was hoarse, as if struggling to control emotions. Is this Dr. Lin Yuhan? I am. Do you remember Xiaoling? Lin Yuhan sprang to her feet. Xiaoling, you remember. On the other end, the voice broke into sobs. Sister Yuhan, you remembered me. I just regained my memory. But I didn't know if it was real. I thought I was going insane. It is real, Lin Yuhan replied, striving to maintain her composure. Where are you? I'm at the office. Wait a moment. Someone is coming. At that moment, Lin Yuhan heard a familiar voice on the line, though it was somewhat unclear. Yet the excitement was unmistakable. Xiaoling, I'm Su Xuanyan. Simultaneously, a young woman and a young man, both of similar age, sat on a sofa watching television. The young woman suddenly stood up, staring blankly at the screen. The young man casually picked up the remote control and changed the channel. The woman turned to look at the young man, who bore a striking resemblance to her, and suddenly bent down to touch his head. "Brother, I was wrong. I want to fight you for the television again." The man inquired curiously, "What is the matter with you? Are you unwell?" As he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight of the woman's tear-filled eyes. He promptly sprang to his feet and thrust the remote control into her hands, exclaiming, "Sister, look. I won't watch anymore. Please don't cry." The woman shook her head, replying, "Sister doesn't need to watch. Just seeing you is enough. You know, I miss you dearly. And I feel so sorry for you." At that moment, a middle-aged couple entered the room. The woman turned around and rushed to embrace them, tears streaming down her face. "Mother, father, it's so wonderful that you're back." Both parents looked at the girl in bewilderment. The middle-aged woman gently stroked her daughter's head, asking, "What is wrong with you? You're not burning up, are you?" The middle-aged man noticed the remote control in the young man's hand and loosened his belt, saying, "I see now, Fong Chong. You've been bullying your sister again, haven't you?" Fong Chong, in panic, placed the remote control on the table, insisting, "I didn't. I told you, I gave it to her, but she wouldn't take it." Fong Lin grabbed her father's hand, pleading, "Dad, that's not true. My brother is a good kid. Please don't punish him." The mother then picked up a feather duster from the side, saying, "Look at your sister. She has been wronged by you and is so distressed, yet still defends you. Now, look at yourself. Today, you will experience what it feels like to bully my daughter." Fong Chong, terrified, hid behind the sofa, exclaiming, "I truly didn't bully her. This is so unfair. I'm more wrong than Doi." Meanwhile, a 17 or 18-year-old girl suddenly stood up in class, her gaze darting around in confusion. She seized her deskmate's wrist, asking, "What date is it today?" The teacher at the podium looked at her, bewildered. "Yu Jing, what are you doing?" Glancing at her deskmate's watch. Yu Jing's expression was a mix of emotions as she lifted her head and said, "Teacher, it's truly wonderful that you are alive." The teacher, taken aback, wondered why her words sounded almost like an insult. However, hearing the emotion in Yu Jing's voice, which was choked with tears, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Yu Jing had already stepped away from her seat, bowing deeply to her teacher. "I must go see my family. Teacher, I wish you a long life." With that, she turned and dashed out of the classroom. The teacher hesitated briefly before pointing to Yu Jing's deskmate, saying, "You're close friends. Quickly follow her and ensure she doesn't do anything foolish. Does her family have a history of mental illness?" Yu Jing's deskmate hurried to her feet, rushing outside while muttering, "I haven't heard anything about that, but she has been acting strangely all day. Perhaps there really is a history of mental illness." Chapter 165. The Raven's Mouth. This is the tallest building in the city, with the most opulent restaurant located on the uppermost floor. Even without a private room, one can gaze upon the entire cityscape and the distant, flowing river. The view remains splendid both day and night. Chao Yang had never ventured up here, nor dared to approach it. The establishment imposes a minimum spending requirement, and its offerings consist solely of set meals. According to a colleague who had dined here, the cheapest set meal costs over 5,000 per person, comprising 7 or 8 dishes, with each dish barely a mouthful. This is not merely a dining venue, but rather a playground for the affluent, accessible only to those who have secured lucrative contracts. Like the owners who tiled the Great Wall, to impress a girlfriend here would likely leave one struggling for the rest of the month. Yet now, as Chao Yang gazes at the resplendent lights and flickering neon of the towering buildings, his heart stirs not with desire, but rather with a sense of detachment. As if surveying the masses from above, he retrieves a Tashan cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips. With a deft motion of his fingers, a flicker of flame ignites, and he draws it to the cigarette, lighting it. In the past, he had refrained from mingling with the wives of others due to the vast chasm between their worlds. The consequences would merely lead to ridicule. He could endure being the subject of laughter, but the repercussions for their social standing could be severe. If a billionaire were to pursue a woman, her worth might soar. Yet if pursued by an ordinary worker, like Su Xianyan or Lin Yuhan, it would only breed disdain. However, circumstances have changed. Chao Yang is uncertain how the space has awakened within him, as it did not exist when he first regained consciousness. Now, upon introspection, he finds a flourishing realm within, an expanse of verdant flora, interspersed with chickens, ducks, and pigs. The small wooden cabin remains untouched by flames or decay, all preserved in their original state. The only alteration is the few paintings, now restored to a pristine white. The printer has vanished, the clock remains. Yet 3 of the incense sticks beside the censer have mysteriously disappeared. Chao Yang is well aware of the reason for this loss. He strides toward the high-rise, for tomorrow marks the commencement of his renewed pursuit of his wives. Just you wait. Will you deny me? He muses. If I am provoked, I shall confine you all within the space for reflection, regardless of who you are. His visit today is also intended to leverage the connections of the handsome man to locate his wives. Did his sister not mention that she and Su Xianyan are close friends? He shall start there, and then seek out Lin Yuhan. They should have each other's contact information. And there is also Dr. Zhou, should he seek to eliminate her, or perhaps do something else. Xiao Ru, my apologies. Your brother's fate seems sealed. Without this space, I would likely have sought retribution already. A few days ago, I was too consumed by heartache to concern myself with such matters. Now that my spirits have lifted, it is time for him to face discomfort. Furthermore, I must embark on a journey abroad soon. What for? Need I say more? Those in the know understand. As soon as he reached the entrance, he spotted a handsome young man standing by the door attendant, anxiously gazing into the distance while occasionally glancing at his phone. Xiao Yang approached and patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "What is going on? You invited me for a meal, but who are you waiting for?" The young man, upon noticing Xiao Yang, hurriedly smiled and replied, "Who am I waiting for? I'm waiting for you. I was worried you might not show up." Xiao Yang followed the handsome man through the revolving door and stepped into the opulent lobby of the building. He surveyed the lavish decor and muttered, "What an extravagant waste." He continued, "Please don't introduce me to your sister. I've told you before, I have many wives and do not wish to increase that number. Otherwise, it would only lead to incessant squabbles among them." The young man chuckled. "What are you thinking? Waiting to become my brother-in-law? Just you wait." But truth be told, it is indeed a headache. My sister is already set to marry her boyfriend. Who would have thought that right after I hung up with you? Her boyfriend suddenly declared he wouldn't marry her. Just as you said, he finds her willful and capricious, and now she's home crying. Xiao Yang was taken aback, recalling that Yu Jing had once mentioned that all abilities would be conferred upon oneself. This could mean that he had inadvertently absorbed her abilities as well. He hoped he wouldn't turn into a harbinger of misfortune. He placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, her boyfriend is just joking. She will definitely find a suitable partner, and you can tell her that as long as she is not willful or capricious, she will live a happy and fulfilling life." The handsome man nodded. "Let us hope so. Thank you, Brother Xiao Yang. Let us go." They encountered none of the Clich D scenarios where one is barred from entry due to mismatched attire. Despite Xiao Yang being dressed in what could only be described as street market fare, the front desk was managed by a sharply dressed manager who bowed repeatedly, guiding them toward the elevator. Suddenly, the young man's phone rang. He answered, "Hello?" Xiao Yang, with keen ears, could easily hear the conversation. And soon the voice of his sister resounded through the line. "Brother, where are you?" "I'm at the restaurant. What's up?" "Just wait. I'll be there shortly. I'm coming with my boyfriend." The young man paused. "Didn't you say today that he wanted to break up with you? Were you not distraught over it?" "That was just him joking. He said as long as I'm not willful in the future, he will love me for a lifetime. Just wait for me. I'm joining the fun." The young man slowly lowered his phone and turned to Xiao Yang. "What kind of magic do you possess?" "It's uncanny." Xiao Yang felt a twinge of apprehension. How would he navigate conversations in the future? Even casual remarks might need to be taken with caution. He smiled wryly. "It's just a coincidence, an extraordinary coincidence." They entered the reserved private room, and Xiao Yang gazed at the grand table before him. "Are you out of your mind?" "It's just the two of us. Why the grandiosity?" The handsome man raised an eyebrow. "Who said it's just us? I didn't tell you there are no others." Xiao Yang plopped down into a chair. "Where are the beautiful women?" "Let me see. What kind of beauty are you hoping to see?" Xiao Yang rested his chin on his hand. "I want to see someone like Su Xianyan. Bring her here." The door swung open, and a petite woman gracefully entered through the threshold. Chapter 166 Epilogue. Xiao Yang was on the verge of resting his head on the table. Su Xianyan was no longer the petite train attendant clad in uniform and stockings. Instead, she now donned an elegantly tailored gown that, despite her diminutive stature, exuded an air of regal sophistication. Approaching with an expression of indifference, she sat across from Xiao Yang and the handsome young man, offering a slight nod in his direction. The young man, with a charming smile, introduced her. "Allow me to present my sister's girlfriend and dear friend, Su Xianyan. This is my good buddy, Xiao Yang." Noticing the lack of movement from the other party, Xiao Yang remained seated, refraining from extending his hand for a handshake, merely acknowledging her with a nod. He gazed at his former beloved, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. He endeavored to mask his emotions. She no longer recognized him. Yet he was no longer the same as yesterday. He would ensure she remembered him, and even if she did not, she would find it impossible to escape his presence for a lifetime. Gradually, his longing transformed into profound affection. "Su Xianyan, is it? You prefer to meticulously plan before undertaking any task, do you not? Hence, you relish playing the role of a female Zhuge Liang? I am Xiao Yang, though my nickname is Liu Bei." A flicker of amusement danced in Su Xianyan's eyes. but she quickly adopted a composed demeanor, remaining silent. The handsome young man turned to Chao Yang and whispered, "Today, I shall perform a magic trick to fulfill your wish. You must know that the affluent can more readily grant the desires of the less fortunate, and as a wealthy man, I am at your service. So, tell me, whom else would you like to see?" Chao Yang turned to face the young man, sensing something unusual about him today as he grinned. "If I desire to see someone, can you truly make that happen? Roughly speaking, I wish to see someone who boarded the train with me earlier. Her name is Fong Lin. Please, summon her forth." The handsome young man hesitated momentarily. "That is not possible at the moment." Chao Yang chuckled and took a sip of the tea before him, remarking, "This pre-rain Longjing tea is quite delicious. I usually drink the 3 yuan and 50 cents per pound variety, which seems to lack a certain quality." Leaning back in his chair, Chao Yang squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xianyan. Strangely, she remained silent, yet he sensed her stealing glances at him, seemingly struggling to suppress her emotions. After a brief pause, the handsome young man mused, "You must have visited the hospital today to see a female doctor, correct? Since you've already encountered her, why not take a look at the beleaguered female executive?" Chao Yang nodded with a smile. "Go ahead, conjure her for me. If your transformation is even slightly lacking, I assure you, I shall not hesitate to take action, and even deities would be unable to intervene." The handsome man chuckled. "Upon hearing your tale, I began searching for the archetype of the characters within it. I forgot to mention, my family has entrusted me with the management of our enterprise today. I am now the chairman, the youngest in history." He paused deliberately, observing that Chao Yang remained unresponsive, concluding that his attempt at banter had fallen flat. With a sigh, he continued, "To begin, I searched among my subordinates and, to my surprise, found an employee who fits the criteria. Since you did not disclose her name, see if she resembles what you had in mind." Soon after, Chao Yang witnessed the door swing open, revealing Xiaoling in professional attire, stepping gracefully into the room. The tailored skirt suit accentuated her legs, which were elegantly clad in stockings, and Chao Yang found himself utterly unsettled, rising abruptly from his seat. Xiaoling entered without uttering a word or casting a glance at Chao Yang. Instead, she directed her attention towards the handsome young man, slightly bowing as she greeted, "Hello, Chairman." The dashing young man nodded in response. "Please, have a seat." Still, Xiaoling did not look at Chao Yang, but rather smoothed her skirt and obediently sat beside Su Xianyan. Chao Yang narrowed his eyes, turning to the handsome youth. "Are you trying to play tricks on me?" The young man chuckled. "The story you shared has intrigued them all. I am contemplating investing in a film adaptation. What do you think? Would you be interested in playing the male lead? No strings attached." Chao Yang shot a sidelong glance at the alluring man. "Really no strings?" He then glanced at the young man's behind. "I see you possess quite an appealing figure." Just as the handsome youth was about to retort, his phone rang from his pocket. He answered, "Hello, sister, have you arrived?" "Yes, I did instruct others not to disturb me. Please wait a moment. I will come down to fetch you." Rising, he made his way to the door. Turning back to Chao Yang, "Continue your conversation. I shall step out for a moment." Chao Yang refilled his cup of tea, observing the two women before him, a smile gradually curving his lips. Su Xianyan finally lifted her gaze to meet Chao Yang's. Her voice slightly hoarse, differing from their previous exchanges. "I may not be a significant figure, yet I am not merely an object of your fantasies. Hence I reserve the right to hold you accountable." Xiaoling raised her head, finally regarding Chao Yang directly, clearing her throat. "I have heard about your script. Why have you portrayed me as such a woman, claiming I once flirted with you?" Chao Yang, stroking his chin, remained silent, focusing intently on the two women. "Is that so? Did he share the script with you? But I wonder, where are the other women?" Before he could finish, the door swung open once more, and he saw Lin Yuhan entering, donned in a white coat. "What is this? Role-playing? Why are you still in your lab coat?" Lin Yuhan approached the table, lowering her head, her voice trembling slightly. "You must be Chao Yang, right? As a doctor, how can you so shamelessly insult my profession?" Chao Yang suddenly chuckled. "Look at me when you speak. Don't be so evasive. I am uncertain of the tricks you all are playing, but Lin Yuhan, your audacity seems to be growing stronger." At that moment, the door burst open, and Fong Lin rushed in, followed by Yu Jing, who pouted, "I couldn't hold her back." Fong Lin waved her fists as she ran towards Chao Yang. "You must not bully my husband." Then, leaping into Chao Yang's embrace, she exclaimed, "Chao Yang, I have missed you so much." "I have missed you all as well," Chao Yang replied, tightly wrapping his arms around Fong Lin, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, which had long since lost the bloody essence of the apocalyptic times. Looking up at the group of women, Su Xianyan, unable to contain herself, covered her face. Xiaoling's eyes glistened with tears, and Lin Yuhan wiped her eyes. "Ah, so you have regained your memories and dared to deceive me. If I do not discipline you with a rod tonight, I shall no longer bear the surname Chao." Yu Jing approached, saying, "Brother Chao Yang, Would you consider taking my surname? You? Fong Lin poked her head out from Chao Yang's embrace, wiping away her tears. Are you really going to acknowledge a foster father now? In the night, the river surged, joyfully and relentlessly flowing toward the horizon. Meanwhile, in a laboratory in the west, a man clad in a suit with a grim expression violently smashed a vial in his hand to the floor, shattering it with a resounding crash. Why? Why did the spilled drug fail to react? Why? A middle-aged man in a white coat stepped forward, saying, Mr. David, please remain calm. Although we do not know the cause of the drug's failure, we are developing a new type of toxin, one that possesses greater lethality than before, and there is no antidote to be found anywhere in the world. Chapter 167 Epilogue at the Fort Detrick Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. Notorious for having once received the infamous Unit 731 following the defeat of Japan, a catastrophic fire erupted. The base was utterly unprepared, and tragically, no one survived. Strangely, the flames intensified upon contact with the water from the fire trucks, as if the fire were being fueled further, leading to suspicions that an arsonist had employed a special oil or chemical reagent. Among those who perished in the inferno were 2 Chinese scientists, granddaughters of the esteemed scientist Lin, who had previously assisted the United States in missile development. They were distinguished figures in the field of infectious diseases and Nobel laureates. It was an unimaginable tragedy that they had just been awarded the Nobel Prize when they met such a horrific fate. We extend our heartfelt condolences to them. The television continued to broadcast news when suddenly, the host appeared on screen to relay a breaking update. The nation of Judah had been struck by an unidentified nuclear attack, reducing the entire country to ashes and resulting in the death of all its residents. During the report, a female journalist wept profusely for the staggering loss of life in Judah, which sparked a significant uproar online. This was reportedly her second bout of tears. The first was when the Prime Minister of Japan was assassinated, prompting her to sob uncontrollably, as though she were on the brink of collapse. Many speculated that her grief could not possibly exceed that of losing her own parents, leading us to conduct a special interview. It turned out that her parents had indeed passed away. The journalist bravely fought on the front lines, and according to sources, when her parents died, she shed not a single tear, demonstrating her unwavering dedication to her career. However, upon learning of the annihilation of the Judah people, she wept inconsolably. Reports from the previous day indicated that the Chai family of Judah had perished in a missile explosion, with no survivors within a radius of several hundred meters, leading to the complete disappearance of their vast family. The journalist's grief deepened, and shockingly, she was found dead in her home the following day, having hanged herself in despair. Those who shared her living quarters recounted that she exhibited no symptoms of distress until she returned home, lamenting that the loss felt more unbearable than that of her parents, culminating in her tragic suicide that night. We also interviewed neighbors of her parents, who revealed a peculiar detail: the girl was born without an anus. The host, seemingly suppressing laughter, noted that due to the rudimentary medical conditions and her family's impoverished circumstances, they had sought the assistance of a pig butcher who made an incision, resulting in her expelling feces. Observing the host struggle to maintain composure, the director skillfully switched to another scene. In a shocking turn of events, the financial mogul, known as the stock god Old 8, suddenly succumbed to poisoning in his home. Strangely, all the residents of the household, including servants, perished alongside him. The American police were urgently mobilized to investigate the clues. Meanwhile, the former world's richest man, Mr. Gates, inexplicably suffered a gas poisoning incident during a gathering, leading to the untimely death of his entire family. The recent string of fatalities among the wealthy has reached over 1,000. And what perplexes many is the fact that they were all of Judah descent. Westerners have taken to the streets in large numbers, believing that God has manifested to judge the traitor Judas, who once betrayed the Son of God. Currently, on the streets of the United States, there are frequent instances of brutal beatings directed at individuals identified as Jews. Anyone who is Jewish becomes a target for collective violence. They have become akin to rats scurrying across the street. The military forces of the United States and those of Europe have mobilized, yet the momentum seems to escalate further. The land of Israel, now reduced to rubble, has been deemed unsuitable for human habitation due to the excessive deployment of nuclear weapons, resulting in radiation levels that surpass those found anywhere else in the world, prompting neighboring countries to evacuate. Some predict that within a year, the Jewish population may face total annihilation. Eugene stuffed the last cookie into her mouth, mumbling as she clenched her fist. "Go for it, dear." Xiaoling scoffed from the side. "Aren't you calling him Dad? Why the sudden shift to dear?" Eugene huffed. "What Dad? He's just a few years older than me." "Humph. Would he dare?" Xiaoling chuckled. "He truly wouldn't he dare. The last time I visited your home, when you called him Dad, both he and your father responded simultaneously. It has kept us laughing for days." Eugene, unfazed, shot Xiaoling a glance. You just enjoy mocking me, as if you've never made a blunder. That night before Deer left, Xiaoling quickly covered Yu Jing's mouth. There are so many people here. Why do you have to say everything? Yu Jing mumbled. You started it. Turning to Fong Lin, she asked, Sister Lin, I find it strange that only a few of us have regained our memories, while Xiaoru has not. Fong Lin gently patted Yu Jing's head. Deer mentioned it might be related to the fruit in that space. Only those who consumed the fruit have regained their memories, whereas Xiaoru, who did not, naturally cannot. In a large hospital, a throng of people moved incessantly. A ragged fool was seen dragging a similarly disheveled woman through the entrance. The woman's face was marred with scars, and she mumbled incoherently. Suddenly, upon seeing the fool retrieve a discarded meal box from a trash bin, she lunged at him, and the two began to fight over it. Yu Jing observed from the entrance, I don't understand why Deer doesn't eliminate them. Surely, they can't be feigning madness? Su Xianyan shook her head. Deer asked me how to handle it. I told him that one is Xiao Ru's brother, and out of respect for her, he should spare his life. The other is my former best friend, and I couldn't bear to harm her. Who knew he would heed my advice? Leading to their current state? Xiaoling laughed. They are truly despicable. Killing them would be too merciful. Let them live forever in their mad world. I believe Deer's approach is more fitting. Lin Yuhan emerged from the hospital. All right, my shift is over. Let's go shopping. Xiaoling pouted. What's the point of going to a shabby class? Lin Yuhan shook her head. It's different. I find joy in saving lives. I cherish the gratitude reflected in the eyes and words of the families I help. I revel in that feeling. Xiaoling huffed. Such false compassion. Su Xianyan gazed at Xiaoling, remarking, Your worldview is quite skewed. Healing and saving lives is inherently noble. Have you forgotten the lessons imparted by your husband? Xiaoling puffed up her chest defiantly. I simply wish to be a decorative vase. What of it? I no longer attend classes, driving my sports car daily, indulging in lavish feasts. If my husband fails to answer my call within 3 minutes, I inform him that I am off to pursue wealthy suitors. Su Xianyan chuckled. Do not boast in our presence. Relay that to your husband. Did you not claim similar sentiments last time, resulting in 3 days spent languishing in bed? Fong Lin chimed in, lifting a small bag. You were quite obstinate while reclining, asserting that you were merely enjoying life. Xiaoling playfully smacked Yu Jing on the head. I shan't converse with you any longer. You conspire to vex me. I will now phone my husband to report your misdeeds. Yu Jing shielded her head. I said nothing. Why strike me? Xiaoling, undeterred, indeed dialed, and the phone rang, revealing Chao Yang's voice on the other end. What is the purpose of your call? Xiaoling pouted. You all ganged up to bully me. How have we wronged our dear Xiaoling? Chao Yang inquired. I mentioned that Lin Yuhan is healing and saving lives at work instead of attending her husband's hospital, yet she insists that this is a place to gain experience. Su Xianyan pointed at Xiaoling. You are fabricating tales. You did not express that earlier. Chao Yang laughed. Our hospital offers free treatment. Is there a lack of patients? Indeed. People assert that anything free is a scam and thus refrain from coming, Xiaoling retorted. Fear not. Most individuals are now covered by universal health insurance. Let Su Xianyan donate the hospital to the state. We can establish an affordable supermarket, akin to that fellow in Xuchang, providing the public with trustworthy provisions. Su Xianyan leaned in. My dear husband, I shall heed your counsel. However, I have some research commitments at the Academy of Sciences. I believe Xiaoling should oversee this matter. She seems to be idling herself into illness. Xiaoling nearly leaped up. I am exceedingly busy, shopping daily. I am hardly idle. Chao Yang's tone grew somber. Xiaoling, was my previous lesson insufficient? Would you like to experience a hellish education? Xiaoling could not suppress a shiver, murmuring, after enduring so much in the apocalypse. I merely wish to enjoy a few days. Chao Yang sighed. If you are unwilling to participate, let Fong Lin take your place. Lin Yuhan leaned forward. Husband, do you still not comprehend her? She is merely seeking to provoke you for affection. If you decide not to punish her now, wait until the supermarket is ready, and then see her reaction. Xiaoling glared back at Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan, I shall never speak to you again. I shall share nothing with you. Chao Yang chuckled. Li Yuhan is both shy and sincere. Xiaoling, you continue to pick on her. When I return, I shall spank you. Fong Lin leaned in. Husband, what are you currently engaged in? I am relieving myself at the Yasukuni Shrine's restroom. Damn it, the urine has landed on this notorious war criminal's head. And I have run out. I am drinking water to build up more. Su Xianyan laughed heartily from the side. Their so-called emperor is a fool. Parading naked in broad daylight. Was that your doing? Who claimed such? What has that to do with me? Yu Jing interjected. Husband, yes, we shall deny everything. Chao Yang chuckled. Indeed, my father will never admit to it. Yu Jing exclaimed. Call me your wife. Chao Yang laughed. Yes, wife. I have grown accustomed to it. Rest assured. In just a couple of days, I shall return after conquering Mount Fuji. Xiaoling set down her phone, pouting. He always indulges Sister Yuhan. Lin Yuhan, blushing, pulled Xiao Jing aside. Do not speak nonsense. My husband treats us all well. Come, let us go shopping. The group swiftly exited the hospital, where a magnificent RV awaited them. Yu Jing hurriedly climbed aboard, declaring, I shall drive today. Lin Yuhan firmly grasped Yu Jing's arm. You must be jesting. Fang Lin interjected with nonchalance. I might as well take the wheel. Xiaoling widened her eyes. You all should just sit back and relax. Su Xianyan, hurry and drive. I am the boss here. Su Xianyan jumped into the driver's seat. Understood, boss. First, we shall look at houses and rent one to open a supermarket. Xiaoling protested. Not today. We shall go tomorrow. Today, I wish to shop. If you disobey, I will not let your husband acknowledge you next time. Su Xianyan, seated in the driver's seat, replied, You nearly frightened me. If you insist, let us go shopping. The vehicle roared to life and suddenly surged into the crowd. Inside, Yu Jing shouted, Slow down. My husband returns tomorrow. Be careful or I shall spank you. Xiaoling added, If you dare to take personal revenge, I have witnesses. Yu Jing, you must testify that you will hear your Xianyan sister call you daddy. The vehicle slowed, and the cabin was filled with laughter and joy, while even the flowers and grass by the roadside seemed to sense the sweet aroma of love.